Introduction. Lin Yifeng traverses into the world of Game of Thrones, embarking on a journey of cultivation. After inadvertently hatching a golden dragon, he officially commences his odyssey in this realm of power. Chapter 1. The Ripple of Transmigration. In the secluded embrace of the mountains lies Yunyin Mountain, an ancient Taoist temple that resembles a paradise yet remains subtly connected to the world. Here, the internet signal flows like the gentle mountain breeze, intermittent yet sufficient to maintain a delicate connection between the temple's practitioners and the outside world. Lin Yifeng, a youth raised by the temple since childhood, possesses remarkable skills in Taoist philosophy and inner cultivation, alongside being an ardent fan of Western television series. Each night, after his practice, he would immerse himself in the enchanting mysteries of the distant Western world through an old laptop. On an ordinary evening, while the temple's lights dimmed, Lin Yifeng remained engrossed in the narrative of Game of Thrones. The unfolding drama crashed against his soul like tumultuous waves, especially when Daenerys Targaryen was betrayed by Jon Snow. His heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, an indescribable pain and confusion spreading through his chest. This is not the conclusion I anticipated, Lin Yifeng whispered, his voice resonating clearly in the tranquil night. The screen froze at the moment Daenerys closed her eyes, as if time itself had halted. Rising, he stepped outside the temple, yearning for the refreshing air to dispel the gloom within. Outside, the night was ink-black, speckled with stars, and a crescent moon hung high in the sky, adding a touch of mystery to the stillness. Lin Yifeng treaded slowly along a mountain path, each step sinking into the soft earth with a faint sound. The mountain breeze caressed him, bringing the unique freshness and tranquility of the forest, yet it failed to fully soothe the turmoil within. Perhaps I should let go and allow the story to remain just that, Lin Yifeng murmured to himself, attempting to reconcile with the ending, but the lingering dissatisfaction and confusion shadowed him. Just as he endeavored to converse with himself, a brilliant light suddenly descended from the heavens, akin to lightning cleaving the night sky, landing directly before him. Instinctively halting, an ominous premonition surged within him. The light intensified, enveloping everything in blinding brilliance. Lin Yifeng felt his vision blur, and then, as if drawn by an invisible force, he began to spin, losing his balance and being swept into a vast vortex. When Lin Yifeng opened his eyes once more, the surroundings had transformed into an alien and distant realm. No longer was he in the familiar mountain paths, but amidst a desolate battlefield, the air thick with the scent of smoke and death. To his astonishment, he found himself standing on an expansive plain, where towering castles and walls appeared forlorn in the twilight glow. Where is this? Confusion and unease flooded his mind as he struggled to recall the events that had transpired, only recalling the blinding light and the subsequent dizziness. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly from afar. Lin Yifeng instinctively turned, witnessing a battalion of armored knights charging towards him, their armor reflecting the sunset's cold light. Lances aimed skyward, and an unsettling foreboding gripped his heart once more. I have traversed realms. The thought flickered through Lin Yifeng's mind, as the scene before him bore an astonishing resemblance to the continent of Westeros from Game of Thrones. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm, contemplating how to survive in this world filled with uncertainty and peril, while a new hope ignited within him. Perhaps in this realm, he could discover the true path to eternal life, transcending the corporeal to achieve immortality in spirit and wisdom. Chapter 2. Survival against adversity, initial exploration of cultivation. Lin Yifeng's heart raced as if encased in ice, confronting this sudden and unknown world. Fear loomed like an endless dark sea, threatening to engulf him. Westeros, a realm steeped in medieval European lore, lacked the laws and order of modern society, replaced instead by power struggles, the mysteries of magic, the legends of dragons, and the shadows of deities. All of this instilled an unprecedented panic in Lin Yifeng. Yet his years of training on Yunyin Mountain provided him a glimmer of hope amidst despair. During his time on Yunyin Mountain, Lin Yifeng not only mastered Taoist philosophy and inner cultivation, but also learned to seek inner peace in adversity. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if transported back to the familiar bamboo groves of the temple, the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves echoing in his ears. Taoist practice taught him to find himself amidst fear and chaos. At this moment, he seemed to hear the voice of his soul urging him not to surrender, to face everything with courage. When Lin Yifeng opened his eyes again, a newfound determination and composure shone within them. He began to analyze his situation with clarity. He understood that while Westeros was a land of magic and wonder, it was not a world of advanced sorcery. Rather, it could be classified as one of lower magical attainment. Here, achieving immortality might be a distant dream, yet reaching the realms of golden core and nascent soul, or even becoming the grandmaster depicted in martial arts novels, were within the realm of possibility. However, he was acutely aware that without strength, encountering Daenerys would be a mere fantasy, let alone surviving on this continent. A renewed hope ignited within Lin Yifeng. He resolved to integrate his Taoist cultivation with the magic of this world, forging a unique path of survival and growth. His immediate priority was to find a temporarily safe haven to settle and further develop his skills. Lin Yifeng cautiously traversed the edge of the plain, avoiding any potential dangers. As the sun dipped lower, he finally discovered a concealed cave within a dense forest. It was dry and spacious, albeit rudimentary, yet for him at this moment, it was an ideal refuge. Inside the cave, Lin Yifeng took a brief respite before attempting to utilize his Taoist inner strength to sense the natural spiritual energy surrounding him. To his astonishment, the natural energy of Westeros was markedly different from that of Yunyin Mountain. Here, it was richer and wilder, seemingly imbued with ancient and formidable power. Lin Yifeng recognized that this might be the key to his cultivation. He began to draw the natural energy of Westeros into his body, blending it with his Taoist inner cultivation for an initial practice. Lin Yifeng discovered that although the natural energy here was wild, it could be gradually tamed through Taoist methods, becoming an integral part of his cultivation. As night fell, he commenced his first formal practice after traversing realms, combining Taoist techniques with the natural forces of Westeros, striving to uncover a path to survival and strength in this uncharted land. In the days that followed, Lin Yifeng dedicated himself to his cultivation within the cave while exploring the mysteries of Westeros. He endeavored to merge the wisdom of Taoism with magic, creating a unique system of practice. He understood that to establish himself in this land, he required not only strength, but also intellect and courage. Lin Yifeng recognized that the road ahead was long, yet he had found his direction. He would explore his path to survival in this world of magic and marvels, crafting his own legendary tale. Chapter 3: Cultivation, Self-Sufficiency, and Exploration in the Caves of Westeros. Lin Yifeng discovered a rare tranquility, transforming this secluded sanctuary into a haven for his cultivation and survival. After a period of acclimatization and practice, he attained an unprecedented serenity on a spiritual level. While acutely aware of the paramount importance of physical strength and self-sufficiency in this realm brimming with magic and the unknown. Thus, in addition to his daily dedication to the Daoist internal cultivation methods, Lin Yifeng devoted considerable time to physical training, ensuring his agility and strength were maintained. His experiences in the cloud-hidden mountain taught him that the harmonious unity of mind and body is an indispensable cornerstone on the path of cultivation. Amidst his training and physical exercises, Lin Yifeng did not neglect the exploration of his surroundings in search of essential resources for survival. He began to forage around the cave, identifying and gathering edible wild fruits and water sources to ensure his fundamental needs were met. Having previously learned how to recognize and collect wild fruits on Cloud-Hidden Mountain, this knowledge proved equally applicable, if not more critical, in Westeros. He discovered that, although the forests of Westeros were rife with beasts and hidden dangers, they also bore a plethora of edible wild fruits, providing vital sustenance for his cultivation amidst adversity. As his practice deepened, Lin Yifeng endeavored to translate his memories of Daoist talismans and techniques into practical application. Talismans and techniques are integral components of Daoist cultivation, enabling communication with the spiritual energies of the universe through specific symbols and rituals, even harnessing the forces of nature. While he had dabbled in this knowledge on Cloud-Hidden Mountain, he had never had the opportunity to truly apply it. Now, in the magical and energetically vibrant world of Westeros, he resolved to put these theoretical concepts into practice, seeking a harmonious fusion of Daoist techniques and Westerosi magic to forge new pathways in his cultivation journey. In a corner of the cave, Lin Yifeng meticulously sketched talismans upon the ground with charcoal. Each attempt required intense concentration, as the sequence of strokes, their pressure, and even the rhythm of his breath directly influenced the efficacy of the talismans. Initially, due to his lack of practical experience, most of his drawn talismans failed to manifest any effect. However, Lin Yifeng remained undeterred. He believed that, much like cultivation itself, Mastery of talismans and techniques necessitated time and the accumulation of experience. With patience, he practiced diligently, continually refining his mental approach and techniques. Eventually, during one attempt, a talisman he drew began to emit a faint glow, resonating subtly with the natural energies of Westeros. This revelation filled him with elation and further solidified his resolve to amalgamate Daoist techniques with Westerosi magic. Throughout his journey of cultivation and exploration, Lin Yifeng did not overlook the importance of venturing into the broader world. He began to leave the confines of the cave, delving deeper into the forest, which granted him a more comprehensive understanding of this world. As time progressed, Lin Yifeng's life in Westeros gradually fell into a rhythm. He not only made strides in his cultivation, but also deepened his understanding of this enchanting realm. He understood that to survive in this world brimming with magic and wonder, one requires not only strength, but also wisdom and courage. Lin Yifeng believed that through relentless effort and exploration, he would carve out his own niche in this realm and pin his own legend. Chapter 4: Cultivation, Herbalism, and the Art of Communication within the Tranquil Caverns of Westeros. Lin Yifeng's journey of cultivation had found its rhythm. Each day, he not only dedicated himself to the practice of Taoist internal skills, but also diligently pursued the study of herbal knowledge, a valuable skill he acquired during his training at Yunyin Mountain. Lin Yifeng was acutely aware that mastering the herbs of nature in this land of uncertainty and challenge would enhance his survival capabilities and facilitate connections with the local inhabitants. Thus, he commenced the collection of herbs surrounding the cave, engaging in research and experimentation, striving to amalgamate his memorized herbal knowledge with that of Westeros to concoct basic herbal remedies for unforeseen circumstances. However, as time progressed, Lin Yifeng realized that the path of cultivation extended beyond the enhancement of internal skills and herbal studies. A new challenge awaited him: communication. In his explorations of Westeros, he discovered that, although the laws of nature remained largely consistent, human interaction became intricate due to linguistic differences. He yearned for profound exchanges with the locals to grasp the customs and traditions of this continent, yet the barrier of language thwarted his aspirations. Recognizing the gravity of this predicament, Lin Yifeng resolved to venture out of the cave, proactively seeking opportunities to learn the common tongue of Westeros. He began to wander through nearby villages in search of chances to acquire the language. Initially, his endeavors were met with considerable difficulty, as the linguistic divide rendered communication exceptionally challenging. Nevertheless, he refused to yield. Instead, he opted to observe the villagers' daily conversations, imitating their pronunciations and intonations, and leveraging his herbal knowledge to offer basic treatments, thereby expressing his goodwill and kindness. Through such efforts, Lin Yifeng not only earned the villagers' trust, but also created further opportunities for learning. He understood that true communication transcends mere verbal exchange. It is a connection of souls. Therefore, he not only focused on language acquisition, but also endeavored to comprehend the local culture and customs. By sharing his herbal knowledge, he aimed to resolve practical issues faced by the villagers. Each night, Lin Yifeng practiced alone in the cave, repeatedly enunciating the words and phrases he had heard during the day until they became an integral part of his speech. As time passed, Lin Yifeng's linguistic abilities flourished remarkably. He began to engage in simple dialogues with the villagers, inquiring about the intricacies of Westeros and gaining insights into local customs. His wisdom and perseverance gradually became renowned throughout the village. He not only emerged as a respected herbalist, but also as a bridge connecting disparate cultures. Through in-depth exchanges with the villagers, Lin Yifeng not only mastered the common tongue of Westeros, but also deepened his understanding of the land's history and culture, opening new vistas for his path of cultivation. In a serendipitous moment, Lin Yifeng discovered that an elder in his village was gravely ill and in urgent need of treatment. Without hesitation, he employed his herbal knowledge to concoct a remedy for the elder. A few days later, the elder's condition showed marked improvement, which sent ripples of astonishment throughout the village. Lin Yifeng's expertise in herbal medicine and healing not only salvaged a life, but also established him as a figure of great esteem among the villagers. Subsequently, an increasing number of people sought his assistance, whether for ailments or daily tribulations, and he endeavored to help them with his knowledge and skills. Through relentless effort and exploration, he made significant strides in both his cultivation and herbal studies, while also courageously confronting and overcoming the challenges of linguistic communication, thereby paving a new path for his survival and exploration. This foreshadowed his impending journey to inscribe his own legend in a world brimming with magic and wonder. Chapter 5: The Attainment of Cultivation and the Cautious Path of Exploration. Lin Yifeng had spent several years cultivating his skills in the land of Westeros. and his daily perseverance and diligence finally began to bear fruit. Not only had he made remarkable advancements in the practice of Taoist inner strength, estimating himself to be on par with cultivators of the 6th or 7th level of qi refinement, but he had also self-taught some fundamental spells, such as fireball and wind manipulation. Although the ability to fly with the wind remained a distant goal, he had perfected his lightness skill akin to that found in martial arts novels, showcasing remarkable agility. Coupled with his deep knowledge of herbalism, Lin Yifeng was confident that he was no longer the naive individual he once was in Westeros. The achievements in his cultivation not only enhanced his strength, but also elevated his understanding of himself and the world to new heights. He began to ponder his place in Westeros and how to carve his own path in this realm filled with magic and miracles. However, he was keenly aware that while strength was vital, acting with caution was equally paramount in this world. Thus, Lin Yifeng resolved to leave the cave, his former sanctuary, and embark on a journey to explore Westeros, intending to remain discreet and avoid revealing his mastery of spells to avert unnecessary trouble. He understood that despite his significant enhancement in abilities, the unknowns and dangers of Westeros still loomed large. Therefore, Lin Yifeng planned to commence his explorations from nearby towns, engaging with the locals to gain insights into the geography, history, and culture of Westeros, while also seeking tales of deities to assess potential threats. He believed that as long as he did not provoke the so-called deities, his strength and wisdom would suffice for self-preservation in most circumstances. Before setting off, Lin Yifeng meticulously organized the herbs he had collected and the remedies he had prepared in the cave, alongside some basic spell talismans, deciding to conceal the talismans in a secret place for emergencies rather than displaying them openly. He recognized that in Westeros, knowledge and skills held equal importance, particularly in herbalism, as they would not only earn him the trust of the locals, but could also save lives in critical moments. Lin Yifeng stepped out of the cave, his heart brimming with curiosity and an insatiable desire for exploration, while simultaneously maintaining a vigilant awareness of his surroundings. He followed the winding path towards an unknown town. Along the way, he encountered a myriad of individuals, from farmers to merchants, hunters to scholars. Each interaction deepened his understanding of the continent of Westeros. Lin Yifeng meticulously concealed his magical abilities to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, yet by sharing his knowledge of herbs, he garnered respect and trust from the people. Through these exchanges, he gradually pieced together the geographical landscape of Westeros, as well as the current political climate and historical context. He discovered that the continent was embroiled in a struggle for power and faith, with various kingdoms and families poised for conflict over the throne. While the legends of deities added an enigmatic layer to this struggle, Lin Yifeng realized that the era he inhabited marked a significant turning point in the history of Westeros. And perhaps within this storm, he could carve out his own niche, provided he remained discreet and avoided entanglements in unnecessary disputes. Chapter 6. The Doom of Valyria and the Unknown of Westeros. Lin Yifeng's journey across the continent of Westeros was not merely a passage through history, but also an awakening of spirit and intellect. The destruction of Valyria, once a resplendent empire, vanished without a trace in a cataclysmic doom, becoming the most profound enigma in his heart. The reasons behind its obliteration were widely debated. Some attributed it to natural disasters, others to human folly, while many firmly believed it was the wrath of the gods, incited by Valyria's tyrannical reign. To Lin Yifeng, divine intervention seemed the most plausible and thought-provoking explanation. The people of Valyria, in their audacious conquest of nature, constructed cities upon volcanic islands, seemingly crossing a threshold that provoked some supernatural force, ultimately leading to the empire's downfall. In the aftermath of Valyria's cataclysm, although a few families managed to escape the disaster, the fates of most surviving families were no better than those who perished in the calamity. Some faded away amidst the ensuing turmoil, while others mysteriously vanished in their attempts to rebuild Valyria. Only House Targaryen, guided by the prophetic foresight of one of its members regarding the impending doom, not only survived but also fled with Valyria's great dragons, establishing the illustrious Targaryen dynasty on the continent of Westeros. However, this golden age was short-lived, as the later events of the Dance of the Dragons precipitated the decline of House Targaryen, leaving only a brother and sister to witness the rise and fall of their once mighty lineage. During his travels across Westeros, Lin Yifeng also heard tales from the north, stories that equally captivated and astonished him. Giants, the children of the forest, and the fearsome White Walkers, these legendary beings became new targets for his exploration. In the heart of the forest, a mysterious tribe, characterized by their gray-brown skin and diminutive stature, appears to be intricately connected to the ancient history of Westeros. coexisting harmoniously with the natural surroundings. Lin Yifeng, during his time on Earth, gained insights into the Others through the television series Game of Thrones, particularly the Night King, the sovereign of the Others, who demonstrated formidable power by slaying one of Daenerys' dragons with an ice spear. Consequently, Lin Yifeng, lacking sufficient strength, refrains from confronting these unknown yet potent entities, harboring suspicions that the Night King's abilities may far exceed the depictions in the original narrative, thereby intensifying his wariness of the Others. His travels across Westeros not only deepened Lin Yifeng's understanding of history and legend, but also significantly enhanced his knowledge of cultivation and herbalism. By providing herbal remedies, he garnered respect and gratitude from the people, accumulating considerable wealth. This wealth serves not only as recognition of his skills and contributions, but also lays a solid material foundation for the impending breakthroughs in his journey. Aware of the arduous path of cultivation and the challenges of transcending one's limits, Lin Yifeng began to seek a safe and spiritually vibrant place to prepare for his transformative journey. He chose a valley brimming with spiritual energy as his site for breakthrough. Lin Yifeng embarked on a meticulous preparation process, from nurturing his physical health to purifying his spirit, with every step carefully orchestrated. On the eve of his breakthrough, he stood in the valley, gazing at the starry sky, his heart filled with anticipation for the future and reflections on the past. He understood that a breakthrough represented not only an elevation of his cultivation, but also a transcendence of self, a steadfast commitment to the path of cultivation and an exploration of the unknown realms. Chapter 7. The Dragon Egg and the Cultivator's Adventure. In a secluded spot embraced by ancient forests, Lin Yifeng discovered a safe sanctuary for his cultivation. Surrounded by dense woods and meandering streams, this tranquil locale, far removed from the clamor of the world, was a dream haven for any practitioner. After a lengthy period of preparation and cultivation, Lin Yifeng resolved to attempt a breakthrough in his abilities. The path of cultivation has never been easy. Each breakthrough demands immense effort and perseverance. Lin Yifeng was acutely aware of this, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his practice, with every breath and meditation imbued with a fervent desire and determination for advancement. After enduring a challenging phase of cultivation, Lin Yifeng finally sensed a transformation within his body, a new power surging through him. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of this energy, and a profound joy welled up within him. When he reopened his eyes, they sparkled with newfound confidence. He realized he had progressed to the early stage of foundation establishment, significantly enhancing his abilities, even acquiring the capacity to soar through the air, a truly novel beginning for him. Not content with his current achievements, Lin Yifeng continued to refine his physical techniques and enhance his combat skills. Simultaneously, he self-studied an advanced spell, the Thunder Technique, propelling him further along the path of cultivation. Once he stabilized his practice, Lin Yifeng set forth on his journey of exploration, eager to witness broader horizons and seek additional avenues for cultivation. While traversing a bustling city, Lin Yifeng unexpectedly encountered an individual who claimed to be a wizard. He recounted tales of his travels to the ancient Valyria and showcased an assortment of peculiar items for sale. Intrigued, Lin Yifeng approached the stall and discovered a golden dragon egg that appeared somewhat antiquated. The egg emanated a faint luminescence, as if whispering an ancient tale. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yifeng channeled his spiritual energy and probed the egg with his consciousness, only to be astonished by the revelation that it harbored a unique energy within. This discovery ignited a sense of wonder and anticipation within him. He mused that if he could devise a way to incubate the egg, it would lead to an unprecedented experience. Consequently, he engaged in a negotiation with the self-proclaimed wizard and, after a spirited exchange, acquired the dragon egg for the sum of 500 gold coins. However, as Lin Yifeng meandered through the city, he was unexpectedly cornered by a group of ruffians. They brazenly demanded he surrender his money or face dire consequences. It appeared that his earlier purchase of the dragon egg had drawn unwelcome attention, eliciting both amusement and irritation within him. With a resigned sigh, he pondered why these miscreants had chosen to target him. Faced with their provocations, Lin Yifeng opted against violence. Instead, he attempted to communicate with them, though the ruffians remained unyielding. In exasperation, he gently waved his hand, unleashing a soft yet formidable force that effortlessly pushed the ruffians aside. Startled by this sudden display of power, they pleaded for mercy, finding the encounter rather tedious. Lin Yifeng turned away and exited the city, seeking a safe haven to rest and recuperate, preparing himself for the journey ahead. During his respite, Lin Yifeng's gaze once again fell upon the dragon egg, his heart brimming with anticipation and longing. He understood that this egg represented more than a mere transaction. It heralded the potential for a new beginning and an unknown journey. Chapter 8. The Awakening of the Golden Scales and the Gathering of Storms. In a secluded locale embraced by ancient forests, Lin Yifeng discovered a secure sanctuary for his cultivation. This tranquil haven, far removed from the clamor of the world, was a dream come true for any practitioner. After a period of diligent training, both his mindset and cultivation had significantly advanced. He resolved to venture to a nearby town to procure fresh beef in a basket, not solely for his own sustenance, but also for the golden dragon egg, anticipating that it would require nourishment upon hatching. The following day, Lin Yifeng commenced the ritual to incubate the dragon egg. He gently infused the egg with vitality and spiritual energy. Although the life force within the egg remained faint, he sensed the pulse of existence. The life was indeed present. Yet the moment for hatching appeared not to have arrived. Undeterred, he persisted in his daily ministrations, gradually supplying the egg with small amounts of life force and energy, while simultaneously embarking on a protracted and solitary seclusion in his cultivation, immersing himself wholly in the realm of practice, awaiting the miraculous event to unfold. Time quietly slipped away amid his training and anticipation, with Lin Yifeng's path of cultivation steadily progressing. He opened his eyes from his secluded meditation, his gaze firmly fixed upon the dragon egg, filled with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. At last, the egg began to stir, and Lin Yifeng's heart raced. He knew this moment was one he had long awaited. After a considerable time, the shell of the egg began to crack, and a golden hatchling emerged. Immediately curiously surveying its surroundings, including Lin Yifeng meticulously observed the newly hatched golden dragon, embodying the quintessential image of a Western dragon, resembling a lizard, adorned with bat-like wings and standing on 2 feet. However, unlike the dragons depicted in the original tales, its wings were not curved but resembled melon seeds. Lin Yifeng pondered quietly, is this a bipedal dragon? Yet, the wings seem somewhat atypical compared to the original tales. It is quite peculiar. Perhaps these anomalies will become apparent as it matures. His heart brimmed with aspirations for the future, and he thought that since this marked the beginning of a new journey, the hatchling deserved a name of its own. Closing his eyes, a line from a poem he once saw in a television series suddenly came to mind. Golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. When encountering wind and clouds, they transform into dragons. The dragon's roar echoes through the heavens as clouds gather and shallow waters yield. This verse stirred something within Lin Yifeng, and he opened his eyes, gazing at the hatchling, and softly proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall be named Golden Scale, for you shall transform into a dragon upon encountering the winds and clouds." Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, holding out raw beef for Golden Scale to consume. However, the hatchling refused the raw meat, indicating a preference for cooked fare. Thus, Lin Yifeng kindled a fire to roast the beef, then presented it to Golden Scale. The delightful aroma of the meat attracted the hatchling, which began to devour it eagerly, filling Lin Yifeng with warmth. Observing the satisfaction on Golden Scale's face, he gently stroked its head, his heart swelling with dreams of the future. Once Golden Scale finished its meal, Lin Yifeng carefully placed it within a backpack, murmuring, "Golden Scale, you shall stay here for now. When you grow, together we shall explore the vastness of the world, to uncover every corner of Westeros and embrace the adventures that await you." Thus, Lin Yifeng's journey of cultivation gained a remarkable companion in Golden Scale. Together, they would face the unknown challenges and delve into the mysteries of Westeros. The tale of Lin Yifeng and Golden Scale would become a cherished legend in Westeros, inspiring future generations to bravely forge ahead, seek the unknown, transcend their limits, and pursue the true essence of cultivation. However, Lin Yifeng was acutely aware that the path of cultivation was fraught with hardship and uncertainty. He must continue to strive and elevate his skills to confront any challenges that might arise in the future. Chapter 9. The first flight and the initial understanding of true fire time flew by, and after several months of cultivation, akin to the revival of life in spring, Lin Yifeng's abilities blossomed like a seedling breaking through the earth, gradually flourishing. His spiritual energy became more refined, and his sensitivity to the natural elements grew increasingly acute, as if he resonated more deeply with the cosmos. Meanwhile, the hatchling Golden Scale, under Lin Yifeng's attentive care, had transformed from a frail being into a young dragon nearly the size of his palms. Its golden scales shimmered under the sunlight, and its wings gradually grew robust, heralding the potential for imminent flight. On a sunlit morning, Lin Yifeng brought the golden-scaled creature to a vast valley, a sanctuary far removed from the clamor of the world. ideal for the creature's flight training. Gently, he placed the golden-scaled being at the edge of the valley, urging it to unfurl its wings and embrace the guidance of the wind. The creature seemed to sense Lin Yifeng's anticipation, and its wings flapped softly. However, after several attempts, it appeared somewhat disheartened, its wings drooping as if to express, "I cannot do it." Lin Yifeng, witnessing this, felt a mix of compassion and encouragement swelling within him. He softly reassured the golden-scaled creature, "Flying is your instinct. It is a gift bestowed upon you by the skies. Each failure is but a step toward success. As long as you do not surrender, one day you shall soar across the heavens and become a true dragon." His words were like a gentle spring breeze, gradually awakening the courage nestled within the creature's heart. It tried once more, this time lifting its wings high, as if to engage in a dialogue with the sky. With Lin Yifeng's encouragement, the golden-scaled being finally felt the wind's guidance, wobbling through the air. Though still unrefined, this was undoubtedly a significant step in its life. A firm stride toward flight. As the golden-scaled creature embarked on its inaugural flying attempt, Lin Yifeng also resolved to guide it in breathing fire, marking yet another crucial phase in the young dragon's development. Initially, the creature could only emit weak flickers of flame, yet joy radiated from Lin Yifeng's face. He understood that this was not merely a display of the creature's abilities, but rather a testament to its growth, encouraging the golden-scaled being to persist. He recognized that each tiny flame it produced represented an enhancement in its control over fire, a step toward becoming formidable. Lin Yifeng took immense pride in every small advancement the creature made, knowing that this journey was not solely about its growth, but also a profound testament to the bond they shared. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges and tribulations, yet Lin Yifeng never faltered. Throughout this arduous process, he gained deeper insights into the fire arts. He began to comprehend that fire is not merely a force of destruction, but also a symbol of purification and rebirth. Driven by a desire to master more profound fire techniques, he practiced day after day, delving into the mysteries behind them. After a period of arduous training, Lin Yifeng finally grasped the essence of the true fire of samadhi. This technique, among the most advanced in the fire arts, harmonizes the energies of heaven, earth, and humanity, possessing the power to purify all impurities and rejuvenate all beings. With a silent incantation in his heart, Lin Yifeng endeavored to connect with the true fire of samadhi. As he recited the incantation, a warm and potent force coursed through him, eventually converging in the palm of his hand. He slowly opened his palm, and a cluster of pure flames flickered within it, the initial manifestation of the true fire of samadhi, radiating a gentle glow as if endowed with the magic to purify all. Lin Yifeng experienced an unprecedented joy. This marked a significant milestone in his cultivation journey and served as proof of his deeper understanding of the fire arts. In the realm of cultivation, the tale of Lin Yifeng and the golden-scaled creature transcends mere growth and practice. It is a legendary narrative woven with threads of courage and perseverance. Together, they confronted adversities and challenges, sharing in joy and triumph, inscribing their own legend. Lin Yifeng understood that the path of cultivation was fraught with hardships and uncertainties. He must strive diligently to elevate his own abilities, thereby safeguarding Jinlin as they faced any potential challenges that lay ahead. In the days to come, Lin Yifeng would grow alongside Jinlin, exploring a broader world and co-authoring their unique saga. However, the journey of cultivation was not a smooth one. Lin Yifeng was acutely aware that the tale of him and Jinlin was only just beginning. In the future, they would confront even more formidable trials, delving into the profound mysteries of cultivation. Yet, Lin Yifeng believed that as long as they held light in their hearts and paths beneath their feet, he and Jinlin would fear nothing and press onward with courage. Their story would become a timeless parable on this continent, inspiring future generations to bravely pursue their dreams and continually seek the essence of cultivation, until that fateful day when they would together embrace their moment of glory. Chapter 10. The spirit fire forms the alchemy furnace. The foundation of instrument crafting established. Time flew by, and Lin Yifeng's path of cultivation resembled a river merging into the sea, ultimately leading to profound depths. After a prolonged period of practice, his cultivation approached perfection, as round and luminous as a full moon. Moreover, his initial mastery of the samadhi true fire was akin to a key unlocking a new era of cultivation. During this time, Jinlin, the once juvenile dragon, had grown considerably. It could now briefly take flight, though its altitude did not yet reach the clouds. Each flap of its wings filled Lin Yifeng with joy and pride. Jinlin's growth was not merely a change in size, but a manifestation of accumulated strength and wisdom, heralding its gradual ascent towards the glory of the Dragon Clan. A few days later, a new desire blossomed in Lin Yifeng's heart to explore the mysteries of artifact forging. Forging was a vital avenue for cultivators to enhance their own strength. It required not only a profound understanding of materials, but also precise control over the fire. Lin Yifeng was well aware of the challenges involved, yet he never entertained thoughts of surrender. He believed that as long as he harbored unwavering conviction, the path before him would gradually become clear. Lin Yifeng's journey into forging began with the creation of a basic forging cauldron. He recognized that the cauldron was fundamental to forging. It would provide him a platform to control the fusion of fire and materials. He began to gather the necessary materials, collecting spirit stones from the mountains and mining iron sand from caves, each material imbued with the essence and mysteries of nature, awaiting Lin Yifeng's spirit fire to awaken their potential. Days later, Lin Yifeng successfully forged the basic cauldron, marking the first milestone in his forging journey. He gently introduced the samadhi true fire into the cauldron, commencing his initial foray into the art of forging. However, the path of forging proved to be far more intricate than he had envisioned. Failures were inevitable. Within the forging chamber, Lin Yifeng attempted countless times, facing innumerable failures. Each setback was a transcendence of the self. Every endeavor was a testament to his unwavering dream. Finally, after a series of failures, Lin Yifeng discovered the essence of forging. He began to gain better control over the fire and materials, with each attempt drawing him closer to success. The process of forging the alchemy furnace presented Lin Yifeng with an entirely new challenge. He decided to commence with a rudimentary alchemical furnace, for the materials were relatively accessible, making it an excellent starting point for beginners. After several days of meticulous preparation, with all the ingredients at hand, Lin Yifeng embarked on the crafting of the furnace. Throughout this process, he needed to deftly regulate the heat, ensuring that the materials would merge perfectly under high temperatures to form the foundation of the furnace. This undertaking demanded immense focus and patience. Lin Yifeng devoted all his energy and spiritual essence to the creation of the alchemical furnace, striving for perfection in every step. As time progressed, his comprehension of the art of crafting deepened, enabling him to manipulate the three mystical flames with greater ease, maximizing their efficacy in the furnace's creation. Ultimately, during one particular session, Lin Yifeng sensed a shift. He felt the furnace taking shape, imbued with a breath of life, a sensation he had never encountered before. Days later, when the last flicker of flame extinguished, he slowly lifted the lid of the crafting furnace, revealing a rudimentary alchemical furnace that radiated a soft glow. A triumphant joy illuminated Lin Yifeng's face as he gently caressed the furnace, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with it. At last, we have succeeded, he said to the golden scales. Look, this is a testament to our shared growth. The golden scales nodded gently, its eyes sparkling with wisdom, seemingly proud of Lin Yifeng's accomplishment. Chapter 11. The formation of the flying sword and a new path in crafting as time flowed inexorably onward. Lin Yifeng's journey in cultivation resembled a meandering river, ultimately deep and vast. After an extended period of practice and crafting, not only had his cultivation neared perfection, but he had also gained a profound understanding and mastery of the craft. The golden scales, once a fledgling dragon, now soared gracefully through the skies, and with each flight, Lin Yifeng's heart swelled with pride and joy. During this interval, Lin Yifeng's crafting skills had made remarkable strides. Beginning with the basic alchemical furnace, he gradually ventured into the creation of more intricate artifacts, each attempt representing a transcendence of self. Now, he resolved to challenge himself by crafting a more advanced magical artifact, the flying sword. The flying sword served as the wings for cultivators soaring through the heavens, as well as a sharp weapon in battle. For Lin Yifeng, it symbolized not just a tool for cultivation, but also a manifestation of self-realization. Before embarking on the creation of the flying sword, Lin Yifeng began gathering the necessary materials. From the spirit stones deep within the mountains to the mysterious iron at the ocean's depths, each ingredient held the essence and secrets of nature. He understood that the quality of the flying sword would directly influence its performance in battle. Thus, he traversed mountains and crossed waters in pursuit of the finest materials. After considerable effort, Lin Yifeng finally amassed all the required components and prepared to commence the crafting of the flying sword. The following day, he arrived early at the crafting chamber, gently introducing the three mystical flames into the furnace, initiating the arduous process of creating the flying sword. This time, he had to not only control the flames, but also precisely adjust the proportions of material fusion, with each step requiring utmost caution and precision. Lin Yifeng was wholly absorbed, dedicating all his energy and spiritual essence to the crafting process, striving for perfection in every step. His skills in artifact forging had significantly improved through this period of rigorous practice. He could manipulate the samadhi true fire with greater finesse, maximizing its efficacy in the creation of the flying sword. He infused his understanding of the materials, mastery of the heat, and insights into the path of tools into the forging of the sword. During the process, it felt as though he established an extraordinary connection with the flying sword. Each fusion of materials felt like a dialogue with the blade. After a prolonged period of relentless effort, Lin Yifeng finally sensed the moment the flying sword took shape. He felt an unprecedented energy within it, as if it could guide him to a higher realm of cultivation. As the last flicker of flame extinguished, Lin Yifeng gently lifted the lid of the forging furnace, revealing a flying sword that emanated a soft glow before his eyes. A radiant joy of success illuminated his face as he delicately grasped the sword, feeling the warmth and power radiating from its body. He lightly tossed the sword into the air, watching it carve a graceful arc before it returned steadily to his hand. "We did it," he exclaimed to Golden Scale. "Look, this is my first flying sword." Golden Scale nodded gently, eyes sparkling with wisdom, seemingly proud of Lin Yifeng's achievement. Lin Yifeng understood that every success was a transcendence of self, and every failure a step on the ladder of growth. He regarded the flying sword as another milestone on his path of cultivation. It not only represented a new pinnacle in his forging skills, but also symbolized his steadfast strides toward a higher realm of cultivation. Chapter 12. The New Abode of Spirit Beasts. The growth of Golden Scale. As dawn broke, Lin Yifeng stepped into the familiar realm of cultivation, the air infused with freshness and vitality. Unlike other days, today he incorporated a new element into his physical training, the practice of swordsmanship. The sword radiated like a dragon, weaving through the forest. With each swing, it felt as if he danced with the air, and every pause of the sword's tip was a profound insight into the way of the sword. After a period of diligent training, Lin Yifeng's swordsmanship had markedly improved. Each stroke flowed with greater fluidity, and the resonance between sword and heart allowed him to converse with the forces of nature. However, as the swordlight danced, a new concern quietly emerged. Lin Yifeng's gaze fell upon Golden Scale, the once tiny spirit beast, now grown to the size of a small dog. Its wings, once indistinct, were now clearly visible, and Lin Yifeng confirmed that the curved tips resembled sunflower seeds, suggesting Golden Scale might possess climbing abilities. Even more astonishing was Golden Scale's newfound capacity for brief flight. Although still small, each leap into the air filled Lin Yifeng's heart with an indescribable joy. Moreover, Golden Scale had mastered the art of breathing fire. Though the flames were small, it could control them effortlessly, enhancing Golden Scale's imposing presence. Witnessing Golden Scale's growth, Lin Yifeng felt a blend of pride and concern within his heart. The growth of the golden-scaled creature signified its need for a more expansive habitat, rendering Lin Yifeng's original carrying basket inadequate. He realized it was time to seek a more suitable abode for the creature. Thus, Lin Yifeng resolved to forge a spirit beast pouch, which would not only alleviate the challenges posed by the creature's growth, but also provide it with a secure and comfortable new dwelling. The spirit beast pouch is a treasured artifact among practitioners, capable of accommodating spirit beasts, offering them a safe and cozy microcosm, while facilitating interaction and cultivation between the practitioner and the beast. To craft the spirit beast pouch, Lin Yifeng embarked on an arduous journey to gather materials. He ventured deep into the forest in search of rare spiritual wood, plunged into the depths of the ocean to collect precious spirit shells, and scaled perilous peaks to find elusive ores. Each step was fraught with challenges, yet Lin Yifeng never faltered, driven solely by the desire to provide the golden-scaled creature with a better living environment. After considerable effort, he finally amassed all the necessary materials and prepared to commence the crafting of the spirit beast pouch. The following day, he placed the precious materials into the alchemical furnace, meticulously controlling the flames to ensure each step was executed to perfection. As time passed, the contours of the spirit beast pouch gradually emerged, not only exquisite in appearance, but also exuding a warm aura, as if it were a miniature realm awaiting the creature's arrival. At the moment the spirit beast pouch was completed, an indescribable joy surged within Lin Yifeng's heart. He gently opened the pouch and ushered the golden-scaled creature inside. Upon entering, the creature curiously surveyed its new little world, soaring and exploring every corner, with each flight and burst of flame infusing the pouch with vitality and vigor. Watching the golden-scaled creature glide freely within the spirit beast pouch, Lin Yifeng felt a profound sense of satisfaction and happiness. He understood that this was not merely a spirit beast pouch, but a new starting point for the creature's growth, a symbol of their shared journey. Chapter 13. The Echoes of Pantos. The fate of the Tangelius siblings. As the morning light spilled softly, Lin Yifeng stood at his place of cultivation, his heart as tranquil as an ancient well. On this day, he resolved to delve deeper into the tale of the Tangelius siblings, a lament long buried by history. A poignant reflection of a family's rise and fall, stirring waves of emotion within him. As he gathered information, a startling reality began to surface. The exiled prince, Westeros, in pursuit of his grand ambition to restore his kingdom, had sacrificed his only sister, Daenerys, as a pawn in a political marriage to a barbaric warlord. This revelation struck Lin Yifeng like a chilling wind, evoking a deep sense of sorrow. The fate of an innocent girl had been reduced to mere collateral in the web of power and ambition. Lin Yifeng understood that true strength should not be built upon the sacrifice of the innocent, and that a genuine hero ought to be the guardian of justice and humanity. Confronted with Daenerys' plight, a complex array of emotions surged within Lin Yifeng's heart. He yearned to fight for her freedom and dignity. However, he also recognized that, as a practitioner, although endowed with the ability to alter fate, excessive intervention might trigger unforeseen repercussions, potentially distorting the original course of events. Thus, he resolved to refrain from excessively altering the narrative for the time being, opting instead to observe from the shadows, seeking the most opportune and secure moment to intervene, striving to achieve the greatest justice at the least cost. Consequently, Lin Yifeng embarked on his journey, his destination being Pantos, the place to which Daenerys Targaryen had been sent, and an integral part of Viserys' plan for restoration. Carrying a deep concern for Daenerys and a thirst for exploration into the unknown, he set forth towards Pantos. After a considerable journey, he finally arrived at this ancient and bustling city. Pantos, a commercial hub located on the eastern coast of the continent, is renowned for its unique culture and diverse ethnicities. Lin Yifeng navigated through the bustling marketplace, attempting to uncover clues regarding the Targaryen siblings. He conversed with merchants, engaged with sailors, and spoke with travelers and common folk, as each individual might possess vital information. Yet, as his investigation deepened, Lin Yifeng gradually became aware that Daenerys and Viserys seemed to have departed with Khal Drogo, venturing towards a more distant and uncharted realm. This revelation stirred a tumult of emotions within Lin Yifeng. He felt a pang of disappointment as the difficulty of tracking them escalated, yet also a flicker of relief. For Daenerys was at least momentarily removed from the intricate political maelstrom of Pantos. Lin Yifeng understood that he could not act impulsively. He must patiently await the best moment and method to ensure Daenerys' safety. During his time in Pantos, Lin Yifeng remained industrious. He utilized this interval to delve deeply into the history of House Targaryen, gaining a comprehensive understanding of Viserys' restoration plan and the role Daenerys played within it. He engaged in discourse with the sages of Pantos and practiced with local practitioners, continually enhancing his skills in preparation for future endeavors. However, the path of cultivation encompassed not only the enhancement of martial prowess, but also a profound exploration of the inner self. Each night in Pantos, Lin Yifeng would gaze at the starry sky, acutely aware that a practitioner must possess not only formidable strength, but also a compassionate heart to protect the weak, alongside an unwavering belief in justice. Through the tale of the Targaryen siblings, he witnessed the complexities of human nature and the injustices of the world, as well as his own mission as a practitioner, to wield wisdom and strength in safeguarding the vulnerable, opposing injustice, and striving to render the world a better place. Chapter 14. Awakening in the Fiery Inferno. Following a brief respite in Pantos, Lin Yifeng embarked on the lengthy journey to Dothraki, his heart laden with the quest for the unknown and contemplations on fate. Although the scenery along the way was beautiful, it failed to capture his full attention, as two pieces of news struck his heart like a tempest, deepening his understanding of the complexities of human nature and the injustices of the world. The first was the tragedy of Viserys. Due to the prolonged absence of a promise for restoration from the Khal, Viserys resorted to threatening his own sister Daenerys and her unborn child, attempting to coerce the Khal into submission. This act not only revealed his ignorance and short-sightedness, but also incited the Khal's wrath. Ultimately, Viserys met a tragic fate, punished by the Khal with molten gold, a scene that stirred a myriad of emotions within Lin Yifeng. He came to realize that true power and wisdom should not be founded upon sacrifice and threats. The tragedy of Viserys led Lin Yifeng to a profound reflection on the complexities of human nature and the injustices of the world. He could not help but lament that authentic strength should emanate from the fortitude of the heart and a steadfast commitment to justice. In another narrative, concerning Daenerys, after facing assassination attempts from the nobles of Westeros, the Khal resolved to avenge her. However, this course of action was marred by the slaughter and plunder of innocents. In the fiery quest for revenge, Daenerys lost both the Khal and her hope for the future. In despair and sorrow, she chose to self-immolate alongside the Khal's corpse and a witch, seeking to end all pain. Yet, a miracle transpired. Instead of perishing in the flames, Daenerys unexpectedly hatched 3 dragonlings. This moment left Lin Yifeng both astonished and taken aback, as he recognized the profound connection between Daenerys' fate and the awakening of dragons. She not only possessed the power to change the world, but also bore the weight of hope and light. Nonetheless, Lin Yifeng found certain actions of Daenerys perplexing. He perceived her as overly compassionate, exhibiting excessive leniency towards her foes, which could potentially become her Achilles heel in the realm of power and conflict. Lin Yifeng understood that genuine strength arises not merely from inner kindness, but also requires a lucid awareness of reality and effective strategies for engagement. He resolved that in the days to come, he would not only keep a watchful eye on Daenerys' fate, but also provide timely counsel and support, enabling her to maintain her inner goodness while wielding sufficient wisdom and strength to safeguard herself and all that she holds dear. After some time, Lin Yifeng decided to alter his course, no longer heading directly to the Khal city, but instead redirecting towards Daenerys' potential next destination. He recognized that his path of cultivation lay not solely in personal prowess, but also in the guardianship and guidance of the world. Through Daenerys' narrative, Lin Yifeng discerned the true mission of a cultivator, to wield wisdom and strength in protecting the vulnerable and combating injustice, striving to render the world a better place. He believed that a true practitioner must possess not only formidable power, but also a compassionate heart for the weak and an unwavering faith in justice. During his journey of redirection, Lin Yifeng not only achieved new breakthroughs in his cultivation, but also gained a deeper understanding of its essence. He realized that a cultivator must enhance both their martial skills and wisdom while embodying a compassionate heart for the weak and a steadfast belief in justice. In the tale of the Targaryen siblings, Lin Yifeng witnessed the true calling of a practitioner, to employ wisdom and strength in safeguarding the frail, opposing injustice, and contributing to the betterment of the world. In the days to come, Lin Yifeng shall persist in his cultivation and exploration, striving to bestow freedom upon Daenerys and assist her in becoming the true mother of dragons, ultimately etching his name into the eternal legends of this land. His tale will shine like the stars, illuminating the paths of future generations, serving as a beacon for their journeys. Lin Yifeng's narrative embodies the essence of a true cultivator, a timeless ode for guardians, and represents the finest hopes and brilliance of this world. On the path of cultivation, Lin Yifeng learned to seek light amidst adversity, to uphold hope in despair, and to find genuine balance upon the scale of power and humanity. Through his actions, he exemplified the true worth of a cultivator, which is not merely the pursuit of personal elevation, but also becoming a guardian of justice and light, bringing positive energy to the world and rendering it a more beautiful place through his existence. As he journeyed towards the next destination of Daenerys, his heart brimmed with anticipation and resolve for the future, believing that a true cultivator must not only achieve breakthroughs in personal cultivation, but also manifest their true value in guidance and protection. Chapter 15. The initial trials of elixirs and the transformation of the golden scales during the protracted voyage to his next destination. Lin Yifeng not only harbored a thirst for the unknown, but also developed a profound interest in the ancient art of alchemy. He understood that in this realm brimming with magic and wonder, elixirs were not only a means for cultivators to enhance their power, but also miraculous remedies for healing injuries and strengthening the body. Days later, as the morning light began to grace the world, Lin Yifeng embarked on a meticulously planned expedition to gather herbs for alchemy. Every herb and flower within the forest transformed into rare treasures in his eyes. He navigated through ancient trees, employing his keen gaze to seek out precious herbs, ensuring that each was carefully selected and gently harvested to preserve its purity and efficacy. After a period of diligent collection, Lin Yifeng's pouch of herbs gradually filled. On the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds and cascaded upon the alchemical furnace, Lin Yifeng commenced his journey into the realm of elixirs. Despite his extensive experience in forging, alchemy proved to be an entirely distinct endeavor, demanding not only a profound comprehension of the properties of herbs, but also precise control over heat and time. Through countless trials and failures, Lin Yifeng endured many days and nights. Each failure tested his patience and wisdom. Each attempt honed his skills and perseverance. At long last, after an innumerable series of attempts, Lin Yifeng's technique became increasingly adept, and his mastery over the heat grew ever more precise. When the first ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, gracing the alchemical furnace, Lin Yifeng successfully concocted his inaugural batch of elixirs. Though simple, these potions encapsulated his diligence and intellect: chi-enhancing elixir, blood-replenishing elixir, and bone-strengthening elixir, each representing his initial grasp of the art of alchemy. After some time, Lin Yifeng resolved to administer the elixirs he had prepared to his companion, Golden Scales. Golden Scales, his loyal companion on this continent, possessed shimmering golden scales and an acute sense of perception. Lin Yifeng first attempted the chi-boosting pill. Upon ingesting the elixir, Jinlin's previously weary aura swiftly revitalized, and its spirit surged, as if every ounce of strength within its being had been replenished. Subsequently, he tried the blood-replenishing pill, and Jinlin's complexion quickly regained its rosy hue, demonstrating a marked restoration of vitality. Finally, Lin Yifeng administered the strong limb and robust bone pill, sensing that Jinlin's body became increasingly agile, with a significant enhancement in muscular strength. However, as time progressed, Lin Yifeng discerned a peculiar transformation in Jinlin. Its scales shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if infused with flowing golden light, and every movement exuded both power and grace. Jinlin's eyes sparkled with heightened clarity, seemingly capable of perceiving all, suggesting a remarkable elevation in its sensory abilities. Most astonishingly, Jinlin began to exhibit unprecedented powers, deftly manipulating the surrounding winds and waters, as if having forged a connection with the elemental forces of nature. Lin Yifeng realized that these elixirs not only fortified Jinlin's physique, but also awakened its latent capabilities. His heart brimmed with joy and fulfillment, accompanied by a burgeoning curiosity regarding the intricacies of alchemy. He believed that these potions would serve as invaluable assets on their journey, enhancing their own strengths while providing timely aid and support to companions in critical moments, potentially unlocking unknown potentials within them. In the days to come, Lin Yifeng would persist in his path of cultivation and exploration, wielding wisdom and strength to protect the vulnerable and combat injustice, striving to render the world a better place. Chapter 16: Jinlin's Trials with Elixirs, an initial exploration into alchemy on the winding path toward an unknown destination. Lin Yifeng's thoughts flowed as expansively and profoundly as the landscapes he traversed. Ever since witnessing Jinlin safely consume the potion he had first attempted to concoct, a fervent interest in alchemy ignited within him. He became enamored with this ancient and enigmatic craft, yearning to uncover further secrets and possibilities within it. Alchemy, a comprehensive art that amalgamates herbalism, elemental manipulation, and mental fortitude, serves as both an effective means for practitioners to enhance their own power and a vital avenue for exploring the mysteries of the natural world. Lin Yifeng understood that to advance further along the path of alchemy, he must begin with the foundational principles, diligently accumulating experience bit by bit. Thus, he embarked on an extensive study of various ancient texts on alchemy, drawing wisdom from the alchemy canon, while simultaneously engaging in hands-on practice, persistently experimenting to discover the techniques most suited to him. Initially, the potions Lin Yifeng crafted were primarily basic healing elixirs and foundational vitality potions. These concoctions, precious treasures for ordinary practitioners, appeared somewhat lackluster in efficacy for someone of his advanced prowess. Nevertheless, Lin Yifeng did not succumb to despair. Rather, he regarded these potions as essential stepping stones on his alchemical journey, firmly believing that each attempt and setback was a vital precursor to success. Jinlin, the extraordinary beast that played a pivotal role in Lin Yifeng's life, naturally became the first beneficiary of his alchemical experiments. The golden scales possess a unique constitution, allowing it to endure far greater fluctuations in medicinal potency than the average person. This remarkable trait renders it an ideal subject for testing elixirs. Each time Lin Yifeng completes the alchemical process, the golden scales eagerly consumes a pill, its immediate physiological response serving as a crucial metric for Lin Yifeng to evaluate the efficacy of the concoction. As time progresses, Lin Yifeng's alchemical skills have become increasingly refined, prompting him to venture into the creation of more intricate pills, such as the Lingxi pill, which enhances mental acuity, or the Wuxing pill, which aids in grasping the nuances of martial techniques. These elixirs demand exceptional materials and present significant challenges in their fabrication. However, through Lin Yifeng's relentless perseverance, each obstacle has been surmounted, resulting in the emergence of numerous precious pills. The golden scales, as Lin Yifeng's most trusted companion, unhesitatingly undertakes the role of test subject. Its unwavering faith in Lin Yifeng mirroring his passionate devotion to the art of alchemy. Nevertheless, the path of alchemy is fraught with challenges. Lin Yifeng has encountered numerous failures, sometimes due to improper proportions of materials, at other times from misjudging the heat, and on several occasions, the furnace has exploded from operational errors, nearly leading to disaster. In these moments, the golden scales always appears first, using its broad back to shield Lin Yifeng from danger. This bond of shared life and death brings Lin Yifeng immense warmth, reinforcing his resolve to navigate the perilous and uncertain path of alchemy. The tacit understanding between Lin Yifeng and the golden scales deepens with time. Upon successful concoctions, the joy of the golden scales is palpable. It leaps around Lin Yifeng in jubilant celebration of its master's achievements. In turn, Lin Yifeng gently strokes the golden scale's head, expressing gratitude for its steadfast companionship and support throughout their journey. This friendship transcends mere words, becoming the most resilient bond between them. Under Lin Yifeng's guidance, the golden scales has experienced a remarkable transformation. It not only has become more robust, but the flow of energy within its body has also become more harmonious. All thanks to Lin Yifeng's meticulously crafted elixirs. The changes in the golden scales have illuminated the vast potential of alchemy for Lin Yifeng, prompting him to contemplate the possibility of sharing this skill widely, which could benefit countless practitioners and perhaps even alter the course of certain historical events. Chapter 17. The initial encounter of Quells and the golden scales. Wisdom. Beyond the undulating mountains lies a vast expanse of plains and dense forests. The journey of Lin Yifeng and the golden scales unfolds like a flowing tapestry, with each scenery etched indelibly in their hearts. As they advance, an unspoken understanding emerges between them, allowing for a mutual comprehension of intentions without the need for words. Particularly during a brief respite, Lin Yifeng endeavored to engage in profound communication with the golden scales, an endeavor that yielded unexpected delight. Lin Yifeng discovered that the golden scales not only comprehends the rudimentary language of humans, but also grasps abstract concepts and emotions, exhibiting cognitive abilities akin to those of a 10-year-old child. This revelation signifies that, in the days to come, they can engage in more complex dialogues, igniting a shared spark of thought. This discovery filled Lin Yifeng with overwhelming joy, prompting him to impart a greater lexicon of words and phrases to Jinlin. In turn, Jinlin responded in its unique manner, either by gently tapping the ground or emitting a series of clear, melodious calls, as if to say, "I comprehend." Thus, with the blossoming of mutual understanding and trust, Lin Yifeng and Jinlin continued their journey until they reached the legendary eastern metropolis of Quells. This city, akin to a pearl embedded in the earth, radiated brilliance, captivating the gaze of countless dreamers and adventurers. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Lin Yifeng resolved to disguise his identity, quietly blending into the daily life of this vibrant city as an ordinary apothecary. Upon stepping within the walls of Quells, Lin Yifeng was profoundly captivated by the sights before him. Shops lined the streets, overflowing with an array of dazzling goods that dazzled the eye. From spices imported from afar to locally crafted wares, all reflecting the city's prosperity and diversity. Pedestrians wove through the throng, adorned in varied attire and speaking a medley of languages, creating a vivid tapestry of urban life. The air was infused with a plethora of aromas, encompassing the enticing scent of food, the fragrant allure of exotic spices, and the distant essence of the ocean, intertwining to form a distinctive olfactory map of the city. With curiosity piqued, Lin Yifeng observed everything around him, noting that Quells was not merely a commercial hub, but also a crucible of culture. Here, different races and religions converged, crafting a unique social landscape. In the marketplace, he encountered merchants clad in flowing robes, monks clutching prayer beads, and elegantly adorned noble women. Each face bore its own tale, waiting for a kindred spirit to listen. On his first day exploring Quells, Lin Yifeng became enamored with the city's historical relics. He visited ancient temples, listening to the mythic tales of the deities. He wandered through the sea of books in the library, absorbing the wisdom left behind by sages. He even made a point to visit several renowned apothecaries, engaging local pharmacists in discussions about medicinal knowledge and exchanging insights. These experiences deepened Lin Yifeng's appreciation for Quells' cultural richness, further grounding his identity as an apothecary. However, Lin Yifeng soon discovered that Quells was not solely adorned with splendor. In the city's shadowy corners, issues of poverty, disease, and social injustice loomed large. In a dilapidated alley, he encountered a group of homeless children, their eyes filled with helplessness and yearning. Lin Yifeng was reminded of the orphanage in his hometown, a place that had once been a part of his childhood and a sanctuary for his spirit. He resolved to utilize his medical skills and resources to aid these children, even if it meant providing a hearty meal or offering warmth on a frigid winter night. Moreover, Lin Yifeng noted the intricacies of Quail's political landscape. The city was governed by multiple families and factions, their overt and covert struggles forming the core of Quail's political ecology. Lin Yifeng understood that as an outsider, delving into these matters could pose unforeseen risks. Yet, he also recognized that should the opportunity arise, he would be willing to serve as a positive influencer, fostering peace and justice. In the days that followed, Lin Yifeng continued to delve deeper into the secrets of Quaeris. He visited renowned scholars and sages, engaged in academic discussions, and occasionally donned the attire of a wanderer, traversing the city's various corners alone at night, savoring the unique charm of Quaeris under the moonlight. Chapter 18. Chronicles of Quaeris, the 13 Titans, and the Immortal Temple. Throughout his prolonged sojourn in Quaeris, Lin Yifeng's footsteps never faltered. He soared like an eagle amidst the heavens and earth, gazing down upon this ancient yet vibrant city. As time passed, he gradually came to realize that the figure of Daenerys had yet to manifest upon this land. In light of this, Lin Yifeng gently shook his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. It seems our encounter must await further time. Nevertheless, Lin Yifeng felt no sense of regret. To him, every journey possessed its unique significance. And Quaeris was no exception. This city resembled a weighty tome of history, chronicling the imprints of time and the shifts of epochs. Lin Yifeng resolved to make the most of his stay, seeking to immerse himself in the intricacies of Quaeris, from its glorious achievements to its hidden corners, leaving no stone unturned. Through his interactions with the local inhabitants, Lin Yifeng uncovered a myriad of fascinating anecdotes about Quaeris, the most captivating of which revolved around the governance of the 13 Titans. These 13 families, akin to the very pulse of Quaeris, governed the city's lifeblood, influencing the lives of every citizen. They were not merely symbols of wealth and power, but also embodiments of the fusion between tradition and modernity. Intrigued, Lin Yifeng began to investigate the historical backgrounds of these families and their standing in the current political landscape. Through a series of visits and exchanges, Lin Yifeng gradually unveiled the veil surrounding the 13 Titans. He discovered that their ascendancy among numerous forces was attributable not only to the legacies bequeathed by their ancestors, but also to the wisdom and strategies passed down through generations. They adeptly balanced diverse interests, maintaining their independence while uniting to confront internal and external threats. This political structure, though complex and ever-shifting, exhibited remarkable vitality. However, Lin Yifeng keenly sensed that despite the apparent harmony among the 13 Titans, covert rivalries simmered beneath the surface. Family feuds, power struggles, and disputes over resources were inherent contradictions that could not be avoided. He began to ponder whether such a governance model was truly flawless, or if it merely represented another form of equilibrium of interests. Simultaneously, another enigmatic landmark, the Immortal Temple, came into Lin Yifeng's purview. It was said that this temple concealed the secrets of ancient civilizations, its internal structure exceedingly intricate, fraught with unknown dangers and alluring treasures. For years, countless adventurers had attempted to unravel its mysteries, yet few emerged unscathed. The mystique surrounding the Immortal Temple magnetically drew Lin Yifeng, igniting the desire for exploration that lay deep within his soul. To gain a deeper understanding of the Immortal Temple, Lin Yifeng sought out numerous seasoned explorers and archaeologists, listening intently to their various legends and first-hand experiences regarding this remarkable edifice. He came to realize that the Immortal Temple was not merely an architectural marvel, but a custodian of the history and faith of Quails and the entire continent. Every mural and artifact within its hallowed halls narrated tales of yore, awaiting interpretation by the fortunate. However, the exploration of the Immortal Temple was far from a trivial endeavor. Lin Yifeng understood that mere zeal and courage would not suffice. Thus, he meticulously devised a comprehensive plan, preparing thoroughly before embarking on his journey. He amassed a wealth of maps and information regarding the temple's structure, acquiring relevant survival skills and puzzle-solving techniques, striving to mitigate risks to the greatest extent possible. Chapter 19. The Hidden Wisdom of the Immortal Temple. As night descended like ink, the lights of Quails extinguished one by one, plunging the city into profound silence. Lin Yifeng, a young seeker, stood beneath the immense shadow of the Immortal Temple, his heart awash with intricate emotions. This temple, reputed to be the most enigmatic locale in Quails, had drawn countless heroes, all yearning to extract extraordinary powers from its depths. Yet, only a handful succeeded. Most vanished into the annals of history without leaving a trace. After a prolonged period of intelligence gathering and preparation, Lin Yifeng finally summoned his courage to embark on this unknown adventure alone. He donned a specially crafted nocturnal outfit. Equipped with meticulously chosen gear, and cautiously bypassed the temple's perimeter defenses, inching closer to the ancient, weighty door. As he pushed open the gates of the immortal temple, an ancient and weathered aura enveloped him. Stepping inside, he found an eerie tranquility that starkly contrasted with the terrifying atmosphere spoken of in the outside world. He remained vigilant, alert to any potential threats, yet soon discovered that the anticipated dangers and traps seemed conspicuously absent. Before him lay a long corridor adorned with peculiar, ancient murals and scattered inscriptions. These murals and writings piqued Lin Yifeng's immense curiosity. The murals depicted a vibrant tapestry of life in antiquity, some illustrating enigmatic rituals, while the inscriptions were inscribed in a language he had never encountered, exuding both age and wisdom, as though each stroke held profound meaning. Lin Yifeng meticulously examined every mural and inscription, striving to uncover clues to unravel the secrets of the immortal temple. He discerned that although the murals and writings appeared independent, a cohesive narrative could be assembled by observing them in conjunction. This epic recounted the origins of the immortal temple and its profound connection to the history of Quails and the entire continent, revealing the essence of power, not merely as a tool for conquest and destruction, but as a vital catalyst for peace and development. In the course of his profound exploration, Lin Yifeng inadvertently triggered a mechanism. Instantly, the entire space began to tremble gently, a radiant light emanating from the ground, illuminating the central area of the temple. There, an ancient altar emerged, upon which rested a tome that radiated a soft glow. As Lin Yifeng's heart raced, he stepped forward slowly and gently opened the cover of the book. Within its pages lay a compendium of profound cultivation methods and deep insights into the laws of nature. This knowledge was evidently a perfect embodiment of wisdom and power, representing the true treasures of the immortal temple. Lin Yifeng realized that the immortal temple was deemed the most terrifying place not because of its potential for destruction, but due to its trial of each individual's inner self and will. Those who faltered perhaps did so out of an excessive desire for immediate success, neglecting the true essence of growth and cultivation. Yet Lin Yifeng, by maintaining a humble and inquisitive heart, was able to glimpse the hidden truths of the immortal temple. Upon leaving the immortal temple and returning to the bright daylight, he was no longer an ordinary youth. This experience not only bestowed upon him invaluable knowledge, but also instigated profound changes within his soul. He came to understand that true strength emanates from a reverence for knowledge, a thirst for wisdom, and a continuous enhancement of one's moral character. Chapter 20. Transformation and ethereal charm. The journey through the immortal temple was akin to a baptism of the soul. Upon his return, Lin Yifeng's heart brimmed with a newfound understanding and appreciation for life. He recognized that the path of cultivation concerns not merely the fortification of the body, but also the elevation of the spirit. Thus, he resolved to manifest his transformation in a wholly new manner. His first step led him to the most renowned tailor in Quail City, where he requested the creation of a robe that seamlessly fused practicality with aesthetics. This robe was to embody the agility required by a practitioner while exuding the dignity of a Taoist. It needed to facilitate movement while also reflecting an air of transcendence. The tailor, captivated by Lin Yifeng's vision, selected the finest silk and combined it with linen fibers, resulting in a garment that was both lightweight and breathable, without compromising on texture. In the cutting process, the master displayed his ingenuity, skillfully merging traditional and modern design philosophies to ensure that the robe possessed both flexibility and beauty. Once the robe was completed, Lin Yifeng proceeded to the city's most illustrious gold and silver workshop to commission an exquisite headdress, crafted from pure gold. The hairpin and crown were adorned with intricate and elegant patterns, symbolizing the Taoist pursuit of nature and harmony. The artisans dedicated meticulous attention to detail, ensuring that every curve was perfectly executed, reflecting the beauty of metallic luster while retaining a classical charm. With all preparations complete, Lin Yifeng returned to his abode to cleanse himself, shedding the dust of his journey and purifying his spirit. The cool water glided over his skin, washing away fatigue and leaving only freshness and tranquility in its wake. After bathing, he slowly donned the custom-made robe, the satin-like fabric caressing his skin like a gentle spring breeze, invigorating his spirit. He then inserted the gold pin into his coiffure and adorned himself with the exquisite crown. instantly radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Standing before a bronze mirror, Lin Yifeng scrutinized his reflection. The flowing sleeves of the robe billowed gracefully. The belt cinched just right to accentuate his elongated figure while maintaining the carefree essence of the Taoist demeanor. The crown, in conjunction with the gold pin, added an ethereal quality to his appearance. A faint smile graced his lips, and the reflection in the mirror came to life in tandem. In that moment, even a time-traveling observer could not help but exclaim, "What a transcendent Daoist priest!" Dressed impeccably, Lin Yifeng stepped out of his abode and strolled through the streets of Quail City. Passers-by cast curious glances his way, many halting to whisper about this extraordinary practitioner. Lin Yifeng's gait was calm and steady. He sensed the curiosity and respect from those around him, yet his mind had transcended such worldly perceptions. To him, this attire was not merely an external embellishment, but rather a reflection of his inner state. He had evolved from an ordinary seeker of the Tao into a true Daoist priest, harmoniously cultivating both inner and outer virtues. Upon returning home, Lin Yifeng sat at his desk, unfurled a sheet of rice paper, and took up a wolf hair brush. Beginning to chronicle the intricacies of his journey to the Temple of Immortality, along with his latest insights on cultivation. He wrote, "The path of cultivation lies not in the physical form, but in the nature of the heart. A true practitioner must master the external world with an introspective heart, embracing all within a demeanor of simplicity. The Daoist robe and headpiece are but a humble vessel on the journey of cultivation. The true voyage requires the heart as the helm, navigating the winds and waves." Chapter 21. The intertwining of encounters and memories. As the morning light gently broke, the streets of Quails began to awaken. After a restful night, Lin Yifeng embarked on a new day, invigorated and ready. He donned a comfortable travel outfit, slung a simple backpack over his shoulder, and set forth to explore this eastern metropolis. Quails, a city steeped in history, bore witness to millennia of stories in every brick and tile. With each inch of land imbued with cultural richness, Lin Yifeng wove through bustling markets and tranquil alleyways, attuning himself to the unique pulse of the city. He savored exotic delicacies, listened to the melodies of street performers, and conversed with the warm-hearted locals. Each step was filled with delight and discovery. Yet, amidst this vibrant tableau, a disquieting shadow unexpectedly caught his attention. It was a gaunt old man, his frail frame and haggard visage evoking concern. He walked alone through the throngs, seemingly isolated from the world. Lin Yifeng observed the vacant look in the man's eyes and the slight tremor of his lips, as if he were murmuring something. Upon closer inspection, the fragmented phrases he uttered were perplexing yet eerie. "The dragon is born, my magic has returned," and other such cryptic utterances floated through the air like shattered phantoms. Lin Yifeng halted, gazing at the elderly figure, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. He strained to recall, seeking answers within the shards of his memory. Suddenly, a name struck him like lightning cleaving the night sky, Piet. This name emerged from a legendary tome he had perused, a chapter from a song of ice and fire. Piet, the self-important sorcerer who sought to wield powers beyond his grasp, ultimately consumed by the young dragons of Daenerys Targaryen. The old man before him bore a striking resemblance to Piet, both in appearance and demeanor. Yet, Lin Yifeng understood that an insurmountable chasm lay between reality and fiction. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he refrained from hastily rendering a judgment, opting instead to continue his observation. After wandering for a while, Lin Yifeng found himself growing somewhat weary. Although the beauty of Quails was indeed breathtaking, it lacked a certain thrill and challenge. Therefore, he resolved to conclude his day's excursion prematurely and return to the quaint cottage he had rented in Quails. Nestled in a tranquil neighborhood surrounded by dense woodlands, the environment was both elegant and serene. Upon returning home, Lin Yifeng first indulged in a warm bath, washing away the fatigue and dust of the day. After his refreshing soak, he personally took to the kitchen, crafting a sumptuous dinner that included fresh seafood, a vibrant green salad, and a glass of rich wine. Accompanied by this delightful feast, Lin Yifeng experienced profound satisfaction and relaxation. Following dinner, he retreated to his study, lit a fragrant candle, and commenced his evening meditation. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, he centered his awareness on his breath, allowing his spirit to gradually sink into a tranquil ocean of calm. During this meditation, Lin Yifeng's mind underwent an unprecedented purification as he reflected on the day's experiences, particularly the encounter with the elderly man resembling Paya. He pondered how he would confront the possibility of a transcendent connection across time and space, and how he might navigate this unexpected reunion. After meditating for over an hour, Lin Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, filled with a sense of peace and insight. He understood that regardless of the external world's fluctuations, maintaining inner tranquility and balance was paramount. Rising, he extinguished the candle and made his way to the bedroom, lying down upon the soft bed, where he soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 22. A peculiar adventure beneath Quail City. As the dawn broke, Quail City basked in the gentle morning light, exuding an air of tranquility and vitality. Awakening from his meditation, Lin Yifeng felt as though his spirit had been cleansed, resonating subtly with the energy flowing through the cosmos. The previous night's practice had instilled a sense of calm within him, prompting him to seize this rare tranquility and venture out to explore the ancient and enigmatic city. Deep down, he harbored a small notion. If he were to encounter the male which named Paia on the streets, it would affirm the existence of an inexplicable bond between them. Whether this connection would aid him in overcoming his current challenges was left to fate's design. The streets of Quail City were a labyrinth of complexity, brimming with exotic charm. Lin Yifeng strolled leisurely, each step imbued with a relaxed cadence, his eyes scanning the surroundings in search of secrets hidden beneath the mundane facade of daily life. The clamor of the market, the tinkering of craftsmen, the laughter of children, all narrated the tales of quails, rendering the city vibrant and authentic. In the afternoon, with the sun perched high in the sky casting its scorching rays upon the earth, Lin Yifeng discovered a cool pavilion beneath the shade of trees, a refuge from the clamor, accompanied only by the chirping of birds and the gentle breeze. He sat on a stone bench, closing his eyes to rejuvenate in the rare stillness. At that moment, a familiar voice shattered the serenity. "Mr. Lin Yifeng, what a surprise to find you here." Lin Yifeng opened his eyes to behold none other than Paia standing before him. He donned a robe reminiscent of yesterday's, yet under the sun's radiant embrace, it shimmered with an enigmatic allure. Lin Yifeng offered a slight smile and nodded. "Mr. Paia, is this merely a coincidence, or perhaps the design of fate?" Paia returned the smile as he settled into the seat across from Lin Yifeng. "Regardless of whether it is coincidence or destiny, it is always a pleasure to see you again." A sigh escaped Paia's lips, his gaze revealing a hint of melancholy. "I have long pursued power, believing it to be the ultimate answer. Yet, when confronted with crisis, I discovered that this power could not shield me. Rather, it ensnared me in deeper turmoil. I find myself questioning if my pursuit has been misguided." Lin Yifeng regarded Paia thoughtfully and replied slowly, "Mr. Paia, the path of cultivation is not solely about seeking power. It is more about introspection and recognizing one's intrinsic worth. True strength emanates from a robust spirit, arising from an understanding of life and a respect for humanity. The predicament you face may indeed serve as an opportune moment to pause and reassess the purpose of your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Paia appeared contemplative. "Yet, Mr. Lin Yifeng, I grasp these principles, but how should I translate them into action?" Lin Yifeng pondered briefly before responding. "There are no shortcuts in cultivation, Mr. Paia. The first step is to relinquish the obsessions that reside in your heart and learn to heed the whispers of your inner self. Subsequently, enact the values you hold dear through tangible actions, even if they begin with the smallest of deeds. For instance, you may speak the truth, even if it jeopardizes certain interests. You may choose to forgive despite past wounds, and you can extend a helping hand, even to a stranger. These seemingly minor acts lay the foundation for a resilient spirit." Paia listened intently, his expression transforming from confusion to resolve. "Mr. Lin Yifeng, your words illuminate my path like a beacon. I shall endeavor to practice as you suggest and confront the crises that beset me." Lin Yifeng smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent, Mr. Paia. Remember, a true practitioner is not easily vanquished by external adversities, for their spirit is already imbued with the strength to overcome all. I believe you will surmount your current challenges and emerge as a genuine cultivator." The two continued their discourse until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky above Quail City in hues of orange and crimson. Paia rose to bid farewell, and Lin Yifeng watched him depart, an indescribable sensation stirring within him. He understood that today's conversation might represent a pivotal moment in Paia's life. For himself, it was also a profound elevation of his own philosophy on cultivation. Chapter 23. The shadow of Guvaleria. As dusk enveloped the land, Quail City was shrouded in a gentle blue-violet hue, the streets becoming increasingly sparse with passers-by, leaving only scattered lights flickering in the night breeze. Lin Yifeng traversed the silent alleyways, making his way to the abode of the male witch, Paia. The brief exchange during the day had ignited a deep interest in this aged sage, particularly the tales of Guvaleria and the Tonglian family that Paia had recounted. captivating his imagination. The abode of Paya is perched upon a gentle hill, encircled by a ring of towering oak trees, exuding an air of seclusion and mystery. As he pushes open the half-closed gate, a whiff of delicate herbal fragrance wafts through the breeze, mingled with the soft rustle of turning pages, instilling an immediate sense of tranquility. Paya has long awaited at the threshold, his smile warm and genuine, as if capable of dispelling all shadows. Lin Yifeng, my friend. Welcome to my humble abode, he greets, his voice rich and melodious, leading Lin Yifeng into the interior. Within, the walls are adorned with tapestries depicting ancient vistas. The floor is laid with soft woolen carpets, and the most striking feature is the rows of bookshelves brimming with tomes, each seemingly bearing the weight of millennia. The two men settle at a round table crafted from ebony, where Paya personally brews a pot of fragrant tea, and as the steam wafts upwards, his gaze becomes distant. You see, the glory of the Tanglia family is no mere coincidence. It stands as testament to the coexistence of magic and dragons, he articulates slowly, a tone of profound nostalgia lacing his words. I was fortunate to have traversed the ruins of ancient Valyria during the era when dragons still soared the skies. There, every stone and every inch of soil is steeped in the essence of history. I uncovered invaluable manuscripts that unveil the mysteries of the Valyrian civilization and the intricate bond between the Tanglia family and the dragons. As he speaks, Paya retrieves a hefty tome from a corner of the shelf, its cover etched with peculiar symbols, emanating an ancient and enigmatic aura. Lin Yifeng takes it carefully, flipping open a page to reveal elegantly rendered outlines of a grand city and the various dragons that once traversed its expanse. He gazes for an extended moment, as if he can hear the distant roar of dragons and feel the awe-inspiring grandeur. Alas, such splendor was ephemeral. Paya's voice is tinged with regret. The civil strife within the Tanglia family, the blood dragon fray, led to a drastic decline in their numbers, culminating in the demise of the last dragon. This was not merely an extinction of a species, but the desiccation of the wellspring of magic. My own powers, once formidable, have waned like the receding tide, nearly vanishing in the present day. Upon hearing this, Lin Yifeng is plunged into contemplation. He understands that for Paya, the loss transcends mere ability. It signifies the closing of an era and the sealing of cherished memories. He softly states, "Yet, you have not surrendered, rather, you have chosen to forge ahead in a different manner. Such spirit is worthy of emulation." Paya smiles, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Indeed, as you so aptly put it, I have relinquished certain things, yet I have also gained others. For instance, I now possess more time and energy to delve into these manuscripts, to ponder the essence of magic, and to grasp the truths of life. Sometimes, it is by slowing our pace that we can behold a greater panorama." That night, their conversation meanders from the splendor of ancient Valyria to the decline of the Tanglia family, from the mythology of dragons to the personal journeys of growth and transformation. Lin Yifeng felt as though he had embarked on a profound journey of the soul, acquiring not only an abundance of knowledge, but, more significantly, learning to perceive the nuances of gain and loss, and how to discover motivation in the face of adversity. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the window, casting their gentle glow upon their faces, the two bid a reluctant farewell. When Lin Yifeng departed, his heart brimmed with anticipation and confidence for the future. He understood that this visit was not merely a simple encounter with Paya, but rather a deep dialogue with his own inner self. Paya, a venerable elder who had weathered the vicissitudes of life, imparted a vivid lesson on the essence of existence through his own experiences, enlightening Lin Yifeng to the truth that a true stronghold does not lose oneself amidst external changes, but rather finds new pathways in hardship, radiating a unique brilliance. Chapter 24. The Conspiracy of Zero. As night descended, the ancient city of Quails was enveloped in a serene blue ambience, the moonlight cascading down like a mystical silver veil draping the venerable structures. Within a dimly lit room, the conversation between Lin Yifeng and the male witch Paya served as a beacon in the darkness, illuminating the doubts and wisdom within their hearts. Through a night of dialogue, they not only exchanged knowledge from their respective realms, but also garnered invaluable insights and growth from one another. When the dawn's first light pierced through the window, casting its glow upon the humble wooden table, Lin Yifeng, enriched by his experiences, set forth on the path back to his temporary abode. Upon returning, Lin Yifeng refrained from immediate rest. Instead, he sought a tranquil corner, seated himself cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He began to meditate, striving to achieve a perfect equilibrium between mind and body, internalizing all that he had learned the previous night. In this brief yet profound moment of silence, he felt as though he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, each breath resonating with the cadence of life, harmonizing with the rhythms of nature. The following morning, as sunlight flooded every corner of Quails, Lin Yifeng stepped out of his temporary dwelling, immersing himself in the daily life of the ancient city. He strolled along the bustling streets, appreciating the vendors' calls, the playful figures of children, and the diverse faces of passers-by, all of which painted a vivid tableau of Quail's unique urban charm. Just as he was lost in this tranquility and beauty, a conversation that drifted into his ears captured his attention. "Have you heard? Last night, a peculiar group arrived at our city gates," a modestly dressed elder remarked to a young companion, a curious and concerned expression adorning his face. "Indeed, I overheard the guards discussing it. The leader of that entourage is a woman, and she is accompanied by 3 young dragons." The young man's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the revelation. "Precisely. That woman seems exceedingly cautious. When one of the 13 giants requested to see the young dragons, she outright refused, leading to a fierce dispute between the parties." The elder nodded in agreement, continuing the narrative. "In the end, had it not been for Zero stepping forward to vouch for them, they would likely have left Quails long ago," the young man added, his tone laced with gratitude towards Zero. In Lin Yifeng's heart, ripples of realization surged. He understood that the enigmatic female leader was none other than Daenerys Targaryen, the fabled mother of dragons. The actions of Zero evoked memories of the treacherous character from the original tale, who had boasted to Daenerys of a vault rich enough to rival nations, yet was, in truth, worthless. Zero's audacious decision to vouch for Daenerys' entourage was undoubtedly a ploy to draw nearer to the 3 precious young dragons, aiming to extract profit from them. Recognizing the potential peril that Quails might face, Lin Yifeng resolved to intervene in the matter. He began to inquire discreetly, ultimately discovering that Daenerys' party had been accommodated in Zero's private estate. Lin Yifeng was acutely aware of Zero's true nature and the possible conspiracy he shared with the enigmatic male sorcerer, which solidified his determination not to remain a passive observer. In the following days, Lin Yifeng meticulously devised a plan. He first tapped into his network to gather any suspicious activities and evidence concerning Zero, particularly information regarding the actual state of his vault. Simultaneously, he endeavored to approach Daenerys, hoping to establish a connection and warn her about Zero's true intentions. Chapter 25. Whispers of the Veil, Concealment and Revelation. As dawn broke, Lin Yifeng had already traversed the alleys of Quells, embarking on a new round of investigation. Ever since that fateful night of conversation with the male sorcerer, an unusual sensation lingered in his heart, as if an unseen force was guiding him toward a predetermined outcome. The name Zero acted like a magnet, drawing him deeper into inquiry, while keeping a watchful eye on Zero's movements. Lin Yifeng pondered whether there existed a deeper connection between Zero and the male sorcerer. He could not ascertain if they would form an alliance. Yet his intuition urged him that, regardless of the circumstances, Daenerys must not become a pawn in their scheme. Amidst his investigation, Lin Yifeng often cast his gaze towards Zero's estate, where Daenerys resided. He understood that approaching the Mother of Dragons directly was fraught with challenges and could potentially trigger unwarranted vigilance. Thus, he opted for a more subtle approach, mental communication. This was a unique skill he had honed over years of practice, enabling him to transmit his voice directly into someone's mind without physical contact, leaving no trace behind. As night descended, Quells lay enveloped in moonlight, cloaked in silence. Lin Yifeng concealed his presence, akin to the night itself, and stealthily approached the periphery of Zero's estate. Utilizing the cover of trees and shadows, he found an optimal vantage point, concentrating his energy and focusing his mind into a beam directed at the room where Daenerys was situated. "Lady Daenerys, beware of Zero's assurances. His vault is empty, devoid of even a single hair." This message flowed into Daenerys' consciousness like a gentle stream. Initially, she mistook it for the whispers of a dream. But as the voice reiterated, Daenerys suddenly opened her eyes wide. Surveying her surroundings, she found nothing but the flickering candlelight and the night scenery beyond the window. A surge of inexplicable alarm enveloped her, prompting her to summon her guards and demand a thorough search of the estate inside and out. However, despite meticulous scrutiny, no signs of abnormality could be found. "There is no need to search further. You will not locate me." The voice echoed once more, calm yet resolute. "If I do not allow you to find me, it is impossible for you to do so. As for my identity, dear sorcerer, this hat is rather too large for me. I am merely a practitioner who has recently emerged from the depths of the mountains, reminding you that our connection is merely due to fate." Daenerys sat upon her bed, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had heard numerous legends about Eastern practitioners, but they were typically regarded as mythical beings, distanced from the turmoil of the mundane world. Yet now, such a legendary figure had established a connection with her, filling her with both excitement and confusion. How do you know these things? Daenerys attempted to respond, even though she was uncertain whether the other could hear her. Because I perceive truths invisible to many. Lin Yifeng's reply flowed like the night breeze, gentle yet unwavering. Zero's ambition and greed are as conspicuous as the stars in the night sky. I trust you will make the right judgment, Lady Daenerys. As the conversation drew to a close, that mysterious voice gradually faded into the night, as if it had never existed. Daenerys remained seated for a while, a newfound determination surging within her. She understood that blind trust in Zero was no longer an option, nor could she wholly depend on the assistance of others. She must learn to think independently and bravely confront the uncertainties and dangers that lay ahead. From that day forth, Daenerys' attitude towards Zero underwent a noticeable transformation. She began to secretly gather more information about him while simultaneously fortifying the protection of those around her. Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng continued to observe everything from the shadows, poised to lend a helping hand when necessary. He knew that the true contest had only just begun, and the destiny shared between him and Daenerys would inevitably lead them to a broader stage. Chapter 26. Eavesdropping in the Night. The schemes of the dragon and the power of the mysterious elder. As night fell, the clamor of Quill's city gradually subsided. Lin Yifeng, the traveler, returned from the mountains, now concealed in the darkness outside Zero's estate. Since discovering that Zero's connection with the male witch, Paya, appeared less intimate than anticipated, and that he had been frequently associating with an unidentified elder sorcerer, his curiosity and vigilance were thoroughly awakened. He understood that a greater conspiracy might lurk behind this enigmatic elder. After meticulous preparation, Lin Yifeng employed his unique spiritual perception technique on a moonless night. He extended his consciousness outward like invisible tendrils, cautiously exploring every inch of Zero's estate. Ultimately, he focused his awareness on a building at the heart of the estate, where Zero and the elder sorcerer were clandestinely conferring. There must be a special connection between the three young dragons and that woman. The elder sorcerer's voice was deep and mysterious, imbued with an undeniable wisdom. If we merely take the young dragons, it may prove difficult to sustain their lives. To these fragile beings, that woman is akin to their mother. Forcibly separating them could lead the young dragons to withhold food and water out of sorrow. Therefore, if we aspire to exert complete control over the three young dragons, we must simultaneously capture the woman as well. Lin Yifeng's heart tightened. He was acutely aware of the profound bond between Daenerys and her dragons. To forcibly sever this connection would undoubtedly be a violation of life itself and a significant affront to his steadfast beliefs. Just as he concentrated on eavesdropping for more information, a powerful surge of spiritual energy swept through, causing his heart to shudder. Who is outside? I know you are listening. The voice of the elder wizard was cold, like ice, piercing through the stillness of the night. Lin Yifeng immediately realized he had been discovered and, without a moment's hesitation, fled with the swiftness of a specter. He navigated through the dense thickets and over numerous obstacles, only slowing down once he was certain he had distanced himself from the Zero estate. Zero's voice echoed behind him, filled with confusion. There are only the two of us here. Do you truly believe I would betray you? The elder wizard replied blandly. It is not a matter of distrust towards you, Zero. It is merely that I have always harbored a sense of being watched. Having reached a safe haven, Lin Yifeng leaned against a sturdy tree, gasping for breath. His emotions were conflicted. On one hand, he felt relieved to have escaped danger. Yet on the other, he was vexed by his failure to gather more intelligence. More crucially, the mysterious elder wizard's power evidently surpassed his expectations, complicating matters further. Lin Yifeng began to reflect, realizing that his previous actions had been overly reckless. He resolved to adjust his strategy. First, to enhance his investigation into the enigmatic elderess background. And second, to elevate his own cultivation to gain an advantage in any potential future confrontation. Upon returning to his hiding place, Lin Yifeng immediately immersed himself in rigorous research. He perused a vast array of ancient texts and consulted numerous knowledgeable individuals, finally piecing together fragmentary information about the elder wizard. It was said that he was named Castor, a reclusive master of sorcery who had long mastered ancient summoning and manipulation magic, possessing the ability to command the elements. This information weighed heavily on Lin Yifeng's mind. He understood that, in the face of such an adversary, he must exert every effort and allow no room for oversight. In the days that followed, Lin Yifeng redoubled his training, achieving unprecedented levels of physical conditioning and mental fortitude. He learned advanced techniques of spiritual awareness, allowing him to discern external changes with greater precision. Concurrently, he mastered various defensive and offensive spells to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Time passed swiftly, and when Lin Yifeng set forth once more, ready to unveil the conspiracy between Zero and Castor, he was acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with thorns and challenges. Nevertheless, he believed that with sufficient determination and wisdom, he could surmount even the most daunting obstacles. Chapter 27. Beneath the Dragon's Shadow. The conspiracy of the wizard and the merchant. As Lin Yifeng delved deeper into his investigation, he gradually unveiled the identity of the enigmatic elder wizard Castor. He was the last scion of the ancient Valeria bloodline, a being inheriting millennia of magic and ancient wisdom. Several months prior, Castor sensed a powerful and familiar surge of magical energy during his meditation, a signal reminiscent of the breath of a dragon, which had long haunted his dreams. "It cannot be mistaken," Castor exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. "It is the bloodline of the Valyrian, or perhaps the Targaryen family has birthed a hatchling dragon." Yet, this exhilaration was swiftly tempered by the harsh chill of reality. The Targaryen family, once a formidable house of dragons, had seen their dynasty reduced to ashes in the wrath of rebels, becoming mere dust in the annals of history. To confirm his suspicions, Castor embarked on a quest for truth, traversing countless towns and inquiring of diverse individuals. Eventually, he discovered the grim fate of the Targaryen dynasty. The only remnants of hope lay in the two siblings, Viserys and Daenerys. The elder brother, Viserys, in his fervor to reclaim the throne, had shamelessly offered his sister as a pawn in a political marriage to a chieftain of savages. Upon learning this, Castor erupted into a near-manic laughter, rife with derision for the Targaryen family's plight and a cathartic release of past grievances. "Huh, what a delightful twist of fate," he chuckled, "the noble princess of the Targaryens, reduced to the wife of a barbarian chieftain. How utterly absurd. Your indifference to our pleas in times of prosperity has brought about such poetic justice." Guided by destiny, Castor arrived at the eastern trade hub of Kays, a melting pot of treasures from across the globe in the domain of one of the great houses, Zero. Zero, a shrewd and capable merchant, immediately recognized Castor's extraordinary essence, and the two quickly aligned, plotting a scheme potent enough to rewrite history. Just as Castor and Zero were deep in conspiracy, Daenerys' entourage found themselves in dire straits, lacking water and provisions, and were compelled to seek external aid. Fate appeared to revel in irony, as they fortuitously arrived in Kays, a city brimming with both peril and promise. Zero, sensing a rare opportunity, unhesitatingly extended a helping hand to Daenerys. His willingness to assist was not merely an act of benevolence. Rather, he discerned the latent potential and value that lay within her. He understood that the 3 dragon hatchlings in Daenerys' possession were the keys to a new world and the fulcrum of future power. Thus, he pledged his reputation and wealth to guarantee her cause, seeking a close collaboration with Daenerys in return. As Lin Yifeng absorbed this unfolding narrative, a torrent of complex emotions surged within him. He recognized that each decision could trigger a cascade of repercussions with far-reaching consequences. After careful contemplation, he resolved to leverage his connections within Kays to discreetly provide Daenerys with additional support, ensuring she would not find herself entirely at a disadvantage in her dealings with Zero. Lin Yifeng began clandestinely reaching out to other influential figures in Kays, endeavoring to establish a more balanced political landscape, thereby preventing Zero from monopolizing power. He astutely navigated the contradictions among various factions, facilitating several pivotal agreements that garnered Daenerys greater rights and respect. Chapter 28. The divine whip forged in sacred fire. As the dawn's first light bathed the world, Quell's city remained ensconced in slumber. While Lin Yifeng's workshop was ablaze with illumination, the air thick with a faint scent of sulfur, an omen of the impending miracle. This young yet renowned artificer, at this moment, gazed intently at the materials before him, his eyes shimmering with a thirst for the unknown and an unwavering quest for perfection. Today's ambition was to forge a whip-like artifact, a creation that would not only assert the wielder's authority, but also unleash formidable power. With a reservoir of past experiences, Lin Yifeng was confident that this challenge would surpass all prior endeavors in ease. At the heart of the crafting table, a swirling azure flame blazed fiercely. This was a unique fire conjured from his own magical essence, possessing not only the capacity to melt all, but also the power of purification and rebirth. With closed eyes, he centered his focus, hands clasped together, reciting ancient incantations.
Each whisper carried with it a reverence for the natural world and a devout dedication to the art of crafting. As the final syllable of the incantation left his lips, he opened his eyes with renewed vigor. His gaze was piercing, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, precious ores soared into the heart of the ethereal fire, commencing their transformative journey. The crafting process demanded considerable time, yet Lin Yifeng's patience remained unwavering, fully immersed in this sacred task, as if separated from the world. At last, amidst a blaze of radiant light, a slender whip, gleaming with a silvery sheen, began to take form, swirling in the air and emitting a soft hum, reminiscent of a living entity. Lin Yifeng reached out to grasp the newly birthed artifact, feeling the warmth and power emanating from its body. A wave of boundless joy swelling within him. He recognized that this was not merely a weapon, but a work of art, a crystallization of countless efforts and wisdom. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Quell City, Daenerys found herself entangled in a seemingly sweet, yet perilously deceptive proposal. Zero, the self-proclaimed wealthiest merchant of Quell City, was making every effort to showcase his grand treasury, attempting to win her favor. However, Daenerys' gaze was as sharp as an eagle-ass. She recalled Lin Yifeng's warning regarding the truth behind the treasury. To her, all the opulence before her was but an illusion, for true strength and wealth should not be so superficial. With Lin Yifeng's insights guiding her, Daenerys had already discerned Zero's hidden cards. She understood that his grand treasury was likely an empty facade, filled with borrowed riches and false prosperity. Faced with such a man-esque proposal, even the most ornate words could not sway her heart. Lin Yifeng's intelligence had illuminated the notion that the value of money lies in integrity rather than quantity. Genuine wealth should be reflected in one's character and abilities, not merely in the number of coins one possesses. In response to Zero's overtures, Daenerys chose to decline with polite yet resolute firmness. She gently parted her crimson lips, her voice tender yet unmistakably resolute. "Esteemed Lord Zero, we are truly honored by your kindness and support towards the Fu Xing family. However, as the heir of my family, it is my duty to safeguard and perpetuate our bloodline and honor. Marriage, for me, is not merely a pursuit of personal happiness. It profoundly concerns the future and development of our family. Without a foundation of sufficient understanding and trust, I cannot readily acquiesce to your request. I hope we can forge an alliance rather than a marital bond, as this may hold greater significance for both of us." Daenerys' words flowed like a gentle breeze across a tranquil lake. Though soft, they struck directly at the core of the matter. Upon hearing her, Zero's expression grew slightly awkward. Yet being a man of worldly experience, he swiftly composed himself and nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that Daenerys was not a woman easily swayed by material temptations. Her vision was far-reaching, and her thoughts meticulous. Such qualities deepened his admiration, while also making him realize that merely relying on wealth would be insufficient to win her favor. Chapter 29. The dawn of alchemy and covert schemes. As the first rays of warm sunlight broke through the window, they cascaded into Lin Yifeng's modest, yet tidy abode. A night of rest had rejuvenated him, and the morning exercises infused him with further vigor. Sweat trickled down his forehead, accentuating his resolute visage. After completing his morning routine, Lin Yifeng returned home, his gaze lingering upon the table at the center of the alchemical chamber. There lay a collection of meticulously prepared materials, destined for the creation of a unique defensive robe, an extraordinary garment capable of significantly enhancing the wearer's protective abilities. With practiced ease, Lin Yifeng commenced his work. Rare and precious ingredients such as stardust, moonflower petals, and dragon's blood grass roots gradually melded under his deft hands. In the alchemical furnace, flames danced as the stardust softened under high temperatures, releasing a brilliant celestial glow. Subsequently, the moonflower petals were gently introduced, intertwining with the molten granules to create a dreamlike azure halo that infused the air with an aura of mystery. The final ingredient, dragon's blood grass, was finely chopped and integrated, not only reinforcing the structure, but also imparting vitality to the entire robe. With a low incantation and precise gestures, within moments, a robe shimmering with silvery luminescence materialized in Lin Yifeng's hands. He gazed upon his creation with satisfaction, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of a luxurious manor in Quell City, Zero and Castor were engaged in a clandestine dialogue. Initially, they had intended to wait until after the wedding banquet to gradually seize control of Daenerys' young dragons. Zero furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with the current situation. Realizing that matters were more complex than anticipated, necessitating a change in strategy. Castor nodded, a glimmer of agreement shining in his eyes. "You are correct. The convoluted approach is far too time-consuming and laborious. It would be simpler to act directly. A cold smile curled at the corners of Zero's mouth. Then it is settled. You shall handle the preparations. On the night of the day after tomorrow, we will eliminate Daenerys and her 3 young dragons in one fell swoop. Although Lin Yifeng was unaware of the intricate schemes devised by Zero and Castor, his profound understanding of the unfolding narrative allowed him to sense an unsettling force brewing in the shadows. He understood that Daenerys' 3 young dragons were not merely her personal source of power, but also formidable weapons coveted by many. Lin Yifeng realized that if Zoro's plans were allowed to unfold unchecked, Coral City would face tremendous upheaval. Thus, he commenced preparations for battle, not only intensifying his own training, but also covertly gathering intelligence in an attempt to uncover a means to thwart Zoro's conspiracy. Lin Yifeng recognized that it would be exceedingly difficult to confront Zoro and Castor, both of whom were formidable adversaries, relying solely on his own strength. Consequently, he began to reach out to allies both within and beyond Coral City, establishing a preliminary network of information to keep a vigilant watch on Zoro and Castor's movements. As night fell, Coral City appeared to regain its former tranquility. Yet, beneath this calm facade, a tempest was silently approaching. Clad in his newly forged defensive robe, Lin Yifeng stood by the window, gazing at the distant starry sky. He knew that regardless of the hardships that lay ahead, as long as he was prepared and courageous, he could safeguard the peace and tranquility of this land. The defensive robe in his possession represented not only a means of protection, but also a belief that would guide him through the forthcoming challenges, enabling him to forge ahead undeterred. Chapter 30. The scheme of the thieving dragon in the night. Over the course of these 2 days, Lin Yifeng felt as though he had entered an entirely new realm, a world characterized by the tranquility of meditation, the rhythm of physical training, the elegance of swordsmanship, and the agility of whip techniques. With the first light of dawn, he began his initial round of meditation in the garden, closing his eyes and centering his thoughts, immersing himself in the essence of nature, listening to the sounds of growth. In this moment, his spirit experienced an unprecedented purification. As the sun ascended, his body awakened in the warmth of its rays, embarking on a rigorous training regimen in physical techniques, swordsmanship, and whip skills. Each taut muscle, each glimmering sword tip, each swirling whip shadow embodied his endless quest for mastery and desire for martial prowess. Day after day, night after night, the 2 days slipped by in a flurry of sweat and effort, yet Lin Yifeng felt more powerful than ever before, both physically and mentally. Just as Lin Yifeng immersed himself in self-improvement, a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy quietly unfolded within Coral City. Castor, this ambitious figure, had long since discerned Daenerys' vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity while she was engaged in official duties, he stealthily infiltrated her temporary residence. With agility and a seasoned hand, he swiftly dispatched the maidens tasked with guarding the young dragons, casting them into slumber, leaving even the most trusted attendant unaccounted for. The 3 young dragons, despite their ability to breathe fire, were utterly insignificant in the presence of Castor. He sneered, whispering to the spoils in his grasp, "Too easy." His words dripped with the arrogance and smugness of a victor. When Daenerys returned to her temporary abode after a long day's work, filled with anticipation, she felt at ease, believing everything to be as usual. However, the moment she stepped through the door, her heart sank, an ominous premonition washing over her. She hurried to the place where the young dragons resided, only to find it devoid of life, silence enveloping her arrival. At that moment, all hope shattered like fragile bubbles. With a quivering voice, she inquired, "Where are my 3 young dragons?" Her words echoed through the desolate room, laden with unmistakable sorrow and fury. The vivid imagery from the original narrative resurfaced before her, yet the anguish within her heart far surpassed the mere descriptions on paper. Daenerys, suppressing her profound grief, commenced a search both within and outside the estate, yearning for a miraculous reunion with her beloved creatures. However, as time slipped away, hope gradually dissipated. Ultimately, she was compelled to make a harrowing choice, seeking assistance from Zero. Despite her awareness that Zero was not a benevolent figure and might indeed be one of the orchestrators behind her plight, in her desperation, she could not disregard any potential avenue for salvation. Summoning her courage, she set forth towards Zero's abode, praying for this plea to yield a glimmer of hope. Lin Yifeng observed quietly, fully comprehending the tribulations and challenges Daenerys faced as a bystander. He understood that true growth often arises from the courage to confront adversity alone. Thus, he opted for restraint, refraining from excessive intervention, choosing instead to watch quietly, ready to offer support at the most pivotal moment. He recognized that Daenerys needed to navigate this trial, learning to rise resiliently in the face of hardship, emerging as a stronger and more mature individual. As night fell, Coral City was shrouded in a thick haze, the atmosphere thick with tension and unease. The sorrow and fury of Daenerys, the smugness of Castor, and the forbearance of Lin Yifeng created a complex tapestry of emotions. Yet, amidst this seemingly hopeless scenario, an unseen force was gathering strength, awaiting the moment to erupt. Chapter 31. Secrets beneath the immortal temple. In the meticulously devised trap of Castor, the three young dragons finally fell into his grasp. He carefully placed them into specially designed iron cages and subsequently transported them in secrecy to the most enigmatic location in Coral City, the Immortal Temple. This ancient sanctuary, steeped in history, was said to harbor boundless knowledge and magic, and now it had become the prison for the young dragons. Days later, Zero led Daenerys on a quest to seek the 13 Titans. Unlike their previous encounter, where she had exuded fierce determination, Daenerys now appeared profoundly humble, beseeching the rulers of the city to lend their aid in recovering her lost dragons. "Without me, they will not eat," she explained, "and soon they shall perish from hunger." Yet, one of the portly Titans scoffed disdainfully. That would be for the best, for dragons are beasts that bring calamity." Just as Daenerys was on the verge of losing all hope, an ancient yet authoritative voice resonated within the chamber. The mother of dragons should be reunited with her children. And this is a truth I know. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, a seemingly ordinary elder sorcerer. Daenerys felt a flicker of doubt stir within her and pressed the mysterious figure for his identity. The elder sorcerer candidly admitted, "Indeed, it was I who took the three young dragons." At this moment, they find themselves imprisoned within the Immortal Temple, undergoing a specialized training, awaiting the opportune moment to emerge as the most formidable warriors in my command. Furthermore, I have entered into an accord with the King of Korth, pledging to present your young dragon as a gift. "Korth has no king," Daenerys exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, Zero stepped forward, brimming with pride, and laughed haughtily. There was none before, but now there is." Upon hearing this, the other 12 leaders scoffed in derision. "You too, a mere upstart and a street magician, dare to covet the throne of Korth?" A glint of malice flashed in the old sorcerer's eyes. "Oh, is that so? Then let us see who the true ruler is." No sooner had he spoken than a myriad of phantoms appeared, each brandishing a blade. Within mere moments, the 12 leaders lay lifeless on the ground, their blood staining the earth. Witnessing this gruesome slaughter, Daenerys was engulfed by an unprecedented fear. She attempted to flee from this horror, but the old sorcerer effortlessly blocked her path, issuing a spine-chilling cackle. "If you wish to see your young dragon again, the Immortal Temple welcomes your visit." Just as despair washed over Daenerys, Jorah Mormont arrived just in time, his short sword aimed directly at the heart of the old sorcerer. However, with a dull thud, the blade pierced another phantom. The true old sorcerer re-emerged, coldly announcing, "You wish to see your dragon? The Immortal Temple, we shall meet again." As events unfolded, the truth behind the Immortal Temple gradually came to light. This temple not only concealed the crystallization of ancient wisdom, but was also intertwined with a series of supernatural forces. Daenerys realized that to rescue her dragon, she must delve into this edifice brimming with the unknown and perilous. The future of Korth hung in the balance, with various factions poised to act. Daenerys faced the greatest challenge of her life. She had to contend with the mysterious sorcerer's threat, unravel the secrets of the Immortal Temple, and, most importantly, safeguard all that she held dear. Behind this series of events, perhaps lay a significant secret capable of transforming Korth and even the entire world's order. And she was destined to become an indispensable part of this unfolding history. Chapter 32. The Light in Adversity. Daenerys and the Secrets of the Immortal Temple. Korth, an ancient and enigmatic city. Under the cloak of night, the streets were sparsely illuminated, and a peculiar aura permeated the air. Here, time appeared to stand still, history and future intertwining to form a unique temporal nexus. Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, was now wandering alone along this narrow cobblestone path, her heart laden with unease and trepidation. Her destination was an ancient structure known as the Immortal Temple, rumored to harbor boundless knowledge and extraordinary power. Yet, it was also regarded as the most bizarre and perilous place in all of Korth. Just as Daenerys prepared to step into the realm of the Immortal Temple, Jorah Mormont, the man who had shown unwavering loyalty to her through countless battles, rushed to her side. Daenerys, urgency laced in Jorah's voice, insisted they must depart from Korth at once. He had arranged for a vessel bound for Astapor, the House of the Undying, a a place not to be trifled with, stood as a taboo in the city of Korth. Many had sought knowledge and power within its walls, yet few emerged unscathed. To rush in unprepared would be akin to throwing oneself against a stone wall. However, Daenerys's gaze was resolute, her tone infused with both maternal tenderness and steely determination. Yura, do you not understand? My dragon children reside within the house of the Undying. They are my blood, my everything. I cannot bear to lose them again. This time, I must rescue them. Yura regarded Daenerys, discerning the unwavering resolve in her eyes. He recognized that when a mother was willing to sacrifice everything for her children, no force could impede her. Daenerys, he inhaled deeply, his voice carrying a blend of resignation and determination. If this is your choice, then I shall follow you. Whatever awaits us ahead, I will stand by your side until the very end. Yet, trailing silently behind Daenerys and Yura was a figure named Lin Yifeng, a practitioner from another realm, who had attained the pinnacle of foundation building. For him, maintaining concealment within this city posed no challenge. Moreover, he possessed not only the ability to remain hidden, but also the power to alter fate itself. Lin Yifeng was acutely aware that his presence would render Daenerys' journey to the House of the Undying markedly different from the original narrative, rife with uncertainty and unforeseen variables. As Daenerys and Yura approached the House of the Undying, the surroundings began to blur, as if they were entering another dimension. At the entrance, a pair of colossal bronze statues stood sentinel, their eyes seemingly fixed upon every traveler daring enough to approach, exuding an inexplicable aura of intimidation. Daenerys and Yura exchanged a glance, then resolutely advanced. Inside the House of the Undying lay an intricate maze of corridors and chambers, each corner emanating an ancient and enigmatic essence. Here, ancient murals depicted heroes and myths of yore. A library filled with tomes and scrolls chronicled the knowledge and culture of Korth and the entire Eastern world. And various mechanisms and riddles tested the wisdom and courage of visitors. With Lin Yifeng's covert assistance, Daenerys and Yura gradually unraveled these enigmas. Yet each step was fraught with peril, requiring constant vigilance against potential threats. Deep within the House of the Undying, Daenerys faced a trial of the spirit. Chapter 33. The Trials of the House of the Undying. The revelation of the triple illusion moonlight, like liquid silver, bathed every inch of the ancient and immortal temple, cloaking it in a mysterious veil. On this tranquil night, Daenerys Targaryen and Yura stepped hand in hand into this hall of the unknown, their heartbeats and breaths intertwining in the vast emptiness of the temple, creating a tense yet anticipatory overture. As the two individuals progressed along the path illuminated by the dim glow of lanterns, an ineffable force suddenly swept Daenerys into another dimension. Her form swiftly faded from Yura's sight, leaving only the echoes of his hoarse and helpless cries reverberating through the desolate corridor, reminiscent of the most mournful horn in the depths of night. Beyond the first door, Daenerys found herself thrust into the scene of a blood-soaked wedding. A horrific spectacle she had neither heard of nor witnessed before. Blood stained the ground, and the air was thick with wails and screams, as the faces of friends and family contorted in anguish, as if the very world had been consumed by despair. Confronted with such a scene, Daenerys felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and sorrow. Yet, she did not succumb. Instead, she drew strength from this tragedy. She realized that even in the darkest moments, people require the light of hope, that even in the face of irretrievable loss, one can glean wisdom on how to avert future mistakes. This illusion taught her that courage and wisdom are the weapons to conquer all suffering, and that an indomitable spirit is the sole path to a luminous future. Emerging from the shadows of the blood-soaked wedding, Daenerys entered the second illusion, finding herself standing in the grand hall of the Seven Kingdoms Palace, where the iron throne she had long coveted stood at the center. The throne, forged from countless swords of war, radiated a mesmerizing glow, as if beckoning her to come forth and claim her crown. Just as she reached out to touch it, a faint yet distinct voice resonated in her ear, reminiscent of a soul's warning. Power is not to be wielded for selfish desires. This revelation struck her like the morning bell, awakening her to a profound truth. She understood that true power encompasses more than merely sitting upon the Iron Throne to bask in glory. It entails shouldering immense responsibility and sacrifice. Power ought to be wielded to protect the people and to advocate for social justice, rather than merely to satiate personal greed and ambition. This lesson imparted to her that a genuine leader must prioritize the welfare of the populace, using their authority to benefit the common good and establish justice for all. Behind the third door, Daenerys was greeted by a landscape blanketed in ice and snow, within which a solitary tent stood in quiet solitude. With a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, She parted the tense curtain, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before her. There, she beheld her beloved husband and the child who had never graced the earth, a tableau of familial reunion so heartwarming that time seemed to freeze, with all misfortune and suffering dissipating into the ether. The smile of her husband and the laughter of her child were so vivid that Daenerys nearly forgot she was ensnared in an illusion. Yet, she suddenly recalled the witch's words, realizing that this was but a meticulously crafted deception, an attempt to ensnare her in false happiness and obscure her real responsibilities and mission. Although her heart was filled with struggle and reluctance, Daenerys ultimately chose to depart. She understood that true happiness and peace must be built upon the foundation of the real world, requiring relentless effort and struggle to attain, rather than a mere escape into a dreamlike mirage. This decision exemplifies her wisdom and courage as a remarkable leader. She chooses to confront the harshness of reality while steadfastly adhering to her beliefs, continuing to strive for the ideals she holds dear. Chapter 34. The Clash of Abyss and Light. When Daenerys Targaryen finally broke free from the shackles of her illusions, she stepped into an entirely new and uncharted world. The air was thick with a faint mustiness and the scent of dust, suggesting that this room had long remained untouched. As she pushed open the heavy wooden door, her heart raced, an instinct whispering that within lay crucial clues concerning her fate and that of her young dragons. The interior of the room was dim and oppressive, with the only source of light being a few flickering candles, casting distorted shadows that added an air of enigmatic mystery. At the center of the room stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface cloaked in a fine layer of dust, evidently having endured countless seasons. What pained Daenerys most was the sight of her 3 young dragons, Viserion, Regal, and Drogon, bound by delicate iron chains, lying helplessly upon the stone. Their eyes filled with despair and panic. Her heart felt as though it had been pricked by a needle, and she dashed toward the pedestal, determined to rescue her children without delay. However, at that moment, a chilling gust of wind swept in from behind, causing her to shudder involuntarily. As she turned swiftly, she beheld an elderly man cloaked in robes, his pallid complexion and deep-set eyes reminiscent of a starry night sky. Castor. I am Castor, the sole heir of the bloodline of Gavrilia, he announced, his voice resonating like distant church bells, melodious yet profound. Your dragons, their birth has awakened my power, and you will become the guardian of all this, welcoming each spring alongside your dragons until the last snowflake of winter melts away. Upon hearing this, Daenerys felt a tumult of emotions surge within her. Fixing her gaze upon Castor, she replied resolutely, I am the Queen of Westeros, bearing the weighty responsibility of restoring the honor of House Targaryen. I must return to my homeland. Yet, Castor's response was as frigid and unyielding as the depths of winter. What you call your homeland is merely an illusory bubble. All your dreams will dissipate here. With that, he ensnared Daenerys in iron chains. In her despair, Daenerys commanded her young dragons to unleash their fire upon Castor, seeking to shatter the shackles that bound her. The 3 dragons responded with fierce flames, but to Castor, it was naught but a wisp of smoke. Witnessing her dragon's efforts go in vain, an unprecedented desolation engulfed her. Your family never extended a hand to us during its glorious days. Now, you shall bear the consequences, Castor stated coldly, his tone laced with disdain and mockery. In that critical moment, a deep, philosophical voice resonated. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? Only by relinquishing hatred can one find true liberation. As the voice echoed, a man clad in black robes, adorned with a golden hairpin, entered the room with a graceful demeanor, exuding an ethereal presence with every movement. The individual in question is Lin Yifeng, a traveler who has traversed the fabric of time. Several years prior, he inadvertently fell into this world, where he has devoted himself to cultivation until achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment. During his journeys, he became acutely aware that his past interventions had altered the original trajectory of fate, prompting him to rise at this moment to assist Daenerys in extricating herself from her predicaments. His attire, reminiscent of the azure and white realms of his former world, would undoubtedly elicit countless gasps of admiration, a truly ethereal appearance. Lin Yifeng's arrival shattered the standoff between Daenerys and Castor. Chapter 35. The secret chamber duel. Beneath the immortal cathedral, the moonlight draped like silk, casting a silvery glow upon the immortal cathedral of Quail City. This ancient and solemn edifice appeared even more enigmatic under the veil of night. Deep within, in a long-sealed chamber, Castor, an old sorcerer who claims to be a descendant of the Valyrian bloodline, regarded the suddenly materialized Lin Yifeng with a mixture of wariness and vigilance. Who might you be, to silently appear behind me? Such audacity is remarkable. Lin Yifeng's voice resonated with calm depth, akin to the gentle ripples on a tranquil lake at midnight. The splendor of Valyria has become mere historical dust, a civilization long extinguished. Is your obsession truly warranted? Hatred is akin to an abyss, imprisoning one in endless suffering. Only by relinquishing hatred can one break free from shackles and attain true liberation. However, Castor's retort was laced with cold resolve. One cannot advise another to abandon goodness without having endured their torments. If you had experienced the anguish I have borne, you might not utter such words. Upon hearing this, Lin Yifeng merely sighed softly. It appears that words cannot alter the obsession within your heart. In that case, let actions speak for themselves. Just as tensions escalated between the two, Castor suddenly recalled something, his gaze sharpening with curiosity. By the way, earlier at the Zero Manor, that mysterious figure lurking in the shadows, observing everything, could it be you? A faint, serene smile graced Lin Yifeng's lips. Indeed, that was I? Ah, I see. Castor scoffed lightly. Then let us ascertain today whether your martial prowess surpasses my magical might. To avoid endangering the young dragon and Daenerys, the two cautiously distanced themselves from one another. As Castor departed, he conjured a magical barrier to ensure the safety of the area beyond the battlefield. With a subtle wave of his staff, it seemed as if flames danced in the air, and a crimson fireball rapidly coalesced, hurtling towards Lin Yifeng with astonishing speed. Lin Yifeng moved like the wind, deftly evading the strike, and immediately summoned his flying sword, transforming it into a silver lightning bolt aimed directly at Castor. Your techniques are rather mediocre, Castor sneered, brandishing his staff, causing the flying sword to be repelled by an unseen force. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the sword seemed to possess a will of its own, looping back for another assault on Castor. Unwilling to underestimate his opponent, Castor swiftly gathered his magical energies, erecting a protective barrier with his staff once more. However, as he concentrated on defending against the flying swords, Lin Yifeng silently approached, delivering a powerful punch that he had long prepared. Faced with this unexpected strike from Lin Yifeng, Castor hastily reacted, barely lifting his staff to block. Yet, the force of Lin Yifeng's punch staggered him back, leaving him on the verge of losing his footing. Just as Lin Yifeng prepared to press his advantage, Castor suddenly drew a short sword from his sleeve with remarkable speed. Lin Yifeng failed to evade in time, and a mark was etched across his chest. However, just as Castor reveled in his apparent success, he was taken aback to find that no blood flowed from beneath Lin Yifeng's garment. Lin Yifeng silently rejoiced, grateful for the defensive robe he had crafted earlier. Otherwise, that strike would have surely inflicted grievous harm. After a series of breathtaking exchanges, Castor finally realized that his opponent was no ordinary adversary. Chapter 36. Beneath the silver glow, the liberation of the soul as the night deepened. A confrontation concerning faith and redemption unfolded at the heart of the ancient temple. Lin Yifeng and Castor, two souls engaged in countless rounds of struggle, had yet to determine a victor. Each clash between them was not merely a contest of physical strength, but a profound struggle of spirit and will. Following an intense exchange, Lin Yifeng astutely seized a fleeting opportunity, swiftly distancing himself from Castor, hoping to touch the chords of his heart with words. Castor, the hatred you bear is akin to a heavy shackle that binds your soul. Clinging to your obsession will only lead to the loss of self. Letting go is the path to reclaiming true freedom and peace. Yet, Castor's response was laced with scorn, his eyes glimmering with resentment and fury. You have never experienced the pain and betrayal I have endured. What right do you have to advise me to release it? Your words are but whispers in the wind, irrelevant and inconsequential to me. Hearing this, Lin Yifeng could not help but let out a deep sigh, his voice tinged with helplessness. Alas, why do you persist in being ensnared by the shadows of the past? Words are futile, Castor coldly replied, the flames igniting in his eyes seeming capable of incinerating all reason. In the battlefield, only power holds sway. With that, he conjured a blazing fireball once more, hurling it at Lin Yifeng without hesitation, intending to sever any further dialogue. Recognizing the resoluteness in Castor's demeanor, Lin Yifeng understood that words could no longer penetrate the thick walls surrounding his heart. Thus, he slowly drew forth a shimmering silver whip from his satchel. This whip, forged through special craftsmanship, glimmered with a gentle hue reminiscent of moonlight, as if it contained boundless mysteries and power. As the silver whip was wielded, it moved like a serpent emerging from its burrow, both graceful and fierce, each lash striking with unparalleled precision, significantly expanding Lin Yifeng's range of attack. Castor, witnessing such a formidable weapon for the first time, felt a surge of surprise within, forcing him to focus entirely on evasion to avoid severe injury. In a fierce confrontation, Castor sought to exploit the advantages of close combat, simultaneously unleashing a formidable fireball to capture Lin Yifeng's attention while lunging forward with his short sword, intent on delivering a lethal blow. However, all of this was well within Lin Yifeng's anticipation. He deftly maneuvered the silver whip to create an impenetrable circle of defense, while swiftly recalling the hovering flying sword to form a pincer attack. Confronted with the unexpected dual threat from both sides, Castor was compelled to interrupt his offensive, focusing entirely on evading the impending danger. Lin Yifeng's series of maneuvers not only demonstrated his keen judgment of the battlefield's dynamics, but also exerted unprecedented pressure on Castor at a tactical level. As the battle progressed, Castor began to realize that brute force and skill alone would no longer suffice to gain the upper hand in this contest. The flawless synergy of the silver whip and the flying sword not only rendered him tactically passive, but also began to stir something deep within his soul. In a moment when the silver whip grazed perilously close, forcing him to evade with urgency, Lin Yifeng's voice resonated once more, this time imbued with a sense of earnestness. Hatred and vengeance are but an endless cycle. They cannot grant you true liberation. Letting go is an opportunity for rebirth. At that moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed Castor's gaze, as the long-held thoughts of revenge seemed to experience a moment of release. He began to reflect that Lin Yifeng's words were not without merit, but rather touched upon a sensitive point deep within him. Chapter 37. Reconciliation at the Immortal Temple. At the dawn of thunder, the Immortal Temple of Quails, a sanctuary steeped in millennia of history and cultural heritage, had transformed into a battlefield for the collision of two disparate realms. Lin Yifeng, a traveler traversing otherworldly dimensions, faced off against Castor, a custodian of ancient Eastern sorcery. Their clash was not merely a contest of strength, but a profound engagement that resonated with their respective souls and philosophies. After an intense struggle, Castor found himself unable to withstand any longer, skillfully struck aside by Lin Yifeng, only to be ensnared by the silver whip, his fate sealed inescapably. Do with me as you will. Castor's tone was filled with defiance and stubbornness, yet this did not waver Lin Yifeng's compassion. I have no desire to take your life. I seek only a path to reconciliation between you and Daenerys Targaryen. There is no need for words between her and me. Castor's voice was cold and resolute. Seemingly unwilling to broach the past, Lin Yifeng endeavored to shatter this icy barrier. Why not allow hatred to be a thing of the past? Or perhaps I could convey your sentiments to her. It may yield a different outcome. She, a fallen princess of a lost kingdom, has no right to speak of reconciliation. Castor's words dripped with disdain, but Lin Yifeng's insight whispered that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Hatred often stems from misunderstanding. Have you truly considered that severing all ties with her and those 3 young dragons is far more complicated than you imagine? Otherwise, you would not choose to let her live and grow alongside the young dragon. This phrase served as a key, gradually unlocking the long-sealed chambers of Castor's heart. Do you think she will accept me? Castor's tone was imbued with uncertainty, yet Lin Yifeng provided an affirmative response. I believe she will. As a descendant of the ancient Govaleria wizards, you possess many ancient spells and incantations that have been forgotten by modern sorcerers. This knowledge is crucial to her. Perhaps, Castor replied, his conviction wavering as he contemplated seriously. Now, you must calm your mind, Lin Yifeng advised. During this period, you must remain here, to prevent Castor from fleeing. Lin Yifeng did not release the bindings upon him, but instead summoned the retracted flying sword, proceeding alone to the place where Daenerys was imprisoned. Within the Grand Hall, the magical barrier stood as an indomitable fortress, confining Daenerys within its grasp. Facing this seemingly insurmountable obstacle, Lin Yifeng took a deep breath, attempting to breach it with a palm strike of thunder. However, the barrier merely trembled slightly, and disappointment flickered in Daenerys' gaze. Lin Yifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that conventional attacks would prove ineffective. Recognizing that traditional methods could not achieve the desired outcome, Lin Yifeng decided to take a bold risk. He closed his eyes, immersing himself wholly in the ocean of spiritual energy, as the air around him seemed to respond, forming a formidable yet concealed energy field. When the spiritual power reached its zenith, Lin Yifeng abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a bolt of thunder as thick as a barrel from his palm, akin to a roaring beast, charging directly towards the core of the barrier. At the moment of collision, the entire hall seemed to tremble, and amidst the deafening roar, the barrier shattered instantly. However, in the wake of the thunder's aftermath, Daenerys was nearly harmed, prompting Lin Yifeng to swiftly adjust his direction to avert a greater disaster. Chapter 38. The Light of Dawn. The symphony of fate between Lin and the Mother of Dragons in the profound depths of the Quarrel's immortal temple. A breathtaking confrontation had just concluded, as the ancient barrier collapsed in the fierce battle between Lin Yifeng and his adversaries, akin to stars falling beneath the night sky, releasing an exquisite yet fleeting luminescence. Just as the afterglow faded and the dust settled, Lin Yifeng suddenly realized that the tip of his sword was nearly touching the skin of Daenerys Targaryen. The peril of that moment tightened his heart, compelling him to hastily retract his weapon. He stepped forward, deftly yet powerfully severing the cold iron chains that bound her, simultaneously liberating the three small and helpless dragons by her side. An extraordinary essence permeated the air, the scent of freedom and rebirth. "Mr. Lin, you nearly harmed me." Daenerys' voice, though slightly trembling, resonated more with a sense of relief from her near escape. "Lady Daenerys, I am profoundly sorry," Lin Yifeng immediately approached, lowering his noble head in sincere apology. "My actions were too reckless, nearly resulting in an irreparable mistake. I implore your forgiveness." Daenerys gazed at the enigmatic practitioner before her, confusion and sparks of recollection dancing within her eyes. "It is you," she suddenly exclaimed, as the floodgates of memory were thrust open. "You are the voice that quietly resonated in my mind on that fateful night, warning me to be wary of Zero." Lin Yifeng smiled gently, a serene expression gracing his features, and nodded lightly. "Yes, it is merely fate. In the tapestry of life, where do we not encounter one another? Perhaps this is a destined encounter for us. You, the rumored practitioner of the arcane arts, how might I address you?" Driven by curiosity, Daenerys posed this question. Lin Yifeng responded with a carefree smile, offering a succinct yet dignified reply. "If a title must be bestowed, then Lin Jinren suffices. Names are but external labels. The true essence lies in the understanding and resonance within our hearts." Mentioning the path of cultivation, "I find myself quite intrigued by Castor's perspective." Daenerys then inquired. "He asserts that he is a descendant of the ancient Guvaleria wizards. What is your take on this?" Lin Yifeng fell silent for a moment, his gaze as profound as the night sky. Indeed, Castor has inherited the bloodline of the Guvaleria wizards. More importantly, he possesses a repertoire of nearly forgotten Guvaleria secrets and other arcane knowledge. Particularly, his research and understanding of dragons far surpasses what you and I can fathom. Should he pledge his loyalty to you, the benefits would extend beyond mere enhancement of power. It would also encompass a profound mastery and application of dragon control, which holds significant implications for your strategic endeavors to reclaim the Iron Throne. Deep in thought, Daenerys weighed the counsel Lin Yifeng had proffered. "This is indeed a suggestion worthy of careful consideration, Lin Jinren." She finally spoke. "If Castor's true prowess exceeds my understanding, his affiliation would greatly augment my chances of commanding dragons and reclaiming the Iron Throne." With a decision reached, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys embarked without hesitation on their quest to find Castor. They traversed the chambers of the Immortal Temple, overcoming countless obstacles, ultimately discovering the self-proclaimed descendant of the Guvaleria wizards within a concealed grand hall. Castor's eyes reflected both wariness and curiosity, as if assessing the intentions of these unexpected guests. Chapter 39. The Oath of a New Ally in the Depths of the Immortal Temple, the weight of history intertwined with an air of mystery, creating a tapestry of elusive shadows and lights. The footsteps of Lin Yifeng and Daenerys Targaryen left faint imprints upon the ancient floor, guiding them into the majestic hall where Lin Yifeng had recently clashed with Castor. Castor, the scion of the Guvaleria wizards, was bound in the center of the hall, his gaze sharp like a cold star, filled with vigilance and intrigue, as he silently assessed the true intentions and potential threats posed by these unfamiliar visitors. "Castor." Lin Yifeng's voice resonated through the vast hall, deep and resonant. "We have discerned your past, your abilities, and your current predicament. Before you lie two divergent paths. The first, to devote yourself to Daenerys's grand revival, pledging your lifelong loyalty to her, becoming a steadfast ally in her quest to reclaim the Iron Throne. The other, to continue your independent journey, facing all uncertainties and risks of the future alone." Castor fell into a prolonged silence, as if the very air held its breath. His thoughts traversed between two starkly contrasting life paths, weighing the costs and rewards of each. Finally, he spoke slowly, his words imbued with caution and resolve. "I am willing to serve Queen Daenerys and to make a solemn oath. However, I also wish to retain a measure of autonomy, enabling me to maximize my capabilities and strengths." Upon hearing this, Lin Yifeng nodded gently, a flicker of approval crossing his eyes. "A wise choice, Castor." He then turned to Daenerys. I am confident that Queen Daenerys will respect your wishes. Daenerys' gaze met Castor's, her eyes glimmering with determination and hope. Undoubtedly, Castor. Your wisdom and talent are invaluable assets and strengths to our team. We will march forward together, aiding me in my grand quest to reclaim King's Landing and seize the Iron Throne. I solemnly promise you the respect and wealth you rightfully deserve. Subsequently, in a secluded chamber of the Undying Hall, a meticulous and rigorous negotiation quietly commenced. Lin Yifeng played the role of mediator and witness, ensuring equality and fairness in the dialogue, thus allowing for a proper balance of interests between both parties. Daenerys and Castor engaged in an in-depth and detailed discussion surrounding the terms of cooperation, rights and obligations, and resource allocation, ultimately reaching a consensus that satisfied both sides. In a solemn and dignified ceremony, Castor formally pledged his allegiance to Daenerys, becoming an indispensable part of her grand vision for restoration. Though the ritual was simple, it held profound significance, marking the birth of a new alliance and foreshadowing unprecedented support for Daenerys' quest to reclaim her kingdom. As the trio departed the Undying Hall, outside awaited the anxious figure of Jorah Mormont. Jorah's gaze flickered uneasily between Lin Yifeng and Castor, filled with apprehension and vigilance. Only after Daenerys patiently explained the entire sequence of events did Jorah's expression gradually ease, signaling his acceptance of the two. Castor's addition undoubtedly infused fresh vitality into Daenerys' team. His profound expertise and unique insights were vividly displayed in strategic planning and practical drills, significantly enhancing the overall combat effectiveness of the group. Chapter 40. Prophecies, Betrayals, and Awakening under the Cover of Night. Daenerys and her loyal companions quietly departed from the enigmatic Undying Hall, their hearts brimming with newfound hope and the promise of adventure. Yet, a shadow loomed over Daenerys, for she had learned of 3 prophecies concerning her fate, each linked to pivotal events. One of blood, one of wealth, and one of love. The first 2 had already revealed their presence. One was when she, out of compassion, rescued a wretched witch from a village brutally ravaged by the Horse Lord, who ultimately met his demise at the hands of the witch seeking vengeance for her village. The other was Zero's deceit in Karth, which exposed her to the complexities of human nature and the harshness of reality. However, the third prophecy remained an enigma, like an island shrouded in mist, perplexing her with uncertainty about when and where it would manifest. As she pondered alone, striving to unravel the mystery of the prophecy, Lin Yifeng, her steadfast support always by her side, gently approached, his warm gaze providing silent comfort and encouragement. Daenerys, he said, his voice deep and resonant, every prophecy holds its significance, yet it is your choices and actions that truly determine your fate. He was acutely aware of the specifics of the third prophecy, but chose to remain silent, believing that genuine growth and awakening arise from the courage and wisdom to confront the unknown. Daenerys led her party resolutely towards the estate of Zero. The guards of the estate stood little chance against their precise and decisive assault, quickly subdued one by one. Upon entering Zero's private domain, a chilling sight greeted them. Zero was entwined with the handmaiden who had once taught her how to win the heart of the Horse Lord. This scene not only unveiled Zero's treachery, but also elucidated why Castor had so easily seized her precious young dragon. A tumult of emotions surged within Daenerys, a blend of anger and disappointment, alongside profound introspection regarding her past vows. She had often silently promised herself that should she reclaim the Iron Throne, she would not disappoint those who had offered their assistance during her times of despair. Yet, Zero's actions were undeniably a mockery of that vow. Amidst her profound disappointment in Zero's betrayal, a glimmer of hope flickered in Daenerys' heart. Perhaps Zero's estate and its treasury could provide the much-needed financial support. Thus, the group hastened to Zero's secret treasury. However, when they unlocked the heavy metal door with Zero's key, they were greeted by a completely empty vault, devoid of even a single gold coin. This scene stirred a complex array of feelings within Daenerys. Relief as if liberated from an excessive dependence on material wealth, yet tinged with a sense of loss. Lin Yifeng reappeared, softly reassuring her. Daenerys, true wealth lies not in gold and silver, but in the convictions we hold within our hearts and the trust we share with our companions. After deep contemplation, Daenerys rose, her gaze unwavering as she looked upon Zero and the handmaiden. You too, she began, her voice soft yet imbued with undeniable authority, have imparted upon me the most valuable lesson of my life, revealing the essence of betrayal and illuminating who I can truly rely upon. With that, she ordered Zero and the handmaiden to be imprisoned within the vast, silent treasury, allowing them to cry out in pleas, yet she remained resolute. For she understood that this was the consequence they must face. For Daenerys, this was a symbolic act, signifying her emotional release from the past and marking yet another milestone in her inner maturity and awakening. Chapter 41. Farewell and Departure. The call of a new world in Qarth, a once magnificent trading city. Daenerys and her loyal followers faced unprecedented challenges and triumphs. They not only confiscated all the wealth within Xero's estate, but also delved into the locations of the 12 other noble mansions of Quares, gathering every valuable resource available. This was not merely a supply endeavor. It served as a testament to the formidable strength and efficiency of Daenerys' forces. Days later, as Quares' noble estates lay completely stripped, Daenerys and her companions stood by the harbor, gazing at the returning ships laden with bounty. Their hearts filled with both a sense of accomplishment and a subtle melancholy of departure. Quares, once a bustling and vibrant city, gradually faded from view behind them, becoming a mere milestone of the past. On the eve of their departure, Lin Yifeng approached Daenerys, expressing his desire to leave. His eyes sparkled with a yearning for distant horizons and a fervor for exploration. "Mother of dragons, my queen," he softly began, his voice tinged with both reluctance and resolve. "I am grateful for all you have bestowed upon me, but from this day forth, I wish to embark on a journey alone, to explore the unknown and seek my own destiny." Upon hearing this, Daenerys felt a jolt of sorrow. She was reluctant to lose this steadfast companion. She earnestly pleaded, promising him riches and even willing to sacrifice herself for his stay. "Lin Yifeng," she grasped his hand tightly, her eyes filled with earnestness. "To me, you are not merely an ally but akin to family. Please, stay with us as we forge our future together." However, Lin Yifeng's decision was resolute. His gaze transcended Daenerys, as if envisioning far-off realms. "Daenerys," he gently caressed her hand, his tone both tender and firm, "you have imparted so much wisdom upon me. Yet the voice within compels me to pursue my own path. This is not farewell, but a temporary separation. We shall reunite, perhaps in broader horizons or a more distant future." Though her heart brimmed with reluctance, Daenerys chose to honor Lin Yifeng's decision. She understood that each person embarks on their own journey. Following a brief yet solemn farewell ceremony, Daenerys and her entourage boarded the vessel, setting sail eastward towards Astapor. Astapor, the city known as the Slave Bay, awaited their arrival to unveil its mysterious veil. As the ship cut through the waves, Daenerys stood on the deck, gazing at the receding land. Her thoughts were myriad, filled with both anticipation for the unknown and reflections of the past. Lin Yifeng's figure emerged in her mind. She knew that this friendship and experience would forever be etched in her heart. "Lin Yifeng, my friend," she silently wished, "may your journey be smooth, and may you discover the answers you seek. As for me, I will carry forth the courage and wisdom you have imparted, continuing my own path. Our roads may diverge, yet our hearts shall remain eternally intertwined." Astapor, that strange yet challenging land, patiently awaited the arrival of Daenerys and her companions. There, they would face new challenges, encounter new allies, and perhaps confront new foes. Yet for Daenerys, all of this was an essential part of her growth. She firmly believes that no matter how arduous the path ahead may be, as long as one possesses faith and courage, nothing is insurmountable. Chapter 42. The Trials and Awakening of the Practitioner. As dawn breaks, a delicate blush of light graces the eastern horizon, illuminating the ancient walls of Quail City, rendering the scene extraordinarily tranquil. Lin Yifeng stands quietly at the harbor's edge, his gaze following a distant boat gradually fading from view. The silhouette of Daenerys and her loyal followers. Though their parting was devoid of excessive words, it was imbued with a tapestry of emotions and understanding. He comprehended that his separation from Daenerys was not a mere impulse, but rather a profound insight into the transformative changes within his own cultivation. As he stood at a subtle crossroads, beckoning for independent practice and breakthrough. Departing from Quail City, Lin Yifeng embarked on a journey that appeared solitary yet brimmed with opportunities. He traversed the vastness of the world. Every mountain, every stream, and even the vibrant essence of each town became indispensable mentors on his path of cultivation. This journey was not solely an exploration of the external world, but also a profound introspection, refining both his spirit and body. Months later, Lin Yifeng found his footsteps halting in a secret valley nestled within the embrace of towering mountains. The air here was fresh, and the spiritual energy abundant, resembling a sanctuary most suitable for deep cultivation and breakthroughs. He selected this serene and secure place as his retreat, yearning for a qualitative leap. As the morning light gently illuminated the surroundings, Lin Yifeng commenced his secluded practice. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed and mind focused, channeling all his attention deep within. With each deepening breath, the world around him seemed to lose its color, leaving only himself and the force yearning for breakthrough in a silent standoff. At that moment, time lost its significance, and the confrontation between spirit and bodily limits became the sole reality. However, just as Lin Yifeng was immersed in the pinnacle of his practice, attempting to transcend the invisible barrier before him, a sudden, excruciating pain shattered the tranquility. It felt as though a colossal stone was pressing upon his chest. A searing sensation surged up his throat, and uncontrollably, a stream of crimson blood erupted, staining the ground and starkly contrasting with the serenity of the land. In that instant, a flicker of regret and self-blame surged within him. It was evidently his own impatience that had led to this outcome. Swiftly, Lin Yifeng retrieved a small vial of healing elixir from his belongings, a product of years of diligent cultivation, each pill brimming with potent efficacy. He gradually swallowed the elixir, closed his eyes, and allowed its healing properties to diffuse within, gradually mending his wounded body. Simultaneously, his thoughts raced, reflecting on the recent misstep. This setback, though painful, provided Lin Yifeng with a rare opportunity for learning. He profoundly realized that cultivation is not merely an accumulation of power, but an art of patience and wisdom. Excessive eagerness and greed often yield counterproductive results. True breakthroughs arise from inner tranquility and a keen sense of timing. He realized that the path of cultivation resembled a winding and rugged trail. Only by grounding oneself could one progress steadily. After several days of recuperation and contemplation, Lin Yifeng's body and spirit had returned to their optimal state. Rising once more, he gazed towards the distant sun as it ascended, igniting within him a fervent flame, one that symbolized not just his dedication to the path of cultivation, but also his yearning for the challenges that lay ahead. He understood that true practitioners would never cease their journey due to a single failure. Rather, they would regard each setback as a stepping stone towards success. Chapter 43. The initial formation of the golden elixir, promising path ahead as night descended. The stars twinkled like scattered gems, and a gentle breeze swept through the mountains. Lin Yifeng sat cross-legged upon a smooth blue stone, surrounded by lush trees and the soothing sound of a babbling brook, crafting a serene and harmonious tableau. Despite the recent unsuccessful breakthrough attempt, this failure was akin to the spring breeze caressing the earth, nurturing new vitality. Lin Yifeng was not disheartened. Instead, he gained a deeper understanding and insight into the essence of cultivation. As his injuries healed, his mindset shifted accordingly, preparing him to once again strive towards the unknown heights. In a secluded valley, Lin Yifeng discovered a hidden cave, far removed from the bustle of humanity, ideal for immersive cultivation. He closed his eyes and commenced a new round of practice. Unlike his previous impatience, this time he opted for a tranquil approach. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, he began his meditation. No longer chasing rapid results, he focused on solidifying his foundation. With each breath resonating with the surrounding spiritual energy and each heartbeat seemingly narrating the rhythm of cultivation. As time passed, Lin Yifeng's practice deepened, and he began to perceive subtle changes in his environment. The once freely flowing spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards him, slowly converging at his location. This energy was not chaotic. Rather, it exhibited an orderly flow, akin to gentle streams merging into the sea, ultimately forming a small vortex of spiritual energy beside him. Lin Yifeng recognized this as an exceptional opportunity, a pivotal moment for his breakthrough into the golden elixir stage. On a sunny afternoon, Lin Yifeng felt an unprecedented acceleration of his heartbeat, a call from deep within, guiding him to the next phase. He slowly opened his eyes, determination flashing in his gaze. Golden elixir, he uttered softly, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Subsequently, he guided the gathered spiritual energy, merging it with his essence, vitality, and spirit, initiating a process of internal and external refinement. As seconds ticked away, a gentle golden light began to emanate around Lin Yifeng's body, heralding the formation of the golden elixir. Before long, accompanied by a slight tremor, a golden elixir, exuding a warm luster, gradually took shape within Lin Yifeng's dantian, akin to a newly hatched life, brimming with vibrant vitality. The formation of the golden elixir signifies Lin Yifeng's formal entry into the realm of the golden core, a coveted stage sought after by all cultivators. This milestone represents the harmonious fusion of his essence, energy, and spirit, culminating in a formidable core of power. The golden core stage is not merely a symbol of cultivation. It embodies a profound leap in the quality of a cultivator's life. Lin Yifeng distinctly perceives a significant enhancement in his vitality, with his magical energy flowing like a mighty river, ceaseless and abundant. More importantly, cultivators at this stage are granted lifespans extending hundreds or even thousands of years, liberating them from the mundane shackles of aging, illness, and death. They gain the ability to soar through the skies, master higher-level techniques, and begin the endeavor of crafting magical artifacts, capabilities that remain elusive to ordinary practitioners. Standing atop this lofty peak, Lin Yifeng's emotions oscillate between exhilaration and reflection. He understands that the Golden Core stage is merely a beginning. The path of cultivation remains long and fraught with the unknown, with higher realms awaiting his exploration. Nevertheless, he possesses more confidence than ever, for he has acquired the key to unlocking the door to a new world, the Golden Core. Chapter 44. The initial formation of the Golden Core, aspiring to the 9 heavens as dawn's light gently breaks. Lin Yifeng sits cross-legged atop a massive rock at the mountain's summit, surrounded by a faint golden glow, a distinctive phenomenon following the achievement of his Golden Core. Unlike many of his peers, Lin Yifeng opts for a path that appears solitary, yet is profoundly wise. He meditates and stabilizes his cultivation rather than seeking to flaunt or celebrate his success. He understands that while the Golden Core heralds the beginning of a new chapter in his cultivation journey, a true practitioner remains unclouded by fleeting victories. Thus, he quiets his mind, immersing himself in introspection and contemplation, aiming to fully integrate this newfound power into his very being, transforming it into an inseparable part of himself. Days later, as Lin Yifeng feels an increasingly intimate connection with his Golden Core and the smooth flow of true essence within him, he finally resolves to take the first step of the Golden Core stage, testing his ability to fly. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and silently recites the principles of flight. Subsequently, a warm and powerful energy surges from his dantian, spreading along his meridians to every limb and bone. In the next moment, he feels his feet grow light, and his entire being begins to ascend slowly, departing from the ground and soaring into the azure sky. At that instant, he experiences the joy of flight for the first time. The exhilarating sensation of freedom and transcendence is intoxicating. Gazing down from the heights, mountains, rivers, cities, and villages appear diminutive and intricate, as if the entire world dances within the palm of his hand. This breathtaking vista evokes a profound sense of elation, rendering it ineffable. Upon returning to the earth, Lin Yifeng embarks on an exploration of physical techniques. The achievement of the Golden Core not only brings forth breakthroughs in magical arts, but also bestows a qualitative leap upon his corporeal form. He attempts to execute several physical techniques and discovers a marked enhancement in his strength, speed, and endurance. Particularly, during moments of exertion, he distinctly senses a deep and formidable force within him, the strength bestowed by the Golden Core. This newfound power not only amplifies his resilience, but also imbues his strikes with greater destructiveness, as if each action carries the might to cleave mountains and shatter boulders. Beyond the mastery of physical techniques and the art of flight, Lin Yifeng was pleasantly surprised to discover that his command over magical arts had ascended to a new realm. Those once formidable spells that had plagued him with frustration now flowed from his fingertips with the ease of a child's play. He attempted to cast a fireball spell, and behold, a flame reminiscent of a crimson lotus coalesced at his fingertips before transforming into a magnificent shooting star that streaked through the air. Its astonishing power was matched only by its aesthetic beauty, akin to an artist wielding a brush, painting the cosmos as a canvas with wild abandon. Yet, Lin Yifeng did not rest on his laurels. He understood that a true practitioner seeks not merely the augmentation of strength, but a profound comprehension of life and the universe. Thus, after reveling in the myriad wonders brought forth by the initial stages of the Golden Core, he made a significant decision to enter seclusion for further cultivation. In a concealed cavern, Lin Yifeng embarked on a new phase of his training, diligently honing both his physical techniques and magical arts. While immersing himself in ancient texts to explore the deeper secrets of the Golden Core, striving to unveil the truths behind cultivation. During this period of isolation, he seemed to be severed from the world, with the clamor of the outside realm barred beyond the threshold, leaving only the companionship of cultivation and contemplation. He awaited the day when he might glimpse the ultimate answer concealed behind layers of mist. Chapter 45. Ingeniously crafted storage bags. The cool moonlight bathed a tranquil valley, illuminating a hidden cavern. The entrance gradually opened, and a young man stepped forth with measured strides, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. a testament to the strength and composure cultivated during his prolonged seclusion. He was Lin Yifeng, a prodigious master craftsman, freshly emerged from a significant retreat, poised to confront a new challenge, the creation of storage bags. Lin Yifeng fully comprehended that crafting a storage bag was no trivial endeavor. It not only tested the artisan's understanding of spatial laws, but also demanded precise control over materials. Thus, he set forth on a quest for materials, destined for an ancient mine known as Yunyin Mountain. Here, he sought the ethereal jade, a peculiar gemstone capable of harnessing spatial energy, the flowing cloud silk, reputedly derived from the feathers of a celestial phoenix, renowned for its remarkable resilience and flexibility, making it an exemplary choice for the exterior of the storage bag. And the spirit earth, a precious soil that could stabilize spatial structures and prevent collapses. After an arduous search, Lin Yifeng finally gathered all the essential materials and returned to his cavern, brimming with confidence. Back in his familiar crafting chamber, he arranged the materials meticulously, with the centerpiece being the ancient Xian iron cauldron that had accompanied him throughout his crafting journey. This cauldron, not only aesthetically timeless, also possessed formidable crafting properties. It was Lin Yifeng's most cherished companion in his endeavors. Following a series of intricate rituals and incantations, Lin Yifeng ignited the spiritual fire beneath the cauldron, introducing the ethereal jade, flowing cloud silk, and spirit earth in precise proportions. Guided by the true energy within him, the materials swiftly melded, forming the foundational shape of the storage bag. Thanks to his prior crafting experience, Lin Yifeng navigated this process with ease, and within the span of a day, the nascent form of the storage bag had already emerged. As the storage pouch cooled, Lin Yifeng eagerly grasped it in his hands, meticulously examining its exterior. This pouch, though unadorned, revealed a hidden world upon his probing consciousness. Despite its modest dimensions, it sufficed abundantly for personal use. A smile graced Lin Yifeng's lips. His heart swelling with pride and joy, he commenced experimenting with the pouch's capabilities. With a mere thought, the refining cauldron in his hand vanished, only to reappear in the other. This seamless transition occurred repeatedly, each instance flowing as effortlessly as water, devoid of any delay. Continuing his trials, Lin Yifeng stored various commonly used treasures such as the alchemical furnace, the silver whip, and the flying sword within the pouch. Each time he placed an item inside, the pouch obediently complied, as if attuned to its master's intentions. Lin Yifeng even attempted to store more unique items, such as a jar of aged wine and an ancient tome containing precious spells, and was met with flawless results. This success deepened his confidence in his refining skills. The pouch's remarkable controllability delighted Lin Yifeng. Whether it was the heavy refining cauldron or the nimble flying sword, he could effortlessly switch between items within and outside the pouch with a single thought, as if manipulating the very fabric of reality. This not only greatly facilitated his daily cultivation and exploration, but also marked a significant step forward in his mastery of refining techniques, propelling him toward higher realms. The successful creation of the storage pouch symbolized yet another breakthrough in Lin Yifeng's journey in the art of refining. It was not merely a practical artifact, but also a testament to his intellect and craftsmanship, representing another crucial milestone on his path of cultivation. Chapter 46. Pursuing perfection in crafting artifacts. Seated in the tranquil refining chamber, surrounded by an array of tools and materials, Lin Yifeng's gaze settled on an unassuming storage pouch. Despite its simplicity, it encapsulated his recent efforts and wisdom. Since successfully crafting the storage pouch, Lin Yifeng had been deeply engrossed in contemplating how to further elevate his refining skills to their zenith. His attention first turned to the silver whip, his most trusted weapon in close combat. However, in practical engagements, he felt its agility was somewhat lacking. Thus, he resolved to undertake a comprehensive transformation. After meticulously examining every aspect of the silver whip, Lin Yifeng discerned a path for improvement. He introduced a special alloy known as soft steel gold, which not only preserved the whip's original hardness, but also significantly enhanced its elasticity and resilience. After several days of relentless refining, a newly upgraded silver whip emerged. Not only did it boast a more exquisite and aesthetically pleasing design, but its functionality also achieved a qualitative leap. With satisfaction, Lin Yifeng stored it within the pouch, ready to shine in future battles. Next, his gaze shifted to the aging alchemical furnace. As an alchemist, the importance of the furnace was self-evident, directly influencing the quality and efficacy of the elixirs produced. Lin Yifeng understood that to advance further in the art of alchemy, he needed a more advanced alchemical furnace to assist him. Thus, he commenced the collection of rare materials, including fiery copper and frost iron. both of which significantly enhance the heat resistance and cooling capabilities of the alchemical furnace, making them indispensable for the concoction of high-quality elixirs. Through ingenious design and precise refinement, a rejuvenated alchemical furnace materialized before Lin Yifeng. It was not only resplendent in appearance, but also possessed superior temperature regulation and greater capacity, sufficient to support his endeavors in more intricate elixir formulations. Without hesitation, Lin Yifeng stowed the new alchemical furnace into his storage pouch, his heart brimming with anticipation for future alchemical achievements. Finally, it was time to attend to the flying sword that had accompanied him for many years. Lin Yifeng had long harbored the notion of enabling the sword to freely transform in size, serving both as an elegant ornament and a formidable weapon in battle. To realize this vision, he diligently perused numerous texts and ultimately discovered the key ingredient, shrinking wood. This exceedingly rare timber possessed the ability to alter the size of objects. Lin Yifeng spared no expense and eventually obtained a small quantity of shrinking wood powder. Through his meticulous refinement, the flying sword successfully acquired the ability to change size. With a gentle flourish, the sword instantly shrank to the size of a hairpin, firmly nestled within his hair crown, both aesthetically pleasing and practical. He conducted repeated trials to ensure the sword's stability and maneuverability in its various states until he was thoroughly satisfied. Through the reforging of the silver whip, alchemical furnace, and flying sword, Lin Yifeng not only enhanced their performance, but, more importantly, gained a profound understanding of the essence of artifact refinement throughout this process. Each enhancement was a challenge to his limits, a honing of his craft. Lin Yifeng understood that true strength lies in an unyielding quest for improvement. The truly formidable are never complacent, but rather perpetually pursue higher realms. Just as he did, through continuous learning, exploration, and practice, one can truly attain an exquisite mastery of the art. Chapter 47. The initial trial of the spirit elixirs as dawn broke. Painting the eastern sky in hues of pale white, Lin Yifeng stood quietly before the entrance of his temporary abode, gazing into the distance, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. After days of diligent effort, he had successfully reforged his original artifacts, not only enhancing their functionalities, but also infusing them with renewed vitality. The next objective was to concoct a batch of high-quality elixirs. To this end, he ventured deep into dense forests and scaled towering mountains to gather exceedingly rare herbs. Now, with all materials at hand, it was time to showcase his true skills. Returning to the hastily constructed alchemical chamber, Lin Yifeng laid out all the precious herbs he had gathered, each meticulously selected and cleansed to ensure their purest efficacy. He ignited the flames beneath the alchemical furnace, carefully regulating the temperature to prevent any excess heat from compromising the herbal components. Despite his utmost precision, the unpredictable nature of alchemy led to a final yield that fell slightly short of expectations, resulting in 10 Azure Origin pills, 9 Meridian Clearing pills, 10 Essence Cultivating pills, and 20 Blood Vitality pills. Each elixir encapsulated the essence of the herbs and the alchemist's dedication, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. After successfully refining the elixirs, Lin Yifeng meticulously placed each of the 4 types of pills into pre-prepared small porcelain vials, affixing corresponding labels that meticulously detailed the names and effects of the elixirs, thereby preventing any future confusion. These porcelain vials, not only exuding an air of antiquity and elegance, were paramount in preserving the freshness of the pills, safeguarding their potency from decay. Standing before the fruits of his labor, Lin Yifeng felt a blend of anticipation and trepidation. He sequentially opened the vials containing the 4 types of elixirs and gently inhaled. The rich aroma of the pills instantly filled the room, invigorating his spirit. Trusting in his alchemical skills, he resolved to personally test the elixirs to validate their effects. He first ingested a Qingyuan pill, followed by the Shujing pill, Peiyuan pill, and Huoshua pill, each encapsulating distinct effects and hopes. Shortly after consuming the elixirs, Lin Yifeng sensed warm currents coursing through his body, akin to gentle rain nourishing the earth, gradually permeating every cell within him. The true essence replenished by the Qingyuan pill enriched his dantian. The Shujing pill acted like invisible fingers, tenderly massaging his meridians, facilitating smoother circulation of true essence. The Peiyuan pill ignited his latent potential, leading to a substantial enhancement of his foundational cultivation, while the Huoshua pill accelerated his blood flow, bestowing him with unprecedented vitality. Realizing the effects were steadily manifesting, Lin Yifeng swiftly settled into a meditative posture, guiding the elixir's power to merge with his own true essence, further amplifying his cultivation. As the medicinal energy was wholly absorbed, Lin Yifeng felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation, with significant advancements both physically and mentally. This experience of refining and testing the elixirs deepened his understanding of alchemy and ushered him into a new phase of cultivation. He began to contemplate how to better integrate alchemical practices with his cultivation system to achieve greater efficiency. Through this practice of refining and testing elixirs, Lin Yifeng gained a profound appreciation for their importance to practitioners. In the days to come, he would devote himself more diligently to the study and refinement of elixirs, not solely for personal advancement, but also with the aspiration to share his findings, assisting fellow practitioners on their journey, enabling them to progress with steadiness and reach greater distances. He would forge ahead relentlessly until he reached that seemingly unattainable pinnacle. Chapter 48. The Marvel of Elixirs. There is no shortcut in cultivation as dawn broke softly. Lin Yifeng sat serenely in the depths of a tranquil bamboo grove, the air around him suffused with a faint aroma of elixirs, the fruits of his recent endeavors marking a significant turning point in his cultivation journey. As the medicinal power within him was gradually refined, he felt a warm current rising from his dantian, flowing along his meridians, seemingly cleansing every inch of his body and soul. Lin Yifeng keenly sensed the imminent breakthrough in his cultivation, a subtle yet undeniable feeling, akin to the brightest star in the night sky guiding his path. To seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lin Yifeng swiftly took action, retrieving 4 elixirs from the jade box beside him, 1 each of Qingyuan pill, Shujing pill, Peiyuan pill, and Huishua pill. The Qingyuan pill nourishes the essence, the Shujing pill harmonizes the flow of qi and blood, the Peiyuan pill fortifies the sinews and bones, while the Huishua pill ignites latent vitality. Lin Yifeng consumed these elixirs in succession, then closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, channeling Taoist internal energy to guide the medicinal forces into his meridians, merging them with his true essence. As time passed, he sensed a tremendous power accumulating within him, with tremors emanating from his dantian, heralding a breakthrough. At last, in a fleeting moment, a crisp crack echoed, and the aura of the mid-golden core stage surged forth like a gushing spring, marking Lin Yifeng's successful ascension to a new realm. This joy was akin to a long-awaited rain after a parched drought, filling him with exhilaration. Immersed in the ecstasy of his breakthrough, Lin Yifeng did not pause. He sought to harness the power of the pills once more to replicate his earlier miracle. This time, he prepared even more meticulously. 2 Qingyuan pills, 2 Peiyuan pills, 2 Shujing pills, and 2 Huishua pills. With great anticipation, he swallowed these elixirs, hoping to incite another wave of transformation within him. However, events did not unfold as he had wished. Despite the tumultuous energies swirling within, he could not touch the precipice of another breakthrough. Lin Yifeng felt a sense of bewilderment. Initially, he thought perhaps the dosage was insufficient, but it seemed the truth was far more complex. He fell into contemplation, striving to uncover the underlying reasons. After much introspection, Lin Yifeng gradually grasped the essence of the matter. It became clear that while elixirs are beneficial, they possess inherent limitations. During the initial consumption, as his body had never encountered such substances, the medicinal powers could manifest fully, yielding remarkable results. Yet once a breakthrough was achieved, the changes in his physical condition rendered the same elixirs incapable of eliciting a response of equal magnitude. More importantly, the true efficacy of these pills lies in their supportive role. It is the relentless practice and profound comprehension of martial truths that truly propel one's progress in cultivation. Lin Yifeng experienced an epiphany. The path of cultivation holds no shortcuts. Though elixirs can expedite the journey and provide ephemeral assistance, genuine growth and strength hinges upon individual effort and perseverance. He recognized that only through grounded, continuous accumulation can one truly grasp the profound essence of martial arts and ascend to loftier realms. After this revelation, Lin Yifeng developed a deeper understanding of his practice. He realized that neither elixirs, magical artifacts, nor any external conditions can substitute for personal diligence and tenacity. A true practitioner should focus on solidifying their foundation during daily training, refining their will through practical combat, and consistently learning and comprehending the deeper connotations of martial arts to gradually elevate their cultivation and reach higher states of being. Chapter 49. Golden scales soaring across the sky as dawn broke, the eastern horizon glimmered with a pale light. Lin Yifeng sat serenely amidst a verdant bamboo grove, enveloped in a subtle aura of spiritual energy. With eyes closed, he cultivated his spirit, undistracted, concentrating on the regulation of his Taoist internal energy. Attempting to fully digest the residual potency of the elixirs he had consumed, integrating it into his foundational essence. He understood that a relentless pursuit of rapid elevation through pills often yields more harm than good. Only by transforming this medicinal power into nourishing energy for his foundation could he secure a lasting future. After a period of tranquil meditation, Lin Yifeng sensed a greater harmony within himself, his foundational strength becoming ever more solid. Although he did not experience a dramatic leap in cultivation, the profound sense of unity he felt assured him that he was indeed on the right path in his spiritual journey. As time passed quietly, Lin Yifeng's practice did not wane. Rather, his correct attitude towards elixirs deepened his internal mastery. He realized that as the medicinal potency of the elixirs gradually dissipated, his physical constitution was unknowingly enhanced, exhibiting a qualitative leap in both his bodily resilience and mental acuity. This transformation, though imperceptible in the short term, would eventually unleash remarkable potential once accumulated to a significant degree. One afternoon, after concluding his routine training, Lin Yifeng retrieved a small, exquisitely crafted spirit beast pouch from his bosom. With 3 gentle taps, a burst of golden light erupted as a magnificent western 2-legged dragon, its scales shimmering with radiant gold, leapt forth from the pouch. This was Jean Lin, his companion whom he had personally hatched from an ancient golden dragon egg. At this moment, Jean Lin had grown to a size far surpassing that of an ordinary dog, its lively eyes sparkling with intelligence and a thirst for knowledge. Clearly eager to embark on adventures with its master and share delightful moments, Lin Yifeng resolved to take Jean Lin out for a hunt, simultaneously honing its flying abilities. He stood in an open area, signaling for Jean Lin to prepare for takeoff. With a graceful leap, he soared into the sky, and Jean Lin followed closely behind, unfurling its expansive wings for its inaugural long-distance flight. Initially, Jean Lin appeared somewhat clumsy, but under Lin Yifeng's guidance and encouragement, it swiftly adapted to the rhythm of extended flight, gliding through the air and reveling in the liberation and exhilaration that flying offered. During their aerial journey, Jean Lin occasionally cast curious glances, seemingly questioning why Lin Yifeng could soar without wings. With a smile, Lin Yifeng seized a momentary pause to succinctly explain to Jean Lin that humans, through the practice of specific techniques, could harness the forces of nature to achieve brief aerial movement. He remarked, "Just as you possess an innate ability for flight, we humans possess unique skills that, through prolonged training and comprehension, allow us to accomplish what may seem impossible." While soaring through the skies, Lin Yifeng also took the opportunity to impart essential hunting techniques to Jean Lin. They weaved through dense forests, tracking the trails of wild beasts, with Jean Lin circling above to scout, while Lin Yifeng stealthily approached the targets on the ground. Through a series of coordinated efforts, they successfully captured several small prey, thus refining Jean Lin's flying skills and strengthening the bond of understanding between them. As evening approached, Lin Yifeng and Jean Lin rested beneath a towering ancient tree, admiring the breathtaking beauty of the setting sun. Jean Lin nestled beside Lin Yifeng, its eyes filled with admiration and reliance upon its master. In this moment, their bond was further elevated. Jean Lin no longer viewed Lin Yifeng merely as a master, but rather as a cherished companion with whom to face challenges side by side. This hunting expedition not only significantly enhanced the flight capabilities of the golden-scaled serpent, but, more importantly, imparted a profound lesson to Lin Yifeng. The path of cultivation is not a solitary and arduous endeavor, but rather a journey that should be undertaken with trustworthy companions. The presence of the golden-scaled serpent infused Lin Yifeng's cultivation life with greater joy and motivation, revealing to him that true strength arises from inner resilience and the deep bonds shared with friends. Chapter 50. The Battle of the Golden-Scaled Serpent and the Boar of the Valley. As dawn broke, a delicate veil of morning mist enveloped the valley, evoking a dreamlike quality, as if nature had meticulously crafted a watercolor masterpiece. Lin Yifeng, alongside his loyal companion, the golden-scaled serpent, once again spread his wings after a prolonged period of rest and recovery, soaring across the majestic mountains and finally settling above a secluded and tranquil valley. This place is a gift from nature and a stage for the trials of a warrior. Lin Yifeng chose a flat and expansive clearing within the valley, gradually settling into a meditative posture, closing his eyes and focusing his mind, embarking on his daily spiritual cultivation. His breathing was deep and rhythmic, synchronizing with the pulse of the valley, each inhalation and exhalation a dialogue with nature. At this moment, the world grew profoundly serene, with only the voice of his spirit resonating clearly. Meanwhile, the golden-scaled serpent assumed the responsibility of hunting, soaring high above and asserting its dominance over the sky. Its keen gaze, sharp as that of an eagle, missed not a single movement, searching for potential prey and preparing to embrace new challenges. Soon, its eyes locked onto a target, a robust wild boar with prominent tusks, leisurely foraging at the edge of the forest, blissfully unaware of the imminent threat. Without hesitation, the golden-scaled serpent swooped down from the heavens, attempting a lethal strike. However, the wild boar was no ordinary adversary. It sensed the oppressive presence from above and swiftly evaded the initial assault, leaving the golden-scaled serpent's first strike in vain. The boar let out a thunderous roar, attempting to intimidate this unexpected foe. Yet, the golden-scaled serpent showed no fear. Instead, it rose to the challenge, responding with an even louder roar, proclaiming its existence. Thus, a silent struggle of life and death, entwined with wisdom and strength, quietly unfolded in the valley. The contest between the golden-scaled serpent and the wild boar was not merely a clash of power, but also a grand examination of intellect and skill. The serpent utilized its razor-sharp claws to leap and climb between trees and rocks, showcasing remarkable agility and mobility. This distinctive ability allowed the golden-scaled serpent to maintain the upper hand in its tussle with the boar, constantly seeking the opportune moment to strike. Though the boar was large and its tusks formidable, it found itself at a disadvantage against the serpent's nimble onslaught. Each dive by the golden-scaled serpent heightened the boar's anxiety, which the serpent cleverly exploited, gradually exhausting the opponent's stamina as it awaited the final confrontation. As time passed, the golden-scaled serpent, armed with exceptional hunting prowess and unwavering determination, gradually gained the upper hand. In a precisely calculated dive, it accurately targeted the boar's vital points, delivering a crushing blow that sent the creature crashing to the ground. In this life-and-death struggle, the victory of Jinlin ultimately underscored the decisive role of wisdom and courage in the natural order. Having conquered the tusked wild boar, Jinlin now faced the formidable challenge of transporting this massive prey back to the camp. Despite Jinlin's formidable strength, the weight of the boar posed a significant burden. Thus, summoning all its might, Jinlin precariously lifted the wild boar with its hind claws and ascended slowly, embarking on a challenging journey back. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jinlin's silhouette etched a magnificent outline against the sky. Battling against the wind, it advanced step by arduous step, resolute yet unyielding towards its destination. Finally, under the expectant gaze of Lin Yifeng, Jinlin safely descended with the fruits of victory at the designated spot. Emerging from his meditation, Lin Yifeng witnessed Jinlin's remarkable feat, his heart swelling with admiration and contentment. He rose slowly, approached Jinlin, and extended his hand to gently touch its wings, conveying silent approval and gratitude. In that moment, the bond between the two, man and dragon, reached an unprecedented height, a culmination of countless battles fought side by side. The confrontation between Jinlin and the tusked wild boar transcended the mere act of hunting. It was a profound experience of cultivation. It imparted the lesson that on the path of growth and enlightenment, wisdom and strength hold equal significance. Only through their harmonious integration can one face challenges with composure and continually transcend oneself. Chapter 51. Jinlin's gift and the shared feast. The sun had begun its descent, casting a golden veil over the valley as the fading light enveloped the earth. Lin Yifeng stood alone at a secluded vantage point, his temporary refuge. He gazed upward at the sky, pondering Jinlin's whereabouts. Suddenly, the rapid beating of wings broke the silence, and a colossal figure swept past the treetops. Jinlin, rushing towards him with a heavy burden. Jinlin descended gracefully, its claws revealing a massive wild boar, clearly the spoils of its hunt that day. As it released its grip, the boar thudded heavily onto the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Yifeng hurried forward, and upon closer inspection, he noted that while the boar had succumbed to death, it retained an aura of untamed vitality. Turning his gaze to Jinlin, he experienced a swirl of complex emotions, astonishment, gratification, and a subtle touch of sentiment. For me? Lin Yifeng inquired softly, incredulity lacing his voice. Jinlin, as if comprehending, nodded slightly and emitted a deep, joyful croak in response to its master's question. Section 2. Preparing for the banquet and sharing the feast. Realizing that to savor this natural bounty, a series of preparations were required. Lin Yifeng resolved to first address the issue of the campfire. He ventured deep into the woods in search of dry firewood. After considerable effort, he returned to the camp. Cradling a substantial bundle of wood, sweat trickling down his brow, yet undeterred by his anticipation for the upcoming feast. Carefully stacking the firewood in the designated area, Lin Yifeng began to process the wild boar. Skillfully, he skinned it, removed the organs, and cleaned it, attending to each stage with meticulous precision. Golden Scale quietly observed from the side, occasionally touching the pieces of meat with its claws, displaying a profound curiosity. Lin Yifeng's actions, though simple, exuded a craftsman's focus and dedication. Each cut was executed with precision, revealing his profound survival skills. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yifeng requested Golden Scale's assistance in igniting the campfire. Golden Scale took a deep breath and unleashed a dazzling plume of flame from its mouth, perfectly landing in the center of the woodpile. Instantly, the flames surged forth, dispelling the darkness of the night and bringing forth light and warmth. Lin Yifeng promptly set up a wooden grilling rack, hanging the meticulously prepared wild boar meat piece by piece, commencing the culinary magic. As the campfire crackled, the air filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat, igniting one's appetite. Lin Yifeng patiently turned the meat, ensuring every inch was caressed by the flames until the exterior became a golden crisp while the interior retained its moisture and tenderness. Finally, when he deemed the timing perfect, Lin Yifeng tore off the first perfectly roasted piece of wild boar leg, gently blowing on it to cool before savoring it. It is often said that the finest ingredients require only the simplest methods of preparation. Lin Yifeng mused, his eyes reflecting respect for the food and insights into life. Though he remarked that it was nothing extraordinary, despite his words, the smile at the corners of his mouth betrayed his satisfaction with the meal. Lin Yifeng did not forget his companion, Golden Scale. He offered the remaining large piece of roasted meat to Golden Scale, who eagerly accepted it, devouring it with gusto, seemingly relishing this primitive and robust delicacy. The duo, one man and one dragon, sat around the campfire, enjoying this hard-earned picnic, sharing an unspoken understanding and harmony. In this humble yet heartwarming campfire gathering, Lin Yifeng and Golden Scale shared an unforgettable moment. Chapter 52. The Efficacy of Cultivation Elixirs. As dawn broke gently, the first rays of light on the horizon heralded the arrival of a new day, much like a messenger of hope. Lin Yifeng and Golden Scale, this weathered pair of companions, awoke from a bountiful feast of wild boar, their bodies and spirits warmed and revitalized. Last night's celebration was not merely a tribute to their hunting success, but a testament to the profound bond they shared. However, cultivators never grow weary of comfort. They understand that true cultivation often follows moments of tranquility. The following day, just as dawn began to break, Lin Yifeng and Golden Scale set forth on their journey home. Destined for their temporary abode nestled deep within the valley. There were no lavish adornments, only the essentials of simple living, yet for them, it was a sacred ground for cultivation, a sanctuary for their souls. After a considerable trek, they returned to that modest yet warm little house. Lin Yifeng entered, finding a quiet corner to sit, and began his meditation, while Golden Scale leisurely ambled nearby, relishing the serenity of the morning. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, Lin Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, concluding his meditation. He rose and stepped outside, commencing a new day of physical training. Each movement encapsulated his comprehension of martial arts, and every punch and kick displayed his mastery over strength. Attracted by the lively movements, the golden-scaled creature circled around, occasionally spreading its wings to glide low and playfully landing on the ground, adding a touch of vivacity to the scene. As the morning exercises concluded, Lin Yifeng's gaze shifted toward the golden-scaled creature, his eyes filled with concern. He understood that, as an essential companion in his cultivation journey, the creature's strength also needed enhancement. Thus, he retrieved 6 pills from the pouch at his waist, 2 Qingyuan pills, aimed at reinforcing the foundation and enhancing physical constitution, 2 Peiyuan pills, intended to elevate cultivation and solidify the base, and 2 Shujing pills and 2 Huishua pills, designed to unblock meridians and improve blood circulation. Each of these pills was a refined masterpiece, the result of his painstaking efforts, imbued with rich medicinal properties and spiritual energy. After consuming the pills, the golden-scaled creature initially appeared restless, emitting a few short calls, before gradually closing its eyes and drifting into slumber. This sight tightened Lin Yifeng's heart momentarily. Yet he quickly regained his composure and carefully observed the creature's condition. Soon, he noticed that the scales of the golden-scaled creature were subtly emanating soft halos of light, evidently utilizing its sleep to accelerate the absorption and transformation of the pills, thus achieving optimal results. With this realization, Lin Yifeng's anxious heart finally found ease. He understood that the creature was undergoing a transformative process. Confirming that all was well, he gently cradled it and placed it into the meticulously crafted spirit beast pouch. This pouch was not only aesthetically pleasing but also contained a unique spatial structure, capable of maintaining suitable temperature and humidity while isolating external disturbances, providing the golden-scaled creature with an excellent environment for rest and growth. With the creature securely settled, a profound sense of comfort surged within Lin Yifeng. He knew that the golden-scaled creature would spend a peaceful and crucial period within the pouch. The path of cultivation is long and full of uncertainties, yet for Lin Yifeng, the time spent alongside the golden-scaled creature is undoubtedly invaluable. They had faced life and death trials together and shared the joys of victory, and this bond transcended mere contracts or obligations. The creature's slumber was not an end, but rather a new beginning. Lin Yifeng believed that when the golden-scaled creature awoke, it would stand beside him with renewed strength, ready to embrace further challenges and opportunities together. Chapter 53. The Reforging of the Divine Artifact, and the journey commences as dawn broke. Lin Yifeng stood before the temporary dwelling he once regarded as a safe haven, his heart swelling with anticipation for the future and nostalgia for the past. On this land, he had diligently cultivated, day after day, until one day he felt a calling deep within, a yearning for the unknown and a quest for a broader world. However, before embarking on this journey, he needed to complete a crucial task, a comprehensive reforge and upgrade of the artifact cauldron and alchemical furnace that had accompanied him for many years, so that they might exhibit superior efficacy in the long journey ahead. Entering the small hut, Lin Yifeng's gaze lingered on the artifact cauldron in the corner. This treasured item had assisted him countless times through adversity, and now it was poised for rebirth. He settled cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, allowing his internal essence to flow quietly, gathering in his hands. As the essence accumulated, Lin Yifeng's fingers gently caressed the surface of the artifact cauldron, as if communicating with it. The primordial essence flowed like a gentle stream, permeating the body of the cauldron, mending the wear accumulated over the years and reinforcing the originally sturdy material. Lin Yifeng's meticulous attention to detail ensured that every aspect was meticulously considered. From the thickness of the cauldron walls to the intricacy of the carvings, each element reflected his relentless pursuit of perfection. As the primordial essence continued to surge in, the cracks on the surface of the cauldron gradually healed, the rust vanished without a trace, replaced by a new layer gleaming with a metallic luster. When the final wisp of primordial essence merged with the cauldron, it seemed to awaken, emitting a subtle tremor that heralded the joy of rebirth. Upon completing the reconstruction of the cauldron, Lin Yifeng turned his gaze to another equally significant artifact, the alchemical furnace. Unlike the ruggedness of the cauldron, the furnace emphasized finesse and agility. Lin Yifeng understood that to enhance the success rate and quality of alchemy, every component of the furnace must be optimized. He summoned the primordial essence within him, transforming it into a gentler form of energy that flowed slowly into the furnace's interior. Under the influence of the primordial essence, the internal structure of the furnace underwent ingenious modifications. The temperature control system became more precise, and the efficiency of the materia decomposition chamber greatly increased. Concurrently, the material of the furnace's exterior experienced subtle changes, becoming more heat-resistant and corrosion-proof, capable of maintaining stable operation under extreme conditions. As the primordial essence fully integrated, a faint ethereal glow emerged on the surface of the furnace, signifying the completion of its metamorphosis. After a night of diligent effort, Lin Yifeng finally allowed himself a brief respite. The following morning, the first task upon awakening was to check whether all essential equipment was properly packed. The cauldron and alchemical furnace were carefully placed into a specially crafted storage bag, which also contained other necessities, including provisions, a water skin, healing elixirs, and scrolls inscribed with various secret techniques and insights. Each item was imbued with special significance, destined to play an indispensable role in the journey ahead. With his belongings organized, Lin Yifeng stood at the threshold of his temporary abode, casting a final glance around. This place had witnessed his solitary cultivation. Every tree and stone bore the weight of his memories and emotions. Yet, it was time to bid farewell. He bowed deeply, expressing his respect and gratitude to the land. Then, lifting the storage bag, he stepped out of the cottage, embracing the morning light, and set forth towards the unknown. The path ahead might be fraught with challenges or may offer smooth passage, but he was prepared to welcome all trials and opportunities. Chapter 54. Setting sail towards the unknown island for contemplation as dawn broke. Lin Yifeng tidied his belongings and bid farewell to the humble shelter that had offered refuge from the storm. Resolutely, he embarked on his journey to Estebo, a land shrouded in legends of uncertainty and peril, awaiting his exploration to unveil its mysterious veil. With his flying sword in hand and clouds beneath his feet, He transformed into a hawk soaring through the skies, heading towards the sacred realm within his heart, fueled by an insatiable desire for the unknown and a relentless pursuit of a stronger self. Days later, Lin Yifeng's figure glided past a bustling trade city, where the streets were wide, shops stood in abundance, and a throng of people flowed like a river, vividly showcasing the splendor of a prosperous era. Lin Yifeng decided to make a brief stop, not only to replenish the supplies necessary for his journey, but also to continue his unceasing quest for rare herbs. Upon entering the city, he first visited a few reputable grain shops and apothecaries, meticulously selecting ample provisions, clean water, and healing elixirs. However, in Lin Yifeng's heart, the true treasures lay hidden in the inconspicuous alleys, within the old shops that sold rare herbs. He navigated through these passages, utilizing his profound knowledge and keen insight to discover several extraordinary plants seldom seen in ordinary circumstances, such as the Millennium Ganoderma and the Frost Snow Lotus. Lin Yifeng was acutely aware of the value of these herbs. They not only had the power to save lives in critical moments, but also served as excellent aids for practitioners striving to break through their limitations and enhance their cultivation. Thus, he unhesitatingly collected these precious herbs into his satchel, continuing his adventurous journey. As his travels progressed, the continuous flights through the skies began to induce a sense of fatigue in Lin Yifeng. Just as he sought a suitable spot to rest, a lush, uninhabited island emerged before him, surrounded by a vast expanse of azure sea. This was a pristine ecological island, untouched by human footprints, where vibrant vegetation and exotic flowers flourished, resembling a veritable paradise. Lin Yifeng resolved to pause here, allowing his body and mind a moment of tranquility. He gracefully descended and was instantly captivated by the island's allure. Strolling through its expanse, he was delighted to discover that this place was a veritable treasure trove of herbs, ranging from century-old ginseng hidden beneath the forest canopy to the golden thread lily blooming in the crevices of cliffs. Lin Yifeng, as if finding a priceless gem, carefully harvested these natural gifts while remaining mindful of ecological balance, ensuring he was a part of nature rather than a destroyer of it. His sojourn on the island became a treasured chapter in Lin Yifeng's path of cultivation. He chose a secluded spot backed by cliffs and facing the sea as his temporary dwelling, welcoming the first rays of dawn each morning to practice breathing exercises, absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe, and enhancing his own cultivation. In the afternoons, he either delved into the newly acquired knowledge of herbs or meandered between the dense forests and streams of the island, savoring the unique charm of nature and contemplating the essence of life. At night, Lin Yifeng would kindle a bonfire on the beach, gazing up at the resplendent starry sky, reflecting on the past and envisioning the future, allowing his soul to undergo a profound release and purification. In this pure land, he seemed to rediscover his original self, recognizing that the essence of cultivation was not merely the accumulation of power, but also the growth of the mind and the elevation of the spirit. The days spent on the island represented for Lin Yifeng not just a simple respite, but a profound awakening and rebirth of the soul. He came to a deep realization that true cultivation lies in the continuous exploration and refinement of oneself, in harmonious coexistence with nature, and in profound communication with the spirit. On this path of cultivation, he would continue to forge ahead, carrying with him all the insights gleaned from the island, toward the Astaroth in his heart and toward ever higher realms. Chapter 55. Alchemical refinement on the isolated island. As dawn's first light began to emerge, the uninhabited island was enveloped in a delicate veil of morning mist, the sea breeze carrying a hint of saltiness, gently caressing Lin Yifeng's face. After concluding a night of meditation, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a vast ocean and lush jungle before him. This was his temporary sanctuary, as well as the starting point of another journey in his pursuit of enlightenment. A smile crept onto Lin Yifeng's lips as he recalled the storage pouch at his waist, which housed a treasure of immense significance, his alchemical furnace. This remarkable artifact was meticulously designed and forged by him, integrating numerous precious materials and intricate formations, allowing for remarkable efficiency during the alchemical process. He decided to seize this moment to rekindle the flames of the furnace and concoct a batch of elixirs to serve as provisions for his cultivation and adventures. Qing Yundan, Pri Yundan, Su Jing Dan, Luoxia Dan. Lin Yifeng meticulously listed the necessary ingredients, each representing a potent elixir commonly utilized by cultivators, each possessing unique merits. He carefully handled each component, following ancient recipes, and progressively introduced them into the alchemical furnace. As the violet flames danced at the furnace's base, an elegant fragrance began to permeate the air, enveloping the atmosphere with a soothing ambience. After several days of meticulous refinement, vibrant, efficacious pills finally emerged, and Lin Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, recognizing them as significant assets for their journey ahead. During the intervals of his alchemical work, Lin Yifeng thought of his spirit beast companion, Golden Scale, a bipedal dragon hatched from an ancient golden egg. He opened the spirit beast pouch and released Golden Scale. The appearance of Golden Scale always brought with it an air of subtle authority. However, today, it was ensconced in a deep slumber. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yifeng was astonished to find that Golden Scale had grown considerably, now nearly the size of a half-horse. It seemed the elixirs had indeed taken effect, as Golden Scale was quietly absorbing their potency, undergoing profound physical transformation. Seeing Golden Scale still lost in slumber, Lin Yifeng did not feel anxious. Rather, a smile graced his face. He understood that the growth of a spirit beast is not instantaneous, especially for a high-tier creature like Golden Scale, where each metamorphosis demands considerable energy and time. He resolved to grant Golden Scale ample space and time, allowing it to complete this phase of growth undisturbed on this secluded island. In the days that followed, Lin Yifeng continued to refine elixirs while closely monitoring Golden Scale's transformation. He noticed that during the stillness of night, the air around Golden Scale would ripple gently, as if an invisible force was gradually accumulating. He recognized this as a manifestation of the elixir's potency within Golden Scale, each fluctuation signifying its advancement towards awakening. Time flowed silently until one day. Upon examining Golden Scale once more, Lin Yifeng discovered it surrounded by radiant golden halos, bright and stable, heralding the imminent completion of its transformation. He returned Golden Scale to the spirit beast pouch, filled with anticipation and excitement. He understood that the path ahead might be fraught with uncertainties. Yet with Golden Scale by his side, no challenge was insurmountable. The days spent on the deserted island were, for Lin Yifeng, a rare journey of cultivation and growth. Here, he not only concocted a precious batch of elixirs, but, more significantly, bore witness to the growth and transformation of the golden-scaled creature, reaping a profound friendship and trust in the process. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, yet with steadfast belief and the company of loyal friends, one can courageously forge ahead without fear. Chapter 56. An unexpected encounter at Slave Bend. As dawn broke, the gentle sea breeze caressed the deserted island. Lin Yifeng stood alone by the shore, gazing into the distance. A few days prior, following a fierce battle, he had discovered this secluded sanctuary, allowing him a brief respite to restore his physical and mental strength. At this moment, he prepared to continue his unfinished journey. Just as he was about to employ his aerial technique, a slender mast appeared on the horizon, the distinctive silhouette of a merchant ship passing by. Recognizing the opportunity, Lin Yifeng swiftly sprang into action. He scoured the area for dry branches and blades of grass, hastily constructing a rudimentary signal fire. Flames leapt high, and billowing smoke formed a striking dark cloud, serving as the solitary banner on the lonely island, signaling for help to passing vessels. Fortune seemed to smile upon him as the nearby merchant ship indeed noticed the unusual smoke and gradually adjusted its course toward the island. When the merchant ship docked, Lin Yifeng approached with a calm demeanor, engaging the crew in gentle and courteous conversation. He explained that he was a wandering physician who had intended to fly to Estebo but, considering the unpredictable weather, sought a more dependable passage aboard the merchant vessel. He requested the captain's permission to board and promised to provide essential medical care for the entire crew during the voyage to ensure their safe passage. The captain, understandably cautious regarding this sudden stranger, weighed his options. However, after Lin Yifeng's repeated assurances and his impressive medical knowledge, the captain was ultimately persuaded. Particularly compelling was the moment a crew member suffered a sprained ankle. Lin Yifeng demonstrated his remarkable medical skills, alleviating the crew member's pain in mere minutes, leaving everyone in awe. Witnessing this, the captain finally lowered his guard and granted Lin Yifeng permission to board, allowing him to accompany them to Estebo. In the days that followed, Lin Yifeng not only fulfilled his initial promise of caring for the crew's health, but also actively engaged in the daily life aboard the ship. He utilized his medical expertise to educate the crew on preventing common maritime ailments, such as seasickness and malnutrition. During leisure moments, he regaled them with tales from his travels, recounting the mountains and lakes he had traversed, the peculiar creatures he had encountered, and the deeply moving cultural landscapes he had witnessed. These stories significantly enriched the otherwise monotonous life at sea, fostering a deeper camaraderie among the crew. As days passed, and the outline of Estebo gradually came into view, a complex array of emotions surged within Lin Yifeng. This city, due to its unique status, served as both a hub for trade and a principal site for the slave trade, steeped in a history that was as intricate as it was contradictory. The merchant ship gradually sailed into the harbor, greeted by the bustling market and the fervent activity of loading and unloading. Lin Yifeng stood on the deck, gazing into the distance, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Upon disembarking, he immediately immersed himself in a profound exploration of Astapor, navigating through narrow and winding alleyways, absorbing the diverse tapestry of life, striving to unveil the true essence of the city from every intricate detail. Soon, he uncovered the grim underbelly hidden beneath the veneer of prosperity. In a concealed underground warehouse, he bore witness to the brutal reality of the slave trade, an experience that profoundly shook his soul. Chapter 57. The fiery resolve of Daenerys at Slaver's Bay. Having bid farewell to his companions aboard the ship, Lin Yifeng stepped onto the sun-baked soil of Slaver's Bay, where the sights before him were almost beyond belief. The transactions within the slave market unfolded like an unending nightmare, deeply unsettling his spirit. On this land, rife with suffering and despair, a legend concerning Daenerys Targaryen was quietly unfurling, akin to a vivid hue amidst a somber backdrop. Upon her arrival in Slaver's Bay, Daenerys encountered the unwavering allegiance of Barristan, a former lieutenant of her father, the Mad King Aerys II. Barristan attempted to persuade Daenerys to return to Westeros, to rally the noble houses that had once sworn fealty to House Targaryen in a bid to reclaim the Iron Throne. However, Daenerys' vision extended far beyond such political alliances. She understood that a loyal and formidable army was the cornerstone of her rule. Thus, her attention turned to the Unsullied, those warriors trained from a young age to be merciless assassins, envisioning them as her ultimate weapon. Faced with exorbitant acquisition costs, Daenerys found her resources woefully inadequate. Rather than concede defeat, she proposed a stunning bargain: to trade her precious dragon hatchling for all the trained and training Unsullied. Yora and Barristan vehemently cautioned against this, fearing it would undermine Daenerys' strength, yet her resolve remained unyielding. Her true scheme was to use the dragon as bait in a meticulously orchestrated double-cross. Daenerys selected her largest and mightiest dragon, Drogon, as the centerpiece of this transaction. After intense negotiations, she finally reached an agreement with the slaver, trading Drogon for all the Unsullied and a handmaiden named Missandei, who served as a translator for the slaver. Missandei informed Daenerys that the Unsullied recognized only the authority of the staff, obediently following commands even to the point of self-destruction, a form of absolute loyalty that Daenerys craved. Following what appeared to be a routine transaction ceremony, Daenerys officially took command of the Unsullied army. She immediately issued a series of commands, which the Unsullied executed without hesitation, demonstrating remarkable efficiency and discipline. In stark contrast, the situation on the slaver's side was tumultuous. Drogon resisted fiercely throughout, inciting the slaver's wrath as he hurled insults at Daenerys in High Valyrian, entirely oblivious to the fact that the woman before him was a scion of the ancient Valyrian bloodline. Confronted with the scorn of the slave master, Daenerys responded with calm composure, articulating in fluent High Valyrian, "Dragons are never slaves." The slave master momentarily faltered, then retorted with insolence, questioning her understanding of the ancient tongue. Daenerys merely smiled coldly, offering no reply. In a fit of rage and humiliation, the slave master attempted to command the Unsullied to execute Daenerys and her retinue, only to discover that his scepter had fallen into another's hands, rendering him powerless. Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys commanded Drogon to unleash a torrent of lethal flames, and in an instant, the slave master was reduced to ashes. Following this, Daenerys led the Unsullied into a vigorous assault, swiftly regaining control of the situation. After the battle, she addressed the Unsullied, presenting them with a choice: to leave in freedom or to remain by her side as warriors of liberty. The majority chose the latter, affirming their allegiance and devotion to Daenerys. This gratifying outcome elicited a serene smile from her, and she subsequently guided her company away from this land of strife, setting her sights on new aspirations in Meereen. Chapter 58. The shadow of Meereen months slipped by quietly, like a river flowing eastward, carrying away the chill of winter and ushering in the warmth of spring. From distant lands, Lin Yifeng had heard of the legendary deeds of Daenerys Targaryen, planting a seed named freedom in his heart. The sights and experiences in Slaver's Bay profoundly impressed upon him the cruelty and injustice of slavery, while Daenerys' tale shone like a beacon, igniting the sense of justice within him. Thus, he resolved to depart from this land of discord and embark on a journey to Meereen, where Daenerys had once wielded her iron will to liberate thousands of slaves. As dawn broke, the first rays of light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth and awakening all living things. Lin Yifeng stood outside his humble tent. Bathed in the essence of this new life, he meticulously packed his belongings, carefully stowing away a map, a water flask, and provisions, then thoroughly checked his weapons to ensure everything was in readiness. Taking a deep breath, he bid farewell to his companions, setting forth on the path to Meereen, his heart brimming with curiosity for the unknown and a yearning for freedom. The journey was rich with nature's gifts and trials. Lin Yifeng traversed vast forests, scaled steep peaks, and forded swift rivers. Each vista was a meticulously arranged stage set by nature, enacting scenes of life's drama. He learned to discern direction in the wilderness, to seek hope amidst adversity, and, most importantly, he learned to revere nature, expressing gratitude for each successful passage. These were the invaluable treasures bestowed upon him by his travels. After weeks of arduous trekking, Lin Yifeng finally arrived at Meereen, a city reborn under Daenerys' hand. Upon entering the city gates, he was astonished by the transformation. Once filled with the clamor and bloodshed of slave markets, it had now become a playground for children and a serene park for the elderly, a scene of harmony and tranquility. In conversations with the local inhabitants, Lin Yifeng learned that Daenerys' arrival had irrevocably altered the fate of Yunkai. Not only did she vanquish the slave masters and liberate countless souls from bondage, but she also bestowed upon them dignity and freedom. Hence, the people affectionately referred to her as Misa, meaning mother in the ancient Gurgis tongue. Lin Yifeng's sojourn in Yunkai afforded him the opportunity to delve deeply into Daenerys' remarkable deeds and her profound influence. He visited former slaves, listening to their accounts of the moment they were redeemed, their eyes shimmering with tears of gratitude. Through dialogues with the local elders, he discovered that Daenerys had not only emancipated them from physical shackles, but had, more significantly, awakened a yearning for equality and freedom within their hearts. This spiritual liberation was the most enduring and profound transformation. Daenerys' legacy, akin to a beacon of light, illuminated the darkness and also brightened Lin Yifeng's own heart, granting him a fresh understanding of the essence of freedom. During his days in Yunkai, Lin Yifeng not only bore witness to the traces of history, but also forged a profound connection with the local culture. He participated in a celebration of freedom, dancing with the people and partaking in a grand feast, feeling the Yunkai populace's appreciation and celebration of their newfound liberty. These experiences led him to realize that true freedom is not merely individual emancipation, but a collective honor, a cultural heritage to be cherished and perpetuated. However, Lin Yifeng knew that his journey would not conclude here. On his final night in Yunkai, he stood atop the towering city walls, gazing at the myriad stars, his heart swirling with complex emotions. Daenerys' narrative had unveiled to him visions of light and hope, while simultaneously instilling a sense of responsibility and duty. He recognized the vastness of the world, where many places still awaited the radiance of freedom and countless individuals remained under oppression. Thus, he resolved to continue his journey, to disseminate this yearning for freedom, taking up Daenerys' mantle and striving for the liberation of many. Chapter 59. The Dawn of the Golden Scales and the Rest of the Hidden Valley. As the lights of the ancient city of Yunkai gradually faded from view, Lin Yifeng embarked on a solitary quest into the unknown. Traversing boundless deserts and scaling perilous mountains, each step etched his longing for freedom and aspirations for the future. Finally, when he found himself in a remote and little-known valley, Lin Yifeng experienced an unprecedented tranquility and release. This sanctuary, far removed from the clamor of the world, was bestowed by nature, a perfect haven for him and the golden scale to pause and relish a moment of serenity. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the valley's mist, Lin Yifeng emerged from his modest tent, his steps light and brimming with anticipation. Clutching the spirit beast pouch, he felt a gentle tremor from within, a response from the golden scale to the wonders of the outside world. Though the pouch provided ample living space, Lin Yifeng understood that no matter how spacious the environment, it could never rival true freedom. Thus, he slowly unfastened the pouch, and the golden scale emerged, accompanied by a refreshing and potent vitality. At that moment, the golden scale was no longer the tender creature it once was. Its golden-hued scales shimmered brilliantly in the morning light, and its robust physique surpassed that of a fully grown warhorse. In those lively eyes, there gleamed a profound affection for Lin Yifeng, coupled with the joy of a long-awaited reunion. The golden-scaled creature gently nudged Lin Yifeng with its head, a clear expression of their intimate bond, as if whispering, "I am here, with you." Encouraged by Lin Yifeng's soft words, the golden creature unfurled its broad and powerful wings. Soaring into the depths of the serene valley, it circled freely in the air, occasionally diving over the crystal-clear stream, sending up joyous splashes of water at other times. It ascended into the clouds, competing in beauty with the vibrant hues of the horizon. Each flight of the golden creature fervently embodied the essence of freedom. Its agile form and elegant turns revealing its dominion over this realm. Under Lin Yifeng's watchful gaze, the creature seemed to perform a ballet in the sky, each leap and bound painting vivid scenes that moved the onlookers. Its interaction with nature resembled a skilled artist, exuberantly applying golden oil paint to a cerulean canvas, each stroke brimming with vitality and vigor. As the sun ascended higher, the golden creature gradually returned, its majestic silhouette leaving a golden trail in the sky before landing gracefully beside Lin Yifeng. It lay down on the ground, its moist and profound gaze filled with trust and dependence towards Lin Yifeng. Sitting beside the creature, Lin Yifeng gently stroked its back, without the need for words. Their physical touches and exchanges of glances conveyed their thoughts and emotions. In that moment, Lin Yifeng felt as though he could hear the creature's heartbeat, a strong and steady rhythm, symbolizing the power and resilience of life. They remained quietly intertwined, sharing a moment of tranquility and warmth, as if time itself had paused to capture this rare and beautiful instant. After a brief interlude, Lin Yifeng realized that a broader world awaited their exploration. He gently patted the golden creature, signaling that it was time to gather their spirits and continue their journey. The creature seemed to comprehend Lin Yifeng's thoughts, slowly rising to take a final glance at the valley that had granted it freedom, before following Lin Yifeng and stepping into the spirit beast pouch. At the moment the pouch was sealed, an indescribable emotion welled up within Lin Yifeng, both the sorrow of parting and the anticipation of the future. "My friend," Lin Yifeng said, gently tapping the spirit beast pouch, his voice filled with determination. "We have many paths to traverse and dreams to pursue. Let us join hands and embrace each dawn together." Chapter 60. The Judgment of Millen. The echoes of causality. Lin Yifeng bid farewell to his temporary sanctuary and embarked on a journey filled with uncertainties. The scenery along the way unfolded like a picturesque scroll, with verdant mountains and emerald waters, each vista revealing the exquisite artistry of nature. However, upon reaching the ancient and enigmatic city of Millen, a jolt of shock coursed through him at the sight before him. Crucifixes stood tall across the landscape, bearing prisoners clad in opulent garments, their cries and pleas resonating in the wind, forming a haunting tableau. Millen, a city steeped in profound history, was once a stronghold of the slave trade, where countless souls endured endless torment and humiliation. Lin Yifeng learned from the local residents that the turning point of this narrative began with the arrival of Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons. Initially, the arrogant slave owners attempted to bribe Daenerys with gold and silver, hoping to blind her to the heinousness of their slave trafficking. However, they gravely underestimated the resolve and courage of this female leader. Daenerys not only rejected all bribes but, with a force akin to thunder, utterly dismantled the slave market, crucifying those former slave owners to herald the dawn of a new era. Witnessing such a heart-wrenching spectacle, Lin Yifeng felt a tumult of emotions within. He understood that the realization of justice is never without its cost, yet the illumination it brings is sufficient to guide those lost in darkness. "Everything is a cycle of cause and effect," he whispered softly. This phrase was not merely a reflection on the scene before him, but also revealed one of the fundamental laws of the universe. In this world, no action can escape the tracing of its consequences. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. All will return to their predetermined paths. During his time in Millen, Lin Yifeng underwent a profound self-examination. He began to comprehend that true power does not stem from external authority or material wealth, but from an inner sense of justice and compassion. He vowed that from this moment forward, he would awaken the dormant conscience within others through his actions, believing that even the slightest assistance could plant seeds of hope in the hearts of others. Lin Yifeng was convinced that everyone has the capacity to be a part of the world's transformation. The crux lies in whether one is willing to take that step and demonstrate the power of justice through action. As time flowed on, Lin Yifeng witnessed the rebirth of Millen. The once ravaged land now brimmed with vitality. The laughter of children echoed once more. The elderly enjoyed tranquility beneath the setting sun, and caravans traversed the bustling streets, all progressing towards a brighter future. Lin Yifeng deeply felt the power of hope, even in the darkest moments. As long as one harbors light, there is always a possibility of breaking free from adversity. The revival of Milan was akin to a refreshing spring in the desert, nourishing parched souls and affirming the strength of unity and perseverance. For Lin Yifeng, the journey through Milan was not merely a geographical migration, but a dialogue deep within his soul. He learned that the essence of life does not lie in how much one possesses, but in how much one contributes, not in the number of places one has traversed, but in the marks one leaves behind. He resolved that regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, he would carry a pure heart to appreciate the beauty of this world and heed the calls emanating from every corner. Lin Yifeng understood that only in this way could he live a life without regret, cherishing every encounter and seizing every opportunity granted by existence. Chapter 61. Reflections of Milan. The double-edged sword of freedom. Sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds of Milan, cascading upon the winding streets as Lin Yifeng treaded steadily along the historical footprints, slowly weaving through the fabric of this ancient city. Yet today, his gaze was captivated by a group of peculiar pedestrians, those newly liberated from the bonds of slavery. In their eyes, there was no joy, but rather a profound sense of bewilderment. To his astonishment, some among them whispered inquiries about whether anyone would be willing to purchase their freedom. Lin Yifeng halted, surveying the scene before him, waves of conflicting emotions surging within him. Was this a degradation of dignity, or something else entirely? He exhaled softly, his voice laden with helplessness and confusion. Lin Yifeng understood deeply that freedom was not merely the removal of shackles for souls accustomed to confinement. The sudden onset of freedom resembled an uncharted ocean, eliciting both exhilaration and trepidation. He approached these emancipated individuals, striving to comprehend the struggles that resided within their hearts. Through earnest dialogue, Lin Yifeng gradually came to realize that, for some, freedom ushered in an unprecedented uncertainty and pressure. Lacking clear life goals and direction, they would rather return to the familiar comfort of their past, even if it entailed sacrificing their newfound liberty. To gain a more comprehensive understanding of this phenomenon, Lin Yifeng resolved to delve into the history and culture of Milan. In every corner of this city, he sensed the weight of history and the blending of cultures. Engaging with local scholars, he learned that Milan had undergone countless social transformations, each upheaval bringing forth pain and chaos, yet ultimately birthing new vitality. He began to ponder that perhaps the essence of freedom lay in the rebirth that follows suffering and struggle. However, confronted with the current situation, Lin Yifeng found himself ensnared in profound contradictions. Instinctively, he yearned to extend a helping hand, to guide those lost souls toward clarity. Yet he also recognized that every individual possessed the right to make their own choices, even if those choices appeared unwise. After much deliberation, Lin Yifeng made a difficult decision. He resolved to take a step back, granting these liberated individuals the space and time they needed to savor the essence of freedom and to seek their own paths. In the days that followed, Lin Yifeng continued to observe the transformations within Milan, marveling at how even those who had once contemplated selling their freedom began to change. Albeit in very small numbers. Perhaps they were influenced by the liberating atmosphere surrounding them, or perhaps a dormant yearning within them was awakened. They started to experiment with adapting to new ways of life, exploring the possibilities that belonged to them. Lin Yifeng came to realize that while freedom could indeed be a double-edged sword, it was this very sword that endowed individuals with the capacity to shape their own destinies. As time progressed, Lin Yifeng himself underwent a profound internal metamorphosis. He began to understand that true freedom was not merely an enhancement of external conditions, but rather the attainment of an inner state. It signified the courage to confront life's uncertainties, the willingness to bear the burden of one's choices, and the bravery to pursue one's dreams. Lin Yifeng acknowledged that his previous confusion stemmed from his failure to grasp the full scope of freedom. At last, he comprehended that freedom is a journey requiring continual exploration and practice, rather than a destination to be reached in a single leap. During his time in Milan, Lin Yifeng acquired one of the most invaluable treasures of his life. He gleaned profound insights into freedom, responsibility, and the essence of humanity. He recognized that each individual's life is a unique adventure, and Milan served as a mentor throughout this journey, imparting lessons on the value of freedom, how to confront life's challenges, and how to cherish everything around him. Chapter 62. The Oath Under the Dragon's Wing. The magical journey of Milan. Lin Yifeng left his footprints on the streets of Milan, each step resonating with deep respect for this ancient city. Over the months, he not only experienced the local customs and culture, but also gained a preliminary understanding of Daenerys Targaryen's governance. It was time to meet her. Lin Yifeng chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and confidence for the forthcoming encounter. However, he resolved to temporarily set aside this meeting. aware that the timing of such an event is often more crucial than acting impulsively. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Malin pyramid, a dragon lair was concealed, specially constructed for Daenerys' formidable dragons. Shortly after her conquest of Malin, it was built in accordance with the Targaryen family's traditional specifications, intended to provide a comfortable and secure sanctuary for her 3 dragon sons, Rhaego, Viserion, and Drogon. Daenerys and Castor slowly entered the lair, her fingers gently gliding over the dragon's hard yet warm scales, her eyes filled with maternal tenderness and pride. Over the years, under Castor's careful guidance, the bond between Daenerys and her dragons deepened. She learned to listen to their language and understand their needs, thereby achieving better management and training. Most importantly, Castor's teachings averted the tragedies of the original tale where the dragons spiraled out of control, transforming them into loyal and gentle companions. In the dimness of the dragon lair, Daenerys stood alone, her voice resonating in the vast space. One day, I will lead my 3 children and my army back to Westeros, seize King's Landing, and reclaim my Iron Throne. This vow signified both her farewell to the past and her aspirations for a glorious future. Although her words were calm, they carried a resolute faith and an unwavering determination. After leaving the dragon lair, Daenerys found it difficult to quell her emotions, her mind swirling with thoughts of magic. She understood that in the game of power in Westeros, the strength of dragons alone was insufficient. Thus, one evening, she invited Castor to a corner of the Pyramid Palace and made a bold request. "Castor, can you teach me to learn magic?" Her eyes were filled with longing and curiosity. Castor smiled gently and replied, "Of course, let us begin tomorrow." The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating every corner of the ancient city of Malin, Daenerys and Castor ascended to the rooftop of the Pyramid Palace. Ready to embark on her magical education, Castor instructed Daenerys on how to perceive the magical energies of the world through meditation, an ancient and profound technique that demands an extraordinary level of concentration and a pure heart from its practitioners. With her eyes closed, Daenerys adjusted her breathing according to Castor's guidance, gradually sensing a subtle change in the surrounding air, as if she could hear the whispers of the wind and see the dance of light and shadow. In the days that followed, Daenerys dedicated herself wholly to the study of magic. She set aside specific times each day for meditation practice, and gradually, she discovered her ability to sense more delicate magical fluctuations. Castor timely introduced her to several fundamental magical techniques, such as how to gather magical energy and how to release simple spells. Daenerys learned swiftly, her remarkable intuition enabling her to master these basic skills with ease. Chapter 63. The Dawn of Magic and the Shadow of Politics in the Early Morning. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and bathed the Pyramid Palace of Meereen in golden light, everything appeared so serene and sacred. Daenerys Targaryen, once a wandering princess and now the queen of the free cities, stood atop the palace's terrace, basking in the glow of the dawn alongside Master Castor. Castor, a weathered sorcerer, was intently imparting some of the most fundamental yet crucial magical knowledge to Daenerys. The air was thick with the essence of ancient magic. Every incantation and gesture was a query and exploration of the unknown world. Castor's voice was deep and resonant. Magic is not merely spells and symbols. It is the manifestation of the interconnectedness of all things in the universe, the awakening of your inherent potential. As he spoke, he demonstrated how to gather the surrounding energy, coalescing it into a visible, faint glow. Daenerys gazed intently at the halo of light, attempting to mimic Castor's movements. Although her initial attempts were clumsy, as time passed, she gradually felt an unusual energy dancing at her fingertips, an unprecedented experience that was both novel and exhilarating. However, this moment of tranquility was fleeting. As the sun ascended to its zenith, heralding the arrival of afternoon, Daenerys had to temporarily set aside her magical studies to attend to matters of state. As the ruler of Meereen, she faced a multitude of affairs daily, including many thorny dilemmas. Today, a particularly peculiar case lay before her. An elderly former slave requested Daenerys to sell him back to the nobles, returning to a life of servitude. Daenerys was momentarily speechless. She had believed that liberating slaves was a righteous act, opening the door to freedom for these individuals. Yet, the words of the old man plunged her into profound contemplation. Perhaps, for some, freedom is not always a sweet fruit. At times, it resembles a double-edged sword, leaving one disoriented or even fearful. Having grown accustomed to commands and lashes, the sudden loss of such structure could lead some to feel lost and bewildered. Some among them, once accustomed to the chains of bondage, find themselves feeling discomfort in a life devoid of shackles, akin to fish out of water, even when granted the vast expanse of the sky to soar freely. They struggle to adapt to such liberation. In response to the elders' plea, Daenerys experienced an unprecedented sense of frustration. She had initially aspired to enable everyone to embrace freedom through her own efforts, yet it became evident that the reality was far more intricate than she had envisioned. Ultimately, Daenerys could only let out a resigned sigh, realizing that forcibly imposing freedom upon those unwilling to accept it would only inflict greater harm. Consequently, despite her reluctance, she begrudgingly acquiesced to the elder's request, albeit with stringent stipulations to ensure he would not endure any form of mistreatment. In the aftermath of this event, Daenerys fell into a period of contemplation. She began to reassess her understanding of freedom and how best to assist former slaves in adapting to their new lives. She recognized that true freedom entails not merely the physical liberation of the body, but also the awakening of the spirit and the establishment of self-identity. To this end, she resolved to establish a dedicated institution, enlisting psychologists and educators to provide psychological counseling and vocational training for the former slaves, aiding them in gradually cultivating their comprehension of freedom and rediscovering direction and purpose in their lives. Chapter 64. Conspiracy beneath the morning light and the trials of the Unsullied. As night deepened, the ancient city of Meereen appeared especially tranquil under the moonlight. Within the palace, Daenerys Targaryen had just finished a sumptuous dinner, her body and mind enjoying a fleeting respite. Under the cloak of night, she savored this moment of peace. Yet the elder's earnest request for her to return him to the hands of the nobility echoed persistently in her mind. This weighty topic stirred her innermost convictions regarding freedom and justice. As dawn broke, the eastern horizon gradually bathed in soft shades of pink, ushering in a new day upon the palace's rooftop. Here, Daenerys and Master Castor began their daily regimen of sorcery and magic studies. Castor, an elderly and erudite mage, possessed eyes that sparkled with wisdom, guiding the young queen step by step into the enigmatic realm of magic. Just as Daenerys was fully engrossed in her spell practice, a sudden flurry of footsteps shattered the tranquility of the rooftop. An unsullied soldier approached with a grave expression, interrupting their scholarly pursuits. Castor acutely sensed the severity of the situation and discreetly stepped aside, knowing that Daenerys needed to focus her attention on the urgent matters at hand. "Your Majesty," the Unsullied's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable tension. "Thanks to our efforts, the tyranny of the slave masters has been brought to an end, and the statue of the Harpy, symbolizing their cruel reign, has come crashing down. However, a disquieting phenomenon has recently emerged. A group of unidentified assassins has been frequently attacking our comrades. Although the assassination attempts have been few, they vanish like phantoms whenever we try to pursue them. There are indications that the shadows of former slave masters may linger behind these assaults, unwilling to relinquish their lost power and wealth." Upon hearing this, Daenerys furrowed her brow, acutely aware that this was not merely an act of vengeance, but a profound threat to the stability of her entire regime. She swiftly summoned her most trusted advisors and generals to deliberate on a course of action. In the conference room, the countenances of those present were grave. Each understood that the current situation was far from promising. "We must take decisive action," Daenerys declared, her voice resolute and commanding. "First, we must fortify the defenses of the Unsullied and other forces to ensure the safety of our people. Secondly, we shall dispatch elite reconnaissance teams to ascertain the true identities of those orchestrating these events. Most importantly, we must identify the core members of the former slave owners, engage them in dialogue, and seek to dissolve hatred, striving for a path towards peaceful coexistence." As Daenerys' orders were communicated, the city of Meereen entered a state of heightened alert. The Unsullied soldiers increased the frequency of their patrols, while secretive scouts busied themselves in every corner, attempting to unravel the enigma. However, the enemy's maneuvers grew increasingly cunning, with every pursuit nearly thwarted at the last moment, raising suspicions of a more formidable force lurking in the shadows. Undeterred by the sense of defeat, Daenerys' resolve to comprehensively address the issue only intensified. She took it upon herself to engage in private discussions with some of the former slave owners, endeavoring to comprehend their needs and concerns, and seeking a space for compromise. Although these initial efforts yielded little fruit, they gradually sowed the seeds of reconciliation in the hearts of some. As time elapsed, Daenerys' patience and wisdom began to bear fruit. A portion of the former slave owners increasingly recognized that violence and revenge were not the fundamental solutions to their grievances. Some among them even began to express a willingness to sit down and converse with Daenerys' government, exploring possibilities for future collaboration albeit a mere handful. This transformation, though slow, marked a significant step in the right direction. Chapter 65. An afternoon reunion. The chimes of morning and evening herald the passage of time. After concluding her lessons in sorcery and magic with Castor, Daenerys had managed to navigate through a series of thorny upheavals in Meereen. After some time, she finally laid down the burdens that had weighed heavily upon her shoulders. As the afternoon quietly unfolded, golden sunlight streamed through the palace windows, casting a warm hue upon the expansive marble floor and adding a touch of warmth to the solemn pyramid palace. Meanwhile, a youth clad in a black robe, with a sword pin adorning his crown of hair, strolled towards the palace entrance. Lin Yifeng, a name not widely recognized in Meereen. Yet his arrival was destined to be anything but overlooked. The Unsullied, Daenerys' most loyal guardians, immediately noted this extraordinary visitor. They swiftly converged, weapons in hand, alert and methodically hindering his advance. Esteemed ones, I am an acquaintance of the Mother of Dragons, Daenerys, and I have come today to pay my respects. Lin Yifeng spoke, his tone calm and confident, his gaze clear and devoid of fear. The Unsullied exchanged glances, seemingly appraising the true intentions of the unfamiliar visitor. After a prolonged silence, one of them spoke, "Please wait here. I shall inform your presence." With that, he turned and hastened deeper into the palace. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the palace, Daenerys was relishing a rare moment for lunch. Having concluded her sorcery lesson with Professor Castor, her mood had lightened slightly, but this tranquility did not endure for long. After lunch, as she prepared to resume her state affairs, an Unsullied hurriedly approached to report, "Your Majesty, there is a man outside claiming to be an acquaintance of yours who seeks an audience." Daenerys furrowed her brow in contemplation, a multitude of faces flashing through her mind. Yet she could not immediately recall who it was. However, she resolved that it would be prudent to meet him. "Bring him to the palace hall to see me," she commanded. Before long, Lin Yifeng, guided by an Unsullied, entered the palace hall. Upon his appearance within Daenerys' line of sight, a subtle wave of emotions stirred within her. The gates of memory slowly creaked open, and fragments of the past surged forth like a tidal wave. "Lin Yifeng, it has been too long." Daenerys' voice was gentle, her lips curving into a warm smile. Her tone brimmed with the joy of reunion, as if welcoming back an old friend. Rising from her throne, Daenerys descended the steps to meet Lin Yifeng. They stood facing each other, their gazes infused with profound respect and understanding. Instead of immediately engaging in lengthy discourse, they opted for a moment of silence, as though they were savoring each other's presence in this manner. "Daenerys, your journey through Meereen has proven to be more arduous than I imagined." Lin Yifeng broke the silence first, his voice laden with concern. "Indeed," Daenerys sighed softly, "but I believe that with sufficient wisdom and courage, there is nothing we cannot overcome." In the ensuing hours, they delved into an in-depth discussion within the palace hall. Lin Yifeng shared numerous insightful perspectives, aiding Daenerys in better comprehending the current situation and offering feasible solutions. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the hall, casting a warm glow over their conversation. As their dialogue deepened, Daenerys grew increasingly appreciative of Lin Yifeng's wisdom and bravery, while Lin Yifeng found himself inspired by Daenerys' unwavering conviction, and the rapport and trust between them gradually flourished. Chapter 66. The Burden of Choice. Lin Yifeng's inner monologue. The high windows of the Pyramid Palace in Meereen cast the afternoon sunlight into the council chamber. The golden rays dappling the marble floor like dancing notes, heralding the forthcoming dialogue. Daenerys Targaryen, Mother of Dragons, sat regally upon her throne, her gaze sharp and profound as it bore into the man before her, Lin Yifeng. "Mr. Lin," Daenerys' voice resonated across the vast hall, clear and solemn. "What are your intentions? Do you wish to linger in Meereen for a time, or do you harbor other designs?" Lin Yifeng stood at the center of the hall, enveloped in sunlight, which rendered his silhouette strikingly distinct and solitary. His gaze wandered between Daenerys and the surrounding murals, seemingly in search of some form of guidance. "Perhaps I shall remain for a while," he replied, his voice revealing calmness and resolve. "At present, I have no specific destination." Daenerys smiled faintly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Mr. Lin," she gently probed, "might you consider lending me your support to reclaim the Iron Throne? I assure you, it shall not be to your detriment." Lin Yifeng fell silent for a considerable time, acutely aware that the Iron Throne concealed boundless dangers and challenges. It symbolized power and glory, yet it also nurtured countless intrigues and betrayals. He was not oblivious to the brutal history surrounding the Iron Throne. The blood-soaked tales of treachery lingered vividly in his memory. After a deep breath, he replied, "Allow me some time to contemplate." Daenerys nodded, indicating her understanding and respect. I shall await your response. She then instructed the Unsullied beside her, please escort Mr. Lin to the Dawn's residence for his temporary stay. The Unsullied complied, guiding Lin Yifeng away from the council chamber. Daenerys watched their departing figures, her heart a tumult of emotions. She recognized that Lin Yifeng's alliance could potentially overturn the current tide of war, yet she was also acutely aware that his presence would undoubtedly introduce new variables. At the Dawn's residence, Lin Yifeng was settled into an exquisitely adorned chamber. He sat by the window, gazing at the panorama of Meereen. This city, once a symbol of slavery, was gradually rejuvenating under Daenerys' reign. He pondered what transformations he might bring to this place, to the world, should he immerse himself in the game of power. Closing his eyes, Daenerys' image emerged in his mind, her steadfastness, decisiveness, and yearning for power. He recognized that Daenerys was not one to relinquish her aspirations easily. Yet he also perceived traces of weariness in her gaze, remnants of years spent in warfare and political machinations. Lin Yifeng rose and began to pace slowly within the room. He stood at a crucial crossroads, one that bore significance not only for his own fate, but potentially for the trajectory of the entire world. He reflected on his past journey, the lives he had saved, and the lands he had fought alongside. He questioned whether he should invest his strength and wisdom in aiding Daenerys to reclaim the Iron Throne. Approaching the writing desk, he took up a prepared brush and inscribed his thoughts onto the parchment. He chronicled his doubts, confusions, and hopes, seeking clarity and an answer from within. As night fell, the estate was illuminated by flickering lights, yet Lin Yifeng remained bent over his desk, fervently writing. The parchment became densely filled with characters, and he set down the brush. Reviewing his words repeatedly, he understood that this decision would not be simple, yet he also recognized the necessity of making a choice. The night deepened, silence enveloping the surroundings. Lin Yifeng sat at the desk, immersed in contemplation. He reflected on the past, gazed toward the future, and weighed the pros and cons ultimately. He realized that whichever path he chose would be fraught with risks and challenges. More importantly, he must remain true to his heart and adhere to his convictions. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the curtained seams, Lin Yifeng opened his eyes, his heart already possessing the answer. He understood that whether he chose to assist Daenerys in reclaiming the Iron Throne or to continue his solitary journey, he was prepared to bear all consequences that his choice would entail. Chapter 67. The Dream of a Puppet, Transformation and Revelation as Twilight Descended. The moonlight poured like water, casting an air of mystery upon the ancient walls of the city of Milan. Within a tranquil estate, Lin Yifeng sat at his desk. Deeply engrossed in contemplation of his conversation with Daenerys, his brow furrowed in concentration. As dawn began to break in the east, Lin Yifeng slowly lifted his gaze. Inhaling deeply as if to draw in the confusion of the night, only to exhale it away. Rising from his seat, he stretched his stiff limbs and murmured to himself, "It is time to engage in a new endeavor." The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Lin Yifeng's face in warmth and renewing his energy. He resolved to embark on a novel challenge, crafting mechanical puppets. Within the estate, he meticulously selected two spacious rooms, one designated as the workshop and the other as the alchemy chamber, both nestled in a secluded corner far from the clamor of the outside world, thereby creating an ideal space for his creative pursuits. In the center of the workshop stood a vast workbench, adorned with an array of tools and materials, awaiting Lin Yifeng's command. The alchemy chamber transformed into a miniature laboratory. With neatly arranged herbs and cauldrons on standby, Lin Yifeng commenced his preparations, gathering the requisite materials. Unearthing fragments of knowledge about carpentry mechanics from the digital memories of the blue and white planet. Although these insights were fragmented, they nonetheless illuminated a preliminary path for him. Sturdy wood and metal formed the foundational framework of the puppet, while tomes on mechanical arts served as his map to explore the uncharted realms. He recalled his digital experiences on the blue and white planet, where he encountered a rudimentary introduction to carpentry mechanics. Although lacking in detail, it provided sufficient reference to commence his journey. Immersed in memories, each fragment and each material bore the weight of his dreams and determination. After some time, Lin Yifeng set to work, his initial target being a small lizard puppet. He meticulously sketched the design, painstakingly refining each component, from the core parts to the outer structure, reflecting his relentless pursuit of detail. However, when Lin Yifeng eagerly attempted to animate the puppet with his spiritual energy, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The joints of the puppet emitted a jarring sound before it collapsed on the workbench, silently proclaiming failure. Yet, Lin Yifeng did not succumb to despair. He understood that failure is but a stepping stone to success. Lin Yifeng examined each aspect with care, seeking the cause of his failure. He repeatedly refined the components and adjusted the structure, viewing each attempt as a learning opportunity. Despite his efforts, the second attempt also fell short of his expectations. The consecutive failures left Lin Yifeng with an unprecedented sense of fatigue, not merely physical exhaustion, but a profound spiritual torment. He realized that the craft of creating mechanical puppets was far more complex than he had anticipated, requiring not only skill but also extensive knowledge, rich experience, and extraordinary perseverance. As the midday sun bathed the streets and alleys, Lin Yifeng decided to temporarily leave the estate and immerse himself in the rhythm of the ancient city. Strolling through the streets of Milan, he observed not only the bustling life around him, but also felt an indescribable surge of inspiration stirring within his heart. In an ancient tea house, Lin Yifeng settled down and ordered a pot of steaming tea. The fragrance enveloped him as he closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to bask in an elusive tranquility. He realized that genuine innovation often springs from the accumulation of life experiences rather than mere academic inquiry. At times, the most profound inspirations emerge in the most unexpected moments. Chapter 68. Masks and Conspiracies. The afternoon sun bathed Lin Yifeng in its warm embrace, mirroring the brightness of his mood. Inspirations surged like a spring, filling him with creative vigor. He resolved to return to the estate to continue his artistic endeavors. However, fate seemed to delight in presenting surprises or challenges when least expected. On his way back to the estate, Lin Yifeng noticed a group of peculiar individuals. They moved stealthily, whispering among themselves, as if conspiring. His curiosity piqued. He decided to conceal himself and follow them discreetly. Using the surrounding environment, he skillfully masked his presence, trailing the group like a shadow. They arrived at a secluded location, seemingly an abandoned warehouse. The individuals hastily donned brass masks and began ambushing innocent bystanders while vandalizing the nearby facilities. Lin Yifeng hesitated, unsure whether to intervene in this conflict. Yet, upon witnessing the unprovoked assault on the innocents, a sense of justice surged within him. He resolved to put a stop to this senseless violence. Swiftly, he removed the sword pin from his hair crown, and with a gentle flourish, it transformed into a gleaming 3-foot blade, glinting with cold light. Taking a deep breath, he charged forth like a cheetah. His swordsmanship was swift and precise, each strike cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, targeting the vital points of the assailants. The battle soon escalated into a fierce confrontation. Though outnumbered, the assailants' attacks were chaotic and disorganized, proving to be no match for Lin Yifeng. His swordplay flowed like water, each strike landing with unerring accuracy. Before long, the masked individuals fell as if they were mere vegetables being cleaved. Lin Yifeng refrained from lethal force, merely striking pressure points to incapacitate them temporarily. He understood that a greater conspiracy loomed behind these masked figures, and he needed to leave some alive to unveil the truth. After the fight concluded, Lin Yifeng swiftly departed, seeking a place to interrogate the subdued assailants. Seizing a few of them, he vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a scene of fallen figures and stunned innocents. Meanwhile, in the council hall of the Pyramid Palace, Daenerys listened intently to reports from the innocents. Upon learning of Lin Yifeng's courageous actions, her brow furrowed, and a tinge of headache washed over her. She knew that the actions of these masked individuals were no mere coincidence. A deeper conspiracy undoubtedly lay behind them. "We must uncover the origins of these masked figures and their intentions," Daenerys asserted resolutely. "Their actions pose a threat to our security, and we must take decisive action." Her gaze swept across every individual in the council chamber, and each person could feel her unwavering resolve and determination. Daenerys understood that this struggle was merely in its infancy. She must prepare herself to confront the challenges that lay ahead. As time passed, night fell, and Lin Yifeng found himself in a hidden chamber within the manor, interrogating several figures clad in black. His eyes were sharp as blades, and each question struck at the heart of the matter. Under Lin Yifeng's intense scrutiny, the cloaked individuals gradually began to relent, revealing fragments of information concerning the organization and plans behind them. As the interrogation deepened, Lin Yifeng slowly unraveled the conspiracy that shrouded these black-clad figures. They were part of a secret organization that referred to themselves as the Harpy, with the aim of destabilizing Meereen to seize power for their master, funded by former slave masters of the city. Their intent was to overthrow Daenerys' reign or drive her away to restore their former glory. Lin Yifeng realized that this conflict was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Chapter 69. Conspiracy. Under the nightfall, the city of Meereen at night resembled a slumbering giant, quietly nestled in the embrace of the strait. In a secluded manor within this city, Lin Yifeng had just concluded his interrogation of several individuals wearing brass masks. Their eyes betrayed fear and despair. Yet an unsettling tide surged within Lin Yifeng's heart. These individuals were merely the tip of the iceberg. The forces behind them were deeply entangled. And this struggle was far more convoluted than he had imagined. Meanwhile, on the other side of the strait, in the power center of Westeros, the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, Tywin Lannister, sat in his study, his brow furrowed in deep concern. He had just learned that Daenerys Targaryen commanded an army of 8,000 unsullied and possessed 3 dragons. This revelation struck him like a hammer, resonating painfully in his heart. To utterly extinguish the last bloodline of House Targaryen, he resolved to take action. Tywin was acutely aware that direct military confrontation would be tantamount to courting disaster. Daenerys's dragons and unsullied were capable of annihilating any foe who dared to challenge her. Thus, he devised a scheme of discord. He recalled Jorah Mormont, the man once forced to serve as a spy for the Seven Kingdoms due to his crimes, tasked with monitoring Daenerys's every move. However, Jorah had since betrayed his original mission, becoming a staunch supporter of Daenerys. Tywin resolved to draft a new pardon, intending to inform Daenerys of Jorah's true history, thereby sowing seeds of suspicion and discord among her ranks. Before long, this pardon reached Varys, who resided far away in the city of Meereen. Varys, a former subordinate of Daenerys's father and one of her advisors, was visibly shaken upon reading the document. He understood the gravity of this information and promptly delivered the pardon to Daenerys. Sitting upon her throne, Daenerys held the pardon in her hands. Her eyes filled with anguish and shock. She could scarcely believe that Jorah, one of her most trusted advisors, harbored such a complex past. She summoned Jorah and demanded to know why he had deceived her. Jorah stood before Daenerys, his expression etched with helplessness and sorrow. He was aware that this moment would inevitably arrive, yet he had never envisioned it unfolding in such a manner. Taking a deep breath, he uttered, "I love you, my queen." This declaration struck Daenerys' heart like a bolt of lightning. Stunned, she gazed at Jorah, unable to fathom the reality before her. Once, she had regarded Jorah as her ally, her warrior, her friend. But now, she found herself feeling betrayed. Her heart brimmed with anger and disappointment. And she resolved to banish Jorah from Meereen. Upon hearing this sentence of judgment, despair engulfed Jorah. He longed to plead for Daenerys' forgiveness, hoping to remain by her side and continue his loyalty. Yet, Daenerys coldly retorted, "Do not make me kill you." Her words pierced Jorah's heart like a sharp blade. He realized that he had lost his chance. With a heavy heart, he bowed his head and turned away from Meereen. Each step felt like a farewell, for he understood he had lost everything, including the queen he adored. Seated upon her throne, Daenerys was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. She recognized that this struggle was far more brutal than she had anticipated. She needed to be more cautious and vigilant, for every decision she made could profoundly affect her fate and that of her loved ones. Under the cloak of night, Meereen lay quietly cradled by the strait. Yet beneath the city's tranquility lurked endless schemes and struggles. Daenerys knew she must become stronger to survive in this perilous world. Chapter 70. Secrets and Choices. The ancient city of Meereen, a hidden gem in the annals of history, bore witness to Lin Yifeng's relentless toil over the past days. Within the estate's secret chamber, as the last rays of dawn illuminated the room, a mechanical masterpiece, a small lizard puppet, was officially born. With a gentle mental command, Lin Yifeng guided the puppet, which initially stumbled like an infant learning to walk, soon transforming into a nimble creature, dancing gracefully through the rooms, scaling tables, and clinging to wooden pillars, showcasing the vitality encapsulated within its petite form. After countless hours of tireless experimentation, Lin Yifeng had mastered the control of the lizard puppet to an exceptional degree. Whether traversing a wooden tabletop or a rough-hewn tree, the puppet moved with remarkable stability, as though imbued with genuine life, adding a unique charm of technological and magical fusion to this ancient city. Time swiftly passed. At dawn, Lin Yifeng, buoyed by yesterday's accomplishments, stepped onto the streets of Meereen, his strides light as he made his way towards the magnificent pyramid palace. Today's meeting with Daenerys was particularly significant, representing a pivotal moment in their future strategies. Upon entering the palace, Lin Yifeng's gaze swept the surroundings before settling on Daenerys, who sat upon her throne. Her complexion was pale, her brow furrowed, clearly distressed. Lin Yifeng softly inquired, "Your Majesty, is everything well?" His simple greeting, imbued with genuine concern, immediately captured Daenerys' attention. With reddened eyes and a subdued voice, she revealed her inner turmoil and confusion. She candidly confessed that Jorah Mormont's betrayal pierced her heart like a dagger. compelling her to make the agonizing decision to expel this once trusted confidant from her ranks. Though she harbored no desire to take his life, she felt powerless to mend the rift, her sighs laden with resignation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yifeng furrowed his brow, silently lamenting. He had foreseen the capricious nature of political tides, yet hearing it recounted so intimately left him astounded. In light of Daenerys' vulnerability, he understood the necessity of standing firm and offering his support. Thus, despite the tumult of emotions swirling within him, Lin Yifeng remained composed, ready to voice his stance. Just then, Daenerys, eager to seize the moment, inquired before him, "Mr. Lin, how have you deliberated on the matters we discussed?" Her words carried a hint of tension and anticipation. Meeting her gaze, Lin Yifeng smiled faintly, sensing no reason to decline. His response was succinct yet resonant. Each word weighted with significance. He articulated his insights in detail, assuring her of his unwavering commitment to assist Daenerys in stabilizing the situation, whether through military support or political strategy, pledging his full cooperation. Simultaneously, he cautioned her to proceed with caution to avert the recurrence of such treachery. Upon hearing this promise, the clouds of doubt on Daenerys' face began to dissipate, replaced by gratitude and renewed vigor. She recognized that the man before her was not merely a master tactician, but also a trustworthy sage. From that moment forth, they forged a profound partnership, united to confront the impending challenges and fortify their regime. As their dialogue concluded, Daenerys personally guided Lin Yifeng through the palace's interior, deepening their understanding of one another. They traversed the corridors and ascended the stargazing platform, gazing up at the heavens, filled with aspirations for the future. Lin Yifeng could not help but reflect on the weight of humanity's dreams and wishes, now poised to guide them towards a brighter horizon. The night in Yunyin ancient city was exceptionally serene, the starry sky a tapestry of brilliance. Standing atop the grand edifice, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys beheld the shimmering lights below, their hearts brimming with boundless hope for the future. They understood that the road ahead might be fraught with obstacles. Yet as long as they held fast to their convictions and wielded their strength, no challenge would prove insurmountable. Henceforth, Yunyin ancient city would no longer stand alone, but would be fortified by a united spirit. Chapter 71. Decisions in Adversity. The Weighing of Choices by Lin Yifeng and Daenerys. The morning sun pierced through the window, casting a soft golden glow upon the two rulers, enveloping the grave meeting in a delicate light. Seated across from one another, Daenerys and Lin Yifeng focused their discussion on the troubles wrought by the Harpy organization upon Yunyin, particularly the covert support provided by the former slavers. Daenerys bore a heavy heart as she recounted how the Harpies employed cunning and deceit to undermine the foundation of her hard-won rule. Her voice, laden with fatigue and helplessness, conveyed each word as though it were a drop of blood from her soul. "They are like serpents in the shadows, silently eroding our peace," she proclaimed, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes, "but I cannot allow them to prevail." In response, Lin Yifeng's brow furrowed in concentration, his gaze lingering on Daenerys' face as he sought clues to unravel the dilemma. He recognized that the complexity of this issue transcended mere military action. "We must act decisively." Lin Yifeng finally spoke up. "The policy of collective punishment may be the only means to curtail this malevolent force in the short term." His proposition implied that any civilian who failed to report knowledge of wrongdoing, including their relatives, would also bear corresponding legal consequences. Upon hearing these words, Daenerys' face reflected astonishment, and her heart stirred with unease. Was such a policy not excessively harsh? Her voice carried a note of concern as she questioned whether we could discover alternative solutions to the problem. Her gaze shimmered with compassion for the populace and a cautious apprehension towards power. Lin Yifeng shook his head in resignation, explaining, "In the current circumstances, we must prioritize the greater good, even if it means that some innocents may be affected." His voice was deep and resonant, each word striking like a hammer upon Daenerys' heart. He continued, "Our aim is to stabilize the situation, but we shall strive to minimize collateral damage, targeting only those with irrefutable evidence against them." He emphasized that the collective punishment policy would establish a series of scrutiny mechanisms to ensure that each case was well-founded and legally justified. "We must convey to the people that we will not tolerate any form of betrayal or concealment," he declared, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. Daenerys fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent for a long while. Her heart was fraught with conflict and turmoil. She recognized the merit in Lin Yifeng's argument, yet she was acutely aware that such a policy could incite greater panic and discontent. Her gaze drifted outside, where the city of Meereen appeared so tranquil and peaceful under the sun, yet she understood the tumultuous currents concealed beneath that serenity. "Please grant me some time to ponder." Daenerys finally uttered, her voice laced with fatigue. She needed time to weigh the pros and cons, to contemplate how she could both safeguard her people and effectively combat the Harpy organization. Lin Yifeng nodded in understanding, acknowledging her hesitation and concerns. I shall await your decision, he stated, but during this interval, we cannot remain idle. We must undertake certain actions to demonstrate our resolve and strength. Daenerys nodded, recognizing the validity of Lin Yifeng's assertion. She rose and approached the window, gazing into the distance. The sunlight graced her face, imbuing her countenance with a newfound firmness. I will convene my advisors, she declared, and we shall devise a plan that both protects the populace and confronts our adversaries. Lin Yifeng stood, bowing respectfully to Daenerys. I look forward to your wisdom and decisiveness, your majesty, he remarked before turning and departing the chamber. Left alone, Daenerys' gaze returned to the view of Meereen. She understood that every decision she made would significantly impact countless lives. Taking a deep breath, she felt a surge of determination. She would not allow the Harpy organization to prevail. She would protect her people and her city. She envisioned Meereen as a true home, a sanctuary of safety and peace. The sunlight continued to pour into the chamber of the Pyramid Palace, casting a warm glow upon the weighty meeting. Though her heart was laden with worry, Daenerys' resolve grew ever more steadfast. She understood that she must make the right choice, for the sake of Meereen, for her people. Chapter 72, The Crossroads of Destiny, an unexpected encounter. Time flowed like fine sand through an hourglass, quietly slipping away. As the sunlight streamed through the high windows of the Pyramid Palace in ancient Meereen, casting its golden rays upon the stone floor of the council chamber. Afternoon had already descended. Daenerys Targaryen sat at the head of the long table, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Her advisors and trusted subordinates surrounded her on either side, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of debate, yet none seemed capable of proposing a viable plan. Your Majesty, we require more troops, more allies. Sir Barristan Selmy's voice echoed within the chamber, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Our food supplies can no longer sustain us for long, another voice interjected. The absence of the Chancellor of the Exchequer only exacerbated the predicament. We must swiftly quell the resistance of the slavers. Otherwise, our reign will remain precarious, Grey Worm. The commander of the Unsullied stated with his customary calmness and determination. As Daenerys listened to these voices, a sense of helplessness washed over her. She recognized the loyalty of her advisors, yet their strategies seemed to skirt the heart of the matter. She needed more than just soldiers and provisions. She required a strategy capable of altering the course of battle, a wisdom that would fortify her rule. Meanwhile, in exile, Jorah Mormont wandered aimlessly across the wasteland outside of Meereen, a rootless specter. His heart brimmed with longing for Daenerys and regret for his past actions. Once her knight, her advisor, her protector, he was now merely a banished sinner. One fateful day, while in a tavern of a border town, he stumbled upon a familiar figure, Tyrion Lannister, an adversary of Daenerys and of his own. A plan surged within Jorah's mind. If he could bring Tyrion before Daenerys, perhaps he could atone for his previous transgressions. Without hesitation, under the cover of night, Jorah seized the opportunity to incapacitate Tyrion, stuffing him into a burlap sack. He pilfered a small boat, intending to return to Meereen by water. On board, Tyrion gradually regained consciousness, only to find himself bound, facing the knight he had once encountered in Daenerys' court. Friend, you've taken a wrong turn. My sister is in Westeros. To reach Westeros, one should head west, yet you travel east. Tyrion remarked with a hint of mockery in his tone. Jorah offered no reply, merely fixing his gaze upon Tyrion before stating, I am taking you to meet Her Majesty. Daenerys Targaryen. A bemused expression crossed Tyrion's face as he retorted, If I were to say I was preparing to serve Daenerys, would you believe me? He glanced at Jorah's armor, adorned with the sigil of a bear and the dragon's shoulder insignia. You are Jorah Mormont. Do you truly believe that presenting me to Daenerys will result in her rewarding you handsomely? I dare say the situation may very well be the opposite. Jorah's countenance darkened, filled with anger and humiliation. Yet, he refrained from retorting, choosing instead to deliver two resounding slaps to Tyrion. Silence, Lannister, your words bear no weight with me. Blood trickled from the corner of Tyrion's mouth, yet a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. You know, Mormont, sometimes the most unlikely allies can become the most formidable weapons. Jorah ignored his words, fully aware that Tyrion's tongue was as sharp as his sword. But he would not allow this Lannister's machinations to prevail. He needed to present Tyrion before Daenerys. It was his sole opportunity and the only path to atonement. As the vessel glided over the water, Jorah stood at the bow, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. He was uncertain of what awaited him. But he understood that regardless of the outcome, he must confront it. For Tyrion, this unforeseen journey might very well herald yet another turning point in his fate. Chapter 73. Crossing the cursed realm, the Gisker shadows loomed over them. Time slipped away like fine sand through one's fingers. And as the first rays of dawn pierced the night, Jorah Mormont and Tyrion Lannister embarked on their journey to the ancient city of Meereen. Their silhouettes appeared particularly solitary in the morning light, with the imp, Tyrion, seated at the stern, idly toying with a gold coin, while Jorah stood at the bow, his gaze unwaveringly directed ahead. "We must quicken our pace." Jorah's voice shattered the morning tranquility, his eyes fixed on the distant ruins of Old Valyria, a land forsaken by time and a shortcut to Meereen. By traversing Old Valyria, we can save considerable time. Tyrion squinted at the ruins, aware that Jorah spoke the truth, yet cognizant of the myriad dangers concealed within. The remnants of Old Valyria were no trifling matter, harboring countless unknown threats. Jorah offered no reply, gripping the oar tightly and rowing vigorously, the small boat slicing through the water with haste. They drew closer to the ruins, an ancient and enigmatic aura enveloping the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Just as they were about to enter the ruins, a group of gaunt figures, their bodies covered in gray scales, sprang from the crumbling stone. Their movements were stiff yet swift, aimed directly at Jorah and the imp's small vessel. Tyrion's heart raced. He cried out in terror. "Those are stone men. They've contracted grayscale. Do not let them touch us." Jorah's expression hardened. He had heard tales of the horrors of grayscale, a curse that, once contracted, would gradually erode one's sanity, ultimately transforming the afflicted into mindless stone men. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the oar, prepared to confront the stone men. "Quickly, Tyrion. Grab an oar. We must drive them away from the boat," Jorah shouted. Though diminutive in stature, Tyrion reacted with remarkable swiftness. He immediately grasped another oar, joining Jorah in a vigorous effort to steer their craft away from the advancing stone men. However, the stone men appeared to possess an uncanny fixation on the living souls aboard the small vessel, continuously leaping in an attempt to grasp the gunwales. The little demon evaded them nimbly, his agility remarkable, yet the confined space demanded constant vigilance to avoid contact with the stone men. A profound fear enveloped him, for he knew that once infected, he would lose everything. The struggle endured for a considerable duration, leaving both Jorah and the little demon utterly exhausted. Their oars struck against the stone men, producing a dull thud, yet these creatures seemed impervious to pain, relentless in their pursuit to approach the small boat. At that moment, a stone man succeeded in seizing the gunwale, his strength astonishing, causing the boat to sway violently under his pull. Jorah and the little demon desperately endeavored to stabilize the vessel, but the stone man's might proved overwhelming, and ultimately, the boat capsized. The frigid river waters swiftly engulfed them, and they struggled beneath the surface, needing to ascend quickly lest they succumb to asphyxiation. Jorah kicked vigorously, his arms thrashing, and finally, his head broke through the water's surface. He gasped for fresh air, rapidly scanning for Tyrion's silhouette. Tyrion emerged not far away, his complexion pale, yet his eyes still glimmering with indomitable spirit. They exchanged a glance, both understanding the urgency to vacate the waters, for the stone men could reappear at any moment. They began to swim with all their might, and after a while, they spotted a small island nearby. Though physically drained, their resolve remained unyielding. They recognized that as long as they drew breath, hope endured. When they finally scrambled onto the sandy shore, they collapsed, gasping for air. Jorah glanced at Tyrion, a flicker of respect evident in his eyes. They had just survived a life-and-death struggle, yet neither had surrendered. "We need to find a place to rest and recuperate," Jorah stated. Tyrion nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Jorah's words. They required respite to regain their strength before continuing their journey. Their destination was Meereen, and they could not falter here. They rose, embarking on a search for a temporary refuge on the island. They understood that this was merely a minor episode in their expedition, with greater challenges awaiting them. Yet, they firmly believed that as long as they persevered, nothing could impede their forward march. Chapter 74. The survival game in adversity. The briny taste of the sea permeated the air as Jorah Mormont and the little demon Tyrion Lannister, propelled by the waves, finally reached the shore. Their bodies, soaked by the seawater, had nearly lost sensation, yet the instinct to survive compelled them to swim fervently towards the land. As their feet made contact with the warm sand, they both collapsed simultaneously, gasping, as though striving to expel every last drop of seawater from their lungs. Jorah's chest heaved violently, feeling as though his heart might burst from his ribcage. He closed his eyes, allowing his weary body to rest upon the beach. At that moment, He felt a sharp sting in his arm. Opening his eyes, he beheld his skin marred by patches of gray scale. A heaviness settled in his heart, for he understood that his time was dwindling. Days later, Yura and the imps stumbled upon a grand vessel on the beach. The diminutive Tyrion squinted, scrutinizing the ship closely. It might be a merchant ship, he remarked. Perhaps we could seek their assistance. However, Yura shook his head, his gaze betraying a note of caution. Perhaps, he conceded. It may be a merchant ship, but it is equally likely that it could also be a pirate vessel. We must depart swiftly. They had scarcely taken a few steps when they were encircled by a group of armed men. Leading the pack was a burly figure who approached and struck Yura squarely in the face. Yura staggered, but did not fall. The leader appraised him and remarked, a minor, perhaps, or possibly a prisoner, yet strong enough to fetch a good price. One of his henchmen suggested, what about the dwarf? Just kill him. With that, he prepared to act. Witnessing this, Tyrion hastily interjected, wait, let us not be so hasty. Before he could finish, the leader interjected, let us simply castrate him first. Then sell him. A dwarf's genitalia are quite valuable. Someone will surely buy them. He then commanded his men to proceed. Tyrion, sensing the urgency, shouted, hold on. You cannot expect a merchant to purchase a shriveled appendage without knowing it belongs to a dwarf. How would they believe it without seeing one? The henchman growled. How would he know? Just by the size, he would understand. Tyrion quickly retorted, wait. Just a moment. He glanced at the leader and then at the henchman. After some contemplation, the leader declared, let him live until we find a merchant. He then ordered his men to bind Yura and Tyrion and take them aboard the ship. They were brought onto the vessel, which slowly sailed towards the city of Meereen, rumored to be preparing for the opening of an arena for the free men. Yura and Tyrion were confined in the ship's hold, their limbs tightly bound, rendering them immobile. Despair filled Yura's heart. He recognized the deterioration of his condition, while Tyrion incessantly pondered an escape. The air in the hold was thick and stifling, beads of sweat glistening on Tyrion's brow. His eyes flickered in the dim light. Knowing he must remain vigilant and seize any opportunity for escape, he began to examine the structure of the hold, searching for potential weaknesses. Meanwhile, Yura contemplated his future. Realizing his time was limited, he reminisced about his past, those days filled with battles and glory, and the ones he held dear. Closing his eyes, he silently prayed for a way to ensure the imp's safety. The ship continued its journey, the waves rhythmically lapping against its hull. Fate seemed to have sealed their destinies. Yet an indomitable flame of hope still burned within their hearts. They understood that as long as a glimmer of hope remained, they would not surrender. As the vessel drew ever closer to the ancient city of Malin, both Yura and the imp felt an increasing sense of trepidation. They understood that upon their arrival, their fates would become even more unpredictable. Yet, they were also aware that this was their singular opportunity, one they must seize. Chapter 75. The trials of Malin, ancient city, the boundaries of power, and the struggles of the human heart far within the bustling confines of Malin. Lin Yifeng navigated through the crowded marketplace, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the Grand Pyramid Palace. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the impending meeting, alongside a nervous apprehension regarding the acceptance of his strategies. As a sagacious advisor, he was acutely aware that his counsel could have profound implications for the future of the city. The doors of the Pyramid Palace creaked open, allowing Lin Yifeng to step into this bastion of power. His footsteps echoed on the marble floor, each stride imbued with solemnity and strength. Upon reaching Daenerys' audience chamber, he discovered that the queen had been awaiting him for quite some time. Daenerys, known as the Mother of Dragons, sat upon her throne, her piercing gaze firmly fixed on Lin Yifeng. Her beauty and majesty coalesced, rendering her an awe-inspiring figure. However, Lin Yifeng remained undaunted by her imposing presence. He was acutely aware of his mission. Your Majesty Daenerys, Lin Yifeng began, his voice betraying a hint of anxiety, yet predominantly exuding determination. What are your thoughts on my proposal? Daenerys pondered for a considerable duration, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in her eyes. She understood that Lin Yifeng's plan might incite controversy, yet she also recognized that sometimes, to uphold the order and safety of Malin, it was imperative to adopt certain stringent measures. Very well, Daenerys finally responded, her voice resolute and commanding. However, any arrests and punitive measures must be grounded in irrefutable facts and evidence. We cannot allow the innocent to suffer. Lin Yifeng nodded, cognizant that this was Daenerys' threshold, as well as a testament to her compassion as queen. He vowed to ensure that every action taken would be fortified with sufficient evidence. Before long, several new edicts were proclaimed within the ancient city of Malin. These decrees were inscribed on stone tablets and erected in the town square for all citizens to peruse. The essence of the edicts was as follows: should civilians encounter any suspicious individuals or peculiar behavior, those who chose to remain silent or provide shelter to such individuals would not only face severe punishment, but their families would also bear the consequences. This proclamation incited considerable dissent among the populace of Malin. In the marketplace, clusters of people congregated, engaged in fervent discussion. Some voiced their support for the edict, deeming it a necessary measure for the preservation of the city's safety. Others opposed it, contending that such draconian laws could unjustly harm innocents. This decree is outrageous. An elderly man exclaimed indignantly, "How can our families possibly know what we do outside? Why should they suffer the repercussions? Yet, if someone is aware and remains silent, are they not fostering criminality?" A young mother countered, "Our children deserve a secure environment in which to grow." The debate rippled through the crowd. As each individual articulated their perspective, some individuals opt for silence, fearing that their words may bring trouble upon themselves and their families. Despite numerous protests, the decree continues to be enforced with an iron fist. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys understand that this is a formidable struggle. Yet they believe that only through such means can crime be effectively countered and the tranquility of the city safeguarded. In the ensuing days, the streets of Malin grew increasingly tense. Citizens began to watch one another closely, each person cautiously observing those around them. Several suspicious figures were swiftly apprehended, their actions indeed raising public suspicion. In these cases, the evidence was irrefutable, and none could deny their transgressions. However, some innocent individuals were ensnared in this web. A young man was reported simply for casting a glance at a stranger on the street, leading to repercussions for his family. Such incidents ignited feelings of anger and fear among the populace, prompting them to question the fairness of the decree. Seated upon her throne, Daenerys listened to reports from her subordinates. She was aware that the decree had engendered negative repercussions, yet she also observed improvements in the city's order. The crime rate had diminished, and people began to exercise greater caution in their conduct to avoid unnecessary troubles. "We must find a balance," Daenerys remarked to Lin Yifeng. "We cannot allow fear to dominate this city, yet we cannot permit crime to roam free." Lin Yifeng nodded, cognizant of the delicate equilibrium at stake. He advised Daenerys to bolster oversight of the decree's enforcement, ensuring that each punishment was fair and substantiated by ample evidence. As time progressed, the citizens of Malin gradually acclimated to the new decree. They began to foster greater trust in their neighbors, recognizing that if someone committed a crime, the entire community would be safeguarded. The order of the city improved, and the crime rate continued to decline. Daenerys and Lin Yifeng understood that their efforts were beginning to bear fruit. Despite the controversies and challenges faced along the way, they were convinced that all of this was worthwhile for the future of Malin. They would persist in their endeavors, seeking better ways to protect the city while ensuring the rights and freedoms of every citizen. Chapter 76. Scheming in the Night. The ultimate choice of the Harpy. As time marched on, the new decree loomed like a heavy shackle, tightly binding every action of the Harpies. Once, they had flourished in the ancient city of Malin, but now, every strike became exceedingly arduous. The Harpies understood that achieving the glorious results of the past would be a formidable challenge. Under the veil of night, in a cold, clandestine meeting room within the ancient city, the core members of the Harpies convened, the air thick with despair and anxiety. Each face was taut, as they all recognized that the time had come for change. "We can no longer continue this way," a seasoned member of the Harpies gravely declared, his voice echoing in the spacious room. "Since the enactment of that decree, every operation feels like walking a tightrope. Many of us have come perilously close to capture, and some have been apprehended outright, with no discernible gains in sight." The atmosphere was heavy with contemplation, each individual lost in thought. At that moment, a member of the Harpy faction proposed a daring course of action. "I believe we should seize the opportunity to assassinate Daenerys Targaryen." Another member furrowed their brow, questioning, "Is such an act truly necessary?" The one advocating for the assassination retorted, "Is there a more effective alternative?" The dissenting member fell silent, unable to muster a counterargument. After a thoughtful pause, the seasoned Harpy member slowly replied, "The proposition of eliminating Daenerys Targaryen merits consideration." His words, akin to a stone cast upon the still surface of a lake, stirred ripples of contemplation among the assembly. They all recognized the extremity of the plan. Yet perhaps it was their sole avenue of escape. "But how might we approach her?" inquired a young Harpy member, noting the ever-present dragons and unsullied surrounding Daenerys. "How could we possibly get near her?" A senior member interjected, "We must uncover her vulnerabilities. Daenerys Targaryen is not a deity. She possesses her own Achilles heel. We need to identify the opportunity that will allow us to draw closer to her. Perhaps we could attempt to undermine her power from within, suggested another member. Her allies, advisors, and even her dragons could all become viable targets. No, the senior member interrupted. The dragons are untouchable. Their might is far too formidable. We must concentrate solely on Daenerys herself. Then how can we ensure the success of the assassination? Someone queried. We require a flawless plan, the senior member responded. We need comprehensive intelligence, insight into her whereabouts, preferences, and weaknesses. Only then can we devise an impeccable strategy. Yet, our time is running short, a restless member cautioned. The enforcement of decrees grows increasingly stringent, and our maneuverability diminishes. Indeed, urgency is paramount, the senior member concurred. We must act swiftly, but we cannot afford to act recklessly. Each step must be meticulously considered. Where shall we commence? Another voice inquired. We begin with intelligence gathering, the senior member declared. We require additional manpower and resources. We must establish watchful eyes in every corner of Meereen, ensuring we track Daenerys' every move. But how can we guarantee the safety of these informants? Someone worriedly asked. We must proceed with caution, the senior member replied. We cannot allow anyone to suspect our existence. We must operate like shadows, silently amassing intelligence. Who will lead this operation? Another voice queried. I shall personally oversee this endeavor, the senior member proclaimed, rising to his feet, his silhouette resolute in the dim light. I will take charge of the planning and coordination. However, I require the assistance of each one of you. We must unite in our efforts to achieve success. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, as every individual present was acutely aware that they were about to embark on a perilous journey. Yet, they also recognized that inaction would lead to a far bleaker future. Let us commence, announced a senior member, as we begin to gather intelligence and devise a plan. Success is imperative for the sake of the Harpy's future. As the meeting concluded, the members of the Harpy vanished into the night of the ancient city of Myr. Embarking on their clandestine mission, they understood that this might be their final opportunity, and success was non-negotiable. The air, once thick with despair and anxiety, gradually transformed into a resolute atmosphere of determination and action as the Harpies set forth on their new odyssey. Chapter 77, The Fracture of Power, the Judgment of Myr. With the conclusion of the Harpy Council, a subtle tension permeated the air of Myr. The issuance of the new decree loomed like a sword suspended above each Harpy member, with time acting as the countdown to its inevitable descent. At last, one fateful morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the dense clouds, illuminating the streets of this ancient city, a piece of news spread like wildfire. A member of the Harpy had been captured. The news swiftly reached the Pyramid Palace, where representatives gathered in the council chamber. Their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some were furious, others anxious, and a few barely concealed their excitement. Daenerys Targaryen sat at the center of the chamber, her gaze resolute and composed, though tumultuous thoughts churned within her. She understood that this decision would shape the future of Myr, and potentially the fate of the entire Slavers' Bay. We must execute this traitor immediately, as a warning to others, a representative of the slaves proclaimed, his voice resonating with determination throughout the chamber. No, we cannot proceed in such a manner, a noble representative countered. We ought to afford him a fair trial. This is the essence of Her Majesty's new decree. Fair, the slave representative scoffed. When have former slave masters and nobles ever granted us justice? They bring only death and terror. The debate within the council chamber intensified, with each individual fervently defending their own interests and beliefs. But Daenerys recognized that such arguments would yield no fruitful resolution. Rising to her feet, her voice calm, yet imbued with authority, she declared, I have decided to temporarily imprison this traitor until we can devise a more reasonable solution. However, not all were inclined to await such a resolution. In the shadows of the Pyramid Palace, the discontented slave representative harbored a burning hatred for the nobles and slave masters. He recognized this as an opportunity, one to exact vengeance upon those who had once subjugated them. Utilizing his position as one of Daenerys' subordinates, he stealthily infiltrated the prison cell. Inside the cell, the captured Harpy member was shackled, his eyes betraying fear and despair. The slave representative, devoid of any compassion, let his personal emotions dictate his actions, wielding his blade to extinguish the life of the traitor. Subsequently, he affixed the corpse to the very pillars that had once been employed to punish slaves and commoners. An act steeped in irony, a provocation to authority. The news swiftly reached Daenerys, who was appalled by the brutality and recklessness of such an act. Without delay, she ordered the arrest of the slave representative and resolved to interrogate him personally. Your Majesty, deep down, You too wish to eliminate that rebel, do you not? The slave representative brazenly remarked during the questioning. Yet your position forbids you from issuing such a command directly, so I took the liberty of making the decision for you. A flicker of anger flashed in Daenerys' eyes, yet her voice remained composed. Your unilateral action is unacceptable. I uphold the principle of equality for all. Even rebels deserve a fair trial. The slave representative was led away, wearing a smirk of satisfaction, as if he had accomplished a great feat. Daenerys sat in the council chamber, her emotions tumultuous. She recognized that this incident would serve as a trial, a test of her governing philosophy. She was compelled to make a decision that would balance the interests of all parties while remaining true to her principles. She summoned all the representatives and announced her verdict. The slave representative would face trial. His actions could not be tolerated. Simultaneously, we would reassess our approach to dealing with rebels to ensure justice and humanity. The atmosphere in the council chamber grew tense, yet Daenerys' voice was resolute and powerful. She understood that it was her duty as queen. She must maintain order while safeguarding her people. This path was fraught with difficulty, but she was willing to fight for it. With Daenerys' judgment, the city of Meereen fell into deep contemplation once more. The populace began to discuss, to question, and to comprehend. This marked the dawn of a new era, one replete with challenges and opportunities. Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, would be immortalized in the annals of history, for she was not merely a conqueror, but a ruler in pursuit of justice and peace. Chapter 78. Rising tides. The mediation of Lin Yifeng as news of Queen Daenerys' intent to legally address the slave representative spread throughout Meereen. A palpable tension and complexity filled the air. Some applauded the Queen's resolve, viewing it as a necessary step to uphold law and order. Others opposed it, perceiving it as a betrayal of the enslaved class, a violation of their freedom. By the time the news reached the estate, it was already afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern on the floor of Lin Yifeng's study. He sat behind a grand oak desk, toying with an ancient coin. His brow furrowed in thought. He understood that Daenerys' decision would likely incite the ire of all the slaves in Meereen. In the eyes of those who had once been enslaved, Daenerys was not merely a liberator, but a benefactor who had bestowed upon them a new life. They believed that she had freed them while simultaneously granting herself power, a mutual exchange of needs. However, the transformation of individuals from different classes upon encountering power could yield vastly divergent internal shifts. For those long oppressed slaves, power is a possession they have never held, a coveted means through which they aspire to reshape their destinies. Conversely, for the nobility, power is an inherent right, a tool to uphold their status and wealth. Should Daenerys execute the representative of the slaves as she does in the original narrative, it would not only fail to serve as a deterrent, but would also alienate her from both sides. The slaves would perceive Daenerys as akin to the despised slave masters and nobility, equating her power with their oppression. The nobles, on the other hand, would not rally behind her for the execution of a single slave representative. Their primary concern lies in the safeguarding of their own interests and the fortification of their power. Lin Yifeng is acutely aware that power is a double-edged sword, capable of both protection and harm. Daenerys' decision, undoubtedly, is akin to playing with fire. He closes his eyes, taking a deep breath in an effort to organize his thoughts. He must choose whether to align himself with Daenerys or remain an observer, a choice that he dares not contemplate further. The servants within the manor murmur anxiously about the news, their eyes reflecting unease and fear. Many among them have emerged from slavery and harbored deep affection for Daenerys, yet they are also apprehensive that her decisions may usher in calamity. Lin Yifeng rises and moves to the window, gazing out at the fields beyond the estate. The golden waves of wheat sway in the wind, as if narrating tales of harvest joy, yet his heart is heavy with worry. He understands that Daenerys' decision will reverberate through the lives of all, himself included. He recalls the moment Daenerys first arrived in Meereen, so youthful and brimming with ideals. She liberated the slaves, granting them freedom, and her actions garnered the adoration of the people. Yet now, it seems she has forgotten her original intentions, neglecting those who once supported her. Lin Yifeng resolves that he must take action. He cannot stand idly by while Daenerys loses her way amidst the game of power. He must remind her that power ought to be wielded to protect the people, not to oppress them. He wishes to convey to her that true leadership lies in the ability to heed the voices of the populace and comprehend their needs. Turning back to his writing desk, he picks up a quill and begins to compose a letter. He intends to share his thoughts and concerns with Daenerys, striving to influence her decision as best he can. He recognizes that this may be a challenging battle, yet he is equally aware that it is his duty as a noble, as well as a responsibility as a citizen of Meereen. As night descends, the lights within the manor gradually illuminate. In Lin Yifeng's study, the room is aglow as he continues to write. His quill dances across the paper, each word imbued with strength and resolve. He knows that this letter may alter the fate of Meereen, and potentially his own destiny as well. Yet he does not falter, for he believes that justice and truth shall ultimately prevail. Outside the manor, the night breeze stirs, as if foretelling an impending storm. And Lin Yifeng stands at the heart of that storm, ready to face the challenge ahead. Chapter 79. The Stratagem Beneath the Veil of Night as Darkness Enveloped the Land. The palace of Daenerys gleamed with light, yet her brow was furrowed in deep contemplation. Lin Yifeng understood that should Daenerys persist in executing the representative of the slaves, she would not only forfeit their support, but also sow discord among the nobles. He resolved to approach her, hoping to guide her towards a more prudent course of action. Traversing the corridors of the palace, Lin Yifeng arrived at Daenerys' private study. There, she sat at her desk, a document in hand, her expression taut with concern. Upon noticing Lin Yifeng, she offered a faint smile and inquired, "It is quite late, Mr. Lin. Do you seek my counsel?" Nodding, Lin Yifeng replied, "Indeed, Your Grace. I wish to discuss the matter of the slave representative." Setting aside the document, Daenerys pondered for a moment before declaring, "I vowed that under my reign, Meereen would embody freedom and justice. Thus, I intend to impose severe punishment for the transgressions of that slave representative, who has overstepped his bounds and unjustly accused the nobles." Lin Yifeng furrowed his brow, fully aware of Daenerys' resolve, yet cognizant of the potential repercussions of such an action. He urged, to execute the slave representative outright would not serve as an effective warning. Rather, it would alienate both parties. The slaves would perceive you as akin to the slave masters and nobles, while the latter would not rally to your side simply because a representative was put to death. Listening to Lin Yifeng's analysis, Daenerys felt a wave of frustration. She massaged her temples before meeting his gaze. "Then what do you propose I do?" After a moment's reflection, Lin Yifeng suggested, "I have a strategy. We could hold a fair and just trial for the slave representative. However, when it comes time for punishment, you could assert that the representative's failings stem from his own laxity in governance, and thus, you should suffer the lashes in his stead." A flicker of surprise crossed Daenerys' eyes as she asked, "Are you suggesting that I endure the lashes meant for the slave representative?" Lin Yifeng affirmed with a nod, "Yes, but the lashes should appear severe to onlookers while you feel minimal pain. It must not seem like an act." Daenerys contemplated this for a moment and replied, "While this may quell the discontent of the slaves and nobles temporarily, can it truly establish my authority?" A subtle smile graced Lin Yifeng's lips as he responded, "This is the essence of establishing authority. Through such an act, you can demonstrate your fairness and compassion, while simultaneously revealing your resolve and courage to both slaves and nobles. This form of authority is far more convincing than mere bloodshed." Daenerys nodded, seemingly persuaded by Lin Yifeng's plan. Rising from her seat, she approached him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Mr. Lin, your wisdom never ceases to impress me. Let us proceed with your plan. I hope to genuinely win the hearts of the people this time." Lin Yifeng smiled gently and remarked, "I have faith that Her Majesty the Queen will undoubtedly succeed." The two exchanged knowing smiles, as Lin Yifeng understood that this plan was not merely to address the issue of the slave representative, but to establish Daenerys' true authority in Meereen. All this would require both time and wisdom. Chapter 80. Midnight Conspiracy. Formulating strategies in the Pyramid Palace of the ancient city of Meereen, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys had engaged in conversation for several hours. As night enveloped the palace, torches were lit one by one, their flickering flames casting shifting shadows across their faces, illuminating their expressions in a dance of light and dark. Their discourse centered on the future of Meereen, with every decision possessing the potential to alter the fate of the city. Daenerys, the queen known as the Mother of Dragons, sat upon her throne, her brow furrowed in concentration. Her gaze penetrated the high windows of the palace, seemingly in search of answers. Turning to Lin Yifeng, her voice held a hint of uncertainty. "How will we implement this?" Standing resolutely before her, Lin Yifeng appeared determined in the flickering light. He inhaled deeply and began to elaborate on his plan. "First, we must inform the executioner responsible for the flogging that you will endure the punishment on behalf of the slave masters. However, this flogging will not be genuine. It must not appear to be a sham either. You will sustain what looks like severe injuries, but in truth, they will be minor." Daenerys' brow tightened further, concern evident in her tone. "But will I not suffer real harm?" Lin Yifeng shook his head, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. "Fear not, my queen. We will ensure that the executioner shows restraint, merely leaving some marks upon your skin to create the illusion of a harsh beating. Daenerys nodded, her expression gradually softening. Lin Yifeng continued. Next comes the assertion of authority. You must wield a knife or something similar before the people of all Meereen and declare, whoever commits a similar offense shall meet the fate of this blade. Then you will break it in two. A flicker of doubt crossed Daenerys' eyes. That sounds good. But will I be able to break the knife in such a situation? Lin Yifeng pondered for a moment before responding. It is not imperative that you break the knife yourself. We can enlist the help of a strong individual to assist you at the pivotal moment. A smile graced Daenerys' face, seemingly pleased with the plan. She rose and approached Lin Yifeng, softly saying, Lin Yifeng, you truly are a clever strategist. If this plan succeeds, it will not only deter the slave masters, but also demonstrate my resolve to the people. Lin Yifeng smiled subtly, aware that his plan had garnered the queen's approval. My queen, all of this is for the peace and prosperity of Meereen. I am confident that under your leadership, this city will usher in a new era. The two continued to discuss further details until the deep hours of the night. Lin Yifeng glanced at the starry sky outside, realizing it was time to take his leave. He bowed to Daenerys and said, My queen, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Daenerys nodded, her voice tinged with weariness. Very well, Lin Yifeng. I appreciate your company and wisdom this evening. Tomorrow, we shall commence the implementation of this plan. Lin Yifeng turned and departed from the Pyramid Palace. His steps resolute and purposeful. He understood that the success of this plan would directly influence the future of Meereen. He must ensure that every detail was flawlessly executed to solidify Daenerys' reign. Daenerys stood alone on the balcony of the palace, gazing at the stars in the night sky. She was aware that tomorrow heralded a new beginning, and she needed to demonstrate her strength and resolve. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead. The night breeze caressed her, bringing a hint of chill. She tightened her cloak, her gaze unwavering and filled with anticipation. She believed that as long as she persevered, the future of Meereen would undoubtedly shine brighter. Chapter 81. Declaration. In the morning light, the shock of Meereen, the first rays of dawn broke through the crevices of the ancient city of Meereen, casting golden light upon the cobblestones of the square, where the amber glow intertwined with the morning mist, enveloping this venerable city in a shroud of mystery. However, this tranquility was swiftly disrupted as an increasing throng gathered in the square, divided into two distinct factions. On the left stood the opulently adorned slave masters and nobles, their eyes betraying disdain and indifference. On the right were the former slaves, now freemen, whose faces bore the marks of anxiety and anticipation. Daenerys Targaryen stood upon the elevated platform at the center of the square, her gaze resolute and profound, as though she could penetrate the very hearts of those before her. Her voice resonated in the crisp morning air, clear and powerful. I once vowed that under my rule, Meereen would know freedom and justice. Therefore, I intend to impose severe punishment for that slave representative's audacious actions of overstepping his bounds and unjustly accusing the nobles. Her words struck like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the assembly. The former slaves, now freemen, began to murmur amongst themselves, their expressions filled with confusion and concern, pleading for the slave representative. Meanwhile, the slave masters and nobles observed with an air of amusement, whispering to one another, their lips curling into scornful smiles. Upon hearing the pleas from the former slaves on behalf of the slave representative, a complex emotion flickered in Daenerys' eyes. She inhaled deeply and continued, however, the fault of that slave representative lies in his failure to maintain control over his charges. He is culpable as well. Thus, you must bear the punishment of the lash in his stead. As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the square became palpably tense. Both the former slaves and the slave masters, nobles, were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The slave masters and nobles had not anticipated that Queen Daenerys would personally assume the punishment intended for the slave representative. They had expected a mere performance, not the highborn queen herself taking such drastic action. The former slaves, too, were astonished that the exalted Daenerys would intervene on behalf of their representative. In the square, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, all awaiting Daenerys' next move. She descended slowly from the platform, approaching the representative of the slaves, her gaze devoid of fear, radiating only determination and resolve. She removed her outer robe, revealing her alabaster skin, then turned to face the multitude gathered in the square. I, Daenerys Targaryen, Queen of Meereen, shall lead by example and accept the punishment. Her voice reverberated throughout the square, each syllable striking the hearts of those present like a hammer. The faces of the slave masters and nobles reflected disbelief. They had not anticipated that Daenerys would truly undertake such an act. Whispers began to circulate among them, speculating whether this was a mere performance or a strategy devised by Daenerys. Yet, upon witnessing her unwavering gaze and resolute stance, they began to grasp the gravity of her sincerity. The former slaves, now free, stood in shock and gratitude. Many wept, unable to fathom that their queen would willingly endure such suffering for one of their own. Some knelt in reverence before Daenerys, their eyes glistening with tears, while others murmured prayers for their queen and for their own fates. Chapter 82. The Trial at Dawn. The trial of the Mother of Dragons. Daenerys Targaryen descended from the platform with measured, heavy steps, each stride seemingly laden with the weight of her impending sacrifice. She approached the execution platform, turning to face the former slaves, alongside the gathered nobles and commoners. In her eyes resided no fear, only a profound resolve and acceptance of the sacrifice that lay ahead. Turning her back to the executioner, a burly man with a stern countenance, she sensed his unease. He understood that what he was about to administer was not a true whipping, but rather a performance, a charade intended to convince all present that their queen was facing punishment. Sweat beaded on his palms, for he knew that if this act lacked authenticity, he and his family could suffer grave repercussions. The executioner swallowed hard, his heart racing as he prepared to fulfill his role in this arduous performance. Informed by the queen's confidant that the lashes must appear severe while ensuring no actual harm befell her, he understood the delicate balance he had to maintain. The wounds must seem grave to the onlookers, yet he must feel no true pain, all the while ensuring that it did not appear to be mere theatrics. He gazed at the former slaves, their eyes alight with anger and confusion, unable to comprehend why their revered queen would submit to such treatment. The executioner realized that after this day, venturing outside might expose him to dire consequences from these very people. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself to commence this challenging performance. As the lashes began to fall, he recalled the rehearsals, each stroke needing to appear forceful, while deftly avoiding any critical harm. His movements must be swift and powerful, yet simultaneously controlled, ensuring that no harm truly befalls the queen. Daenerys gritted her teeth, her body taut, yet she displayed no sign of retreat. Not a single groan escaped her lips. Her visage was one of resilience and determination. A defiant glimmer sparkled in her eyes, as if proclaiming to all present that she was willing to endure this for her people. The representatives of the slaves bowed their heads in shame. Having anticipated that the queen would be made an example of, a display meant to intimidate them while appeasing the slave owners and nobles. Instead, they witnessed a queen ready to suffer for their sake, igniting within them profound guilt and respect. As time ticked away, each lash etched a deep mark upon Daenerys' skin. Yet she persevered, her eyes devoid of tears, filled only with resolve and courage. She understood that this was her burden to bear, for the sake of her people, for the future of her kingdom. Finally, as the last whip fell, Daenerys' body trembled slightly, yet she remained upright. The guards swiftly approached, untying the ropes that bound her to the scaffold. Although she appeared gravely injured, she had merely sustained superficial wounds. Her loyal confidants hurried to drape a cloak over her, concealing the ghastly marks that marred her skin. Daenerys slowly turned to face the crowd. Her eyes brimmed with tears, not from pain, but from profound emotion. She beheld the guilt and respect reflected in the eyes of the slave representatives, the shock and reverence in the gaze of both nobles and commoners. She realized that her sacrifices had touched the hearts of all present. Her voice, though faint, resonated with strength and conviction. I, Daenerys Targaryen, am willing to endure all for my people. I seek not your forgiveness, only understanding that I am prepared to pay any price for our future, for our freedom. Her words echoed through the square, each syllable etched deeply into the hearts of those assembled. They gazed upon this formidable queen, her injured yet steadfast figure inspiring an unprecedented sense of respect and affection within them. Daenerys descended from the execution platform, each step heavy yet resolute. She understood that this was but a small step in her long journey, yet she believed that if she persevered, one day she could lead her people towards a brighter future. Chapter 83. Resonance and Awakening. The Song of Freedom. Daenerys Targaryen descended the scaffold with a steady and powerful gait, each step proclaiming her resolve and strength. A determined light flickered in her eyes, as if capable of penetrating hearts and compelling them to believe her words. However, just as she was about to conclude her speech, a discontented voice arose from among the slave owners and nobles on her left, attempting to disturb the clarity of the moment. Those wounds are fake. Those wounds are fake. She is merely putting on a show. This statement was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples across its surface. To the right, the free men, once enslaved, voiced their discontent and fury with a chorus of hisses. Some among them retorted loudly, "What are you saying? Dare to repeat that, I dare you. Everyone has seen the scars. Utter it once more." The atmosphere grew increasingly charged as both sides engaged in fervent debate, with tension palpable in the air. The aristocrats and slave owners spoke with tones laden with skepticism and mockery, while the free men resonated with indignation and defiance. Their voices intertwined, creating a cacophony of chaos and tension. However, at the moment when conflict seemed poised to escalate into physical altercation, Daenerys recognized that she had achieved the desired effect. A faint smile graced her lips as her voice rang out once more, a soothing stream amidst the tumultuous crowd. "Silence, silence. Allow me to speak." Though gentle, her tone carried an undeniable authority. Gradually, the clamor subsided, and all eyes refocused on the courageous queen. Daenerys smiled softly and proclaimed, "Whether these scars are genuine or mere theatrics, they represent the price of freedom, the marks left by our collective struggle. They are not for show, but a testament to our unwavering fight for liberty." Her words resounded like the tolling of bells, stirring the hearts of all present. A hint of shame flickered across the faces of the slave owners and nobles, leading some to snort derisively and retreat. In contrast, hope gleamed in the eyes of the free men, who beheld the determination and strength of their queen, envisioning a brighter future. Daenerys continued, "We must not allow the animosities and prejudices of the past to blind us. We must unite to fight for a world that is more just and free." Her voice echoed throughout the square, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the crowd. "Look around us. Behold those who were once bound by chains, now standing here, breathing freely, speaking freely. This is the fruit of our collective labor, our shared victory." Daenerys extended her hand toward the free men, many of whom bore the marks of battle, yet their eyes sparkled with pride and dignity. "We must not forget how this freedom was attained. It did not fall from the heavens, nor was it graciously bestowed by others. It was earned through our blood and sacrifice." Her voice grew more resolute, each word imbued with strength. "We must also remember that many more await our aid, yearning for the dawn of freedom." A low murmur began to ripple through the crowd, as they were moved by Daenerys' words and began to contemplate their meaning. Many nodded in agreement, signaling their understanding. Daenerys knew her words had resonated deeply, igniting the flames of resolve within their hearts. "Today, we gather not solely to celebrate our triumphs, but to honor the heroes who sacrificed their lives in battle. Their names may not be inscribed in the annals of history, yet their spirits shall eternally inspire our advancement." Daenerys' voice grew somber, her gaze revealing profound sorrow. "We must not allow these sacrifices to be in vain. We must forge ahead, continuing the fight until every oppressed soul attains freedom." Her voice rose once more, brimming with resolve and strength. "This is our duty, our mission." As Daenerys spoke, the crowd in the square began to coalesce, their eyes ablaze with determination. They understood that this marked a new beginning, a fresh journey. They would follow Daenerys into battle for liberty, justice, and a better world. The public trial may have concluded, but Daenerys' words reverberated in their hearts. They recognized this was not merely an end, but a new commencement. They would carry forth Daenerys' will, advancing until the light of freedom illuminated every corner. Chapter 84. The calm before the storm, the arena's innovation and revolution. As the public trial in the square of the ancient city of Meereen drew to a close, the crowd ebbed away like receding tides. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, casting dappled shadows on the weathered cobblestones. Time flowed quietly, and as the warm afternoon sun hung high in the sky, several former slave masters and nobles appeared along the grand avenue leading to the Pyramid Palace. Their intentions were far from innocent. They had meticulously devised a scheme to exploit the reopening of the arena as an opportunity to carry out their plot to assassinate Daenerys. Their steps were heavy and hurried, filled with anxiety and anticipation. Upon reaching the palace entrance, the guards recognized these once powerful figures, nodding slightly to grant them entry. The palace interior was lavishly adorned, with murals depicting the glorious history of Meereen, yet they had no interest in admiring the art. Hastily traversing the corridor to Daenerys' reception hall, the former slave masters and nobles knelt before Daenerys, paying their respects, and one of the leading nobles spoke, his voice quivering with trepidation. "Most esteemed queen, we hope you will consider reopening the arena." Daenerys, seated upon her throne, regarded them with piercing eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she replied slowly, "If the arena is to be reopened, I shall only consent to the establishment of a venue for free men." This declaration struck like a clarion call, reverberating through the assembly. Daenerys was acutely aware that the arena had historically been a haven for the pleasures and violence of slave masters. Now, She intended to transform it into a sanctuary of freedom, symbolizing rights and equality. The nobles, upon hearing this, exhibited varied expressions. They had not anticipated Daenerys would assert such conditions with such decisiveness. Their plans were disrupted, and they were filled with resentment and fury. Yet for the sake of a grander scheme, they could only feign acceptance, mustering a forced smile in agreement. "As you wish, esteemed queen," the leading noble reluctantly spoke. A glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, swiftly masked by a facade of submission. After the meeting, Daenerys remained alone within the palace, contemplating the impending events. She understood that the reopening of the arena was far from a mere spectacle. It entailed a complex interplay of politics, power, and the value of life itself. Her choices would affect the safety and future of countless lives, while simultaneously testing her wisdom and courage as a ruler. Rising from her seat, she approached the window, gazing out at the city of Meereen. The streets, bathed in sunlight, bustled with life, yet the inhabitants remained blissfully unaware of the tempest that approached. Taking a deep breath, Daenerys recognized the necessity of preparation. To protect her people and uphold her reign, she must cultivate greater strength. She reminisced about every moment since departing from Dragonstone, crossing the narrow sea to this continent. She recalled her vow to shatter shackles and grant freedom to the oppressed. Her gaze was resolute. She knew retreat was not an option, even as the path ahead loomed fraught with uncertainty and peril. Returning to her desk, she began drafting orders, determined to ensure that the arena's reopening would not become a breeding ground for noble conspiracies. She envisioned the arena as a venue for the display of strength and skill, rather than a site of bloodshed and violence. She aimed to show the people of Meereen that the dawn of a new era was one filled with hope and promise. Grasping a quill, she dipped it in ink and commenced her writing. Each stroke imbued with her resolve and conviction. She recognized that this was not merely an order. It was her pledge to the people of Meereen, a testament to her commitment to freedom. As night fell, Daenerys completed her orders. She entrusted them to a messenger, commanding immediate delivery to every corner of Meereen. She believed that the day the arena reopened would mark a new chapter in the city's history, a new epic of freedom and equality. For those nobles harboring ulterior motives, Daenerys had already devised a strategy. She understood that this struggle was only just beginning, but she was prepared. With her wisdom and courage, she would protect her people and defend her kingdom. Chapter 85. The turning point of fate, a fortuitous choice. On the following morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced the formidable walls of ancient Meereen, cascading upon the golden hair of Daenerys Targaryen. Standing atop the high tower, she gazed steadfastly into the distance, her heart brimming with aspirations for the future. As news of the forthcoming arena for the free individuals spread, the entire city erupted in fervor. This was yet another challenge to the institution of slavery and a renewed declaration of her commitment to freedom. The news spread like wildfire, igniting excitement not only within the confines of Meereen, but also drawing the attention of surrounding slave traders. They scoffed at the notion of a free arena, dismissing it as yet another figment of Daenerys' imagination. Yet, beneath their disdain, a flicker of curiosity stirred within them, eager to witness what this self-proclaimed mother of dragons could conjure. A few days later, as the arena for the freedmen in Meereen was prepared, Daenerys commanded her subordinates to ensure security for the venue. She was acutely aware that this arena was not merely a battleground for the freedmen, but also the front line in her struggle against the institution of slavery. Thus, she was determined to guarantee safety, allowing each participant to showcase their abilities in a fair environment. Due to Daenerys' prohibition of the slave trade within the ancient city of Meereen, slave traders were compelled to conduct their business in the outskirts. They erected rudimentary markets, confining slaves within iron cages, awaiting the arrival of prospective buyers. A noble from Meereen, weary of the constraints within the city, sought a robust slave to fight on his behalf. He ventured to this makeshift market, scrutinizing the available options in search of a suitable candidate. His gaze ultimately fell upon a formidable and resolute slave, Jorah Mormont, who had once served as Daenerys' advisor but was relegated to slavery due to his betrayal. Observing the situation, the slave trader, eager to sell this slave at a premium, commenced an auction, extolling Jorah's prowess, claiming he was a seasoned knight and one of the mightiest warriors in the Seven Kingdoms. After a period of bidding, it was the noble from Meereen who secured Jorah for 20 gold coins. Just as the noble was about to escort Jorah back to Meereen, a voice suddenly interjected. "Hold on, you must buy me as well." The speaker was none other than the imp, Tyrion Lannister, confined in a nearby cage. Witnessing Jorah's sale, he recognized his opportunity had arrived. The noble frowned and inquired, "Why should I do so?" Straightening his posture, Tyrion replied, "We are partners. I am also a formidable warrior." His declaration elicited laughter from those around them. The slave trader chuckled, acknowledging the humor in the situation. In an attempt to prove his worth, Tyrion forcefully pulled down the man holding his chain, subsequently striking him with it, despite the man's pleas to stop. The slave trader merely observed, amused. As the noble contemplated his decision, after much deliberation, he ultimately decided to purchase Tyrion as well, recognizing that, despite the imp's comical appearance, a fierce determination shone in his eyes. Perhaps he could indeed serve as an asset. Thus, the noble bought Tyrion and returned with both men to Meereen. Daenerys stood at the center of the arena, watching the freedman warriors sweat and toil, her heart swelling with pride. She understood that this arena was not just a place of entertainment, but a stage to showcase freedom and strength. She believed that as time passed, an increasing number of individuals would join the arena to fight for liberty. For the slave traders, however, their days were numbered. Daenerys's reforms were steadily advancing, and the twilight of the slave system was perhaps drawing near. They may not yet comprehend, but the relentless wheel of history has already begun its inexorable advance. Chapter 86, The Dance of Blades and a Secret Offering. As the night recedes, the skyline of Meereen is bathed in the golden glow of the first morning light. Within the city's modest arena, the clamor of the preliminary matches gradually rises, shattering the tranquility of dawn. In the arena's lounge, two gladiators are preparing their gear. They are Jorah Mormont and Tyrion Lannister, both of significant stature, yet here, they stand merely as warriors poised to battle for survival. Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, has been invited to witness this spectacle. The owner of the arena, overwhelmed with honor at hosting such an esteemed guest, vows to deliver a magnificent performance for Daenerys. However, this so-called spectacle is merely a chaotic melee, where gladiators engage in a brutal struggle for survival and glory. Seated in the VIP section, Daenerys furrows her brow. Watching the gladiators clash on the sands, a wave of intense discomfort washes over her. These fighters, in their quest to entertain the audience, engage in mutual slaughter, a stark contradiction to her ideals of justice and compassion. Her gaze sweeps across the arena, ultimately resting upon Jorah Mormont, once her knight and advisor. He had been exiled due to betrayal. Now, he stands in the arena, sword in hand, clad in armor, ready to fight for her forgiveness. He is acutely aware that Daenerys abhors such senseless bloodshed, yet he knows this is his sole opportunity to approach her. His resolve is unwavering. For Daenerys, he would fight to the very last breath. As the contest unfolds, Jorah exhibits extraordinary combat skills. His swordsmanship is sharp, each strike landing with precision upon his foes. Although his opponents are seasoned warriors, they appear feeble against Jorah's prowess. Soon, he stands alone in the arena, having vanquished all adversaries. Removing his helmet, he reveals a visage marked by sweat and blood, his eyes scanning the crowd until they lock onto Daenerys. He yearns for her forgiveness through this battle. Yet, Daenerys is engulfed in turmoil. She gazes at Jorah, the man who once deceived her, her heart torn between anger and yearning. "Take him away," Daenerys commands coldly. Jorah is seized by two guards, acutely aware that his chance is slipping away. He hastily pleads, "Wait, I bring you a gift." A flicker of curiosity crosses Daenerys' gaze as she turns to Jorah, awaiting his next words. At that moment, Tyrion Lannister, the man known as the Imp, emerges from the lounge. Though diminutive in stature, his steps are resolute, and his eyes radiate an indomitable spirit. "Indeed, he brings you a gift," Tyrion interjects, his voice clear and powerful. Daenerys' attention shifts to Tyrion, her eyes brimming with uncertainty. "Who are you?" Tyrion offered a slight smile, fully aware that his identity might incite Daenerys' animosity. Nevertheless, he responded with composure, "I am that gift. It is a pleasure to meet you, Queen Daenerys. I am Tyrion Lannister." The astonishment in Daenerys was beyond verbal expression. The Lannister family, her family's sworn enemies, were the architects of her lineage's tragedy. A flicker of murderous intent surged within her, but she swiftly quelled the impulse. She understood that this was not the moment for rashness. She required more information, a deeper understanding. "Take them to the Pyramid Palace in Meereen," Daenerys commanded, her voice imbued with undeniable authority. With the issuance of her order, Jorah and Tyrion were escorted away. Daenerys' gaze returned to the arena, yet her thoughts had already soared to the impending interrogation. She recognized that these two men might provide her with unforeseen insights, potentially altering her fate, and perhaps even reshaping the world's very landscape. Chapter 87, Judgment and Choice. The afternoon sunlight cascaded into the grand hall of the Pyramid Palace in Meereen, casting a golden glow that enveloped the space in a gentle warmth. Daenerys Targaryen sat poised upon her throne, her gaze sharp as a falcon's, directed at the two men below, Jorah Mormont and Tyrion Lannister, whose fates now hung in the balance of her decree. Tyrion broke the silence first. Do you wish to avenge the Lannister family? His tone was calm, yet it bore an undeniable weight. My mother, Joanna Lannister, perished in childbirth due to me. And I myself ended the life of my father, Tywin Lannister, with a crossbow. As Tyrion continued, his words conveyed not remorse, but a sense of liberation. In this world, I might be the most lethal assassin of the Lannister family. Daenerys felt tumultuous waves within her. She was both astonished and perplexed by this self-proclaimed imp. Was it merely because Tyrion had slain his kin that she should welcome him into her fold? Just because you have killed your own family, you expect me to allow you to join my ranks? She questioned, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. Tyrion chuckled softly, responding, Your Majesty, joining your ranks. This is our first encounter. I have yet to ascertain whether you are worthy of my service. Thereafter, employing his masterful eloquence, Tyrion artfully persuaded Daenerys, ultimately securing his place by her side as a member of her entourage. His wit and oratory revealed his unique charm, successfully altering Daenerys' perspective. As for Jorah Mormont, Tyrion did not withhold his praise. I have never witnessed a man as loyal as Jorah. He swears to fight for you, to die for you. He reveres you. I believe he may even harbor deep affections for you. Daenerys regarded Jorah, her thoughts entwined. His past betrayal loomed large in her memory, an indelible mark she could not easily dismiss. However, Tyrion's words, particularly Jorah's declaration of loyalty, prompted her to re-evaluate the worth of this knight. Ultimately, Daenerys made her decision. Jorah Mormont, you have betrayed me, and this marks your second expulsion from Meereen. Jorah lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment, before accepting the verdict and turning to leave. His figure gradually faded beyond the grand gates of the palace, leaving behind a heavy silhouette and an ineffable turmoil within Daenerys' heart. As night fell, silence enveloped the palace, and Daenerys sat alone upon her throne, reflecting on the events of the day. Tyrion's presence and Jorah's departure profoundly illustrated the complexities and cruelties of power. The contrasting wisdom of Tyrion and the loyalty of Jorah illuminated her understanding of the fickleness of human nature in the game of power. She realized that to thrive in tumultuous times, one must possess not only formidable strength, but also the wisdom to discern and utilize the right individuals. Tyrion's alliance gifted her a sage, while Jorah's departure, though lamentable, imparted valuable lessons. On the morrow, she would press onward, leading her forces towards the uncharted challenges ahead. At dawn, as the first rays of light pierced the darkness, Daenerys stood at the pinnacle of the Pyramid Palace, facing the rising sun, her heart brimming with resolve. The tale of Tyrion and Jorah would become a cherished memory, inspiring her to persevere until her dreams were realized. In this world interwoven with intrigue and war, she would confront each challenge with a more mature mindset and unwavering determination, ultimately reaching the zenith of power. Chapter 88. The paradox of power and choices within the confines of Meereen. The Pyramid Palace loomed like a silent behemoth at the city's heart, bearing witness to the ebb and flow of history. At this moment, a pivotal dialogue was unfolding between Daenerys Targaryen and Tyrion Lannister, two leaders of disparate backgrounds, yet equally endowed with exceptional intellect. Tyrion's voice was gentle yet resolute. Daenerys, Varys, this man. He is the guiding force that brought me to your side. I understand that for you. The name Varys has long been synonymous with threat and fear. His actions have undoubtedly provoked you, even attempting to cast you into the abyss. Yet, I implore you to listen to my explanation. His actions, while seemingly a threat, are rooted in self-preservation. Perhaps it is precisely due to his presence that you have weathered those perilous days, surviving unscathed in your infancy. Daenerys' gaze became intricate. She recognized the complexity of the power struggles on the continent of Westeros, where each individual strives to survive amidst the cracks. She could not deny that Tyrion's words resonated within her tender core. However, she refrained from immediate expression, choosing instead to listen intently. Tyrion, she finally spoke, you are correct. Every individual on the continent of Westeros has their own means of survival. And now, I perceive not only your understanding of Varys, but also your profound insight into the entire realm of Westeros. Your profound familiarity with the local customs and historical intricacies here is astonishing, a revelation I had not anticipated. Tyrion offered a slight smile, having anticipated that Daenerys would be moved by this. Westeros is my homeland. I am intimately acquainted with every nook and cranny. Should you desire, I would gladly transform this knowledge into a weapon for your use. Daenerys pondered for a moment before nodding. Tyrion, I concur with your perspective. We shall deliberate further on the matter of Varys. However, one thing is certain. I require you as my advisor. Your wisdom will be invaluable to my endeavors." From that day forth, Tyrion officially became one of Daenerys' trusted counsel, bringing forth a fresh perspective and strategic approach. In the days that followed, Daenerys began to solicit Tyrion's opinions more frequently, and their rapport deepened, enhancing Daenerys' grip over the continent of Westeros. Yet, regarding Varys, Daenerys maintained a cautious stance. She understood that individuals like Varys, if managed properly, could be treasures. Conversely, they might turn into double-edged swords at any moment. Ultimately, after a thorough examination and careful consideration, Daenerys decided to grant Varys an opportunity, allowing him to utilize his talents under strict surveillance for her benefit. With Tyrion's assistance, Daenerys set about reorganizing her army and expanding her territories, steadily advancing toward the Iron Throne. The noble families and factions across Westeros began to take note of this emerging force, some offering support, others remaining neutral, and some harboring hostility. Nonetheless, Daenerys' presence was undeniable. As time flowed on, Daenerys' renown grew. She evolved into not just a leader, but a symbol of hope. With the support of Tyrion and others, she began to formulate grander plans aimed at unifying Westeros and putting an end to the prolonged turmoil. One day, after a council meeting, Daenerys gazed at the distant sunset, overwhelmed by unprecedented emotions. "Tyrion, thank you. With you by my side, I feel an immense sense of security. Everything we endeavor will eventually be recorded in history, becoming a tale for future generations to recount." Tyrion smiled gently. "Daenerys, I believe the history of Westeros will be rewritten because of you. We shall witness the unfolding of miracles together and collectively shape the future of this era." Chapter 89. Turmoil in the Arena. Hidden conspiracies and ironclad loyalty. A few days later, the Free Folk Arena in Meereen was fully prepared, awaiting a grand spectacle of competition. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a warm glow upon the cobblestone streets of this ancient city. The diminutive yet astute Tyrion Lannister, despite his stature, carved out a place for himself in the game of power through his intellect and cunning, accompanying Daenerys Targaryen to the largest arena in Meereen. Daenerys, the queen born of the storm, the mother of dragons, the unburnt, possessed the power to change the world, her gaze resolute and profound, as if she could peer into the depths of the human soul. They sat in the privileged seats of the arena, gazing down upon the sandy battleground below. Here, glory and death were separated by a mere thread, and today, they would witness it all. Lin Yifeng, a traveler not of this world, had also arrived. Filled with curiosity about the medieval Colosseum, he yearned to witness the life and death struggle firsthand. As Lin Yifeng settled into his seat, an unsettling sensation washed over him. His mental prowess spread cautiously around the grand arena like rippling water. He discerned nearly 100 individuals lurking with murderous intent. Their icy gazes and glinting weapons concealed in the shadows betrayed their sinister motives. Reflecting upon the original narrative, he recalled that Daenerys was assassinated while watching the games after the Free Folk Arena was opened in Meereen. This history must not repeat itself. Noticing Lin Yifeng's altered demeanor, his spirit beast, Golden Scales, stirred restlessly. Golden Scales was attuned to his emotions, sensing his state of mind. Lin Yifeng carefully soothed Golden Scales, aware that now was not the time for impulsiveness. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he chose to bide his time, awaiting the opportune moment. As moments ticked by, the competitors began to emerge onto the arena floor. Clad in heavy armor or wielding sharp blades, each was a seasoned warrior. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys were simultaneously captivated by a familiar figure, Jorah Mormont, dressed in leather armor and brandishing a weapon. His resolute gaze conveyed a readiness to lay down his life for the queen. Daenerys wrestled with her emotions. Jorah had fought valiantly for her, and she recognized the rarity of such loyalty. Gradually, she found herself moved by his steadfastness, filled with gratitude and respect for him. As the duels commenced, Daenerys anxiously clenched her fists for Jorah. The battles were fierce and brutal, each clash potentially heralding the end of a life. Jorah's swordsmanship was fierce. Each swing was imbued with determination and strength. There was no fear in his eyes, only an unquenchable thirst for victory. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and Daenerys' heartbeat quickened with every encounter. Each of Jorah's dodges and strikes tugged at her heart. She understood that Jorah fought not merely for victory, but for her cause, and her people. After a prolonged struggle, Jorah emerged as the last man standing. His opponents fell one after another, yet he remained upright on the sandy field. His body marred with wounds, but his gaze unwavering. A warm surge filled Daenerys' heart. She recognized that Jorah's triumph was not solely his honor, but a symbol of her own strength. Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng observed quietly, his mental acuity ever vigilant to the movements around him. He was acutely aware that the true threat had yet to reveal itself. His gaze swept across the audience, searching for those concealed assassins. He knew they would not relent. Their target was Daenerys, the focal point of this grand spectacle. The atmosphere within the arena reached a crescendo, with the audience's cheers rising and falling like the tide. Yet amidst this cacophony, Lin Yifeng's heart brimmed with vigilance. He understood that this contest was not merely a form of entertainment, but a perilous struggle for survival. He had to remain alert, to safeguard Daenerys, and to protect the peace of Meereen. With Yora's victory, the tension within the arena slightly eased. However, Lin Yifeng was acutely aware that this calm was but fleeting. His mental acuity continued to expand outward as he sought to uncover those lurking in the shadows, intent on thwarting their sinister plots. On the sandy ground of the arena, Jorah Mormont raised his sword high, basking in the adulation of the crowd. Not far from him, Lin Yifeng sat in quietude, his mental force enveloping the arena like an invisible net, shielding Daenerys and safeguarding the newly victorious warrior. Chapter 90. The Guardian in Adversity within the arena of Meereen. Dust swirled and the drums of war thundered, heralding a grand competition. Sir Jorah Mormont, a knight weathered by trials, stood at the pinnacle of glory, poised to receive the honors bestowed by his queen, Daenerys Targaryen. His heart swelled with pride and anticipation, yet in that very moment, his gaze caught an unusual movement. Amidst the throng, a figure clad in a harpy mask stealthily advanced, a sharp dagger clutched tightly in hand, silently approaching Daenerys from behind. A clarion call blared in Jorah's mind. He knew he had to act without delay. There was no time to warn Daenerys. Instinctively, he seized the spear before him and hurled it towards her with all his might. The spear sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, and Daario, Daenerys' protector, reacted swiftly, pulling her aside to evade the deadly strike. When he turned back, he beheld the spear piercing a figure, the son of the Harpy, whose mask shattered amidst the pool of blood. Chaos erupted in the arena. Countless individuals donned in Harpy masks emerged, their numbers swelling into the hundreds. These were either rebels composed of slave-owning nobles or hired assassins, united in a singular objective, to eliminate Daenerys Targaryen. Daario swiftly led Daenerys away from the royal box, dodging arrows and projectiles that rained down around them, retreating to the center of the arena. Yet, they soon found themselves encircled by the Harpies faithful, their situation perilously dire. In this life and death moment, a deafening roar of a dragon reverberated throughout the arena, compelling everyone to gaze skyward. Emerging like a thundercloud was Daenerys' formidable black dragon, Drogon. He seemed to sense the perils surrounding Daenerys, bursting forth from the dragon pit of Meereen with astonishing speed. Drogon circled above, his massive wings casting a shadow over the arena. Then, with grace, he descended to the very center, his form now larger than a warhorse, his scales glinting with a chilling sheen in the sunlight. His arrival undoubtedly bestowed new hope upon Daenerys and her guardians. The presence of Drogon not only serves to protect Daenerys, but also stands as a warning to the followers of the Harpy. They are no longer confronted by a mere queen. Instead, they face a tempest born of dragon's might. This battle has only just begun. Under Drogon's imposing presence, the followers of the Harpy begin to waver, yet their numbers are vast, driven forth by insatiable greed and desire. They brandish their weapons, unleashing wild cries in an attempt to breach Drogon's defenses. His flames, akin to the fires of hell, devour all who dare approach. His tail lashes like a whip, sending enemies flying. However, the followers seem inexhaustible, continuously surging towards Drogon and Daenerys. Ser Jorah Mormont and the other protectors remain steadfast beside Daenerys, wielding swords and shields to safeguard her. A sense of guilt fills Jorah's heart. He knows that while his thrown spear saved Daenerys, it also revealed her location. Now, he must atone for this error with his life. As the battle intensifies, despite Drogon's formidable flames and strength, he begins to feel the weight of fatigue in the face of such overwhelming opposition. Daenerys stands resolutely beside Drogon, her gaze unwavering. Chapter 91. Golden Wings Unfold. Survival against all odds in the arena of Meereen. Dust and blood intertwine to create a chaotic tableau. Here, the games of glory and power dance on the precipice of survival and death. Though Daenerys' forces display remarkable bravery, they are beginning to show signs of weariness, particularly when faced with the swarming Harpy's children. Drogon, her black dragon, temporarily halts the enemy's advance with his magnificent flames and indomitable spirit, yet he senses an unprecedented strain. Several of the Harpy's children attempt to close in on Daenerys amidst the turmoil, But Drogon intercepts them, exacting a heavy toll. One is bitten to death, another incinerated by dragon fire, and the last is flung away with a mighty sweep of his tail. Yet, a sharp spear pierces Drogon's scales, deeply embedding itself within. In that moment, Daenerys' heart is gripped by anguish, and she recklessly approaches, carefully extracting the spear, each touch eliciting a painful groan from Drogon. Lin Yifeng, the calm observer from afar, notices all of this. He discerns the inadequacies in the young Western dragon's scale defenses, indicating that even seemingly invulnerable beings reveal vulnerabilities at critical moments. Aware that he can no longer remain a bystander, he prepares to take action, just as he is about to engage. The restlessness of the golden-scaled creature within his spirit beast pouch reminds him of its yearning to join the fray and showcase its prowess. It appears you two can no longer quell your desire to soar upon the battlefield, Lin Yifeng muses with a soft chuckle, understanding the golden scale's sentiments. He then releases the bindings of the spirit beast pouch, liberating the golden-scaled creature. The golden-scaled dragon, unlike any other, takes center stage in the arena upon its emergence. Its immense size dwarfing even Drogon. It glistens in the sunlight, resembling flowing liquid gold, exuding an extraordinary aura. In the arena, both allies and adversaries were taken aback by the sudden emergence of the golden dragon, Scale. Daenerys' followers were filled with astonishment and fear, acutely aware that the unfamiliar dragon could alter the course of the battle. Yet, a spark of hope ignited within their eyes. For the children of the Harpy, however, there was only pure terror. They understood that the black dragon had already posed a significant challenge, and now another, larger dragon had appeared. Scale circled majestically overhead, emitting a thunderous roar that showcased its overwhelming power. Through a mental connection, Lin Yifeng instructed Scale to target only those clad in yellow masks, ensuring the safety of their allies. Upon receiving the command, Scale plunged into the fray, its presence transforming the tide of battle. The dragon's strikes were both swift and precise, each dive delivering catastrophic blows, leaving no one unscathed in the wake of its fiery breath. With agile maneuvers, Scale evaded enemy attacks while seeking opportunities to deliver fatal strikes. The dragon served as both a shield, protecting Daenerys and her entourage below, and a sword, cleaving a path through the opposition. As time progressed, the number of Harpy children dwindled, their morale collapsing under the weight of such a formidable foe. Faced with such overwhelming might, they found themselves utterly defenseless. Each assault from Scale heralded the arrival of victory, single-handedly shifting the balance of power and propelling Daenerys' forces toward triumph. Lin Yifeng stood by, observing the spectacle with a serene smile. He did not directly engage in combat, yet he recognized that Scale's performance spoke volumes. Chapter 92, Beneath the Dragon's Wings. A time of choice in the grand arena of the city of Meereen, the flames of battle had begun to wane, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the echoes of heroic songs. Daenerys Targaryen stood amidst the ruins, gazing upon the enigmatic golden dragon, Scale, which loomed proudly, akin to the sole sovereign of the realm. Each breath it took reverberated like thunder, and every glance it cast became the focal point of universal reverence. Once, she recalled her brother Viserys' words, "The Targaryen family, our sigil of the three-headed dragon, symbolizes our glory and strength." He had recounted the family history, filled with tales both grand and humble, that spoke of a time when their lineage flourished with dozens of mature dragons. These dragons were not merely instruments of war. They embodied the bloodline and legacy of House Targaryen. However, not every dragon was fortunate enough to find a home. Many had lost their riders or lived solitary lives in the wilderness, branded as wild dragons, untamed and defiant, with a difficulty of subjugation that often deterred even the bravest souls. Now, the appearance of Scale resembled a vignette from history, awakening within Daenerys a long-buried passion and longing. Why had it chosen to stand by her side? The implications of this decision were far from superficial. Was it mere coincidence, or perhaps the hand of fate? Regardless, its choice at this moment offered Daenerys a glimmer of hope, a chance to reevaluate her relationship with dragons. Yet, the prospect of taming Scale was not without its challenges. This matter transcends mere tactics and strategy. It delves into the depths of belief and emotion. Daenerys is acutely aware that taming a wild dragon signifies pushing the limits and embracing immense risks. This endeavor demands not only skill and wisdom, but also a profound understanding and respect for life, as well as a reverence for the laws of nature. She recalls the counsel of her brother Viserys and reminisces about her time spent with Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion. The days spent alongside dragons have imparted invaluable lessons. encompassing not just the art of dragon riding, but also the principles of responsibility, sacrifice, and growth. Should she choose to tame the golden-scaled beast, she must prepare herself mentally. For this undertaking is not merely a singular action. It signifies the establishment of a deep connection that could alter the course of her future. Standing at the crossroads of destiny, Daenerys understands the gravity of her impending decision. Her gaze sweeps across the scattered remnants of the battlefield, reaching towards the distant sky, where freedom and power beckon her. She recognizes that the path to the Iron Throne is fraught with thorns, and every step forward exacts a toll. Taming the golden-scaled dragon may prove to be a pivotal step towards victory, yet it also harbors the potential for an uncertain and perilous journey. If I can tame it, Daenerys murmurs, her voice imbued with determination and longing, then my strength will surely multiply, and my chances of reclaiming the Iron Throne will significantly increase. Her heart races as visions of the future flood her mind, images of family, honor, and peace. The presence of the golden-scaled dragon seems to ignite a spark within her, illuminating her path ahead. However, reason cautions her that this journey will not be without its challenges. Taming a wild dragon requires time, patience, and immense effort. The creature may resist, and she herself may suffer injuries, or even face death at the hands of the dragon, or perhaps it may one day depart from her. Daenerys must brace herself to accept all possibilities, for whether in success or failure, she must continue forward with resilience. Chapter 93. The interweaving of fortuity and fate in the heart of Meereen. Within the grandest arena, chaos unfolds with fervor. The Children of the Harpy, a mysterious organization, rise like serpents in the shadows, stirring upheaval within the city. Yet, as an unfamiliar giant dragon enters the fray, the tides begin to turn, and the flames of rebellion gradually subside. Daenerys Targaryen, the Queen of Meereen, stands atop the arena's platform, her gaze piercing as she observes the battle below. Her heart swells with confusion and curiosity, a yearning to engage with and understand the suddenly appearing dragon. She recognizes that this creature may hold the key to altering the course of the conflict. Just as Daenerys prepares to command an approach towards the beast she perceives as a wild dragon, a familiar voice resonates in her ear. That is my dragon. Its name is Drogon, and you might want to leave a few of the children of the Harpy alive. Daenerys turns to find Hizdahr zo Lorak standing nearby, his demeanor strikingly calm amidst the chaos of battle. She offers a faint smile and replies, "It is you, Mr. Lorak." Upon hearing Daenerys' voice, her subordinates immediately turn to encircle her, vigilantly eyeing Lin Yifeng. Daenerys gently waved her hand, signaling them to relax. "It's all right. Lower your weapons. He is one of us." Lin Yifeng nodded and gracefully leapt down from the stands, his movements as ethereal as a falling leaf. As he approached, the golden dragon affectionately nudged him with its head. This scene astonished Daenerys, who gazed at the dragon before turning to Lin Yifeng in amazement. "Is it your dragon? I had thought only my family could hatch and ride dragons." Lin Yifeng smiled and replied, "The world is vast and full of wonders. I am merely fortunate." Daenerys, with a hint of envy, remarked, "You are a sorcerer of considerable strength, and you possess a golden dragon. Indeed, luck is on your side." Lin Yifeng chose not to elaborate, aware that the dragon represented not just luck, but the culmination of years of effort and research. His gaze shifted to the battlefield, where the members of the Harpy's offspring were steadily retreating under the onslaught of the golden dragon's flames, yet their resistance remained tenacious. "We need to take some alive," Lin Yifeng said to Daenerys. "They know too many secrets. We must uncover the truth from them." Daenerys nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. She commanded her troops to ensure that several prisoners were taken alive. As her orders were relayed, the soldiers began to consciously avoid lethal strikes, opting instead for tactics of capture and restraint. The golden dragon soared above, its flames akin to the fires of judgment, vanquishing those who dared to resist. Standing beside Daenerys, Lin Yifeng's keen gaze directed the dragon's movements, ensuring each strike achieved maximum impact. As the battle progressed, the members of the Harpy's offspring began to realize they were trapped in a dire situation. Some started to surrender, while others attempted to flee. However, Daenerys' forces had encircled the arena tightly, leaving no avenue of escape. Ultimately, the conflict concluded with the defeat of the Harpy's offspring. Daenerys' troops successfully captured several live prisoners, who were brought before her. She looked at those who had once wreaked havoc in Meereen, her heart brimming with anger and questions. "Why did you do this?" Daenerys demanded. One captured member of the Harpy's offspring raised his head, his eyes filled with hatred. "Because you took our freedom, we only wish to reclaim what is rightfully ours." Daenerys regarded him coldly, knowing that deeper reasons lay behind this turmoil. She required more information, more truth. Turning to Lin Yifeng, she said, "We need to interrogate them to uncover the masterminds behind this." Lin Yifeng nodded, aware that this would be a protracted struggle, yet understanding that only by revealing the truth could Meereen hope to embrace genuine peace. Chapter 94. The truth beneath the undercurrents. As night fell, the battles within the Meereen arena finally subsided. Daenerys and Lin Yifeng stood upon the elevated platform, surveying the soldiers below as they busily cleared the remnants of the battlefield. The golden-scaled creature lay quietly to one side, its eyes shimmering with a golden glow, as if safeguarding the tranquility of this land. Daenerys inhaled deeply, fully aware that this was merely the beginning, and that she had a long journey ahead. Although victory had been claimed in this battle, the cost was not insignificant. "We have triumphed," Daenerys murmured, her gaze falling upon the wounded being carried away, a flicker of sorrow flashing in her eyes. Lin Yifeng nodded solemnly, his expression equally grave. "Indeed, but at least we have thwarted their nefarious plot." He paused, continuing, "However, we must remain vigilant. The enemy may very well return." Daenerys turned her head, her gaze resolute. "I understand. I shall fortify the city's defenses to ensure the safety of our people." After a while, Lin Yifeng excused himself, taking the golden-scaled creature with him. Daenerys remained alone on the platform, her eyes piercing through the night, seemingly searching for something. She knew that this battle was merely the tip of the iceberg, and the true enemy lurked in the shadows. Within the confines of the stronghold in Millen City, Daenerys' subordinates were interrogating the captured members of the Harpy's children. Daenerys sat by, observing the proceedings with a stoic expression, though her eyes glinted with a sharp intensity. Initially, the members of the Harpy's children remained defiant, refusing to divulge the identity of their mastermind. Their eyes brimmed with hatred towards Daenerys and a fervent desire for freedom, as if their every action was in pursuit of justice. However, after enduring a series of interrogations, they ultimately confessed. It was revealed that former slave owners and nobles had been incensed by Queen Daenerys' interference, particularly her efforts to halt the slave trade. In response, they organized themselves into the Harpy's children, initially engaging in acts of sabotage to deter Daenerys from her noble cause. Yet, following the incident involving the slave representative and the aftermath of Daenerys' handling of the situation, they realized that their efforts bore little fruit. Witnessing Daenerys' establishment of the free man's arena ignited a flicker of hope within them, prompting their decision to assassinate her. As Daenerys listened to their confessions, a fire of fury ignited within her. She had not anticipated such cruelty. These individuals were willing to sacrifice innocent lives for their selfish gains. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to temper her emotions. "Your actions have transgressed the law." Daenerys' voice was cold yet resolute, "and you shall face the consequences of your deeds." The members of the Harpy's children exchanged fearful glances upon hearing Daenerys' words, acutely aware that their lives were drawing to a close. Daenerys rose and exited the stronghold, her footsteps heavy yet determined. She understood that the battle was far from over. She must forge ahead for the sake of those who placed their trust in her. For the future of Millen. In the night, Daenerys' silhouette appeared particularly solitary, yet her heart was brimming with determination and courage. She understood that no matter how arduous the path ahead might be, she would persevere until the truth was unveiled and peace was restored. Chapter 95. The Judgment Beneath the Dawn. In the ancient and enigmatic city of Meereen, a vortex of power and intrigue has existed since time immemorial. In this exotic locale, a notice on a bulletin board instantly ignited the fervor and curiosity of the entire city. The announcement boldly proclaimed that in a few days, there would be a public execution in the square of the members of the Harpy who had conspired to assassinate Queen Daenerys. The news swiftly attracted the attention of countless onlookers, and discussions erupted in the streets, tea houses, and taverns, as people expressed a myriad of opinions and emotions concerning the impending event. After several days of anticipation, the day of judgment finally arrived. The morning air in Meereen was shrouded in a delicate mist, as if even nature held its breath in expectation. The citizens of Meereen emerged en masse into the square, filling every corner. Queen Daenerys sat regally upon a high observation platform, her presence akin to a beacon of light illuminating every soul present. The crowd was distinctly divided into two factions. On one side were the once oppressed free folk, their eyes ablaze with a fervent desire for vengeance. On the other, the disgruntled slave masters and nobles, their expressions a complex tapestry of resentment and anxiety regarding the status quo and the uncertain future. The atmosphere between the two sides was charged with tension, yet a peculiar balance lingered in the air. The execution platform, centrally located in the square, was meticulously arranged to underscore its significance. At that moment, several members of the Harpy knelt upon the frigid execution block, their fates resting on the utterance of Queen Daenerys. As the queen rose slowly, the square fell into a profound silence, every gaze fixated upon her. Each of her movements resonated with the heartbeat of the multitude. With a calm yet resolute voice, Queen Daenerys proclaimed the final judgment, and the very air seemed to resonate with the weight of justice. Today we shall, in the name of the law, seek retribution for the innocent. As her words echoed, the executioner raised his sharp steel blade and decisively severed the heads of the condemned. In that moment, the atmosphere in the square reached a crescendo, with former slaves erupting into deafening cheers, believing this to be a triumph of justice, the culmination of their prolonged struggle. Conversely, the slave masters and nobles appeared visibly distressed, watching the severed heads tumble from the platform. Their hearts overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions, some even betraying hints of fear. This public execution was not merely a sanction against the criminals. On a deeper level, it was Queen Daenerys' declaration for Meereen and the entire continent. Before the law, all are equal, regardless of their origins, and wrongdoing shall inevitably face just retribution. In that moment, the queen's stature in the hearts of the people was further solidified, her wisdom and decisiveness garnering widespread acclaim. However, this was not the conclusion, but rather the beginning. Queen Daenerys understood that to truly transform the visage of Meereen and the entirety of Westeros, a long journey lay ahead. She must advance the construction of a legal system while consolidating her power, abolishing slavery, and promoting social equity. This is indeed a monumental and arduous task. However, with the support of the people, she is confident in her ability to realize her vision of an ideal realm step by step. The mourning in Meereen took on an extraordinary quality due to the public execution. It was not merely a punishment, but a manifestation of justice and the rule of law. On that day, many hearts were sown with seeds of hope, believing that under the leadership of Queen Daenerys, Meereen and the entire continent would usher in a new era. Yet, the path of transformation is invariably fraught with thorns and challenges. In the days to come, Queen Daenerys will have to confront innumerable difficulties, guiding this land toward genuine peace and prosperity. On this road filled with uncertainties, each resident of Meereen is both a witness and a participant. Together with Queen Daenerys, they will inscribe this grand chapter of history, crafting a brighter tomorrow. And thus, the curtain has only just begun to rise. Chapter 96. The calm before the storm. Days later, following the execution of several members of the Harpy, the air in Meereen was thick with tension and unease. The conflict between the freedmen, who were once slaves, and the noble class was intensifying, resembling a taut string that could snap at any moment. Against this backdrop, the council chamber within the Pyramid Palace became the eye of the storm. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the grand windows onto the marble floor of the council chamber, Daenerys Targaryen sat upon the throne, her eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Surrounded by her advisors, discussions ensued regarding how to quell the unrest in Meereen. The cunning imp, Tyrion Lannister, stood by her side, a glint of mischief in his gaze. "I propose reconciliation with the slave masters and the nobility." Tyrion's voice resonated in the council chamber, his words akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, stirring ripples of reaction. Upon utterance of this suggestion, the atmosphere within the chamber grew immediately tense. Some murmured discontentedly, viewing the proposal as a compromise with the Harpy, a betrayal of freedom. Nevertheless, Daenerys found herself intrigued by Tyrion's counsel. She recognized that despite his diminutive stature, his intellect and strategic acumen were unparalleled. After a period of deliberation, Daenerys resolved to allow Tyrion to represent her in negotiations with the slave masters and the nobility. She believed he could forge a path that would safeguard the interests of the freedmen while assuaging the grievances of the nobility. Shortly thereafter, Tyrion, in the name of Queen Daenerys, summoned several representatives of the majority of the slave masters and nobles to the Pyramid Palace for discussions. They gathered around the long table in the council chamber, the air thick with tension and anticipation. The imp, Tyrion, spoke first. "The terms for reconciliation are that you must abandon the slave trade." His voice was firm and resolute, each word weighed with careful consideration. A noble representative immediately retorted, "If we relinquish the slave trade, from where shall we derive our wealth?" A glimmer of avarice shone in his eyes, as if he were calculating the losses incurred from relinquishing the slave trade. Tyrion smiled faintly, fully anticipating such skepticism. "You may engage in trade of spices and textiles. The slave trade can gradually be set aside," he elucidated, asserting that the prosperity of Meereen did not solely hinge upon the slave trade, but that other avenues of commerce could flourish as well. Another representative of the slave owners rose, his gaze laden with hostility. Reconciliation is possible, but Queen Daenerys must first slay those 3 young dragons. His words struck like a sharp dagger, aimed directly at Daenerys' vulnerability. Upon hearing this, the imp Tyrion's countenance shifted, for he recognized this as an unacceptable condition. The queen would certainly never acquiesce to such a demand. He replied resolutely, "The dragons are akin to her children. They are her protectors." Yet another slave owner representative sneered, "If you wish for reconciliation, those 3 young dragons must be killed. They will bring calamity." His voice was rife with fear and loathing towards the dragons. The negotiations had reached an impasse, with both sides standing firm in their positions. Tyrion understood that without a mutually agreeable solution, the prospect of reconciliation was futile. He began to ponder how to persuade these slave owners and nobles to relinquish their dread of the dragons and embrace the terms of peace. After a fervent period of negotiation, another slave owner representative finally spoke. "I hope your queen will not regret today's decision." With that, several slave owners and nobles rose and departed the council chamber. The negotiations ended in failure, yet Tyrion did not surrender. He recognized that this struggle was merely beginning. He must devise a new strategy, one that could yield a solution acceptable to both parties. His gaze drifted to the window of the council chamber, where sunlight bathed Meereen. He believed that with sufficient wisdom and courage, the dawn of peace would eventually arrive. Chapter 97. Undercurrents. The weariness and resignation etched on the face of the imp Tyrion Lannister were palpable as he stepped back into the Pyramid Palace. Confessing to Queen Daenerys the failure of negotiations with the slave owners and nobles. Though disappointed, the queen did not chastise him. She merely nodded gently, a flicker of tenacity glimmering in her eyes. She understood well that in this game of power, outcomes often depended on multifaceted and unforeseen factors. Observing her reaction, Tyrion felt a slight alleviation of his guilt, and he promptly immersed himself in planning the next phase. Meanwhile, those slave owners and noble representatives who had threatened to leave the council chamber did not cease their machinations. In the shadows, they were amassing strength, quietly weaving an expansive web. The allure of gold attracted a multitude of mercenaries, as well as a flotilla of warships. In the harbor of Meereen, night illuminated the bustling scene, where merchants and sailors mingled, concealing numerous conspiracies. Enticed by the promise of gold, many were willing to take risks, joining this swelling legion. Ready to respond at a moment's notice against Daenerys' reign, time slipped away imperceptibly. On the surface, Meereen remained vibrant, yet beneath this veneer of prosperity lay a brewing crisis. The clamor of the marketplace concealed the gathering of troops and warships until one quiet night, when a gust of wind brought with it an unusual aura. Just as everything seemed shrouded in chaos, a familiar name resurfaced in Daenerys' vision. Varys, the bald man who called himself the Spider, mysteriously appeared in Meereen. With a demeanor marked by genteel grace, Varys pledged his allegiance to the queen and brought with him critical intelligence. Daenerys, though skeptical, understood that in such dire circumstances, any form of assistance could not be overlooked. Thus, she accepted Varys' help, regarding him as one of her most vital advisors. Through Varys' extensive network of information, Daenerys gained profound insights into the true movements of the slave masters and nobility. She realized that their military strength was formidable, and the presence of warships indicated their capability for a combined land and sea assault. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Daenerys knew she had to proceed with caution, beginning to prepare a more comprehensive strategy for confrontation. In the ensuing days, Daenerys frequently conferred with Tyrion, Varys, and other trusted confidants, crafting multi-layered plans for defense and offense. They fortified the city's defenses, increased the number of sentinels, and reorganized the army to ensure an immediate response should conflict arise. Simultaneously, Daenerys employed diplomatic measures to attempt to fracture the alliances among the slave masters and nobles, thereby weakening their cohesion. Tyrion focused on logistical supplies, ensuring that the army was well-equipped while secretly recruiting reliable mercenaries to bolster their strength. Varys utilized his vast network to closely monitor various developments, providing Daenerys with the latest intelligence, thus ensuring she maintained an informational advantage in her decision-making. Nevertheless, all these preparations were merely the prelude. The true battle had yet to commence. The residents of Meereen remained blissfully unaware, immersed in their daily lives, relishing a fleeting tranquility. Yet, as night fell, the shadows of those plotting in secrecy and the vigilant guards atop the walls served as reminders that the city stood on the brink of a storm. Queen Daenerys understood that to secure victory in this war, sheer force alone would not suffice. The support of the populace was also essential. She actively pursued reforms to enhance the lives of the common people, thereby solidifying her foundation. Concurrently, She dispatched envoys to neighboring regions in search of potential allies to expand her influence. As days passed, the military preparations in Meereen gradually came to fruition, while the power of the slave masters and nobles quietly swelled. The impending conflict was palpable, with everyone holding their breath, uncertain of when the spark would ignite, unleashing a conflagration. In this pivotal moment, Queen Daenerys and her core team exhibited remarkable resilience and wisdom, uniting to weather the storm. The poised adversaries, perhaps, failed to realize that they were no longer confronting a solitary queen, but rather an indomitable fortress. The future of Meereen would be determined in this very instant. Regardless of the outcome, Daenerys and her supporters stood ready to embrace the era that was rightfully theirs. Chapter 98. The giant ape battle puppet morning light streamed through the window panes, illuminating a corner of the Millen Manor, where Lin Yifeng's secret lay concealed, an unassuming yet wondrous alchemical chamber. Within this extraordinary space, Lin Yifeng was poised to embark on a grand undertaking. Intending to forge a combat puppet, not an ordinary one, but a super warrior resembling a colossal ape, capable of bearing immense weight. After much contemplation, he meticulously finalized every detail of the design, from weaponry to defensive armor, with each material choice reflecting his unwavering pursuit of quality. After a prolonged period of preparation, Lin Yifeng had finally amassed all the necessary materials, metals, crystals, and even rare substances mentioned in ancient texts, each item exceedingly precious. For this moment, he had traversed mountains and seas, exploring foreign lands. Now, everything was in place, awaiting the alchemical process. In the afternoon, within the alchemical chamber, Lin Yifeng ignited the three pure flames, a transcendent holy fire, said to possess the power to forge divine artifacts. He carefully controlled the intensity, ensuring a steady burn, allowing the flames to envelop every component of the giant ape, from its core to its outer shell, gradually melting and reshaping it. This task demanded immense patience and skill. A moment's inattention could lead to failure. As time passed, the components gradually took shape under the gentle caress of the three pure flames. The outline of the giant ape slowly emerging, each sinew and groove revealing resilience and strength. Lin Yifeng's gaze was fixed on every detail, his hands dancing in the firelight, as if orchestrating the birth of life itself. When the final component cooled, Lin Yifeng halted his actions, inhaling deeply as he commenced the assembly process. He meticulously fitted each part into its designated position, ensuring that every joint was seamless and precise. With the final screw tightened, the giant ape puppet was finally complete. Standing nearly 10 feet tall, adorned in heavy armor, its eyes glimmering like stars, exuding the aura of a warrior poised for battle. Once the assembly was finished, Lin Yifeng gently brushed away the dust from the puppet, revealing a smooth metallic surface that reflected a soft sheen. He stood back, admiring his masterpiece, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Yet, the true test was yet to come. He needed to assess the puppet's actual performance. Focusing his mind, Lin Yifeng extended his consciousness into the core of the giant ape puppet, employing an advanced spell to establish a connection and directly guide its movements. Initially, the puppet's motions appeared somewhat sluggish, akin to a newborn encountering the world for the first time. However, soon, under Lin Yifeng's guidance, its actions grew increasingly fluid, leaping, spinning, and striking, each movement showcasing astonishing power and precision. Lin Yifeng intensified his efforts, attempting more complex maneuvers, and the giant ape puppet rapidly adapted, not only mastering basic combat skills, but also executing advanced tactical movements, such as charging, retreating, and coordinated assaults. Its reaction speed rivaled that of a top-tier martial artist, leaving Lin Yifeng immensely satisfied. During the course of the experiment, he encountered a delightful surprise. The giant ape puppet possessed a remarkable degree of autonomous learning capability, allowing it to continuously optimize its performance in battle. This revelation far surpassed Lin Yifeng's initial expectations, filling him with boundless imagination for the future. By the conclusion of the tests, despite being drenched in sweat, Lin Yifeng's face radiated with joy. He understood that this was not merely a successful crafting endeavor, but a groundbreaking achievement. The existence of the giant ape puppet would provide him with unparalleled assistance, playing a significant role both on the battlefield and in the exploration of uncharted territories. As night fell and moonlight bathed the estate, Lin Yifeng stood outside the crafting chamber, gazing at the giant ape puppet illuminated by starlight, his heart swelling with pride and anticipation. He was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead was long, yet he was not alone. The giant ape puppet would accompany him through trials and tribulations, forging a brilliant new chapter together. In that moment, he felt as though he could hear the distant howls of adventure calling, and he was ready to embark on the journey. Chapter 99. Under currents, the night descended like a vast, black velvet cloak, enveloping the ancient city of Mirin in tranquility. Within a manor in the city, Lin Yifeng's giant ape puppet was finally completed. Towering and formidable, it was clad in hard metal, its eyes gleaming with a red light that seemed to suggest life. Lin Yifeng stood before the giant ape puppet, nodding in satisfaction as he directed it through a series of tests. From explosive strength to agile movement and precise attacks, the puppet's performance left Lin Yifeng thoroughly pleased. Upon concluding the tests, Lin Yifeng stored the giant ape puppet in his storage pouch. It was his secret weapon, to be employed only in critical moments. He understood that true combat required not just raw power, but also intelligence and strategy. Thus, he resolved to enter a period of seclusion for meditation and training, seeking to enhance both his strength and mental fortitude in preparation for the impending storm. Meanwhile, Daenerys' faction grew increasingly formidable with the addition of Varys, the former master of whispers, with his exceptional skills in intelligence gathering and analysis, swiftly became an indispensable ally to Daenerys. His network of informants spanned the entire continent, ensuring that no action of the slavers or nobility escaped his notice. During a clandestine meeting, Varys briefed Daenerys on the latest intelligence. Since the failure of the previous negotiations, the slavers and noble representatives had not relented. They were covertly engaging in various schemes to undermine Daenerys' rule. They either funded insurgents in secret, spread insidious rumors, or plotted assassinations, employing a myriad of tactics. Upon hearing Varys' report, Queen Daenerys furrowed her brow. She recognized that the slavers and nobles would not easily relinquish their power and would likely resort to even more drastic measures. Thus, she promptly ordered the fortification of Mirin's defenses while also beginning the recruitment of troops to prepare for potential conflict. Outside the city, Daenerys' army was training diligently in their encampment. Under the command of their instructor, the soldiers diligently practiced formations and tactics, repeating their drills time and again. They understood that only through relentless training could they hope to survive the impending battle. Daenerys personally inspected the troops, her presence invigorating their spirits. She encouraged them, reminding them that they fought for freedom and justice, and that every drop of their sweat would contribute to the peace of Meereen. Meanwhile, Varys was equally industrious. He dispatched more spies and scouts deep into enemy territory to gather intelligence. He knew that understanding the enemy's movements was essential for devising effective strategies. His network of information spread like a vast web over Meereen, ensuring that no slightest disturbance escaped his notice. In the secluded chamber of the manor, Lin Yifeng sat cross-legged, embarking on his meditative practice. His mental energy flowed like fine threads within him, exploring every corner of his being. He could feel his power gradually increasing, his mental fortitude becoming ever more formidable. Aware of the arduous battle that lay ahead, he remained confident that with sufficient strength, he could safeguard all that he cherished. As the night deepened, the lights of Meereen gradually dimmed, yet Daenerys and her allies pressed on without rest. They recognized that this struggle was merely beginning. They must remain vigilant and prepared for the challenges to come. On this night, every inhabitant of Meereen was readying themselves for the forthcoming storm, their destinies poised to be rewritten amidst its fury. Chapter 100. The iron-walled city. As the sun rose, dawn's light pierced through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon every brick of Meereen, illuminating the city in radiant splendor. Daenerys Targaryen, a woman whose brilliance shone like the morning star, had forged this place into her most formidable stronghold. In the days past, she had tirelessly fortified the city's defenses, attracting a diverse array of talents, including scholars, artisans, and thousands of new recruits. Now, the fruits of her labor were manifest, rendering Meereen as impregnable as a fortress. Time did not pause, and with Daenerys' decisive leadership, 50,000 new recruits formally entered the training camp. Initially, their steps may have been unsteady, their eyes reflecting a mix of eagerness and trepidation toward the unknown. However, under the rigorous yet fair guidance of the Unsullied, their naivety gradually faded, replaced by resilience and strength. Daenerys had specifically mandated that the training must eschew elements of cruelty, allowing the soldiers to retain their inner purity while growing. Such a force, in her vision, was not only a bastion of formidable combat prowess, but also embodied compassion and respect for others. Amidst the bustling drills, Daenerys heeded the counsel of her loyal advisor, Tyrion Lannister. Known as the Imp, Tyrion's keen insight and extraordinary intellect led him to propose a crucial initiative, the creation of catapults. This ancient siege weapon possessed immense deterrent power and practical value in combat. Daenerys profoundly recognized that to confront potential threats from land and sea, catapults would become indispensable tools of defense. Thus, she promptly commanded the mobilization of the city's finest artisans to dedicate their efforts to the creation of a formidable batch of catapults. As the craftsmen toiled day and night, magnificent weapons gradually took shape, resembling colossal guardians, positioned along the coastal defenses and atop the city walls, ever ready to challenge any foe daring to defy the authority of Meereen. Simultaneously, Daenerys dispatched elite troops to patrol in shifts, ensuring these intricate weapons remained in a state of heightened alert, prepared to be deployed without fear of tempestuous seas. Meanwhile, she did not neglect the daily operations within the city. She remained attuned to the needs of the populace, implementing a series of benevolent policies that encouraged agricultural development and supported educational and research institutions, striving to cultivate an environment that was both safe and habitable. The citizens experienced tangible improvements in their lives, filling them with hope for the future. They spontaneously responded to her call, actively participating in the construction of the city, collaboratively painting a vibrant tapestry of peace and prosperity. Daenerys understood that relying solely on military might could not sustain peace in the long run. True stability could only be achieved through the will of the people. Hence, she was not only a fierce warrior but also a sagacious leader, guiding Meereen towards a radiant future with love and responsibility. As time flowed and seasons changed, Meereen thrived under Daenerys' stewardship. Its walls transformed from cold barriers into warm embraces that safeguarded the homeland. Its people evolved from passive spectators into engaged builders of their community. Daenerys Targaryen, with her unyielding spirit, upheld the very sky of this city, providing shelter and dreams to every individual. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Her gaze extended towards distant horizons, her heart encompassing a broader world. In her eyes, every ray of light served as a guiding beacon. Every smile became a source of motivation to forge ahead. She understood that the path ahead might be long and fraught with challenges, yet she did not stand alone, for by her side were Tyrion, the Unsullied, 50,000 new recruits, and an abundance of faith and hope, all united in their march towards an uncertain tomorrow. In the times to come, regardless of the challenges faced, Meereen would stand resilient, for it embodied Daenerys Targaryen's convictions, a haven for dreams, and an everlasting home. Daenerys would, with her fearless demeanor, inscribe a glorious chapter in the annals of both Meereen and human history. Chapter 101. Dragonfire and cooked meat. As the sounds of 50,000 soldiers training echoed beneath the walls of Meereen, the city's tense atmosphere gradually transformed into one imbued with new vitality. These warriors, some hailing from distant lands as mercenaries and others as free citizens of Meereen, shared a common objective: to defend their city and their queen, Daenerys Targaryen. In a corner of the city, a dozen catapults were strategically positioned. Though these ancient war machines might seem somewhat antiquated in modern warfare, in Daenerys' eyes, they remained powerful instruments against her adversaries. She understood that these catapults were not merely designed for hurling stones, but for instilling fear, causing the enemy to dread the impending siege. One afternoon, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the golden spire of the Pyramid Palace. Daenerys stood atop the palace's high platform, gazing over her city, her heart awash with complex emotions. She was acutely aware that the shadow of war could engulf the city at any moment. Yet she also perceived a glimmer of hope. "It is time," Daenerys murmured, her voice imbued with resolute determination. She turned, leading a cadre of loyal followers, each bearing large barrels of cooked beef, a special treat prepared for her beloved dragons. They traversed the palace corridors, arriving at the vast underground lair designed specifically for her 3 magnificent dragons. The lair was dim and damp, the air thick with the scent of sulfur and smoke. Deep within the cavern, her 3 dragons, Black Dragon Drogon, the bronze-scaled Regal, and the pale blue-hued Viserion, adorned with golden horns and wing bones, curled in slumber, their bodies rising and falling gently with each breath. "My children," Daenerys softly called, her voice resonating through the cavernous space. The dragons lifted their heads, their eyes glinting with a fierce light in the shadows. Drogon was the first to rise, unfurling his wings and letting out a deep, rumbling roar. Regal and Viserion followed suit, their steps heavy yet powerful. Daenerys' followers placed the cooked beef before the dragons, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Drogon lowered his head first, his sharp teeth tearing into a substantial chunk of meat, chewing with enthusiasm. Regal and Viserion were not to be outdone, eagerly devouring the cooked beef, Watching her children feast, a warm surge of affection filled Daenerys' heart. She recalled the first time she had offered them raw meat. The hatchlings had shown little interest. They were dragons, embodiments of fire, and raw flesh felt too frigid for their tastes. It was only when they grew a bit older, capable of belching forth flames, that they began to experiment with roasting their food. From that moment onward, Daenerys knew her children preferred their meals cooked. She observed Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion, now having matured into formidable beasts, nearly the size of warhorses. Drogon, in particular, had surpassed his brothers, his scales shimmering with an inky brilliance in the faint light. Daenerys extended her hand, gently caressing Drogon's head, feeling the latent power beneath his rough skin. Rhaegal and Viserion sidled closer, affectionately nudging her with their heads, expressing their attachment to their mother. "You are my pride," Daenerys whispered, her voice laced with love. The dragons seemed to comprehend her words, emitting low growls in response, as if echoing her sentiments. Daenerys recognized that these magnificent creatures were not merely her children. They were her most formidable allies. In the impending war, they would serve as the most steadfast shield of Meereen. As the dragons satiated their hunger, they slowly rose, stretching their mighty wings. Daenerys took a few steps back, allowing them ample space. Rhaegal and Viserion emerged from the dragon's lair first, their magnificent forms basking in the sunlight. Drogon followed closely behind, its imposing size evoking a sense of awe within Daenerys. She stood at the entrance of the cavern, watching her three colossal dragons soar into the sky, their silhouettes tracing fiery arcs against the heavens. A surge of strength and hope filled her heart. She knew that with these dragons, Meereen would be invincible. "Fly, my children," Daenerys called out, her voice carried by the wind, urging the world to witness their might. The dragons spiraled in the air, their roars reverberating above the city of Meereen. Daenerys stood atop the pyramid palace, her gaze resolute and visionary. She understood that war was imminent, yet she firmly believed that she and her children would ultimately triumph. Chapter 102. Wings of Dawn. In the dragon's lair within the pyramid palace of Meereen, the afternoon sun filtered through the high windows, casting mottled shadows upon the smooth stone walls. Daenerys Targaryen stood at the center of the lair, her eyes shimmering with maternal warmth. Having just fed her dragons, she observed Rhaegal, Drogon, and Viserion, contentedly curled in their respective corners. A wave of warmth surged within her. She recognized that these formidable creatures were not only her offspring, but also her swords in the quest to conquer the world. After some contemplation, Daenerys decided to allow the three dragons to stretch their wings and practice their training in due time. She understood that the dragon's power was unpredictable yet invaluable. It was imperative to ensure their obedience while preserving their wildness, so they could unleash their full potential when the moment called for it. Days later, one morning, after a grueling session of governance, Daenerys felt utterly exhausted. Yet, upon entering the dragon's lair within the pyramid palace, her fatigue dissipated instantaneously. The lair was dimly lit, with only a few rays of sunlight penetrating the narrow crevices, imparting an air of mystery and solemnity to the space. Straining to see clearly, Daenerys stepped away from the entrance, took a deep breath, and called out, "My children, it is time to stretch your wings." Her voice echoed within the lair, seemingly awakening the slumbering giants. Drogon was the first to lift its massive head, its eyes resembling two burning rubies, glimmering with the desire for freedom. Slowly it rose, unfurling its broad wings, each scale shimmering with golden light under the sun. As Drogon exited the lair, its figure appeared even more magnificent than before, as if its strength were continually growing. Rhaegal and Viserion followed suit, drawn by the allure of the outside world. Rhaegal's green scales glimmered with an ethereal glow in the sunlight, while Viserion's golden scales shone like molten metal. Their sizes left Daenerys in awe. She felt a swell of pride at their growth, yet simultaneously recognized that their power was swiftly surpassing her control. Daenerys stepped back a few paces, granting ample space for the three dragons to emerge from their lair. Their wings beat against the air, stirring a tempestuous wind. The gust tousled Daenerys' hair and made her robe ripple gracefully. She gazed upon them, her heart awash with a myriad of emotions. She was not only their creator and tamer, but also their leader. Drogon soared first, taking to the skies and circling above while emitting a thunderous roar. Rhaegal and Viserion, equally spirited, followed closely behind, engaging in a fierce aerial competition. Daenerys tilted her head upwards, watching them soar through the heavens, a swell of ambition igniting within her. She understood that these magnificent dragons would serve as her instruments for world conquest, yet they also represented her greatest challenge. She commenced their training, orchestrating a series of intricate aerial maneuvers to hone their bodies and spirits. Drogon showcased his power and agility. Rhaegal was renowned for his cunning and speed, while Viserion earned Daenerys' admiration for his endurance and wisdom. The training persisted for several hours, until the sun hung high in the sky, drawing an increasing number of Meereen citizens to the square outside the dragon pit, where they gazed skyward, cheering for the dragon's spectacular display. Daenerys recognized the need to maintain an air of mystery about these dragons, while simultaneously etching them into the hearts of the people as legendary figures. She commanded their return to the lair, and after a few graceful loops in the sky, the three dragons descended gently upon the apex of the pyramid palace. Their wings glimmered in the sunlight, resembling celestial messengers descending to the earthly realm. Daenerys stood at the entrance of the dragon pit, observing them curled peacefully in their respective corners, her heart swelling with satisfaction. She understood that these dragons were not merely her strength, but also her responsibility. She must ensure their growth while preventing them from becoming uncontrollable forces of devastation. Gently, she caressed Drogon's head, whispering, "My children, you are free. Yet your freedom must be guided by my hand." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the dragon pit was once again shrouded in twilight. Daenerys departed, her heart brimming with anticipation for the future and readiness for the challenges ahead. She knew that as the dragons grew, so too would her burdens. Yet she held steadfast belief that with proper guidance and control, she could realize her dreams of conquering the world. Chapter 103. The Pact of Ruins. Months slipped away like fine sand through one's fingers. In the grand estate of Meereen, Lin Yifeng finally emerged from his secluded cultivation. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his countenance, which had grown increasingly composed through prolonged practice. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, a clear sign of his advancement to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Lin Yifeng inhaled deeply, feeling the surging power coursing through him, a newfound confidence swelling in his heart. He rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. The small room where he had secluded himself was now marked by the passage of time, with the wall murals faded and mottled from the ravages of the years. Lin Yifeng was acutely aware that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, necessitating further trials and adventures to transcend it. He contemplated the ruins of Gwaleria, a legendary site teeming with peril yet brimming with opportunity. Resolute, Lin Yifeng decided to invite Daenerys to accompany him. He believed that with her strength and wisdom, they could jointly unravel the mysteries concealed within the Gwaleria ruins. After tidying his attire, he prepared to visit the Pyramid Palace to meet the queen he held in high esteem. A few days later, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the streets of Millen City, Lin Yifeng stood before the grand edifice of the Pyramid Palace. He gazed upward at the magnificent structure, a sense of reverence swelling within him. He understood that residing within was not merely a queen, but a formidable ally. Upon announcing his purpose to the guards, a pure one soon emerged to escort him through the lengthy corridor to the palace's dining hall. Daenerys was seated there, a modest breakfast before her, though her thoughts were clearly elsewhere, occupied with matters of state and the governance of the city. "Your Majesty, Mr. Lin Yifeng has arrived," the pure one announced respectfully. Daenerys lifted her gaze, and, upon seeing Lin Yifeng enter, a smile graced her lips. Rising, she gestured for him to take a seat. Lin Yifeng returned her smile and settled across from her. "I have come with a request." Daenerys raised an eyebrow, encouraging him to continue. "I wish to invite you to explore the ruins of Gwaleria with me," he stated plainly. "I believe there lie numerous secrets that could greatly benefit our cultivation and the future of this city." Daenerys fell silent for a moment. She was aware of the dangers the Gwaleria ruins posed, but equally cognizant of their value. Looking into Lin Yifeng's eyes, a glimmer of resolve appeared within her. "I have heard of that place and understand its hazards. However, should we succeed in unveiling its secrets, it would undoubtedly serve Millen City well." She rose and approached the window, gazing out at the landscape. "I must deliberate, for this is not merely a simple expedition but involves significant political and military considerations." Turning back to Lin Yifeng, she added, "Yet, I have faith in you. I believe we can confront any challenge together." Lin Yifeng nodded, recognizing the gravity of her decision and the need for careful contemplation. "I understand, Your Majesty. I shall await your response." Daenerys returned to her seat, anticipation shimmering in her gaze. "I will provide you with an answer as soon as possible. Until then, we can discuss the specifics of our plan." The two began to deliberate on the details of the expedition, from the choice of routes to potential dangers they might encounter, as well as strategies to safeguard Millen City. Time slipped away unnoticed in their discourse until sunlight flooded the dining hall, signaling the arrival of lunchtime. Daenerys stood, determination radiating from her. Lin Yifeng, I will give your proposal serious consideration. Now, let us first indulge in a delightful luncheon before resuming our discourse. Lin Yifeng rose with a smile, aware that this expedition could potentially alter their fates and reshape the future of the entire city of Milan. He followed Daenerys, his heart brimming with anticipation and courage. Chapter 104. Preparation and choices in the afternoon. The sky over the city of Milan was a brilliant azure, the sunlight cascading upon the ancient pyramid palace, casting a radiant golden glow. Within the exquisite dining hall of the palace, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys concluded a luncheon laden with significance. This meal was not merely a feast for the palate, but a profound communion of souls. They exchanged laughter and engaged in spirited discussions about aspirations, dreams, and the alluring yet enigmatic ruins of ancient Valeria. Daenerys spoke with caution and contemplation. Regarding the expedition to ancient Valeria, I shall give it due consideration. Her words were not a dismissal, but rather a solemn affirmation, reflecting her serious approach to every matter. Lin Yifeng nodded slightly in understanding, recognizing that such a decision could not be made impulsively, especially in a realm rife with peril and temptation. Upon departing the Pyramid Palace, Lin Yifeng commenced his journey home. The sights along the streets seemed more vibrant than ever, each brick and tile, each flower and tree, narrating the rich history and culture of the city. However, Lin Yifeng's thoughts were not captivated by these beautiful vistas. He understood that embarking on an exploration of ancient Valeria was no trifling matter. It required meticulous preparation. Particularly considering his current stock of elixirs, it appeared time to replenish his supplies. Upon returning to his estate, Lin Yifeng swiftly immersed himself in the task at hand, meticulously planning all that would be needed for the journey. He first took inventory of his existing resources and discovered that his supply of elixirs was indeed insufficient. As a practitioner, elixirs are vital for enhancing cultivation and healing injuries, their significance undeniable, especially when faced with the unknown. Thus, he crafted a detailed list outlining the specific requirements for various elixirs, including those for healing, enhancement, and detoxification. Next, Lin Yifeng navigated the bustling market of Milan City, visiting several apothecaries and alchemist workshops to procure the scarce herbs and materials for crafting. During his endeavors, he encountered numerous old friends and some new faces, each supporting him in their unique ways, be it through information or advice. Through these interactions, Lin Yifeng felt the warmth and inclusivity of the city, which further uplifted his spirits. Yet, Lin Yifeng did not cease his efforts there. He recognized that relying solely on elixirs could not ensure safety. He devoted considerable time to studying the geographical data of ancient Valeria, acquiring relevant survival skills, and even began practicing specific defensive spells to enhance his adaptability. Each day, he diligently prepared for the impending journey while also eagerly awaiting Daenerys' decision. As night descended, Lin Yifeng remained engrossed in his study within his study, immersed in learning and preparation. Starlight streamed through the window, illuminating his desk as if to illuminate the path ahead. He occasionally raises his gaze, peering through the stacks of books, staring into the distance, his heart filled with both anticipation and unease. Yet, more than anything, it is his curiosity and yearning for the unknown world that dominate his emotions. He understands that every exploration presents an opportunity for growth, and this time, he hopes to stand shoulder to shoulder with Daenerys in battle. Day after day, Lin Yifeng's preparations become increasingly meticulous, and his confidence steadily grows. He believes that whether accompanied by Daenerys or forging ahead alone, he can meet the challenges of Valeria. For within his heart, he has long sworn to uncover the secrets of this ancient ruin, to unravel its mysteries, and to bring new light to both himself and the world. At last, all is ready. Lin Yifeng stands in the courtyard of the manor, gazing up at the star-studded sky, silently declaring, "Valeria, I am coming." In this moment, he no longer frets over Daenerys' response, for he is prepared to embark on his journey, and all that remains is to patiently await the whims of fate. He knows that at this instant, regardless of who he travels with, his adventure has commenced, and he strides forth with resolute steps towards the unknown horizon. Chapter 105. The dawn of alchemy. As the first light of dawn breaks, the eastern sky is tinged with a pale white, and the delicate hues of dawn gradually paint half the sky in crimson. In this moment of daybreak, within Lin Yifeng's manor, in a tranquil and secluded alchemical chamber, a faint aroma of herbs begins to waft through the air. This space is dedicated to the crafting of elixirs, and after a night of meticulous preparation, the herbs and instruments are neatly arranged, awaiting the day's grand alchemical ceremony. Yesterday, Lin Yifeng spared no expense in acquiring a sufficient supply of herbs. ensuring that each material necessary for the alchemy would meet the highest standards of quality. From the refreshing mint to the fiery dragon's blood vine, each herb bears its unique properties, poised to unleash its utmost efficacy in the hands of the alchemist. The alchemical furnace rests quietly in the center of the room. Crafted from rare dark iron, its surface adorned with intricate runes that shimmer with an otherworldly glow in the morning light, as if containing boundless power. Approaching the furnace, Lin Yifeng closes his eyes, taking a deep breath to quell the tumult of his thoughts, returning his mind to its most pristine state. When he opens his eyes, a glimmer of determination shines within them. He joins his hands together, summoning the true fire from within, a flame originating from his dantian, distinct from ordinary fire. It flickers with vibrant colors, embodying the essence of the heavens and earth. With a gentle touch of his finger, a brilliant flame leaps forth, precisely igniting the base of the furnace, instantly engulfing it in a fierce blaze. One by one, the herbs are cast into the furnace, dissolving rapidly under the intense heat, releasing their distinct fragrances. Lin Yifeng's gaze sharpens as he closely monitors the transformations within the furnace, adjusting the heat to ensure that not a single impurity affects the quality of the elixir. He is acutely aware that in the path of alchemy, a slight deviation can lead to catastrophic failure. As time ticks away, Lin Yifeng's figure becomes drenched in sweat, yet he remains unwavering. What he seeks is perfection, an extreme mastery. Every detail must be attended to, for the efficacy of the elixir hinges upon it. At last, when the first rays of sunlight fully illuminated the earth, the reactions within the alchemical furnace stabilized. Lin Yifeng let out a gentle breath, slowly closing the furnace door, allowing the elixirs to continue their refinement within. Several hours later, as the final cooling procedure concluded, the furnace gradually opened, releasing a rich aroma of medicinal herbs that invigorated the senses. Lin Yifeng meticulously retrieved the finished elixirs from the furnace. Each one, with its distinct hue, radiated an alluring brilliance. The Qingyuan pill glistened in vibrant green. The Dajin pill sparkled like gold. The Huichun pill resembled amber. The Huoshua pill was crimson as blood. The Qixua san bore a silvery gray hue, and the Yutsue san was pristine white. Each elixir was a masterpiece, embodying Lin Yifeng's dedication and aspirations. He carefully placed these precious creations into several pre-prepared porcelain vials, which possessed a smooth texture and delightful feel, making them the ideal choice for preserving the elixirs. With meticulous attention, Lin Yifeng labeled each vial, ensuring clarity for future use. Having completed all tasks, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. This time, he successfully crafted 20 Qingyuan pills, 20 Dajin pills, 30 Huichun pills, 20 Huoshua pills, 30 portions of Qixua san, and 20 portions of Yutsue san. These elixirs encompassed a variety of effects, capable of enhancing cultivation and healing ailments, undoubtedly serving as a formidable aid in his future explorations of the ancient Valeria. Observing the neatly arranged porcelain vials on the table, Lin Yifeng was overwhelmed with a profound sense of accomplishment. He understood that this was not merely a fusion of herbs and skill, but also a testament to his own willpower. Though small, each elixir carried significant meaning, with every single one representing boundless aspirations for the future. As dawn bathed the alchemy chamber in light, Lin Yifeng concluded this arduous yet rewarding journey of elixir crafting. He rose, feeling the weariness in his body from prolonged labor. Yet his heart brimmed with unprecedented satisfaction. The path of exploration in ancient Valeria had gained an added measure of assurance and reduced risk due to his preparations. Lin Yifeng knew that tomorrow heralded a new day, filled with additional challenges and opportunities. But at this moment, he wished to revel in the tranquility and joy that his achievements bestowed upon him, for this moment was the fruition of his diligent toil. In the not-so-distant future, these elixirs would accompany him into the unknown, witnessing the legendary journey that belonged to the brave. Chapter 106. Bestowing skills to the golden scales as the morning light broke. In a secluded estate within the city of Milan, the tranquil air was infused with a subtle fragrance of herbs. Lin Yifeng stood by the window, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the vials of elixirs in his hands, the fruits of his labor over the past few days. The success of his alchemical endeavors not only symbolized the enhancement of his skills, but also encapsulated his boundless hopes for the future. In this moment, Lin Yifeng's mood was undoubtedly one of joy and fulfillment. However, amidst his elation, he harbored a special plan. Gently unfastening the spirit beast pouch, Lin Yifeng summoned Gene Scale, the majestic two-legged dragon adorned with golden scales. The dragon's immense form nearly filled the entire estate, yet it endeavored to curl up, mindful not to cause any inconvenience to Lin Yifeng. This scene stirred a profound sense of awkwardness and emotion within Lin Yifeng, simultaneously igniting a brilliant idea. The golden scales of the golden scale shimmered in the morning light, resembling flowing gold, captivating all who beheld it. Lin Yifeng extended his hand, gently caressing the scales, feeling their metallic smoothness warmed by life, and once again marveling at the extraordinary nature of the golden scale. Reflecting on its intelligence and agility, he resolved to impart a special skill known as the size alteration technique. Golden scale, I know you can comprehend my words. Lin Yifeng's gaze was gentle yet resolute as he approached the magnificent creature, his mind already set on the plan. Your spirit is exceptional. I believe you can master this technique. With that declaration, he transformed his finger into a sword gesture, lightly tapping the colossal dragon's head, guiding the pure energy within himself to flow into the golden scale, attempting to convey the essence of the size alteration technique. The golden scale sensed the influx of this peculiar energy, closing its eyes and fully concentrating on Lin Yifeng's teachings. To Lin Yifeng, the focus and understanding reflected in the creature's gaze confirmed the correctness of his decision. Soon, a series of intricate runes and images emerged in the golden scale's mind, revealing the core mysteries of the size alteration technique. Remember, this technique allows you to control your size at will, enabling you to expand or shrink your form for greater mobility. Lin Yifeng explained patiently, well aware that mastery would not come overnight. The golden scale would need time to digest and practice. Once you grasp this skill, you will be able to navigate various environments with agility, and our cooperation will grow even more harmonious. As his final words resonated, Lin Yifeng withdrew his hand, quietly awaiting the golden scale's comprehension. The creature opened its eyes, a glimmer of realization passing through them, evidently having grasped the essence of the technique. It attempted to channel the energy within according to the method it remembered, causing its form to subtly ripple, indeed beginning to change, expanding and contracting until it settled into a balanced size. Lin Yifeng observed this transformation with a satisfied nod. He knew that with the golden scale's extraordinary talent and diligent practice, it would swiftly master the skill and integrate it seamlessly into its being. At this moment, not only was their emotional bond deepened, but the potential for their adventurous journey was also significantly enhanced. In the days that followed, Lin Yifeng and the golden scale trained together, engaging in mutual sparring and advancing collectively. With the aid of the size alteration technique, the golden scale became increasingly adept, seamlessly navigating through dense forests and confronting adversaries with newfound ease. Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng devoted himself to the study of alchemy, occasionally guiding the golden scale in its training. Their synergy reached unprecedented heights. Thus, as time elapsed, Lin Yifeng and the golden scale created countless beautiful memories within the estate of Millen City. Their tale became a cherished topic among the locals, a heartwarming narrative of friendship and growth, destined to be eternally recounted. In their hearts, both the golden scale and Lin Yifeng understood that this bond was the most precious gift bestowed by fate, worthy of a lifetime of cherishing and safeguarding. Each time the morning light graces the estate, Lin Yifeng is reminded of that moment when Jinlin was learning the art of size manipulation. He understands that this was not merely the acquisition of a skill, but a profound melding of hearts, a testament to their sincere friendship. This bond shall accompany them on their journey, traversing countless obstacles until the very ends of the earth. Chapter 107. Dragon Flame and Secret Arts. As time flows inexorably and the seasons cycle through, months have quietly slipped away within the grandeur of the Pyramid Palace in Millen City. The morning's rosy hues have yet to fade, and Castor, the wise old wizard from ancient Guvaleria, stands upon the rooftop, sharing the arcane knowledge of Guvaleria's mystical sorcery and magic with Daenerys. After laying a solid foundation over the past 10 months, Daenerys' cultivation has seen remarkable advancement, and she now stands on the cusp of delving into deeper magical mysteries. Spells like the Fireball and Thunderbolt, the pinnacle of Guvaleria's magic, are gradually unveiling their enigmatic veils, preparing to welcome this young apprentice. On the rooftop, Castor's figure flickers in the morning light, wielding his staff and reciting ancient, cryptic incantations. Suddenly, brilliant sparks erupt in the air, only to dissipate into the void. Daenerys follows closely, her focus unwavering, her eyes filled with curiosity and yearning for the unknown. Each attempt to imitate, though occasionally met with failure, only serves to bolster her confidence with each success. Under Castor's meticulous guidance, her control becomes increasingly adept, and the trajectory of magic flows smoothly under her direction. Yet, time does not linger, And as the afternoon sun ascends, Daenerys sets aside her studies, her thoughts drifting to her 3 dragon children. She instructs her subordinates to prepare several large barrels of specially cooked meat, destined for the dragon lair deep within the pyramid, an essential nourishment for their daily sustenance. The lair, a sanctuary for the dragons, also serves as a secret refuge for her family, imbued with countless moments of warmth and laughter. Upon her arrival, the lair resonates with deep, sonorous dragon roars, the responses of her 3 children, Zhuge, Rhaego, and Viserion, to their mother-esque call. Daenerys' subordinates systematically place the barrels filled with succulent meat in designated spots, and the rich aroma instantly envelopes the entire cavern, tantalizing the senses. Zhuge, Rhaego, and Viserion, drawn by the enticing scent, gradually emerge from the depths of the lair, their massive forms appearing even more majestic in the dim light. In their eyes, one can discern not only a longing for food, but also a profound affection and dependence on Daenerys. In this moment, the atmosphere within the lair is remarkably warm. Daenerys tenderly strokes each dragon's head, the intimate touch conveying her warmth and love. Zhuge, the eldest, exhibits a maturity and steadiness. Rhaego, with his lively spirit, displays a playful charm. Viserion, elegant and noble, radiates a regal aura with every movement. The bond she shares with her dragons transcends mere caretaking. It embodies an indelible familial affection. As Zhuge, Rhaego, and Viserion commence their meal, tearing into the meat with joyous voracity, the delightful sounds of their chewing fill the air. Watching from the side, Daenerys is enveloped in a sense of fulfillment and solace. To her, the simplicity of this life scene conceals an immensely precious significance. During this period, she not only learned to master the dragons, but, more importantly, she discovered how to forge profound connections with the dragonlings, connections grounded in trust, respect, and love. As dusk fell, the dragon lair once again returned to tranquility, yet the air still lingered with the aromas of meat and affection. Daenerys sat in the company of her dragon children, savoring this rare moment of peace. She understood that the path ahead might still be fraught with the unknown and challenges, but at this moment, she possessed everything, including 3 steadfast companions. Castor's teachings were not merely about the importation of magic, they embodied a philosophy of life, instructing her on how to persevere in adversity and how to maintain humility in victory. As the stars adorned the vast sky, the night in Meereen unfolded. The lights within the pyramid palace gradually dimmed, leaving only the warm glow in the dragon lair to illuminate the joyous silhouettes of the family. Daenerys and her dragon children stood vigil over this land, gathering strength for the morrow. On the journey ahead, no matter the obstacles encountered, as long as they relied on one another, there would be no insurmountable barriers. This scene became an indelible memory in Daenerys' heart, serving as her greatest motivation to forge ahead. In this world brimming with magic and wonder, they would inscribe their own legend, and all of it began on this day. Within the dragon lair beneath the pyramid palace, with a simple dinner. Chapter 108. The secrets of scales and new lessons. The night was deep, with stars twinkling, and the pyramid palace of Meereen lay in serene silence. In the depths of the dragon lair, Daenerys Targaryen and her dragon children, Drogon, Rhaego, and Viserion, were immersed in repose. However, following the assassination attempt in the arena, Daenerys observed a phenomenon that filled her with both joy and concern. Her dragon scales seemed to have undergone a transformation, becoming harder, akin to polished stone, shimmering with an undeniable sense of defensiveness. Even against light weapons such as ordinary bows and spears, their resistance had significantly increased, seemingly able to effortlessly withstand these conventional assaults. Yet, she understood that it remained uncertain whether this protection would hold against more lethal heavy weaponry, such as crossbows of formidable power. This question loomed in her mind, becoming an inescapable doubt. Daenerys pondered, should the day come when her dragons faced even more formidable foes and weapons, could their natural shields still ensure their safety? She mused silently. Surely, heavy weapons like crossbows cannot pierce through, can they? Yet her words were tinged with uncertainty, for she was well aware that there exist forces in the world that surpass imagination, and preparation and foresight are always essential. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the crevices, illuminating the terrace of the pyramid palace, heralding the arrival of a new day. Daenerys stood atop the terrace, ready to continue her studies of the ancient Valyrian sorcery and magic. At that moment, Castor, the seasoned old sorcerer of Valyria, approached, treading upon the morning dew. His gaze sharp and his step steady. His sudden appearance interrupted Daenerys' contemplation, bringing forth a novel suggestion. Daenerys, I believe it is time for you to learn the art of combat. This statement wafted into her ears like a refreshing breeze, momentarily rendering her speechless. As a sorceress devoted to the study of magic, the notion of physical combat seemed far removed from her daily practice. Yet, she understood that battles often extend beyond the realm of spellcasters. Castor's words served as a poignant reminder that, even in the absence of magical prowess, one must possess alternative means to ensure personal safety. "Why, Master Castor?" Daenerys inquired, her voice laced with curiosity and confusion. "Because, my child, you are the navigator of your own future," Castor replied. "In the battles to come, you may encounter a multitude of scenarios. Hence, you must evolve into a versatile warrior, proficient not only in magic but also in practical combat skills. Remember, true strength transcends the internal and external. Only by mastering both can one remain invincible." Upon hearing this, Daenerys pondered for a moment, recalling the scene in the arena when she faced an assassin and the helplessness that had enveloped her at that time. She wished to never experience such moments again, nor to place herself or her dragon children in jeopardy. Thus, she resolutely accepted Castor's proposal. In the days that followed, Daenerys immersed herself in rigorous combat training. Under Castor's guidance, she began with the fundamentals: footwork, balance, and hand-to-hand combat, progressing to swordsmanship, shield usage, and the art of riding warhorses. She devoted herself wholeheartedly to each lesson, continuously pushing her limits. Her physique grew stronger, her muscles becoming well-defined, and her stamina and speed improved remarkably. As her training deepened, Daenerys gradually came to realize that the pursuit of physical prowess was not merely an exercise of muscles and bones, but rather a refinement of will and spirit. She began to comprehend that a truly formidable warrior is one who can maintain composure in any situation, adeptly wielding all available resources. This was precisely the quality she had previously lacked. Time passed swiftly. On one evening, several weeks later, Daenerys returned to the dragon lair, fatigued yet fulfilled. Drogon, Regal, and Viserion encircled her, emitting soft cries as if to celebrate her achievements. She reached out to caress their scales, feeling the warmth and strength within, which warmed her heart. She understood that, regardless of how the external world may shift, she and her dragons would forever be each other's steadfast support. Chapter 109. Ominous signs of the sea storm days slipped through her fingers like fine sand, leaving no trace. The terrace of the Pyramid Palace in Meereen was gently caressed by the first rays of sunlight. Daenerys Targaryen stood at the edge of the terrace. Gazing at the city, she diligently safeguarded. Her long hair danced in the breeze, and her eyes sparkled with resolute determination. She commenced her daily physical training, each movement executed with precision and power, as if she were grappling with an invisible adversary. With the passage of time, Daenerys's combat skills saw remarkable enhancement. Each punch became swifter, and each kick more forceful. Her body, fortified by the baptism of sweat, grew ever more resilient, while her will, continually tested, became increasingly steadfast. The following afternoon, the sun shone brightly once more, and Daenerys practiced her martial arts on the rooftop, as was her custom. Her movements were fluid and imbued with strength, each strike seemingly capable of tearing through the air. However, at that moment, a subordinate rushed onto the rooftop, interrupting her training. "Your Grace," the subordinate gasped, out of breath. "The Coastal Patrol reports that several massive fleets have appeared in the waters of Meereen Bay." Daenerys halted her movements, her gaze sharpening in an instant. She turned to face her subordinate, her brow furrowed. "Massive fleets?" she echoed, quickly analyzing the implications in her mind. "Indeed, Your Grace," the subordinate replied. "Their numbers are substantial, and they do not appear to be ordinary merchant vessels." A flicker of unease coursed through Daenerys. These formidable fleets were likely orchestrated by the former slave masters of Meereen, the nobility plotting in the shadows to reclaim their lost power and wealth. Daenerys knew these individuals would not abandon their ambitions simply due to her benevolence. They were like venomous serpents lurking in the dark, poised to strike with lethal intent. Yet, Daenerys' thoughts soon shifted to another possibility. Could her enemies, such as Tywin Lannister from distant Westeros, be the masterminds behind this fleet? They possessed the financial might and influence to assemble such a force. However, Daenerys swiftly dismissed this notion. Tywin Lannister was a shrewd strategist. He would not divert his attention at this critical juncture, especially while consolidating his power in Westeros. Taking a deep breath, Daenerys recognized that, regardless of the fleet's intentions, she must be prepared to confront the impending challenge. She turned to her subordinate and commanded, "Summon my advisors immediately. We must strategize." The subordinate complied, and Daenerys returned to the edge of the rooftop, her gaze once more fixed upon the distant sea. Under the sunlight, the water shimmered, yet a shadow loomed over Daenerys' heart. She understood that this unforeseen crisis could become the greatest test of her reign over Meereen. She recalled her struggles in Westeros, the betrayals and conspiracies, the bloodshed and sacrifices. She had once believed that crossing the narrow sea to this unfamiliar land would distance her from such strife and treachery. Yet she was mistaken. The game of power was omnipresent, whether in Westeros or Meereen, on land or at sea. Clenching her fists, the blood of dragons surged within her. She would not allow anyone to usurp what she had fought so hard to attain. With her wisdom and strength, she would safeguard her people, her city, and her dragons. She would make it known to those who dared challenge her that the Mother of Dragons was not easily vanquished. With determination, she turned and strode down the rooftop, her mind already formulating a plan. She will summon her army to fortify the city's defenses while dispatching envoys to discern the true intentions of those fleets. Prepared she shall be, whether war or peace is on the horizon. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Daenerys' eyes. She understood that this struggle was but a nascent chapter. With her flames and power, she would illuminate the path ahead, turning to ashes those who dared to obstruct her. She would prove herself not merely as the Mother of Dragons, but as a formidable sovereign not to be underestimated. Chapter 110. The calm before the storm. The afternoon sun filtered through the crevices of Meereen, casting its golden hues upon every corner of the ancient city. The clamorous atmosphere intensified as news spread of impending assault by former slavers and nobles, who were amassing formidable fleets against Meereen. This revelation detonated like a bombshell, igniting a wave of turmoil, anxiety, and fear upon the faces of the populace. However, in a tranquil estate within Meereen, Lin Yifeng remained remarkably composed. Seated in an exquisite chair, cradling a cup of fragrant tea, he appeared unaffected by the external chaos. His demeanor was serene, and his gaze profound, seemingly contemplating matters of greater significance. Beside him, the gold-scaled dragon, Yunyin, was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Through diligent study and practice, Yunyin had begun to grasp the rudiments of transformation magic. At that moment, he was preparing to attempt a change, shrinking himself to the size of 2 palms to better fit the estate's environment. Curiosity and excitement glimmered in his eyes as he carefully enacted the spell, his form gradually diminishing until he achieved the desired size. Lin Yifeng observed Yunyin's transformation with quiet admiration. He noted that regardless of whether Yunyin enlarged or shrank, the consistency of his scales, both in appearance and quality, was astonishing. This prompted Lin Yifeng to reflect upon a significant principle in physics, the law of conservation of energy. Within this framework, the mass of matter remains constant, unaffected by changes in form. Lin Yifeng speculated that Yunyin's transformative magic might be rooted in such a principle. Yunyin, your mastery of transformation is becoming increasingly adept, Lin Yifeng remarked softly, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Upon hearing Lin Yifeng's praise, Yunyin's eyes sparkled with pride. However, he swiftly returned to his focus, continuing to observe the changes enveloping him. He discerned that despite his reduced size, the density of his scales seemed to increase, ensuring that his overall mass remained unchanged. This phenomenon captivated him, further solidifying his resolve to continue exploring and learning. Turning to Lin Yifeng, Yunyin's gaze held a glimmer of anticipation. Lin Yifeng smiled gently, setting down his teacup, rising to approach Yunyin. He extended his hand, tenderly stroking Yunyin's scales, feeling the transformations. Your magic is commendable, yet there remains room for enhancement. You might endeavor to maintain a degree of flexibility and agility during your transformations, as this will prove advantageous in combat. Yunyin nodded, aware that Lin Yifeng's words rang true. He began to experiment with incorporating movements into his transformations, striving to enhance his agility. With diligent effort, Yunyin discovered that he was capable not only of altering his size, but also of executing swift movements and turns during the transformation process. Observing Yunyin's progress, Lin Yifeng felt a surge of satisfaction. He recognized Yunyin's immense potential. With ample time and guidance, he was destined to become a formidable bipedal dragon. At that moment, the manor's door was knocked upon urgently. Lin Yifeng frowned, sensing that this interruption signified something of great importance. He gestured for Yunyin to continue practicing and hastened towards the entrance. Standing outside was one of his trusted aides, anxiety etched upon his face. My lord Lin Yifeng, the situation in the city is deteriorating. We require your guidance. Lin Yifeng nodded, understanding that as a member of Milan City, it was his duty to safeguard both the city and its inhabitants. He turned back to Yunyin, stating, Yunyin, it appears we are about to face a formidable challenge. Are you prepared? Lin immediately ceased his practice, his form swiftly morphing to the size of 2 palms, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve, as if to convey, "I am ready, my master. No matter how powerful the enemy may be, we shall confront them together." A faint smile graced Lin Yifeng's lips. He knew that with Lin's assistance, their chances of success would be greatly enhanced. He patted Lin's shoulder, steeling himself for the impending storm. Chapter 111. The choice before the storm. In a tranquil manor within Milan City, Lin Yifeng and his bipedal dragon, Lin, were immersed in dreams of the future. Lin, the majestic beast, shrank obediently to the size of 2 palms under Lin Yifeng's gentle touch, finding a place within the spirit beast pouch. The manor exuded an air of serenity and harmony until a sudden, urgent knock shattered the peace. Lin Yifeng furrowed his brow, sensing the urgency of the visitor outside. After placing Lin into the spirit beast pouch, he approached the manor's grand entrance, pondering the identity of the visitor. Upon opening the door, he was met by the unsullied of Daenerys, clad in uniform armor, their faces expressionless yet exuding an aura of authority. "Is there something you require?" Lin Yifeng inquired, a hint of caution lacing his tone. "The queen requests your presence," came the unsullied's calm, yet commanding reply. Lin Yifeng felt a stir of curiosity. He understood that Daenerys' summons was not without reason. Reflecting on the matter, he surmised that this invitation stemmed from her respect and courtesy towards him, prompting her to send for him personally. He nodded in acquiescence and followed the unsullied to the Pyramid Palace. After a period of travel, Lin Yifeng was led to the council chamber of the Pyramid Palace. Inside, Daenerys' advisors were gathered around a long table, passionately engaged in discussions on various topics. Their voices rose and fell until the distinctive timbre of Tyrion Lannister, the imp, broke through. "I believe we should approach the slavers and the nobility once more, out of sincerity and compassion." As soon as the words were spoken, an air of tension enveloped the council chamber. The assembled advisors expressed their dissent, their gazes converging upon Queen Daenerys, eager to discern her stance. Daenerys, acutely aware of the scrutiny, turned to Lin Yifeng and inquired, "Lin Yifeng, what is your perspective?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yifeng recognized the sensitivity of the subject but preferred to refrain from entangling himself in the political fray. Thus, he replied with a nonchalant tone, "I have no opinion. Do as you wish." This response only intensified the atmosphere of disquiet within the chamber. Both the advisors and Daenerys displayed visible dissatisfaction. Daenerys, perplexed, remarked, "What do you mean by having no opinion and being indifferent?" Lin Yifeng offered a subtle smile, cognizant that his reply might provoke discontent. Yet he remained steadfast in his position, whether it is through sincere negotiations with slave owners and nobles or by resorting to direct confrontation, I see no issue. Daenerys fell silent for a moment, aware of Lin Yifeng's formidable capabilities, understanding that his viewpoint bore significant weight. Ultimately, she declared, "Then let us engage in one final discussion with the slave owners and nobles." The discourse in the council chamber resumed. Yet Lin Yifeng's thoughts had already soared to the golden-scaled creature within the estate. He understood that regardless of the political tides, the bond he shared with the golden creature would remain unaltered. The trials they had faced together had forged them into one another's staunchest allies. As the discussions progressed, Daenerys' advisors proposed various strategies, some advocating for a hardline approach, while others favored peace. Lin Yifeng listened intently, recognizing that these deliberations would ultimately dissolve into the annals of history, while his tale with the golden creature would endure through time. In the end, Daenerys reached a resolution. She would afford the slave owners and nobles another opportunity, hoping to resolve the matter through peaceful means. Lin Yifeng refrained from further comment, aware that Daenerys' decision was rooted in deeper considerations. Chapter 112. A discreet conversation with the final argument echoing through the Grand Council chamber of the Pyramid Palace in Meereen, the meeting was finally adjourned. Daenerys' advisors, a diverse assembly of intellects from various backgrounds and interest groups, gathered their documents and notes, hurrying out of the hall. Their expressions varied. Some furrowed in concern while others bore smiles, yet all shared an undercurrent of anxiety and anticipation for the future. Lin Yifeng stood in a corner of the chamber, quietly observing the scene. His gaze pierced through the crowd, resting upon Daenerys, who sat elevated on the dais, her posture regal and her gaze resolute. As her eyes swept over the assembly, they ultimately fixed upon him. "Lin Yifeng, wait a moment. I wish to speak with you." Daenerys' voice rang clear and firm, cutting through the clamor of the chamber. Lin Yifeng nodded, understanding that the queen had significant matters to discuss with him. He remained in the council chamber until the last shadow departed through the doorway, leaving only himself and Daenerys in the vast expanse of the hall. After a while, The hands of the clock signaled the afternoon hour. The sunlight filtered through the windows of the pyramid palace, casting its golden rays upon the terrace. Daenerys and Lin Yifeng stood side by side, gazing down at the entirety of Meereen. The city's clamor sprawled beneath them, yet they seemed detached, engaged in a profound discussion regarding the fate of this realm. Lin Yifeng, Daenerys began, a subtle tension lacing her voice. If we were to confront those slave masters and nobles, would your golden dragon be able to join the fray? Lin Yifeng paused momentarily, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where the golden-scaled dragon soared. He understood the gravity of her inquiry. The dragon was not merely his companion. It symbolized his strength and served as his trump card in this intricate game of power. I shall summon the dragon when the moment is ripe, Lin Yifeng finally replied. His tone steady, each word imbued with conviction. Daenerys nodded, aware that he was not one to wield power lightly. He would unleash his full potential at the most pivotal moment. We require strength, Daenerys continued. The peace of Meereen cannot be founded upon the oppression of slave masters and nobles. We need a transformation, and such a transformation must be underpinned by power. Lin Yifeng recognized Daenerys' resolve. He knew that this queen sought not merely power for herself, but for the sake of her people. He nodded in agreement, affirming, I understand. Daenerys, the dragon, and I will stand on the side of justice. Their conversation unfolded for a while longer, as they deliberated on strategies, tactics, and how to minimize the suffering of the innocent. Daenerys admired Lin Yifeng's insights, realizing that this dragon rider was not only a formidable warrior, but also a thoughtful strategist. As the sun gradually descended, the light on the terrace softened. Daenerys rose, her silhouette towering in the twilight glow. She turned to Lin Yifeng, extending her hand. Lin Yifeng, I am grateful for your support. Together, we shall usher in a new dawn for Meereen. Lin Yifeng clasped Daenerys' hand, feeling the strength and determination in her grasp. Together, for freedom, he replied. Afterward, Lin Yifeng departed from the pyramid palace, his stride resolute, filled with anticipation for the future. He knew the battle ahead would be arduous, yet with the dragon by his side, he felt equipped to confront any challenge. Daenerys watched as Lin Yifeng's figure vanished around the corner of the palace, her heart brimming with gratitude. She understood that with his and the dragon's assistance, Meereen's future would shine brighter. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated the apex of the pyramid palace, seemingly heralding the impending transformation. Taking a deep breath, Daenerys realized that tomorrow would herald a new day, and she would lead Meereen into a wholly new era. Chapter 113. The conspiracy before dawn time flowed silently, like the retreating tide. As the first light of dawn broke, the surface of Meereen's sea lay tranquil. Yet beneath this calm, a storm loomed on the horizon. On the walls and along the coastline, a dozen recently installed catapults and heavy crossbows stood like silent sentinels, vigilantly surveying the sea. These formidable war machines instilled a sense of trepidation in the fleets composed of slave masters and nobility, compelling them to remain beyond the effective range of the catapults and crossbows, biding their time for the opportune moment to strike, while simultaneously awaiting the arrival of the remaining ships. Upon a lavishly adorned warship, a congregation of slave masters and nobles convened, deliberating the forthcoming maneuvers with the most powerful among them. A richly attired slave master, exuding an air of arrogance, inquired, "How long until the rest of the fleet arrives?" His voice resonated with undeniable authority. The less influential slave masters and nobles echoed in anxious agreement, their tones laced with urgency. Soon, at most a few days. Or perhaps 2 or 3. Another opulently dressed noble interjected, his eyes glinting with avarice. "With such a formidable fleet and army at our disposal, we shall surely conquer Meereen, slay those 3 little dragons, and capture Daenerys Targaryen alive." His words brimmed with confidence, as though victory were already assured. A further noble added, "Initially, we intended to send that wretched woman several crates of gold to dissuade her from meddling in our slave trade. Yet she not only accepted our gold, but also sought to control our transactions." His voice seethed with anger and dissatisfaction. Once more, the weaker slave masters and nobles chimed in, their tones obsequious. Indeed, that wretched Daenerys Targaryen is utterly shameless. We offered her gold to refrain from interfering in our affairs, yet she demanded both the gold and oversight of our trade. Truly infuriating. However, I have heard she possesses a certain beauty. Once we seize Meereen, we shall present her to you. These slave masters and nobles engaged in their self-indulgent chatter aboard the opulent warship, seemingly oblivious to the possibility of failure. They discussed how to partition the wealth of Meereen, how to deal with the rebellious slaves, and how to revel in the anticipated feast of victory. Their dialogue was rife with an insatiable thirst for power and riches, a deep-seated animosity towards Daenerys Targaryen, and a blind confidence in their imminent triumph. Little did they know, while they conversed, Daenerys Targaryen stood resolutely on the walls of Meereen, gazing intently at the sea, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. She understood that although the fleets of the slave masters and nobles were formidable, her people, her dragons, and her conviction would serve as their most potent weapons. Turning to her advisors, Daenerys proclaimed, "Though our enemies may be powerful, our resolve is even stronger. We must prepare ourselves for the impending battle." Her advisors nodded in agreement, their gazes equally filled with resolve. On the other side of the walls, the people of Meereen were likewise engaged in fervent preparations. They recognized that the forthcoming battle was not solely for their queen, but for their very own freedom. They were transporting stones and arrows, fortifying the city walls, and preparing catapults and crossbows. Each individual was gearing up for the impending battle, their hearts brimming with a fervent desire for freedom and a profound hatred for their foes. As the sun ascended, the fleet upon the sea began to stir, realigning its formation in readiness to launch an assault. Meanwhile, the citizens of Meereen stood resolute atop the city walls, bracing themselves for the imminent struggle for survival. The clarion call of battle was on the verge of being sounded. The fate of Meereen would be determined in the shadows of this pre-dawn conspiracy. Chapter 114. The Peace Envoy and the Echo of Provocation. As the afternoon sun cast its golden rays upon the harbor of Meereen, a small merchant vessel adorned with a white flag slowly made its way towards the opposing fleet. Aboard this ship were the diminutive yet cunning Tyrion Lannister and the scheming Varys, tasked with a formidable mission to represent Her Majesty Queen Daenerys in final negotiations with the rival slave masters and nobles. The merchant ship glided across the tranquil waters, its white flag billowing from the mast, symbolizing a desire for peace. Yet, whether this overture would be embraced by the adversary remained an uncertainty. As time progressed, the merchant vessel drew closer to the warships, ultimately being intercepted. Tyrion stood confidently on the deck, his voice resonating with clarity. "We come on behalf of Her Majesty Queen Daenerys to conduct the final negotiations." His words exuded undeniable authority, despite his modest stature. The soldiers aboard the warship swiftly relayed his proclamation to the opulent flagship, where a congregation of slave masters and nobles had assembled. The leading slave master, a burly man with a brutish visage, revealed a smirk of amusement upon hearing this. "Oh, how intriguing. Bring them aboard." Before long, Tyrion and Varys were escorted before the assembly of slave masters and nobles. Upon arrival, Tyrion boldly declared, "I am here to negotiate with your leader on behalf of Her Majesty Queen Daenerys." His demeanor bore no trace of trepidation, even in the presence of formidable adversaries. The foremost slave master, upon hearing this, exhibited a visible displeasure. "Is this the attitude your queen takes towards negotiations?" His tone dripped with provocation. Tyrion calmly retorted, "This is not a mere parley. It is an equitable negotiation." His words were succinct yet powerful, clearly articulating the purpose of their visit. The surrounding slave masters and nobles erupted into laughter at this declaration. Another prominent noble, a middle-aged man clad in opulent robes, derisively chimed in, "Equitable negotiations? With your meager forces in Meereen? On what grounds? On the backs of 3 immature dragons, perhaps? Huh." His laughter was steeped in disdain. The chorus of ridicule echoed through the air, filled with irreverence towards Queen Daenerys. The leader of the slave masters waved his hand, silencing the surrounding laughter, and coldly declared, "Do not claim that we have not offered you the opportunity for negotiation. Tomorrow morning, outside the city of Meereen, let your queen engage in a proper conversation with us." His words exuded an undeniable command. Tyrion and Varys exchanged glances, fully aware that the negotiations would prove far more arduous than they had anticipated. Yet, they understood that they embodied the will of Queen Daenerys and the hopes of Meereen. They had to remain resolute, not yielding to the pressures of these slave masters and nobles. Tyrion smiled faintly and replied, "We shall convey your words to Her Majesty." His voice resonated with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Varys stood silently beside him, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. He recognized that this negotiation was not merely a clash of words, but a battle of psychology and strategy. As the negotiations concluded, Tyrion and Varys were escorted back to their merchant ship. They knew that the forthcoming discussions would be a decisive confrontation that could determine the fate of Meereen. They had to prepare themselves, for the sake of Queen Daenerys, for the freedom and future of Meereen. The merchant vessel slowly departed from the fleet of warships, white flags fluttering in the wind, as if heralding an impending storm. Tyrion and Varys stood resolutely on the deck, gazing into the distance, acutely aware that tomorrow's negotiations would represent the most pivotal moment of their lives. Chapter 115. The calm before the storm, confrontation and resolution. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished beneath the horizon, the night descended like a vast black shroud, gradually enveloping the entirety of Meereen. The imp Tyrion Lannister and the spider Varys departed from the assembly of slave masters and nobles, their silhouettes appearing particularly solitary amidst the encroaching darkness. They had just concluded a lengthy and tense discussion, the subject of which weighed heavily upon the future of Meereen and the fate of Daenerys Targaryen. Anxiety filled Tyrion's heart. He understood that the outcome of this discourse could precipitate an unavoidable war. He and Varys hastily traversed the night, returning to Daenerys' encampment. Their arrival shattered the tranquility of the camp, prompting Daenerys to summon her advisors and commanders, eager to hear Tyrion and Varys' report. "They have rejected our proposal for peace," Tyrion said gravely. "They insist on our surrender of the dragons and the Unsullied captured at Astapor." Daenerys' brow furrowed, her eyes shimmering with determination. "They are courting their own demise," she stated coldly. "I shall not relinquish my children, nor betray my army." As the night deepened, Daenerys found herself unable to sleep. She stood outside her tent, gazing up at the starry sky, contemplating the impending battle. She understood that this war was not only for the freedom of Meereen, but also for the liberation of the entire Slaver's Bay. She could neither retreat nor compromise. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the plains outside Meereen, two forces had already gathered at the city's outskirts. On one side stood Daenerys' forces, including Lin Yifeng, a distant cultivator whose swordsmanship and wisdom were unparalleled on the battlefield. On the opposing side, the coalition of slavers and nobles assembled, their ranks vast and chaotic, yet every eye gleamed with avarice and cruelty. As Daenerys' representative, Lin Yifeng was the first to speak. "This is your final counsel. Swear allegiance to Her Majesty, Queen Daenerys Targaryen, and vow never to betray her." The slaver leader, a towering man with dark skin, responded with a derisive chuckle. "With your meager forces and 3 young dragons. Oh, and I heard a golden dragon was recently discovered in the arena. Is that your source of confidence?" The noble leader, an elderly man clad in opulent robes, joined in the mockery. "Consider this your last warning as well. Slay the 3 young dragons and that golden beast. Dragons bring only calamity. Moreover, sell us the 8,000 Unsullied you seized in Astapor at a bargain price, and perhaps we will allow you to depart safely." A flicker of anger flashed in Lin Yifeng's eyes, yet his voice remained composed. "That is impossible." A sinister smile crept across the slaver leader's face. "That is not for you to decide." The negotiations devolved into a heated argument, with neither side willing to yield. Daenerys' forces championed freedom and justice, while the slavers and nobles clung to their greed and power. Ultimately, after a fervent debate, both factions departed in discord. The slavers and nobles sailed away on their lavish warships, their vessels shimmering in the sunlight, as if mocking Daenerys' impotence. Yet Daenerys remained undeterred by their retreat. She understood that this war had only just begun. Turning to her army, her eyes brimmed with resolve. "Prepare for battle," she commanded. "We shall fight for freedom, for those who are enslaved." Lin Yifeng stood by her side, his sword drawn, ready to confront the impending conflict. He knew that this battle would be the most arduous challenge of his life, but he also believed that justice would ultimately triumph over evil. With Daenerys' command, the entire army sprang into action, preparing for the imminent clash. They understood that this would be a fight for survival, yet they believed they stood on the right side of history. Chapter 116. The Flames of War. The Battle of Meereen as negotiations collapsed. The tense atmosphere was akin to a taut bowstring, poised to snap at any moment. The fleet of slavers and nobles gradually approached the harbor of Meereen, the waves of the sea seeming to sense the impending storm, growing tumultuous. The captains of the warships stood resolute on their decks, eyes ablaze with determination. Commanding, "Once we reach the range of the catapults and ballistae, commence the assault immediately." Simultaneously, soldiers and Unsullied stationed on the walls of Meereen and along the coastline received orders. As soon as the slavers and nobles' fleet approached the striking distance of the catapults and ballistae, they were to launch their attack. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and tension, signaling that a great battle was imminent. Soon, the warships of the slave owners and nobles began to unleash stone projectiles filled with highly flammable resin and oil upon the harbor of Millen City. These projectiles, akin to harbingers of doom, sliced through the sky, carrying with them the foreboding aura of death and destruction as they plummeted into the harbor. Upon contact with flame, the resin and oil ignited instantaneously, transforming the harbor into a raging inferno, illuminating the entire sea with its fiery glow. The crossbows aboard the warships sought their targets in the harbor of Millen City. Each colossal bolt, as sharp as a spear, aimed for the city walls' catapults and crossbows, as well as the innocent souls caught in the fray. A direct hit would spell catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Lin Yifeng observed the unfolding medieval warfare with a mix of shock at its brutality and curiosity about this ancient mode of conflict. He had never anticipated witnessing such a battle firsthand, a realization that stirred within him both excitement and trepidation. Perched upon Lin Yifeng's shoulder, Jinlin, the bipedal dragon, had shrunk to the size of a palm, quietly observing the chaos with gleaming eyes filled with wonder. Its golden scales shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting the flames from the city walls in a captivating interplay of light. Lin Yifeng's gaze was fixated on the warships. He understood that each assault could potentially alter the course of the battle. He watched as the soldiers on the walls operated the catapults and crossbows with nervous precision. Their movements swift and orderly, each launch infused with a fervent desire for victory. "Prepare," the commander on the wall bellowed, his voice echoing across the battlements, rallying every soldier. "Fire." With the command given, the catapults and crossbows erupted in a furious roar. Massive stone projectiles and sharp bolts soared towards the warships on the sea. Each successful strike met with jubilant cheers from the soldiers. The warships retaliated, their own catapults and crossbows responding with equal ferocity. Each attack fueled by a deep-seated hatred for Millen City. Flames and explosions danced upon the water, creating a heart-stirring tableau of war. As Lin Yifeng witnessed this turmoil, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. He recognized that this conflict transcended mere physical strength. It was a battle of wills. Each soldier, whether a slave owner or an innocent, fought fervently for their beliefs and homeland. Sensing Lin Yifeng's turmoil, Jinlin gently nuzzled his cheek, offering silent comfort. Lin Yifeng smiled softly, knowing that regardless of the war's outcome, he and Jinlin would stand shoulder to shoulder until the very last moment. The battle raged on for an entire day, only subsiding as nightfall descended and both side soldiers became utterly exhausted. The fiery glow on the water gradually dimmed, leaving behind a scene of desolation. Lin Yifeng stood upon the city wall, gazing out at the distant sea, his heart heavy with uncertainty about the future. How would this war conclude? Would Millen City withstand the assault of the slave owners and nobles? Lin Yifeng was uncertain of the answer, yet he understood that he would greet each dawn and dusk alongside the city and its valiant soldiers. Chapter 117. The Night Battle of Mirren. As night descended, an intense battle unfolded along the shores of Mirren City. In the sky, the fiery projectiles launched by catapults streaked through the darkness like shooting stars, while the arrows from crossbows flew between the opposing forces, resembling the scythe of death reaping lives. On one side stood the coalition of slave masters and nobles, and on the other, the forces led by Daenerys Targaryen. The flames illuminated the sea, painting the night in hues of crimson. The conflict had endured for some time, with both sides suffering heavy losses. The fleet of slave masters and nobles had sustained significant damage from the ferocious assaults of Daenerys' forces, while her own troops had also incurred substantial casualties due to the fierce resistance from the adversary. Amidst the firelight, the faces of soldiers on both sides bore the marks of exhaustion and fear, yet their resolve to fight remained unyielded. On a splendidly adorned warship, the leader of the slave masters anxiously inquired of the noble beside him, "How long until our remaining fleet arrives? We have lost many ships." His voice betrayed a hint of unease, as the tide of battle had not progressed as smoothly as he had anticipated. The beleaguered noble forced a smile as he replied, "Soon, soon. They are expected to arrive by tomorrow afternoon." Despite his seemingly relaxed tone, anxiety was evident in his eyes. They both understood that should reinforcements fail to arrive in time, they might face the peril of total annihilation. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Mirren City, Daenerys found Lin Yifeng. Her gaze was resolute, and her tone carried an urgency. "When do you plan to let your dragon join the fray?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was taken aback by the sight before her. She beheld the young dragon, Gold Scale, perched upon Lin Yifeng's shoulder, a mere palm-sized creature contrasting starkly with the majestic golden dragon from the arena. With a hint of concern, Daenerys asked, "Can this hatchling even fight? What about your golden dragon?" Her voice was laced with doubt regarding the capabilities of the diminutive dragon. Lin Yifeng smiled gently and explained, "Tomorrow morning, the great dragon will conclude this war. As for Gold Scale on my shoulder, you will soon discover." A touch of mystery lingered in his words, leaving her intrigued. Upon hearing this, Daenerys was momentarily speechless, quickly pressing, "What?" Are you saying that the hatchling on your shoulder is the golden dragon from the arena? Will it grow larger? Her voice was filled with astonishment and incredulity. Lin Yifeng merely smiled in silence and gradually departed from the battlements, leaving Daenerys to ponder alone in the wind. Her gaze shifted back to the battlefield, her heart brimming with both anticipation and trepidation for the impending conflict. The night battle raged on, with soldiers from both sides fighting fiercely for their beliefs and interests. In the flickering light of the flames, one could discern Daenerys' dragon banner fluttering in the wind, while the fleets of the slavers and nobles struggled to maintain their formation. The brutal nature of the battle made it clear to all that this war was not merely a contest of strength, but a test of will. As time progressed, the conflict intensified. Daenerys' forces relentlessly unleashed arrows and projectiles from the city walls, while the slavers and noble fleets endeavored to breach the defenses and land at Meereen. The surface of the sea, littered with the wreckage of warships and shattered planks, bore witness to the ferocity of this clash. In this nocturnal confrontation, every individual fought for survival and for victory. They understood that only by persevering until the end could they witness the dawn's light. Daenerys and Lin Yifeng focused their gaze on the morrow, anticipating the arrival of the golden-scaled dragon, yearning for the war's conclusion. The flames of battle blazed upon the sea, while the seeds of hope quietly took root in each heart. Tomorrow would herald a new beginning, whether in triumph or defeat. Their deeds would be etched in the annals of history. For now, they could do naught but fight, for their beliefs and the hope of the future. Chapter 118. The dawn of the dragon's shadow. The battle remained stalemated, as if time's hourglass were gripped tightly by an unseen hand. Each grain of sand falling amidst the blood and fire outside Meereen. The night was profound, the stars dimmed. Only the flames of the battlefield flickered in the darkness, resembling the eyes of demons, peering into the sufferings of humanity. The warships of the slavers and nobility emerged like phantoms in the night, the majority of the fleet having arrived at the battlefield, and upon their arrival, they descended upon Meereen like ravenous beasts. The catapults aboard the vessels hurled firestones and barrels of tar, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, igniting everything in their path into a sea of flames, illuminating the terrified faces of the soldiers. The ballistae searched for targets, each twang of the bowstring heralding the arrival of death. And the tide of battle began to shift unfavorably for Daenerys' side, as dawn's first light began to emerge, casting a delicate veil over the pyramid of Meereen. Within its confines, the Princess of Dragonstone, Daenerys Targaryen, clad in iron armor, resolved to seize the moment of diminished visibility for a dragon assault. She made her way to the dragon lair within the pyramid. Upon her arrival, she found Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion sleeping in the darkness, their breaths echoing like whispers before a storm. Daenerys softly called to them, her voice quivering with both determination and resolve. It was time. They could wait no longer. They must strike for Meereen, for their people. The three great dragons appeared to comprehend her words, their eyes shimmering with the light of flames, as if affirming her resolve. Taking a deep breath, Daenerys approached Drogon, who lowered his massive body for her ascent. She mounted Drogon's back, gripping tightly to the spines along his spine, while Rhaegal and Viserion followed her command closely behind. With Daenerys' command, two dragons unfurled their immense wings and soared into the sky. They circled above, then abruptly accelerated towards the battlefield. Shortly thereafter, the fleet of slave masters and nobles launched an assault on Meereen. Suddenly, a lookout aboard one of the warships was the first to notice something amiss. He alertly pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, what is that?" Three small black dots rapidly magnified as they approached, and when another crew member aboard that ship discerned the figures, he cried out in terror, "Those are three dragons. We're doomed." The three dragons swiftly reached their attack range and unleashed torrents of dragon fire, engulfing everything in flames. Warships were incinerated, and soldiers were turned to char. The dragon fire raged like hellfire, consuming all in its path, painting the night sky a deep crimson. The roars of the dragons echoed deafeningly. They soared above, like harbingers of death, reaping lives. "By the gods, what are you standing there for? Counterattack! Use the ballistae on the ship," shouted the furious captain of the warship, slapping the stunned crossbowmen to rouse them from their stupor. They attempted to shoot down the dragons with their ballistae. Yet the arrows proved to be mere trifles against the might of the dragons, who skillfully rolled through the air, evading most of the assaults. Seated atop Drogon, Daenerys' gaze was resolute as she wielded her whip, directing the dragons in their onslaught. Her heart brimmed with a yearning for freedom, a fervent desire for power, and an intense hatred for those who sought to enslave her people. She understood that this battle was not solely for Meereen, but also for her own fate. Under her command, the dragons swept across the battlefield like a tempest of flames. Their inferno not only obliterated the enemy's vessels, but also ignited the fears within the hearts of the soldiers. Chaos erupted within the fleet of slave masters and nobles as their attacks lost coherence, while Daenerys' forces, shielded by the dragons, launched a counteroffensive. Chapter 119. The Dragons in Flight. Clouds shift. The morning sea breeze carried a salty tang, and sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the grand waters outside Meereen. Here, a fierce naval confrontation was unfolding, as the powers of both sides clashed violently atop the towering waves, stirring a tempest of blood and strife. After experiencing the initial onslaught of the dragons, the joint fleet of slave masters and nobles gradually found their rhythm amidst the chaos, beginning to organize an effective counterattack. Aboard the warships, ballistae and archers readied themselves, their eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance and glory, as they fixed their gaze upon the soaring dragons, vowing to bring these aerial tyrants down. Hurry, hurry! Urgent commands echoed across the vessels as the crew members diligently prepared for the counterattack. Shoot down those 3 dragons. A captain bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the fleet. If we bring down those 3 dragons, we will be immortalized. His words rang like a clarion call, awakening the primal instincts and fighting spirit within the soldiers' hearts. The crossbows and bows unleashed a barrage of arrows, weaving an invisible net in an attempt to ensnare the dragons soaring through the sky. Initially, Daenerys perched upon the back of her dragon, gazing down at the fleet of warships with a flutter of trepidation. Though the dragon was formidable, the sheer number of human weapons posed a significant threat. A single misstep could lead to considerable complications. However, as she observed the arrows striking the dragon's scales, they rebounded as if they had collided with a wall of brass and iron, gradually alleviating her concerns. Even the heavy bolts from the massive crossbows merely marred a few scales without inflicting any substantial damage upon the dragon. In that moment, Daenerys comprehended that her dragon, beneath this vast azure sky, was the unrivaled sovereign. Drogon, Regal, and Viserion, sensing their mother's unwavering resolve, exuded an even greater majesty in their battle postures. They danced and soared through the rain of arrows like 3 immortal deities of war, each dive stirring up a tempest, each flap of their wings summoning colossal waves. The dragon fire blazed like a rainbow, thundering roars igniting enemy vessels, transforming them into fiery monuments upon the sea's surface. The fleets of slavers and nobles began to reveal signs of fatigue and disorder, their fighting spirit waning. As time passed, the scales of battle quietly tipped. Daenerys and her dragon legion emerged as the dominators of the battlefield. Their arrival shattered the enemy's psychological defenses and directly altered the tides of war. The once stalemated situation tilted in favor of Daenerys with the dragon's participation. The formations of enemy ships began to disintegrate, many vessels teetering on the brink of being engulfed by the sea, battered by both dragon fire and titanic waves. Yet, Daenerys did not succumb to the euphoria of victory. She understood that the cruelty of war surpassed all imagination. Despite the support of her dragons, countless innocent lives could still be lost in this conflict. Alongside her trust in the dragons surged a profound yearning for peace. She recognized that true conquest transcended mere military triumph. It was paramount to win the hearts of the people and establish a stable and just social order. Standing atop Drogon's back, Daenerys gazed into the distance, her eyes shimmering with determination. She would demonstrate through her actions that dragons were not merely harbingers of destruction, but beacons of hope, guiding humanity out of darkness and into the light. Upon these vast seas, she would inscribe her own legend, heralding not just the rise of a queen, but the dawn of a new era. The battle raged on, Daenerys and her dragons steadfastly repelling wave after wave of challenges. Each step forward laid the foundation for her empire, and each dragon's roar called forth the promise of future peace. When this conflict reached its conclusion, regardless of victory or defeat, she would remain true to her original intent, alongside her dragons, forging a new and glorious epic. Chapter 120. The Golden Scales emerge. Aerial combat on the waters beyond Meereen. The sky was ablaze with the fury of war, smoke billowing all around. Daenerys' 3 mighty dragons soared through the skies, each blast of their fiery breath incinerating a warship along with the soldiers aboard, reducing them to mere ashes. With the arrival of Daenerys and her formidable dragons into the fray, the tide of battle began to shift decidedly in her favor. Riding atop Drogon, she felt an unprecedented surge of power with every exhalation of dragon fire, her eyes glinting with a hint of madness. Meanwhile, upon the walls of Meereen, Lin Yifeng observed the unfolding spectacle. He realized that if he did not take action soon, It would be nearly impossible to provide Daenerys with a reasonable explanation once the war concluded. He looked at the golden-scaled dragon resting on his shoulder and said, "If we do not act now, we shall find it difficult to justify ourselves. It is time for you to take the stage." With that, he signaled the golden dragon to ascend. "Listen to the roar of the dragon," Lin Yifeng proclaimed as he watched the golden dragon ascend into the heavens. The two-legged dragon, upon hearing his command, swiftly took flight. After soaring for a while, its body began to grow until it matched the height of the city walls. Once airborne for a sufficient duration, it descended, rearing its head to unleash a thunderous roar. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon's cry reverberated across the entire battlefield of Meereen, capturing the attention of all. After completing its roar, the golden dragon lowered its body in invitation for Lin Yifeng to mount. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the dragon's back, gripping its spiny ridge. Once it sensed Lin Yifeng's secure position, the golden dragon surged towards the battlefield, its scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Initially, Daenerys was startled by the resounding roar echoing across the battlefield, and upon seeing the colossal dragon towering like the city walls, she feared yet another unfamiliar beast had emerged. However, as the dragon approached within sight, revealing itself to be Lin Yifeng, she felt a wave of relief and newfound confidence in her impending victory. The soldiers aboard the warships of the slavers and nobles, upon witnessing the emergence of the golden dragon, fell into utter despair. A soldier from one ship cried out in hopelessness, "It's over! It's over! It's over! Another dragon has appeared, and it is even larger than the three we faced before. We are completely doomed." On another opulent warship, the slaver lord and nobles witnessed the scene with mounting horror, shouting in frantic disbelief, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Wasn't it said that Daenerys' dragons were merely 3 small ones? Even if they grew, they would only be the size of warhorses, easily slain. How can this one be so immense? And why is there a dragon as tall as the city walls?" The voice of the slaver leader trembled with dread. As Lin Yifeng and the golden dragon reached the battlefield, any warship that dared to assault them was instantly reduced to ashes by dragon fire. Amidst the naval conflict on the surface of the sea, there were indeed attempts to resist the golden dragon from the fleet of slavers and nobles. The captain of one ship stubbornly issued orders. "All fleets, heed my command. Archers, commence fire upon the golden dragon in the sky." From atop the golden dragon, Lin Yifeng observed as the heavy bolts aimed at it were effortlessly deflected. He understood that the elixirs he had provided were enhancing the dragon's resilience. The battle raged on, for the allied fleet of slavers and nobles had invested considerable resources in this endeavor, and their collective force remained formidable. Lin Yifeng stood atop the back of the golden scale, surveying the battlefield below, his heart ablaze with the fervor of combat. He understood that this war was not solely for Daenerys, but also for the freedom and future of Meereen. With a firm grip on his longsword, he readied himself for the impending conflict. The golden scale nimbly evaded the assaults from below, each dive delivering a devastating blow. Lin Yifeng commanded the dragon, their objective set on the largest warships, flagships of the slavers and noble fleets, whose destruction would strike a heavy blow to the enemy's morale. As the battle raged on, chaos began to unravel within the ranks of the slavers and nobles. Their command structure faltered under the relentless onslaught of the golden scale and Daenerys' mighty dragons. Chapter 121. The Afterglow of Battle. Daenerys awakens on the surface of the sea outside Meereen. Flames of war raged, smoke billowing into the air. The waves, driven by fierce winds, crashed against the rocky shores like an enraged beast, relentless in their fury. In the sky, 3 colossal dragons soared alongside a massive dragon as towering as a fortress, reminiscent of mythic guardians gliding through the clouds. Each of their descents and fiery breaths wrought catastrophic devastation upon the united fleet of slavers and nobles. Lin Yifeng rode his golden scale, this golden bipedal dragon, darting between enemy vessels like a streak of lightning on the battlefield, inflicting terror with every strike. His presence undeniably dealt a grievous blow to the morale of the slaver-noble alliance, plunging it into despair. As the battle persisted, the formation of the united fleet began to crumble. Warships turned to ash under the scorching flames of dragons, debris and the cries of wounded soldiers littering the sea. Observing this destruction, Lin Yifeng was engulfed by a torrent of complicated emotions. He recognized that the brutality of war transcended mere victory. It was a profound test of humanity itself. Now, it is merely a matter of demonstrating our strength, compelling them to surrender, Lin Yifeng mused, preparing to project his voice across the battlefield with his spiritual energy, declaring an end to the conflict. Yet, at that moment, his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure. Daenerys, mounted upon her dragon Drogon, resembled a goddess of vengeance, mercilessly incinerating the united fleet. Flames flickered in her eyes, as if she sought to engulf the entire world in fire. Damn it! Is Daenerys truly reveling in this destruction? Lin Yifeng cursed under his breath. Realizing that her actions had transcended the bounds of war, she appeared to be relishing the slaughter. He urged the golden scale toward Daenerys and Drogon, determined to halt her rampage. Stop! Daenerys, please, come to a halt. He bellowed, his voice laced with urgency and concern. However, Daenerys seemed oblivious to his cries. Wholly immersed in her own realm, guiding Drogon to unleash devastating torrents of dragon fire. Each breath from Drogon obliterated a warship and its crew, the flames reflecting upon Daenerys' visage, rendering her both beautiful and terrifying. Drogon, fire, fire. Daenerys called out to Drogon with a hint of madness, her voice echoing in the sea breeze like a curse. Lin Yifeng shouted again, stop! Daenerys, please halt. The war is nearing its end. There is no need for further slaughter. If Drogon continues to burn, there will be nothing left. To reclaim the Iron Throne in King's Landing, you will still need a formidable fleet. This time, Daenerys finally heard his voice, her body trembling slightly, as if awakening from a fervent trance. She gazed at Lin Yifeng, a flicker of confusion in her eyes, soon followed by deep remorse. I am sorry, Lin Yifeng. I have lost control. Daenerys' voice was low and trembling, as she realized her actions had strayed from their original purpose. She should not have been swayed by anger and the desire for revenge. Lin Yifeng looked at her, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. He seemed to comprehend why Daenerys would descend into darkness in the original narrative. Her madness was not without roots. The blood of the mad King Aerys Targaryen coursed through her veins, and the betrayals she faced further filled her heart with anguish and rage. War is brutal, yet we must not lose our humanity. Lin Yifeng spoke softly, his voice imbued with resolve and warmth. Together, let us bring an end to this war and then rebuild this shattered world. Daenerys nodded, her gaze gradually regaining clarity. She understood that Lin Yifeng was right. The purpose of war is to achieve peace, not endless killing and destruction. As Daenerys regained her composure, Drogon ceased his fiery onslaught, hovering in the air, awaiting his master's next command. The battles on the surface of the sea began to subside. The coalition fleet of slave masters and nobles was in disarray, surrendering one after another, as the smoke of war finally began to dissipate. Chapter 122. The Edge of the Storm, Surprises and Reversals on the Surface of the Sea. An intense battle had momentarily reached a stalemate. Although most of the slave masters and nobles' fleets had been destroyed or surrendered, a few warships stubbornly maintained their formation, particularly an exceptionally luxurious flagship, symbolizing their final dignity and pride. Aboard, the expressions of the slave master nobles were grim, yet they were unwilling to capitulate. Despair mingled with reluctance, but in the presence of the loyal sailors hired with hefty sums, they still clung to a glimmer of hope. Damn it! The leader of the slave masters bit his teeth, surveying his surroundings. At least our reinforcements are about to arrive. He then issued the command. All personnel, retreat at full speed. If you escape, your commissions will multiply. With this order, the entire fleet immediately adjusted its formation and accelerated their withdrawal, attempting to break free from the encirclement. At that moment, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys, riding their two-legged dragons, noticed the unusual movements. Just as Daenerys was about to act, Lin Yifeng promptly stopped her. Leave it to me. Almost simultaneously, a sizable fleet appeared on the distant horizon, the last batch of ships assembled by the slave masters and nobles, rushing forth to join the fray and bolster their chances of victory. Upon seeing the new fleet's arrival, the slave masters and nobles rejoiced. Wonderful. Reinforcements have finally arrived. They believed that this retreat was firmly assured. At this moment, Lin Yifeng furrowed his brow and swiftly devised a response. I will stop them. Daenerys, you handle that reinforcement fleet. Lin Yifeng commanded the golden scale to swiftly descend upon the flagship, and with a deft motion, he leapt onto the deck. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, and soon the golden scale soared above the fleet, casting an imposing shadow. After observing for a moment, a smirk of derision crept onto Lin Yifeng's lips. What splendid weather we have. I wonder where you all intend to go? He then provocatively added, since you've come from afar, Queen Daenerys will surely entertain you well. These words ignited immediate fury among the crowd. A throng of soldiers raised their weapons and shields, swiftly encircling Lin Yifeng. Who dares to be so brazen? Kill him. The slave masters bellowed, and soldiers from the warship surged forward. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator, Lin Yifeng merely scoffed, drawing the hairpin from his hair, which instantly transformed into a sword of glistening cold light. With a single stroke, The sword's aura swept through, rendering the surrounding soldiers unconscious. The slave masters, taken aback, became even more enraged. Do not gloat. Our reinforcements have arrived. However, before the words could fully escape their lips, a distant shout rang out. Surrender, vile slave masters and nobles. Your doom is at hand. This sudden announcement struck like a thunderclap, leaving all in stunned silence. It turned out that the reinforcement fleet had undergone a dramatic transformation en route. After careful consideration, the captain realized that joining this futile battle would only lead to their own demise. Aware of Daenerys and the Targaryen family's formidable reputation, and having witnessed the might of 3 dragons and a colossal dragon nearly as tall as the city walls, he made a decisive choice. He boldly proclaimed, "Your Majesty, we are not the dogs of slave masters. We have come to pledge our allegiance to you." This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Daenerys, riding Drogon alongside Rhaegal and Viserion, was preparing for battle when she learned of this development. Shocked, she felt a warm surge within her. Rather than immediately accepting their allegiance, she responded after careful contemplation, "Thank you for your choice. We shall remember this courage. Let us fight together for freedom." Thus, the previously tense situation began to ease. The last vestiges of hope for the slave masters and nobles were extinguished, forcing them to accept reality and lay down their arms. This seemingly desperate counterattack, due to a series of unforeseen twists, ultimately transformed into a victory. Chapter 123. A decision amidst the sea breeze on the deck of the Huali warship. Standing amidst the waves outside the city of Meereen, Lin Yifeng gazed intently at the captured slave masters and nobles, bound and sprawled on the ground. Their faces were etched with fear and resentment. A hint of scorn danced at the corners of Lin Yifeng's mouth, his voice cutting through the sea breeze with clarity. I still prefer your once defiant demeanor." The slave masters and nobles exchanged glances, an awkward atmosphere spreading among them. Once the sovereigns of these waters, they now found themselves as prisoners, a transformation they struggled to accept. Lin Yifeng did not allow them much time to dwell in their emotions. His voice rang out again. Resolute and powerful, "Let us get straight to the point. Surrender or die?" The leader of the slavers lifted his head in silence, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "You possess such a formidable dragon and immense strength. Why serve that wretched Daenerys? Why not declare yourself king? Let us go, and I shall offer you double what she pays." "No, triple." A cold glimmer crossed Lin Yifeng's eyes as he scoffed. "Noisy. Death." Almost instantaneously, the blade of his 3-foot-long sword gleamed, and a formidable surge of sword energy severed the slaver leader's head. The head rolled across the deck, eyes wide with disbelief, as if questioning, how could he refuse? How could he turn down wealth and power? Lin Yifeng ignored the rolling head and spoke again, this time with an even colder tone. "Is that serving? That is collaboration. Do you understand?" His gaze swept over the remaining slavers and nobles, and none dared utter a sound. Taking a deep breath, he reiterated with an undeniable authority, once more, "Surrender or die?" His eyes pierced through the defenses of every heart present, demanding a capable leader to step forth. A representative of the nobility was pushed forward, trembling as he stammered, I believe I can make the decisions." Lin Yifeng nodded, his voice commanding. "Then unite this fleet with the newly arrived one." Meanwhile, Daenerys, from her distant fleet, issued orders for the so-called defector fleet to converge towards Lin Yifeng. In the sea breeze, the banners of both fleets fluttered triumphantly, their fates entwined at that moment. After a while, the two fleets successfully merged. Lin Yifeng stood on the deck of the flagship, explaining everything to Daenerys. His voice held a note of determination. "We have taken control of these fleets. Now we can sail together to Meereen." A flicker of admiration shone in Daenerys' eyes. She recognized Lin Yifeng's capability and decisiveness. Nodding, she responded, "Well done, Lin Yifeng. Together, we shall return these fleets and show the people of Meereen our unity and strength." Standing side by side on the deck, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys gazed towards the distant city of Meereen. Dragons circled the sky, and the fleets glided smoothly over the sea, all aiming for the same Meereen, the place they would protect together. As the fleets advanced, the sea breeze seemed to soften, as if cheering for the impending victory. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys were filled with resolve, aware that this was not merely a triumph in battle, but the dawn of a new beginning, a new era. The fleets carved white foam upon the sea, akin to the relentless march of history. Lin Yifeng, Daenerys, and the fleets behind them would all bear witness to and shape this era. Their tale shall indelibly etch a vivid chapter into the annals of Meereen's history. Chapter 124. The iron-fisted verdict. As the sun gradually sank beneath the western horizon, The final rays of golden twilight cascaded over the vast lands surrounding Meereen, casting a glorious sheen. Under this radiant light, an epic scene began to unfold. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys, accompanied by dragons and their newly acquired fleet, returned triumphantly from the sea, followed closely by the recently conscripted ships, including those of the once defiant slave masters and nobles. These vessels, once emblems of power and oppression, now stood as testament to their defeat, trailing behind the two conquerors back to Meereen. Jorah Mormont, the loyal general, felt his previously taut demeanor ease with the sudden arrival of the fleet. Hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he braced for potential conflict. Yet, upon recognizing Daenerys riding atop the black dragon Drogon, along with the figures of Rhaegal and Viserion, his inner vigilance relaxed, transforming into joy and relief. Shortly thereafter, the newly integrated fleet anchored steadily in the harbor of Meereen, the bustling port taking on an unusual tranquility in the wake of this momentous event. More strikingly, Lin Yifeng's golden-scaled dragon and Daenerys' three colossal beasts, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion, descended outside the city, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle that heralded the extraordinary significance of this victory. The slave masters and nobles aboard the magnificent warships, who once regarded themselves as exalted, were now all escorted outside the city, awaiting Daenerys' final decree. Their eyes brimmed with fear and despair, the arrogance of yesteryear dissipated, replaced by boundless regret and unease. As dusk fell, Daenerys sat solemnly upon a hastily erected judgment platform, her expression grave and her voice as crisp as ice, exuding an aura of authority. "Because you dared to challenge my sovereignty and assault Queen Daenerys," her words resonated powerfully. "Someone must step forth to bear responsibility. Only then can others find forgiveness." Faced with Daenerys' pronouncement, the slave masters and nobles, in a state of panic, hastily thrust forth what appeared to be the most vulnerable among them, hoping that by sacrificing this individual, they might secure their own survival. Lin Yifeng, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress a sardonic chuckle, his tone laced with mockery. How unfortunate, he mused, his gaze fixed upon the noble who had been forsaken twice, as if foreseeing his grim fate. The chosen noble, realizing his abandonment, felt his legs turn to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just as the onlookers believed he had evaded his doom, the leader of the unsullied, Grey Worm, strode forward without hesitation, mercilessly ending the lives of the slave masters and nobles hidden behind the weak noble one by one. The scene was steeped in blood and death, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence, fear and dread casting a pall over all present. Lin Yifeng approached the trembling noble, gently patting his shoulder, his voice icy yet tinged with a barely perceptible sympathy. "I hope you will behave." The noble, having endured the harrowing struggle between life and death, could only utter fragmented sounds. I will." This day not only bore witness to the brutal nature of the game of power, but also underscored the resolute determination and decisiveness of Daenerys and her allies. As dusk descended, the air outside Meereen was thick with a faint scent of blood and dust, silently heralding the arrival of change and the collapse of the old world. As night fell, the sky was adorned with a tapestry of stars, and Daenerys stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yifeng, gazing into the distance as if she could discern the contours of a future filled with a new world of freedom and peace. Beneath their feet lay heaps of corpses and shattered dreams, yet ahead beckoned the call of light and hope. This trial was not merely a reckoning of the past, but also a prelude to the future, heralding the dawn of a new era where the old order would be utterly dismantled. The night in Meereen bore witness to this ironclad judgment and the birth of a new age. From this moment forward, Daenerys' name would be inextricably linked with that of liberators and reformers, while Lin Yifeng, through his valor and wisdom, garnered the admiration and following of the people. Chapter 125. The aftermath of the feast, the dawn of a new order. As the night deepened, the stars twinkled in the sky, and Meereen basked in the moonlight, revealing an unprecedented tranquility and serenity. After countless battles and transformations, this ancient city had finally arrived at the moment of its revival. The stubborn slave masters and nobility, once the scourge of the land, had been eradicated by the sword of justice. Daenerys and Lin Yifeng had, with immense force, brought an end to the dark era of the slave trade, much like the dawn dispels the lingering night. At this moment, atop the walls of Meereen, Daenerys gazed quietly at the vast horizon of the sea, her heart brimming with complex emotions. Lin Yifeng stood beside her, and together they bore witness to this extraordinary journey. From arduous struggles to the triumph of today, every moment etched in their hearts, becoming an immortal memory. Let the golden scales join us, Daenerys softly suggested, turning her gaze to Lin Yifeng. The dragon's lair within the pyramid palace is expansive enough to accommodate it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yifeng contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement, fully aware that this signified a fresh beginning for the golden scales. Thus, Lin Yifeng commanded the golden scales to revert to its original form, merely twice the size of Drogon, and together with Drogon, Regal, and Viserion, they soared through the night sky, heading towards the pyramid palace. The silhouettes of the four great dragons glided under the moonlight, resembling the most beautiful of canvases, landing in every corner of the city, proclaiming the arrival of peace and hope. As the dragons descended into the lair of the pyramid palace, the entire city was awestruck by this magnificent spectacle. Inside the lair, the spacious environment was perfectly suited for these colossal beings to rest. Here, they found their true sanctuary, a haven filled with security and warmth. The golden scales and its companions settled in, relishing the long-awaited tranquility. As night deepened, within the pyramid palace of Meereen, grand preparations were underway for a magnificent celebration. Heroes from all walks of life gathered to partake in the feast hosted by Daenerys in honor of their victory. This occasion serves not only to commemorate victory, but also to celebrate the establishment of a new order and the advent of peace. Music, dance, fine wine, and exquisite cuisine coalesce into an unforgettable feast, with every detail meticulously arranged to foster an atmosphere of joy and harmony. Numerous guests arrive in droves, illuminating the palace with vibrant lights and exuberance. Daenerys and Lin Yifeng weave through the crowd, their faces adorned with smiles as they engage warmly with each visitor, sharing in the elation of triumph. The melodious music and the graceful dancers elevate the ambience to its zenith, allowing everyone to freely express their emotions, be it laughter or tears, both integral to this celebration. As time wanes and night deepens, the banquet gradually draws to a close. Guests reluctantly bid farewell, departing with a room full of memories and blessings. When the last echoes of revelry fade, tranquility envelopes the palace, leaving only the faint flicker of candlelight and the occasional whisper, as if recounting stories yet to be told. In solitude at the highest tier of the palace, Daenerys and Lin Yifeng gaze upon the slumbering city below. The starry sky sparkles above. A gentle breeze carries a coolness, yet it cannot quell the fervor within their hearts. Reflecting on the past and envisioning the future, this courageous pair, both warriors and lovers, understands that though the current peace is hard-won, they are willing to sacrifice everything to safeguard this land and its people until their last breath. "We have done it," Daenerys softly declares, her eyes sparkling with unwavering resolve. "We have brought freedom and hope to Meereen. Henceforth, this will be a home for all." Lin Yifeng grasps her hand, responding with a smile. "Indeed, we have. And this is merely the beginning. Greater challenges and opportunities await our exploration." Amidst the tranquility of the night, they exchange further promises, not just to each other, but to the city and the future. Behind these vows lies their relentless pursuit of ideals and beliefs, guiding Meereen and Westeros toward an unknown yet promising morrow. Akin to starlight guiding the lost, Meereen, once shrouded in shadows, now radiates new life, much like its towering walls, which stand resilient through the trials of time. The love story of Daenerys and Lin Yifeng, along with the transformations they have ushered in, will linger in the collective memory, becoming part of history and inspiring future generations to forge ahead eternally. Chapter 126. The Eve of Expedition. Conspiracies in Ancient Valyria as dawn breaks. Golden sunlight gently bathes the cobblestone streets of Meereen, awakening the slumbering city. Since the shadow of the slave trade has been decisively eradicated, the air here seems to invigorate, and the lives of the lower classes flourish like spring's gentle caress, bringing forth renewal. The laughter of children and the bustling sounds of the market intertwine, painting vivid scenes that celebrate the beauty and hope of life. At this moment, atop the majestic pyramid in the heart of Meereen, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys sit together, contemplating the grand endeavors that lie ahead. Since the decisive victory against the slave masters and nobles, the exploration plan for the ruins of Guvarelia has once again become the focal point of their discussions. The remnants of this ancient civilization harbor endless mysteries and powers, waiting for the brave to unveil their secrets. "We must assemble a fleet," Daenerys expressed with a hint of caution. However, a lingering doubt arose in my mind about whether to include our dragon companions. Lin Yifeng smiled slightly, his gaze profound. "Of course we should bring them," he replied without hesitation. "With them by our side, we possess an added sense of security, no matter the time or place." Receiving such a response, Daenerys nodded gently. feeling a sense of relief within. After all, in the uncharted seas and ancient ruins, strength and a sense of safety are paramount, and the dragons are undoubtedly their most steadfast support. Nevertheless, the construction of the fleet and the specifics of the exploration remained a significant challenge ahead of them. Daenerys proposed selecting elite crew members, including skilled helmsmen, experienced sailors, and scholars with knowledge of Goverilla, to form a diverse team capable of effectively addressing various potential situations. Lin Yifeng added that, in addition to necessary supplies, they should carry medical provisions and specialized equipment as a precaution. Furthermore, he suggested dispatching a small team to scout the vicinity of the ruins, gathering intelligence to adequately prepare for the subsequent entry of the larger force. The two engaged in a thorough discussion, meticulously finalizing the specific arrangements and establishing a preliminary action plan. They decided that Lin Yifeng would personally lead Jinlin, Rigo, and a selection of elite soldiers to set out first, while the remaining fleet would gather a month later at a favorable time to follow suit. This approach would ensure exploration efficiency while mitigating unnecessary risks. On the pyramid terrace of Millen City, the two exchanged smiles, their hearts filled with curiosity and yearning for the unknown. Both Lin Yifeng and Daenerys understood that this adventure was not merely a quest for treasure. More importantly, it was an exploration of the developmental lineage of human civilization, seeking answers that the ruins of Goverilla may conceal, potentially revealing the profound secrets of Westeros and even influencing the fate of the entire continent. As the plan gradually took shape, Daenerys introduced another crucial matter, establishing connections with neighboring nations or regions to ensure the flow of external intelligence and to receive timely assistance. This idea received Lin Yifeng's endorsement, as he believed that good external relations would help maintain stability and reduce the likelihood of unforeseen events. With the sun gradually ascending and the horizon adorned with brilliant hues, the two concluded their detailed discussions, hearts brimming with excitement and anticipation. They recognized that the path to exploring the ruins of Goverilla would not be smooth. However, with wisdom, courage, and teamwork, they would surely overcome all obstacles and realize their dreams. The residents of Millen City, along with the brave warriors about to embark on their journey, gazed confidently at the blazing sun on the horizon, as if witnessing the dawn of hope. They firmly believe that the expedition led by Lin Yifeng and Daenerys will undoubtedly unveil the enigmatic veil of the ancient ruins of Valyria, ushering in a new chapter in the history of Meereen and, indeed, the entire continent of Westeros. As the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon and night descended, twinkling lights flickered to life within the city. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys departed from the pyramid hand in hand, their hearts brimming with aspirations for the future. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the darkness, leaving behind a beautiful vision of tomorrow and boundless imaginings of the impending adventure. Chapter 127. Setting sail for Valyria. With the passage of time, Meereen gradually reclaimed its former prosperity under Daenerys' reign. Over the course of several months, she not only recruited over 80,000 new soldiers, but also began to assemble a council of craftsmen and scholars, particularly those with profound knowledge of Valyria. She understood that to unravel the secrets of Valyria, mere brute strength would be insufficient. It necessitated the support of wisdom and knowledge. In response to Daenerys' call, a multitude of aspiring individuals emerged within Meereen, some adept in forging, others skilled in navigation, and still others intimately familiar with the histories and legends of Valyria. Daenerys personally met with these scholars, engaging in profound discussions to explore the mysteries of Valyria together. Her vision extended beyond Meereen, encompassing the entirety of the known world. Her ambitions transcended mere conquest. She sought the revival of civilization. After months of preparation, the necessary provisions, a fleet, and an elite force were poised for departure. Lin Yifeng, the young leader whose reputation had soared within Meereen, was entrusted by Daenerys with the significant task of leading this fleet to Valyria. He brought along several scholars well-versed in Valyria's intricacies, who would provide invaluable knowledge and counsel for the voyage. The flagship was a magnificent warship that once belonged to slavers and nobles, and now it would serve as Lin Yifeng's vessel, guiding the fleet across the boundless ocean. His dragon, Golden Scales, alongside Daenerys' Regal, would serve as the guardians of this expedition. As the fleet set sail, the blaring of horns intertwined with the shouts of sailors, and the warships gracefully departed from Meereen's harbor, embarking on this unknown journey. Standing at the bow, Lin Yifeng faced the vast and unending sea, his heart filled with both anticipation for the future and a cautious awareness of the unknown risks that may lie ahead. He understood that only by bravely confronting these challenges could he unravel the mysteries concealed within the ruins of Valyria. The sea breeze whipped fiercely, the waves crashed tumultuously, and the fleet cleaved through the waters, heading towards an uncertain destination. During their voyage, Lin Yifeng and the scholars diligently studied the materials pertaining to Valyria, seeking any information that might aid their safe arrival. Each night, they gathered together around star maps and ancient scrolls, engaging in discussions about the myriad legends of Valyria and the potential truths within them. This scene resembled a banquet of intellect, igniting countless sparks of inspiration. Scholars shared their insights. Some posited that the demise of ancient Valyria resulted from a catastrophic magical war, while others believed it was the relentless destruction wrought by natural forces. They deliberated on the dragons of Valyria, those legendary beasts, pondering whether they still lurked within the ruins. Certain scholars focused on the technology of ancient Valyria, contemplating whether the fabled confluence of magic and science could herald a new era for Daenerys' reign. Lin Yifeng listened intently to their discussions, his heart brimming with a thirst for knowledge, for he understood that this wisdom would be pivotal in their quest to explore Valyria. He encouraged the scholars to express their thoughts freely, leaving no potential clue unexamined. Amidst these discussions, Lin Yifeng gradually formed his own perspective, believing that the destruction of Valyria was likely the result of multiple converging factors. Their objective transcended merely seeking the remnants of Valyria. They sought to uncover forces capable of ushering prosperity to Meereen. As the fleet advanced, they finally reached the waters adjacent to the ruins of Valyria. Lin Yifeng resolved to establish a camp on an island near the ruins and await the arrival of Daenerys' fleet. Here, they would rest and prepare for their final exploration. During the waiting period, Lin Yifeng remained industrious, leading the soldiers in training on the island, while also collaborating with the scholars to meticulously review the records pertaining to Valyria. They scrutinized every map and document, ensuring that not a single detail was overlooked. Lin Yifeng recognized that this exploration would present an unprecedented challenge. Thus, they must be thoroughly prepared. Chapter 128. The Fire of the Abyss. Exploring the ruins of Valyria at the distant edge of the sea, on a solitary island. Lin Yifeng's fleet stood steadfast, with Jeanscale and Rego quietly guarding the temporary camp, patiently awaiting Daenerys' arrival. At this moment, Lin Yifeng sat with the scholars within the tent, engaging in profound discussions about the history of Valyria. However, as time progressed, he became aware that their understanding of the vanished city was rather superficial. Consequently, he made a bold decision to personally venture into the ruins of Valyria and unveil the veil of history. Accompanied by Jeanscale, Lin Yifeng informed the leaders of the army, "I shall proceed ahead to explore the ruins of Valyria, with Jeanscale by my side, while Rego will remain to guard the camp." With those words, he approached Jeanscale and Rego, both of whom immediately sensed their master's presence. Jeanscale nudged Lin Yifeng affectionately, whereas Rego merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to slumber. Lin Yifeng softly addressed Rego, "Wait here for Daenerys. I shall explore Valyria." Rego seemed to grasp his master's intent, giving a slight nod before peacefully drifting into sleep. Riding Jeanscale, Lin Yifeng soared towards the direction of Valyria's ruins. Initially, all seemed well, but as he drew closer to the ruins, the air began to feel increasingly sweltering. Recalling that Valyria once lay amidst a volcanic archipelago made this phenomenon comprehensible. Jeanscale navigated through layers of heat waves, while Lin Yifeng performed an incantation of ice, instantly rendering the surroundings refreshingly cool. As Lin Yifeng arrived above the ruins of Valyria, he gently guided the golden-scaled dragon, Jinlin, to descend until its feet touched the ground. Before him lay a city forsaken by time. Among the crumbling walls and shattered remnants, the stories of Valyria awaited discovery. With careful steps, Lin Yifeng traversed the desolate landscape, meticulously searching for every detail. Suddenly, a shocking sight unfolded before him. A colossal dragon's carcass, partially exposed above the surface, its body scorched by volcanic lava. Beside it lay a charred skeleton of a human, silently narrating the cruelty of disaster. Lin Yifeng speculated that this individual may have attempted to flee from catastrophe, only to meet an untimely demise. This revelation profoundly shook Lin Yifeng's spirit, for he realized that the downfall of Valyria was not a mere coincidence, akin to a sudden natural calamity, striking without warning. Upon closer inspection, he noticed ancient totems carved upon nearby structures, recounting the beliefs and lives of the Valyrians. Each brick and tile bore the indelible marks of history. Continuing onward, the sights before him unfolded like an epic tale, detailing the rise and fall of Valyria. Upon the fractured walls, vivid reliefs depicted the daily lives of the Valyrians, their rituals, and even scenes of warfare. Despite the ravages of millennia, One could still sense the delicacy and artistry embedded within. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Lin Yifeng recognized the fleeting nature of time and resolved to return to the camp. Mounting Jinlin, the duo ascended slowly, casting a lingering glance back at the ruins. A wave of inexplicable sorrow and reverence swelling within him. Guvaleria, once a magnificent city, now existed solely in memories and regrets. Upon returning to the island, Rigo awaited at the camp. After a brief exchange with the creature, Lin Yifeng gathered the scholars to share the discoveries of the day. Curiosity sparkled in every eye as he recounted the sights and sounds from the ruins, particularly those forgotten details that piqued their intense interest. As night fell, Lin Yifeng sat alone by the campfire, reflecting on the day's revelations, his mind a tempest of thoughts. Guvaleria, though now a relic of history, had planted an unquenchable bond within his heart. He understood that the quest to explore Guvaleria would be long, yet he was willing to be the one to seek the light, to resurrect the forgotten epics for the world to witness. Chapter 129. The mystery of the ruins. Upon returning from the ruins of Guvaleria, Lin Yifeng was beset with questions. Was the destruction of Valeria the result of divine wrath or natural disaster? Shaking his head, he resolved to no longer dwell on this conundrum. Engaging in meditation and cultivation was the most prudent course of action for him at that moment. Days swiftly passed until one morning, Daenerys' fleet finally arrived. The massive dragons Drogon and Viserion gracefully descended onto the constructed island, with Drogon lowering his great body, allowing Daenerys to disembark. After exchanging pleasantries with Daenerys, Lin Yifeng proposed they rest for a day, setting their sights on exploring the ruins of Guvaleria the following morning. After a period of preparation, both fleets were ready to embark on their exploration of the ruins of Guvaleria the next day. As the fleet gradually approached the ruins of Valeria, the crew aboard the warship sensed an increasing heat in the air. After a period of time, the vessel finally arrived near the desolate remnants of Valeria. The humans on board curiously surveyed their surroundings, while Lin Yifeng and Daenerys took to the skies on their mighty dragons, issuing commands to those remaining aboard the ship. As they soared above the ruins, Lin Yifeng noticed that Daenerys seemed unaffected by the sweltering atmosphere. Reflecting on Daenerys' legendary act of self-immolation to hatch her dragons and the potential significance of the Targaryen lineage, he shook his head, choosing to dismiss such thoughts. After a while of flight, they discovered a series of outer cities devastated by volcanic lava, whereas the inner city remained relatively intact due to its protective walls, though its inhabitants fared little better. The inner city was littered with human bones, including the massive remains of dragons, some of which dwarfed even Drogon. As they continued their aerial exploration, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys seemed to detect something of interest from high above, prompting their dragons to descend gradually. Upon reaching the heart of the ruins, they stumbled upon a relatively well-preserved architectural relic, likely the site of an ancient Valyrian palace or library. The outer walls, intricately carved, still bore traces of their former grandeur despite the ravages of time. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys resolved to venture inside and explore. Within the palace, dust blanketed everything. Yet under the beam of light, the outlines of the interior furnishings were discernible. They cautiously traversed the corridors, discovering rows of bookshelves. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys approached to examine the titles. Postpartum Care for Mother Dragons, How to Ensure High-Quality Eggs from Mother Dragons, on Enhancing the Aesthetics of Dragons. An Encyclopedia of Dragons. Daenerys read aloud the titles, and Lin Yifeng nearly laughed at the first three, but upon hearing Encyclopedia of Dragons, he moved closer to her, realizing that this expedition had indeed yielded some valuable findings. After some time exploring, and with no further useful discoveries, they decided to leave the ruins. Noting that evening was approaching, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys agreed to return the following day for further exploration, mounting their dragons to return to the fleet. On their journey back, Lin Yifeng was filled with curiosity about ancient Valyria and a thirst for the unknown. He understood that the secrets hidden within these ruins extended far beyond what they had uncovered that day. Tomorrow, they would delve deeper, unveiling the enigmatic veil of ancient Valyria. Meanwhile, Daenerys contemplated how to leverage this ancient knowledge to strengthen her dragons and better nurture and protect her children. Both harbored their own plans and aspirations, yet shared a profound respect for this ancient land and a reverence for history. As night fell, they returned to the fleet, poised to embrace the new day's adventures. Chapter 130. Secrets Beneath the Ruins. The forgotten treasures of Valyria. As night descended and the sea breeze caressed the island, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys lit an oil lamp in their tent, discussing the plans for the morrow. Their destination was the ruins of Valyria, an ancient land shrouded in mystery and peril. Daenerys instructed her scholars to present a precious parchment map, meticulously crafted by intrepid adventurers centuries after the cataclysm of Valyria. When volcanic lava had cooled, these brave souls had assembled a fleet, setting sail towards the ruins in search of valuable treasures. Yet, true discoveries of worth were few and far between. The map had been acquired from the descendants of those adventurers. Lin Yifeng scrutinized the map, pointing to a specific location, exclaiming, "Here, it appears to be the remnants of a noble dragon lord's edifice in Valyria. We ought to investigate it tomorrow." Daenerys also indicated several points on the map, stating, "Here, here, here, and the 14 beacons. We should explore those as well." After deliberating for a while, they each retired to rest, gathering their strength for the expedition ahead. At dawn the following day, the fleet was prepared to set forth towards the ruins of Valyria. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys rode upon their dragons, soaring through the sky and leading the fleet onward. After a considerable passage of time, they arrived at the fabled ruins. Daenerys commanded the fleet to remain stationed, while she and Lin Yifeng ventured forth to explore the remnants. They guided their dragons directly to the ruins that once belonged to the dragon lords. The dragons descended gracefully, folding their wings and resting their massive bodies. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys dismounted, standing at the edge of the ruins and surveying the surroundings. The sight before them was awe-inspiring. Though the grand structures lay in ruins, the echoes of past glory and nobility lingered. They stepped into the debris, traversing the shattered stone steps, as if traversing through time into a long-lost world. As they moved through the crumbling doorways, a partially concealed tile on the ground caught their attention. Carefully, they pried it away, revealing a sealed iron door adorned with intricate patterns. Utilizing Lin Yifeng's formidable strength, he forcefully opened the entrance to an underground chamber, stepping into the dimly lit space. With the aid of a lantern, they beheld a trove of ancient artifacts and manuscripts. This chamber housed the everyday items of the dragon lords, along with numerous treatises on the breeding and training of dragons. Lin Yifeng collected these treasures into his storage bag, while Daenerys looked on in astonishment. Disregarding her surprise, Lin Yifeng pressed onward, traversing the corridor until he reached a securely locked iron door. "This may be a storeroom," Daenerys conjectured. "Perhaps," Lin Yifeng replied, drawing his sword pin, which transformed into a longsword. Observing this, Daenerys remained unperturbed. Lin Yifeng gestured for her to step back before channeling his energy. With a series of swift strikes, he shattered the lock. As they approached to inspect, they discovered that the storeroom was relatively spacious, containing a small pile of metal blocks engraved with the image of a dragon. The metallic blocks are meticulously arranged in a corner of the treasure vault. Though they have remained in this place for an indeterminate number of years, they still gleam as if newly forged, an enchanting sight indeed. Lin Yifeng approached, examining one closely before testing it with his spiritual energy, only to discover that these metal pieces were extraordinary, each imbued with a trace of magic. Beside the metallic blocks lay 2 or 3 sets of Valyrian steel armor, a round shield of Valyrian steel, and several long swords forged from the same esteemed material. In another corner of the warehouse stood 10 large chests and 2 smaller ones. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys moved forward to inspect them, finding the 10 large chests filled with coins embossed with the sigil of the dragon, while the 2 smaller chests held an array of colorful stone eggs. Although many were encased in thick stone shells, Lin Yifeng recognized them unmistakably as dragon eggs. While Lin Yifeng remained composed, Daenerys was beside herself with joy. Upon counting, Lin Yifeng estimated there to be around 40 dragon eggs. Chapter 131. Journey to the 14 fire peaks in the depths of the Valyrian ruins. Amidst the remnants of a dragon lord's estate, Lin Yifeng stood within an ancient cellar, surrounded by long-forgotten secrets. His gaze swept through the dim light, finally resting upon a collection of Valyrian steel. This legendary metal, once the pride of the Valyrian freehold, now lay silently, awaiting a new master. With utmost care, Lin Yifeng stowed these precious Valyrian steel ingots into his storage pouch, each piece heavy and cold, as if bearing the weight of history. His attention then shifted to the 2 or 3 sets of Valyrian steel armor, their surfaces cloaked in dust, yet failing to obscure the exquisite craftsmanship and formidable magic they possessed. He gently placed the armor into his pouch, marveling at the perfection of these ancient relics. Several Valyrian steel long swords lay quietly beside the armor, their blades shimmering with a ghostly blue light, as if imbued with the essence of dragon fire. Lin Yifeng lifted each one, feeling the power contained within their blades. They were lighter and sharper than ordinary iron swords, and he subsequently added them to his storage pouch. A round shield of Valyrian steel caught his eye, its surface intricately carved with dragon motifs. It was not merely a tool of defense, but a symbol of authority. Without hesitation, he included it in his collection. In a corner of the warehouse, tin chests filled with coins were quietly stacked, their brilliance exceptionally striking in the dimness of the cellar. Lin Yifeng understood that the value of these coins transcended their mere denomination. They represented a rich tapestry of history and tales. He swiftly placed the chest of coins into his storage pouch, contemplating how this wealth would aid him in achieving grander aspirations. At last, his gaze fell upon the 2 chests of dragon eggs. These eggs radiated a gentle warmth, as if nurturing new life within. Lin Yifeng carefully cradled them, sensing the pulse of life, before adding them to his storage pouch as well. He understood that the value of these dragon eggs was immeasurable, representing both the future and hope. With the final treasure secured, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys emerged from the subterranean chamber. It was midday, and sunlight streamed through the crevices of the ruins, casting a warm glow upon them. They departed from the decaying estate of the Valyrian dragon lords, their hearts brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. As Golden Scale and Drogon spotted Lin Yifeng and Daenerys approaching, they lowered their massive bodies, awaiting their riders. Mounting their respective dragons, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys soared into the sky, embarking on their journey home. The dragon's wings carved through the air, leaving trails of clouds, akin to the dreams and determination that resided within them. After a while, the dragons descended gracefully, folding their bodies as Lin Yifeng and Daenerys dismounted to return to the once magnificent warship that had belonged to the slavers. The ship glimmered under the sunlight, as if welcoming their return. On board, Lin Yifeng found a table and unfurled the parchment map. His gaze wandered across its surface until it settled upon a marked location. Pointing to a spot on the map, he said to Daenerys, "Now we must venture here, near the 14 flames. Let us explore that area." After a thoughtful discussion, determination sparkled in their eyes. They recognized that the 14 flames would herald a new chapter in their journey, harboring unknown secrets and challenges. Subsequently, they took flight on their dragons, hearts filled with curiosity for the unknown and an eagerness for adventure. As the dragons soared, the ruins of Valyria receded in the distance. Yet Lin Yifeng and Daenerys knew that their story was just beginning. They would carry the legacy of Valyria forward, ready to embrace new challenges and craft their own legend. Chapter 132. The Ruins of Valyria. The tragedy in the library. After an extended flight, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys, riding their dragons, finally traversed the outskirts of the Valyrian ruins, delving deeper into this once glorious land. As they penetrated further, Lin Yifeng felt the air grow increasingly hot, as if each breath bore a searing intensity. Time passed, and before them arose a series of undulating mountains, amidst which lay a cluster of palace ruins. Interspersed among these remnants were the charred remains of towers ravaged by volcanic lava. From their aerial vantage point, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys beheld the remnants of numerous dragons scattered across the ruins of the surrounding cities. Guardians of this land, they now lay silently among the debris. Continuing their flight, they began their search for the objective of their expedition. After considerable effort, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys finally discovered a relatively well-preserved palace ruin. Compared to the other remnants, this palace still retained some semblance of its former splendor, at least in its outward appearance. After a period of time, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys gently guided their dragons to descend outside the ruins of the palace, where they crouched down. Disembarking from their dragons, they strolled into the relatively well-preserved remnants of the palace. Entering through the dilapidated gates, which once heralded grandeur, they found only crumbling walls remaining. Yet the majesty of the structure remained undiminished. As they advanced, chaos greeted them within the grand hall. Passing through the corridors, they arrived before the library's entrance. There, they discovered several scattered human bones, remnants of those who had sought refuge within the library during the calamity, only to find the doors barred from the inside. Lin Yifeng approached and attempted to push the door open. Finding it unyielding, he instructed Daenerys to step back. He then drew his sword pen, transforming it into a formidable blade, and with a few swift strikes, he shattered the library door. In the aftermath, heavy objects, including bookshelves, that had been pressed against the door came crashing down. Fortunately, Daenerys had heeded his warning and retreated to avoid the impending disaster. Quick as a flash, Lin Yifeng evaded the falling debris. Subsequently, they entered the desolate library. Upon stepping inside, they noted its considerable size, albeit in disarray. Human bones were strewn about, alongside several smoldering bonfires, with a few tables bearing more remains. These were likely the Valyrians who had sought shelter in the library, unprepared for the urgency of their plight, leading to a tragic descent into cannibalism amidst the chaos of Valyria's cataclysm. A wave of sorrow washed over Daenerys as she contemplated the splendor that the Valyrians once knew, the brilliance of their civilization now extinguished by disaster. They began to search the library for any remnants of books and documents, hoping to unearth clues about Valyrian civilization. Most of the tomes were in tatters, yet a few remained relatively intact. Lin Yifeng meticulously sifted through these volumes, eager to uncover any useful information. Meanwhile, Daenerys scoured the opposite side of the library, her gaze flitting between the shelves as she occasionally picked up books and scrolls to examine them carefully. She understood that these texts might represent the final vestiges of Valyrian heritage, encapsulating the wisdom and secrets of this ancient civilization. As time passed, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys discovered several valuable leads within the library. They stumbled upon records pertaining to Valyrian magic and dragons, which undoubtedly constituted precious information for their quest. They cautiously gathered these books and scrolls, preparing to take them back for further study. Chapter 133. The Treasures of Valyria, the Bounty of the Armory deep within Valyria. Beneath the shadows of volcanic mountains, they finally unearthed some invaluable clues amidst the remnants of the relatively well-preserved palace library. In the ruins of the library, dust shrouded the remnants of a once glorious past. Yet, within Lin Yifeng and Daenerys, a spark of discovery illuminated their eyes. Here, they had unearthed a wealth of tomes detailing the history and magic of Valyria, knowledge that was undoubtedly a precious treasure to them. As they continued their final search, Lin Yifeng's gaze was drawn to an ancient parchment-bound book. Gently brushing away the dust from its cover, the title synopsis of Valyrian mysticism came into view. He carefully placed the book into his satchel, feeling a surge of gratitude for the bounty of this expedition. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys departed the library, their footsteps unwavering as they pressed onward in their exploration. Time flowed quietly alongside their steps until they arrived before an armory. Despite the passage of countless years, the grand entrance of the armory remained steadfast, as if narrating the indomitable glory of Valyria. Lin Yifeng gazed intently at the door, his sword flashing like a meteor slicing through the night sky, and with a few deft strikes, he breached the entrance. As the door swung open, an age-old breath of air rushed forth, imbued with the coldness of metal and the weight of history. They stepped inside the armory, and the sight before them left them breathless. Within, a collection of bows, swords, daggers, spears, axes, and round shields were meticulously arranged on one side, while the other showcased an array of armor sets. Though these weapons and armors had endured the ravages of time, they still glimmered with a chilling radiance, as though poised for battle at any moment. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys approached, their fingers gently caressing the ancient weapons, feeling the power and warmth they emanated. After a thorough examination, they were elated to discover that these weapons and armors were forged from the legendary Valyrian steel, renowned for its unparalleled resilience and sharpness. This steel symbolized Valyrian civilization. Even more astonishing was the fact that, due to their preservation within the relatively intact ruins of the palace armory, their wear was minimal, maintaining a condition reminiscent of their inception. Lin Yifeng delicately drew forth a sword, its blade shimmering with a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight, and he could sense the latent power contained within. He understood that the value of these weapons transcended their mere appearance. They were relics of Valyrian civilization, witnesses to history itself. Daenerys, captivated by the armors, meticulously examined each set, discovering that they were not only robust, but also exquisitely designed to offer exceptional protection. She envisioned the warriors of Valyria, once invincible on the battlefield, clad in these armors. Amidst the armory, Lin Yifeng busied himself, carefully stowing each precious weapon and piece of armor into his satchel. These discoveries held immense significance not only for their personal pursuits, but also bore immeasurable value for the study of Valyria as a whole. They recognized that these artifacts would prove pivotal in their quest to unravel the secrets of Valyria. As the final piece of armor was stowed away in the storage pouch, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys exchanged a knowing smile, fully aware that their expedition had yielded tremendous success. Their steps were light, hearts brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. How many secrets remained hidden within the ruins of Valyria? They would continue their exploration, perhaps unearthing all the enigmas of this ancient land. Chapter 134. The Revelation of the Treasure Vault. The last treasure of Valyria. Amidst the shadows of the armory, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys glided like specters. Their movements were swift yet cautious, each breath seemingly in harmony with the surrounding dust. After securing their weapons, round shields, and armor, they did not linger, continuing down the winding passage of the ruins. Time flowed silently with the cadence of their footsteps, the echoes of the staircase whispering the tales of Valyria's former glory and tragedy. Lin Yifeng gripped the hilt of his sword firmly, each step taken with resolute strength, while Daenerys followed closely, her gaze flickering with vigilance in the dim light. At last, they reached the treasure vault nestled deep within the palace ruins. Before the vault's entrance lay the scattered remains of over 20 human skeletons, silently narrating the horror of Valyria's cataclysm. These bones bore witness to the cruelty of history, stirring a weighty reflection within Lin Yifeng and Daenerys. Lin Yifeng's eyes fell upon the grand door of the vault. Though time had weathered it, the door remained remarkably sturdy. He surmised that it too was forged from Valyrian steel, a legendary metal renowned for its hardness and durability. Drawing his sword, he made several sweeping strikes, leaving only shallow marks upon the lock. Stealing his breath, he swung once more, this time exerting all his might, and finally, the lock yielded, creaking and groaning. The door slowly opened, allowing Lin Yifeng and Daenerys to step into the treasure vault. Upon entry, they were immediately awestruck by the sight before them. A display of a dozen bows, swords, and several staves adorned the weapon racks, accompanied by numerous sets of custom armor, while the center housed 30 large chests. Lin Yifeng approached the weapon rack, carefully examining one of the bows. He noted its exquisite craftsmanship, embellished with runes, and a small inscription along the bow's length. Tenderly, he caressed the bow, feeling the power of the runes. He then inspected the swords and staves, discovering that each was similarly inscribed with runes, the staves adorned with gemstones. Moving on to the armor nearby, he found it likewise engraved with runes. Dragonbone bow, rune-etched swords, staves, rune armor. Indeed, the finest treasures lie here, Lin Yifeng marveled. On the other side, Daenerys opened one of the large chests and discovered that among the 30 chests, 5 contained eggs of various hues. 20 were filled with vividly colored gemstones, and 5 held coins engraved with the image of a soaring dragon. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. This wealth was sufficient to make any kingdom rival the richest of nations. Daenerys opened the chest filled with gemstones, picking up a piece to examine closely. She discovered that these gemstones were in irregular crystalline forms, each imbued with magical power. She could sense the flowing magic within the gems, a force that felt both familiar and foreign. Sensing the magical fluctuations, Lin Yifeng approached to examine these enchanted stones. Suddenly, he began to understand why the dragons of Valyria were so formidable. It must be the influence of these magical gems. After all, these stones, which he observed to possess excellent quality, could be considered mid to high-tier spirit stones in the realm of cultivation. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys exchanged a knowing glance, both realizing the immense value of the gemstones. They were not merely symbols of wealth, but sources of power. They understood that the discovery of these gems would alter their fates and perhaps even reshape the dynamics of the entire world. Chapter 135. Setting sail for home, leaving the ruins of Valyria within the treasure vault of the palace ruins in Valyria, bathed in dim light. Lin Yifeng's gaze swept over the heaps of treasures, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He meticulously gathered several dragonbone bows, rune swords, staves, and rune armor. Stowing each precious item into his storage bag, each weapon and piece of armor contained formidable power, ensuring that he would navigate future adventures with greater ease. In addition to these armaments, he discovered 5 chests of dragon eggs, each radiating a mysterious glow, as if brimming with untold potential. Lin Yifeng recognized that the value of these eggs was immeasurable. Perhaps in the future, they would hatch into new dragonkind. Moreover, there were 20 chests of colorful gemstones, still dazzling under the subdued light, each one worth a fortune. Lin Yifeng couldn't help but marvel at the bounty of his expedition to the ruins of Valyria. Finally, he also added 5 chests of gold coins to his storage bag. While not as precious as the gemstones and dragon eggs, they nonetheless represented a substantial fortune. As he continued to fill his storage bag with treasures, Lin Yifeng sensed that its capacity was becoming increasingly strained. After ensuring he had not overlooked any valuables, he prepared to depart with Daenerys. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as she understood that these treasures would significantly aid their future. Stepping out of the vault, they found Drogon and Regal waiting patiently in the corridor of the palace ruins. Bored, they were occasionally snorting or dozing off. Upon sensing their master's presence, they perked up immediately, lowering their bodies to allow Lin Yifeng and Daenerys to mount their backs. In perfect harmony, Daenerys and Lin Yifeng skillfully climbed onto their steeds, ready to embark on their journey home. As they issued the command to depart, Drogon and Regal spread their enormous wings, stirring a tempestuous wind. The two clung tightly to the ridges of the dragons' backs, feeling the power of the wind, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. As Drogon and Regal soared into the sky, the palace ruins gradually diminished in size until they vanished from view. Lin Yifeng glanced back, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. The ruins stand as a testament to the splendor and decline of the Valyrian civilization. Today, he departs from this place with countless treasures, as well as a fragment of history. Soaring through the sky, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys remained silent, lost in their own reflections. Lin contemplated how to wield these treasures to augment his power, while Daenerys pondered how to transform these riches into tangible strength for their cause. As time passed, the Valyrian ruins faded far behind them. Their gazes gradually shifted from the remnants of the past to the horizon ahead, aware that greater challenges and opportunities awaited them. They steeled themselves to embrace the uncertainties of the future. The speed of Drogon and Rhaegal was remarkable, and soon they beheld the fleet on the periphery of the Valyrian ruins. The banners of the fleet fluttered in the wind, while soldiers busily scurried across the decks. Preparing for their return, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys dismounted from their dragons, and the fleet's commander immediately approached, his eyes brimming with respect. They understood that Lin Yifeng and Daenerys had returned not only with treasures, but also with the legacy of the Valyrian civilization, a heritage that would profoundly influence their future. Lin Yifeng retrieved from his storage bag several weapons forged of Valyrian steel, a few round shields, chests of gold coins, and a crate of dragon eggs to present to the commander, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. He recognized the immeasurable worth of these treasures. Knowing they would significantly bolster the fleet's strength, Lin informed him that part of these riches would be allocated for the fleet's construction and soldier training, ensuring victory in forthcoming battles. Daenerys, observing quietly from the side, understood that the allocation and utilization of these treasures would be a complex endeavor requiring meticulous planning and consideration. She resolved to convene a meeting upon their return to base to deliberate on the most effective means of utilizing these assets. As the fleet gently set sail, Lin Yifeng and Daenerys stood on the deck, gazing at the distant horizon. They knew that their journey to the Valyrian ruins was merely a prologue. A long path lay ahead of them. Yet, bolstered by these treasures, they felt an unwavering confidence in their future. The sea breeze caressed them, carrying a hint of salt. As Lin inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of the ocean, he understood that regardless of the obstacles and challenges that lay ahead, he would forge onward with steadfast faith and boundless courage. As the fleet receded, the Valyrian ruins slowly vanished on the horizon, becoming a distant memory. Chapter 136. Return and hope. The dawn over Merport. As the first light of dawn broke, all things awakened, and a soft golden hue appeared on the horizon, akin to the delicate silk scattered by a celestial maiden. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys stood upon the flagship deck of the former noble slave master, Wari, gazing at the coastline gradually approaching them. The memories of the Valyrian ruins ebbed like waves crashing against the shore, leaving behind ripples that slowly faded, replaced by aspirations and hopes for a new life. The sea breeze was pleasantly cool, gently tousling the hair of the two individuals and carrying with it the fresh scent unique to the ocean. Lin Yifeng's gaze swept across the horizon, ultimately resting upon the gradually emerging outline of Millenport. He understood that this city not only symbolized the conclusion of their journey, but also heralded the dawn of a new legendary chapter. Everything they had experienced was merely a prelude to this moment, where they stood poised to confront even greater challenges. Turning to Lin Yifeng, Daenerys' eyes reflected a subtle tenderness. "This is a new beginning," she whispered. "We have traversed so much together. Now it is time to discover what the world has in store for us." As the morning sun ascended, the fleet glided slowly into Millenport, which was already bustling with activity. Merchant ships and fishing boats intermingled, their sounds blending into a symphony of life. Goods were piled high, symbolizing prosperity and abundance. Familiar faces eagerly awaited their arrival, the most prominent among them being Tyrion Lannister, who stepped forward to greet them, accompanied by a group of distinguished figures. "Dear Queen Daenerys, esteemed Lord Lin Yifeng," Tyrion's voice rang clear and resonant, reaching across the harbor. "Welcome back to your homeland." A thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd, every gaze fixed upon Lin Yifeng and Daenerys, filled with admiration and anticipation. Tyrion smiled slightly and continued, "Millen has awaited your return for long. Your arrival will undoubtedly usher in a new era. Let us raise our glasses and toast to a bright future." The ceremony was brief yet solemn, as Lin Yifeng and Daenerys graciously accepted the well wishes of the crowd. Accompanied by Tyrion, they ventured into the heart of the city, which was even more vibrant than when they had departed. The streets were adorned with colorful banners, and the myriad of wares displayed in the shops captivated passers-by, with every corner exuding a festive atmosphere. Witnessing all of this, Lin Yifeng was deeply moved. "This is our homeland," he remarked. "We must strive to make it stronger." Daenerys nodded in agreement. "We must wisely utilize the treasures brought from Valyria. benefiting the people of Milan, enhancing their quality of life, while also fortifying defenses to ensure safety. Tyrion interjected, I have already arranged a meeting where we can discuss in detail how to allocate resources and strengthen the city. However, I believe the most crucial aspect is to expand our influence and attract more talented individuals to join us in our endeavors. You are absolutely right, Lin Yifeng concurred. Talent is our most precious resource. We need to construct a platform that encourages people to contribute their wisdom and strength. Thus, under Tyrion's guidance, the trio arrived at a magnificent assembly hall. The interior was lavishly adorned yet maintained an air of solemnity, commanding respect. Representatives from various factions began to arrive, and the meeting officially commenced. During the meeting, Lin Yifeng was the first to articulate his vision for the city's development, emphasizing the importance of education, trade, and technology, while proposing the establishment of academies and chambers of commerce. Daenerys focused on the issues of public welfare, proposing the establishment of a healthcare system and a relief fund to ensure that every citizen receives basic life security. Tyrion, approaching from a strategic perspective, advocated for the strengthening of naval forces to consolidate maritime supremacy. The discussion extended for several hours, brimming with diverse opinions, yet ultimately converged on a consensus. Miran required comprehensive development, emphasizing not only economic growth, but also cultural heritage and social stability. Each representative articulated their insights, and at the conclusion of the meeting, a detailed reform proposal lay upon the table. Outside the conference room, the sun had ascended to its zenith, casting golden rays across the land. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys stood on the balcony, gazing at the bustling streets of Miran, their hearts filled with aspirations for the future. They understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. However, they firmly believed that unity would allow them to surmount any obstacle. Mark my words, Lin Yifeng declared. Miran shall undoubtedly become one of the greatest cities in the world, and our names will be etched in history. Daenerys smiled and nodded in agreement. They stood side by side, akin to an indomitable pair of warriors, ready to face any challenge. The sea breeze swept past, bringing with it the scent of freedom and hope. The future belonged to them, as well as to every individual striving for their dreams. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Miran Port welcomed its night, a myriad of lights reflecting the starry sky in breathtaking beauty. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys exchanged a knowing smile, acutely aware that while this chapter of their journey had concluded, the true adventure was just beginning. Chapter 137. The birth of the war behemoth. The night in Miran City was adorned with flickering lights, the clamor gradually subsiding. Within a tranquil estate in the heart of the city, Lin Yifeng sat alone in a chair, perusing precious documents discovered amidst the ruins of Valyria. These yellowed pages chronicled an ancient and enigmatic history, detailing Bertrand Vallis and his sorceress companions, as well as their endeavor to create a war behemoth. Bertrand Vallis, the sorcerer of Valyria, along with his comrades, congregated before a secret altar, the air thick with tension and solemnity. Their aim was to merge the long-winged dragon and the fire drake through arcane magic to forge an unprecedented war behemoth. However, relentless failures cast a pall over the team's morale. On the first day, the initial attempt faltered. The second day yielded another failure. The third attempt met with the same disheartening outcome. Bertrand recorded in his memorandum that each failure struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the sorcerers. After enduring countless setbacks, one of the sorcerers proposed a daring idea, the use of blood magic. This suggestion ignited fervent debate, yet ultimately, they resolved to experiment with this forbidden power. Half a month later, they were prepared with the materials necessary for the blood magic ritual. In the early morning, before the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, the ceremony commenced. As the incantations were chanted, the magical circle surrounding the altar began to emit a faint glow, with the red light intensifying until it enveloped all participants. Blood, a sacrificial offering, was infused into the very heart of the magical array, carrying the essence of life and the imprint of souls, thus becoming the bridge connecting the long-winged dragon and the fire dragon worm. Time seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath, anticipating that pivotal moment. With the final drop of blood falling, the magic circle erupted with a deafening roar, its brilliance soaring skyward and staining the surrounding space a deep crimson. An indescribable sense of restlessness permeated the air. Did it succeed? A wizard inquired anxiously. I'm uncertain, Berthelon Vallis replied, his voice laced with doubt. Once the ceremony concludes, we shall investigate. However, upon the ritual's completion, they discovered that both the long-winged dragon and the fire dragon worm lay lifeless. Apart from their remains, only a crimson egg remained. A tumult of complex emotions surged within Berthelon Vallis. He was unsure if this signified success. Approaching the blood-red egg, he and several wizards sensed an absence of life, akin to a stillborn egg. Failure? How could this be? How could we fail? He murmured to himself. Yet soon they prepared the materials anew, reflecting on their previous experience, and endeavored once more. As the incantations were recited, the magical array glimmered again, and the blood magic ritual commenced anew. After a while, upon completion of the ceremony, the long-winged dragon and fire dragon worm produced another blood-red egg. Berthelon Valis and his fellow wizards approached once more, discovering that this egg felt distinctly different from the previous one. Perhaps this time, they had achieved success. Some time later, Berthelon Valis and his wizard companions ascended the volcano to utilize its intense heat for incubation. After a while, a blood-red dragonet hatched from the egg. Observing this dragonet closely, Berthelon Valis noted that it possessed both legs and wings, with additional wing-like appendages on its legs and tail. Perhaps as it matured, more revelations would unfold. Initially, Berthelon Valis and his companions attempted to feed it fresh raw meat, but it refused to eat. After some time, while the wizards enjoyed roasted meat, the dragonet exhibited a keen interest in the cooked fare. It seems it prefers cooked meat, Berthelon Valis mused, and they began offering it prepared meat, which it accepted without hesitation. They named the blood-red dragonet Clarkyu. Lin Yifeng perused the historical documents, filled with curiosity and reverence for this chapter of history. Berthelon Valis's notes chronicled this ancient and enigmatic experiment in Valyria's history. Chapter 138. The crystals within the cave in a manor within the city of Milan. Lin Yifeng sat in a chair, continuing to peruse the memoirs penned by Berthelon Valis. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled glow upon him, adding an air of mystery to the tranquil night as his gaze remained steadfast on the yellowed parchment. After some time, Clarkyu had grown significantly. I and my fellow wizards observed that its leg and tail appendages had begun to elongate. Although substantial, they were clearly secondary wings. Lin Yifeng perused the pages, and images of that tender life gradually blossoming within his mind emerged. After some time, Clarkyu began to emit wisps of smoke laced with embers from his mouth. My fellow sorcerers and I meticulously took notes. He continued to observe, his heart brimming with curiosity regarding Clarkyu's development. A few months later, Clarkyu grew from the size of a pair of hands to half the size of a dog, capable of breathing fire. His growth was indeed remarkable. Lin Yifeng's brow furrowed slightly, for he understood the implications of such rapid growth for a living creature. Time passed swiftly, and after 8 months, Clarkyu had surpassed the size of an ordinary dog. Concurrently, as he matured, his wildness surfaced, and his temperament became increasingly irritable. He sighed softly, recognizing that this was an inevitable aspect of the growth process. We had anticipated this, and I employed the binding incantations I had prepared earlier to exert control and began attempting to tame him. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Yifeng's eyes, for he knew that taming a dragon required not only courage but also wisdom, patience, and strength. As time flowed by, 2 or 3 years elapsed, and Clarkyu had grown to an immense size, larger than a warhorse, barely able to carry a person aloft. During this period, we trained him in various skills, such as targeting fire breath, and discovered that his intelligence exceeded that of ordinary beasts, with his scales transitioning from soft to hard. Upon reading this, he felt a swell of pride for Clarkyu's progress. We began to ponder how resilient Clarkyu's scales would become once he reached his full size. Lin Yifeng's fingers gently caressed the pages, understanding that this would be a significant avenue for their research. Years passed, and Clarkyu had truly transformed into a magnificent dragon. Though his physique was not robust, it was relatively slender. He continued to read, filled with anticipation for Clarkyu's future. After a while I was soaring through the skies atop Clarkyu, he emitted a low growl, as if sensing something. Lin Yifeng's heartbeat quickened, for he recognized this could signify a pivotal moment. I sensed carefully, not far off, the volcanic mountains seemed to emanate magical fluctuations. His eyes narrowed. Such fluctuations were undeniably alluring to a sorcerer. I instructed Clarkyu to fly towards the source of the magical disturbance. His voice carried a note of excitement, as though he were experiencing the event firsthand. After some time, I directed Clarkyu to descend, and we began to search the vicinity. Eventually, I discerned that the magical fluctuations originated from a cave ahead, and I cautiously ventured inside. Lin Yifeng's breathing became rapid, for he understood that this could herald a significant discovery. After a while, I observed that the cave's interior walls were adorned with colorful crystalline stones. His eyes sparkled. These stones were undoubtedly invaluable treasures for a sorcerer. I used the dagger I carried to chip away some of the crystals, and after a while, I wrapped the collected colorful stones in my cloak to carry away. Though the quantity was modest, it sufficed for our research. His voice resonated with a sense of fulfillment. For these crystals would undoubtedly usher in new breakthroughs for their studies. Chapter 139. The Evolution of Dragons and the Power of Crystals in the Quiet Hours of the Night in the City of Milan. Where the lights twinkle like distant stars and most residents have succumbed to slumber, one estate remains brightly illuminated. The proprietor of this estate, Lin Yifeng, sits gravely in his study, scrutinizing a memo in his hand. This document, penned by Bertrand Wallace, chronicles a recent clandestine experiment. After some time, I shall extract from the cavern the irregularly shaped, vibrant, and magically infused crystalline stones for further examination. Lin Yifeng murmurs softly, his fingers gently tracing the characters on the memo, as if he can sense the fervor and excitement that Bertrand experienced while inscribing these words. Bertrand meticulously details his discoveries. I have observed that these irregular crystals vary in quality. Some are deep and transparent, while others are dull and fraught with impurities. Lin Yifeng furrows his brow slightly, aware of the immense value these crystals hold as vessels of magical energy, a rare resource in this enchanted realm. I will set aside a selection of the superior and inferior crystals, then take one in hand to attempt to harness its magic. Lin Yifeng continues to read, envisioning Bertrand engrossed in his laboratory, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a quest for the unknown. After a time, I discern that the crystals with deeper, transparent hues harbor more magical energy, while those that are dull and impure contain less. A glimmer of insight flashes in Lin Yifeng's eyes. This information is of utmost significance, potentially influencing the future trajectory of Valeria. The memo proceeds. After a period, I shall grind the dull, impure crystals into powder and incorporate them into Clark's meals to observe the effects. Lin Yifeng's heart quickens. Clark is the sole dragon among the Valerians, and its growth and transformation hold profound implications for their kind. Months later, after this period of feeding, I note that Clark's scales, once resembling the texture of rock, are nearing that of steel. Barring fatal vulnerabilities such as the eyes, it can withstand almost any assault from crossbows and other such weaponry. A smile graces Lin Yifeng's lips, a positive sign indicating that the experiment is progressing as anticipated. Moreover, I have discovered that the dragon flames emitted by Clark exhibit a faint crimson hue, suggesting an increase in temperature compared to the previous flames. A flicker of astonishment crosses Lin Yifeng's gaze. The elevation in temperature signifies a marked enhancement in Clark's combat prowess. To validate my hypothesis, in the ensuing months, I shall again grind the dull, impure crystals alongside the deep, transparent ones into powder and add them to Clark's meals. Lin Yifeng senses Bertrand's caution and meticulousness throughout the experimentation, key components to the success of scientific inquiry. Months later, after this period of feeding, I observe that Clark's dragon flames have transformed into a vibrant crimson, with temperatures exceeding those previously recorded by more than double. Lin Yifeng could easily envision that if the dragon flame of Clark hue were employed to melt steel, it would be accomplished in mere minutes. He set down the memorandum, rose to his feet, and approached the window, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the future and curiosity for the unknown. These crystals and experiments would serve as the foundation for Valeria's ascent to glory. Though the night deepened, Lin Yifeng's heart remained illuminated with light and hope. He understood that as long as he continued to explore and experiment, his future would be boundless. Chapter 140. The Mysterious Power of Valyrian Relics. It appeared that this colossal dragon was a creation born from the blood magic of the Valyrians, a hybrid of the Longwing and Fireworm. The dragon, combined with the magical crystals, was the source of the Valyrians' audacity to claim dominion. Closing Bertrand Vallis's memorandum, Lin Yifeng settled into a chair, leaning back slightly, as his thoughts transcended time and space, traversing back to the enigmatic and resplendent era of Valyria. Curiosity and anticipation flickered in his gaze, as visions of Valyrian civilization's myriad legends danced in his mind. The once dominant Valyrians, armed with dragons, magical prowess, and formidable weaponry, had once ruled the entire continent. Now, the treasures he had unearthed from the ruins of Valyria might very well be the key to unlocking that illustrious chapter of history. As he contemplated the sets of dragonbone bows, enchanted staffs, runic swords, and rune armor nestled within his storage pouch, an irresistible impulse surged within him. He resolved to venture beyond the confines of Milan City, seeking a remote locale far from human habitation to personally test the potency of these mysterious relics. After a considerable journey, Lin Yifeng finally exited the city, arriving at a vast wilderness outside Milan. The terrain was open, surrounded by dense woods. A perfect sanctuary far removed from the city's clamor and chaos, an ideal experimental ground. He halted on a relatively flat patch of ground, retrieving a dragonbone bow from his storage pouch. Cradling the bow in his hands, he marveled at its craftsmanship. This weapon, meticulously forged from Valyrian steel infused with dragonbone, radiated a profound and enigmatic silvery hue. The bow bore intricate runes, their flowing lines and diverse forms seemingly narrating ancient tales, gently caressing the bow's surface. He felt its cold, unyielding texture. Within this seemingly ordinary dragonbone bow lay a potent and mysterious power, as if it were in slumber, awaiting his awakening. He decided to first attempt drawing the bow without knocking an arrow, eager to discover the wonders it held. Lin Yifeng turned, aiming the dragonbone bow at a nearby tree, grand and sturdy enough for three to embrace its trunk, standing like a giant upon the land. Taking a deep breath, he slowly gathered the spiritual energy within him. As the energy flowed, he sensed a warm and formidable force surging through his body. He channeled the ethereal energy through his arm into the dragonbone bow held in his hands. In an instant, the runes etched upon the bow appeared to be activated, shimmering with a subtle glow. These glimmers gradually coalesced, forming mysterious chains of runes that spread along the bow's body. As Lin Yifeng continuously infused his spiritual energy, the radiance of the runes intensified, enveloping the entire dragonbone bow in a soft halo. Simultaneously, upon the bowstring, a magical arrow began to materialize. This arrow, entirely transparent, sparkled with brilliant light, as if composed purely of arcane power. The tip of the arrow emanated a sharp aura, evoking a sense of reverence. Lin Yifeng sensed that the power within the dragonbone bow had reached its zenith. He understood that it was time to release. With a sudden motion, he let go of the bowstring, and with a swift whoosh, the magical arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward the great tree at an astonishing speed. As the arrow flew, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, producing a sharp, whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, the magical arrow struck the tree. With a resounding boom, akin to thunder, it echoed throughout the wilderness. The massive tree, capable of being embraced by three men, was pierced through, leaving a gaping hole in its trunk, with chips and leaves scattered about, resembling a peculiar ring. Immediately, the sounds of cracking filled the air. The trunk of the tree began to show fissures, which swiftly spread, segmenting the entire trunk into countless pieces. Ultimately, the tree could no longer withstand the immense force, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Yifeng stood in a daze, gazing at the fallen tree, his heart brimming with astonishment. He had not anticipated the dragonbone bow's overwhelming power. A single magical arrow could effortlessly obliterate such a stout tree. Wow, this is astonishing, he exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment after a lengthy pause. Nevertheless, it was time to experiment with other items. A smile crept across Lin Yifeng's lips, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. Chapter 141. The mysterious power of the Valyrian relics. Lin Yifeng placed the dragonbone bow into his storage pouch, his gaze lingering on the aftertaste of the recent experiment. Eagerly, he reached into the pouch once more, retrieving the runic sword. As the sword emerged, it reflected a cool and enigmatic light under the sun, as if recounting the glory of ancient Valyria. With both hands firmly gripping the runic sword, he meticulously scanned the blade, examining every detail. The runes engraved upon the blade resembled ancient verses, emanating waves of mysterious magical energy. In a somewhat concealed area of the blade, a few small words were inscribed. Lin Yifeng squinted slightly, and upon discerning the words, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Dragonfire." This is the name of this Valyrian steel sword. As the words left his lips, Lin Yifeng flicked his wrist, executing a stunning flourish with the sword. The blade sliced through the air, producing a crisp and melodious sound, as if the sword were joyfully singing. Subsequently, he pivoted with grace, precisely aiming at the grand tree nearby, which could easily be encircled by three individuals. Lin Yifeng inhaled deeply, channeling the spiritual energy within him. In an instant, the energy surged through his meridians like a torrent, flowing into his arms and completely infusing the dragon flame sword he wielded. The runic blade seemed to awaken like a mythical beast, its body radiating an intense brilliance, with the inscribed runes gleaming with a blinding and fervent light. Lin Yifeng shouted with fervor, swinging his arm as several strikes swiftly swept forth, accompanied by the fierce gusts of sword wind. The crimson sword energy erupted from the blade like a roaring fire dragon, hurtling toward the tree with unstoppable momentum. The air was sliced through with a piercing shriek, as if it were being torn apart. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy struck the stout trunk of the tree with tremendous force. The tree, once resilient, now bore several deep gashes from the sword strikes, astonishingly charred as though scorched by an unrelenting blaze, exuding a pungent scent of burning. Lin Yifeng gazed at his work with satisfaction, gaining a renewed appreciation for the power of the dragon flame sword. He gently sheathed the sword and returned it to his storage pouch, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and eager anticipation for the forthcoming experiment. After a brief pause, he retrieved a staff from his storage pouch. The moment the staff emerged, the surrounding air seemed to tremble, emanating a rich and mysterious aura of magic. He cradled the staff with both hands, observing it intently. Crafted entirely from Valyria steel, the staff was remarkably light, almost weightless in his grasp. At its apex, a magical crystal was embedded, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, with tendrils of magic visibly escaping, almost tangible. The upper portion of the staff was intricately inscribed with an array of runes, their elegant lines infused with profound magical resonance. Harmonizing, yet distinctly different from the runes on the dragonbone bow and dragon flame sword. With both hands firmly gripping the staff, Lin Yifeng focused his mind, slowly channeling his spiritual energy into it. As the energy flowed in, the runes on the staff blazed forth with brilliance, the magical crystal dazzlingly illuminating a vast area around him. Reciting incantations, he waved the staff, casting the fireball spell. Instantly, several fireballs coalesced at the staff's tip, burning fiercely with intense heat, warping the surrounding air into shimmering distortions, reminiscent of glimmering mirrors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fireballs, accompanied by a roaring wind, struck the three-person embrace tree like cannonballs. Upon impact, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. In an instant, a dazzling blaze shot upward, casting a blood-red hue over everything in the vicinity. The tree quaked violently under the relentless assault of the fireballs, teetering as if it might collapse at any moment. The bark was instantly scorched by the intense heat, peeling away in large chunks, while the branches were mercilessly consumed by the ferocious flames, crackling loudly, permeating the air with a suffocating scent of charred wood. Lin Yifeng gazed upon the magnificent yet tragic scene before him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The power of this staff was indeed formidable, and the potency of the fireball spell exceeded his expectations. He slowly retracted the staff, standing still as a tide of thoughts surged within him. It appeared that this staff could hasten the casting speed, a realization that deepened his appreciation for its value. Next came the final item. Lin Yifeng murmured to himself, reaching once more into his storage pouch to retrieve a set of rune-etched armor. The moment it emerged, it exuded an aura of weight and strength. He examined it meticulously, noting the exquisite runes adorning the helmet, breastplate, arm guards, skirt armor, and leg plates. These runes glimmered softly, as if safeguarding the armor itself. Fortunately, this armor was designed for men. Otherwise, Lin Yifeng would have felt somewhat awkward donning it. He took his time to don the rune armor properly. The instant it enveloped his form, he distinctly felt a mysterious power enveloping him. After a while, Lin Yifeng began to move, performing simple tests. To his delight, he discovered that the defensive capabilities of this rune armor far surpassed that of ordinary armor, seemingly constructing an impenetrable barrier around him. Moreover, the armor was astonishingly lightweight, imposing no burden on his movements. In fact, when he summoned a modicum of spiritual energy, his speed increased, rendering him more agile and nimble than ever before. After some time, Lin Yifeng stowed the rune armor back into his storage pouch, dusted off non-existent specks from his attire, and turned to embark on his journey back to Millen City. Chapter 142, Sharing Treasures, A New Dawn the following morning. The gentle rays of the rising sun bathed the streets and alleys of Millen City in a golden hue, adorning this exotic city with a shimmering veil. Lin Yifeng rose early, the night's rest having left him devoid of any lethargy. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Today, he would journey to the grand and magnificent pyramid palace of Millen City to share with Daenerys the astonishing discoveries gleaned from their expedition to the Valyria ruins. Lin Yifeng meticulously arranged his attire, ensuring that every detail was neat and presentable. He understood the significance of this meeting. The treasures from the Valyria ruins not only pertained to the pact between him and Daenerys, but could also profoundly impact the future of Millen City. Once prepared, he strode with steady and resolute steps towards the pyramid palace. As he walked, Millen City gradually awakened, the bustling atmosphere enveloping him. Stalls lining the streets overflowed with a myriad of goods, while vendors enthusiastically hawked their wares. Colorful fabrics fluttered gently in the breeze, and the fragrant spices wafted through the air, mingling with the laughter and chatter of the crowd, creating a vibrant tableau. However, Lin Yifeng had little inclination to relish the splendor around him. His mind was solely occupied with the precious treasures he was about to present to Daenerys. At long last, Lin Yifeng arrived before the imposing pyramid palace. The palace looms like an ancient and enigmatic beast, silently occupying the heart of the city, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring majesty. The massive stone gates tower into the clouds, guarded by sentinels clad in resplendent and heavy armor, wielding long spears, standing motionless like sculptures, their stern gazes surveying all that surrounds them. Lin Yifeng conveyed his purpose to the guards, who nodded slightly. One of them swiftly turned and entered the palace to deliver the message. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yifeng was led into the palace by the guards. The interior of the palace was adorned with opulence and exquisite beauty, with walls embedded with dazzling gemstones and intricate murals depicting the rich history and glorious past of Miran City. Sunlight streamed through lofty stained-glass windows, casting vibrant patches of color upon the floor, while Lin Yifeng's footsteps echoed in the vast corridors, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with the ancient edifice. Upon entering the council chamber, he beheld Daenerys seated regally upon a lofty throne. Today, Daenerys donned a magnificent gown of deep crimson, its hem cascading like flames around the throne. She wore a crown set with a colossal ruby, its radiant brilliance accentuating her fair complexion, enhancing her nobility and authority. Her eyes reflected wisdom and composure, patiently awaiting Lin Yifeng's arrival. Lin Yifeng strode to the center of the chamber, knelt on one knee, and respectfully declared, "Your Majesty, Queen Daenerys, I have come to share the discoveries from my journey to the ruins of Valyria." Daenerys raised her hand slightly, signaling him to rise. Her voice gentle yet powerful, "Arise, Lin Yifeng. I have long awaited your return." As he stood, a humble smile graced his face, and he unhesitatingly opened his satchel. He first carefully produced Valyrian steel weaponry, unique and masterfully crafted swords, spears, and other arms that glimmered with a cold, sharp light in the sunlight. The blades and shafts were inscribed with intricate and mysterious runes, pulsating with a faint magical resonance, as if imbued with life. Lin Yifeng grasped the long sword, swinging it gently. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a clear, melodious ring, as if recounting tales of past glories. Next, Lin Yifeng revealed a suit of Valyrian steel armor. The material appeared impenetrably strong, yet astonishingly light. The runes on its surface shimmered with a soft glow, as though safeguarding the mysterious power within. Daenerys rose from her throne, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and delight. She approached Lin Yifeng, extending her hand to gently caress the armor's surface, feeling its cold and solid texture. Finally, with utmost care, Lin Yifeng presented a majority of the dragon eggs. Each egg varied in size, radiating a unique luminescence, their surfaces adorned with strange and exquisite patterns, as if crafted by the hands of nature itself. A flicker of surprise and excitement illuminated Daenerys' gaze as she knelt, delicately stroking the smooth surface of the eggs, as if sensing the infinite vitality contained within. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yifeng produced a considerable collection of treasures, including half a dozen magical crystal stones, several sets of Valyrian steel rune armor, a number of dragonbone bows, and an assortment of rune swords. Each item he revealed elicited gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd. These artifacts were distinctive in their own right. The magical crystal stones shimmered with vibrant hues, releasing powerful waves of magical energy. The rune armor, not only robust, but also exuded an aura of mystique when its runes flickered. The dragonbone bows radiated an ancient and formidable power, as if they could rend the very fabric of space, while the rune swords glimmered alluringly in the sunlight, their inscriptions seemingly chanting ancient incantations. Finally, Lin Yifeng displayed a significant amount of gold, Valyrian manuscripts, and the summary of Valyrian mysteries before the audience. The brilliance of the gold illuminated the entire council chamber, mesmerizing all who beheld it. The Valyrian manuscripts, though weathered by time, remained remarkably well preserved, their texts and illustrations imbued with an air of enigma. The summary of Valyrian mysteries emanated a profound and ancient power, as if concealing countless untold secrets. Daenerys meticulously examined these precious items, her eyes brimming with joy and astonishment. She gently caressed a dragon egg, savoring its warmth, before picking up a Valyrian steel weapon and experiencing its chilling touch. After a prolonged moment, she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she sincerely remarked, "These treasures are truly astonishing, Lin Yifeng. This adventure has brought us immense wealth and hope." Your Majesty, I merely fulfilled our original agreement by sharing with you your rightful portion, Lin Yifeng replied with a humble and sincere smile. Daenerys nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting admiration. She turned to her subordinates and commanded, "Ensure that all the treasures obtained from our expedition to the Valyrian ruins are securely placed in my treasury. These are the invaluable treasures of Meereen, and they must be safeguarded with utmost care." Upon receiving their orders, her subordinates promptly and efficiently began the task of organizing and transporting the precious items. Chapter 143, Secrets on the Walls. Fates intertwined as Daenerys' subordinates busily transported the treasures. Daenerys and Lin Yifeng continued their conversation. The palace bustled with activity, the sounds of footsteps and the movement of objects blending together, yet this did not diminish their enthusiasm for deep discussion. Daenerys inquired with keen interest about the intricacies of Lin Yifeng's adventures in the Valyrian ruins. Each perilous moment and every mysterious discovery captivated her. Lin Yifeng vividly recounted his experiences, from the moment he stepped into the ruins to the various dangers and challenges he encountered, culminating in the eventual discovery of these priceless treasures. As the transport of treasures neared completion, Daenerys, still yearning for more tales, glanced at her busy subordinates and then at Lin Yifeng, her eyes flashing with a sense of ease and contentment. She invited, "Lin Yifeng, join me for a stroll outside. Having been in this palace for so long, I crave some fresh air." Lin Yifeng readily agreed, and the two walked side by side out of the palace. Outside, the sunlight was bright and warm, and a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it the fragrance of blooming flowers. They strolled along the winding path, engaging in discussions about the history, culture, and the enigmatic legends of Valyria. Daenerys' eyes gleamed with curiosity and a yearning for exploration, while Lin Yifeng, drawing upon his vast knowledge and experience, addressed her myriad inquiries. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived atop the walls of the Pyramid Palace. From their elevated vantage point, the entirety of Meereen unfolded before them, a vibrant tapestry of bustling streets, lively markets, and architecturally diverse buildings. The lush fields in the distance flourished under the azure sky, creating a breathtaking vista. Daenerys gazed silently into the horizon, and after a prolonged moment, she turned her gaze towards Lin Yifeng, her expression transforming into one of solemn determination. "In due time, I shall traverse the sea to Westeros to reclaim what is rightfully mine, Lin Yifeng. I ask once more, will you assist me?" Her eyes shimmered with anticipation, as if his response would shape the trajectory of her future. Lin Yifeng smiled gently, his demeanor radiating confidence and composure. "Of course." His succinct reply was imbued with unwavering trust and support. After a brief pause, Lin Yifeng furrowed his brow in contemplation before adding, "By the way, I have heard whispers of the others appearing in the north of Westeros. I intend to investigate in the coming days." "The others?" A flicker of astonishment and gravity crossed Daenerys' face. She slightly lifted her gaze, lost in recollection, and slowly spoke. "In my youth, my mother and my foolish brother, Viserys Targaryen, once told me of a prophecy. A winter's chill would bring forth unfathomable darkness, from which a lurking entity would seek to annihilate all living beings. For humanity to endure, a Targaryen must ascend the throne to unite all of Westeros against the cold and the dark. This prophecy has echoed through my family's lineage since the age of Aegon. I suspect that the lurking entity, as foretold, refers to the others." Upon hearing Daenerys' revelation, a smirk graced Lin Yifeng's lips as he jested. "Ah. A winter's chill bringing forth unfathomable darkness, and a lurking entity poised to obliterate all life. Yet, does anyone in Westeros beckon you to claim that Iron Throne?" Daenerys found herself momentarily speechless. She pouted slightly and rolled her eyes at Lin Yifeng, her demeanor losing some of its regal gravity, revealing a playful youthfulness. "You always tease me. However, the Iron Throne rightfully belongs to the Targaryens, and reclaiming what is mine is justified. Whether or not anyone invites me is inconsequential. What matters is that I possess the resolve and strength." Lin Yifeng's smile faded as he nodded earnestly. "I believe in you, Daenerys. Yet the situation in Westeros is intricate, with factions intertwined. The emergence of the others only exacerbates the turmoil. We must be thoroughly prepared." Daenerys inhaled deeply, her gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. "I am acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lie ahead, yet I shall not waver. The blood of House Targaryen bestows upon me a sacred mission. I shall ascend the Iron Throne and unite the great factions of Westeros to confront the White Walkers." Lin Yifeng pondered for a moment before responding, "Perhaps we should begin by understanding the White Walkers. Their presence has been reported in the north, and the local populace may possess vital information. I will journey to the north to investigate, while you continue preparations in Meereen for our venture to Westeros. We shall work in tandem. Daenerys nodded slightly. That is indeed a sound proposal. However, you must exercise utmost caution in the north. The White Walkers are not to be underestimated. Her eyes reflected concern, for Lin Yifeng was a cherished ally. Lin Yifeng assured her, do not worry. I will be vigilant. Perhaps I shall uncover some means to combat the White Walkers during my expedition. The two stood upon the castle walls, embraced by the gentle breeze, continuing to deliberate their future plans. Chapter 144. The Shadow of Grey Scales, a choice of loyalty upon the walls of the Pyramid Palace. Lin Yifeng and Daenerys engaged in spirited conversation. The warm sunlight bathed them, and a gentle breeze carried the unique essence of Meereen. Their discourse traversed from the turbulent state of Westeros to their future aspirations, sparking a vibrant exchange of ideas. However, this harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered. Jorah Mormont hastened towards them, his steps heavy, his countenance marked by resolve tinged with sorrow. Upon seeing Daenerys, he knelt without hesitation, his voice low yet clear, "My queen. I fear I can no longer follow you." Daenerys, taken aback by his words, instinctively reached out to assist Jorah Mormont. In her heart, he had always been a loyal follower, a trustworthy companion, and such an unexpected declaration left her momentarily bewildered. To her astonishment, Jorah recoiled from her touch. "What troubles you, Ser Jorah?" she inquired, her eyes filled with concern and confusion, seeking answers in his expression. After a brief silence, Jorah slowly rolled up his sleeve, revealing his arm, which was covered in a multitude of black scales, glimmering ominously in the sunlight, as if emblematic of some malevolent force. "What has befallen you?" Daenerys gasped at the sight of the horrifying scales on Jorah's arm, a surge of worry flooding her being, her voice quivering involuntarily. The image before her was both shocking and terrifying. She could scarcely believe that the once valiant Ser Jorah had transformed into this grotesque visage. "I contracted the gray scale during my exile, while I was apprehending the imp Tyrion Lannister. As I passed through the ruins of Valyria on my way back to Meereen, I inadvertently became infected," Jorah explained calmly, a hint of resignation and self-deprecation in his tone. Reflecting on that experience, a tumult of emotions surged within him. What had begun as a routine mission had yielded such a dreadful consequence. Daenerys's complexion instantly turned pale. The term grayscale disease filled her with a sense of dread and despair. This affliction was not only difficult to cure, but also highly contagious, and once contracted, it almost signified a death sentence. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart heavy with compassion and sorrow for Jorah. "I command you. You must find a cure and return to me alive," Daenerys declared firmly, her gaze reflecting an unwavering resolve. To her, Jorah was an indispensable ally, and the thought of losing him was unbearable. Even if hope was slim, she implored Jorah to try and seek a glimmer of life. Jorah Mormont lifted his head, meeting Daenerys' steadfast eyes, a warm current flowing through him. He understood the trust and reliance the queen placed in him, as well as the deep affection behind her command. However, he was acutely aware of the horrors of grayscale disease, a malady for which no effective treatment existed. The notion of a cure was but a distant dream. "Your Majesty, the grayscale." Jorah attempted to persuade Daenerys to abandon this unrealistic notion, wishing to spare her from harboring excessive hope that could lead to greater disappointment. "Do not speak of impossibilities, Ser Jorah. I firmly believe there must be a way. You are my loyal follower. I cannot bear the thought of losing you." Daenerys interrupted him, her voice tinged with emotion, yet resolutely firm. Chapter 145. Temporary Remedies. The journey to the citadel upon the walls of the Pyramid City. The atmosphere was stifling, as if a storm were imminent. Daenerys wore a worried expression, her eyes filled with concern for Jorah's condition, while Jorah Mormont hung his head, gazing at the chilling black scales on his arm, his demeanor desolate and hopeless. The two seemed enveloped in a heavy shroud of gloom, the air around them thick and stagnant. "Let me take a look and see if I can find a remedy," Lin Yifeng, who had been quietly standing beside Daenerys, stepped forward, shattering the oppressive silence. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with an undeniable confidence, akin to a ray of sunlight piercing through dark clouds, bringing a hint of hope to this despairing scene. As Lin Yifeng's gaze fell upon the densely clustered black scales on Jorah Mormont's arm, he felt a slight jolt. Despite his prior mental preparation, the scales appeared as malevolent marks, grotesquely twisting and covering the skin, exuding an eerie aura. Lin Yifeng was acutely aware of the perilous nature of grayscale disease. In the original tale, Jorah had discovered a treatment in the citadel. Yet the current circumstances were graver than he could have imagined. Lin Yifeng furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought, fully grasping the complexities of grayscale disease. Nevertheless, he did not waver. Perhaps within his mysterious and rich storage pouch lay the key to alleviating the affliction. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yifeng reached into his storage pouch and began to search meticulously. Time stretched in the anxious wait, each second seeming to elongate endlessly. Daenerys and Jorah Mormont closely observed every movement of Lin Yifeng, their eyes brimming with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. At last, Lin Yifeng's hand came to a halt as he cautiously extracted a delicate porcelain vial from his storage pouch. This seemingly ordinary vial now appeared to embody all their hopes. Is this potion effective? The question escaped the lips of Daenerys and Jorah almost in unison, their voices tinged with a tremor. In the face of a terminal affliction such as grayscale, any glimmer of hope felt both precious and fragile. They feared it might merely be a fleeting illusion. Lin Yifeng gently shook the vial in his hand, his expression calm, yet infused with unwavering confidence. Perhaps it may prove useful. This elixir, while not promising immortality, can extend one's life. Though it may not cure grayscale, it should alleviate the symptoms, granting you some time to seek a remedy. His words, devoid of absolute assurance, resonated like a soothing balm, allowing Daenerys and Jorah to breathe a sigh of relief from the tension that had gripped their hearts. Jorah Mormont silently accepted the porcelain vial, his gaze lingering upon it, as if scrutinizing the faint flicker of hope that fate had bestowed upon him. Finally, he inhaled deeply, slowly uncapped the vial, and poured a few rejuvenating pills into his mouth before swallowing them. Initially, there appeared to be no significant change. Jorah's countenance remained solemn. Yet, before long, his body trembled slightly, and a spark of surprise flickered in his once dull eyes. "Thank you, Lin Yifeng. I feel much better," he exclaimed, his voice filled with gratitude and disbelief. The rejuvenating pills seemed to transform into a warm, potent force, coursing through him and easing the torment of his affliction, rendering his once leaden body considerably lighter. Tears of joy glistened in Daenerys' eyes as she hurried to Jorah's side, grasping his hand tightly. Her voice quavered with emotion. "I cannot thank you enough, Lin Yifeng. You have given Jorah a new lease on life." Lin Yifeng nodded with a smile, replying, "This is but a temporary respite. Sir Jorah must urgently seek a definitive cure." Jorah Mormont was acutely aware of this truth. He cast a grateful glance at Lin Yifeng and Daenerys, his eyes filled with resolve and loyalty. "I shall do so. I will surely find a cure for grayscale and return to serve you, Your Majesty." He had heard tales of the Citadel, a sanctuary for learned scholars and ancient medical texts, and he wished to venture there in search of fortune. Sometime later, as the afternoon sun waned, Jorah Mormont prepared a modest bundle and bade farewell to Daenerys and Lin Yifeng, embarking on his arduous journey to the Citadel. Standing beneath the towering walls of the pyramid, he once more offered a solemn and reverent knightly salute to Daenerys, his eyes ignited with steadfast conviction. "Your Majesty, please take care. In the days of my absence, I sincerely wish for your endeavors to flourish and for you to realize your grand ambitions soon." Jorah Mormont spoke, his voice tinged with reluctance, yet imbued with heartfelt blessings for Daenerys. With tears glistening in her eyes, Daenerys gazed affectionately at Jorah and said, "Sir Jorah, take care of yourself. No matter the challenges you face, persevere. The journey to the Citadel is long and fraught with uncertainties. You must exercise utmost caution. I shall be here awaiting your return, longing for the day you stand by my side once more, fighting together." Lin Yifeng stepped forward, gently patting Jorah Mormont's shoulder, and earnestly advised, "Sir Jorah, travel safely. Though the Citadel offers many opportunities, it is not without its dangers. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to send word back. We will do everything in our power to help." Jorah Mormont nodded and mounted his horse. With a sharp crack of the whip, his steed kicked up a cloud of dust as it galloped toward the Citadel. Chapter 146. The Flux of All, a new journey to the Isle in the afternoon. The walls of Meereen glimmered with an ancient aura under the sun's embrace. Daenerys stood tall upon the battlements, her gaze fixed on the horizon, where Jorah Mormont's figure gradually shrank, ultimately vanishing from sight. She clasped her hands tightly over her heart, her lips quivering slightly as she silently prayed for Jorah. Each syllable carried her profound concern and hope for this loyal follower, wishing him success in finding a cure for the grayscale and a safe return. Lin Yifeng stood beside Daenerys, letting out a gentle sigh of resignation. He understood well that in this world rife with uncertainties and dangers, fate is ever elusive. Although he had provided Jorah with his precious elixir to temporarily alleviate his affliction, the future remained shrouded in unpredictability. He was acutely aware of Jorah's experiences in the original tale, yet reality harbored its own myriad uncertainties, leaving him to hope for a favorable outcome. Time flowed swiftly, and several days passed. Lin Yifeng meticulously organized his belongings within his chamber. Those items that had accompanied him for a long time were now carefully arranged. He filled his storage pouch, inspecting it repeatedly to ensure no essential object was overlooked. Once prepared, Lin Yifeng approached Daenerys. They exchanged no words, the air thick with a subtle sense of parting sorrow. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yifeng spoke first. Daenerys, I must depart for the north. I am grateful for your care during my time in Meereen. A fleeting look of reluctance crossed Daenerys' eyes as she nodded slightly. Travel safely, if fate permits. I hope we shall meet again. Lin Yifeng responded with a smile, turning resolutely to step away, bidding farewell to Daenerys as he embarked on his journey to the north. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Westeros, King's Landing found itself at the epicenter of a maelstrom of power. After countless overt and covert struggles, bloody conflicts, and the cyclical nature of power, Queen Cersei now stood atop the pinnacle of authority. Adorned in a resplendent gown and crowned with the symbol of power, her gaze radiated coldness and resolve. She sat upon the Iron Throne, surveying her subjects below, her mind calculating how to solidify her reign and suppress any potential threats. Beneath the veneer of tranquility, King's Landing was, in fact, a cauldron of surreptitious machinations, with various factions lurking in the shadows, poised to seize an opportune moment. Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng, having departed from Millen City, soared through the skies. His form was lithe and agile, akin to a liberated bird, traversing mountains and rivers. Sweeping across the vast expanse of the earth, after an extensive flight, he alighted upon a deserted island. This isle was encircled by crystalline waters, with verdant foliage abounding. Exuding a vibrant vitality, Lin Yifeng commenced his exploration of the uninhabited island, weaving through the dense thickets, where the fallen leaves crunched softly beneath his feet. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patches of light upon the ground. He meticulously scrutinized his surroundings, leaving no detail unattended. After a while, he stumbled upon a cavern. The entrance was obscured by intertwining vines and underbrush, making it difficult to discern without a keen eye. Lin Yifeng parted the vines and ventured into the cave. Inside, the cavern was remarkably spacious, its walls glimmering with an enigmatic radiance, as if concealing some arcane force. This cave is quite extensive. This shall suffice, Lin Yifeng mused to himself. Upon entering, he observed the interior for a moment. The cave was dry and well ventilated, with a pleasant temperature, making it an excellent locale for his endeavors. He resolved to concoct some items here, retrieving various materials from his storage pouch and arranging them meticulously. Some of these substances emanated an extraordinary glow, while others released distinctive aromas. In that serene cave on the deserted island, Lin Yifeng carefully selected a flat area and gradually settled into a meditative posture. The air was imbued with a damp and mystical essence, and the flickering luminescence of the cave walls seemed to whisper ancient tales. Lin Yifeng understood well that in this perilous world, strength was the foundation of survival, and formidable equipment was pivotal in augmenting one's power. As the saying goes, to craft well, one must first sharpen their tools. He murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. This time, he aimed not only to refine a superior alchemical furnace and a remarkable crafting cauldron, but also to forge a set of flying swords, a bow, a blue dragon spear, and a robust armor inspired by the radiant light armor. Lin Yifeng gingerly placed the precious material, Valyrian steel, before him. Renowned across Westeros for its unparalleled resilience, razor-sharp edges, and capacity to withstand immense magical forces, this material was undoubtedly an exceptional choice for crafting top-tier equipment. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze intently on the crafting cauldron, slowly introducing the Valyrian steel into its depths. At that moment, a faint glimmer seemed to flicker across the steel, as if it anticipated the imminent metamorphosis. Subsequently, Lin Yifeng tilted his head slightly, opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of blazing true fire. This inferno was a formidable force he had mastered through years of cultivation, possessing an extraordinary temperature and unparalleled smelting capability. The flames surged into the crafting cauldron like a dragon, enveloping it entirely and emitting a searing brilliance. In an instant, the temperature within the cave escalated dramatically, the light intensifying, illuminating even the darkest corners as brightly as day. As the ethereal flames continued their relentless burn, Lin Yifeng sat cross-legged at the heart of the cave, fully immersed in the cultivation of his inner spiritual energy. His hands moved like phantoms, swiftly forming intricate seals, each imbued with enigmatic power. Incantations flowed from his lips, their deep timbre resonating with a rhythm that seemed to echo from a distant era. Streams of spiritual energy transformed into resplendent light, pouring from his hands into the refining cauldron, intertwining with the flames to exert their influence upon the precious materials within. Under the dual forces of spiritual energy and fire, the materials began to undergo wondrous transformations. The Valyrian steel gradually glowed a vibrant red, its surface shimmering with a fluid luster, as if imbued with life. The light flickered unpredictably, at times intense, at others faint, rising amidst curling smoke, enveloping the entire cave in a veil of mystery and ethereality. Throughout this prolonged and tense refinement process, Lin Yifeng remained utterly focused, allowing no room for complacency. Each step resembled a delicate balance upon a tightrope, requiring precise execution. Any misstep could lead to the collapse of his efforts and the failure of the endeavor. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his garments, yet he remained oblivious. His gaze steadfastly fixed upon the object of his refinement, his eyes betraying unwavering determination and concentration. Time passed, each second seemingly suspended within the tension-filled atmosphere. As moments slipped away, the refining process drew closer to its conclusion. The originally chaotic materials began to merge under the combined forces of high temperature, spiritual energy, and incantations, coalescing into an object that radiated a gentle luminosity. This glow was warm and bright, seemingly containing boundless energy, illuminating the entire cave. Finally, a smile of satisfaction graced Lin Yifeng's face. He knew he had succeeded. After a prolonged period of effort and dedication, the new refining cauldron was finally complete. He raised his hand in a beckoning gesture and called out, "Come." The radiant cauldron transformed into a streak of light, soaring into Lin Yifeng's palm. As it flew to him, the cauldron swiftly shrank until it was no larger than a small bowl, resting securely within his hand. "Quite satisfactory," Lin Yifeng remarked, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glimmering with contentment as he began to fondle the newly crafted cauldron. Now the size of a small bowl, this newly forged cauldron possessed an ancient, yet exquisite design, its surface etched with mysterious runes and patterns. The runes flickered with a faint glow, seemingly narrating the immense power they harbored. Gently caressing the cauldron's body, Lin Yifeng reveled in its delicate texture and the subtle warmth emanating from it, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 148. Island Forging 2. In the tranquil and profound cave of the deserted island, it felt as though time had forgotten this hidden corner. Lin Yifeng sat quietly at the center of the cavern, the damp atmosphere enveloping him, occasionally punctuated by droplets falling from the ceiling, creating tiny splashes that echoed crisply in the expansive space. Lin Yifeng's expression was calm, yet his eyes betrayed a depth of focus and anticipation. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast the small bowl-sized cauldron forward. As it soared through the air, it expanded rapidly, catching the gentle breeze flowing through the cave. Before him, the refining cauldron flickered with light and shadow, its originally petite form expanding and stretching until it reached its intended size, coming to rest firmly in front of Lin Yifeng. At this moment, the cauldron exuded an air of ancient solemnity, its surface etched with runes that emitted a faint glow, as if whispering secrets of a mysterious, bygone power. Lin Yifeng raised his hand slightly, and with a gentle beckoning motion, several pieces of Valyrian steel, shimmering with a ghostly luminescence, soared from the storage pouch at his side. They traced elegant arcs in the air before landing accurately within the cauldron. These pieces of Valyrian steel had been painstakingly gathered by him, each embodying immense energy, making them exceptional materials for crafting top-tier magical artifacts. Next, Lin Yifeng inhaled deeply and exhaled, releasing a torrential stream of blazing true fire from his lips. The flames, a striking bluish white, enveloped the cauldron in an instant, their intense heat causing it to emit a low, resonant hum, as though it had been imbued with life. The fire caressed the cauldron's surface, rapidly heating the Valyrian steel within, which soon glowed a brilliant red, radiating dazzling light. Simultaneously, Lin Yifeng began to channel the spiritual energy coursing through his body. Light swirled around him as his spiritual power surged through his meridians like a mighty river. His hands moved with remarkable dexterity, his fingers weaving intricate seals at a dizzying speed, each gesture embodying the profound mysteries of the universe and exuding an aura of enigma. Incantations flowed from his lips, their deep resonance echoing in the cavern, as if resonating with some arcane force in the cosmos. As waves of spiritual energy, akin to resplendent stars, streamed into the cauldron in harmonious synergy with the true fire, the Valyrian steel began to undergo a wondrous transformation. Under the dual influences of the intense heat and spiritual energy, the steel softened and melded together. No longer mere individual pieces, they intertwined as if imbued with sentience, merging and permeating one another. Radiance flickered within the cauldron, oscillating between brilliance and dimness, each flicker accompanied by subtle shifts in the material's internal structure. Wisps of smoke began to rise, suffused with strange colors and a distinctive aroma, enveloping the cavern in a shroud of mystery. Amidst this swirling fog, Lin Yifeng appeared as an ethereal sage, fully immersed in the enchanting process of creation. Throughout the refining journey, he remained utterly focused, unwilling to afford even a moment's lapse in concentration. He understood that every step was critical to the eventual success or failure of his endeavor. From the intensity of his energy output to the precision of his seals, from controlling the temperature of the flames to timing the fusion of materials. Any slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophic failure, rendering all his efforts futile. Sweat trickled down his forehead, streaming down his cheeks and soaking his garments. Yet he remained oblivious to it. His gaze was unwavering, fixed intently on the object being refined within the cauldron, his eyes brimming with determination and dedication. Time quietly slipped away in the charged atmosphere, each moment steeped in agony and anticipation. As time progressed, the refining process drew ever closer to its conclusion. The originally chaotic Valyrian steel gradually melded together under Lin Yifeng's meticulous manipulation, forming an object that radiated a gentle luminescence. This light was warm and pure, as if imbued with boundless vitality and energy, illuminating the entire cavern. A smile of satisfaction finally graced Lin Yifeng's face, a reflection of the joy that comes from overcoming countless hardships to achieve success. He understood that his efforts had not been in vain. A new alchemical furnace was on the verge of being born. With a wave of his hand, he softly commanded, "Return." In an instant, the softly glowing object transformed into a streak of light, swiftly flying towards Lin Yifeng. During its flight, the object rapidly diminished in size until it was no larger than a small bowl, landing steadily in Lin Yifeng's hand. The alchemical furnace, now petite yet exuding an air of grandeur and stability, glimmered with runes that sparkled with vibrant light, as if joyfully dancing to herald the birth of new life. Lin Yifeng cradled this hard-earned alchemical furnace tenderly, his heart brimming with emotion. It was not merely a treasure but a symbol of his strength, a formidable assurance as he navigated through this challenging world. He examined the furnace closely, savoring the unique aura it emanated, as if he could hear it whispering tales of the wondrous journey it had just undergone. "With you, the crafting of elixirs will become far more effortless," Lin Yifeng murmured, his voice imbued with affection and anticipation. He was acutely aware that this was merely a small milestone on his path of cultivation, with many more challenges awaiting him in the future. Yet, in this moment, he reveled in the joy of success, savoring the fruits of his labor. After carefully securing the alchemical furnace, Lin Yifeng slowly rose, stretching his limbs before exiting the cavern. He gazed out at the vast expanse of the world beyond the cave, his eyes filled with confidence and determination. Chapter 149. Island Forging 3. The cave on the desolate island was tranquil and profound, imbued with an air of mystery. Lin Yifeng returned once more, making his way to the center of the cavern where he settled into a meditative posture. The atmosphere around him seemed to grow heavy with anticipation for the forging endeavor he was about to commence. At this moment, the image of the azure dragon halberd vividly materialized in Lin Yifeng's mind, a weapon of his dreams. With a flick of his hand, several pieces of Valyrian steel soared from his storage pouch, tracing graceful arcs in the air before precisely landing in the forging cauldron before him. These pieces of Valyrian steel shimmered with a unique metallic luster, their robust texture harboring immense energy fluctuations, making them ideal materials for crafting top-tier weaponry. Next, Lin Yifeng took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and unleashed a stream of blazing true fire. This fierce flame roared to life, infused with high temperatures and potent spiritual power, enveloping the forging cauldron in an instant. The cauldron trembled slightly under the scorching heat, seemingly responding to the powerful force. Simultaneously, Lin Yifeng's hands began to move rapidly, his fingers dancing like the wind as he cast one spell after another. Each incantation contained the mysteries of the universe, resonating with a unique rhythm and cadence. As the incantation was cast, threads of ethereal energy flowed from his fingertips, merging into the forging cauldron, harmonizing with the true flames to exert a dual influence upon the Valyrian steel. Under the relentless smelting of the true fire and the potent effects of the incantation, the Valyrian steel within the cauldron began to undergo a wondrous transformation. Gradually, it softened, the once rigid blocks slowly melting into a liquid state, swirling and undulating within the cauldron. These liquids shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, intertwining as if engaged in a mystical ritual. Lin Yifeng focused intently on the forging cauldron, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination and tenacity. He dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence, for every detail held the fate of the azure dragon spear. Sweat trickled down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground. Yet he remained oblivious, wholly immersed in the art of forging. Time slipped away in the tense atmosphere. After an indeterminate period, a deep, resonant dragon's roar suddenly echoed from within the cauldron. Lin Yifeng's heart leapt with joy. He recognized this as the signal that the azure dragon spear was on the verge of taking shape. Moments later, a brilliant light surged from the cauldron, and a powerful wave of energy instantaneously radiated outward, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Lin Yifeng raised his hand, commanding, "Come." A magnificent azure dragon spear, akin to a soaring dragon, erupted from the cauldron, soaring directly into his grasp. The spear boasted an ancient yet formidable design, its elongated body adorned with fluid lines. Intricate carvings of a vivid azure dragon adorned the shaft, its sinuous form coiling and twisting. The dragon scales gleaming with a metallic sheen as if poised to spring to life. The spear tip was exceptionally sharp, emanating a chilling light that seemed capable of effortlessly rending space itself. Lin Yifeng gripped the azure dragon's spear tightly, examining it with joy evident in his eyes. He gently swung the spear, and a piercing whistle filled the air, powerful gusts radiating outward from the spear's center, stirring the sands and stones within the cavern. Truly, it was an extraordinary divine weapon, Lin Yifeng murmured to himself with satisfaction. After a brief respite, Lin Yifeng regained a portion of his strength and spiritual energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to commence the forging of armor based on the design of the radiant armor. He lifted his hand once more, casting sufficient Valyrian steel into the forging cauldron, then exhaled true fire, his hands once again deftly weaving incantations. This new forging presented a challenge that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the azure dragon spear. The structure of the armor was far more intricate, requiring careful consideration of each segment's protective capabilities, flexibility, and overall coherence. Lin Yifeng was acutely aware of the formidable task at hand. Each incantation was executed with utmost precision, every thread of spiritual energy infused with painstaking accuracy. Under the fierce smelting of the true fire, the Valyrian steel gradually transformed into an array of uniquely shaped armor plates. Guided by Lin Yifeng's incantations, these plates began to autonomously assemble and interlock. Light flickered and danced between the plates, as if countless sprites were performing a graceful ballet. Lin Yifeng's gaze remained fixed on the forging cauldron, continuously adjusting the incantations and energy output to ensure that each plate fit together flawlessly. As time progressed, the initial form of the armor gradually began to take shape. It emanates a robust and profound aura, akin to an indomitable fortress. Beads of sweat increasingly dotting Lin Yifeng's brow, yet his gaze grows ever more resolute. He understands that victory is within reach, and there must be no room for complacency. At last, through Lin Yifeng's relentless efforts, the armor is successfully forged. A formidable yet restrained energy radiates from the furnace, permeating the entire cavern. With a flick of his hand, an exquisitely crafted piece of armor soars from the furnace, gently descending into his grasp. Lin Yifeng meticulously examines the armor. It presents a deep, silvery gray hue, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the dim light within the cave and exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Intricate cloud patterns are engraved upon it, harmonizing with the previously crafted azure dragon halberd, as if they weave together a complete world. At the collar, cuffs, and hem, a band of golden threads is embedded, intricately intertwining to enhance the armor's opulence, while subtly emanating a potent wave of spiritual energy. Lin Yifeng lightly caresses the armor, savoring its texture and power. He can clearly sense the immense energy contained within, ample enough to provide formidable protection at critical moments. "I shall name you the Cloud Dragon Armor," he murmurs, his voice soft yet brimming with affection and pride for this creation. Chapter 150. Island forging. For the cavern on the deserted island remains tranquil, yet Lin Yifeng is oblivious to this serenity. This time, his ambition is monumental, to forge a total of 36 flying swords, alongside a scabbard capable of housing them. With a solemn expression, Lin Yifeng meticulously deposits a substantial quantity of Valyrian steel into the quietly standing furnace before him. The steel glistens with a cold sheen in the dim light of the cave, each piece embodying his anticipation for this set of flying swords. Once the materials are placed, he gradually settles into a meditative posture, regulating his breath to prepare for the arduous forging process ahead. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yifeng suddenly expels a torrent of blazing, true fire from his mouth. The flames roar like a dragon as they surge into the furnace, enveloping it in a sea of fire. Simultaneously, his hands begin to dance rapidly, his fingers deftly conjuring a myriad of intricate incantations. Each gesture is imbued with enigmatic power, accompanied by the rhythmic utterance of ancient spells, as threads of spiritual energy escape from his fingertips and merge into the furnace. Under the dual influence of the sustained true fire and the intricate spells, the materials within the furnace undergo a remarkable transformation. The Valyrian steel gradually softens, its once rigid structure flowing like liquid, intertwining and shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. The brilliance fluctuates, as if narrating the intense metamorphosis occurring within the materials. Time slips away in the charged atmosphere, and Lin Yifeng remains utterly focused on the furnace, unwilling to allow even the slightest distraction. He is acutely aware that forging such a large quantity of high-caliber flying swords means that even the most minute error could lead to total failure. Sweat cascaded from his forehead, soaking his garments, yet he remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in the arduous process of refinement before him. Time seemed to lose all meaning as a faint hum suddenly emanated from the furnace, followed by a brilliant radiance. A surge of joy welled up within Lin Yifeng, for he understood this to be the signal that the flying swords were on the verge of taking shape. Indeed, moments later, 36 streams of light shot skyward from the furnace, swirling and dancing in the air, producing a series of melodious sword chimes. "Come," Lin Yifeng commanded, his voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority. The 36 swords seemed to heed the call, converging in unison around Lin Yifeng. Each sword possessed a unique design. Some bore elongated blades, reminiscent of agile dragons, while others had broad edges, exuding a sense of grandeur and dominance. Each sword radiated a sharp aura, their blades glinting with a chilling light, as if they were narrating tales of their extraordinary essence. Gazing at the 36 swords encircling him, Lin Yifeng felt a blend of elation and trepidation. The prospect of mastering this entire set of swords seemed daunting. He could currently control no more than 3 or 4 at most. He pondered inwardly, for each of these swords harbored formidable power, and to wield them with unfettered freedom required profound spiritual energy and exceptional swordsmanship. Nevertheless, Lin Yifeng did not succumb to despair, for he recognized this as merely the beginning. Setting aside one set of flying swords, he promptly commenced the crafting of a sword box capable of housing them. He cast an appropriate amount of Valyrian steel into the furnace before resuming his seated position, exhaling true fire as his hands deftly enacted the necessary incantations. This endeavor to forge the sword box was no trivial task. The box needed to be constructed from robust materials to protect the swords from harm, while also possessing unique spatial attributes to accommodate all 36 swords effortlessly. Lin Yifeng was completely absorbed, executing each spell with impeccable precision, ensuring that every infusion of spiritual energy was perfectly calibrated. As the true fire continued to blaze, the materials within the furnace gradually took form. First, the rudimentary shape of the sword box emerged, and under Lin Yifeng's meticulous guidance, intricate details were progressively refined. Exquisite patterns began to surface on the box's exterior, intertwining to form enigmatic designs, seemingly imbued with boundless mysteries. As time elapsed, the crafting of the sword box entered its pivotal final stage. Beads of sweat multiplied upon Lin Yifeng's brow, yet his gaze grew more resolute. He intensified the output of his spiritual energy, his hands swiftly transforming the incantations, and his verbal spells quickened in urgency. At long last, through Lin Yifeng's relentless endeavor, the sword box was completed. A powerful yet subtle aura emanated from the furnace, permeating the entire cavern. "Come," he commanded once more, as the sword box shot toward him like a bolt of black lightning. Lin Yifeng reached out to strike the box, which responded by opening with a resonant click. Within, an expansive chamber revealed itself, suffused with a gentle glow, resembling a self-contained microcosm. "Absorb," Lin Yifeng intoned again, his voice echoing throughout the cavern. The 36 flying swords appeared to be drawn by an enigmatic force, aligning themselves in perfect order before transforming into 36 streams of radiant light, soaring directly into the sword box. Lin Yifeng gazed at the neatly stored flying swords within the box, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. The successful crafting of this set of flying swords and their accompanying box marked not only a significant breakthrough in his forging skills, but also a pivotal milestone in his personal strength. With these 36 flying swords and the specially designed sword box, he would possess formidable means to confront various dangers and challenges. In the solitude of the uninhabited island, Lin Yifeng gently caressed the sword box before him, his gaze imbued with satisfaction and contemplation. From now on, it shall be named the Unmatched Sword Box, he declared slowly. This box encapsulated his countless efforts and was forged through arduous trials, and bestowing it with this name felt akin to granting it a soul. The Unmatched Sword Box quietly emanated a subdued luster, seemingly responding to Lin Yifeng, acknowledging its unique title. After some time, Lin Yifeng once again settled in the center of the cave. At this moment, his gaze was steadfast and serene, fully prepared to embark on a new journey of crafting 3 storage bags. For practitioners, storage bags are of utmost importance. They serve not only as containers for various items, but also as crucial safeguards for precious belongings. Lin Yifeng was acutely aware of this. Having meticulously prepared the necessary materials well in advance, he placed each carefully arranged material into the ancient forging cauldron before him. These materials were diligently collected during his past adventures, each imbued with unique fluctuations of spiritual energy, radiating an extraordinary glow, thus laying a solid foundation for crafting high-quality storage bags. Once the materials were in place, Lin Yifeng assumed a tranquil demeanor, gradually settling into a meditative posture. He adjusted his breathing, allowing his mind to drift into an ethereal state, as if merging with the surrounding nature. Subsequently, he parted his lips slightly, releasing a torrent of blazing true fire. This true fire, infused with immense spiritual power, surged forth like a tumultuous river of flames, roaring towards the forging cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron was enveloped by the fierce flames, emitting a deep, resonant hum, as if jubilantly anticipating the wondrous transformation to come. Simultaneously, Lin Yifeng's hands danced like agile butterflies, moving swiftly and precisely as his 10 fingers conjured a series of intricate and exquisite incantations. Each incantation contained unfathomable power from the heavens and the earth, and as the spells were cast, tendrils of spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly from his fingertips, gently and orderly merging into the cauldron, working in harmony with the intense true fire upon the materials within. Under the continuous scorching of the true fire and the dual influence of the spiritual incantations, the materials within the forging cauldron began to undergo remarkable and astonishing transformations. They gradually softened, their originally rigid textures becoming fluid, swirling slowly within the cauldron. Subsequently, these substances began to meld together, intermingling and permeating one another. Their luminosity flickering erratically, sometimes glaringly bright, sometimes softly muted. Each flicker of light accompanied subtle, yet crucial adjustments in the internal structure of the materials, resembling a mysterious dance of creation. Lin Yifeng was utterly engrossed in gazing at the furnace for refining weapons, his gaze imbued with unwavering focus and tenacity. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, missed no subtle change. Sweat trickled down from his forehead, soaking his garments, yet he remained oblivious, wholly immersed in this exhilarating journey of weapon crafting. Time slipped by unnoticed until the materials within the furnace gradually began to take shape. Lin Yifeng keenly sensed the familiar aura, aware that the storage bags were nearing completion. With a gentle motion of his hand and a soft command, he beckoned, "Come." 3 radiant beams of light shot forth from the furnace and landed securely in his grasp. They were 3 pristine storage bags, emanating a soft and mysterious glow, their surfaces adorned with exquisite patterns, subtly pulsating with a vibrant essence. Quite satisfactory. Lin Yifeng mused to himself, a content smile gracing his face. The resilience of these bags, along with the stability and expandability of their internal spaces, met his expectations perfectly. With them, future travels would allow for the convenient transport of various items, freeing him from concerns about storage and security. After a brief respite, Lin Yifeng sat within the cave, his mind racing as he contemplated his forthcoming journey and requirements. He recalled that in certain combat scenarios, ranged attack methods were paramount, and thus an idea sparked within him. He resolved to begin crafting an exceptional bow. Once more, Lin Yifeng rose, placing the prepared Valyrian steel into the furnace. The steel gleamed with a cold metallic luster, its hard texture concealing powerful energy fluctuations, making it an ideal material for forging divine weapons. After positioning the materials, Lin Yifeng settled back into a meditative posture, inhaling deeply to concentrate his thoughts once more. The flames he exhaled were even more vigorous than before, their heat more intense, illuminating the cave as brightly as day. The fire licked the furnace fervently, turning it a brilliant red. Simultaneously, Lin Yifeng's hand movements became increasingly swift and intricate, the incantations flowing from his fingertips like a graceful dance. Each incantation embodied his profound understanding and unique insights into the art of weapon crafting, with his spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave into the furnace. As the true fire continued to refine, the Valyrian steel within the furnace began to undergo drastic transformations. The once rigid steel gradually softened, melting under the high temperatures into a glowing liquid that ebbed and flowed within the vessel. Lin Yifeng's spiritual energy intertwined seamlessly, guiding the molten substance towards its intended form. Light flickered within the furnace, and with the reverberations of his energy, peculiar sounds resonated through the air. Under Lin Yifeng's meticulous control, the materials gradually melded into a cohesive whole, slowly morphing into the shape of a bow. He focused intently on every minute detail, continuously adjusting the output of his spiritual energy and the application of his incantations to ensure that every aspect of the bow conformed to his vision. After enduring a long and arduous process, Lin Yifeng finally beheld the materials within the furnace take shape. With a deft motion of his hand, a streak of light burst forth from the vessel, revealing a bow of ancient design now resting in his grasp. The bow was elongated, its lines flowing effortlessly, exuding a timeless and grandiose charm. The bow was adorned with enigmatic symbols, each pulsating with a faint glow, as if whispering tales of ancient power. The intricate designs harmonized beautifully with its archaic form, imbuing the bow with an aura of mystery. Yes, it shall be named the Thunderbow, Lin Yifeng mused to himself, his eyes brimming with delight. Upon grasping the Thunderbow, he could sense the formidable force contained within. It felt as though drawing this bow would unleash arrows capable of shaking the very heavens. The emergence of the Thunderbow undoubtedly fortified his strength significantly. Chapter 152. Farewell to the island. Sovereign of worries on the deserted island, time flowed silently. Lin Yifeng sat cross-legged upon a mat in a cave, surrounded by a delicate halo of spiritual energy. During this period, he immersed himself in cultivation, diligently consolidating his power and forging a deeper connection with the newly crafted treasures. After a while, Lin Yifeng gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity flashing within them. He had concluded his profound meditation, awakening from the state of oblivion. Slightly tilting his head back, he seemed to savor the caress of the sea breeze from outside the cave, quietly contemplating his forthcoming journey. It is time to set forth, he murmured softly. On this uninhabited island, he had reaped bountiful rewards, successfully crafting the unparalleled sword box, storage pouches, and the Thunderbow, while his own cultivation had also seen remarkable enhancement. However, he understood well that the outside world was vast and filled with unknowns awaiting exploration. The journey to the northern realm might be fraught with challenges, yet he felt no trepidation, only anticipation. After some time, on the following morning, gentle sunlight bathed the deserted isle, draping the tranquil land in a golden sheen. Lin Yifeng rose early, beginning to gather his belongings. He carefully strapped the unparalleled sword box across his back, its surface reflecting a sharp light under the sun, as if showcasing its extraordinary nature. 3 storage pouches were fastened at various points around his waist, each brimming with items he deemed essential for his journey, from precious refining materials to healing elixirs. All meticulously prepared, the Thunderbow was cradled in his hands, his fingers gently caressing its body, feeling the ancient yet potent energy emanating from it. Lin Yifeng surveyed the cave, meticulously checking for any forgotten items. The cave remained as it was during his refining, with remnants of the process scattered across the floor and several previously used containers nestled in the corners. After ensuring nothing was left behind, he stepped out of the cave with a steady gait. Outside the cave, the sea breeze enveloped him, carrying the unique salty scent of the ocean. Lin Yifeng inhaled deeply, relishing the sense of freedom and expansiveness. He cast a final glance back at the cave that had witnessed his growth and breakthroughs, a pang of reluctance stirring within him, yet overshadowed by a resolute belief in the future. Resolutely, he turned away, making his way toward the edge of the island, boarding the pre-prepared raft, and departing from the deserted isle, officially embarking on his journey to the northern realm. The raft drifted further into the waves, leaving behind a trail of gentle ripples, soon vanishing into the vastness of the sea. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Westeros, within the somber and weighty atmosphere of the council chamber in King's Landing, towering stone columns stood vigil along the hall, resembling silent sentinels that bore witness to the unfolding events. The portraits of past monarchs adorn the walls, seemingly casting watchful gazes upon the assembly, thereby amplifying the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, according to our intelligence, she commands 3 adult dragons. How shall we defend against them? A minister expressed with palpable concern. He slightly bowed, his face etched with anxiety, the furrows on his brow deepening with worry. The existence of dragons loomed as an immense shadow of calamity over the entirety of Westeros. Adult dragons wield the power to obliterate landscapes, their massive forms, razor-sharp claws, and mouths capable of unleashing searing flames could reduce any army or fortress to mere ashes in an instant. The minister was acutely aware of the dire circumstances, thus posing this pressing question within the council chamber. "We are devising countermeasures," a confidant of Cersei interjected. He straightened his posture, attempting to project a sense of calm to quell the rising tension, though the slight tremor of his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. In the face of such formidable adversaries, even those situated at the very heart of power in King's Landing felt an unprecedented weight upon their shoulders. Cersei, seated upon the lofty throne, bore a countenance as dark as the storm clouds heralding an impending tempest. Her grip on the armrest tightened, knuckles whitening from the exertion. Her icy gaze swept across the ministers below, simmering with indignation at their audacity to raise such a thorny issue without proffering any viable solutions. "Summon all the wise and skilled artisans of the realm. We must devise a strategy," Cersei proclaimed coldly, her voice resonating with undeniable authority within the vast chamber. She recognized the profound threat posed by the dragons, yet as the sovereign of Westeros, she would never concede defeat lightly. In her heart, the glory of King's Landing and her own dominion were sacrosanct, and she was determined to discover a means to confront the dragons, regardless of the cost. "But Your Majesty, the dragons possess formidable magical prowess and unparalleled offensive capabilities. Our armies and weaponry may prove futile against them," another minister ventured cautiously. He averted his gaze, fearing to meet Cersei's eyes lest he provoke the ire of the tempestuous queen. His sentiments echoed those of many present, as they all understood the near impossibility of challenging 3 adult dragons with their current military might. "Shall we simply await our doom?" Cersei suddenly rose, her voice ringing out in a fierce reprimand. Her eyes sparkled with anger and defiance, akin to a lioness roused from slumber. "Convey my orders, fortify the defenses of King's Landing, train elite troops, and dispatch spies to glean intelligence on their movements. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative and uncover their vulnerabilities." The ministers bowed their heads in acquiescence, refraining from uttering further words. A heavy silence enveloped the council chamber, punctuated only by the sound of labored breaths resonating through the air. Everyone is acutely aware that a tremendous storm is about to engulf the entire continent of Westeros, with King's Landing situated at the very epicenter of this tempest. Chapter 153. Exploring the enigmatic Isle. After some time, Lin Yifeng navigated through the tumultuous seas on a wooden raft, encountering numerous trials before finally reaching an island. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, producing a crisp, resonant sound. As Lin Yifeng set foot on this unfamiliar land, his heart swelled with a mix of curiosity and wariness. He meticulously observed his surroundings. The sea breeze caressed his face, carrying a hint of brininess. The island's lush vegetation was vibrant and verdant, evoking an aura of mystery and primal beauty. Lin Yifeng began to explore the island. Following a winding path, he found himself surrounded by towering, dense trees, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. After wandering for an indeterminate length of time, a magnificent structure came into view. It was a castle. This fortress loomed grandly, its thick, imposing walls appearing as impenetrable as fortifications forged of steel. The castle's entrance stood firmly shut, enveloped in an air of antiquity and enigma. Upon entering the castle, Lin Yifeng was met with an eerie silence, as if the passage of time had rendered it forgotten. He ambled through the halls, and the first sight to capture his attention was the plethora of dragon reliefs adorning the walls. These sculptures were rendered with astonishing realism, the dragons depicted in poised grace, their scales seemingly shimmering with an inner light, as if they could take flight from the walls at any moment. Even more astonishing were the several dragon statues within the castle, some rearing their heads in a fierce roar, others poised to soar, each embodying the majesty and might of these legendary beasts. Continuing his exploration, Lin Yifeng arrived at the council chamber. This vast and open space was supported by colossal stone columns, imparting a sense of solemnity and grandeur. At the far end of the chamber stood an ornate throne, crafted from an unknown metal that emitted a chilling sheen. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, and despite the ravages of time, its former opulence and nobility remained evident. Departing the council chamber, Lin Yifeng ventured into the war room. Here lay a massive table, upon which rested a dust-laden map of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. The map delineated the borders of various nations, significant cities, and strategic locations. Lin Yifeng gently brushed away the dust, scrutinizing the map as he sought to glean further insights into the world around him. After a thorough examination, Lin Yifeng perceived that this castle, rather than serving as a mere domicile, resembled a formidable fortress designed for defense. Its layout was meticulously planned, with each structure complementing the others, making it easily defensible and challenging to breach, evidently constructed in anticipation of a formidable threat. After some time, Lin Yifeng discovered a cave near the island. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously entered the cavern. The interior was dimly lit, permeated by a damp atmosphere. Channeling his spiritual energy, he conjured a sphere of light in his hand to illuminate his path. As he delved deeper into the cave, Lin Yifeng noticed numerous black, reflective stones resembling obsidian embedded within the cave walls, emanating a mysterious glow. He picked up a fragment, scrutinizing it closely, and discovered that the ore was remarkably hard, seemingly harboring some form of energy within. As he ventured deeper, the temperature around him gradually plummeted, and a chilling breeze permeated the air. After traversing a considerable distance, Lin Yifeng noticed that the cave walls were adorned with murals. These frescoes were remarkably well preserved, their colors still vibrant. Approaching them for a closer inspection, Lin Yifeng realized that they meticulously chronicled the long night of Westeros. In the murals, the White Walkers loomed large, their visages grotesque, riding upon colossal ice spiders and undead steeds, leading a vast army of the dead southward to besiege the continent of Westeros. Wherever the undead army marched, desolation ensued. People were displaced and racked with suffering. On the opposing side, the first men and the children of the forest stood united, wielding weapons forged from dragonglass, their eyes resolute, charging fearlessly toward the White Walkers. The dragonglass weapons glimmered with a cold light in the darkness, clashing violently with the malevolent powers of the White Walkers. As the scene shifted, a valiant warrior emerged, brandishing a sword engulfed in flames, its brilliance illuminating the entire dark battlefield. Lin Yifeng recognized him as the legendary Azor Ahai, wielding the Lightbringer, leading the coalition in a desperate struggle against the White Walkers. In the midst of the fierce combat, Azor Ahai pressed forward, and wherever his sword struck, the White Walkers fell. Ultimately, under his leadership, the coalition successfully repelled the White Walkers, bringing an end to the prolonged night and heralding the dawn. Gazing at these murals, Lin Yifeng was overwhelmed with emotion. It felt as though he had traversed time and space, witnessing that grand and tumultuous war firsthand. This must surely be Dragonstone, he mused to himself. Chapter 154. The Transformation of Two Cities. The journey continues, observing the murals within the cave on the island. Lin Yifeng was struck by a wave of sentiment. These frescoes resembled a living history book, vividly depicting the grand yet perilous era of the long night on the continent of Westeros. The valiant struggle of the first men alongside the children of the forest, their fearless courage in the face of the White Walkers, and the hard-won victory resonated deeply within him. In this unfamiliar and enigmatic world, Lin Yifeng increasingly felt the weight of history and the insignificance of individual fate. Yet, his spirit was quietly ignited. He longed to leave his own mark upon this land, and to explore its myriad unknown mysteries. After some time, Lin Yifeng regained his composure. He understood that lingering here was unwise, as a more significant journey awaited him. His gaze fell upon the dragonglass embedded in the cave walls, stirring something within him. In the legends of Westeros, dragonglass was said to possess extraordinary powers, particularly effective against malevolent forces such as the White Walkers. He drew forth his flying sword and carefully extracted some high-quality dragonglass. The sound of the sword slicing through the rock echoed in the silent cave, each strike resonating like a note upon the strings of time. Once he had finished extracting the dragonglass, Lin Yifeng stored it securely in his satchel. These shards were not only precious resources, but could also prove invaluable in future battles. Taking one last glance at the cave, he bid farewell to this brief yet profoundly significant exploration and turned to leave. Emerging from the cave, the sunlight cascaded upon Lin Yifeng, warm and radiant. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air and embracing the tranquility and vitality of the island. After a while, Lin Yifeng gathered his belongings and set sail from Dragonstone Island on a wooden raft. The raft glided slowly into the depths of the sea, and Dragonstone Island gradually diminished in his view, ultimately becoming a mere black dot on the horizon before vanishing completely. However, the myriad discoveries made on Dragonstone remained indelibly etched in his memory, transforming into invaluable treasures of his adventurous journey. Meanwhile, in the distant Slave Bay, the once decrepit and chaotic Astapor was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Under Daenerys' governance, the city was revitalized with newfound vigor and vitality. From the moment she set foot on this land, Daenerys was resolute in dismantling the archaic slave system to establish a fair and liberated new order. She enacted a series of decrees, liberating countless slaves and bestowing upon them freedom and dignity. Those who had once been shackled could now roam freely through the city streets, crafting a beautiful life with their own hands. Daenerys also fervently championed the city's reconstruction and development, allocating substantial resources to enhance infrastructure, erect housing, roads, and public amenities. Once ravaged, Astapor now boasted clean streets, bustling shops, and the faces of its citizens radiated with joy. She did not neglect the recruitment of an army. Fully aware that in this tumultuous world, a formidable military presence was essential for upholding peace and justice. With her unique charisma and lofty ambitions, she attracted warriors from far and wide to rally under her banner. Over this period, Daenerys amassed an army exceeding 100,000 strong. These soldiers hailed from diverse races and backgrounds, yet they remained fiercely loyal to Daenerys, eager to fight for her ideals. As the city flourished and the army swelled, Daenerys resolved to bestow a new name upon this land, Dragon Bay. This name symbolized rebirth and hope, signifying that under the watchful guardianship of dragons, this land would flourish. On the day of the renaming ceremony, the entire city was adorned with decorations, and people flooded the streets, filled with joy and excitement. Above Dragon Bay, the sun shone brightly, and colorful banners fluttered, creating an atmosphere brimming with happiness and harmony. In the central square of Dragon Bay, Daenerys stood upon an elevated podium, surveying the enthusiastic crowd and the neatly arranged soldiers below. Her gaze was steadfast and radiant, imbued with confidence and anticipation for the future. We once lived in darkness and suffering, but through courage and resilience, we have shattered our chains and welcomed the light. Now we possess a new homeland, Dragon Bay. Here, we shall collectively forge a better world, one devoid of slavery, oppression, and exploitation. The crowd and soldiers erupted into fervent applause and cheers, their voices coalescing into a powerful force that resonated through the skies. Under Daenerys' leadership, the people of Dragon Bay were united in their stride toward a more prosperous and liberated future. Chapter 155, The Birth of a New Dragon. Named Valerina after days of drifting upon the sea, Lin Yifeng finally set foot on the soil of Westeros. Gazing upon this land brimming with mystery and the unknown, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Reflecting on the days spent in the company of his golden-scaled companion, Lin Yifeng felt it was time to find another partner. Thus he resolved to hatch another dragon egg. After a thorough search, he discovered a suitable cave to serve as a temporary sanctuary. Nestled in a secluded valley, this cave was enveloped by dense woods, providing an excellent concealment. Upon entering, he found the interior spacious and dry, ideal for preparing the hatching of dragon eggs. In due course, Lin Yifeng skillfully arranged a rudimentary spirit-gathering array within the cave. With deft hands, he placed several magical crystal stones at the critical nodes of the array, following a specific orientation and sequence. These crystals emitted a soft glow, brimming with rich spiritual energy, which constituted the core power source driving the array. Once the spirit-gathering array was set up, Lin Yifeng retrieved the storage pouch containing the dragon eggs. With utmost care, he extracted each egg and gently laid them on the cave floor. Instantly, the cave was illuminated by the mysterious luster radiating from the eggs. Lin Yifeng counted them meticulously. There were a total of 30 eggs. Each egg varied in shape and size, each seemingly holding the secret of an unknown life within. Crouching beside the dragon eggs, Lin Yifeng began to select one, hoping to choose a female egg. Which one should he pick? He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the 30 eggs. However, the eggs bore no obvious traits to distinguish their gender, which left him perplexed. Never mind, I'll just pick one at random, he sighed in resignation. Recalling the information he had encountered while browsing forums on Blue Star, where it was mentioned that in the world of ice and fire, the Targaryen family's dragons lacked external reproductive organs, making it challenging to determine their gender. They could even be hermaphroditic. After much deliberation, his gaze settled upon a blood-red dragon egg. This particular egg stood out among the rest, its surface shimmering with a vibrant hue, as if it were flowing with molten blood. Yes, this one, Lin Yifeng declared as he reached out to grasp the blood-red egg. feeling a gentle warmth radiate from its surface. He carefully positioned the blood-red dragon egg at the center of the rudimentary spirit-gathering array. Subsequently, he swiftly formed hand seals and murmured incantations as streams of spiritual energy surged from his fingertips into the array. As Lin Yifeng's gestures transformed, the spirit-gathering array was officially activated. In an instant, the magical crystals within the array blazed with brilliance, continuously channeling spiritual energy towards the dragon egg. The energy flowed like a lively brook, swirling around the egg before gradually seeping into its interior. As the spiritual force poured into the egg, the surface shimmered more brightly, the already vivid blood-red hue becoming even more resplendent, reminiscent of blazing flames. Time slipped away unnoticed as the spiritual energy in the cave thickened, forming a delicate layer of ethereal mist. Under the nurturing embrace of the spirit-gathering array, the dragon egg began to tremble slightly. Initially, this quivering was so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible without careful observation. However, as time progressed, the tremors intensified. At last, a delicate fissure appeared upon the surface of the egg, resembling a bolt of lightning that shattered the tranquility of its shell. Lin Yifeng's gaze was fixed intently upon the egg, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The crack widened gradually, and a tiny claw emerged, delicate and sharp, flailing in the air as if exploring this newfound world. Soon after, a damp little head peeked out, its bright eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. The hatchling had finally broken free from its shell. It was small and exquisite, curled within the shattered remnants of the egg, its body adorned with a layer of soft scales. These scales shimmered enchantingly under the radiance of spiritual energy. As time passed, with the complete hatching of the little dragon, its full form was unveiled before Lin Yifeng. The creature was a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of a flickering flame. Along its neck, tiny, sharp spines emerged, particularly prominent on its head, signifying its distinctive character. Its wings bore unextended claws, exuding an innate fierceness, while its tail sported similar spikes, moving with a rhythmic grace. Lin Yifeng gazed upon this adorable and unique little dragon, his heart overflowing with joy. How about naming you Valerina, as a tribute to the old Valeriana? It is a splendid name, elegant and refined, and if you don't object, I shall take it as your acceptance, he said with a smile. The little dragon, now named Valerina, looked at him with a puzzled expression, seemingly struggling to comprehend his words, yet her bright eyes were filled with curiosity and dependence towards Lin Yifeng. Tilting her head, she gently pawed at the ground, emitting a soft, youthful cry, as if responding to him. Chapter 156. The first encounter of two dragons within the cave. The warm flicker of firelight danced as Lin Yifeng sat beside the recently hatched Valerina. The little creature curled up, small and charming, yet exuding an innate stubbornness. Lin Yifeng smiled and retrieved some tender meat he had prepared earlier from his storage pouch. This meat was succulent, rich in nutrients, perfectly suited for Valerina's developmental stage. He gently tore off a small piece and offered it to her. Instantly, Valerina's gem-like eyes were captivated. Her tiny nose sniffed the air, and she promptly opened her mouth to seize the morsel, devouring it voraciously. Lin Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle softly at her gluttonous demeanor, his gaze filled with affection. Throughout the feeding, he engaged in gentle conversation with Valerina, as though she could comprehend, sharing tales of the wonders and beauties of the world, painting a vivid picture of future adventures for her. Time flowed slowly in this warm scene of nourishment, and before they knew it, night fell, ushering in the dawn of a new day. The gentle sunlight poured into the cave, dispelling the chill of the night. Lin Yifeng awoke early, brimming with vitality. Fully aware that today marked a significant occasion for both Lin and Valerina, as they were to meet for the first time. He retrieved the spirit beast pouch and, with a whispered incantation, a gentle radiance enveloped the cave, heralding the emergence of the magnificent Lin. As it materialized, the very air of the cave seemed to tremble in reverence. Its golden scales glimmered in the flickering firelight, exuding an aura of formidable majesty. With a graceful flutter of its immense wings, a soft breeze stirred, causing the flames to dance unpredictably. Come forth, Lin. Allow me to introduce you to a new friend. Lin Yifeng exclaimed with a smile, his voice imbued with anticipation and joy. Carefully cradling the palm-sized Valerina, he approached Lin, gently placing her before the dragon's keen gaze. Upon seeing the diminutive Valerina, Lin's large, expressive eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting an expression of utter astonishment. This small creature, radiating an aura both strange and familiar, piqued Lin's curiosity. Tilting its head, it scrutinized Valerina from top to bottom, seemingly perplexed by the sudden appearance of this tiny being. After a brief moment, Jinlin lifted its head, casting a questioning glance at Lin Yifeng, its eyes filled with profound bewilderment, as if inquiring about the nature of this unexpected event. Subsequently, it gently nudged Lin Yifeng with its massive head. Though the touch was tender, the sheer force of its presence caused Lin Yifeng to sway slightly. This gesture seemed to convey a message. It has not been long since we last met. From where have you acquired this young dragon? Lin Yifeng, with a warm smile, reached out to stroke Jinlin's head, saying, "Do not fret, Jinlin. I noticed your solitary flights through the skies, and I thought you might feel a bit lonely. Thus, I decided to hatch a dragon egg to bring forth a little companion for you. From now on, you two shall look after one another and enjoy playful times together." Seemingly understanding Lin Yifeng's words, Jinlin turned its gaze back to Valerina, its expression softening, curiosity replacing its prior wariness. The once skeptical demeanor gradually transformed into one of friendliness and intrigue. Meanwhile, Valerina, initially overwhelmed by the sheer size of Jinlin, trembled slightly, instinctively clutching Lin Yifeng's hand. However, as Jinlin's attitude shifted, Valerina's courage blossomed. She no longer shied away, but boldly met Jinlin's gaze. Despite Jinlin's colossal stature, Valerina stood tall, her little chest puffed out, embodying a spirit of tenacity. After a while, Jinlin seemed eager to further explore this new friendship. It extended one of its claws, sharp and glistening with a metallic sheen. Yet at that moment, it was remarkably gentle, carefully brushing against Valerina. Startled by the unexpected touch, Valerina momentarily quivered, but quickly regained her composure, emitting a sweet, melodious chirp. This delightful sound resonated throughout the cave, akin to a response to Jinlin's amicable gesture. This scene filled Lin Yifeng's heart with immense satisfaction as he quietly stood by, observing the two dragons, one large and one small, gradually growing accustomed to each other's presence. Chapter 157. Breakfast together and the dawn of a new journey. As time passed silently, the bond between Jinlin and Valerina deepened, their relationship becoming increasingly familiar. They resembled an inseparable pair of companions, always in each other's company. Jinlin would lead Valerina in explorations around the cave, introducing her to various fascinating wonders, while Valerina trailed closely behind, brimming with curiosity about the world. On a new morning, sunlight streamed through the crevices of the cave entrance, casting a mosaic of light within. Lin Yifeng rose early, skillfully kindling a fire. The dry wood crackled and danced in the flames, illuminating his focused visage. He positioned a wooden roasting rack over the fire and meticulously arranged freshly prepared cuts of meat upon it. As the flames kissed the meat, it began to sizzle and exude a mouth-watering aroma that gradually filled the entire cave. Lin Yifeng took some finely ground magical crystal powder from beside him and evenly sprinkled it over portions of the meat. This magical crystal contained mysterious energy that significantly benefited the growth of dragons. After applying the powder, he reserved a piece of roasted meat and retrieved an array of spices from his storage pouch, carefully seasoning that particular piece. Before long, the roasted meat took on a golden hue, its delectable fragrance wafting enticingly through the air, provoking salivation. Satisfied, Lin Yifeng removed the cooked meat from the rack and presented the pieces sprinkled with magical crystal powder to Jinlin and Valerina, one for each dragon. However, when Valerina beheld the sizable piece of meat before Jinlin and glanced at her own noticeably smaller portion, her demeanor shifted. Her little eyes brimmed with grievance and discontent as she emitted whimpering sounds, seemingly protesting. Why does his meat appear so grand while mine is so diminutive? At that moment, Lin Yifeng was seated nearby, relishing the delightful combination of roasted meat and fine wine. Upon hearing Valerina's discontented cries regarding the unequal distribution of meat, he chuckled in resignation, setting down his wine glass and rising to offer comfort. Gently stroking Valerina's small head, he spoke tenderly. All right, you are still quite small. How can you compare with Jinlin? He is much larger than you and requires more food to replenish his energy. Once you grow up and become as strong as Jinlin, I shall certainly increase your rations, ensuring you have your fill. For now, just enjoy your meal. Valerina seemed to grasp Lin Yifeng's words. Though still somewhat reluctant, she ceased her loud protests and obediently began to savor her portion of roasted meat. She took dainty bites, occasionally glancing up at Jinlin, her expression adorably endearing. In contrast, Jinlin devoured his meat in large bites, the substantial chunks disappearing within moments. After finishing, he let out a satisfied burp, stretching his ample form within the confines of the cave. After a while, Lin Yifeng and his two dragons finished their breakfast. Lin Yifeng quickly tidied up, organizing the tools and leftover food into his storage bag. He stepped out of the cave, inhaling the fresh air deeply, savoring the beauty of the morning. Outside the cave, the colossal golden scale lay patiently, awaiting Lin Yifeng. With a nimble leap, Lin Yifeng landed firmly on the dragon's back. He gently placed Valerina, who had been resting on his shoulder, onto Golden Scale's spine, advising her, "Valerina, make sure you hold on tight and don't fall." Valerina obediently nodded her small head, gripping tightly onto Golden Scale's back with her little claws. Feeling the added weight of both rider and dragon securely settled, Golden Scale let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the valley. Then, with powerful strokes of its wings, it generated a strong gust that stirred up dust and leaves from the ground. Each powerful flap of its immense wings conjured a whirlwind as Golden Scale ascended into the sky. As they gained altitude, the scenery below gradually diminished in size. Lin Yifeng gazed down at the earth, his heart brimming with anticipation for the journey ahead. Golden Scale flew steadily through the air, occasionally soaring high or spiraling gracefully. Valerina gazed around in excitement, frequently emitting joyful cries. Chapter 158. The Journey of Growth in the North. Days later, Lin Yifeng rode atop Golden Scale, with Valerina snugly perched on his shoulder as they approached the northern realms of Westeros. The further north they traveled, the colder the air became. The biting winds sliced across their faces like sharp blades. The sky was often shrouded in gloomy, gray clouds, and the sun struggled to pierce through the gaps, offering little warmth. Eventually, they discovered a serene valley that provided a suitable place to rest. The peaks on either side of the valley soared into the clouds, blocking most of the cold winds, rendering the area relatively warm and tranquil. During this time, Valerina's growth was astonishing. No longer the fragile hatchling that was merely the size of a palm, she now approached the size of a hunting dog. Her once soft scales had transformed into a tough and lustrous armor, each plate interlocking seamlessly as if forming a sturdy shell. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence and vitality, revealing her keen spirit. During their respite, Golden Scale took on the vital task of teaching Valerina how to fly. In an open area of the valley, Golden Scale spread its enormous wings, which extended several dozen meters. Each flap generated a powerful gust that made the surrounding trees rustle. Sunlight glistened off its golden scales, reflecting a dazzling radiance, as if a deity from myth had descended. Golden Scale occasionally circled low and then soared high into the sky, demonstrating various flying techniques and maneuvers to Valerina. With rapt attention, Valerina tracked Golden Scale's movements, her small head swiveling in response. Eager to try, she mimicked Golden Scale, striving to flap her own wings with all her might. At first, it could barely lift itself a few feet off the ground, only to come crashing down again. Yet it never lost heart, rising time and again to continue its attempts. With each passing day of practice, Valerina's flying skills gradually became more refined. It was able to maintain a more stable flight over a distance, though it still lacked the graceful ease of its companion, Lin. Nevertheless, its rapid progress was truly delightful. Meanwhile, Valerina also experienced a qualitative leap in its fire-breathing abilities. Once, it could only exhale a warm breath tinged with a few sparks, but now it was capable of unleashing small bursts of flame from its mouth. Though the flames were not particularly fierce, their high temperature could instantly ignite the grass below. One day, Lin deemed it the right moment to introduce Valerina to the experience of true hunting. It emitted a low, resonant call, and Valerina instantly understood, excitedly following Lin as they soared into the sky, heading beyond the valley. Amidst the expansive mountain forests, Lin, with its keen senses, quickly detected the presence of prey. It stealthily approached a group of spotted deer drinking by the stream, circling like a phantom in the air, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, like an arrow released from a bow, Lin dove down with incredible speed, targeting the plumpest deer among the herd. The deer had no time to react, as Lin's powerful claws swiftly secured their grip on the creature's back. The deer struggled in terror, emitting a mournful cry, yet it was powerless against Lin's overwhelming strength. Valerina observed closely, nervously, and intently, memorizing every movement of Lin. It noted how Lin adeptly utilized the airflow and its own weight to precisely control the force and angle during the capture. Inspired, Valerina decided to attempt its own hunt. It fixed its gaze on a slightly smaller deer, mustering the courage to dive down. However, due to its inexperience, Valerina's attack appeared somewhat frantic. The deer sensed the danger and quickly bolted away. Valerina clumsily adjusted its trajectory in mid-air, persistently pursuing. As it chased, Valerina continuously refined its flying posture and attack strategy. Remembering Jinlin's teachings, it focused intently, waiting for the right moment. At last, as it drew near the deer, Valerina lunged forward, extending its claws to successfully grasp the creature's neck. The deer struggled briefly before falling still, though the deer Valerina captured was much smaller than Jinlin's. This was undoubtedly a significant triumph for it. With exhilaration, it proudly carried its prey, trailing behind Jinlin. After some time, Jinlin, clutching its captured deer, led Valerina back to the resting camp of Lin Yifeng. Chapter 159. Joys and Reflections of the Northern Realm. With two heavy thuds, a large and a small figure landed. Jinlin's massive claws firmly grasped a plump spotted deer, thudding heavily onto the ground of the camp, stirring up a cloud of dust. Valerina, somewhat strained, placed its captured, albeit smaller, deer beside it. Though its movements were still somewhat juvenile, its eyes sparkled with pride. In the campsite, Lin Yifeng had already kindled a fire and set up a wooden grill. Upon their return, a smile of contentment graced his face. In this valley at the edge of the Northern Territory, every reunion among these three companions was imbued with warmth and hope. It seems I shall need to kindle another fire and erect another wooden grill, Lin Yifeng murmured to himself. He understood well that Valerina's growth was not solely reflected in her prowess in hunting, but also in the independence and confidence she gradually exhibited. Valerina eagerly dashed to Lin Yifeng's side, placing her catch at his feet. Proudly, she lifted her head and emitted a joyful chirp, as if to showcase her achievement. Lin Yifeng crouched down with a smile, gently stroking Valerina's head, his eyes brimming with approval. Well done, little one. You are becoming increasingly formidable. Valerina squinted her eyes in delight, reveling in her master's praise, emitting a satisfied purr from her throat. Golden Scale stood quietly nearby, her imposing form resembling a golden hill. Observing the interaction between Valerina and Lin Yifeng, a gentle glimmer flickered in her eyes. In mentoring Valerina, she seemed to glimpse her own past, a longing for growth and a thirst for exploration of the unknown. After a while, Lin Yifeng busied himself again, kindling another fire in a different part of the campsite and setting up another wooden grill. He skillfully prepared the spotted deer caught by Golden Scale and Valerina, threading the meat onto specially crafted skewers. In no time, as the flames danced, the meat on the grills began to sizzle and release juices. Fat dripped onto the glowing coals, instantly rising in a fragrant plume of smoke that permeated the entire campsite. Lin Yifeng occasionally turned the meat to ensure even cooking, sprinkling a variety of meticulously prepared spices. Valerina watched intently from the side, her nose twitching as she greedily inhaled the enticing aromas that wafted through the air. Her little paws scratched restlessly at the ground, occasionally emitting eager chirps, urging the meat to cook faster. Although Golden Scale maintained a more composed demeanor, her gaze frequently strayed towards the grill, her large nostrils slightly flaring, clearly drawn to the alluring scent. Finally, after Lin Yifeng's patient and meticulous roasting, the meat on the grill turned golden and crispy, its surface glistening temptingly, and the rich aroma intensified, nearly filling the entire valley. Lin Yifeng carefully removed the two roasted deer from the grill and placed them before Golden Scale and Valerina. The deer before Golden Scale was perfectly cooked, its skin crisp and fragrant, with juices seeping into every fiber of the meat, a sight that could make anyone's mouth water. Golden Scale lowered her head, gently sniffing with her massive nostrils, seemingly savoring the familiar and delightful scent. Then, she opened her mouth wide and took a large bite, her powerful teeth effortlessly breaking the meat apart, her satisfaction evident as she swallowed. On Valerina's side, the atmosphere was equally lively, drawn by the tantalizing aroma. She could hardly contain her excitement, joyfully circling around her portion of roasted meat, occasionally reaching out with her small paws to gently touch it, relishing the warmth. At long last, it could no longer contain itself, leaping forward with fervor, its petite teeth tearing into the roasted meat, leaving its face glistening with grease. A sight most endearing. Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng, possessing the cultivation of the golden elixir stage, had long transcended the need for sustenance to sustain his vitality. In this moment, he chose to sit in meditation beside them. A serene atmosphere enveloped him, with gentle waves of spiritual energy circulating around his being. On the other side, the gluttonous Jinlin and Valerina soon took notice of Lin Yifeng's actions. They paused in their feasting, casting curious glances towards him, their eyes brimming with confusion. Jinlin tilted its head, its enormous eyes shimmering with perplexity, as if pondering, why does our master abstain from this culinary delight while we indulge? Is he not hungry? Valerina, too, set down the morsel of roasted meat, its little mind equally filled with questions. It hopped closer to Lin Yifeng, attempting to glean answers from his expression. However, Lin Yifeng remained immersed in his meditative state, his countenance serene and unyielding, offering no response. After observing him for a while, Lin and Valerina, seeing no reaction from Lin Yifeng, turned back to their respective feasts, resuming their hearty consumption. Each bite Lin took was imbued with a sense of grandeur. Its colossal form gently undulating with the rhythm of chewing, Valerina savored its meal with delight, occasionally emitting soft, contented grunts. While they reveled in their feast, Lin Yifeng delved deeper into his cultivation, his consciousness entwined within the cycle of spiritual energy coursing through his body, acutely aware of every subtle flow and transformation. In this northern valley, although the surrounding spiritual energy was not abundant, Lin Yifeng, fortified by his profound foundation and keen perception, still managed to capture the delicate spiritual particles and draw them into himself, fortifying his cultivation. As time slipped away, the night gradually cloaked the entire valley. Within the campsite, Lin and Valerina, having feasted to their fill, lay languidly upon the ground, their bellies gently rising and falling with each breath. Their gazes reflected satisfaction and contentment, occasionally reminiscing about the exquisite flavor of the roasted meat. Lin Yifeng, however, remained steadfast in his meditative practice, his body seemingly merging with the surrounding nature. The moonlight cascaded upon him like a gossamer veil, casting a soft halo that ebbed and flowed with his subtle breaths, bestowing upon him an air of mystique. His visage was calm as still waters, his eyes closed, yet it seemed as though he could perceive the currents of spiritual energy in the universe. Each breath he took harmonized with the environment around him, akin to an ancient pine rooted deeply in the earth, steadfast, yet brimming with life. In this tranquil night, three disparate states existed harmoniously within this modest campsite. Lin stretched its immense form, its scales glimmering with a cool radiance beneath the moonlight, occasionally swaying its tail to stir a gentle breeze. Valerina curled up beside it, its head nestled on its paws, emitting steady snores, lost in sweet dreams of its own. As time quietly slipped by, the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, showering the campsite with golden light. Lin Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within them. The spiritual energy within him had completed a cycle of circulation, leaving him invigorated and full of vitality. After swiftly preparing alongside Lin and Clark, they soared into the sky, heading towards the northern frontier. Is this truly the wall of absolute despair? Lin Yifeng gazed down at the towering ice and snow wall on the snow-covered plains, unable to suppress an earnest exclamation. The wall stretched endlessly, resembling a slumbering dragon sprawled across the vast expanse of white, its snow-laden battlements reflecting blinding rays of sunlight. The biting cold wind howled past, stirring up flurries of snow. As they flew above the clouds, the people below were utterly oblivious to their presence. Even if someone happened to glance upward, they would likely dismiss it as a mere illusion. After all, in this remote northern region, who would conceive of anyone commanding dragons to soar through the skies? Moreover, even if they were discovered, what could those below possibly do against him and his two dragons? At that moment, atop the ice and snow wall, Tom diligently fulfilled his duty as a guard. He stood tall, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings, leaving no potentially dangerous corner unchecked. However, Jerry beside him appeared rather indifferent, occasionally glancing up at the sky, his mind clearly elsewhere. Could you please focus on your duty instead of staring at the sky? Stop slacking off, Jerry. Tom frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction and reproach in his tone. He understood well that in this perilous northern land, any lapse in vigilance could lead to fatal consequences. Why are you always so serious and diligent? There aren't too many like you. You're not a knight bestowed by the Lord of the North, so why the fuss? Jerry scoffed, crossing his arms, exuding an air of nonchalance. To him, it was merely a tiresome job, unworthy of such earnest effort. Oh, by the way, I recently came up with a term that suits someone like you perfectly. Jerry suddenly became animated, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Do you know what it is? Oxen and horses. Ha ha. Jerry's boisterous laughter echoed against the empty battlements. Hearing this, Tom merely managed a bitter smile. Chapter 161, The First Encounter with the Others. He chose not to respond to Jerry's malicious taunt, standing firm like a mountain, silently redirecting his gaze toward the distant horizon. That far off, hazy skyline seemed to hold endless secrets waiting for him to uncover, as if silently narrating the unknown tales soon to unfold upon this land. Oxen and horses, perhaps, Tom murmured softly, his voice tinged with self-mockery and resignation. In this cruel world, they were often viewed in such a light. Yet what could they do about it? Alas, What do you think we are truly here for? Someone broke the brief silence, their words filled with confusion and bewilderment. To guard against the wildlings. Do you think those ragged, poorly equipped savages pose any threat? Another scoffed dismissively. Indeed, in their eyes, those so-called wildlings were nothing more than a rabble, hardly worth fearing. Or could it be the others? How many years has that thing not appeared? Perhaps it has been a millennium. When the mention of the others arose, the expressions of the crowd subtly shifted, yet they swiftly returned to their former demeanor. One among them continued, "When I was a child, my parents would often use the threat of the others to instill obedience in me. In my innocence, I believed they truly existed, and I would lie awake in fear each night. However, as I matured, I came to understand that the others were merely a fabrication employed by adults to frighten children. As for their actual existence, who can truly say? Oh, and a few years ago, there was a soldier who, in a fit of madness, fled in a panic, incessantly exclaiming that he had encountered the others. And what happened? They actually let him return. How absurd." At this point, laughter erupted among the group, echoing through the vast space, tinged with disdain and mockery. It was utterly ludicrous. Even if the others were truly discovered, given their savage nature, how could they possibly allow him to return unscathed? Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng remained blissfully unaware of the conversation taking place among the soldiers atop the wall. Even if he were informed, he would have no time to concern himself with trivial matters. His thoughts were entirely consumed by his current predicament. He had already distanced himself several hundred kilometers from that icy wall. Lin Yifeng pondered deeply, his gaze resolute and vigilant. He understood the gravity of his mission and could not afford the slightest lapse in diligence. Suddenly, Lin Yifeng keenly sensed that something was amiss below. They were currently above the clouds, enveloped in a swirling mist, as if suspended in a dreamlike realm. Yet, he dared not be complacent. He rapidly concentrated his spiritual energy in his eyes, casting a piercing gaze downward. Simultaneously, he cautiously extended his consciousness below, fully aware of the fearsome figure of the Night King among the others. Should he encounter such an entity, it would undoubtedly lead to a life-or-death struggle. As Lin Yifeng devoted his full attention to gathering spiritual energy in his eyes, his consciousness swept below, transforming his previously blurred vision into clarity. Through the thin veil of clouds, a magnificent yet frigid landscape unfolded before him. It was a vast expanse of undulating mountains, resembling a colossal spine of the earth, winding its way into the distance. The peaks were blanketed in thick snow, shimmering with a cold and dazzling light under the sun, as if the entire world had been frozen in time. Amidst the snow-covered forests, two groups emerged. To be precise, the party being hunted was the true humanity, while the pursuers were not living beings, but a horde of humanoid creatures. These entities were clad in tattered rags, their bodies largely decayed, reduced to mere skeletons adorned with rags. A few among them were ghostly pale, their hair white as if they were desiccated corpses. The others, Lin Yifeng whispered softly. Chapter 162, The Mysterious Legacy and Terrifying Encounter. Let us rewind time to 2 months prior, within a cave concealed deep within a dense forest. Its interior choked with twisted roots. Dim light struggled to filter through narrow crevices, casting everything within the cave into an enigmatic and eerie atmosphere. 2 months prior, Bran and his companions embarked upon this land replete with uncertainty and peril. From the very onset, their journey was fraught with hardship and terror, as they were incessantly besieged by the attacks of the Whites, resulting in significant loss among their ranks. These Whites, with their gaunt forms and eyes aglow with a chilling luminescence, moved stealthily, yet exuded a palpable menace. Each encounter teetered on the precipice of life and death. Fortunately, fate smiled upon them as they encountered the aid of the children of the forest. These enigmatic beings appeared as a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness, guiding Bran and his party to a unique cave. This cave was no ordinary sanctuary. It was imbued with ancient magic capable of repelling the Whites' invasion. Should any ordinary White or Spectre recklessly enter, they would be instantaneously struck by the force of the enchantment, either shattering into glistening shards of ice or disintegrating into scattered fragments of bone. This extraordinary protective power afforded Bran and his companions a momentary respite, allowing them to recuperate within this relatively safe haven. At present, Bran is wholly engrossed in receiving the legacy of the three-eyed raven. This is an exceedingly mysterious and profoundly significant process, as the venerable raven serves as a sagacious elder, guiding Bran's consciousness through the vast memories of this sprawling continent. These memories unfurl like vibrant, intricate tapestries within Bran's mind, revealing the once glorious civilizations, majestic natural landscapes, and the ever-turning cycles of life and death. During this period, Bran has been enraptured, seemingly oblivious to the external dangers. As he delves deeper into these memories, his consciousness arrives at a boundless expanse of snow. In this silvery realm, a colossal dead tree stands solitary, its twisted branches stretching out like desperate hands reaching for salvation. The air around him is frigid, each breath seemingly capable of freezing his lungs. As Bran scrutinizes the forlorn tree, he is horrified to discover that it is surrounded by a throng of wights and several more formidable specters. These wights bear grotesque visages, their skin as pallid as parchment, exuding an odor of decay, while the more powerful specters loom large and imposing, their eyes glinting with cruelty and cunning. To Bran's astonishment, among them are several high-ranking wights that resemble leaders of an army, clad in heavy leather armor and mounted on steeds formed from the corpses of horses. One figure stands out remarkably. He is bald, yet his forehead is adorned with sharp, ice-like protrusions that glisten like a crown, signifying his elevated status. Could that be the Night King? A tumult of curiosity and fear surged within Bran. His heart raced, and his gaze was locked onto the figure that resembled the Night King, desperately seeking answers in the slightest of his movements. As Bran summoned his courage and cautiously approached to observe, an inexplicable chill suddenly enveloped him. He felt an icy, penetrating gaze directed at him, as though it pierced through his very soul, causing him to shudder involuntarily. In nearly the same instant, all the wights and corpses turned their gaze towards him in unison. Their eyes gleamed with a ravenous and bloodthirsty light, emitting a low, ominous growl that enveloped the entire snowy expanse. Brandon was instantly seized by panic. His body trembled involuntarily, and his feet seemed nailed to the ground, unable to budge an inch. His mind was a tumultuous storm of thoughts. Why had he been discovered? How could he escape this dire predicament? Yet, in that moment, fear had commandeered most of his reason, rendering him incapable of formulating a coherent response. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he suddenly felt a frigid, bone-chilling hand grasp his arm. The grip was astonishingly powerful, as if intent on crushing his bones. Oh. Chapter 163, Crisis Approaches and the Choice of Fate. Brandon let out a heart-wrenching scream, a sound that seemed poised to tear apart every molecule of air in the silent snowy wilderness. This scream echoed across the vast and frigid landscape for what felt like an eternity, imbued with an unending sense of terror and helplessness, akin to a wounded lone wolf lamenting in the wild. With that desperate cry, his consciousness was forcibly yanked from the long-immersed memories of that distant realm. Much like a kite severed from its string, hurtling back towards reality at an alarming speed. When Brandon finally returned to the present, he felt as though he had just emerged from a harrowing nightmare. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if his lungs might burst. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, had already formed on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and instantly freezing upon contact with the icy ground. His eyes remained wide open, reflecting profound terror and dread. It was a fear that penetrated deep into his bones, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The recent experience within that surreal yet vividly real memory was too searing to forget, every detail indelibly etched in his mind, preventing him from regaining his composure. He understood all too well that the peril he faced was likely far from over, as if countless unknown traps lay hidden in the darkness, ready to consume him at any moment. What is it? Meiju sensed the anomaly and hurriedly approached with concern. His eyes were filled with worry, fixated intently on Brandon's face, twisted in fear. He saw me. It was the Night King. Brandon's voice trembled as he reiterated, he saw me. Those two words fell like heavy stones upon the ground, suffocating the air around them. He touched you? Lao San, the crow, inquired steadily, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if seeking further crucial information from Brandon's response. Instinctively, Brandon rolled up his sleeve, revealing a vivid blue handprint emblazoned upon his arm. The mark radiated a ghostly blue light, reminiscent of a curse from another world, exuding an indescribable aura of the bizarre and malevolent. Upon seeing the symbol, the faces of the crowd turned ashen, for they understood the implications. The Night King could arrive at any moment, drawn by this mark. It is time, murmured the three-eyed raven, his voice deep and resolute, imbued with an invisible power. Time for what? Bran inquired, his heart already heavy with foreboding, yet unable to refrain from seeking clarity. It is time to receive my legacy, to become one with me, the three-eyed raven declared, his gaze piercing into Bran's, shimmering with enigmatic light. As the words left his lips, Bran felt a haze enveloping him, his vision fading to white, consciousness slipping away. At that critical moment, a deep thudding sound echoed from the distance, akin to the rumble of thunder. It was the approach of the Night King, leading an army of thousands of whites, drawn inexorably towards them by the mysterious mark. Mira and several of the children of the forest, alerted by the commotion, rushed forth from the cave to investigate. The sight of the vast horde of whites left them dumbfounded. At the forefront stood the Night King, clad in black leather armor, his countenance stark and pale, with cold eyes that glimmered like stars in a frigid night, emanating an aura of dread. Mira's breath quickened, her body trembling, legs nearly giving way beneath her. Yet, she fought against her fear, striving to maintain her composure, knowing that vulnerability at such a moment would only embolden the enemy. The other children stood tense, weapons gripped tightly, their gazes fixed warily on the Night King and his legion. Chapter 164. The White Army approaches. The Night King advanced slowly, his eyes locking onto Mira, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. Mira felt as though a ferocious beast had set its sights upon her, her blood freezing in her veins. Desperately, she suppressed her terror. Yet the sheer enormity of the White Army made her sense of survival seem exceedingly bleak. The Night King bent low, placing a hand upon the snow, and summoned his dark magic. The ground fissured rapidly, cracks spreading towards the cave. Though the barriers held momentarily, fissures emerged both outside and within the cave, dismantling the protective enchantments. Take Bran and flee. The voice of the children of the forest echoed in her ears, tightening her heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and sprinted deeper into the cave. Her steps faltered, dread and anxiety swelling within her. When she finally reached Bran's side, she found him unresponsive, as if he had slipped into a deep slumber. Panic surged through her as she shook his body desperately, but no matter her efforts, Bran lay still, as unyielding as an infant in slumber. Mira's palm repeatedly struck Bran's cheek, each resounding slap echoing through the cavern. She could not fathom that Bran would remain in such a deep slumber. She was convinced that with a few more strikes, he would surely awaken. Yet, despair enveloped Mira as the reality unfolded. Despite delivering over a dozen sharp slaps, her hands ached from the exertion, and Bran remained oblivious, his eyes firmly shut, showing no signs of awakening. At that moment, Bran traversed the depths of his father's childhood alongside the three-eyed crow, his consciousness entirely absorbed in that distant epic, utterly unaware of the world around him. The Night King stood impassively at the forefront of the army of the dead, his silhouette flickering in the darkness. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he drew forth the colossal ice sword from behind him as if summoned by lightning. The blade shimmered with a chilling radiance, as if capable of cleaving the night itself. Simultaneously, the children of the forest were undeterred. They quickly grasped their meticulously crafted magical bombs, poised to retaliate against the Night King and his army. These magical explosives, forged with mysterious powers and ancient craftsmanship, possessed formidable might. Boom, 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 boom. With each thunderous explosion, a series of magical bombs streaked across the night sky like meteors, plummeting into the ranks of the dead. Upon impact, these bombs triggered violent detonations, unleashing shockwaves and flames that engulfed the surrounding whites. The ordinary whites stood no chance against the terrifying blasts, disintegrating into fragments upon detonation. They remained scattered in a gruesome display. However, astonishingly, despite the immense power of the magical bombs, the higher-ranking whites, even those directly struck, remained completely unscathed. Like phantoms, they stood untouched amidst the explosive flames, seemingly impervious to the overwhelming force. Faced with the relentless tide of the dead, the children of the forest were filled with a sense of helplessness and despair. Their supply of magical bombs was limited, each one precious, yet against such a vast enemy, they had no alternative. Taking a deep breath, the children of the forest hurled their magical bombs towards the ordinary whites. The bombs arced through the air, landing squarely among the horde, igniting a fierce explosion. Flames and shockwaves engulfed the surrounding whites, obliterating them into disarray. Yet, this was merely a drop in the bucket. The sheer number of the dead was overwhelming. Even the mightiest of magical bombs could not inflict substantial harm upon them. The children of the forest watched helplessly as the whites continued their relentless advance, drawing ever closer. In this dire moment, the children of the forest made a swift decision to ignite the stronghold. The stronghold was their final line of defense, should it fall to the whites. The consequences would be dire. They sprang into action, launching their magical bombs towards the stronghold. Flames rapidly spread, forming a roaring wall of fire that obstructed the whites' advance, halting them in their tracks. Chapter 165. The perilous escape. Thick smoke billowed and flames soared toward the heavens as the children of the forest ignited the village and swiftly retreated. The inferno raged in the night breeze, forming a crimson wall of fire that sought to impede the Night King and his army of the dead. Unfazed, the formidable Night King advanced, accompanied by several elite White Walkers clad in heavy frost-encrusted armor, their hollow gazes brimming with malevolence. Like specters of death, they traversed the burning village. The Night King's footsteps were heavy and resolute, each step emanating an aura of chilling dread. Wherever he and his elite guards trod, the flames would extinguish as if he possessed the power to consume fire itself. Yet, the extinguished villages soon blazed anew, the flames roaring in defiance of the Night King's intrusion. The army of whites could not penetrate the burning settlement. They lingered at the fiery barrier, howling in frustration, eventually surging up the mountainside, crawling along the rocky walls of the cave's entrance, resembling a multitude of writhing shadows stealthily encroaching deeper within. Inside the cave, the flickering torchlight illuminated Mira's anxious visage. Kneeling beside Bran, her hands trembled violently as she shook him repeatedly. "Wake up, Bran. Please awaken. We cannot hold on much longer." Bran lay with his eyes shut, an expression of serenity upon his face, as if ensnared in an endless dream. His consciousness had long departed his physical form. Traversing the ancient memories of the North alongside the three-eyed raven, snow and Winterfell, the whispers of the weirwood, the visage of his father, Eddard Stark, everything felt so real, yet remained tantalizingly out of reach. "Bran, if you can hear me, do something. Control Hodder. Please." Mira nearly screamed, tears tracing paths down her cheeks. She raised her hand and struck Bran across the face, the sting of the slap scorching her palm, yet Bran remained unresponsive. At that moment, a low, guttural growl echoed from the cave entrance. A white staggered inside, its decaying face encrusted with frost, hollow eye sockets fixated upon them. Mira swiftly grasped the dragonglass spear, rolling forward, the spearhead piercing precisely into the white's chest. The creature emitted a haunting wail, its body stiffening before collapsing into a heap of cold remains. Yet, before she could catch her breath, a second white lunged toward her. In a critical moment, a gray shadow flashed like lightning. It was Summer. Bran's direwolf roared as it pounced upon the white, teeth sinking and claws slashing. The white's head was brutally torn from its body, rolling to the ground. "Well done, Summer." Mira gasped, yet dared not relent. She turned back to Bran, shaking him vigorously, her voice nearly hoarse. "Bran, please, wake up. Hodder needs you. We all need you." Outside the cave, more whites descended from the heights. The children of the forest battling fiercely, their dragonglass weapons flickering with a faint green light amidst the darkness. One of the children let out a fierce battle cry as he charged at an elite White Walker, driving his dragonglass spear deep into the creature's chest plate. However, the White Walker merely shuddered slightly, a thick layer of ice forming over its armor, deflecting the dragonglass away. The White Walker let out a chilling laugh. Raising a hand to sweep forth, the crystalline sword shot out like lightning, piercing through the chest of the forest child. As he fell, the flicker of defiance still gleamed in his eyes. Mira's voice had nearly turned to a plea, begging for him to awaken. In that moment, deep within Bran's consciousness, a faint light seemed to pierce the fog of memory. "Listen to your friend, Bran," echoed the voice of the three-eyed raven in his ear. Bran jolted, casting his gaze upon the memory of Hodder, that loyal, innocent stable boy, standing before the stables of Winterfell, grinning foolishly as he stroked a pony. "Hodder," Bran whispered softly, as consciousness surged back like a tide. In the present, Hodder curled in a corner, cradling his head in trembling hands. The wails of the dead, the crackle of flames, and the cries of comrades pushed him to the brink of despair. He repeated endlessly, "Hodder, Hodder, Hodder." Suddenly, his body stiffened, his gaze vacant for a fleeting moment, before transforming into clarity and resolve. "Bran," he murmured, his voice imbued with a steadiness that was not his own. In the next instant, Hodder surged to his feet. Striding towards Bran, he gently yet powerfully lifted Bran, placing him securely onto a makeshift cart crafted from branches and animal hides. Mira stood momentarily stunned, only to be ignited by a spark of hope. "Hodder, move quickly," she shouted, brandishing her spear to fend off the advancing whites. Chapter 166. The rearguard Hodder hesitated not for an instant, his robust hands gripping the wooden handles of the cart, knuckles whitening under the strain. With a low growl, his muscles tensed like steel, and he propelled the cart forward with tremendous force. The cart jolted violently over the gnarled roots and slick moss of the ground, each bump causing Bran to sway helplessly. Yet he kept his eyes shut, his expression tranquil, as if his soul had already transcended this battered shell, wandering through memories of millennia past. Summer followed closely, his fur bristling, golden eyes glimmering with primal ferocity in the darkness. Each time a wight lunged from the shadows, he leapt forward with a growl, claws tearing through decaying flesh, fangs piercing skulls. The limbs of the wights shattered beneath the wolf's jaws, black blood splattering against the stone walls like ink. Yet more wights crawled from the depths of the cave, surging forth like a tide, bringing with them the chill of death. Mira held the rear guard, the dragon glass spear in her hand transforming into a flowing green light. Her movements were agile, each thrust and sweep executed with pinpoint accuracy. Upon contact with a wight, the inky body would crumble to ash as if snow met flame. Her arms ached to the point of rupture. Each swing felt like tearing sinew, and her breath grew rapid and hot. Yet she would not falter. She understood that as long as Bran drew breath, hope remained in the north, and the flames of the old gods had yet to extinguish. Just as the situation grew dire, a frigid presence suddenly descended. The high-ranking White Walker, clad in leather armor and wielding a crystalline sword, finally took notice of the fleeing party. Its eyes glowed an eerie blue, and with steady steps, frost bloomed upon the ground with each footfall. It slowly approached Mira, the tip of the sword aimed at her throat. Mira's pupils constricted, leaving her with almost no time for contemplation. She suddenly drew forth the dragon crystal spear, exerting all her strength to hurl it towards the otherworldly guardian. The spear traced a graceful arc through the air, akin to a meteor slicing through the night. And with a soft thud, it struck the guardian's neck. In an instant, the guardian's body convulsed violently, blue blood gushing forth, and then, like glass shattering, the entire form erupted into a shower of icy fragments, scattering across the damp rocks, emitting a crisp, crackling sound. Success! A wave of relief washed over Mira. Yet she dared not linger. She turned and sprinted forward, chasing after the figures of Adu and Bran ahead. However, outside the cave, the tide of battle had completely turned. The Night King stepped slowly deeper into the cavern, his cloak swirling like the night itself, exuding an oppressive chill. He approached the ancient three-eyed crow, who sat hunched at the roots of a tree. The old man's eyes were hollow, his face etched with bark-like wrinkles, seemingly merging with the cave around him. He appeared to have foreseen this moment, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You have finally arrived," the old three-eyed crow murmured, his voice as fragile as leaves in the wind. The Night King remained silent, slowly raising the colossal blade forged from pure, unyielding ice. The blade, transparent as glass, reflected the distorted shadows within the cave, as well as the myriad memories shared by Bran and the three-eyed crow, tales of the long night from millennia past, the lament of the children of the forest, and the birth of the otherworldly beings, all interwoven within. The blade fell. There was no sound, no struggle. In the instant the icy edge made contact, the three-eyed crow's body disintegrated into ashes, scattering like autumn leaves upon the breeze. Before his consciousness faded, his final words echoed in Bran's mind. "Remember everything, Bran. You are the three-eyed crow and the future of humanity." Simultaneously, from deep within the cave, the army of the dead surged forth like a tide of darkness, their footsteps, the grinding of bones, and low growls intertwining into a symphony of death. They crawled along the rocky walls, emerging from the crevices, their numbers so vast that they nearly filled the entire space. Mira and her companions were nearing the cave's entrance, but the pursuers were now perilously close behind. At that moment, the forest child, who had remained silent, suddenly halted. "What are you doing?" "Run," Mira shouted back, her voice laced with desperate urgency. The forest child did not respond but slowly turned to face the oncoming tide of the dead. There was no fear in his eyes, only a near-sacred calm. He retrieved the last item from his bosom, a bomb forged from ancient magic, its surface etched with runes, gently emanating a faint blue glow. "Run," he whispered, his tone soft yet resolute. A jolt coursed through Mira. She understood he had made his choice. Gritting her teeth, she refused to look back and propelled herself forward with all her might. The forest child slowly closed his eyes, hands clasped together, pressing the magical bomb tightly against his chest. He began to chant softly, the oldest incantation among the forest children, infused with the fury of earth and flame. The magic surged from within him, infusing the bomb, and the blue light intensified abruptly, resembling a star on the verge of eruption. At the very moment the first corpse demon lunged toward him, a deafening roar shattered the silence of the cavern. The rampant magical energy erupted instantaneously, forming a blue shockwave that radiated outward from the child of the forest. Rocks shattered, and the corpse demons were hurled as if they were mere straw, their severed limbs exploding in the air, transforming into burning fragments. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated the entire cave, as if igniting a fleeting sun in the darkness. Chapter 167. Despair. As the dust gradually settled, an eerie silence enveloped the depths of the cavern. As if time itself had come to a halt in this profound underground realm. Debris lay strewn about like remnants of snow after a storm. While the fractured rock walls bore the charred scars of the magical explosion, the blackened fissures resembling wounds upon the earth, silently narrating the breathtaking counterattack that had just transpired. The child of the forest, who had sacrificed himself to detonate the ancient ruins, had long since been reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a deep scorch mark on the ground, vaguely shaped like a twisted tree, as if his final spirit still struggled to protect this land. In the air, the remnants of magic lingered, with faint green lights flickering like fireflies amidst the dust, the last whispers of nature's spirit. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the cavern, the spark of life continued to flee. Mira clutched Bran tightly, her consciousness having already submerged into the depths of the green vision. Adu silently pulled the wooden cart, stumbling along the rugged rocky path, his heavy breaths echoing in the narrow passage. Summer followed closely, nostrils flaring, vigilantly scanning the dark corners. Dozens of surviving children of the forest brought up the rear, their bare feet treading lightly upon the cold, root-laden ground, their steps as delicate as falling leaves. Yet their eyes were filled with weariness and sorrow. At last, a faint light appeared ahead. It was the cave entrance, the portal to freedom. Adu set down the cart, and, with his immense frame, forcefully collided with the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding impacts shattered the doorframe, flinging the door wide open. The frigid wind surged in like a blade, mingled with snowflakes that struck the faces of the group. Outside, starlight cascaded down, and the silver expanse of snow glimmered coldly under the moonlight, resembling an endless graveyard. Hurry, Mira urged, swiftly placing Bran back onto the cart. Without hesitation, Adu grasped the handle and strode forward, resembling a wounded bear that refused to fall, as he dragged the cart through the snow. Mira took the rear, tightly gripping her spear, her gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk. Summer growled, fur bristling, poised to pounce at any moment. The group of forest dwellers quickly retreated, their slight frames moving with the lightness of the wind and the snow, as if merging with the night. Yet they all understood that the danger was far from over. Within the cavern, although the passage had been sealed by massive stones, the corpse demons were not limited to frontal assaults. The shock of the explosion had indeed cleared some of their pursuers, yet it had also destabilized the mountain structure, allowing the undead to circumvent from the sides. These relentless husks bore no fatigue, no fear. They advanced along the ridges, traversing the icy crevices, like a tide of darkness encircling from all directions. An hour later, the group halted in a snow-laden forest, cloaked by ancient pines that had stood for millennia. Exhausted, Adu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. With beads of sweat crystallizing at his brow, Mara gently draped a fur over Bran, her fingers brushing against his icy forehead, sending a pang of dread through her heart. Summer lay prostrate on the ground, tongue lolling out as he struggled for air. A circle of forest children gathered nearby, softly chanting ancient ballads, attempting to sense distant threats with the remnants of their magic. We must flee at once. They are closing in. Mara stood, her voice a low whisper, yet laced with anxiety. She gazed towards the northern horizon, where dark clouds churned ominously, as if some invisible shadow was encroaching. Before her words could dissipate, a piercing roar erupted from the depths of the thicket, not the lament of the undead, but a growl from a being of higher order, reverberating with a metallic tremor that sliced through the storm, assaulting their eardrums. Soon after, a second and third roar echoed from 3 directions, like the clarion call of death. We must leave immediately. Mara's voice trembled as she swiftly lifted Bran, while Adu struggled to his feet, gripping the handle once more. But at that moment, at the edge of the snowy woods, a chilling mist swirled, revealing several ethereal blue figures. They were the higher-order wights, clad in leather armor, their visages as sculpted as glacial ice, brandishing ice crystal swords that shimmered with a deadly azure light. The foremost wight, with eyes resembling stars trapped in a frozen lake, coldly surveyed the insignificant band of fugitives. Behind them, the army of undead surged forth like a tide, their decaying bodies crushing the snow beneath them, hollow eye sockets ablaze with ghostly blue flames, as if the very dead of this eternal winter had been roused. It is over. It is over. Mara slumped in the snow, her dragon crystal spear slipping from her grasp, tears freezing upon her cheeks. She wept not only for herself, but for Bran, for Adu, for humanity, and for all those who had perished in this protracted winter. They had fled for so long, sacrificed so much. yet had ultimately been unable to escape the shadow of death. Chapter 168. A desperate escape. The biting wind sliced through every vestige of life upon the frozen soil of the north. Night descended, thick clouds obscured the stars, and only the aurora flickered faintly in the sky, as if ancient gods were watching over this land poised for the final battle. The cart halted in a clearing of ancient woods blanketed in snow. Its wheels sunk deep, as if the earth itself resisted its progress. Adu stood before the cart, his formidable frame towering like a mountain. The eyes once filled with naivety and loyalty now blazed with unwavering resolve. He roared towards the heavens, his voice erupting like thunder, shaking the snow from the treetops. This was the North's final roar, humanity's primal and indomitable cry in the face of the abyss of death. Summer. The ice wolf that had accompanied Bran for years bared its teeth and growled, fur bristling like steel barbs. It fixed its gaze upon the advancing army of the undead. A low growl emanating from its throat, the sound of a beast preparing for battle. Its claws dug into the frozen earth, ready to pounce, even at the cost of its own life, to secure a sliver of hope for its master. Mara lied tightened her grip on the dragon crystal spear, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Her gaze reflected despair and exhaustion, yet she remained steadfast, unwilling to retreat. She understood that if she could not break free today, Bran, the last of the three-eyed ravens, the key to the fate of Westeros, would forever slumber upon this desolate plain. The silent children of the forest slowly rose, their frail forms appearing fragile beneath the shadow of the whites. Yet the dragon glass weapons they wielded glimmered with a faint green light, resonating with the blood of the ancients and the whispers of primordial magic. They chanted incomprehensible incantations, their voices flowing like the wind through withered branches, carrying the earth's lament. Bran lay upon the cart, his eyes vacant, staring into the profound night sky. His spirit had long since drifted among the thousands of eyes of the raven, traversing the fissures between past and future. Perhaps he glimpsed the battle ahead, or perhaps he had already foreseen the outcome. Yet in this moment, he was paralyzed, unable to speak, merely swept along by the torrent of fate towards an unknown shore. The army of whites surged forth like a tidal wave, their decaying bodies moving with a rigid gait, their eyes flickering with a chilling blue light. They knew neither fear nor pain, born solely for destruction. In this critical moment, a deafening roar erupted from the heavens, as if the very sky were torn asunder. Immediately, a golden-red flame cascaded from the clouds like divine retribution, incinerating the foremost whites into ash. Where the flames swept, ice and snow melted, trees charred, and the earth cracked, heralding an apocalypse. "I come to aid you." A clear and resolute voice descended from the heavens. The onlookers looked up to see a colossal golden figure spiraling down from the night sky. It was a dragon. Its entire body shimmered with golden scales, its wings spread wide like a canopy, and its eyes burned with the intensity of molten lava. Measuring 120 meters in length with a wingspan of 200 meters, it was the ancient dragon, Golden Scale, employing its formidable size at will. Standing atop the dragon's head was Lin Yifeng, clad in flowing white garments, his long hair billowing in the wind. His gaze was sharp as lightning, surveying the battlefield. He quickly discerned that while Golden Scale could incinerate the whites with its fiery breath, it risked harming Mira and her companions. Frowning slightly, he reached into the storage pouch at his waist and retrieved an ancient sword box, an unparalleled sword box. With a swift motion, he tapped it, causing it to spring open with a resounding click. He raised his hand, forming a spell, and in an instant, 36 beams of cold light shot forth from the box, falling like a meteor shower, precisely piercing the skulls of the whites. Each of these flying swords was forged from Valyrian steel, imbued with the power of dragon fire, effective against both whites and White Walkers. The air was filled with the sounds of swift strikes as the whites fell in droves, their heads exploding, blue light extinguished. At last, we are saved. Mira exhaled deeply, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. Adu remained tense, while Summer relaxed his stance slightly. The children of the forest lowered their spears, yet their eyes remained vigilant. However, before they could catch their breath, a thunderous chorus of roars erupted from the distant woods. The ground trembled violently, and snow surged like waves. 6 enormous, giant whites were charging toward them with heavy strides. They towered at a staggering 10 meters, their sinewy muscles and exposed bones exuding an aura of dread, their eyes glowing with an abyssal blue light akin to the flickering flames of the netherworld. Yet, more terrifying was the emergence of 3 formidable whites behind them, advancing with deliberate grace, brandishing crystalline spears, surrounded by an oppressive miasma of deathly energy. Chapter 169. The icy battlefield, the biting wind slashed through the air, cleaving the very fabric of reality. Lin Yifeng stood atop the head of the golden scales, his black robe billowing, hair streaming like a banner in the tempest. He gazed down upon the boundless expanse of ice, his eyes sharp as lightning, piercing the layers of frosty mist to fixate on the 6 looming shadows that obscured the sun, 6 colossal, ghastly figures, each towering at an impressive 43 meters. Their forms were grotesquely forged from decayed giants and millennia-old black ice, muscles coiled and bones protruding, with flickering blue flames of death pulsating in their eye sockets, reminiscent of ancient malevolent spirits from the farthest reaches of the northern abyss. Behind them, 3 even more chilling silhouettes stood ominously still, chiseled from black ice. Their features indistinct, yet radiating an inexorable intent to kill, 3 high-ranking whites. They wielded ice spears, enveloped in a stifling silence that seemed to freeze time itself in their presence. Lin Yifeng murmured to himself, a hint of helplessness and absurdity lacing his tone. Was it truly necessary for the Night King to dispatch 3 high-ranking whites and 6 giant ghouls, along with such an immense army of the undead, merely to eliminate that group of individuals? His brow furrowed as tumultuous waves surged within him. While that group was certainly not insignificant, it seemed excessive to rouse the Night King's elite forces for their sake, unless they harbored secrets unbeknownst even to him. His gaze sharpened with contemplation. It appeared he would need to scrutinize the identities of that group closely. The individuals capable of invoking such a grand display of force from the Night King were undoubtedly extraordinary. He understood that behind these undead stood the will of the Night King, the dark sovereign who commanded the legions of the deceased from his slumber in the land of eternal winter, seldom revealing himself. The deployment of such a formidable force must surely carry profound significance. Though Lin Yifeng had no desire to confront the Night King directly at this moment, his strategies still in motion, his spiritual energy yet to be fully restored, and the golden scales having recently endured a long journey, not at its peak, he realized that retreat was not an option now that the die had been cast. Golden scales. Forward, he commanded, his voice resonating with authority. With a firm step, the golden scales let out a thunderous roar, its dragon-esque cry reverberating across the ice plains, its wings unfurling like colossal sails of gold and iron, tearing through the frigid winds as it surged towards the horde of giant ghouls. In an instant, the golden scales unleashed a torrent of blazing dragon fire, the crimson flames cascading down like a celestial river, engulfing everything in their path. In the wake of the flames, hundreds of ordinary ghouls were instantaneously reduced to ashes, their wails extinguished before they could even escape their lips. The ice beneath them shattered under the searing heat, plumes of black smoke rising as the stench of decay and charred flesh permeated the air. However, the 6 colossal ghouls remained steadfast, their bodies ablaze, flesh charred and blackened. Yet within them seemed to dwell a peculiar force of ice that continuously mended their wounds, rendering the flames incapable of completely incinerating their cores. Indeed, it was not so simple. Lin Yifeng floated in the air, letting out a cold snort, as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, his spiritual energy surging forth like a tidal wave. Swish, 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 swish. 36 flying swords soared from behind him, tracing enigmatic trajectories in the air. The glimmering sword light wove together, instantaneously reassembling into 6 enormous sword wheels, each composed of 6 flying swords, spinning at high velocity, their sharpness radiating like the wheels of death. Go! With a flick of his finger, Lin Yifeng unleashed the sword wheels, which darted through the sky, piercing towards the 6 gigantic corpse demons. Boom, boom, boom. The sword wheels accurately sliced into the bodies of the corpse demons, severing them like a hot knife through butter, instantly cleaving them in half. Subsequently, the wheels circled back in the air, again cutting through necks and limbs, and within mere moments, the 6 colossal beings were dismantled into countless fragments, black blood and icy shards splattering across the scene as their remnants crashed to the ground, raising a storm of snow dust. Well done. In the distance, a crimson figure skimmed low across the ground, Valerina, the blood-red hatchling dragon that had emerged during the journey through the northern realm. Though she measured only 24 meters in length and had a wingspan of 48 meters. Still in her youth, her draconic might was apparent, and the wind and snow retreated as she flapped her wings. She unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire, accurately engulfing the area of the remnants, incinerating the still smoldering limbs of the corpse demons to prevent their resurrection. Valerina, cover the golden scale, Lin Yifeng conveyed telepathically. Valerina let out a soft chirp, flapping her wings, and began to circle low, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Swish, swish, swish. 3 crystalline ice spears shot forth from the distance with blinding speed, their trajectories bizarre, as if they could distort space itself, evading all warning signs. Lin Yifeng's pupils constricted sharply. Almost instinctively, he gathered his spiritual energy, forming a translucent shield around him. Clang! A piercing metallic sound erupted as the first ice spear collided violently with the shield, sending sparks flying. The shield trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing, yet it remained intact. Lin Yifeng staggered back a step from the impact, his blood surging, a coppery taste filling his throat. The golden scale was less fortunate. Despite its desperate attempt to evade, 2 ice spears followed relentlessly. One grazed its neck, leaving a gaping wound, while the other pierced its thigh, though it did not penetrate entirely. The pain elicited a fierce roar, causing the golden scale to stumble, nearly falling. Roar! The golden scale howled in fury, its dragon eyes turning crimson. As dark energy swiftly spread from the wound, the necromantic power within the ice spear eroding its very life force. Chapter 170, 6 Radiant Wheels. Damn. That was a close call. Lin Yifeng's expression darkened like stormy waters as he retreated 3 paces, his toes tracing an arc in the air, narrowly avoiding another ice spear hurtling toward him. The spear, imbued with frigid power, grazed his shoulder, leaving a frost mark in its wake, where the air seemed to freeze. And the ground instantly formed a thick layer of ice, cracks spreading like a spider's web. He fixed his gaze on the source of the ice spear, where one of the 3 advanced wraiths was slowly retracting its arm, ice crystals glimmering at its fingertips. A chilling mockery emanated from its ghostly blue eyes, as if it were deriding his negligence. If it weren't for my prior vigilance against the ambush of those 3 advanced wraiths, that strike could have been my end. Lin Yifeng gritted his teeth, a deeper chill settling in his heart. These formidable advanced wraiths possess not only strength far surpassing that of ordinary corpses, but also speed, reflexes, and perception akin to human practitioners. More terrifyingly, they exhibit a comprehension of tactics and restraint, skillfully utilizing their surroundings, seizing opportunities, and even engaging in psychological warfare to undermine their adversaries. No longer mere mindless husks, they have evolved into intelligent foes capable of coordination. He swiftly retrieved a jade talisman from his pocket, inscribed with ancient runes that shimmered with a faint azure light. Lin Yifeng's fingertips surged with spiritual energy as he formed an intricate spell, intoning firmly, "Command." The talisman ignited with azure flames, transforming into a stream of pure light that coiled into the body of the golden-scaled beast. Once tainted by dark energy, its scales dulled and lifeless. Now, infused with the azure light, the dark essence retreated as if scorched by the sun, causing the dragon's body to tremble slightly and emit a deep, resonant roar. Its eyes rekindling with fighting spirit. "Hold on, Golden Scale. This battle is far from over," Lin Yifeng murmured reassuringly, his tone resolute as iron. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as daggers, locking onto the 3 advanced wraiths with piercing intensity. "Since you wish to play deviously, let me show you what true invincibility looks like." Before his words had fully dissipated, he brought his hands together in a sudden motion, his internal energy surging forth like a torrent rushing into a reservoir. In an instant, 36 flying swords vibrated and hummed in the air, their blades glowing with radiant light, the sword auras intertwining and carving fissures in the void. 6-part light wheel. Lin Yifeng bellowed, his voice thunderous, causing the surrounding corpses to recoil as if struck. At his command, the 36 swords rapidly reconfigured, forming 6 groups of sword wheels in midair, each wheel encircled by 6 swords, creating a dazzling display. The wheels spun at high velocity, emitting a piercing hum, as spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, forcibly extracting the essence of heaven and earth to form 6 miniature vortexes of energy, enveloping the wheels. These 6 luminous wheels resembled miniature suns suspended in the sky, each radiating a terrifying power capable of cleaving mountains and valleys. Lin Yifeng's complexion paled, for this maneuver consumed a tremendous amount of energy, nearly depleting 70% of his spiritual reserves. Yet his gaze sharpened, akin to a drawn sword, aimed directly at the 3 advanced wraiths. "Go!" Lin Yifeng roared, thrusting his hands forward with fervor. In that instant, the 6 wheels of light shot forth like arrows released from a bowstring, cleaving through the air with devastating force, hurtling towards the area occupied by the 3 advanced wraiths. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the wheels passed, the air was sliced into 6 vacuum trails, and the ordinary corpses along the path were severed, as if they were mere straw, dismembered and shredded, their remnants scattering in all directions. Those slightly stronger corpses barely endured for a moment before being reduced to fragments under the onslaught of the wheels, leaving naught but scattered limbs. The 6 wheels of light, like the scythes of death, harvested all that obstructed their path, swiftly closing in on the 3 advanced wraiths. Upon witnessing this, the 3 advanced wraiths finally revealed expressions of grave concern. They let out a low growl, arcane energies swirling around them, and raised their pale fingers to point forward, swiftly conjuring 3 massive ice shields before them. The ice shield, several feet thick, glimmered a deep azure hue, its surface inscribed with ancient runes, emanating a chilling aura that subtly formed a frost barrier, encasing 3 formidable wraiths within. Humph, a futile struggle, Lin Yifeng scoffed, his mind conjuring a surge of power as the 6 radiant wheels in the air accelerated abruptly. The blades of the sword wheels spun with unparalleled velocity, compressing spiritual energy to its critical point, unleashing a blinding brilliance. Boom! The first sword wheel collided with the ice shield, causing it to quiver violently, cracks racing across its surface, accompanied by a disconcerting crunch. In but a breath, the ice shield shattered, dispersing into countless fragments. The second sword wheel followed closely, piercing through the remnants of defense to deliver a vicious blow to the chest of a high-ranking wraith. The creature roared in fury, crossing its arms in a desperate attempt to block. But how fearsome was the power of the sword wheel. With a sickening sound, both arms and torso were gruesomely obliterated, black blood gushing forth as its massive form careened like a severed kite, crashing heavily against a distant stone wall, erupting into a cloud of crimson mist. The remaining 2 sword wheels did not falter, each targeting the other 2 high-ranking wraiths. They hastily attempted to evade, yet the speed of the wheels was too swift. One struck the left shoulder, severing the entire arm at the joint, while the other swept horizontally across the abdomen, bisecting one wraith entirely. The final 2 sword wheels interwove in midair, creating a deadly vortex that enveloped the last wounded high-ranking wraith. It emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, frantically channeling magic in a bid to escape, but it was too late. With a thunderous roar, the sword wheels detonated, the spiritual energy erupting. And the last high-ranking wraith was utterly torn to shreds amidst the blinding light, not a fragment of its soul escaping. As silence fell upon the battlefield, Lin Yifeng slowly retracted the flying sword into its scabbard. Though his movements were gentle, it seemed as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. The moment the sword returned to its sheath, it emitted a clear, resonant dragon's cry, as if acknowledging its master's exhaustion. His complexion was as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his breath feeble as a flickering candle in the wind. That singular strike had nearly drained over 70% of his spiritual energy. This ancient swordsmanship, derived from the legacy of primordial sword cultivators, relied on the mind as a guide and spiritual energy as a foundation, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to pierce the enemy's core. Its unmatched power came at a tremendous cost. Yet his gaze remained keen, scanning the surroundings like a hawk, his eyes sharp as blades, penetrating the lingering smoke and corpses, confirming the absence of any hidden threats before he finally relaxed his mind, exhaling a long, heavy breath. To his surprise, a faint trace of blood mingled with his breath, coalescing into a strand of scarlet mist that swiftly dissipated. He retrieved a jade-green vial from his storage bag, its surface adorned with archaic runes, glimmering with a hint of spiritual light. Removing the cork, he poured out 3 golden elixirs, their surfaces engraved with golden patterns, exuding a potent aroma, rich with spiritual energy. These were the highly coveted Great Golden Pills, treasured for their ability to swiftly restore both spiritual energy and physical injuries, incredibly difficult to concoct, each worth its weight in gold. As the pills melted upon entry, they transformed into a warm current coursing through his limbs, mending damaged meridians and nurturing his spirit. Such are the high-ranking wraiths, he murmured to himself, his voice hoarse yet undeniably proud. The wraith donned a hide of leather armor, wielding a crystalline sword of ice. Lin Yifeng wielded his sword to shatter the magic, ultimately severing it beneath his flying blade. Jinjing approached with measured steps, the dragon's head nodding lightly, its golden eyes shimmering with a warm radiance as if to commend its master's prowess. Its entire body was adorned with golden scales, each resembling pure gold, exuding an aura of sacred majesty. As Lin Yifeng's hand glided over the dragon's scales, he felt a texture as smooth as jade, yet more resilient than tempered steel. He murmured, "Let us proceed. It is time to cleanse the battlefield." Jinjing, Valerina, Dispose of the remaining corpse demons with caution against ambush, he commanded. The two colossal dragons responded in unison. Jinjing unleashed a torrent of golden dragon fire, incinerating the lingering corpse demons to ashes, while Valerina brandished her blood-red dragon wings, unleashing dragon flames that utterly obliterated the remaining undead. Scattered across the battlefield were severed limbs and shattered armor, the air thick with the stench of charred remains. Yet, where Lin Yifeng stood, a gentle breeze swept in, dispersing the foul air. After a brief moment, the battlefield was cleared to a considerable extent. Lin Yifeng took a deep breath, lightly tapping his toes, and soared into the air, gliding on the wind like a fleeting shadow piercing the sky. Descending upon Mela and her companions. Relax, my friends, he extended his hands in a gesture of peace. However, he was met with several glinting dragon crystal spears, aimed threateningly at his throat and heart. The spearheads, dark as ink yet faintly glowing with a purple sheen, were indeed forged from the legendary dragon crystal known for its ability to harm dragons and slay the undead. Lin Yifeng's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure rising within him. Having just rescued this group, was he now perceived as a threat? He surveyed the spears, unable to suppress a sardonic thought. Why do they resemble obsidian? This material was notoriously brittle in his previous life. A mere strike would shatter it. Had it perhaps been imbued with magical enhancements in this alternate world? He had briefly sojourned at Dragonstone Island and yearned to inquire, but had to depart hastily due to pressing circumstances, leaving his curiosity unquenched. Now, upon seeing them again, his inquisitiveness intensified. Was this a mutation of the material or the result of enchantment? His thoughts swirled, seemingly for an eternity, though merely 5 minutes passed. We just witnessed you commanding the dragon, and you are so formidable, floating in the sky. Mela exclaimed sternly, her dragon crystal spear unwavering. Her eyes filled with vigilance and suspicion. Who can prove you are not an ally of the undead? Lin Yifeng scoffed coldly. If I truly harbored hostility, would you still be standing here speaking? Enough. A weak yet clear voice suddenly broke the stalemate, like water dripping on stone, reverberating through the air. The crowd turned to see Bran Stark. Chapter 172. He has finally appeared. The cold wind sliced through the northern night sky like a blade. Snowflakes danced in the wind, resembling ashes scattered by an invisible hand, blanketing the charred battlefield and the cold corpses. On this land, once ignited by the flames of the final battle, only embers and silence remained. He lay upon a makeshift cart, crafted from broken spears and animal hides, shrouded in layers of tattered furs. Since the moment the wall crumbled and the Night King fell, he had been asleep for a full 7 days. During this time, his consciousness did not fade. Instead, it was drawn by an ancient and profound force, traversing through layers of dreams, reaching the very edge of the green site. There, he encountered the last remnants of the three-eyed raven, the specter once known as Lord Brynden Rivers, the Blood Raven. They engaged in a silent communion, bridging their thoughts with memory and weaving their destinies together. He glimpsed the long night of a millennium past, where the children of the forest stood shoulder to shoulder with their ancestors, bravely confronting the others. He also beheld the indistinct outlines of a future. A throne forged of ice and steel, desolate, yet resonating with the howls of wolves. At this moment, his eyes slowly opened. Within his gray-blue irises, one could perceive an infinite expanse of the starry sky, profound enough to evoke trepidation. Those were not the eyes of a mere mortal, but vessels brimming with millennia of memories, witnesses to the river of time. He harbors no malice towards us, Bran murmured, his voice fragile, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. As though pronouncing the oracles of fate, I witnessed him slay the others and rescue us all. His dragons are not mere instruments of control, but companions. The crowd stirred at his words. Mira tightened her grip on the dragon glass spear, her gaze a tapestry of complex emotions directed at Lin Yifeng, the enigmatic figure who had descended from the heavens, commanding 2 dragons and turning the tide of battle with a single strike. Why does my face ache so? Bran suddenly raised a hand to touch his right cheek, a frown creasing his brow, confusion and a hint of grievance lacing his voice. It feels as if someone dealt me a few harsh slaps while I was unconscious. Mira, do you know who it was? Mira froze at the question, her cheeks flushing crimson, her grip on the spear wavering, knuckles whitening. She opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. The situation had been dire. Had she not roused him in time, they would have all perished at the hands of the others. She had no choice. Moreover, Bran's presence was waning, the green vision pulling him farther away. If she did not act swiftly, his soul might be forever lost within the river of time. With no alternatives left, she had resorted to striking him thrice across the face, the force of her blows leaving her own hand sore and swollen. Bran, you have finally awakened, she said, her voice trembling, as if fearing his reproach or that he might forget her entirely. So it is Bran Stark, Lin Yifeng remarked, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly, the sound ringing clear against the biting wind. After such a long absence, Bran has finally returned. Stop, Mira commanded sharply, positioning herself alongside Adu to shield Bran. The dragon-glass spear aimed squarely at Lin Yifeng. I believe it prudent to maintain a safe distance. Yet Lin Yifeng merely shrugged, advancing slowly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Bran. Well, if he intended to harm us, those 2 dragons alone would be more than sufficient to deal with us. His tone was casual, as if the cataclysmic battle they had just endured had been naught but a game. Bran regarded him quietly, his eyes deep as an abyss. He strained to prop himself up with his arms, slowly rising from the cart. Though his movements were labored, they exuded a peculiar gravitas. You possess far greater audacity than your companions, Lin Yifeng observed, raising an eyebrow in appreciation. Do you require assistance? Bran cast his gaze downward, resting upon his unfeeling legs. Once capable of scaling Winterfell's walls, they now resembled 2 lifeless logs, cold and heavy. He let out a bitter laugh, lightly patting his paralyzed lower body, and sighed deeply. Am I still salvageable in this state? In the midst of the wind and snow, no one answered. After a moment, Bran lifted his gaze beyond Lin Yifeng, peering into the distance at a dark forest shrouded in fish-leaf trees, where crimson eyes faintly glimmered above the treetops. Chapter 173. Healing Bran. The wind and snow howled in the night, as if only this desolate ruin and the flickering bonfire remained in the universe. Bran Stark sat upon a cart crafted from wood and leather, his frail form seemingly delicate, yet his eyes closed as if perceiving the eternal cosmos. His fingers trembled gently, palms upward, as if receiving whispers from the depths of the universe. But my eyes can see everything, he murmured, his voice soft yet resolute, akin to a vow. Like the glaciers of the north that never melt. The past, present, and future flowed within my heart. My memories are no longer fragmented. They resemble a river of stars, a tapestry woven from the threads of destiny. Though my legs cannot walk, my spirit has soared beyond the wall, traversed the long night, scaled countless mountains, and witnessed countless sunrises. He slowly opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, it seemed as though countless stars were swirling, the Milky Way suspended in the air. This was the power bestowed upon him by the 3-eyed raven, an inescapable fate. Who are you, Lin Yifeng? He suddenly inquired, his voice eerily calm, as if he already knew the answer but still wished to hear it spoken aloud. Lin Yifeng stood amidst the snow, his cloak billowing dramatically in the wind. The smile that had graced his face faltered slightly at the question. The wind and snow intensified, the snowflakes sharp as blades, rendering the world a vast expanse of gray. Yet, Bran's eyes remained fixed upon the infinite starry sky, as if he were not gazing at Lin Yifeng, but rather probing the very source of his soul. You seem not of this world, Bran continued, his tone unperturbed. You bear no family insignia, no divine blessings, and no whispers of the old gods. You appear as a shadow conjured from thin air, belonging neither to this land nor to this history. You hail from beyond another world. Lin Yifeng fell silent for a moment before a self-deprecating smile graced his lips. And what of it? He pondered, then chuckled lightly, inwardly lamenting. I might be the worst transmigrator. Having just arrived, I was unmasked by the natives. And I possess no golden finger, alas. Yet, he felt no panic. He was not a villain seeking to silence anyone. Bran was not an adversary. Moreover, despite his physical frailty, the boy's heart was as pure as freshly fallen snow, devoid of malice. Are you certain you do not wish for my assistance? Lin Yifeng stepped closer, his tone growing earnest. Perhaps I can heal your lower body. Upon hearing this, Bran let out a gentle sigh, a trace of ancient weariness lacing his voice. When I accepted the legacy of the 3-eyed raven, did I not harbor a similar hope? He murmured. I believed that by becoming a green seer, mastering dreams and memories, I could restore my legs to standing. Yet, as you can see, the result is as you behold. Power may allow me to gaze upon the world, but it cannot enable me to take a single step. His voice bore no trace of resentment, only a faint tinge of regret, akin to a flickering ember on a winter's eve. Lin Yifeng gazed at him, stirred within. He was aware of Bran's fate within the original narrative. He ultimately became the chronicler of the tale, yet was doomed to remain immobile. However, Lin Yifeng was resolutely defiant against destiny. Are you certain you do not wish for my assistance in healing? Lin Yifeng inquired once more, his tone laced with a hint of allure. I possess remedies, medical expertise, and spiritual energy. Perhaps I could restore you to health. Bran remained silent for an extended moment. The the wind and snow whispering in his ears. He closed his eyes, as if listening to some distant echo. At last, he opened his eyes, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. Very well. He inhaled deeply, as if finally resolved to a decision. Are you certain you can heal me? I shall make an attempt, Lin Yifeng replied with a smile, his eyes unwaveringly resolute. If I fail, you stand to lose nothing. At worst, you would still be seated in a cart, observing the world. Bran found himself momentarily amused by this remark, the smile blooming upon his lips akin to the first crack upon a frozen lake in the spring. Lin Yifeng approached him slowly. Although the guards had relaxed their vigilance, they remained keenly observant of his every movement, hands resting on their sword hilts, ever ready to spring into action. Lin Yifeng sighed in exasperation. Could you not be so tense? I am not here to assassinate him. I am here to provide healing. Chapter 174. Healing Bran 2, he ceased further discourse, retrieving 2 delicate porcelain vials from a pouch concealed within his robes. The vials shimmered with a warm jade hue, their cork stoppers sealing in the essence of spiritual energy. This is the revitalizing pill, capable of awakening dormant meridians and life force. This is the blood-activating powder, specifically designed to remedy stagnation and invigorate the flow of qi and blood. As he elucidated, he dispensed a single pill and a pinch of powder. Bran scrutinized the unfamiliar pill and powder, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of skepticism in his eyes. However, when he lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yifeng's calm and steadfast eyes, he ultimately nodded in agreement. I shall place my trust in you this once. The pill dissolved upon contact, imparting a refreshing sweetness. The powder was mixed with snow water and gradually administered. Moments later, Bran's complexion subtly flushed. A warm current surged within him. There may be some discomfort ahead, Lin Yifeng cautioned, gently turning Bran so that he lay face down, his back exposed. Bran exclaimed, taken by surprise, instinctively attempting to resist. Silence. Do not make a sound. Lin Yifeng swiftly restrained his shoulder, his voice firm. Do you wish to forfeit all progress? He raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy, summoning a mass of snow, which transformed in his palm into water. With a thought, he crystallized the snow water, forming dozens of slender, translucent ice needles suspended above his palm. Using ice as needles, guided by spirit, to open the meridians and rejuvenate life. Lin Yifeng murmured, delicately tapping the first ice needle into the acupuncture point on Bran's back. Following this, the second and third needles were swiftly inserted. A total of 36 ice needles puncturing the governing vessels and bladder meridians along either side of the spine and vital points in the lower body. With each needle's insertion, Bran's body quivered lightly, as if currents of electricity coursed through him. Lin Yifeng sat cross-legged, his hands pressed against Bran's back, as spiritual energy surged like a river, flowing into his body, guiding the medicinal power and the force of the icy needles to jointly assault the meridians that had remained dormant for many years. As time passed, the snowstorm continued unabated, yet around the two of them, an extraordinary tranquility enveloped the space. The icy needles flickered with a faint glow, while the medicinal energy surged through the meridians. Bran's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, his breath quickened, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After a full half hour, Lin Yifeng finally withdrew his hands, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, his complexion slightly pale. He wiped the sweat from his brow and murmured with a faint smile, "It worked." Lin Yifeng raised his hand and gently rotated his palm. Instantly, dozens of crystalline silver needles, embedded in Bran's back and various acupoints of his lower body, responded to his call. They elegantly lifted from the Mingmen, Xinxiu, De Chengsu to Huantiao, Chengfu, and Weizhong acupoints, soaring back to him, forming a luminous ring of cold stars above his palm. He gazed for a moment, then suddenly clenched his fingers, producing a sharp snap. With a crisp sound, the silver needles shattered into countless fragments of ice, dispersing like frost flowers bursting apart. With a casual wave, the icy remnants vanished into the wind, as if they had never existed. After all, their mission had been accomplished, and their presence was no longer needed. Bran lay on the cart, trembling all over. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock and joy, his voice quivering. I can feel my lower body again. He attempted to raise himself from the cart, his legs twitching slightly, and his toes responded as well. Don't rush. Lin Yifeng quickly supported him. Your meridians have just opened, and your flesh is not yet restored. Forcing yourself to stand will only tear the newly formed tissues. I advise you to wait at least 10 days, preferably half a month, until the medicinal energy fully dissipates and your muscles and bones are reformed before attempting to walk. Breathing heavily, Bran's eyes welled with tears. He looked up at the night sky. The stars continued to rotate, but at this moment, the night sky seemed more luminous than ever before. Chapter 175. Whispers in the Snowstorm. Thank you. Bran Stark leaned against the cart, his voice so soft it was nearly swallowed by the howling northern wind. He gazed at Lin Yifeng, the depths of his blue eyes reflecting a dim yet resolute light. Perhaps I truly can stand upon the earth once more. Lin Yifeng smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. He slowly lifted his gaze, piercing through the layers of snow and wind, toward the distant and frigid starry sky. The cold wind tousled his dark hair, and his robe fluttered like a banner. His eyes were profound as a chasm, as if he had transcended this icy expanse and glimpsed the end of the river of fate. Since I have come to this world, he silently mused, his thoughts resonating within his soul like thunder, then let it not be said that I do not rewrite destiny. Bran continued to rest on the cart, while Mira and Hodder wearily sat down. The surrounding members of the Children of the Forest, weary from their escape, loosened their cloaks and gathered around the fire. Their faces were as aged as tree bark, yet their eyes remained sharp as those of an eagle. After a harrowing flight for survival, the group finally found a moment to breathe. Lin Yifeng stood in the snow, surveying his surroundings. Once he confirmed they were temporarily safe, he allowed his tense nerves to relax slightly. Half an hour later, as the snowstorm began to weaken, Lin Yifeng stood up and calmly reminded, "You all should hurry and leave. Be wary of the White Walkers catching up. Though this region may be temporarily secure, the long, cold night persists, and the dead shall not rest." "And what of you?" Bran suddenly raised his head, a hint of unease in his voice. Lin Yifeng paused, his gaze sweeping over the boy's battered form, and softly replied, "I wish to investigate further. There are too many secrets concealed here. Merely fleeing will not resolve the underlying issues. Will you not accompany them?" Lin Yifeng turned to the dozen or so forest dwellers who had not departed with Bran. His brow furrowed in confusion. The leader of the forest children slowly rose, his figure stooped, yet exuding a formidable presence. He fixed his ancient, wood-like eyes upon Lin Yifeng, his voice rasping like the wind through the treetops. "We remain here, for we possess ways to survive. Moreover, we do not favor the company of humans." Before his words had faded, the group silently melded into the depths of the snowy forest, as if they had merged with the very earth itself, leaving no trace behind. Lin Yifeng gazed pensively in the direction of their disappearance. After a moment, he gestured with a hand. "Let us depart," he whispered, and then leaped onto the dragon's back. With a resounding roar, the golden-scaled beast soared into the sky, carrying them upward. Below, the wind and snow churned like a furious sea, while they streaked across the heavens like a shooting star. A few hours later, Bran and his companions finally spotted a familiar figure through the storm, Benjen Stark, the captain of the Night's Watch Rangers and Bran's uncle. He rode a gaunt horse, cloaked in a heavy black robe, his face etched with the marks of harsh weather. "Bran!" Benjen exclaimed, dismounting swiftly and rushing forward to embrace his nephew. "By the gods, you are alive." After confirming the safety of the group, Benjen offered to escort them to a secure outpost south of the wall. The journey was silent, save for the dull thud of hooves upon the snow. Upon reaching their destination, Benjen exchanged a few parting words before hastily departing, his figure soon vanishing into the vast, snowy expanse. Bran and his companions rested in a secure cabin for about an hour before setting out once more, fully aware that true danger had yet to recede. After a relentless trek, they finally arrived beneath the wall just before dawn. The towering ice wall rose into the clouds, exuding a bone-chilling air, as if it were a chasm separating life and death. Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng had already descended into the ancient forest of the north, hundreds of miles away. He stowed the golden-scaled dragon and Valerina in his spirit beast pouch and stood alone amidst the snow-covered woods. The cold wind sliced like a blade across his cheek, yet he remained oblivious. His consciousness unfurled like a net, extending in all directions. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. "What is that man doing? Cradling an infant in this bitter cold?" Lin Yifeng murmured to himself, his gaze fixed upon the edge of the snowy wood. There, he observed a man draped in tattered animal hides, furtively moving through the snow, tightly clutching a swaddled infant. His steps were unsteady, and he mumbled incessantly, his voice intermittent yet imbued with a disquieting fervor. "O great God of the long winter, please grant us your blessing. This is our offering to you, beseeching you to bestow upon us a path to survival." Chapter 176. The long night approaches. The cold wind, sharp as a blade, cleaved the silence of the snow-laden expanse. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, only the snow beneath one's feet emitted a faint groan under an invisible pressure. A man, trembling, stepped cautiously into this nameless clearing, cradling a swaddled infant in his arms. The baby's face had turned a chilling shade of blue, lips tinged with purple, eyes tightly shut. Even its cries seemed devoured by the biting cold, leaving only the faintest breaths, intermittent against the wind and snow. The man knelt, his knees sinking into the snow, hands clasped together, gazing upwards at the pitch-black sky. His voice, hoarse and desolate, echoed, "O God of winter, I offer my own flesh and blood, pleading for your mercy, for the salvation of my lineage." As his words hung in the air, tears cascaded down, instantly freezing into crystalline droplets that fell to the snow. With his prayer uttered, he rose abruptly, unable to glance at the infant once more, as if a single additional glance would render him unable to part. He turned and fled into the dense forest, his footsteps frantic, his silhouette swiftly swallowed by the darkness, as if he had never existed. Yet, beyond 100 paces, behind a withered pine, a figure stood quietly, Lin Yifeng. Cloaked in a gray-black mantle, his countenance was stern, his eyes sharp as blades. Fixated upon the forsaken infant in the snow, his gaze suddenly darkening. "The god of winter? The faith of the others?" he murmured, a chill sweeping across his brow. Humanity had begun to willingly offer sacrifices, bowing before death, kneeling to darkness. This was not fear, it was the crumbling of faith. He was about to approach and examine the infant's condition when an unexpected chill gripped his heart, a wave of frigid energy surging from afar without warning. This was not the chill of nature, but rather the encroachment of death itself, silent, decaying, imbued with the oppressive weight of frozen souls. Lin Yifeng immediately stifled his presence, his internal essence slowly sinking into his dantian, even his breath nearly ceasing. Like a shadow, he melded into the snow-laden pines, holding his breath and focusing. Moments later, a figure slowly materialized from the swirling snow. It was another, its long silver hair cascading like strands of ice, its visage withered like a desiccated corpse, skin glowing with an eerie blue luminescence. Draped in heavy furs intertwined with ice armor, its eyes burned like two chilling blue flames in the darkness. It approached the infant, bending down to lift the still swaddled life, its movements surprisingly gentle, as if handling something sacred. It then turned, stepping northward. With each footfall, the snow beneath it instantaneously froze into solid ice, leaving behind a serpentine trail of frost. Lin Yifeng stealthily followed, his form ghostly, leaving no trace in the snow. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This other was no ordinary patrol, its aura deep and commanding, suggesting a leader's presence. The infant it cradled was evidently not a mere prey, but a pivotal element of some ritual. 2 hours later, at the edge of the snowfield, the world abruptly transformed. A magnificent palace of ice and snow loomed in the center of the frozen expanse, sculpted entirely from millennia-old frost, soaring into the clouds. The walls were inscribed with eerie runes, each stroke seemingly forged from the wails of lost souls. Above the palace, cold mists coiled, forming a perpetual cloud of frost, as if time itself had come to a standstill in this place. Beneath the palace, an army of the dead stood in formation, dense and numerous, numbering in the tens of thousands. Their bodies were rigid, eyes glowing with a ghostly blue, standing like a forest, exuding a suffocating aura of death. Before them, over a dozen wights rode upon their spectral steeds, their cries piercing the air. The riders, all high-ranking white walkers, donned chilling armor and wielded frost-laden spears, exuding an aura of unfathomable might. At the forefront stood a solitary figure, the Night King himself. His form was as pale as freshly fallen snow, his visage gaunt and hollow, adorned with several crystalline spikes protruding from his brow, resembling a crown wrought by nature itself, instilling dread in all who beheld him. His eyes, cold and deep as the abyss, radiated an air of silence and authority. Clad in layers of beast hides and ice-forged armor, he appeared as though he were sculpted from the very essence of frost. His cape billowed without wind, resembling a dark shroud that undulated ominously, echoing like the flag of death fluttering amidst the storm, evoking an instinctual fear. A white cradling an infant approached with deliberate steps, kneeling on one knee and raising the child high above its head. The Night King extended his hand slowly, a ghostly blue light emanating from his fingertips. He gently touched the infant's forehead, and in an instant, an eerie blue luminescence spread from the child's brow, swiftly enveloping its entire being. The once purplish skin transformed to a pallor as white as snow, the lashes quivering slightly, as beneath the eyelids, the pupils gradually shifted to a chilling azure. "In just a few hours, he would awaken to join our ranks," murmured the Night King, his voice resonating like the shattering of glaciers on the vast ice field. He lifted his gaze towards the towering walls of the ice palace, his voice surging in intensity, reverberating across the land. The long night approaches, and dawn shall no longer rise. The sun will inevitably fall, and light shall be consumed. We are the harbingers of death, the vanguard of oblivion. We shall traverse mountains and rivers, sowing decay into every inch of soil, enveloping the realm of the dead over this rotting world of the living. A collective roar erupted from the whites, their voices merging into a thunderous wave that shook the very ice beneath them, causing the snow to cascade down. Concealed behind an icy cliff, Lin Yifeng felt cold sweat trickle down his brow, not merely from the chill, but from sheer astonishment. Chapter 177. The Snow and Ice Temple. Lin Yifeng bit down hard on his tongue, suppressing a gasp, yet the tumult of shock within him surged like a tide. Difficult to restrain. Neither in the original text nor in the television adaptation had the Night King possessed a palace, had he? He lay hidden behind a snow mound at the edge of the ice field, his breath so faint it seemed non-existent, though his heart thundered like a war drum against his eardrums. The sight before him utterly shattered his comprehension of this world. In the lore of A Song of Ice and Fire, the whites were born of ancient sorcery, specters of death that emerged from the land of eternal winter when the long night descended. They moved with an air of mystery, appearing and vanishing like the wind, never establishing fixed strongholds, let alone a grand and solemn palace of ice and snow. In the original narrative of Game of Thrones, while the Night King was endowed with greater intelligence and purpose, he remained a silent, cold embodiment of death, leading the White Army without ever demonstrating the capacity for construction, governance, or even a belief system. Yet, the palace before him stood as if a relic from ancient myth, towering in the heart of the frigid expanse. Crafted entirely from translucent ice, its soaring spires pierced the clouds, and atop, a ghostly blue orb floated, resembling a frozen star. The exterior walls of the palace are intricately inscribed with complex runes, symbols that are not mere ornamental carvings, but represent an ancient script long since lost to time, seemingly narrating a deathly epic buried beneath the sands of history. Even more unsettling is the sight of the Night King standing in the center of the high platform before the palace. Clad in an armor forged from crystallized ice and scaled hide, his pallid skin glows eerily amidst the swirling snow, and his eyes resemble two frozen blue stars, profound and frigid. With a deliberate motion, he opens his arms wide, as if to embrace the boundless eternal night. Behind him, dozens of white walkers stand like sentinels, while below, tens of thousands of whites and white walkers kneel in unison, emitting a deep, synchronized growl akin to a sacred ritual's chant. This is no ordinary action. Lin Yifeng's pupils constrict sharply. This is the establishment of faith. He suddenly recalls an image he had witnessed not long ago, a wild man, draped in tattered animal skins, crawling through the snow to the base of the platform, cradling an infant still in swaddling. There were no tears in her eyes, only a fervent calm. She gently placed the infant upon the altar, murmuring in an ancient tongue. In the next moment, the Night King raised his hand, and a ghostly blue light shot forth from his fingertips, transforming the infant's form into that of a brand new White Walker baby, its eyes opening to reveal the same blue glow as the Night King's. At that instant, Lin Yifeng felt a chill emanating from the depths of his soul. This was not fear, but rather the shock of a faith being transferred. Humanity began to willingly offer their kin, not out of coercion, but from conviction. They believed that death was not an end, but rather a transcendence. The Night King was not a harbinger of destruction, but a savior, a deity guiding them beyond life and death into the eternal night. This signified that the Night King was not merely a vengeful lord of the undead. Lin Yifeng's voice, barely audible yet resolute as iron, conveyed that he possessed a palace, guardians, an army, rituals, and followers. He was reconstructing a realm of death, a theocratic empire where eternal night was the faith and coldness the law. If left to evolve unchecked, the North would cease to be humanity's frontier and instead become a sanctum for the undead. Winterfell, the Wall, and King's Landing would all be engulfed and transformed by this flood of belief. Death would no longer be feared, but instead become a coveted destination. And the Night King would ascend to become a true deity, exalted above mortals. At that moment, Lin Yifeng's spine tensed abruptly, as if ensnared by an invisible gaze. Instinctively, he suppressed his presence, channeling the secret arts within him to lower his body temperature to match the frigid landscape, his breathing slowing nearly to a halt, melding into the silent white world around him. Yet, just as he completed his concealment, whoosh, a crystalline spear shot through the air, tracing a ghostly blue arc aimed directly at his hiding spot. Lin Yifeng's pupils dilated, and his body rolled sideways with the agility of a cheetah. The ice spear grazed his shoulder, embedding itself deeply into the snow and erupting into a cloud of frost. Did I misjudge the situation? The Night King's voice resonated, deep and hoarse, like the sound of ice scraping against ice, reverberating through the swirling snow. He slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the direction where Lin Yifeng had just concealed himself. A flicker of doubt seemed to pass through his azure eyes, only to vanish in an instant. He did not issue a command to pursue. Instead, he raised his head once more, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the impending eternal night. The roars from below grew increasingly fervent, as the army of corpses surged like a tide, seemingly responding to their deity. Chapter 178. The Return. Beyond the snowstorm, Lin Yifeng lay hidden in the snow, cold sweat silently seeping from his brow, only to be instantly frozen by the biting wind, forming delicate ice crystals that clung to his forehead. He held his breath, not daring to let even his eyelashes tremble. Several hundred paces ahead, a grand edifice forged from ancient ice stood majestically, as if it had existed upon this glacial expanse since time immemorial. Its pinnacles soared into the clouds, ice shards glistening like blades, refracting the pale light of the heavens, resembling the crown of a deity. Upon the high platform stood the Night King. He remained motionless like a statue, enveloped in a haze of grayish-white mist, his hollow gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the swirling snow, staring directly into the soul. Behind him, countless wights stood in formation, their silver skin shimmering with a metallic sheen amidst the storm, wielding ice-forged long swords that radiated an overwhelming chill. Lin Yifeng dared not linger, feeling as if that gaze were tangible, piercing through the layers of snow to rest upon his hiding place. He could not afford to tarry a moment longer. Under the cover of the storm, he began to retreat slowly, 1 step, 2 steps, each movement as cautious as if walking on thin ice, fearful of awakening the Lord of Death slumbering within the ice palace. The snow was soft, and any heavier footfall would leave traces, compelling him to move at an agonizingly slow pace, his muscles taut, even his breath controlled as delicately as a wisp of thread. Only when he had finally vanished into the depths of the vast ice field did he allow himself a slight exhale, yet he still dared not look back. The storm intensified, and it seemed as though the only entities remaining in the world were that towering ice palace and the Night King upon the high platform. Lin Yifeng hastened through the wind, yet his heart roiled like a tempest. He had witnessed firsthand that the Night King was not merely a necromancer. Every action he took was laden with purpose. What was enshrined within that ice palace was not a statue, but a colossal black crystal, resembling an eye, a door, or a fissure leading to another realm. In that moment, Lin Yifeng finally understood. This war was no longer a mere confrontation between humanity and the whites, but the ultimate clash between life and death, faith and annihilation, civilization and divine authority. What the Night King sought was not conquest, but the purification of the world through death, erasing all traces of civilization with absolute cold. The power struggles and conflicts of the 7 kingdoms to the south were but trivial skirmishes when faced with this impending cataclysm. The true war had only just begun. 2 days later, Lin Yifeng began his journey towards the Desolation Wall. Though his clothes were tattered and his visage haggard, his resolve was unwavering. Along the way, he traversed a forest blanketed in ice and snow, where the skeletal branches stood stark against a haunting silence. Suddenly, he paused in the snow. A faint footprint meandered ahead, half concealed by the fresh snow, nearly imperceptible were it not for his years of tracking training. Could this footprint belong to a wild man? He murmured softly, his brow furrowing. He crouched down, his fingertips brushing the snow's surface. The footprints varied in depth, suggesting a heavy burden being carried and indicating that more than one person had passed this way. Strangely enough, the edges of the footprints bore subtle drag marks, as if someone had been injured. It appeared necessary to investigate further. He rose to his feet and resolutely followed the trail. In the realm of power, the so-called wild men are not truly savages in any conventional sense. They are farmers driven to the brink by the nobility, slaves escaping from their chains, and outlaws branded as traitors. Unwilling to kneel before the 7 gods or bow to their lords, they surmounted the Great Wall and fled into the desolate plains beyond, living outside the law in the name of freedom. An hour later, Lin Yifeng arrived at the entrance of a valley embraced by towering mountains. As he drew closer, he discovered that the valley's entrance was fortified with crude yet sturdy log walls, and 2 heavy wooden doors stood resolutely closed, reinforced with iron sheets, evidently to guard against beasts or enemy incursions. Lin Yifeng approached the massive wooden doors confidently, his boots crunching on the snow. However, before he could draw nearer, whoosh, Whoosh! Two arrows whistled through the air, embedding themselves in the snow just inches from his feet, their fletchings still trembling. Stop! What do you want? A voice demanded from atop the wall, belonging to a bearded archer clad in bare skin, bowstring taut, an arrow aimed directly at Lin Yifeng's throat. Chapter 179. The Valley of the Wild Men. The biting wind and snow slashed through the sky as the heavy wooden door creaked open with a groan of chains. Lin Yifeng stepped across the threshold, entering the wild man's valley encircled by mountains. His strides were steady, yet his gaze swiftly swept across the interior, which was far from the disordered chaos he had envisioned. Instead, it was remarkably orderly. Towering wooden watchtowers stood at the corners, their summits ablaze with roaring bonfires that flickered in the gusts of wind and snow, casting vigilant shadows of the guards. Beneath the watchtowers, numerous dwellings constructed from logs and animal hides of varying sizes dotted the landscape, their roofs cloaked in snow, and wisps of smoke spiraled upwards. Additionally, several tents were scattered about, adorned with dried meat and bone weaponry. The air was thick with the mingled scents of leather, smoke, and blood. This was not a refuge for the exiled, but a well-organized and disciplined tribal encampment of free men, resilient despite being cast aside by the world. However, as Lin Yifeng crossed into the inner wall, before he could steady himself, he was surrounded by a throng of individuals, clad in animal skins and bone armor. Armed with bone spears, stone axes, and crude iron tools, their eyes glimmered like wolves, filled with hostility and curiosity. At the forefront was Thomas, the brutish confidant of the earlier shout, his face marred with scars, a broken nose, and a missing piece of his left ear, clearly a veteran of many battles. You claim to have seen the Night King. Thomas sneered, closing the distance, his voice rasping like a grinding stone. Then tell me, what does the Night King look like? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Can he breathe fire? Huh. Lin Yifeng met his gaze, a smirk gracing his lips, though his tone dripped with sarcasm. How would you prefer I describe the Night King to you? In detail or a general overview? Should I draw a portrait and inscribe it for you as a family heirloom? The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter, with several young wild men slapping their thighs in amusement. This guy is quite the tongue. Thomas's expression immediately turned ashen. He abruptly turned to Torgor atop the city tower, his eyes conveying a plea for guidance. Torgor, standing high above, observed with a cold gaze, merely nodding slightly, his countenance dark, understanding the silent message. Thomas's malevolent grin widened as he brandished the massive club crafted from the leg bone of a colossal beast, its joints cracking ominously. Heh, you refuse to speak? I possess myriad methods to extract your words. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged forward, swinging the bone club with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. Aimed directly at Lin Yifeng's skull. The force behind the strike was formidable enough to crush a man's head, and should it connect, the result would be catastrophic. However, Lin Yifeng remained utterly unfazed, merely extending his right hand with lightning speed at the moment the club neared him. With a resounding clap, he firmly grasped the bone club with a single hand, rendering it immobile. An abrupt silence enveloped the arena. Thomas's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed his weapon being seized bare-handed by his adversary. His muscular arm trembled with exertion, yet he could not advance even an inch. Lin Yifeng glanced down at the blood-stained club, shaking his head gently, a hint of regret lacing his tone. Is this all? I had expected the free folk of the frontier to be formidable. It appears your strength is rather lackluster. With that, he flicked his wrist, sending the club flying from his grasp, while simultaneously unleashing a swift kick that struck Thomas squarely in the abdomen. The blow, seemingly casual, was imbued with precision, directing force efficiently into Thomas's body, jarring his insides without breaking any bones. Thomas flew backward like a severed kite, tumbling several times before crashing heavily into the snow. Frothing at the mouth, unable to rise, sighing resignedly, Lin Yifeng withdrew his leg, lamenting, "Had I truly wished to kill you, you would already be a lifeless corpse." After a brief, stunned silence, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of excitement. "Haha, Thomas has been struck," cackled a small, wiry tribesman, clapping his hands in amusement. "Get up, Thomas. Don't be a coward. Rise and retaliate. Indeed, we, the wild folk, cannot allow an outsider to bully us." Chapter 180. The messenger and the returnee. Yet many others had ceased their derision, their expressions now tinged with gravity. They discerned that this outsider not only reacted with incredible speed, but also exhibited remarkable control in his actions. The palm strike delivered with such force resembled a blade. Yet it withdrew at the last moment, as if the assailant were a dancer teetering on the edge of life and death, executing his movements with chilling precision. Had he truly intended to kill, Thomas would have perished on the spot, his body now cold. At that moment, the formidable Torger descended from the city tower, each of his steps resonating like the beating of a war drum upon the frozen earth, causing the ground to tremble and the flames of the bonfire to flicker. Draped in a cloak of bear fur, broad-shouldered like a wall, he leaned upon a double-bladed axe inscribed with ancient runes, the weapon thudding against the ground with a deep, resonant sound. Approaching Lin Yifeng, his gaze pierced through the swirling snow, locking onto his opponent's eyes. "You are no ordinary individual," Torger's voice rumbled like thunder, seemingly rising from the depths of the earth, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. "I have never claimed to be," Lin Yifeng replied. Lin Yifeng stared directly into his eyes, unwavering. His gaze was as clear and frigid as the light trapped within glaciers for millennia. Devoid of any frivolity and entirely free of fear, Torger narrowed his eyes, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. "You claim to have returned from the edge of the ice fields and encountered the Night King." He paused, lowering his voice further. "Then tell me, how many whites does he command? Are his white walkers truly immortal? What is his ultimate objective?" The air seemed to solidify around them. The surrounding wildlings held their breath, as if even the snow and wind had momentarily stilled. Though they dwelled on the desolate frontier, far from the conflicts of the Seven Kingdoms, they had heard the ancient prophecies of the long night from their ancestors. These were tales of an unending winter, the resurrection of the dead, and the end of the world. Now, someone had returned from that realm of silence to recount the indescribable horrors. Lin Yifeng remained silent for a moment, then lifted his gaze to the vast, snow-laden sky. His eyes seemed to penetrate the swirling snow. Recalling the towering ice palace that stood in the eternal frost, crystalline and tear-like, where countless ice columns hung suspended, resembling swords pointing towards the earth. Atop the highest throne, the Night King sat still, his eyes cold as ice, devoid of sorrow or joy, embodying a will of utter silence. His army is as numerous as the falling snow, numbering in the tens of thousands. Lin Yifeng's voice was low yet clear, each word striking the hearts of the listeners like ice picks. After every blizzard, thousands of whites would emerge. Every fallen soul, regardless of ally or foe, would become his new warriors, soulless and mindless, existing solely for slaughter. He paused, his throat tightening as if swallowing an unspeakable fear. "The White Walkers are indeed exceedingly difficult to kill." He lowered his voice even further. "Ordinary swords and blades shatter upon striking them. Only fire, dragon glass, or Valyrian steel can truly harm them. Their eyes are blue, reminiscent of glacial caves. And once they set their gaze upon you, even your soul may freeze." A suppressed sob arose from the crowd. An elder trembled as he clutched the bone talisman at his chest, an ancient token against evil spirits. At last, Lin Yifeng spoke of the Night King's objective, his voice as chilling as the wind sweeping across the plains. "It is not conquest, it is not plunder. He seeks to bring an end to this world, to extinguish life, to erase memory, to obliterate all traces of civilization. In his eyes, the history of humanity is merely a protracted error. He wishes to return the world to eternal silence, to halt time, and to consign all to the icy void." The wildlings listened in terror, exchanging fearful glances. Some began to murmur ancestral prayers, while others gripped their weapons tightly, as if whites might leap from the storm at any moment. Though they were rugged, they were not ignorant. They understood that this was not an empty threat, but a genuine echo from the depths of the far north. Torger remained silent for a long while before finally nodding slowly, a rare glimmer of respect flickering in his eyes. "You did not lie," he murmured. "Your gaze bears the same light as those riders who returned from beyond the wall, one touched by death. That emptiness, that exhaustion, cannot be feigned." Suddenly, he turned, raising his axe, his voice booming like thunder. "Clear a room. Provide him with food and fire. This man is no enemy, but a messenger. He brings news of the long night." The crowd gradually dispersed, their footsteps heavy. Some still cast skeptical glances at Lin Yifeng, for he was a southerner, a soft-shell shrimp from beyond the Great Wall. Yet, more voices began to murmur, as if a tempest was brewing within them, contemplating death, the harsh winter, and an adversary they had once believed to be mere legend, now advancing inexorably. Lin Yifeng stood amidst the wind and snow, gazing at the flickering bonfire deep within the valley, its glow illuminating his austere profile. However, not a trace of ease resided in his heart. He understood he had stepped into a new battlefield. Here, there was no iron throne, no noble conspiracies, nor the hypocritical rituals and traps of power. Only the most primal struggle for survival and belief, only the choices of blood and fire. And this war had only just begun. A day later, as the wind and snow began to abate, a sudden commotion erupted deep within the camp. Shadows flitted between the wooden cabins, torches flickered, and the sounds of barking dogs and shouts rose and fell in a cacophony. Lin Yifeng had just been settled into a dry wooden cabin, cradling a bowl of steaming bison soup, when he sensed an unusual disturbance outside. He set down the bowl, donned his cloak, and stepped out. "What is happening?" he inquired, grabbing the arm of a hurriedly passing wildling. The young hunter bore the frost-bitten cracks of winter on his face. "Oh, it is Tormund returning." Upon seeing Lin Yifeng, the young man immediately slowed his speech, speaking with respect. "He has brought along a few rather peculiar individuals, dressed in black, like deserters from the Night's Watch." Lin Yifeng furrowed his brow, his gaze gravely fixed on the entrance of the camp. Tormund? The name echoed like thunder in the tales beyond the wall. The giant's bane. The Thunderfist, husband of the Snow Bear, king of the honeyed wine in the Red Hall. The wildling leader who had once fought alongside Mance Raider, commanding thousands of free folk, was now returning at this moment. Without further inquiry, he sprang into action, his form like a swallow as he nimbly leaped onto the roof of a nearby towering wooden shed. The snow crunched beneath his weight, leaving only shallow impressions, as though he were treading not upon snow, but upon air. From his elevated perch, the cold wind whipped around him, his gaze sharp as lightning, scanning the center of the camp. Before him, the throng parted like a tide, revealing Tormund striding forth. He was a formidable figure, as stout as a bear, his red hair aflame in the wind, his beard laced with frost, as if he had just emerged from a tempest in the far north. He bore a colossal horn upon his shoulder, entirely black and adorned with ancient golden patterns. The fabled winter horn said to awaken giants and cause the wall to crumble, though it was later revealed to be a mere replica found by Mance, the true artifact long lost to the annals of time. Beside him staggered a man clad in tattered black garments, his complexion as pale as snow, lips frozen to a purplish hue, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, like stars in a frigid night. The man was gaunt and stern of countenance. Though Lin Yifeng found him familiar, he could not immediately recall his name, merely shaking his head lightly with a slight smile. "I do not recognize him." As the vessel carrying Tormund and several members of the Night's Watch glided slowly to shore, the wooden oars sliced through the ice, emitting a crisp, cracking sound. Moments later, they stepped onto the frozen ground. Tormund leapt down first, his movements though rugged, exuding an undeniable authority. He strode deeper into the camp, accompanied by several Night's Watchmen, while the inhabitants of the wildling camp, having sensed his arrival, gathered around, their gazes a mixture of awe, suspicion, and curiosity. Suddenly, a wildling clad in leather armor and a menacing bone mask burst forth from the crowd, wielding a massive bone club, brandishing it before Tormund, growling like a beast, clearly attempting to provoke the returning leader. Tormund did not even grant him a glance. He swiftly seized the bone club and hurled it aside, the weapon embedding itself in the snow like a javelin. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the wildling flying backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the snow. Before the wildling could rise, Tormund pounced upon him, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes, his fists like hammers, his feet like avalanches, upon the fallen figure. The snow was gouged into deep craters, ice shards scattering in all directions. This was the wildling's law, to conquer through absolute might, to earn respect through blood and pain. Moments later, the wildling lay on the ground, battered and bruised, curled up in defeat, his arrogance extinguished. Witnessing this, the crowd parted, no one daring to obstruct his path. Tormund clapped his hands as if merely swatting away a fly, then led the Night's Watchmen directly to the large tent where the wildling leaders had gathered. Inside the tent, a roaring fire cast flickering shadows, smoke swirling about, as a dozen wildling leaders sat in a circle, pelts strewn across the ground, wine bags scattered around. The giant one sat silently in a corner, imposing and stoic, his gaze lowered. Lin Yifeng was also invited inside, seated at the periphery, quietly observing the unfolding events. Moments later, Tormund entered the tent with Jon Snow and the others. He surveyed the assembly, his voice resonating like thunder. "Allow me to introduce you to Jon Snow, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the Master of Castle Black." "No wonder he seemed so familiar," Lin Yifeng murmured softly. Images of the flames and dragon shadows of King S landing flashing in his mind. He pondered briefly. He is the one who personally slew the Mother of Dragons. Should I seek an opportunity? The thought flitted away, quickly suppressed. After all, I, Lin Yifeng, cannot act with such treachery. Jon Snow stepped forward, his voice calm, yet resolute. "Friends, today we shall not dwell on past grievances, nor shall we discuss who is a crow and who is a free folk. Our focus is survival. How the towering wall, 700 feet high, can separate you and us from the malevolent beings that hail from the frigid north. Huh. A wildling leader scoffed. Isn't it you crows who built the wall to keep us out? And now you come to preach? Indeed, another chimed in. When did crows begin to care for our welfare? Are you merely attempting to lead us to our doom once more? Jon remained unfazed, his gaze sweeping across every face. You are correct. Ordinarily we would not. But at this moment, the end is nigh. The others do not discern whether you are a night's watchman or a free folk. They do not care if you have trespassed the wall to raid. In their eyes, you and we are merely flesh and blood, ripe for transformation into whites. He paused, his voice low yet powerful. You know better than we the terror they bring. You have witnessed loved ones become whites, entire villages reduced to desolation overnight. Beyond the wall, there is no sanctuary. The north is dying. The tent was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the crackling of the campfire. The wildlings exchanged glances. Some bowed their heads in contemplation, while others clenched their fists. Chapter 182. The storm approaches. Tormund rose, his towering figure reminiscent of a mountain, his voice booming like thunder within the confines of the tent. He speaks the truth. I have witnessed the army of the White Walkers, their dead falling like a tide, their eyes glimmering like stars. They traverse the endless night, leaving desolation in their wake. If we continue to bicker amongst ourselves, only ruin awaits us. He surveyed the assembly, his gaze piercing as it swept across a sea of uncertain faces. Jon Snow has offered us a chance for survival, to migrate south of the wall and settle in the land bestowed by Bran. But the price is that we must fight alongside the Night's Watch, guarding the wall against the encroaching tide of death from the lands of eternal winter. Jon interjected, his voice low yet resolute. We are no longer enemies. His gray eyes passed over the wildling leaders. From this day forth, we are the last bastion. If the wall falls and the north succumbs, there will be no refuge left in Westeros. At that point, not just the free folk, but the entire world shall be plunged into an everlasting winter. In a corner, Lin Yifeng sat cloaked in dark fabric, listening intently. He had initially believed this to be a mere power struggle, a tug-of-war between the northern lords and the savages beyond the wall. Yet now, he truly comprehended that he was embroiled not in a contest for power, but in a war for humanity's very survival. His heart stirred as his gaze darted between Jon and Tormund. One had once been a traitor to the Night's Watch, the other the fiercest warrior among the wildlings. Yet, united by a common foe, they now stood shoulder to shoulder. Perhaps this was the essence of true heroism. At that moment, Jon produced an aged leather pouch from within his cloak and extended it towards the nearest wildling leader. The leader furrowed his brow as he accepted it, opening the pouch to reveal an obsidian dagger, the blade shimmering with an ethereal light, reflecting his astonished visage. He raised his gaze abruptly, but the pouch had already passed to the next leader. One extracted an obsidian spearhead, another drew forth a cluster of obsidian arrows, while yet another revealed an entire array of finely honed obsidian blades. These stones, once deemed sacred offerings or mere toys for children, had now transformed into potent weapons against the White Walkers. The giant one crouched in the corner of the tent, grasping an obsidian dagger, his thick fingers clumsily caressing the blade. Can this stone kill the dead? He murmured. It can, Jon affirmed. As long as it strikes true, the whites will shatter into dust. Just as he spoke, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted from outside the tent, sharp and urgent, as if heralding some ominous portent. The group stiffened, rising in alarm, as Jon unsheathed his sword and was the first to lift the tent flap. Lin Yifeng slowly stood, a flicker of realization crossing his features as he whispered a curse. Damn. He had finally recalled this place, this valley, this coastal terrain. This was Hardhome. In the original tale, the battle at Hardhome had been devastatingly brutal, with the White Army launching a surprise attack. Even Jon had fought there, and both the Night's Watch and the wildlings had suffered grievously, barely escaping by the skin of their teeth. At this moment, before the blizzard arrived and the enemy was yet to be seen, Lin Yifeng had already sensed the breath of death. It was no wonder he felt an uncanny familiarity with this place. He let out a cold laugh, calmly adjusting his cloak as he stepped out of the tent. Outside, the frigid wind cut like a blade, and snowflakes struck his face. The tribal leaders gathered at the valley's mouth, gazing into the distance. Unbeknownst to them, the horizon had been engulfed by thick, ominous clouds, and the blizzard approached like a monstrous beast, intermingled with eerie howls that seemed like whispers from the depths of hell. They come, he murmured. Outside the valley, still hundreds of tribesmen struggled to reach the city, desperately running against the storm. One leader gritted his teeth and commanded, "Abandon the dead. Close the city gates. If we open the gates, The undead will enter along with the living, and our entire army will perish. The heavy wooden doors slammed shut, sealing the wails and cries for help outside. Moments later, silence fell beyond the door, save for the howling wind and snow. A young tribesman, armed with a hatchet, bravely approached the door's crack to look through. Suddenly, a pale hand shot out from the crevice, its nails as dark as iron. Lunging towards him, the tribesman shrieked and retreated, fortunate that the wooden door held, yet everyone knew it would not withstand for long. Breaking through was merely a matter of time. Jon spoke grimly. We must prepare for a fight to the death. The timid began to scatter in fear. Some leaped onto fishing boats, while others even contemplated plunging into the icy sea to survive. Yet Jon stood resolute, turning to rally the Night's Watch brothers and the remaining warriors of the tribes, saying, "We will hold the rear. We must buy time for the others." A cold laugh suddenly echoed. Everyone turned to see Lin Yifeng standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a sly grin on his lips. "Fortunately, I was prepared," he declared, raising his hand and snapping his fingers. In an instant, dark clouds roiled above, as if torn apart by an unseen force. Two enormous shadows, one large and one small, plunged down from the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar, with flames cascading down like a waterfall. Golden-scaled and Valerina. Two colossal dragons burst forth from the clouds. The golden-scaled dragon shimmered as if forged from molten gold, its golden wings unfurling to block out the sun. Valerina, on the other hand, bore blood-red scales that glimmered ominously, exhaling crimson dragon fire. Before the undead could approach the valley's entrance, they were reduced to ashes in the inferno. Unable even to emit a cry of despair, Lin Yifeng leaped into the air, a Valyrian steel sword gleaming silver in his hand. With a sharp command, he released the sword, which split into 7 in midair, surrounding him like stars, and then swiftly shot forth, nailing several undead attempting to scale the city walls against the icy barrier. Chapter 183, Shadows of Dragons Above the Clouds. The tide of battle turns in the blink of an eye. The battlefield's dynamics shifted dramatically. Flames raged heavenward, dragon shadows writhed, and the undead surged like a tide. A palpable sense of danger lurking everywhere. Yet, how did all this transpire? Let us rewind time to the night before. When Lin Yifeng stepped into that profound valley and discovered it was nestled against the mountains and facing the sea, built precariously on a cliff, his heart jolted. The terrain was too familiar, as if the threads of fate had drawn him toward a disaster long foretold. Maintaining his composure, he feigned a patrol for safety and quietly slipped away from the group, hastening his steps until he confirmed he was far from the encampment, unseen by any watchful eyes. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight cascaded down upon the mountain peak. He paused, retrieving 2 ancient beast bags from his bosom, and with a low command uttered, "Come forth." In an instant, 2 thunderous dragon roars reverberated across the heavens. The first, Golden Scales, measured a majestic 70 meters in length and boasted a wingspan of 140 meters, its entirety adorned with shimmering golden scales that gleamed like molten metal, resembling a moving lava mountain, resplendent under the moon's glow. The second dragon, Valerina, although smaller at 58 meters long with a wingspan of 126 meters, was particularly fearsome. Its body was a fiery crimson, its head, neck, and tail adorned with sharp, bony spines, the spikes along its neck dense as thorns, giving the impression of an ancient beast clad in scarlet battle armor. The 2 colossal forms glimmered with a metallic sheen beneath the moonlight, exuding an overwhelming presence. "It is the master." Both dragons descended, affectionately rubbing their massive heads against Lin Yifeng, their eyes brimming with loyalty and reverence. "Enough of the antics," Lin Yifeng admonished, lightly tapping their snouts, his expression grave as iron. "Listen closely. I have a critical mission for you. Ascend immediately, conceal yourselves above the clouds, and circle this area on standby. Should you see me release 3 red flares, you are to dive into battle without hesitation." Golden Scales roared in acknowledgement, while Valerina nodded gently. In the next moment, with a powerful beat of their wings, they soared into the sky like 2 avenging angels hidden above the heavens, silently vanishing into the dense clouds. Lin Yifeng watched them depart before quietly returning to the wild man's encampment, awaiting the storm's arrival. At that moment, the battlefield was awash with the cacophony of battle cries. He hovered midair, his flying sword flashing like lightning, weaving through the fray. Golden Scales and Valerina dove from the clouds, their dragon flames cascading like the Milky Way, incinerating clusters of undead into ashes. Yet, the number of undead surged relentlessly, pouring in from all directions, as if the entire sea of death was unleashing a decaying tide upon this realm. Just as the two dragons unleashed their flames upon the undead, a piercing sound sliced through the air from the cliff below. A spear forged from chilling ice crystals shot upward, aimed directly at the vulnerable neck of Golden Scales, its speed as swift as lightning, exuding an intense cold. Not long before, atop the cliff, the Night King rode a warhorse of the undead, his black cloak billowing, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It is time to change mounts. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he leapt from his steed, extending his hand. An otherworldly guardian immediately presented him with a translucent ice spear. The Night King gripped the spear, his gaze fixed on Golden Scales. And with a flick of his arm, at that moment of impending peril, clang, a sword crafted from Veilrite steel shot in from the side, striking the midpoint of the ice spear with pinpoint precision, shattering it into a flurry of ice shards. That was close. Lin Yifeng hung suspended in the air, beads of cold sweat forming as he narrowly prevented the Night King from claiming Golden Scales. Alarm bells rang within him. In the original narrative, during the arduous Battle of Tan, the Night King had remained in the rear, orchestrating the entire affair without direct involvement. Now, however, he had taken to the battlefield himself, evidently sensing a shift in the tides. "Do you wish to slay my dragon?" Lin Yifeng scoffed coldly, his figure flickering as he instantly flew to Golden Scales' side. "Quickly, ascend. Enter the clouds." With a resonant cry, the golden-scaled dragon ascended rapidly, its wings thrumming wildly, carrying Valerina into the thick sea of clouds. Lin Yifeng hovered in midair, sword pointed ahead, vigilantly observing the cliffside. "Humph. Attempt to flee?" The Night King's hoarse voice sliced through the air like a chilling wind over desiccated bones. He slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed, as a sudden surge of frost enveloped him, ice spreading forth. In an instant, a dozen crystalline ice spears materialized from the void, suspended around him, their shafts glimmering with an eerie blue light, as if imbued with the silence and murderous intent of the eternal northern night. "Kill!" He abruptly pointed in the direction of the golden-scaled dragon, his voice like shattering ice. Before his words had fully dissipated, the ice spears surged forth like a flock of hunting eagles, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek and a frigid aura, aimed directly at the dragon's vital point. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More spears flew forth, targeting the dragon's neck. Lin Yifeng bellowed in fury, his fingers flicking, conjuring a myriad of flying swords that met the onslaught of ice spears, creating a cacophony of shattering sounds as the spears disintegrated. He quickly recalled the swords, surrounding himself with a protective barrier until he confirmed that the golden-scaled dragon and Valerina had completely vanished into the clouds, allowing himself a moment of relief as he returned the swords to their scabbard. So you fancy yourself a champion of javelin throwing? Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be a master archer. Lin Yifeng swiftly drew his thunderous bow, knocking a dragon crystal arrow that had long been prepared. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he drew the bowstring taut, the runes upon the bow glowing like a surging galaxy, terrifying energy coalescing at the arrow's tip, shaking the very heavens. "Humph, let us see how you can withstand this." On the ground, the Night King regarded him coldly, raising his hand to conjure a dozen ice shields that formed layers like towering walls of ice. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like a dragon. The dragon crystal arrow, imbued with destructive power, tore through the air with a deafening shriek, hurtling towards the Night King. Boom! The ice shields shattered in succession, like glass fracturing. The terrifying force sent the Night King hurtling backward, crashing into the rocky wall, dust billowing around him. Is he dead? Lin Yifeng peered intently, his brow furrowing. Chapter 184. Frost ashes and dying sun. As the dust gradually settled, resembling the still fog of winter, it enveloped the already shattered valley. The Night King slowly rose. His icy armor, forged from the essence of extreme cold and necromantic power, shimmered with a ghostly blue light under the faint daylight, utterly unharmed. As if Lin Yifeng's violent onslaught had merely brushed against the rocks like a gentle breeze. He had only been pushed back a few steps, leaving deep grooves in the frozen earth beneath his boots. He slowly lifted his gaze. Within his hollow blue eyes, a frigid fury surged like a polar tempest. Yet it swiftly subsided into an eerie stillness. He did not speak, nor did he roar, not even casting a glance at the two dragons above. Those eyes seemed to pierce through time and space, fixated on a distant and inevitable conclusion. And in this fleeting moment of stalemate, the battlefield below had already crumbled. The golden-scaled dragon and Valerina ascended into the sky, circling beneath the cloud cover, as the army of the undead, no longer held in check by dragon fire, surged forth. The defenses on the ground crumbled like an avalanche. The wooden walls and gates, crudely fashioned from timber, creaked agonizingly under the relentless assault of countless rotting corpses, echoing the lament of a dying beast. Decayed fingers clawed into the wooden seams, and the grotesque bodies piled high, as the undead propelled the torrent of death with an inhuman fervor. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burn, the gates collapsed with a thunderous crash. The splintering of timber rent the air, sending dust and a foul stench skyward. The walls toppled like rotten wood, debris flying in all directions. And the undead poured into the valley like a black tide, leaving in their wake wails of despair and flames reaching for the heavens. The battle was once again plunged into dire straits. The undead army invaded the wildlings' camp, their decaying feet trampling tents and campfires alike. Jon Snow, sword in hand, stood against the remnants of a battered tent, flanked by the last few nights' watchmen and a handful of valiant wildling warriors. Fighting with every ounce of strength left in them, they swung their blades and axes, arrows raining down. Yet no matter whether skulls shattered or limbs severed, the undead, as long as they were not entirely consumed by flames or had their spines destroyed, would rise again, howling in relentless pursuit. Sever their necks. Use fire. Use fire. Snow bellowed, cleaving off a rotting hand with his longsword, only to see the severed limb continue to writhe, lunging towards a night's watchman's ankle. The fighting was brutal, and Snow's forces were retreating step by step, their defenses on the brink of collapse. In this moment of life and death, Snow suddenly looked up to the cliff above, where the Night King stood silently, his figure isolated and cold as an ice sculpture. He did not attack, nor did he summon the undead. He merely cast a distant glance at Snow. That gaze was hollow and frigid, yet seemed to harbor an ineffable significance. Then, the Night King turned, and his silhouette dissipated like smoke in the wind. Suddenly, Snow realized the truth. Only dragon glass could truly vanquish the undead, and their last remaining weapons of dragon glass were nestled within the wildling chief's grand tent. Quick, to the tent, Snow shouted, dashing towards the massive fur pavilion. Yet, before he could cover 10 paces, the ground trembled violently. A thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield, as the giant 1-1 burst forth from the tent, like a mountain. Grasping a massive club as thick as a tree trunk, his eyes blazed crimson with fury. With a single swing, he crushed an undead that lunged at the tent into the earth, shattering its bones and flesh. Then, he stomped down, obliterating another into a puddle of black goo. A veritable undead pancake. Several undead lunged at his back, gnawing at his flesh, but 1-1 let out a mighty roar, tearing them off with a single motion and flinging them to the ground like discarded rags, then smashing them into pulp with his club. The weapon was already soaked in dark blood, each swing stirring a tempest of gore. Snow halted abruptly, transfixed by the giant's valiant struggle against the horde, momentarily forgetting to move forward. Above, Lin Yifeng, witnessing the scene, was incensed, hand pressed to his forehead, nearly tumbling from the clouds. At this critical juncture, how could one still be distracted by watching a giant battle moles? With a snort, he waved his robe, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy, and with a swift motion, he reached out across the distance. Deep within the tent, a beast-hide bundle unexpectedly burst forth, as if drawn by an invisible hand, soaring into the sky and landing steadily in Lin Yifeng's grasp. He glanced down to discover the heavy dragon crystal weaponry, a dagger, arrowheads, and the tip of a short spear, their ethereal blue glow flickering amidst the bloodstains. Utterly worthless, Lin Yifeng scorned, casting the bundle aside with a flick of his hand, the spiritual energy enveloping it like a meteor plummeting to earth, landing precisely at Xue Nua's feet. With a thud, the bundle hit the ground, splattering blood-soaked mud. Xue Nua's gaze fell, his pupils constricting as he recognized the familiar leather, that heavy texture. This was their last hope. Chapter 185. The dragon crystal blade and foresight. The biting wind sliced through the night, and the howls of the undead echoed within the wildman's camp. Reminiscent of lamentations from the depths of hell, flames flickered at the camp's edge, casting shadows upon faces filled with terror. The wild men retreated in a frenzy, giants trudging heavily into the icy lake, splashing water and enveloping the air in cold mist. At that moment of dire urgency, a cerulean light streaked across the heavens, piercing the darkness like a shooting star. Lin Yifeng dove from the sky, his robes billowing, the spiritual sword unsheathed, its brilliance tearing through the frigid night. Without pausing, the edge of his sword struck with a series of sharp cracks, severing the necks of 3 undead creatures lunging at Xue Nua, their heads rolling onto the snow. Hollow eye sockets fixated on the living. What are you waiting for? Lin Yifeng bellowed, his voice thunderous, causing Xue Nua's eardrums to throb. The dragon crystal weaponry. Distribute it, or you will all perish here. This roar jolted Xue Nuo from his momentary stupor. He snapped back to reality and lunged toward the battered, yet heavy leather bundle he had brought back from the southern side of the Great Wall of Despair. He tore open the seams and withdrew a dragon crystal short knife. The obsidian shimmered with a chilling luster in the firelight, the blade gleaming with a cold light that seemed capable of freezing souls. He swiftly distributed the short knives among the few veteran sentinels nearby and the surviving wild warrior. Torment's son, the second of the Greystone brothers, and the one-eyed female warrior who had once battled giants beneath the Great Wall. Use the dragon crystal. It can kill. Quickly. Xue Nuo raised the dagger high, his voice hoarse, nearly drowned out by the howls of the undead, yet it struck like thunder in the ears of the others. In an instant, the dragon crystal blades flashed like lightning. What appeared to be fragile black stone, upon contact with the flesh of the undead, froze and shattered. One undead lunging at Torment was pierced through the chest by a short knife, instantly disintegrating into icy fragments. Another that had just toppled a sentinel was decapitated by the one-eyed female warrior, its head falling motionless to the ground. The undead collapsed, no longer rising. However, this was merely a fleeting respite. In the distance, the army of the undead surged like a dark tide, densely packed. Rushing forth from the eternal night of the far north, their steps heavy and tireless. Everyone is nearly evacuated. Why are you still here? Waiting to become a martyr? Lin Yifeng leapt beside Xue Nuo, seizing his arm with fierce intensity. His gaze swept across the camp, where only a few sentinels remained. The wild men had boarded the wooden rafts, and the giant Wong Wong, along with several others, was slowly making their way across the icy lake to the opposite shore. As Jon Snow struggled to catch his breath, he was about to respond when Lin Yifeng produced two glowing ropes from his storage pouch. These ropes, neither metallic nor silken, appeared to be woven from the tendons of some beast, displaying remarkable flexibility. Lin Yifeng cast a cold glance over the army of whites, raised a hand, and intoned sharply, "Bind." With that command, the ropes slithered through the air like serpents, swiftly entangling themselves within the throng of whites. A few muffled thuds echoed as two towering, tattered whites were firmly ensnared. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yifeng infused his energy into the ropes, commanding, "Rise." The whites, like marionettes with severed strings, were forcibly extracted from the horde and hurled into the air, crashing heavily at Lin Yifeng's feet, their limbs convulsing, and eerie blue flames flickering in their eye sockets. "It is time to depart," Lin Yifeng stated coldly, then leapt gracefully onto the wooden raft where Jon Snow stood. He recalled the original narrative, where Daenerys and Jon ventured to the north to capture a white, only to have the Night King become a champion of javelins. Using a spear to slay a dragon, an endeavor utterly futile, akin to nourishing the enemy. The raft rocked violently, leaving everyone shaken. Jon Snow's gaze was fixed on the two bound whites, his brow furrowed as he could not help but inquire, as a sorcerer, "What purpose do you have in capturing two whites? To take them back as pets?" Lin Yifeng, however, responded with a smile tinged with sarcasm and resignation. "Whites are indeed a novel curiosity. By bringing them back, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms might pay handsomely to witness them. Perhaps we could accumulate a considerable fortune. At a time like this, do you still concern yourself with gold?" Jon Snow retorted, his voice trembling with anger. The army of whites loomed just behind them, the wall at risk of imminent collapse, and he questioned Lin Yifeng's preoccupation with wealth. Lin Yifeng's smile faded, his gaze sharp as a blade. Meeting Jon's eyes directly, "Are you a fool? Do you truly believe that mere words from the north can persuade those lords, who revel in their feasting and merriment, to acknowledge the arrival of the others? Without evidence, no matter how fervently you shout, they will dismiss you as a madman, a barbarian from the north spinning tales to solicit aid. But when a genuine white is presented before the Iron Throne, allowing them to witness its fearlessness in the face of flame, its resilience against blade and death, only then will they believe." Jon Snow was momentarily taken aback, his lips moving but unable to articulate a response. Lin Yifeng gazed into the distance. The army of whites was encroaching upon the lakeside, the ice beginning to crack, a chill sweeping over them like a tide. "We are not merely preparing for battle, Jon Snow," he spoke slowly. "We are endeavoring to make all of Westeros recognize that this conflict is not one of the North, but a war for all humanity, to unite mankind. Belief alone is insufficient. Tangible, irrefutable evidence is imperative." On the frozen lake, the biting wind howled like a blade, tearing at their garments. The raft gradually drifted away from the shore. In a corner, the two bound whites emitted low growls amidst the cold wind, their blue flames flickering in their eye sockets, serving as a chilling warning from the eternal night. Lin Yifeng stood at the bow of the raft, his cloak billowing like a banner, his gaze profound as the night itself. Now, what we bring back is not merely a monster, but a turning point in an era. Jon Snow remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally murmuring, "You are right." Amidst the howling winds and swirling snow, the raft gradually drifted away, carrying not only the living but also the testimony to death. Days later, the raft approached the southern shore. Lin Yifeng turned to Jon Snow and said, "I'll leave one white for you. I shall take the other with me. Farewell." With that, he whistled softly, discreetly sending a message to the two colossal dragons, Golden Scale and Valerina, hidden among the clouds. Moments later, the dragons burst through the cloud cover. Golden Scale, measuring 70 meters in length with a wingspan of 140 meters, was adorned with shimmering golden scales that glinted like molten lava under the sun. Valerina, though smaller at 58 meters long and 126 meters wide, appeared particularly fearsome, her blood-red body accentuated by sharp bony protrusions on her head, neck, and tail, resembling an ancient beast clad in crimson battle armor. Lin Yifeng summoned his spiritual energy, raising his hand to lift the bound white into the air, and leaped onto Golden Scale's back. "Let us depart," he exclaimed, and with a resounding roar, Golden Scale and Valerina soared southward toward the Great Wall of Despair. Observing Lin Yifeng and his two dragons take flight, Jon Snow and his companions cautiously guided their vessel to shore. Meanwhile, in Pike, the Iron Islands were embroiled in a storm of bloodshed. Theon Greyjoy bid farewell to the Three Stooges as he embarked on his journey back to the Iron Islands, weighed down by guilt towards House Stark, seeking to conclude his remaining days. However, Pike was currently engulfed in chaos. Previously, Balon Greyjoy had seized several coastal towns while the north was vulnerable, but those towns were now being reclaimed by other lords, signaling the collapse of his expansionist ambitions. Yara Greyjoy clashed with her father over his strategy of occupying land rather than harnessing the Ironborn strengths at sea. "Father, the glory of the Ironborn lies upon the waves, not in the muck of the land." Yara's voice resonated through the hall, embodying the indomitable spirit of the Iron Islands. Balon slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide with fury. "Silence. The sea? What can the sea offer us? Only land possesses true power." Yara stood her ground, her eyes shimmering with defiance. "The sea is our lifeblood, father. Your stubbornness will only plunge the Ironborn into endless warfare, leaving us with nothing." "What do you know?" Balon roared, his voice echoing through the hall. "Everything I do is for the glory of the Iron Islands." "Glory?" Yara scoffed, disappointment etched across her face. "Your glory only brings destruction. Dare you question me?" Balon stood up in rage, pointing at Yara. "I am the leader of the Iron Islands. My decisions are indisputable. Father, you have grown old." Yara's voice was low yet resolute. "You can no longer see the future. The Iron Islands need a new direction, not your obstinacy." "Impudence." Baron, consumed by rage, slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. "Bring her to me. Lock her away." Yara was taken away by the guards as Baron stormed out of the great hall, crossing the swaying drawbridge between the castle and the tower. In the midst of the tempest, the bridge trembled violently, emitting a deafening roar. In the distance, he discerned another figure at the far end of the bridge. As the figure removed his hood, Baron was taken aback to see his long-lost brother, Euron Greyjoy. "You've aged, brother," Euron remarked, slowly lifting his hood, his damp hair clinging to his scalp like dark sea serpents. His voice, though soft, cut through the thunder and rain. "You once basked in glory. Now, relinquish the seat of the Salt Throne, and perhaps you may yet remain whole." Baron's lips twitched, a mix of derision and fury. He stepped forward, his iron boots resonating against the bridge's metal planks. "A decade ago, you were cast out like a drowned dog from the Iron Islands. Now you return, barking demands? The Iron Islands shall not follow a coward, nor a raven." "Coward?" Euron chuckled, his voice slick as seaweed. "I navigated the silence through a sea of smoke. Consorting with shadows amidst the ruins of Valyria, I drank from the waters of the nightshade, allowing crows to feast upon my dreams. I return with a horn that can bend dragons to their knees, while you dare only count the waves beneath your own roof." "Silence," Baron bellowed, drawing his short-handled axe, raindrops sliding down its blade like a cascade of tiny silver serpents. He swung the axe, the winds tearing through the curtain of rain. Euron remained still until the blade was nearly upon him, then deftly sidestepped, revealing a dark, slender dagger from his sleeve. With a flash of steel, Baron's axe handle shattered. The break charred as if struck by lightning. Baron staggered back, his heels teetering at the edge of the bridge. Below, the furious waves roiled like countless gaping maws. Euron advanced, raindrops tracing the curve of his smile, slipping into the corners of his mouth. Do you remember when you used to push me off the highest cliffs? To see if I could swim back? Now, the roles have reversed. Chapter 187. The storm's usurper lead gray clouds loomed over the spires of Pike. The sea wind carrying the scent of salt and rust, causing the chains of the drawbridge to wail. Baron Greyjoy's cloak flapped violently in the gale. And as he turned to leave, he saw Euron standing at the center of the bridge, rain cascading down his sunken eyes like two winding trails of tears. Baron, dear brother, Euron's voice was as soft as a sigh from retreating tides. You have grown old. You once shone brightly, now it is time to yield. With a sudden lunge, he reached out, his fingers like iron hooks, grasping Baron by the throat. Baron struggled, attempting to pry the iron grip away, but to no avail. Tell the drowned god. Euron pulled his brother closer, their breaths mingling in a fog of vapor and rain. Your servant has changed. Before the words fully escaped his lips, he exerted his strength. Baron's scream was obliterated by a thunderclap as his body, like a marionette severed from its strings, arced through the air, plunging into the pitch-black sea. The waves swallowed the form that once instilled fear across Westeros, quickly closing over it, like a great beast satisfied after a feast. Euron stood at the center of the drawbridge, allowing the torrential rain to wash over his face. Lightning struck once more, illuminating the profound depths of his blue eyes. Where the joy of victory was absent, replaced only by an overwhelming thirst that surged within. Who would be next? He murmured to himself. The wind offered no reply, merely leaving a series of frost-like, brittle chuckles upon the blade's edge. The following day, a corpse, enshrouded in seaweed, bobbed upon the surface of the sea. Yara Greyjoy knelt upon the rocks, personally draping a crown woven from seaweed over her father's remains. She placed Balon's body upon a pine raft and pushed it into the tumultuous waves. Swearing upon the salt throne, her voice, torn apart by the wind, resonated like nails. I shall find the murderer. Yet Balon left no heir. The laws of the Iron Islands were as cold as the rocks. Only the chosen one from the Kingsmoot could ascend to the throne forged from black iron and coral. When Theon Greyjoy returned across the Sunset Sea, the torches of Pike had already set the waters ablaze. The once spirited young lord now stood in tattered garments, his severed limbs trembling in the wind. Awaiting him by the hearth was not Balon, but Yara. Do you come to contest for the throne? Yara tightened her grip on the dagger. Theon bowed his head, a hoarse laugh escaping his throat. I come to atone. He recalled the knife of the little flayer. The lives of countless Ironborn that Yara had sacrificed to save him. I am unworthy to covet the throne, only wishing to aid you. Yara gazed into the ashes of her brother's eyes, ultimately sheathed her blade. In the Kingsmoot Hall of Pike, the black iron throne loomed before the altar, surrounded by rusted swords, symbols of the Ironborn's freedom and valor. The priest raised a bronze funnel, seawater dripping from its crevices, resembling the blood of time. Who wishes to claim the throne? The priest's roar drowned out the crashing waves. Yara stepped forward, the torchlight casting a crimson hue upon the scar upon her brow. I shall uphold my father's legacy, to revive the islands with iron and fire. Women cannot lead, spat the Lord of Oldwick. Theon suddenly surged to his feet, his voice tearing through his throat. Only Yara can offer a brighter future for the Ironborn. A better future? Euron's voice echoed from the back of the crowd, like the tide washing over the rocks. He advanced slowly, his black garb dripping seawater, as if he had just emerged from the abyss. Will I lead you to your doom, Yara? He locked eyes with the priest. I confess, I killed Balon. For he was like a shark stranded in shallow waters, destined to gnaw at his own fins. Euron spread his arms wide, rain cascading down his sunken chest. For 10 years, I have traveled Westeros and Essos, witnessing how Daenerys Targaryen's dragon fire incinerated Slaver's Bay. If I were king, I would lead the Iron Fleet westward, to wed the Dragon Queen, wielding the might of dragons to rule the 7 kingdoms. The Ironborn erupted like a barrel of gunpowder, their cheers startling the seabirds into flight. Yara's face turned ashen, while Theon clutched the dagger tightly, his knuckles turning white. Chapter title: Chapter 188. The salt crown and dragonfire. The night enveloped Pike like ink-drenched tides. The holy pool, carved into the heart of the cliff, surged with dark waters, as if breathing the essence of ancient sea monsters. For whale oil torches were planted in the alcove, their flames subdued to a cold blue halo by the damp air. For priests bore Euron Greyjoy, bound with iron chains around his arms and neck, the clanging of metal harmonizing with the sound of the waves, a dirge for the departed. Bow your head, receive the crown. In the fleeting moment when the black waters engulfed him, the world fell eerily silent. Salt grains shattered between his teeth, reminiscent of crushing the fingers of the departed. Yulin beheld the ghost of his deceased brother Balan, reclining at the bottom of the pool. Silver fish emerged from the cracked skull, seaweed adorned like hair, smiling at him as though welcoming a long-awaited kin. He expelled his final breath of briny essence, while the priest pressed the crown of salt upon his brow. This crown, woven from the oldest coral branches and rusted iron chains, bore thorns that grew in defiance, each spike steeped in the blood of the former kings. Blood droplets trickled from the corners of his forehead into his eyes, as if the drowned god wept. King of the Iron Islands. The call rolled over the cliffs, startling the black gulls that perched upon the reefs. Yulin raised his hand, his palm resting against the crown's thorns, allowing blood and seawater to fall together. He gazed toward the harbor. Yara's fleet of black sails had severed their moorings, the masts piercing the night sky like broken spears, frantic yet resolute. Cut down every tree on the island. His voice, shredded by the gale, still carried a hint of rusty mirth. Construct the swiftest warships. My bloodline shall meet its end by my own hand. I shall stain these waters with their blood. The torch illuminated the deep green of his eyes, reminiscent of bioluminescence from the abyss. The black wind cleaved through the waves, its prow's fangs slicing the moonlight. Yara stood at the bow, her cloak billowing into a fluttering black banner. The last flicker of flame from Pike Island sank behind her, the beacon flickering like a wraith. Sean, wrapped in sealskin, his knuckles turning blue from the cold, clutched the railing tightly. He looked toward his distant homeland, his voice hoarse. Yulin will pursue. Then let him chase us to the sands of Mir. Yara gripped the ship's rail, the wood grain deeply etched into her palm. If the Dragon Queen would lend us a dragon. Before she could finish, Sean interjected, completing the vow. The Iron Islands shall change hands, or be swallowed by the depths. In the distance, the first sound of lumberjacking echoed from Pike Island. The rhythm of axe blades splitting wood and hammers striking planks melded with the wind, composing a dirge for the impending storm. Days later, the sea outside Mir's golden harbor darkened abruptly. Yara's fleet loomed like an ominous cloud, the black sails overshadowing the sky, casting a pall over the Dragon Queen's crimson sails. The great bronze sluice began to rise, the chains groaning with ancient, prolonged lament. Yara stepped onto the dock, her boots grinding the fine sand. The sound invoking memories of the charred remains of the longships Yulin had burned, the scent of scorched wood and salt filling her nostrils, as if those vessels still erupted in flames. Will the Dragon Queen see us? Sean's voice trembled. A long healed wound in his fingertips unconsciously tracing the old scars on his neck. She will, Yara's voice cut through the sound of the waves. Sharp as iron on a whetstone. The Ironborn never beg, but we understand the art of barter. At that very moment, flames soared from Pike Island's shipyard. The new ship's keel stretched into the night, resembling the spine of a colossal serpent reaching for the heavens. The rhythm of hammers synchronized with the crashing waves, the shipwrights, barebacked, perspiring and bleeding, cast their shadows upon the timbers, like a throng of enslaved demons. Yulin stood atop the highest scaffold, the iron ruler measuring the curvature of the keel, the thorns of the salt crown carving new wounds into his brow. Blood and sweat mingled into a single stream, trailing down his temples to his jaw, dripping onto the keel, producing the faintest hiss, as if the keel were quenching its thirst. These ships must be swift as the fangs of sea monsters. He whispered to the master shipwright, his voice imbued with salt and rust. Yara believed she could escape to the edge of the world. I shall burn her sails before she witnesses the dragon fire. He raised his hand, fingertips grazing the salt crown. Blood seeping through the cracks, akin to marking the dragon's bones with vermilion. The firelight illuminated the deep green of his eyes, reminiscent of bioluminescence in the abyss. The colossal bronze doors of the pyramid thundered open, revealing a red-stone corridor, where the sculpted dragon seemed to breathe. Daenerys sat upon a throne of ebony and black onyx. Her silver-gold hair cascading like a waterfall, her violet eyes reflecting the torches like two incandescent dragon crystals. Her voice was low yet unmistakably authoritative. Ironborn, do you seek fire? Chapter 189. Beneath the shadow of the dragon, the Saltblood Alliance. Yara knelt on one knee but did not bow her head. We seek an alliance. The old king of the Iron Islands has gone mad. He wishes to dye the sea in blood. Our fleet is ready to fight for the queen, only asking that you bestow a breath of dragon fire to incinerate his ambition. Daenerys regarded her for a long moment, as if weighing the weight of the storm. Finally, she inclined her head slightly. I can grant you dragon fire, but henceforth, the axes of the Ironborn shall be aimed solely at my enemies. The day you land to plunder will mark your doom. Yara lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as a blade. The salt and blood of the Iron Islands shall henceforth flow only for you. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Daenerys' lips, akin to ice beginning to crack. She rose, the torch casting a long shadow behind her, enveloping the entire hall. After the meeting concluded, Daenerys descended the spiral stone staircase. The torchlight danced upon the stone walls, casting shimmering scales of gold, while the scent of sulfur and molten metal grew stronger. At the foot of the stairs, a massive door hewn from solid obsidian slowly opened, revealing the deepest chamber of the pyramid, the most fervent belly of the entire Meereen, the dragon's lair. The vault soared 30 fathoms high, once a treasure trove of the ancient Giscari nobility, now perpetually scorched by dragon fire, its walls a deep crimson, resembling solidified lava cascades. Above, charred copper beams spanned like dragon bones, with dragon crystal lamps hanging every few feet, their eerie purple flames swaying in the breeze, casting patches of light like the deep sea. The ground was fissured and cracked, with small blue flames occasionally erupting from the depths. A mere breath from the young dragon capable of melting rock into glass. The circular feeding platform, carved from volcanic rock, bore whole camels, bulls, sheep, and pigs, their fat dripping into the braziers, crackling with life. The air was thick with the acrid blend of blood, salt, and sulfur, both suffocating and exhilarating. 5 colossal dragons coiled around, their golden eyes gleaming like blazing stars. Drogon's hide resembled obsidian, yet dark red molten light seeped from the edges of his scales, as if embers flowed beneath his armor. His wings, a translucent blood red, unfurled like a battle banner pierced by the setting sun. His head bore sharp angles, with 2 rows of short, pointed bone spikes arching from his brow. Measuring 50 meters in length and 80 meters in wingspan, he perched at the highest point, his tail sweeping against the walls, leaving trails of molten tears. With each breath, sparks danced between his teeth, as if the night itself were ablaze. Regal's scales shimmered in deep emerald, each edge gilded in ancient bronze, resembling the scales of an ancient armor from afar. His wing membranes were translucent amber, reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. The 2 prominent bronze horns protruding from the forehead, a wide jaw, and teeth resembling obsidian daggers. Measuring 30 meters in length and boasting a wingspan of 40.8 meters, it lies on its left side, its dragon wings partially unfurled, casting a shadow that envelopes half of the stone platform. Its tail spines sweep lightly, cutting through the air like a war spear. Viserion's pearly scales, adorned with horns, crown, and claws of a pale gold, while its wing membranes approach an ivory hue. It spans 28.6 meters in length and possesses a wingspan of 40.8 meters. The almost translucent wings, with each powerful beat, frost the air, which instantly evaporates into white mist, as if winter and spring were alternating beneath its wings. Just recently hatched, the colossal dragon Vhagar and the mighty dragon Caraxes bear names of great significance, drawn from the legendary dragons of Daenerys' ancestral history. Vhagar exhibits an overall greenish-bronze hue, its rounded head devoid of towering horns, yet adorned with protruding bony spikes on the sides of its cheeks and brow, reminiscent of an ancient mask. It measures 6.4 meters in length and has a wingspan of 12.8 meters. Curiously, it sniffs the crystal dust, emitting a purring sound akin to that of a kitten, which reverberates through the ground, sending up fine particles. Caraxes is a vibrant crimson, its scales smooth as fire-forged glass. Its neck and tail comprise 70% of its form, with membranous wings at the base of its hind limbs, allowing for abrupt halts and sharp turns in the air. It measures 5.3 meters in length, and its wingspan extends to 10.2 meters. It raises its head, arching its neck like a spear, its pupils narrowing to pinpricks, flames seeping between its teeth, akin to molten lava surging beneath ice. Chapter 190. The return of Iron and Fire. Daenerys Targaryen's fingers gently caressed the rough scales along Drogon's snout, whispering like a candle flickering in the wind, "My children, the storm has risen. Iron and fire shall inevitably meet." No sooner had she spoken than 5 brilliant lights flared from the depths of the dragon's lair, as if 5 newborn suns had suddenly torn through the darkness, illuminating the abyss. Drogon, Rhaegal, Viserion, Caraxes, and Vhagar, the 5 ancient dragons, lifted their heads in unison, their dragon breaths intertwining in the air, reflecting the queen's silver hair as it flowed like molten gold. Days later, the skies over the narrow sea darkened with war clouds. Several fleets stood tall like a forest of steel, the unsullied phalanx standing resolute on the decks, their spears resembling a thicket. Once the necessary supplies for battle were prepared, the fleet set sail, their sails blotting out the sun. The 5 dragons circled above the armada, their shadows cloaking the sea, dragon scales and iron armor glinting ominously in the sunlight. Daenerys stood upon the flagship's keel, her gaze piercing through the sea mist, as if she could already see the black cliffs of Dragonstone. After days at sea, the fleet finally approached the eastern coast of Westeros. The black cliffs of Dragonstone emerged from the morning fog, resembling a great dragon coiled in repose. The fleet slowly came to shore, and the 5 dragons swooped down, kicking up clouds of debris and dust upon landing. Daenerys stepped onto the shore, her feet finding purchase on the scorched volcanic rock, suddenly kneeling down, her fingers digging deep into the earth. The 20 years of exile surged within her heart, from the shadowy alleys of Pentos to the palaces of Karth. From the bloody wedding on the Dothraki Sea to the Iron Throne in Meereen, every assassination, every betrayal, transformed into a tremor in her palm. As my brother once said, she murmured softly, her voice dissolving into the sea breeze, to reclaim what is mine, I must bring forth 1,000 armies now. She rose abruptly, her black cloak billowing like a war banner. I have 5 dragons and the Unsullied. I will reclaim all that is rightfully mine. She walked slowly towards the castle, the gravel beneath her feet emitting a faint lament. The black walls of Dragonstone were marred by the scars of usurpation, with burn marks and the traces of axes and blades intertwining, as if the scales of a dragon had been brutally stripped away. The queen's fingers glided over the cold stone walls, ultimately resting upon the map of Westeros in the war room. Dust accumulated at her fingertips, revealing the contours of the 7 kingdoms beneath the grime, the crimson sands of Dorne, the rushing waters of the riverlands, and the jagged rocks of the Iron Islands, every inch of land soaked in Targaryen blood. Meanwhile, in a valley on the continent of Westeros, Lin Yifeng patted the golden-scaled beast. Let us proceed. The creature, enveloped in molten gold scales, shimmered under the moonlight. Measuring 70 meters in length and boasting a wingspan of 140 meters, resembling a moving volcano. Valerina followed closely behind, her blood-red form, 158 meters long, and with a wingspan of 289 meters, bore sharp spines like thorns, her scarlet armor glinting coldly in the moonlight. The 2 colossal beasts unfurled their vast wings, sending a whirlwind that swept away the snow accumulated in the valley. In Valerina's claws, a wight was bound with coarse ropes, dangling like a rag in midair. As the wight struggled, Valerina's claws tightened slightly, yet always allowed a thread of life. Lin Yifeng had commanded, "Do not kill him." Under the moonlight, the wight's grotesquely decayed body stood in stark contrast to Valerina's blood-red scales, a perpetual confrontation between death and life. In the night wind of Dragonstone, Daenerys stood at the highest point of the castle, quietly gazing at the dark fleets anchored upon the sea. Chapter 191. The reunion at Dragonstone half a month later. In the central narrow sea, morning. The surface of the water resembled a piece of blue satin, gently smoothed by sunlight, with tiny silver scales rising and falling in the breeze. The flagship, the Black Raven, furled its last sail, leaving only the triangular flag fluttering. Jon Snow leaned against the port side, his fingers unconsciously stroking the wolf-head pommel of Longclaw, his knuckles whitening from pressure. The salty breeze tousled his unruly hair and made the direwolf sigil on his cloak flutter restlessly. Lord Snow, the attendant, Alycia Pike, leaned closer, her voice hushed as if afraid to disturb some lurking sea creature. Will the Dragon Queen truly assist us? She is the daughter of the Mad King Aerys Targaryen, and she has hatched 3 legendary ancient dragons. I've heard the Targaryen bloodline harbors seeds of madness. Jon did not respond immediately. He gazed into the distance, where a gray silhouette floated at the horizon, marking their destination, Dragonstone. After a lengthy pause, he murmured, I hope so, but I must first persuade her. His words were as soft as a sigh, yet they weighed heavily upon Alicia's heart. She wished to inquire further, but was interrupted by the lookout's shout from the bow. Land. Dragonstone straight ahead. 3 days later, at noon, the Black Raven navigated around the submerged rocks, its hull gliding past the frothy white waves as it slowly approached the natural harbor on the northern side of Dragonstone. The anchor chain clanked as it fell into the water, startling a flock of silver-green gulls. The gangplank was lowered, and Jon was the first to step onto the stone shore, his boots crushing several fragments of charred dragon scales, evidence of some great dragon scratching. Only 7 individuals accompanied the group: the attendant Alycia, the guard Daisy Mormont from Bear Island, 2 scouts from the north, and 3 officers of the Night's Watch. They deliberately traveled light, a gesture of sincerity in their plea for assistance. Look to the heavens. Daisy suddenly raised her hand, pointing southeast. All heads turned skyward in unison. The sky was so clear it seemed almost translucent, yet 2 colossal shadows cleaved through the sunlight, one golden and the other red, their wings beating powerfully. Scales shimmering with a dazzling metallic sheen. They spiraled downwards, the currents created by their wingtips plowing deep furrows into the sea. Dragons. Jon's throat went dry as they approached ever closer. The golden dragon was entirely cloaked in golden scales, the edges glowing with a molten hue, as if the midday sun had been forged into armor. The wing membranes were semi-translucent gold, unfurling like a battle flag illuminated by the setting sun, fluttering silently in the wind. Along its back and tail were ridges resembling the hardened armor of a crocodile, akin to dawn plate armor or a naturally grown crown, glimmering with metallic luster as it breathed. Its head was sharply defined, with 2 rows of short, sharp bone spines sprouting from the brow, resembling a crown of thorns. Sparks occasionally erupted from its nostrils, distorting the air with heat. The red dragon was a brilliant crimson, its scales gleaming like molten metal under the sun. As if it were clad in armor forged from lava, its wing membranes were a deep blood red, unfurling like a burning sunset. The crown, horns, and claws all shone with a bright copper hue, reflecting a metallic brilliance as it flew, as though wearing a crown forged from flames. Its back and tail bore similar crocodile-like ridges, producing a sound akin to metal grinding as it moved. The bone spines on its head rose like a crown, while those on its neck were dense and thorny, giving the impression of an ancient beast clad in scarlet armor. Every inch of its scales exuding an air of inviolable majesty. Beneath the belly of the red dragon, one claw grasped a struggling corpse, its skin ashen, eyes dark and hollow, limbs twisted and decayed. A horn sounded from the direction of the castle. Guards rushed to the battlements, spears raised high, bowstrings taut. Moments later, Daenerys Targaryen appeared atop the highest beacon tower. Clad in silver-white armor, she wore a black and red silken cloak draped over her shoulders. If my conjecture is correct, Daenerys squinted her violet eyes, a hint of amusement curving her lips. Is that you, Lin Yifeng? The golden dragon landed first, its wings stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. The red dragon then swooped down, releasing its grip just 3 yards above the ground, causing the corpse to crash heavily onto the rocky shore, the bones cracking with a sharp sound. It attempted to crawl, but was pinned down by the red dragon's claw, unable to move, emitting only hissing cries. The man atop the dragon dismounted gracefully. He appeared to be merely in his early 20s, with black hair and dark eyes. Dressed in a black robe, Jon hurried forward but halted 5 steps away. The face seemed familiar, yet eluded his memory. Is it you? He ventured cautiously. Who are you again? The young man scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. When we met in the north, I didn't formally introduce myself. I am Lin Yifeng, from, well, a far-off place. Chapter 192. The debate on Dragonstone. Lin Yifeng and Jon Snow murmured the name, as if to engrave it into their memories. Jon introduced himself. I am Jon Snow. What brings you here? Have you managed to persuade any of those lords in Westeros? Leaning against the cold stone wall, Lin Yifeng's voice was like the wind brushing over dragon scales, light, yet ignited with sparks. Jon Snow averted his gaze, offering a self-deprecating smile. I have traversed 7 castles, Casterly Rock's Golden Lion, Highgarden's Golden Rose, and the Flowing Twin Fish. They all sing the same tune. The wall has stood for 8,000 years, and the monsters cannot cross it. Even if I were to toss a living wight onto their dining table, allowing it to gnaw at the oak legs, they would merely raise their goblets, saying, "The wall is there, what is the rush?" Lin Yifeng scoffed, a sound as brief as a spark igniting. The wall? True enough. As long as the wall stands, those wights cannot enter. Yet, when it crumbles, they might be asked to hold their goblets to seal the breach. Hearing this, Jon could only manage a bitter smile. You are here to persuade Daenerys Targaryen, Lin Yifeng inquired. I shall do my utmost, Jon replied. At that moment, Daenerys approached, her presence breaking the brief silence. She descended the stone steps gracefully, flanked by Missandei and others. Welcome to Dragonstone, Lin Yifeng, and to the king in the north. She greeted, her voice filled with delight, her gaze shifting from Lin Yifeng to settle coolly upon Jon's face. Before Jon could respond, Lin Yifeng interjected. I have returned from the north with news of the White Walkers, and I bring you a gift. He gestured to the white pinned beneath Viserion's claw, confirming the emergence of the White Walkers in the north. Curiosity sparked in Daenerys' eyes as she regarded the white ensnared by Viserion's grip, her brows arching slightly. She turned towards the castle's grand entrance, her cloak billowing like dragon wings. Come inside. The table at Dragonstone accommodates both allies and the truth. Lin Yifeng raised a hand, and a rope slithered like a serpent, binding the struggling white, floating behind him. He then asked, Do you not have a white of your own? Jon replied succinctly, The nobles of Westeros killed it with a dragon-glass dagger during their demonstration. In the castle hall, a long table was set. Charcoal-grilled tuna, honey-roasted turnips, and Dornish red wine swayed in their cups. Yet, the true spectacle was the white, bound in the center of the table, writhing and emitting guttural roars. Jon tapped his dagger against the table to capture everyone's attention. I have visited Casterly Rock, Highgarden, and even Old Town. They either refused to see me or mocked me openly. Tyrion Lannister's nephew said, "The wall has existed for 8,000 years to spare us from those monsters." Suddenly, Lin Yifeng chuckled softly, his fingertips lightly tapping the hilt of his sword, producing a sound as clear as jade chimes. They believe the wall is a barrier, yet if the White Walkers bring it down, all of Westeros will perish. Daenerys rose slowly, her violet eyes nearly obscured by the flickering torchlight. I have heard countless lies and excuses, yet never has anyone dared to present a white before me. Jon Snow, you have validated the authenticity of the threat. Lin Yifeng, you have demonstrated its imminent nature. She raised her hand, her voice as sharp as a blade tempered in fire. Pray tell, what should I do if I, alongside my 3 dragons, confront the White Walkers, only to be ambushed from behind by my foes? Jon Snow fell silent, at a loss for words. Suddenly, he turned to Lin Yifeng and urged, "Say something. Offer some counsel." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yifeng responded, "Your Grace, you might consider emulating your ancestor Aegon the Conqueror, reuniting the entirety of Westeros under your rule and rallying the 7 kingdoms against the White Walkers." "That is untenable," Jon interjected. "Such a course would lead to the demise of countless innocents. What do you propose instead? Shall we allow the Dragon Queen to face the White Walkers alone, only to be ambushed when both she and her adversaries are weakened?" Lin Yifeng retorted. Chapter 193, Dragonfire and Shackles, the Machinations of Dragonstone. Enough. We shall address the matter of the White Walkers at another time, Lord Snow. Daenerys Targaryen's voice resonated in the hall, imbued with an undeniable authority. In recognition of your bringing this news, I shall permit you to mine dragonglass on this island, to combat the northern undead army. Jon Snow inclined his head slightly, a flicker of gratitude crossing his features, yet overshadowed by deeper concerns. He understood that the war ahead was far more intricate than the biting winds beyond the wall. A day later, in the council chamber of Dragonstone, the blood of kings and the shadows of power convened. Daenerys sat at the head of the table, flanked by her most trusted advisors, the cunning Tyrion Lannister, the master of whispers Varys, and allies from various realms, Yara Greyjoy of the Iron Islands and her taciturn brother Theon, Illyria Sand of Dorne and her sand snakes, Lady Olenna Tyrell of the Reach, Edmure Tully from the Riverlands, along with Jon Snow and his sister Sansa Stark from the north. Lin Yifeng stood in the corner, arms crossed, observing with a cool detachment. "We possess an army, a fleet, and 3 dragons poised for battle," Yara Greyjoy declared, rising with conviction. "If we strike with full force now, King's Landing will fall within a day." "Excuse me," Lin Yifeng interjected, a smirk gracing his lips. "If we include my 2 dragons, that makes 5 dragons ready for combat." A hush fell over the chamber, all eyes turning towards him. Daenerys narrowed her gaze, but did not intervene. "Very well," Tyrion coughed lightly. 5 dragons it is. Hence, we should deploy all our forces and march directly on King's Landing to bring this war to a swift conclusion. Yara's assertion garnered the approval of most present. Lady Olenna nodded gently, Illyria's eyes ignited with the flames of vengeance, and even Jon considered that a rapid resolution might indeed be the wisest course. At that moment, Daenerys slowly spoke. "If we allow the dragons to participate in the siege, countless innocent lives will perish in the inferno." "That is the nature of war," Yara coldly replied. "I am not here to bring destruction." Daenerys rose, her gaze fierce, declaring, "I did not come to be the Queen of Ashes. We shall encircle King's Landing, sealing it by land and sea, cutting off all supplies. Let Cersei sit upon the Iron Throne, yet starve her people. Her army will crumble, and her people's hearts will shatter. We shall not send the Unsullied to besiege the city," she added, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Lin Yifeng scoffed inwardly, a classic case of wanting it both ways. He could almost hear the voice in his mind repeating, wanting it both ways. To aspire for the Iron Throne while also wishing to be a saint. To wage war, yet fear the blame. He could almost hear a crude adage ringing in his head, wanting to be a whore while also erecting a chastity archway. Lady Olenna, the old rose, was about to retort, but was interrupted by an abrupt burst of laughter. "Ha ha, Queen Daenerys, so beautiful and kind-hearted, truly admirable." Lin Yifeng rose leisurely, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "If you are so concerned for the innocent, why not simply return to Meereen and continue being your dragon queen? Let the madmen and charlatans of Westeros deal with the mess themselves." Daenerys' expression turned icy. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Lin Yifeng replied with a sneer, the literal meaning. If you do not wish to be the Queen of Ashes, then do not attempt to seize the throne. What war is without death? For every general's triumph, countless bones lie in the dust. Your father was the Mad King, yet you brought 5 dragons to Westeros. Truly believing no one sees your ambition? You speak of liberation while wielding fire and blood. Is that not wanting it both ways? A heavy silence fell over the hall. I do not wish to become a Mad King like my father, Daenerys said, her voice low yet filled with suppressed fury. Ha! Lin Yifeng laughed heartily. How absurd. What war is without death? All one can do is minimize unnecessary casualties. You claim you do not wish to be the Mad King, yet you bring dragons capable of incinerating cities. Do you think everyone is blind? Tyrion, sensing the precariousness of the situation, stepped forward. Pointing to the map of Westeros hanging on the wall, ladies and gentlemen, please listen. For decades, the real power in Westeros has rested in the hands of House Lannister. Their center of power has never been King's Landing, but Casterly Rock. He emphasized the western stronghold on the map. If we launch a surprise attack by sea and capture Casterly Rock, the Lannisters will be like a snake with its spine broken, stripped of finances, troops, and their symbol. King's Landing will fall without a fight. The loss of civilian lives will be minimal, and the strategy most sound. Are you suggesting we bypass King's Landing? Varys quietly inquired. Indeed, Tyrion nodded. King's Landing is the shell, Casterly Rock is the core. Attacking the shell is laborious and thankless, while striking the core delivers a fatal blow. Daenerys remained silent for a long moment, her gaze drifting over the map. The dragon fire reflected in her eyes, as if 2 dragons were swirling in the depths of her pupils. I will not burn cities with dragon fire, she finally spoke, her voice low yet resolute. But neither will I back down. Casterly Rock is worth the attempt. Lin Yifeng smiled, his laughter laced with sarcasm and profound meaning. What if we assume that Casterly Rock is merely an empty fortress? Is it worth exhausting our troops to attack a vacant city? Even if we capture Casterly Rock, what if King's Landing does not surrender? Shall we simply wear ourselves down? During my journey from King's Landing, I learned that the true power now lies with Cersei. And Euron Greyjoy has pledged his allegiance to her, bringing with him the Iron Fleet. His warships are capable of blockading Blackwater Bay, severing our supply lines. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Not to mention, the White Walkers from the north have yet to breach the wall. Otherwise, we would have no retreat. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense once more. Sansa Stark spoke slowly, we must act swiftly. The north needs Jon, and the Night's Watch must be upheld. We cannot afford to linger here for a year. Chapter 194. Shadows beneath the Iron Throne. Tyrion rubbed his temples. Thus, Casterly Rock must be attacked decisively. We must strike while Euron has not yet fully commandeered the navy, while Cersei still mistakenly believes we will charge directly at King's Landing. Daenerys rose, her cloak unfurling like dragon wings. Then let us formulate a plan. The fleet will split into 2 paths. One will feign an assault on Storm's End to draw the enemy's attention, while the main force will advance directly towards Casterly Rock by sea. Lin Yifeng, will your dragon join the battle? Lin Yifeng grinned. If Her Majesty the Queen is unafraid of bearing the brunt of criticism, what do I, a foreigner, have to fear? His smile concealed a sharp edge. The gears of war had begun to turn slowly. The sky over King's Landing was shrouded in gray, mirroring the pallor of Cersei Lannister seated upon the Iron Throne, forged from 1,000 blades. Her golden hair glinted coldly in the candlelight, her gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping over each noble and minister in the council chamber. Today's meeting summoned all vassals from the Riverlands, the Westerlands, the remnants of Dorne, and representatives from the Vale. You have all heard. Cersei's voice, though not loud, resonated with a metallic clarity. Daenerys Targaryen, under the guise of liberation in Slaver's Bay, has wrought slaughter. She burns nobles, feeds children to dogs, and nails the lord's wives to the city walls to be exposed for 3 days. She is not a queen, but a madwoman, a Targaryen madwoman. She paused, her eyes scanning the faces filled with doubt. She approaches Westeros with 3 great dragons, the Unsullied, and the Dothraki savages. Her intentions are not to claim the throne, but to bring about destruction. She seeks to overturn all order and drag the 7 kingdoms back into chaos. Randall Tarly stood at the forefront, draped in a heavy gray cloak, his countenance as stern as stone. He was the most formidable commander of the Reach, having once routed 20,000 rebels with merely 3,000 infantry, earning the moniker the Butcher. He listened in silence, his expression betraying no wavering resolve. But we are not without our preparations. Cersei rose slowly, her gown trailing behind her. We have walls, we possess wealth, and we have loyal soldiers. Most importantly, We possess wisdom. As the meeting concluded, the lords began to depart. However, Jaime Lannister lingered, approaching Randyll Tarly. Lord Tarly, Jaime spoke softly. I am aware that you harbor no fondness for the Targaryens. Your father once fought alongside Illyrio, and you have pledged your loyalty to Robert. Yet now, we confront not merely a usurper, but a vengeful soul accompanied by dragons. Lannisters are notoriously untrustworthy, Randyll remarked coldly. Your sister set ablaze the great September of Baelor, and yet you stand here discussing loyalty? It is precisely because I have sinned, Jaime met his gaze directly, that I comprehend what constitutes a true threat. Should Daenerys set foot on this land, she will not differentiate between those who have sworn fealty and those who have not. She will incinerate all, including Highgarden, Casterly Rock, and every adversary she has encountered. He paused momentarily, lowering his voice. I swear by the name of Lannister. Should you lead the armies of the Riverlands to assist us against our foes, you will be appointed as the Ward of the South, commanding the Riverlands, Dorne, and the Southern Westerlands, with a hereditary claim. Randyll's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized this as an unprecedented offer of power. After a lengthy silence, he nodded slowly. I require tangible evidence, military provisions, supplies, and siege equipment. If your sister possesses the means to combat dragons, I am willing to march my forces. Meanwhile, Qhoburn guided Cersei through the shadowy corridors of the Red Keep, entering the long-sealed dragon pit. Beneath the vast arching ceiling, a row of dragon skulls lay shrouded in darkness, ominous as gravestones. The foremost skull, vast and suffocating, belonged to Balerion the Black Dread, the mount of Aegon the Conqueror, who had unleashed flames upon Harrenhal's towering steel keep 3 centuries prior. Cersei's hand glided over the charred skull, her fingertips tracing the depths of the eye sockets. It once was a god, she whispered, but it is now dead. Qhoburn responded softly, and death is our reliance. He gestured, and several smiths unveiled 3 colossal war machines. Enormous crossbows forged of iron and massive timber, their bolts resembling spears, tips embedded with shards of Valyrian steel, fletched in black as raven wings. This is the Scorpion, Qhoburn explained, with a range of 3 miles and an armor-piercing capability of 3 feet. I have tested it using Balerian's skull. A single shot shattered the cranium. A cold smile flickered at Cersei's lips. If she dares approach, let her witness that mortals can slay gods. The sea breeze was brisk, and the black cliffs of Dragonstone loomed like swords in the morning light, foretelling an impending storm. For days, the entire island had been in constant motion. The docks buzzed with activity, warships meticulously inspected, provisions and armaments prepared. The Unsullied lined up to board, their steps synchronized like iron, spears standing tall, ready to cross the narrow sea. The supply hold brimmed with salted meats, hard bread, fresh water, and oil. The armory meticulously accounted for and secured Valyrian steel swords, spears, and crossbows. Daenerys Targaryen, clad in silver-scaled armor, stood atop the precipice, gazing at her fleet. The 3 flagship vessels, Balerian's Fury, the Shadow of Meereen, and the Breath of Vhagar, were named after ancient dragons, symbolizing the glory of House Targaryen. Her dragons soared above, Drogon's wings casting shadows, while Rhaegal and Viserion roared in response at the volcano's edge, flames slicing through the clouds. She turned, her gaze sweeping over her allies. Tyrion Lannister clutched a scroll of the map, his expression grave. Missandei and Grey Worm coordinated logistics. The Unsullied shouted in unison, vowing to pave the way for their mother in King's Landing. The 7 kingdoms yearned for liberation. Daenerys' voice, though soft, pierced through the wind. They had been ruled by fear for far too long. It was time for justice to descend. Ha ha ha. It was evident that this was all for the Iron Throne, yet they spoke of liberation. Was this not the very definition of hypocrisy? Lin Yifeng mused inwardly. The horn blared, and the fleet slowly departed from the port. The black sails billowed in the wind, resembling a colossal bird soaring towards the heart of Westeros. As planned, Lin Yifeng, along with the Golden Scale and Valyriana, followed Yara and her brother, returning with the Sand Snakes to Dorne to muster troops and feign an attack on Griffin's Roost, drawing the enemy's attention. Meanwhile, Daenerys, accompanied by her 3 dragons, followed the Old Rose, Lady Olenna Tyrell, to the Reach to gather forces before launching a direct assault on Casterly Rock. The sea breeze howled, the briny air wafting between the ships. The 2 fleets dispersed, one headed for Dorne, while the other made its way to the Reach. A day later, after a full day of sailing, Lin Yifeng, alongside Yara and her brother, along with the Sand Snakes, had traversed nearly half the journey, while the Golden Scale and Valyriana scouted above the clouds. They were nearing Dorne. That night, Lin Yifeng stood on the deck of the flagship, admiring the nocturnal seascape. The ocean appeared as ink, with the stars and moon casting a faint glow on the waves, while the distant fleet's lights flickered like fireflies. He squinted, memories swirling as he recalled the original plot, where Yara and her brother, along with the Sand Snakes, were ambushed by Euron Greyjoy's Iron Fleet along this very route. That night, flames engulfed the sky. Yara was captured. Theon jumped into the sea to escape, and two of the Sand Snakes met a tragic end, while the mother and daughter were taken captive. Haha, I wonder how it will unfold this time. Lin Yifeng thought with a wicked sense of amusement, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He knew a storm was brewing, and this time, the game had changed. Are they here? He suddenly whispered, his consciousness unfurling like a spider's web, instantly capturing the eerie silence beneath the distant horizon, not an absence of existence, but rather a colossal, dark fleet, reeking of blood, stealthily approaching. Concealed by the night and the currents. Alert! Possible situation ahead. The lookout finally bellowed, his voice shattering the tranquility. The entire fleet sprang to attention, soldiers rushing about. War drums pounding, catapults creaking into action, and crossbows being readied. In the blink of an eye, dozens of flaming projectiles streaked across the night sky, shrieking as they hurtled from the darkness, crashing violently into the combined fleet of Dorne and the Iron Islands. Explosions erupted in succession, and a transport ship ignited, its flames reflecting crimson on the surface of the sea. The counterattack commenced immediately. Our catapults roared, launching flaming boulders toward the enemy ranks, while crossbows released iron bolts, tearing through the night. The curtain of naval warfare rose abruptly amidst flames and thunder. On the deck of the flagship, Yara Greyjoy and Theon rushed in. While the Sand Snakes appeared, weapons drawn. Yala caught sight of the familiar colossal pufferfish flag on the enemy ship, her pupils constricting in alarm. Damn it! It's the Iron Fleet. How could Yulon be here? She swiftly turned to Lin Yifeng, her eyes radiating unmasked fury and urgency. Quick! Command your two-headed dragons to engage immediately. We cannot confront the Iron Fleet head-on. Their vessels are larger and heavier, their armor more robust, and they possess greater numbers. In close combat, we are doomed. Chapter 196. Dragon flames burn the sea. Lin Yifeng stood at the bow of the ship, the cold wind brushing against his face, his robe billowing dramatically. He raised his gaze to the clouds, a slow smile gracing his lips. What is the rush? He murmured, his voice as frigid as the depths of the ocean. Let them draw closer. Let Yulon see clearly whose ambition is fiercer, his Iron Throne dream or the searing flames of the dragons. Before his words could settle, the clouds roiled as two massive shadows tore through the night sky, accompanied by a deafening roar of dragons. Gold-scaled and Valerina swooped down under the cover of darkness, flames cascading like a celestial river, instantly transforming three enemy ships into the most vivid torches upon the dark ocean surface. The naval battle had only just begun. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Iron Fleet, the Serenity, Euron Greyjoy stood at the bow, a chill smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he muttered to himself. My dear nephew and niece, do wait for me. Don't you dare run away again. He raised his hand with a flourish, his voice suddenly booming. All hands. Full speed ahead. Charge. Before the command could resonate throughout the fleet, the heavens shifted abruptly. The three leading Iron Island warships were engulfed in two torrents of flame descending from the night sky, igniting into blazing torches that illuminated the pitch-black sea. Euron abruptly looked up, his pupils narrowing as two immense shadows tore through the clouds, spiraling downward. This was not a storm, nor an illusion. It was a golden and a red dragon, one large and one small, true leviathans of the sky. The golden dragon loomed like a mountain, measuring 70 meters in length. With a wingspan of 140 meters, its entire body cloaked in molten gold scales that shimmered radiantly in the firelight. Its wing membranes were semi-transparent, unfurling like a battle standard drenched in the setting sun, whispering silently. The ridges along its back and tail resembled crocodilian armor, glistening with a metallic sheen as it breathed, as if donning the battle armor of an ancient emperor. Its head was angular, with sharp bony protrusions above its eyes, resembling a crown of thorns. Sparks occasionally erupted from its nostrils, distorting the air with heat. The red dragon, slightly smaller yet more menacing, measured 19.8 meters in length. With a wingspan of 29.9 meters, its entire form of vivid crimson akin to armor forged from molten lava. Its wing membranes a deep red reminiscent of a burning sunset. Its crown, sharp horns, and massive claws gleamed like bright copper, as if adorned with a crown of flames. The bony ridges along its back emitted a piercing metallic screech with each movement, and the bony spikes upon its head rose like a regal crown. its neck bristling with spines, the entire creature resembling an ancient beast clad in scarlet armor, gazing down upon all. Could this be Daenerys' dragon? Yulon murmured, a flicker of fear dawning in his eyes for the first time. But he quickly regained his composure, roaring, "What are you waiting for? Counterattack! Quickly, counterattack!" Though the entire Iron Fleet was equipped with numerous scorpion crossbows, the sudden night attack threw their formation into disarray. Furthermore, the dragons circled high above, making it exceedingly difficult to capture the perfect angle for shooting. The bolts soared wide, failing to even graze the dragon's scales. "Make way!" Yulun forcefully pushed aside the soldier operating the scorpion crossbow and lunged towards the mechanism himself, swiftly adjusting the angle with both hands, gritting his teeth. "Come on, darling. Stay still. Let me get a bead on you." He held his breath, aligning his aim at the golden dragon's chest. Whoosh! A bolt, as thick as a spear, sliced through the air, shooting forth with a deafening roar. Yet, it merely skimmed the edge of the dragon's wing membrane, producing a dull thud, failing to inflict any substantial damage. However, this strike thoroughly enraged the dragon. Roar! The golden-scaled dragon let out a furious bellow, its wings flaring wide, diving towards the Serenity with the force of a meteor. "Come on," Yulun sneered, quickly loading a second bolt. A beast is a beast. It ultimately cannot contain itself. He took aim once more, locking onto the most prominent spot on the dragon's chest, whispering menacingly, "All right, here we go. Stay still. Let me take aim." Clang! The bolt struck, but instead of the sound of flesh being torn, there was a sharp metallic clash. The arrowhead collided with the dragon's scales, sending sparks flying, as if it had struck the hardest of armors. The golden dragon, enraged, looked down, its fury palpable. It suddenly folded its wings, plummeting down like a cannonball, its mouth gathering a molten breath of golden flames that pierced the night like a beacon. "Damn it! Useless!" Yulun's expression shifted, an unprecedented fear flashing in his eyes. He abruptly abandoned the crossbow, turning to flee, shouting, "Abandon ship! Everyone!" Before he could finish his command, he leaped from the flagship's bow into the frigid sea. At that very moment, boom! The golden breath descended like divine retribution, striking the deck of the Serenity. Oil barrels exploded instantaneously, flames shooting skyward, engulfing a nearby warship, transforming it into a sea of fire. On the surface of the water, Yulun struggled to surface, gasping for air, his beard singed, his eyes filled with terror. Huff! 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 It's all over. He gazed at the burning fleet, his teeth chattering. "No, no, I refuse to accept this. We cannot be annihilated. We must escape." Chapter 197. Dignity. He suppressed his fury, quickly swimming towards the few warships on the fleet's periphery that had yet to be affected, preparing to flee for his life. In the distance, Lin Yifeng stood at the bow of the flagship, his gaze coldly surveying the hellish battlefield. Flames tore through the night, thick smoke swirling over the sea, carrying the stench of charred remains. Debris floated like birds with severed wings, broken masts jutting from the blood-red waves, still bearing charred flags and bodies. The enemy's fleet lay in disarray, over half already sunk beneath the waves or slowly capsizing, emitting plumes of black smoke. The sea breeze whipped through his hair, still tainted with gunpowder, as the firelight illuminated his calm profile, as if this destruction were merely the culmination of a fate long sealed. It was nearing its end. He spoke softly to Yara and Theon beside him, his voice steady as the deep sea. "If I am not mistaken, the one who has come this time is your uncle, Euron Greyjoy. If you act swiftly, you may yet catch up to him and grant him a dignified end." Yara Greyjoy stood at the prow of the flagship, the iron hull reflecting the flames, her eyes ablaze with years of repressed fury and determination. She drew her sword, its blade aimed directly at the remaining enemy ships on the sea, her voice thundering like a tempest. "All ships, charge!" The horns shattered the silence of the sky, and the war drums roared like thunder. Yara's fleet awakened like a fierce beast, launching a full-scale counterattack. The crossbows howled, great bolts tearing through the air to pierce the decks of enemy vessels. Catapults hurled flaming boulders, crashing down upon the warships, with splintering and flames soaring. Above, the golden-scaled dragon of Viserion and the great dragon of Regal spiraled down, their wings obscuring the moonlight, their fiery breath cascading like a waterfall of lava, transforming ship after ship of the Iron Fleet into graves amidst the sea of flames. The legend of the Iron Fleet met its demise this night. Deep beneath the surface, a shadow struggled among the wreckage. Euron Greyjoy, the mad captain who once prided himself as the Horn of Silence, now floundered like a drowning dog, battling the icy waters for an hour before finally reaching a warship that had yet to sink. he screamed, his voice twisted by the water and his rage. Quick, get me up, you blind fools. His roars were nearly drowned out amid the chaos of battle. Minutes later, some crew members finally spotted the figure rising and falling in the flames. It's the captain, someone exclaimed. You fools, pull me up, Euron bellowed. His once proud demeanor stripped away, leaving only the desperation and fury of a drowning man. The crew hastily tossed down a rope ladder. Euron, summoning his last ounce of strength, climbed, his soaked black cloak dripping seawater as he reached the deck. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and then suddenly raised his head, gazing up at the two great dragons diving from the night sky, their fire turning another warship into a fireball. What do we do now? A trembling crew member asked. Euron slowly stood, wiping the seawater and blood from his face, a glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes. What else can we do? Quickly, gather all the ships that can still move and turn them around. Retreat at full speed. Every ship that can escape must do so. The order was given, and the few remaining warships of the Iron Fleet hurriedly turned their bows, sails, and oars working in unison as they attempted to flee this hellish sea. They want to escape? Yara sneered, her eyes glinting like blades. Not so easily. She raised her sword high, her voice cutting through the inferno. All fleet, pursue. Not a single one shall remain. On the deck of the flagship, Yara commanded with a voice like iron slicing through the night. The order thundered down, igniting the battle spirit of the entire fleet. The remaining warships surged forward like arrows released from a bow, cutting through the waves, charging at the last 2 or 3 ships of the Iron Fleet. The horns blared, the war drums shook the heavens, and the sea became stained crimson with fire and bloodlust. Yara's fleet descended upon their dying prey, the clash of ships erupting in an instant. Iron chains sliced through the air, crashing onto the enemy ship's hull, wood splintering in a flurry. The soldiers roared as they leapt onto the enemy vessel, the clash of swords and the cries of battle echoing incessantly. Blood mist surged in the flickering firelight. Shadows danced upon the deck, blending screams with shouts of fury, transforming every inch into a hellish battleground. The Sand Serpent sisters charged forth like avenging deities. Obadiah's whip shattered enemy helmets, Nemelia's arrows pierced throats, and Thelissa's spear whirled, staining the ground with blood. Scene followed closely behind her sisters, her eyes no longer reflecting fear, but rather the suppressed anger and resolution of years. Golden Scales and Valerina circled above, dragon fire raining down, turning the enemy ship into a fiery inferno and forcing the remnants of the opposing forces to leap into the sea in desperation. Corpses floated upon the surface, flames flickering with the waves, resembling the river Styx flooding the mortal realm. An hour later, the Iron Fleet lay in ruins, with only a solitary ship swaying amidst the blaze. The Silence of the Lady, a warship of Euron Greyjoy's Iron Fleet, now resembling a dying beast, its masts splintered, sails consumed by flames. Lin Yifeng stood at the prow of Yara's flagship, his black cloak billowing, his gaze fierce. He slightly tilted his head, his voice calm, yet imbued with the weight of annihilation. Shall I command the dragon to incinerate this warship? There's no need, Yara interjected, raising her hand, her voice as cold as iron. This is my family. I shall administer my own reckoning. Standing at the ship's bow, her silver hair danced wildly in the fiery wind, her gaze sharp as a blade, piercing the proud figure across the flames. My dear uncle, she scoffed, her words slicing through the inferno. Shall you preserve your dignity yourself, or shall I assist you in maintaining it? Chapter 198. The three-headed dragon and the golden rose. Euron stood upon the shattered deck, his black cloak billowing, his crown askew. Yet his eyes burned with madness and arrogance. No, absolutely not. I am the chosen king, the son of gods. Charge. Kill them. Leave none alive. He brandished his curved dagger, howling at the few remaining mercenaries, his voice a hysterical cry, akin to the last roar of a cornered beast. Yara gazed at the man who once held sway over her destiny and obliterated her family. Her eyes held no hatred, only a chilling finality. Alas, she sighed, as if bidding farewell to a shadow long since departed, let me preserve your dignity. She raised her hand, her voice as cold as stone. Sink him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the crossbows and catapults of the flagship unleashed their fury. Boulders soared through the air, flammable oil poured down, and numerous bolts, as thick as spears, tore through the night, striking the Silence of the Lady. One bolt found its mark, piercing Euron's chest and pinning him brutally against the shattered mainmast. He opened his mouth, seemingly to roar, but only a spurt of black blood escaped. His eyes widened, fixed on Yara's direction, before his head fell, silenced forever. Flames engulfed the warship, The mast collapsed with a thunderous crash, taking with it the body that once aspired to claim the Iron Throne, sinking into the inky depths. Minutes later, the sea returned to tranquility, only the burning wreckage floating upon the surface, reflecting the countenance of the victors. The battle was concluded. According to the established plan, Lin Yifeng concealed his smile and turned to step onto the deck. Golden Scales and Valerina growled, still soaring in the air, their eyes flickering with remnants of murderous intent. "Let us depart," he said, his tone nonchalant. Yara gazed towards the direction of the sunken vessel, lost in contemplation before finally turning away, set sail, onward to Dorne. The fleet reassembled, the remnants of flames extinguished, as the warships altered their course, gliding with the night breeze towards the shores of Dorne. The Sand Snake sisters stood at the stern, their eyes keen as they discerned the distant smoke of the Wind's Rest, faintly visible on the horizon. The prelude to a feigned assault was about to unfold. The situation in Westeros was quietly transforming into a tempest that threatened to engulf all. Beyond the Westerlands, an army personally led by Jaime Lannister advanced south along the Old Town Road. By his side stood the low-born, yet audacious mercenary Boros, summoned back into service by Jaime due to past ties. Among the ranks was Lord Edmure Tully, once a rival of Highgarden. Clad in heavy armor and bearing a stern expression, accompanied by his son, the young heir, Dickon Tully, who, despite lacking battle experience, already displayed the resilience and loyalty characteristic of House Tully. Their objective was the very heart of the Reach, Highgarden. The Tyrells had been accused of treachery and conspiracy, and Jaime was commanded to wage war, intending to re-establish the authority of House Lannister with iron and blood during this precarious time. Moreover, he sought to seize the food, gold, and supplies of Highgarden, either to return to King's Landing or to settle debts owed to the Iron Throne. Yet, the threads of fate do not stretch in a single direction. Simultaneously, as Jaime's army traversed the city of Goldtree, the sky abruptly darkened. A thunderous roar of a dragon reverberated through the air, and 3 colossal dragons swept across the skies above the Reach like a tempest. Daenerys Targaryen, the last scion of the dragon bloodline, rode upon Drogon, his black wings casting shadows, descending into the golden gardens of Highgarden. She was not alone. By her side stood the Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine Tyrell, an elderly woman whose sharp wit remained undiminished. In the blooming rose garden, the 2 women clasped hands in a solemn vow. "We once pledged our allegiance to the Iron Throne," Olenna murmured, her eyes ignited with the flames of vengeance. "But what we received in return was betrayal and ashes. Now, it is time for Casterly Rock to taste the fire." Daenerys nodded, her gaze fierce. "The Lannisters have stolen the throne, oppressing the masses. Their gold cannot erect high walls, nor can it shield against Dragonfire." Highgarden swiftly transformed into the nexus of war. The remaining knights of House Tyrell, the discontented lords of the Reach under Lannister rule, and Daenerys unsullied from the east converged to form an unprecedented coalition. The war drums echoed throughout the Reach, banners fluttering in the wind, as the 3 dragons and the Golden Rose stood shoulder to shoulder. Chapter 199. The shadow of dragons approaches far in the Westerlands. Jaime stood atop a hill, gazing towards the southern horizon, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He murmured to Boros, "We thought we were going to quell a rebellion. Yet perhaps we are the traitors being hunted. I am unconcerned about that. I only care whether I will receive my payment," Boros replied nonchalantly. "You will," Jaime responded. Then shifted the conversation. "I do not know why, but I constantly feel an unsettling presence." "What do you fear? The 3 dragons of the Dragon Queen?" Balin grinned broadly and turned to point at several horse-drawn carts nearby, their ominous silhouettes concealed beneath heavy canvas. "Did we not bring several scorpion crossbows crafted by the esteemed maesters? I have heard they can pierce even the strongest of walls. If she dares to ride a dragon into the sky, I shall aim for that shadowy figure, and whether it be 2 dragons or the queen herself, I will bring them crashing down to the ground." He patted the hilt of his sword at his waist, as if already envisioning his monumental triumph. Yet James did not share in his mirth. He merely gazed at the southern horizon where dark clouds were silently gathering, reminiscent of war drums echoing beyond the heavens. The wind carried a charred scent, akin to burnt wood, mingled with an otherworldly exhalation. "Dragons are not mere targets, Balin," James murmured. "They can fly, breathe fire, roar, and exact vengeance. I dare not wager if the maester's contraptions can withstand the onslaught of Dragonfire." Balin shrugged dismissively. "Then you need only provide the coin. I shall handle the shooting. Once the task is complete and the gold is in hand, I care not who sits upon the throne or who breathes fire or meets their end." James offered no reply. His gaze lingered on the massive crossbows shrouded beneath the canvas, their cold metal components barely visible, resembling some dormant beast. He suddenly recalled the charred corpses on the walls of King's Landing and remembered the words of Varys, spoken in hushed tones, when dragons return to Westeros. All who perceive themselves as hunters will ultimately learn to become prey. His eyes remained fixed on the southern horizon, as if he could see the flames that had yet to ignite but were destined to consume all. The wind blew in from the direction of Highgarden, carrying the fragrance of roses intertwined with the scent of iron and blood. The storm had arrived, and no one could escape its wrath. The morning mist enveloped the riverlands like a gossamer veil, dew sparkling upon the blades of grass. After a night of relentless marching, the forces led by Jaime Lannister halted on a gentle slope several miles from Highgarden. The soldiers wearily unloaded their gear, horses panting heavily, their armor reflecting a cold sheen in the morning light. Doran leaned against a rock, polishing his dagger with a vigilant gaze. Bronn and his son, Dickon, whispered quietly about the terrain and their approach. Jaime stood aloft, gazing towards the white castle of Highgarden, nestled amid verdant fields and blooming flowers, resembling a golden rose flourishing upon the earth. As the sun ascended higher, its rays dispersed the mist. The sound of war drums resonated, soldiers formed ranks. Spears stood tall like a forest, and the golden lion banner fluttered fiercely in the wind. Jaime mounted his horse, donned his armor, and with resolute determination, raised his sword. His voice steady and grim. For King's Landing, for the Iron Throne, we advance on Highgarden. Meanwhile, within the castle of Highgarden, sunlight streamed through the stained glass, illuminating the hall. Olenna Tyrell sat gracefully in an ornate wooden chair, cradling a cup of fragrant coffee, her demeanor calm as if merely welcoming an unexpected guest. Across from her sat Daenerys Targaryen, her obsidian eyes gazing out at the vibrant courtyard, her fingertips gently caressing the rim of her cup. "They have arrived," Olenna remarked, taking a delicate sip of coffee, her tone as serene as discussing the weather. No sooner had she spoken than a guard burst into the room, his armor clanging, a look of alarm upon his face. "My lady." Outside, a vast assembly of troops was detected, their banners emblazoned with the golden lion of House Lannister, advancing menacingly towards the castle. Daenerys slowly set down her coffee cup, the base clinking crisply against the porcelain saucer. Rising to her feet, her gaze sharpened, penetrating the horizon shrouded in dust. "I knew they would come," Olenna remarked coolly, a faint smirk gracing her lips, "though I wonder who will meet their demise this time." An eerie silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the gentle rustling of the curtains in the breeze, as distant war drums echoed ominously, like the ticking clock of fate. An hour later, within the confines of Highgarden, the banners of the Golden Rose and the three-headed dragon fluttered in the spring breeze, weaving a tableau of solemnity and foreboding. The infantry of Highgarden and the Unsullied stood in disciplined formation before the castle gates, their iron armor glinting ominously, long spears resembling a forest of death. The Unsullied remained silent, their spiked helmets reflecting the sunlight, while Grey Worm stood at the forefront, spear in hand, his gaze resolute. Knights of Highgarden donned heavy armor, their steeds snorting lowly. Loras Tyrell stood beneath the banner, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his expression grave. Daenerys Targaryen stepped into an open space within the castle, where her 3 dragons awaited her arrival, their deep breaths resonating in the air. She gazed up at Drogon, Regal, and Viserion, who loomed like mountains, their scales shimmering in hues of black, bronze, and white. Gently, she caressed Drogon's neck, whispering a few words in Valyrian, before climbing onto his broad back, gripping the spines firmly. "It is time to depart," she murmured softly. A thunderous roar erupted from Drogon, piercing the heavens. As the 3 dragons unfurled their wings simultaneously, their powerful beats stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Drogon soared first, followed closely by Regal and Viserion, their silhouettes slicing through the clouds, ascending towards the sky, leaving a trail of resounding thunder in their wake. Chapter 200. Dragonfire devours the field outside Highgarden. The Lannister forces had formed ranks across the plains, the golden lion banner billowing in the wind. Jaime Lannister, mounted on horseback, gazed up at the 3 dark shapes circling above, his brow furrowed. The air hung thick with tension, as taut as a drawn bowstring. Moments later, at Jaime's command, the war drums thundered, and the spearmen advanced steadily. Almost simultaneously, Loras Tyrell and Grey Worm exchanged a glance. The horns of Highgarden and the flutes of the Unsullied sounded in unison, and the armies of the Golden Rose and the 3-headed dragon surged forward like a tidal wave. The earth trembled beneath the iron hooves as spears clashed against shields, and the cries of battle surged like a tsunami across the field. Suddenly, From the depths of the clouds, the three dark shapes descended, revealing Daenerys and her three dragons. Flames tore through the sky as Drogon unleashed a torrent of scorching black fire. Regal-esque green flames slithered like venomous serpents, and Viserion-esque golden fire cascaded like molten gold. The inferno rained down upon the Lannister lines, instantly melting shields, transforming spears into torches, and sending warhorses into a panicked flight as the formation of the Golden Lions crumbled amidst the sea of flames. The battlefield descended into a nightmarish chaos. Daenerys stood atop Drogon, her hair billowing in the heated wind, her eyes reflecting the burning earth below. In that moment, as dragon fire descended upon the world, the scales of war began to irrevocably tilt in favor of Highgarden. The sky was torn apart as the three dragons descended like divine retribution. Zhuge stood majestically, his entire form enveloped in obsidian-like black scales, each plate seemingly forged from the cooled lava of the abyss, the edges glowing with a dim crimson ember. As if the very fires of the earth's core flowed beneath his skin, he unfurled his wings, the deep-sea blood-red membranes semi-transparent, illuminated by the slanting sun, resembling a burning battle flag fluttering against the firmament. His head was sharply defined, as if hewn by an axe, with 2 rows of short, razor-sharp bony spikes ominously standing atop his brow. His lengthy body, measuring 60 meters, was predominantly composed of neck and tail, the latter tapering into a spear-like bone blade that sliced through the air with a low, mournful howl. With a wingspan of 909 meters, each beat of his wings stirred up furious winds and turbulent waves. Shortly thereafter, Rigo circled low in the sky. His entire form was a deep emerald green, with each scale edged in a lustrous bronze metallic sheen, appearing as though clad in the ancient bronze armor left behind from millennia-old battlefields. The amber membranes of his wings were semi-transparent, shimmering with a metallic luster under the sun's rays. 2 bronze-hued, crown-like horns jutted forward from his forehead, while his broad jaw displayed teeth akin to daggers forged from obsidian. Along his spine, a row of serrated bronze spines rose majestically, and his broad, shovel-shaped tail fins stirred the air with each powerful sweep. Measuring 459 meters in length and boasting a wingspan of 701 meters, his movements resembled an ancient bronze chariot racing across the heavens. At the forefront, Viserion appeared like a streak of milky white lightning. His scales glimmered like congealed white jade, with his horns, crown, and claws adorned in pale gold, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. His wings were an ivory yellow, semi-transparent, like ancient parchment. At 399 meters long, and with a wingspan of 609 meters, he, though the smallest, was the swiftest among them. 3 torrents of dragon breath cascaded from the heavens. Zhuge exhaled flames that were red amidst black, akin to magma surging from the depths, melting steel and cracking the earth in his wake. Rigo's breath was a blend of orange and green, with emerald flames dancing within, resembling molten copper splattering upon the ground, imbued with a peculiar venomous heat. Viserion's breath was golden orange with a white core, slightly less intense, yet relentless like a flowing river, transforming the entire battlefield into a scorched expanse of fire. "Quick! Aim and fire!" James Lannister yelled hoarsely, his armor caked in dust, his visage charred. A cadre of archers loosed their arrows in unison, a hailstorm of projectiles surging towards Zhuge. Yet, the sounds of arrows clattering against his obsidian scales rang out, each one ricocheting away without leaving even a scratch. "Balin!" The scorpion crossbow. James suddenly turned, shouting towards the distant rugged figure. At the call, Balin immediately surveyed his surroundings, his gaze locking onto several heavily tarpaulin-covered carts. He dashed forward, disregarding the fallen coin pouch, and leaped onto one of the carts, violently tearing away the canvas to reveal the fearsome war machine, the scorpion crossbow, meticulously modified by the master craftsman Coben. The arms of the crossbow resembled the fangs of a beast, and the winch was heavy, requiring human strength to draw back slowly. Gritting his teeth, he operated the winch, the chains creaking as he loaded a specially crafted bolt as thick as a spear into the groove, then squinted to search for the looming shadows above. Below, Zhuge swept past James, his gaping maw unleashing a thunderous torrent of black and crimson dragon breath, akin to a river of hell pouring forth. Flames swept over Jaime's retinue, instantly melting their armor into molten crimson, flesh seared to a charred crisp, their screams lingering in the air as they were reduced to columns of ash. Some soldiers rolled into the river, a pungent white mist rising from the surface. Yet they could not escape the agony of their scorched souls. Others, driven mad, swung their swords in self-destruction, seeking only to end this boundless hell. Jaime's eyes burned a fierce red, his fists clenched until they bled. At that moment, a piercing whistle sliced through the air. The first bolt from Bronn was released. The spear-thick crossbow bolt grazed Drogon's neck, igniting sparks, yet it failed to strike a fatal blow. Chapter 201. Dragon Slayer or Fool. Jaime suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the crossbow. Bronn. Daenerys, upon Drogon's back, sensed something amiss and leaned down to look. There stood a figure operating the ballista. And she scoffed. This contraption again? During the Battle of Meereen, it couldn't even pierce the scales of my son, the black dragon Drogon. Fury surged within her as she commanded Drogon to change course, diving downward, vowing to incinerate that blasphemer with dragon fire. Yet, just as she opened her mouth, a whoosh. The second bolt was loosed. Mere moments earlier, Bronn had swiftly reloaded, the winch fully drawn, aiming and firing. The massive bolt, akin to a spear, thundered through the air, striking deep into the gap of Drogon's left chest scales, embedding itself with a sickening thud. Roar! Drogon emitted a thunderous cry of pain, his wings faltering, his colossal form crashing earthward like a mountain collapsing. Daenerys clung desperately to the spines on his back, gasping in alarm. Just before plummeting, Drogon forced his wings to beat, stabilizing himself, anger blazing within him as he prepared to unleash a torrent of black-red dragon fire. On the ground, witnessing this, Bronn leapt away without hesitation, rolling as he hit the ground, only to be met with the descent of divine fire. Flames cascaded like a waterfall, precisely engulfing the ballista. The wood instantly carbonized. Metal twisted and melted, the entire contraption reduced to a heap of molten wreckage in mere seconds. The black dragon descended slowly, his claws touching the ground as if a mountain had landed. He looked down at another ballista nearby, his fury undiminished. He recognized it. The very device that had caused him and his mother to fall from the sky, nearly costing them their lives. With a sweeping tail, he shattered the remnants into dust. Daenerys leaped from Drogon's back and hurried toward him. There, embedded in his chest, the thick bolt remained, dark blood oozing from the wound. Her heart ached as she trembled, reaching out to extract the half-buried arrowhead. "Do not fear, Mother is here," she whispered softly, tears cascading down her cheeks. "We have won, we are still alive." Drogon let out a low rumble, resting his head gently against her shoulder, his molten eyes slowly closing, breathing heavy yet resolute. In the sky, Rhaegal and Viserion continued to circle, dragon fire sweeping over the remnants of the enemy, illuminating the scorched earth. Jaime Lannister, mounted upon his steed, gazed from afar at the dragon queen standing like a deity amidst the flames, with her black dragon Drogon coiled beside her. The night wind carried the acrid smoke across the fields, the warhorse restless beneath him, yet he gripped his spear tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. "This may be my last chance to slay her," he silently mused, "if only her three-headed dragon remains oblivious." The thought ignited within him, spreading like a wildfire. Impossible to suppress. He spurred his steed, the warhorse whinnied, launching forth like an arrow released from its bow. Armed with a lance, clad in armor, he charged headlong into the searing gusts and the thunderous roars of the dragon, unflinchingly advancing towards the engulfing shadow of darkness. Akin to the most tragic night from a bard's tale, racing towards the final chapter of fate. On a distant cliff, Tyrion Lannister hunched over, his wine flask long emptied. Yet his eyes blazed with fear and supplication. He watched the familiar figure gallop through the flames, his throat constricting, and at last, he bellowed, "Run. You fool, flee. You imbecile." But his voice was drowned out by the dragon's roar and the inferno. He beheld Jaime drawing closer, observed Daenerys, standing beside the black dragon Drogon, turn in astonishment, and saw Drogon suddenly twist his head, his neck swelling as crimson flames surged forth like molten lava, ready to erupt. Tyrion shut his eyes, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, only a fool would attempt to save me, the bastard of House Lannister. Just then, a shadow darted in like a cheetah from the side. It was Podrick. He rode as if propelled by the wind, nearly grazing the edge of the flames as he approached Jaime, then leapt from his mount, colliding with Jaime and sending him crashing to the ground. The two tumbled into the icy Blackwater River, and in an instant, the flames surged behind them like a monstrous wave, incinerating the space they had just occupied. The river's depths swallowed them whole. Darkness, coldness, suffocation, time seemed to freeze. After an indeterminate period, the silence shattered with heavy gasps. Whoosh, whoosh. Podrick and Jaime struggled to the surface, gulping air like two dying fish. They exerted every ounce of strength to swim towards the opposite bank, collapsing on the muddy shore, drenched, armor weighing them down, their lungs ablaze. "Thank you for that." Jaime lay on his back, his voice hoarse as he coughed up river water. "I won't let you die until you've paid my fee," Podrick replied coldly, his tone as unyielding as a hammer striking stone. Podrick spat, wiping the mud from his face, panting as he cursed. "You really dared to charge in, Jaime Lannister? Do you truly believe yourself a legendary hero? Do you think that galloping forth on horseback will pierce the dragon with your wretched spear?" Jaime offered no reply. He gazed at the burning battlefield across the river. The dragon's silhouette spiraling in the flames, Daenerys' figure gradually fading. Suddenly, he laughed, a weary, desolate laugh, yet tinged with an indescribable sense of relief. "Perhaps," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, "but legends must be penned by someone." He closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling, his thoughts soaring beyond the flames and river. Landing upon the city he had devoted his life to protect, King's Landing. If the Dragon Queen assaults King's Landing with her 3 dragons, he mused softly, a chill lacing his words, it won't take an hour for the Red Keep to become a charred ruin. And the ministers of the small council won't even have time to draft a letter of surrender. Chapter 202. The choice. He slowly rose to a sitting position, his drenched cloak cascading down, his gaze as intricate as an abyss. "Perhaps I should return," he murmured, contemplating persuading his sister Cersei to surrender. Even the faintest glimmer of hope outweighed the prospect of total annihilation for the city. Boren cast a sidelong glance at him, a cold smirk escaping his lips. "Do you truly believe she is one to heed counsel? Do you think the nobles of King's Landing, those soldiers, would willingly prostrate themselves before a colossal dragon and plead for mercy?" James remained silent for a considerable time, finally breaking the stillness with a voice that was low yet resolute. "I know she will not listen, but she is my sister, my family. Even if she casts me out from the court, even if she despises my betrayal, I must return." He gazed into the distance, toward King's Landing, as if he could already behold the resplendent castle crumbling beneath dragon fire. "Some things, despite the knowledge of impending death, must be undertaken. Just as I charged toward that dragon moments ago," he whispered. Boren fixed his eyes upon him, suddenly devoid of laughter. He sat up slowly, placing a hand on James's shoulder, refraining from rebuke or further words. Minutes later, James and Boren fled toward the direction of King's Landing. Half an hour passed, and the battle drew to a close. The smoke still hung over the battlefield, where remnants of tattered banners and shattered spears littered the ground, mingling with cries of despair and labored breaths. Daenerys Targaryen's forces, united with the remnants of Highgarden, ultimately triumphed over Cersei's main forces in the Riverlands. The banner of victory fluttered in the wind as soldiers methodically cleared the battlefield, dragging away the dead, herding captives to open grounds, securing horses and weapons, and cataloging the spoils of war. On the plains outside Highgarden, a massive rock, resembling a small hill, stood tall, akin to an ancient altar. The black dragon Drogon lay sprawled upon it, his scales resembling obsidian cooled from molten lava, wings folded, and golden vertical pupils surveying the land below with a cold gaze. To the left of the rock, the bronze and verdant-hued Regal rested upon the ground, white smoke billowing from his nostrils. To the right, the platinum-striped Viserion lay like a beast of the snowfields, eyes sharp and poised for flight. Daenerys stood upon a slightly smaller stone platform beneath the rock, her silver hair fluttering in the wind, her crimson robe stained with dirt and blood, yet her regal demeanor remained unyielding. Her gaze, frigid as ice, surveyed the hundreds of captives gathered before her, those who had fought for the Lannisters and the Iron Throne, now clad in tattered armor and bearing ashen faces. "I present you with 3 choices." Her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the assembly, like a cold wind sweeping through a desolate forest. "First, submit to me and become my subjects. Second, heed my command and be sent to the wall to serve the Night's Watch. Third," she raised her hand slightly, pointing to the sky, "be consumed by dragon fire, reduced to ashes without a trace." Silence enveloped the crowd. Moments later, a few trembled and knelt, their foreheads touching the ground. Yet, a greater number stood resolutely, gritting their teeth, voicing a deep, defiant roar. "No, no, no." The honor of knighthood and the oaths of their houses surged within them. They were unwilling to bow to a foreign queen returning from exile. However, in response, the 3 dragons simultaneously reared their heads, unleashing a roar that shook the very heavens and earth. The might of the dragons descended like a tangible force, causing the ground to tremble. The captives' faces turned pale, and their knees buckled. Such fear is beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. Before the echo of the roar had faded, a throng of individuals collapsed to their knees, trembling as they bowed their heads. Ultimately, only a handful remained standing. Balon Tully, the Count of Riverrun, clad in battered armor, stepped forth from the crowd with a measured gait. His gaze, as unyielding as iron, fixed upon Daenerys. "You are not my queen." His voice was as cold and hard as steel. "I pledge my allegiance to the Iron Throne and the rightful ruler, not to a Targaryen exile returned from the shadows. I will not submit, nor will I march to my death at the wall." No sooner had he spoken than his son, Dickon Tully, stepped boldly forward, declaring, "If you wish to slay him, you must first slay me. Step back. Silence yourself." Balon abruptly turned, his voice sharp, though a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. "And who are you?" Daenerys inquired, her gaze resting upon the young Dickon. "Dickon Tully, son of Balon Tully." He stood resolute. Meanwhile, Tyrion Lannister approached, his tone gentle yet heavy. "Dickon, you are the heir of House Tully. The Florent family has been extinguished. I do not wish to witness another family's demise. Kneel, for only by living can you preserve your bloodline and glory." Dickon turned to his father. Balon said nothing, merely nodding slightly, his resolve as steadfast as stone. Dickon then turned back, his voice clear and unwavering. "Absolutely not." Chapter 203, Flames Engulfing. The cold god whispers. Daenerys fell into silence for a moment, raising her hand in a signal. Drogon slowly rose, his wings unfurling, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. He lowered his head, a deep crimson flame igniting in his throat, with the fiery torrent cascading down like a waterfall. Balon Tully stood firm as a tree, while Dickon gripped his father's hand tightly. Together, they were consumed by the dragon's fire, ultimately leaving behind only ashes and twisted remnants of metal. The remaining few stalwarts, already pale and weak-kneed, collapsed one after another, fervently chanting, "Long live the Queen." An hour later, all captives had either submitted or been dealt with. Daenerys integrated the available troops, reorganizing her forces. By the following dawn, the army was arrayed once more, their banners once again directed towards the western stronghold of Casterly Rock. The black dragon soared ahead, the silver-haired queen rode in the midst, and the torrent of iron and fire surged forth towards Casterly Rock. Days later, Daenerys and the forces of Highgarden stood before the gates of Casterly Rock. This grand fortress, renowned for its fortitude in the Westerlands, was not truly the bulwark upon which Cersei relied. The garrison within was sparse, and the food supplies were woefully inadequate for a prolonged siege. When the sentinels atop the watchtower beheld the tide of enemies surging on the horizon, accompanied by the three great beasts soaring in the sky, the tense atmosphere upon the walls shattered instantaneously. "Are those dragons?" "Three-headed dragons." A soldier's spear clattered to the ground. "How can we defend against dozens of men, along with 3 fire-breathing dragons? Tell me how to hold this position." Another soldier removed his helm and sat down upon the castle wall. "I never signed a contract for this. 7 copper coins a month. My life is worth more than that." The morale crumbled under the weight of fear and reality. Before the Allied forces could formally commence their assault, the gates of Casterly Rock began to creak open. The Lord of the Westland, accompanied by several officials, exited the city to surrender, presenting the keys of the city with both hands. Daenerys, mounted upon Drogon, gazed down upon the kneeling throng, her eyes ablaze with the fire of conquest. The flames of her dragons had yet to be unleashed, yet the city was already hers. Meanwhile, tidings of victory also arrived from the southern front. Lin Yifeng, alongside Yara Greyjoy, Theon Greyjoy, and the Sand Snakes from Dorne, led their forces northward, swiftly advancing to Windshire Castle. The 2 colossal dragons, Viserion and Regal, circled overhead, their wings casting shadows that blotted out the sun, while their roars caused stones to rain down from the castle walls. The defenders, already weakened and demoralized, stood little chance against the fiery onslaught from above and the fierce assault from the elite troops below. Within half a day, Windshire Castle fell. Lin Yifeng stood before the castle's main tower, surveying the newly raised banner atop the battlements, a faint smile gracing his lips. A faint attack? He chuckled softly, glancing at Yara. Since they were here, they should seize the opportunity. Windshire was a strategic stronghold, and its capture would tighten their grip on the narrow sea. Yara nodded in agreement. King's Landing is not far now. Theon, gazing at the burning battlements, murmured softly, "The winter of House Stark has not yet ended, and the storm is only just beginning." In the far north of Westeros, the ancient silence was shattered by the frigid winds. On the boundless expanse of ice and snow, the army of whites spread like a black tide, countless hollow eye sockets fixated upon a palace sculpted from millennia of glacial ice. The palace towered into the clouds, its sharp angles glistening with a bone-chilling aura, as if it were the very heart of this desolate realm. Deep within the palace, upon the frozen throne, sat the Night King, cloaked in armor forged from ancient leather and ice. Every inch of his attire resembled a frozen river of frost, a ghostly blue light flowing between the plates. His eyes were closed, resembling a slumbering ice sculpture, yet at a certain moment, they suddenly opened, revealing bottomless depths akin to a cold pool in a perpetual night, devoid of any emotion, emanating only the pure, numbing chill that freezes all. Over 30 White Walkers stood vigil beneath the throne, clad in ice armor similar to that of the Night King, silent as shadows, their loyalty as unyielding as iron. The entire hall resonated only with the whisper of the wind and snow against the icy walls. "Come, hear my call, come. Approach this place, come." A voice, not entering through the ears, but resonating deep within the Night King's consciousness, akin to a fevered dream or an insidious lure. The Night King scanned the White Walkers below. They remained unresponsive. The voice echoed solely within his mind. "Come, come, approach this place. You shall become a god. The one true god of this world." The whisper reemerged, gentle and seductive, imbued with an irresistible authority. The Night King slowly rose, his voice slicing through the air like an icy blade against stone. "Who are you? Come, come. Quickly approach this place." The whisper offered no answer, merely repeating, ebbing and flowing against his will like the tides. "Who are you?" he questioned again, his tone growing colder. "Do you not wish to become the one true god? Then follow my guidance, come." Chapter 204. Possession. This time, there was a hint of mirth in the words. As if all had been foreseen, the Night King fell silent for a moment before descending from his throne. Over 30 whites followed closely behind, and the army of the dead surged forth like a tidal wave, advancing into the depths of the north. Hours later, upon the icy plains, a colossal and eerie altar was erected from the countless bones of the dead and frigid ice, with runes faintly visible beneath the surface, reminiscent of ancient malevolent deities. Shortly after the altar's completion, the sky transformed abruptly. A thick blue beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing through the earth and illuminating the entire frigid wasteland. Within this beam, countless souls seemed to wail, as if deities whispered secrets. The beam lasted for several minutes before dissipating. In its place, a gigantic dragon skeleton appeared, so immense it was almost suffocating. Measuring 924 meters in length and 1842 meters in wingspan, it resembled a moving iceberg. Its entire form displayed a profound sapphire blue, with edges glowing faintly, as if composed of the tears of stars. The membrane of its wings resembled gossamer in a pale blue, semi-transparent, and fluttering gently in the wind, akin to flowing seawater. Its head bore sharp, defined angles, as if hewn by an axe, with 2 rows of sharp bone spines sprouting above its brow like a crown. At the forefront of its wings, immense and razor-sharp bone claws were present, seemingly capable of rending the very sky. This was unmistakably a bipedal dragon, long deceased yet still exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. Beside the dragon's remains, a long sword was embedded. The blade appeared as if sculpted from ice crystals, entirely transparent, adorned with swirling blue runes that seemed alive. "Go, reach out, awaken him." The whisper echoed again, gentle yet urgent. The Night King ascended the altar slowly, extending his deathly pale hand towards the dragon's remains. At the moment his fingertips made contact, a sudden realization struck. "Ha! You have finally fallen for it. Truly believing I would assist you, ha?" The whisper shifted abruptly, turning into thunderous laughter that reverberated within the Night King's mind. A beam of azure light surged forth like a venomous serpent, striking his forehead. In an instant, the battlefield of consciousness erupted deep within his soul. The Night King's will, as resilient as the frozen tundra, sought to freeze the invader. Yet, that foreign consciousness raged like wildfire, pressing forward with divine authority. The clash lasted but a few minutes. The blue light expanded, causing the Night King's body to tremble violently as the eerie blue of his eyes was devoured by an even deeper azure. Moments later, victory was achieved, with the foreign consciousness prevailing and consuming the Night King's true essence. The Night King's 30 whites and countless undead soldiers fell under the dominion of this new consciousness. Ha! At last, I have arrived in the realm of humans. The entity inhabiting the Night King's form laughed triumphantly, its voice no longer the cold silence of the Night King, but a resounding echo filled with majesty and madness. "I am Arthas, Caesar, the god of winter, also known as the god of death." As the words left his mouth, the Night King's visage began to transform. The ice horns that symbolized his authority as the king of the whites began to melt away, replaced by a countenance resembling that of an ordinary man. From his formerly bald crown sprouted hair as white as snow, flowing gracefully in the wind. The contours of his face gradually softened, yet exuded an air of authority. reminiscent of an ancient emperor reborn from the depths of ice. With a swift motion of his left hand, he summoned the chilling essence of the frost, and a crown-like helm forged from pure ice materialized in the air. Seizing it with determination, he placed it upon his head, where crystalline ice and intricate runes danced in a harmonious display. In an instant, a surge of icy energy enveloped him, causing countless ice crystals and fragments of the fallen blue dragon's bones to whirl about, reassembling into an unprecedented suit of armor, its foundation of ice embellished with dragon bones. The runes swirling like a divine regalia, he advanced toward the dragon's corpse, reaching out to tear away a complete blue dragon hide, draping it over his shoulders like a cloak, its edges shimmering with a blue light, as if the dragon's soul still lingered within. Approaching the crystalline longsword, its runes flared to life as if rejoicing in the return of its master. With a swift motion, he drew the sword from its sheath, its ringing echoing like the thawing of a glacier. Gently caressing the blade, he whispered, "My most loyal servant, my truest subordinate, Surios." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the dragon's corpse trembled violently. Its shattered wings unfurled slowly, the bones creaking ominously. The head lifted, and two orbs of ethereal blue flames ignited within its eye sockets, akin to the eyes of the abyss. "My noble master, Arthas Caesar," the dragon proclaimed, its voice resonating like the roar of thunder. "I shall wage war for you, bringing death and terror to this world." A cold smile crept upon Arthas Caesar's lips. He stepped closer to the dragon, touching Surios' back, where a saddle forged from bones and ice materialized out of thin air. Chapter 205, Prelude to Eternal Night. He mounted the saddle, drawing forth the crystalline longsword, its blade pointing towards the southern human kingdoms. "Let us depart," he declared loudly, his voice like a chilling wind sweeping across the land, heralding death and fear, plunging the world into eternal night and harsh winter. Surios let out a furious roar, his battered wings seemingly unimpeded in flight, flapping vigorously and sending forth cascades of snow. The colossal skeletal form ascended into the air, carrying the reborn harbinger of death southward. Behind them, the army of the undead surged like a tide, with the whites following closely, as the entire far northern realm seemed to awaken, transforming into a storm of death that would engulf the world. Eternal night was imminent. Months later, in King's Landing on the continent of Westeros, within the depths of the Red Keep's throne room, Cersei Lannister sat upon the Iron Throne. Her golden hair glimmered in the candlelight, and her gaze sliced through the air like a blade as she surveyed the kneeling envoys below. The council was underway, with various commanders and lords whispering reports on the state of the war. Upon hearing that her brother, Jaime Lannister, had failed in his assault on Highgarden, not only failing to seize gold and provisions, but also suffering heavy losses. With Casterly Rock overtaken by enemy forces and Storm's End lost due to treachery, Cersei's fingers tightened into fists, her nails digging into her palms. Her face contorted in an instant, flames of wrath igniting in her eyes. "Enough," she exclaimed, rising abruptly, her voice slicing through the silence of the hall like a frozen blade. "The meeting is adjourned. I no longer wish to hear any more worthless excuses." She cast aside her long robe and ascended the spiral staircase alone, her steps heavy as she made her way to the rooftop of the castle. The night wind howled, tousling her golden hair and black cloak, while King's Landing unfurled beneath her, its lights twinkling like stars, yet failing to illuminate the darkness within her eyes. Behind her, a familiar footfall echoed. Jaime appeared silently, still clad in armor, his expression weary and troubled. "Sister," he spoke softly, his tone laced with a rare plea, "have you considered negotiating with Daenerys? Or surrendering? At least this could spare the lives of the people of King's Landing." Cersei whirled around, a manic smile twisting her lips. "Negotiate? Surrender? Huh. No, Jaime. Do you not understand? As long as I draw breath, I still possess a chance. I will not be defeated. I shall never kneel before that madwoman who dares to call herself a queen. I will prevail, mark my words." Jaime gazed at her, anguish flickering in his eyes. "You must know you cannot win. She commands 3 great dragons, an inexhaustible army, and the support of the North. All you have left is this crumbling city and a heart that refuses to concede." "Heart?" Cersei scoffed. "The heart is the root of weakness. I have long since discarded my heart. I possess only iron, fire, and the pride of House Lannister." The two locked eyes for what felt like an eternity before Jaime slowly shook his head and turned away, his silhouette retreating into solitude. Meanwhile, far to the north in Westeros, atop the wall of absolute despair, the wind and snow howled like blades, slicing through the night. At the Night's Watch outpost, Jerry leaned languidly against the icy wall, his eyelids half closed as he stifled a yawn. "Tom, someone is approaching. Remind me," he mumbled. Tom stood amidst the swirling snow, his armor encrusted with frost, letting out a resigned sigh. Yet he remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the wall. What a fine beast of burden, he thought. Should the Lord of the North hear such words, he would surely scoff. Yet it was this very beast that had stood guard through the stormy night. An hour later, the blizzard intensified abruptly, plunging the world into chaos. Suddenly, Tom's pupils dilated as he glimpsed movement within the tempest. A bird? He squinted, the biting wind stinging his eyes to tears. Upon closer inspection, the shape was far too large. Could it be a dragon? Realization struck him with dread. The creature was deep blue, its skeletal frame exposed, wings tattered like ragged cloth, yet it soared steadily through the gale. Ethereal blue flames flickered in its hollow eye sockets. No, that was a white dragon. Tom spun around, grasping Jerry's shoulder with urgency, shaking him violently. "Jerry, wake up. The whites are coming. The whites are coming." Jerry struggled to open his eyes, waving a dismissive hand. "Huh, hearing that. I might as well say the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch himself is here for an inspection. Huh? You must at least look." Tom nearly shouted. Fine. I'll take a look," Jerry replied, turning around impatiently. In an instant, his smile froze. Before them loomed a white dragon, nearly 100 meters in length. Its wingspan vast as the sky, its body a grotesque display of exposed bones, its wings riddled with holes, gliding silently through the tempest. Jerry bowed his head and gazed down at the endless army of whites surging forth like a dark tide, their footsteps shattering the ice and snow with a chilling creak. By the heavens! Jerry's face turned pale. "Tom, quickly, sound the horn. Free blasts. Free blasts." Tom sprinted towards the horn platform. Toot, toot, toot. The 3 blasts pierced through the wind and snow, reverberating across the north. 1 blast signified the return of allies, 2 indicated an enemy assault, and 3 heralded the arrival of the undead. Chapter 206. The collapse of the ice wall and the gathering of 5 dragons not far away. Tormund awoke abruptly, his expression shifting upon hearing the horn. He dashed to the battlements and beheld the monstrous white dragon. "The Night King?" he whispered, then shook his head. "No, it is not him." He saw a figure clad in ominous black armor, wearing a fearsome crown, with a countenance as cold as death itself. The eyes of this figure betrayed no sorrow or joy, only an unwavering will for destruction. "Run! Everyone retreat! Quickly!" Tormund bellowed. The figure, Arthas, the Lord of the Undead, sat astride the dragon Seriosus, observing the chaos on the wall, and burst into laughter. "Ha! Is this the welcome I receive? Excellent. Let fear take the lead. Let despair spread. Seriosus, attack." The dragon swooped down, unleashing a torrent of deep blue dragon fire, striking the ice wall like divine retribution. The ice shattered, a chill emanating forth, as the entire wall trembled with a low groan. An hour later, a thunderous roar erupted. The ancient ice wall, which had stood for a millennium guarding the civilization and savagery of the north in Westeros, crumbled, transforming into a cloud of icy dust that obscured the sun. Tormund and the others managed to escape at the last moment, narrowly surviving. Yet, Arthas did not pursue. He merely gazed coldly towards the south, knowing that fear had already set forth. 2 months later, 40 kilometers outside King's Landing in Westeros, the earth trembled in silence. Lin Yifeng stood atop a high hill, surveying the vast battlefield before him. The allied forces had gathered here, resting for a day. Banners fluttered, swords glimmered like a thicket. The sigils of various factions from the 7 kingdoms danced in the wind. The crow ship of the Iron Islands, the spear snake banner of Dorne, the golden rose of the Reach, the flowing fish of the Riverlands, and the direwolf of the North. Once adversaries, they now stood shoulder to shoulder against a darker fate. Beside him stood the cunning advisor Tyrion Lannister, his eyes lacking their usual mockery, replaced by a weighty seriousness. The seasoned informant Varys stood quietly nearby, his gaze sharp as a needle, silently observing the expressions of those around him. Yara Greyjoy was as stern as iron, while Theon bowed his head in silence, as if still battling the shadows within. Illyria Sand and her daughters, the Sand Snakes, coiled like venomous serpents, their gazes piercing. Lady Olenna Tyrell leaned on her cane, a trace of sardonic amusement gracing her lips. Edmure Tully appeared pale, yet endeavored to straighten his back, and Sansa Stark, draped in the gray cloak of the north, gazed towards King's Landing with eyes tranquil as a deep lake in winter, devoid of hatred and fear. 5 colossal dragons lay upon the desolate expanse beyond the encampment, resembling 5 slumbering mountains, their breaths stirring the air. The black dragon, Drogon, nestled upon the ground, its form forged from obsidian, with scales edged in a dark crimson glow, as if embers coursed through its veins. Its wings, deep-sea blood-red and semi-translucent, unfurled like a battle standard pierced by the setting sun. Its head, chiseled like an axe, bore 2 rows of short, sharp spines along the brow, while sparks occasionally erupted from its nostrils, warping the surrounding air with heat. Spanning 708 meters in length and boasting a wingspan of 1,004 meters, its neck and tail comprised 70% of its form, the tail's end resembling a spear, quietly embedded in the earth like an apocalyptic lance waiting to be drawn. The bronze-green dragon, regal, lay beside it, cloaked in a deep emerald hue, with scales edged in ancient bronze, appearing from afar as the scales of an ancient armor. Its amber wings shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sun. 2 bronze crowns extended forward from its forehead, its broad jaw lined with teeth akin to obsidian daggers. It measured 568 meters in length, with a wingspan of 834 meters. Its back adorned with serrated bronze spines, and its tail fin resembling a spade, steadfast as a statue that had guarded for millennia. The white dragon, Viserion, rested atop a high knoll, its pearlescent scales reminiscent of freshly fallen snow, with horns, crowns, and claws of pale gold, its wing membranes ivory yellow, as if sculpted from moonlight and morning frost. Its body stretched 486 meters in length, and its wingspan reached 783 meters, lying in repose like a sacred tomb. The golden dragon, known as the Golden Scales, was not a creature familiar to Daenerys, but an ancient beast hatched by Lin Yifeng. Its entire being was enveloped in golden scales, edged with a molten glow, as though it had forged the midday sun into armor. Its semi-translucent wings glimmered with golden light, unfurling like a silent battle standard pierced by the sunset. The spines along its back and tail rose like those of a crocodile, undulating with each breath and gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its head was chiseled like an axe, with brow spikes resembling a thorny crown, nostrils exhaling fire that scorched the air. It measured 868 meters in length and boasted a wingspan of 1634 meters. With its neck and tail comprising 70% of its form, the tail's end resembling a blade, quietly pointing toward King's Landing. The youngest, the blood-red dragon, Viserion, coiled beside the golden scales, its entire being of vivid crimson, scales akin to molten metal, dazzling in the sunlight as if forged from lava into battle armor. Its wings were deep blood-red, unfurling like a burning twilight. Its crown, horns, and claws gleamed with a bright copper hue, and in flight, it resembled a crown wrought from flames. Its back and tail were adorned with crocodilian armor and sharp spines, producing a metallic rasp as it moved. Its total length was 38 meters, with a wingspan of 64 meters, its tail bristling with spines, fierce as a whip from the depths of hell. The 5 dragons slumbered, and silence enveloped the world. Meanwhile, within the red keep of King's Landing, news slithered like a venomous serpent into its depths. In the council chamber, Cersei Lannister sat upon the Iron Throne, her fingertips lightly drumming against the armrest. When the messenger trembled to declare that the wall had fallen and the White Walkers were advancing south, the expressions of the gathered nobles shifted dramatically. Some collapsed. Others fell silent, and many covered their faces, as fear spread like a plague. Only Cersei exhibited a fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible ecstasy in her eyes. She had awaited this moment, not for redemption, but for opportunity. Once the council adjourned, she ascended alone to the rooftop of the Red Keep. Gazing down upon the city she had guarded with cunning and blood, now appearing in the twilight like a slumbering behemoth. Jaime Lannister approached swiftly, his voice laden with fatigue and the last vestiges of hope. "You are already aware," he stated. Chapter 207, The Crown and the Frost. The entirety of King's Landing seemed to be privy to this knowledge. Cersei interrupted him, her tone unervingly calm. "The White Walkers have invaded. The wall has fallen." She paused, a slight smile gracing her lips. "It is time for you to negotiate with Daenerys, is it not?" She hesitated, her lips curling into a smirk. "Sister, this is no longer a battle between us and Daenerys." "Indeed," Cersei replied slowly, "it is not." Jaime felt a weight lift from his heart, as if a burden had been released. Yet, in the next breath, she whispered, "Let her and the White Walkers engage in mutual destruction, and we shall reap the benefits." Jaime stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He finally comprehended that, regardless of the rivers of blood or the rise of the undead, Cersei had never intended to relinquish the Iron Throne. She was not saving the realm. She was biding her time, waiting for her enemies to consume one another, anticipating her ultimate victory at minimal cost. "You cannot sway me, Jaime," she said, gazing into the distance, the wind lifting her golden hair like a royal banner. The Iron Throne belongs solely to the Lannisters. Jaime remained silent for a long while before turning away, his silhouette forlorn like autumn leaves. As night descended, the lights of King's Landing flickered into life. 40 kilometers outside the city, deep within the dense forest, banners emblazoned with three-headed dragons, squids, golden roses, and dire wolves fluttered in the wind, their totems resounding. Campfires twinkled like stars, warhorses neighed softly, and the clinking of iron armor echoed continuously. Within the enormous command tent at the center, candlelight flickered, illuminating a multitude of grave faces. Daenerys Targaryen sat regally at the head of the table, her violet eyes blazing like flames, her dragon-scale robe accentuating her noble yet austere demeanor. Jon Snow stood beside her, his gaze profound enough to pierce the night beyond the tent. Tyrion Lannister, the imp, sat at one side, his fingers drumming on the table, his brow furrowed. Varys stood in a corner, his eyes like a web, capturing the minutest expressions of those present. Yara and Theon Greyjoy stood resolutely side by side, while Arya Stark observed coldly, her fingers unconsciously caressing her dagger. The elderly Lady Olenna Tyrell leaned on her cane, a smirk on her lips, yet lacking any hint of derision in her eyes. Sansa Stark stood a little farther away, the frost of the north having tempered her into a figure of iron resolve. The siege plan must be finalized swiftly, Tyrion began. The walls of King's Landing are formidable, and Cersei's Golden Company is fiercely loyal to her. A direct assault would incur great losses. Utilize the dragons, Yara interjected decisively. Drogon will dive down, incinerate the gates, and our forces can breach them within a day. And then what? Tyrion countered immediately. Reduce King's Landing to ashes? Allow the common folk to wail amidst the flames? The Queen desires dominion, not annihilation. Daenerys caressed the dragon scales at her fingertips, remaining silent. At that moment, the tent flaps were thrust open abruptly, and a soldier stumbled in, his armor battered, his face smeared with dirt and terror. The assembly furrowed their brows, their gazes sharp as blades. Who dares intrude upon a military council? Theon barked angrily. Only Sansa's eyes narrowed as she quietly inquired, Are you from the north? He wore the standard armor of the Night's Watch supply camp. Speak, what has transpired? The soldier, still gasping for breath, trembled as he replied, The White Walkers. They have invaded. A figure clad in armor as dark as the night, resembling a skeletal visage, rode upon an ice-blue dragon. It unleashed a haunting azure breath that obliterated the wall of absolute despair, causing the entire fortification to crumble. The north was breached, and silence enveloped the scene. The crackling of flames echoed, as if even time itself had come to a standstill. Tyrion's eyes widened in astonishment, while Varys's fingers trembled slightly. Yara gasped, and Lady Olenna paused, her cane hovering in midair. Daenerys sprang to her feet, her gaze aflame with fury. Yet Lin Yifeng remained motionless, brows furrowed, as if he were delving into a forgotten detail. He muttered almost inaudibly, This is wrong. Shouldn't the Night King be riding a dragon? A skeletal dragon? I clearly moved north to prevent Daenerys from confronting the dragon at the wall. How could this transformation happen? He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes flashing like lightning as he surveyed the group. Now, there is no time for hesitation. All eyes turned towards him. The wall had fallen. It was only a matter of time before the White Walkers descended. If we deplete our forces here against Cersei, what awaits us is not the Iron Throne, but the annihilation of all Westeros. In that moment, corpses will litter the land, and no one will reign. He paused, his voice low yet as resolute as a hammer striking the earth. Daenerys, if your dream of ruling the Seven Kingdoms and becoming the savior is to be shattered by indecision, will you accept that fate? Daenerys's pupils constricted, her fingers clenched tightly. Lin Yifeng surveyed the assembly. We are besieged on both sides. Our only path forward is to strike swiftly, seize King's Landing, consolidate our strength, and march north to confront the true enemy. Otherwise, every inch of ground we fight for today will become a graveyard for the White Walkers tomorrow. A heavy silence fell within the tent. Tyrion lowered his gaze, Varys sighed softly, and Lady Olenna slowly closed her eyes. Yara and Theon exchanged glances, each recognizing the resignation in the other's eyes. Perhaps, deep within them, the answer was already known. Yet, that answer weighed as heavily as a mountain. The dawn of King's Landing was shrouded in a thin mist, the sea breeze mingling the scents of rust and scorched earth as it swept over the walls. Beyond Blackwater Bay, the fleet lay anchored like a steel tide, warships densely packed, banners fluttering. Lin Yifeng stood at the bow of the flagship, his cloak billowing, eyes sharp and focused on the city walls. Daenerys rode atop the black dragon Drogon, flames dancing in her dragon-like gaze. Yara and Theon led the Iron Islands fleet on the left flank, the drums of war resonating. Arya commanded the Dornish longships closely behind, their spears aimed directly at the city gates. The elderly Lady Olenna sat regally in her opulent palanquin, her eyes cold and piercing, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Sansa Stark stood resolutely on the right flank of the flagship deck, draped in the gray cloak of Winterfell, her expression calm, yet as steadfast as stone. 5 colossal dragons circled the sky, Drogon's powerful wings stirring a tempest, Regal's scales glimmering like ancient bronze shields, Viserion exhaling dragon fire, and the golden-scaled Valyrian's eyes glowing red as blood, its growls reverberating through the city walls. Your Grace, the Dragon Queen, Cersei's voice pierced the morning air, her crown atop her head, clad in red robes. I believe we can have a discussion. Chapter 208. Cersei's final frenzy. What is there to discuss? Peace talks? Daenerys let out a cold laugh, her voice as frigid as ice. I present you with 2 choices. Either you surrender and bow to me, or I will command my children to reduce you and this decaying throne to ashes. Her laughter echoed ominously. Cersei tilted her head back in mirth, but her expression quickly hardened. No, no. Do you not comprehend? The army of the Night King has descended upon the north. The wall has crumbled, and death itself has arrived. If we continue to turn against one another, Westeros will surely succumb to eternal night. We must unite to confront the true enemy. Let me guess. Daenerys perched upon the back of her black dragon, Drogon, her silvery hair whipping in the sea breeze, her violet eyes narrowing slightly, her lips curling into an almost pitying smile. Is your so-called alliance against the White Walkers predicated on our journey northward, into that endless cold night? To incinerate the whites with dragon fire, and fill the cracks in the wall with the blood of warriors, while you remain cloistered in the Red Keep, reading battle reports by candlelight, waiting for us to exhaust ourselves in a clash with the undead before you emerge in your golden robes and wildfire to claim the mantle of savior of Westeros. She paused, her tone suddenly flippant. Or perhaps the Lannisters intend to lead with benevolence, volunteering to take the front lines? I would like to see who you, Cersei Baratheon, plan to send first into the snowy expanse of the north, your cupbearer of a hand, or your already decayed lion banner. Upon the city walls, Cersei's previously impassioned demeanor froze in place. She opened her mouth to retort, to chastise the barbaric queen for her insolence, but her throat felt constricted, as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her voiceless. For indeed, she had contemplated such schemes. Just the night prior, deep within the Red Keep's innermost chambers, she had convened with Qyburn, the commander of the Kingsguard, and the master of coin, huddled around a map. Their discussion had not centered on how to muster forces to march north against the enemy, but rather on how to use a dagger to strike from the shadows. They intended for Daenerys, along with her dragons, her savages, and her northern allies, to charge forth against the White Walkers, to engage them in battle. Once the dragon fire had waned, the warriors fatigued, and the tide of corpses diminished, King's Landing would then rise under the guise of hope, to seize the remnants of the conflict and reclaim dominion over the 7 kingdoms. Yet now, this meticulously woven plot had been effortlessly unveiled by Daenerys before thousands of soldiers. Laid bare in the morning light, Cersei's complexion turned a ghastly shade, her fingers gripping the stone of the wall tightly, her knuckles white. She could neither deny nor refute. The silence had become her most damning testimony. Below, the united fleet had assembled. Euron Greyjoy stood with a steady hand on his sword, his gaze steely. Sansa stood aboard the flagship of the Northern Army, her expression as cold as ice. Yara and Theon exchanged a glance, the Ironborn warriors gripping their battle axes tightly. The Dornish spearmen stood silently in formation, the fire of vengeance burning in Arya's eyes. The old rose fanned herself lightly, a smirk playing on her lips. At last, the curtain falls on this hypocritical farce. Last night's council had reached a decision. Should Cersei refuse to yield, an immediate assault on King's Landing would commence. To spare the innocent, dragons were prohibited from incinerating civilian districts, and noble quarters might be temporarily spared. However, should the enemy persist in their obstinance or employ wildfire to raze the city, mercy would be cast aside. Daenerys slowly raised her hand, and the 5 colossal dragons simultaneously lifted their heads, the mighty Drogon exhaling a rolling breath of fire, his bronze scales shimmering in the light. The white dragon Viserion unleashed a torrent of golden-orange flames laced with white cores, his golden scales glistening radiantly, while the blood-red eyes of Regal burned with intensity. Your lies are more vile than the filth of King's Landing, she declared, her voice icy yet resonant across the bay. You have never fought for the 7 kingdoms. You live solely for power. Her gaze pierced through the air, each word deliberate. Now, the choice lies with you. Surrender the city or be reduced to ashes. Your Grace. The Dragon Queen, I implore you to grant us a few days. Cersei spoke from atop the towering walls of King's Landing, her voice trembling in the wind. Outside the gates, the black dragon Drogon lay coiled upon the ground, his searing breath scorching the air. Perched upon her dragon, Daenerys, with her silver hair billowing, fixed her fierce gaze upon them. A few days? You shall have no more than 5 hours. If I receive no response within that time, I will command an assault and turn this wicked city to cinders. Cersei furrowed her brow, raising her voice. 5 hours is far too brief. Can we not have more time? The citizens within, the complexities of governance. Such matters cannot be resolved in haste. 3 hours, Daenerys declared emphatically, raising her hand. Drogon roared in fury, flames leaping skyward. Should there be any further bargaining, I shall incinerate you all this very moment. Cersei clenched her teeth, her nails digging into her palms, before finally conceding in a whisper, very well. She turned and descended the castle walls, the clanking of her armor echoing as she hastened into the depths of the Red Keep. In the dim candlelight, the Iron Throne glimmered coldly as she seated herself upon it, addressing the gathered nobles with a hoarse voice. 3 hours remain. What shall we do? Surrender? Or fight to the last? Surrender is our only path to survival. An elderly nobleman quavered. Though the wildfires are already laid throughout the city, should they ignite, not only the Dragon Queen and her dragons will perish, but we all, along with 1,000,000 souls, will be engulfed in flames. And what of it? Cersei sneered, madness igniting in her eyes. The throne that I cannot possess, neither shall another sit upon it securely. Does Daenerys wish for King's Landing? Let her and her dragons embrace their justice in the inferno. You are mad. Another noble rose abruptly. We followed you under the belief that you retained reason. Delaying is meant to negotiate for greater gains, not to drag the entire city to its doom. Indeed, we do not wish to die. Let us go. The chamber erupted in chaos among the courtiers. Enough. Cersei slammed her hand upon the armrest, her voice sharp as steel. Mountain. Chapter 209. The toll of the bell-heavy footfalls echoed from the far end of the hall. Clang, clang, clang. Gregor Clegane, a moving mountain of iron, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive sword, entered with a silent cadre of soldiers. His expression was devoid of emotion, his eyes hollow, yet emanated a suffocating aura of death. What do you intend? The nobles recoiled in terror. What do I intend? Cersei rose, her voice as cold as iron. To silence you, once and for all. At that moment, a synchronized march resonated from outside the hall. Sister, you know victory is beyond your grasp. Jaime Lannister, clad in armor and wielding a longsword, led a coalition of dozens of golden-robed soldiers alongside the Lannister army and the mercenaries of the Golden Company, surging through a side entrance to swiftly seal off all exits. Cersei, startled, turned sharply, her pupils constricting. Are you betraying me? No, Jaime approached slowly, his eyes heavy with fatigue and sorrow. I do not betray you. I am here to save King's Landing, and in doing so, to save you. Save me? Cersei scoffed bitterly. I do not need your pity. The Mountain, kill him. With a low growl, the Mountain raised his colossal sword, swinging it down upon Jaime with the force of a collapsing mountain. Instead of retreating, Jaime advanced, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do it. Suddenly, a volley of crossbow bolts was unleashed, steel-tipped arrows raining down upon the Mountain like a torrential storm. His heavy armor shattered, blood erupted forth as Gregor Clegane staggered back, ultimately collapsing to the ground like a fallen iron tower, lifeless and silent. The hall fell into an eerie stillness. Cersei gazed at her brother, her lips trembling, and she gradually descended from the Iron Throne, sinking to the floor, her voice a whisper in the wind. Do what you will. Jaime stepped closer, gently stating, Sister, I will not kill you. I will only imprison you, allowing you to witness the world you once sought to destroy. He turned to the gathered lords, his voice resolute. Prepare for surrender. Raise the white flag and open the city gates. We must not keep the Dragon Queen waiting. 2 hours passed, the sun blazing overhead, the air thick with heat, war drums echoing, and bowstrings taut. With less than a quarter of an hour remaining before her ultimatum expired, Drogon, lying on the ground, was ablaze with heat, crimson flames flickering from his throat, as if he were poised to take flight and incinerate everything in his path. Daenerys clutched the reins tightly, her heart racing like a war drum, the flames of vengeance burning fiercely in her eyes. The Iron Throne rightfully belonged to her, and King's Landing must yield. Her army stood ready for the assault. Daenerys Targaryen, atop the black dragon Drogon, spoke with a voice both cold and resolute, her words echoing through the ranks. However, as the third hour approached, and she was about to issue the command for a full-scale attack, a deep, resonant tolling of bells rang out from the tower atop the Red Keep, reverberating through the clouds and throughout the city. The sound was ancient and solemn, only heard during the transition of dynasties, the death of monarchs, or significant state matters. The citizens of King's Landing halted in their tracks, gazing skyward, the streets falling silent, unaware of the impending shift in their fates. Daenerys' hand froze midair. As she looked towards the source of the bell tolls, her fury began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of relief. She exhaled deeply and murmured, "May the gods grant that the city need not burn." She harbored no desire to unleash dragon fire upon innocents. Her aim was to dismantle tyranny and liberate the oppressed, not to become yet another tyrant ruling through fire and blood. Drogon, sensing her resolve, lowered his body. Folding his wings, the flames within him gradually subsiding. Soon, a white flag was raised atop the walls of King's Landing, fluttering in the wind like snow. The heavy iron gates creaked open, the chains groaning as they slowly parted. Jaime Lannister, clad in tattered golden armor, his shoulders stained with blood, trudged heavily through the city gates. Behind him trailed the remnants of the gold-cloaked army, Lannister infantry and noble soldiers from within the city. Their numbers barely a third of what they once were. They filed out in formation, standing in neat rows along the sides of the road, carefully unloading their weapons and laying them upon the dust. Jaime advanced slowly alongside several nobles, stopping mere meters from the prostrate black dragon, Drogon. He knelt on one knee, raising a scroll of parchment high, his golden hair cascading down, his voice clear and steady. "Your Majesty, the capital has surrendered. To prevent further bloodshed, we offer the city in submission. Be wary of their feigned surrender," whispered Lin Yifeng, stealthily approaching Daenerys' side, his gaze scanning the depths of the city gates with utmost vigilance. "I understand. Thank you, Lin Yifeng," Daenerys replied softly, her demeanor calm, yet her guard unwavering. She dismounted from the dragon, her black gown sweeping the ground as she approached the kneeling surrenderer. Lin Yifeng followed closely, while Tyrion Lannister trailed behind, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Varys observed the surroundings with quiet scrutiny, his fingertips trembling slightly. Yara and Theon stood shoulder to shoulder, hands resting on their blades. Arya Stark watched with a cold gaze, and Lady Olenna Tyrell leaned on her cane, a slight smile playing on her lips, ambiguous in its intent. Sansa Stark stood at the rear, her expression tranquil, her gaze as frosty as the north, quietly witnessing this momentous occasion. Daenerys extended her hand, accepting the surrender scroll, slowly unfurling it. The seal of the Iron Throne was prominently displayed, with signatures from 3 of the great houses inscribed upon the parchment. She lifted her gaze towards the capital, once belonging to her father, now seized for many years. In this moment, it bowed its head to her amid the sound of bells and the sight of white flags. "King's Landing," she proclaimed, her voice soft yet resonant. "I, Daenerys Targaryen, have finally returned." The wind rustled the white flags atop the city, the tolling of bells fading into the distance, and the fires of war remained at bay. An era quietly concluded with the sound of 3 bells. In accordance with tradition, Daenerys dispatched the Unsullied into King's Landing to ascertain the sincerity of Jaime and the nobleman's surrender. Before their departure, she specifically instructed Grey Worm, "Make every effort to avoid disturbing the populace. We are here to liberate King's Landing, not to instill fear." Hours later, Grey Worm led the Unsullied through the city gates, their steps synchronized yet imbued with a somber foreboding. He removed his helmet, his expression dark, his gaze slicing through the kneeling Jaime Lannister and the row of silent nobles behind him. "Have you discerned any issues?" Daenerys, mounted on her silver steed, inquired calmly, though her inner turmoil was palpable. Stepping forward, Grey Worm's voice was low and unyielding. "Within the city, we discovered numerous cellars, sewers, and hidden compartments in the walls, where a significant quantity of wildfire has been stockpiled, Your Majesty." He paused, his gaze piercing into Jaime's face. "This wildfire was ordered to be buried by the Mad King, Aerys II Targaryen. According to the accounts of the old servants, the king's command was clear. Should King's Landing fall, ignite the fire and reduce the entire city to ashes, sparing no one, nobles, commoners, women, or children." The air seemed to freeze. A nobleman suddenly trembled as he stepped forward, his voice quivering and nearly incoherent. "Why, yes, Your Majesty. It was the Mad King's command. We were merely acting under orders, too fearful to defy. Had we known of your return, we would have reported immediately. Our loyalty is unwavering. I beseech your mercy." As he spoke, he fervently kowtowed, terrified that a moment's delay would lead to his demise by dragonfire. A sudden, light-hearted laugh echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see Lin Yifeng, standing beside Daenerys, a smirk gracing his lips, arms crossed, his demeanor a blend of mockery and serene understanding. Daenerys slowly turned her gaze towards him. Her expression bore no anger, yet a complex mix of embarrassment, shame, and anguish surfaced within her. Intertwined like a tapestry of her lineage's original sin and familial curse, an inescapable past she had long sought to sever. Her father was not the legendary king of lore, but a madman willing to incinerate countless innocents to safeguard his throne. Though she had once rallied the world under the name Targaryen, that name had also become the deepest nightmare in the hearts of King's Landing's denizens. She opened her mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. Instead, she bowed her head in silence, allowing the wind to whip her silver hair, concealing the turmoil in her eyes. A day later, the morning fog enveloped King's Landing in a chilling embrace, the winds from Blackwater Bay biting as they swept past the crumbled walls and charred alleys. Daenerys Targaryen hastily ascended the throne in the dilapidated courtyard of the Red Keep, her feet planted upon shattered marble and uncleared debris. There was no grand ceremony, no jubilant crowd, only the clinking of iron chains and the hushed whispers of guards reverberated against the desolate palace walls. The threat of the White Walkers loomed ever closer from the north, the chill of death colder than the wind, plunging all of Westeros into an unprecedented panic. Only a handful of loyal nobles and remaining knights stood in the courtyard, clad in armor and bearing shields, their expressions somber. Among them was Jorah Mormont, who had recovered from grayscale. Though traces of the affliction still marked his visage, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, standing tall and steadfast beside the Queen of Dragons. The sentinels atop the beacon tower gazed intently towards the northern horizon, ready to ignite their torches to relay warnings throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Clad in a royal cloak of deep crimson interwoven with black and gold, her silver-gold hair billowed like flames in the frigid air. Though her face was youthful, her gaze blended ancient ice with fierce fire, resolutely fixed upon the Iron Throne, forged from 1,000 shattered swords. It stood silently, its jagged edges menacing, as if awaiting the final judgment of fate. The coronation ceremony was brief, yet solemn. The High Septon, having fled south, was unable to return in time. Only a trembling monk remained to recite the ancient prayers. The words dissipated into the cold mist, yet still carried the weight of divinity. Daenerys knelt on one knee, accepting the reforged crown, a symbol of sovereignty, neither gold nor silver, but crafted from obsidian and dragonbone from dragonstone, its dark sheen shifting as if whispering the song of dragons. She rose, donned the crown, her voice resonant as a bell, piercing through the thick fog and echoing within the crumbling hall. I, Daenerys Targaryen, by the blood of the true dragon, in the name of fire and blood, vow to safeguard the Seven Kingdoms, be they living or dead, whether thrones or ashes. For as long as I draw breath, I shall battle for the people until the long night is vanquished. As her oath reverberated, no one cheered. Yet, several knights drew their swords skyward, their steel glinting in the pale morning light. A raven soared from the tower, carrying tidings northward. She approached the Iron Throne, her fingers gliding over the cold blade, before she seated herself. The throne was sharp, much like destiny itself. In the distance, the northern winds whispered of blue eyes having crossed the narrow sea, silently advancing. The long night is imminent, the queen has ascended, and the denouement of ice and fire has quietly begun. The morning sun struggled to pierce the heavy gloom of King's Landing, casting its light upon the shattered hall of the Red Keep. Daenerys Targaryen, adorned with her crown and draped in a deep purple cloak trimmed with black fur, finally occupied the Iron Throne she had long coveted in her dreams. Yet, the taste of this long-sought ambition was far less sweet than she had envisioned. She furrowed her brow slightly, a jagged edge of the blade nicking her finger, a drop of crimson blood trailing down her fingertip. Instinctively, she attempted to adjust her posture, but the cold, twisted metal jabbed harshly into her flesh. This throne was akin to a rebellious dragon, refusing to yield. She muttered under her breath, her gaze sweeping over the fearsome seats forged from the swords of countless conquerors. How had Aegon ever sat comfortably? Were the Targaryens' backs forged of iron? Suppressing her discomfort, she straightened her spine, her gaze fierce. The game of power had reached its final chapter, and she was the sovereign of this contest. Send the word, she declared, her voice chillingly resolute. The debts of the Iron Throne shall not be repaid, not a single copper coin. Those debts belong to the Lannisters, to Cersei, not to me. Daenerys Targaryen. Should anyone dare to collect, inform them my children are hungry. She lifted her gaze, surveying the solemn assembly below. Tyrion, brow furrowed. Varys, eyes flickering. Yara and Theon standing side by side. Arya Stark accompanied by the Sand Snakes. Lady Olenna Tyrell leaning on her cane, smirking coldly, and Sansa Stark, composed as ice and snow. The White Walkers had breached the wall, the army of the dead advancing southward. The scant dragon glass piled outside King's Landing was insufficient to even scratch their surface. Daenerys stood, disregarding the throne's imprint and sting. I have commanded the immediate dispatch of all miners to Dragonstone and the depths of Blackwater Bay to extract dragon glass. Every inch of land, every hill must be turned upside down. She paced down the steps, her red robes trailing like a flowing river of blood. Wildfire, she continued. Corbin has reported that the city's stock is adequate, but it is woefully insufficient against the army of the dead. I need you, Tyrion, to coordinate the efforts. Varys, your network must closely monitor every ship carrying saltpeter and sulfur. Yara, summon all the alchemists from the Iron Islands to commence large-scale production of wildfire. I want every street and alley in King's Landing buried with burning death. She halted at the center of the hall, her gaze piercingly fierce, surveying all present. Suddenly, she called out a name, and a figure clad in Eastern attire, standing silently, lifted his head. Your expertise in gunpowder may well compensate for the deficiencies of wildfire. Lin Yifeng nodded slightly, a glimmer of keen light flashing in his eyes. We are not contending with mere mortals. Daenerys' voice resonated, deep and grave, but with death itself. They fear neither pain nor the blade's edge, nor the flames, dragonfire, or dragon glass. Thus, we must exhaust every means to reduce them to ashes before they reach King's Landing. She surveyed the nobles and strategists, once belonging to divergent factions, now compelled to unite. I am aware that some among you harbor doubts about me, some fear me, and even others entertain treacherous thoughts. Her gaze lingered momentarily between Varys and Sansa. But now, with the White Walkers invading and the wall breached, if we do not unite, we shall face an eternity of endless night and death. She slowly approached the Iron Throne but did not immediately sit down, feeling the sharp blades of the throne might cut her hands and pierce her seat. From this day forth, King's Landing is under martial law. All nobles shall surrender their private armies, which will be integrated into the city guard. Food, weapons, horses, every resource shall be directly allocated by me. Those who defy this order. She raised her hand, and the roar of Drogon echoed from the distant Red Keep. Flames tracing a scarlet arc across the sky. That is my enemy. Silence enveloped the hall. The Iron Throne remained cold and menacing, yet at this moment, none dared question the will of the person seated upon it. Months later, supplies including wildfire, dragon glass weapons, massive scorpions, and trebuchets were fully prepared. Lin Yifeng had successfully crafted remarkable gunpowder bombs based on the methods from his previous life on the Blue Star Network, producing them in abundance and storing them in his satchel, ready for deployment in battle. Outside King's Landing, banners fluttered and iron hoofs clattered. Lin Yifeng, Daenerys Targaryen. The cunning advisor Tyrion Lannister, the seasoned informant Varys, Yara Greyjoy and Theon Greyjoy, Illyria Sand, the old Rose Olenna Tyrell, Sansa Stark, and other nobles and commanders from across Westeros gathered, forming an unprecedented coalition, pledging to march northward. I, Daenerys Targaryen, by the blood of the true dragon, in the name of fire and blood, vow to protect the Seven Kingdoms. Daenerys stood upon her warhorse, her silver hair billowing in the wind, her violet eyes ablaze with unwavering determination, proclaiming for both the living and the dead, for the throne or the ashes. As long as I breathe, I shall fight for the people until the long night ends. The entire army shall set forth. Our target, the North, for the living, for humanity. The crowd roared in unison, the battle cry echoing to the heavens, the sound of armored boots thundering as the enormous army surged forth like a tide, officially departing towards the frigid northern winds. During the march, Lin Yifeng rode alongside Daenerys, a smile playing on his lips. Is the Iron Throne comfortable? Daenerys scoffed lightly, her brow furrowing. Not at all. That thing is nothing but blades, cutting my hands and piercing my seat. Sitting on it for too long feels like torture. Ha ha. Lin Yifeng laughed heartily, spurring his horse forward. What are you laughing at? Daenerys' cheeks flushed slightly, yet a playful glimmer danced in her eyes as she urged her steed onward. Don't run. If you have the courage, do not flee. The two of them, at the forefront of the group, chased each other with exuberance, their steeds galloping like the wind, their laughter echoing through the frigid air of the north. Once a queen, and now a mysterious foreigner, they revealed a rare lightness and warmth amidst the perilous expedition where life and death hung in the balance. Behind them loomed the vast coalition, the last hope of humanity, racing toward the impending long night battle that would determine the fate of the world. Months later, at Winterfell. Attack! Archers! Catapults! Do not let them approach. A knight atop the towering walls of Winterfell roared, his voice piercing the cold air. Beneath the darkened sky, the horde of wights surged like a relentless tide, their withered forms marching with a deathly cadence, crushing the remnants of snow beneath their feet as they charged toward the walls. In an instant, a volley of arrows was unleashed. Countless dragonstone arrows streaked through the night sky like cold stars, imbued with lethal intent as they struck the ranks of the wights. Following closely, the catapults unleashed barrels filled with flammable oil, which exploded amongst the wight formation with deafening force. Flames soared into the air, casting flickering orange light that revealed myriad twisted shadows. As the wights writhed in agony amidst the inferno, their charred flesh crackling into smoldering remains. Firestones rained down like a meteor shower, crashing into the wights and sending them reeling. One massive firestone struck a giant wight, towering at 36 meters, squarely in its abdomen, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent debris flying. The colossal creature staggered backward, its belly concaved, yet it did not fall. Instead, it emitted a low, thunderous growl, continuing its advance with a heavy tread. Chapter 212. The Dawn Before Darkness at the City of Five Dragons. Crossbows. Aim and fire. The commander on the walls raised his arm, his voice hoarse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several dragonstone arrows, as thick as spears, soared through the air with a piercing shriek, piercing the chests and heads of the giant wights. Black blood gushed forth as the cold light of dragonstone unleashed its destructive force within the wights. After a few deep, resonant roars, the once mighty giants finally fell to their knees, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of snow dust. Yet, the horde of wights did not relent. The remaining wights, led by an ice-white guardian clad in armor woven from ice and dark skin, pressed on. The guardian wielded an ice blade that shimmered with an eerie blue light, its eyes a deep blue like the darkest night, pupils as black as a void, freezing the air with each step it took. Below, Jon Snow stood at the forefront of the coalition, adorned in heavy armor of the north, gripping his Valyrian steel sword. Longclaw tightly. The blade seemed to emit a faint crimson glow, as if coursing with ancient wrath. Steady yourselves. Obey my command. Prepare. He raised his sword high, his voice resolute as the north wind. Kill. The horns blared, and the war drums thundered. The northern coalition surged forth like a flood unleashed, charging into the ranks of the white army. Dragonstone daggers, spears, and battle axes wove a web of death through the cold night. The wights were decapitated, cleaved, and impaled. Yet they felt no pain, continuing to claw and bite until their bodies were utterly shattered. A spectral white walker guardian locked onto Jon Snow, suddenly appearing like a wraith. Its icy blade raised high, exuding the chilling aura of frozen souls, and struck down with ferocity. The clash of steel erupted, sparks flying as Jon Snow exerted strength in his arms, forcefully deflecting the lethal blow with his long claws. The guardian's eyes widened in disbelief. Its azure gaze flickered with astonishment as its ice blade failed to sever the sword of this mortal. With a steely gaze, Jon Snow pivoted, leveraging the momentum to deliver a sweeping strike. The sword gleamed like lightning. His claws swept across the guardian's neck, and in an instant, a piercing cold light erupted from within the body, which then detonated violently, shattering into countless crystalline shards that scattered into the wind, leaving no trace behind. The battle raged for several hours, with corpses littering the ground, blood staining the white snow. At last, the final corpse of a wight shattered and collapsed beneath the dragonglass spear. On the battlefield, only the crackling of lingering flames and the low moans of the wounded remained. Jon Snow stood amidst the remains, his armor stained with blood, his breaths heavy. He gazed upward towards the gradually brightening horizon. A fissure opened in the dark clouds, and faint light cascaded upon the battered walls of Winterfell. They had held their ground this time. Yet Jon knew this was merely the beginning. Winter had arrived, and the true war was just commencing. Beneath Winterfell, the frigid winds swirled with ashes over the charred earth. The soldiers of the north worked in silence, dragging the mangled remains of the wights to a massive pyre, while on the other side lay their fallen comrades, solemnly arranged, prepared for a funeral pyre. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning and the weight of sorrow. Lord Snow, a young northern soldier, paused in his labors, wiping the soot from his face, his voice tinged with uncontainable anxiety. Will the Dragon Queen truly come to our aid? How much longer can we hold out? Jon Snow stood before the gates, his gaze sweeping across the blood-soaked battlefield. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the balance of hope against reality, before turning to the soldier with unwavering resolve in his eyes. She will come. Daenerys Targaryen will arrive. She comes with her dragons and her army. And together we shall put an end to this war once and for all. He looked up towards the northern sky, where the dark clouds loomed low, as if the shadows of eternal night had yet to disperse. What he did not voice was the doubt that lingered in his heart. Though the Night King had been vanquished, what darkness lay hidden beneath the icy expanse that they had yet to uncover? Hours later, the flames extinguished, and the ashes were whisked away by the wind. The earth returned to a profound silence, with only the night's watch horn echoing intermittently along the walls. The following morning, as dawn broke, a guard atop Winterfell's walls rubbed his eyes and suddenly raised a hand towards the distant sky. Look, what is that? The others followed the direction of his finger, and there, on the horizon, 5 diminutive black dots pierced through the morning mist, racing towards Winterfell. Those aren't T-birds, another soldier exclaimed in astonishment. As time passed, the dots rapidly enlarged, casting enormous shadows upon the ground, accompanied by increasingly distinct roars, ancient echoes proclaiming fire and might. Dragons. 5 dragons. The Dragon Queen has arrived. The voice of the guard trembled with excitement, and the entire Winterfell erupted in fervor. Moments later, 5 colossal dragons, golden-scaled. The red dragon Varillion, the black dragon Drogon, the bronze-green dragon Regal, and the white dragon Viserion, tore through the sky, their wings casting shadows over the city as they descended slowly onto the snowy expanse outside Winterfell. The fierce wind whipped the battle flags, and even the icy breath of the north seemed to shudder in response. Dragon fire roiled deep within their throats, illuminating the last vestiges of twilight on the horizon. Daenerys Targaryen caressed Drogon's spine, and the black dragon bowed down as she leapt from its back, her cloak billowing in the wind. Meanwhile, Jon Snow descended from the broad back of the golden-scaled dragon, which let out a low growl, its golden-red scales glistening like molten gold in the fading sun. He stood beside Daenerys, his gaze sweeping across the solitary figure before the city gates. Jon Snow strode forth from Winterfell, wrapped in a fur cloak, the blood of the dire wolf burning in his eyes. He regarded the 5 mythical beasts before him, as well as the coalition of foreign warriors, noble houses of Westeros, and the Unsullied behind him, and softly inquired, "Have we arrived too late?" "No," Jon replied, shaking his head, his voice deep yet resolute. "You have come at precisely the right moment." As the wind rose, the Stark's banner of the dire wolf intertwined and fluttered with the Targaryens' 3-headed dragon's standard in the cold breeze. The harsh winter of the north had not yet relented, snow blanketing the earth, but the spark of hope was reignited with the arrival of the 5 dragons. Within the city, lights blazed brightly. Jon commanded the categorization and transportation of dragon glass, wildfire, and black powder bombs to the armory and vital points along the walls. The forge blazed throughout the night, the clanging of metal resonating in the air as dragon glass was forged into arrowheads, spear tips, and short blades, each inch crafted to pierce the White Walkers. It was not until the following morning that the preparations for war were deemed complete. Chapter 2:13. The Red Priestess's Decree in the afternoon. A solitary figure approached from the south, hooves crunching on the snow, clad in a blood-red robe. It was a woman, her crimson hair and exotic features exuding an aura of mystique, her piercing eyes ablaze, draped in the scarlet robe of a follower of the Lord of Light. Her gaze fierce beneath the hood. A soldier of the north stepped forward to block her path. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" "I come in the name of my lord, the Lord of Light, R'hllor, to guide you in vanquishing the White Walkers, defeating death, and ending the long night." Her voice, though not loud, resonated like the tolling of a bell across the snowy landscape. The soldier stood transfixed for a moment before respectfully replying, "Please wait. I shall summon Jon Snow." Several minutes later, Jon, along with Lyanna Mormont and Daenerys, approached her side by side. Daenerys, hand resting on the hilt of her dragonbone sword, gazed at the woman with caution, recalling the losses she had suffered due to misplaced faith in divine will. Jon furrowed his brow and remarked, "I hope your so-called Lord of Light offers us better means to combat the White Walkers rather than mock us." Lyanna, however, merely smiled faintly, her eyes deeply scrutinizing the red-robed sorceress, as if she had anticipated her arrival. She gently caressed the jade pendant at her waist, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. The woman appeared strikingly beautiful, adorned in her crimson robe, her features painterly. Yet Lyanna understood that this was merely an illusion. Beneath it lay a visage twisted by time and sorcery. Only the magical necklace around her neck, glowing with ethereal light, maintained her current appearance. He remained outwardly composed, yet within, he comprehended. Her appearance today was far from a mere reunion with Jon Snow. The Red Priestess Melisandre, however, did not cast her gaze upon them, but instead fixed her eyes upon Lin Yifeng, slowly proclaiming, "You are Lin Yifeng. You may call me Melisandre. I have come at the behest of the Lord of Light to guide you in vanquishing the others and to bring an end to the long night." Vanquishing the others and ending the long night? Lin Yifeng repeated softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. The words were pleasing to the ear. Melisandre raised her hand. Her fingertip pointed directly at Lin Yifeng's brow, murmuring ancient incantations. In an instant, a vision struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. He beheld the Night King standing upon the frozen throne of the far north, whispers echoing in his ears like ancient reverberations. The voice did not belong to mortals, but emanated from the darkness predating the birth of the world. The Night King's eyes rolled back, a surge of blue light engulfing him, his form reshaping, his visage eerily reminiscent of a long-fallen monarch. Then, a colossal ice-blue shadow ascended from the land of eternal winter. It was the resurrected remains of an ancient dragon, its wings casting shadows over the heavens, its breath freezing the stars. Ultimately, the wall crumbled under the roar of the ice dragon, and the army of the others surged into the seven kingdoms like a tide. As the vision dissipated, Lin Yifeng was drenched in cold sweat, his breath heavy. He finally grasped that the Night King was not merely the king of the others, but had been usurped and reborn by a force far older and darker. "This is not war," he murmured. "This is resurrection." The wind grew colder. In Winterfell, the war drums would soon sound. The long night had arrived, and the true enemy had just begun to awaken. "Now I understand," he whispered to himself. No wonder this so-called Night King could breach the defenses of the wall with the dragons. His gaze sharpened, and he realized that the Night King's ability to revive and control the undead dragons was not derived from the laws of this world. That power originated from beyond, existing on the threshold of life and death. Only a being equally transcendent could hope to contend with it. If darkness stemmed from extreme cold and death, then perhaps the only means of opposing it could be fire and light. Lin Yifeng turned to Jon Snow and said, "Go, summon Melisandre to Winterfell. If anyone can unveil the truth behind the long night, it must be her." Jon Snow said little and immediately set forth. Soon after, a figure clad in scarlet stepped through the snow. Melisandre, draped in a deep crimson robe, her fiery skirt sweeping across the snow, seemed to bring warmth back to the frozen citadel. She entered the hall of discussion, the flames dancing, casting flickering light upon the massive sigil of House Stark. Resembling a dire wolf in the ice, the interplay of light and shadow whispering the millennia-old fate of the Stark family. The three sat in a circle, silence enveloping them save for the crackling of the fire. 8,000 years ago, Melisandre began slowly, her voice resonating like an echo from antiquity. "You refer to that calamity as the Long Night. At that time, the children of the forest waged relentless war against the first men. In a bid to halt humanity's expansion, they inscribed the oldest magic upon a piece of obsidian, what you call a dragon glass, and pierced the heart of a human prisoner, transforming him into the first of the others." She paused for a moment, firelight dancing in her eyes. That was the weapon they sought to create, a perfect slayer. Yet, they overestimated their control. Upon the awakening of the Night King, he was no longer under the control of his conjurer. Instead, he began to propagate himself, transforming innocence into his thralls with his ice-blue gaze. Thus, the army of the undead swept across Westeros, heralding the arrival of the long night. Lin Yifeng inquired softly, "So, was the Night King once immortal?" "Yes, and yet." "No," she shook her head. "He was initially a man, but has been utterly remade. His existence is a fusion of magic, resentment, and ice. And now, he commands the dead dragons, tearing asunder the heavens, his power far surpassing what it once was." Melisandre then asked, "Can dragonglass still harm him?" "It remains effective against ordinary whites and White Walker guardians," Jon Snow replied solemnly. "My Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, has also slain White Walkers. Yet, I am uncertain about the Night King." Melisandre's eyes gleamed with interest. "May I behold your sword?" After a moment's hesitation, Jon unbuckled Longclaw and offered it with both hands. Melisandre accepted it, closing her eyes in concentration, her fingertips caressing the blade. She whispered softly, as if conversing with an unseen force. After a long moment, she opened her eyes, flames igniting within their depths. Valyrian steel is, after all, a creation of fire and magic. The ancient smiths of Valyria may not have comprehended what they truly awakened, yet their forging techniques inadvertently infused the blade with the power to combat darkness. This sword was inherently destined to oppose the White Walkers. Chapter 214. The long night approaches. The blade illuminated, she gazed up at Jon. If you permit, I shall beseech the Lightbringer, Lawler, for a blessing, that this sword may bear the power of the sacred flame, becoming the blade that pierces the long night. Jon remained silent for a moment before nodding in assent. Shortly thereafter, a makeshift altar was erected in the central courtyard of Winterfell. Flames roared to life as the red-robed sorceress stood at the center, raising Longclaw toward the heavens. "O my lord, great Lightbringer, Lawler, darkness has descended, the long night returns. I beseech you to heed the prayers of your servant, to infuse this sword with your flame, granting it the power to slay the king of the White Walkers. Let the light pierce the eternal night. Let hope be rekindled among men." Her voice echoed in the cold wind, akin to a prayer, yet reminiscent of a battle hymn. Suddenly, the sky split open, and a blinding beam of white light cascaded down from the clouds, striking the altar's center where Longclaw rested. The blade thrummed and vibrated, as if responding to a divine oracle. Fiery runes spread from the hilt to the tip of the sword, tracing ancient and mysterious patterns, like a burning prophecy. As the radiance faded, Melisandre stumbled back, her complexion pale as snow, yet she maintained a fragile smile. "Go, take it." Jon strode forward, grasping Longclaw. In that instant, a searing power surged through his arm, as if flames coursed through his veins. The blade trembled, alive in his grip, the newly inscribed fiery runes faintly glowing, as if yearning for the blood of foes. "Can this truly slay the Night King?" he murmured. Melisandre gasped, her voice faint yet resolute. "Perhaps it cannot end him, but it can wound him, enough to create an opportunity for you. True victory lies not in the weapon, but in the heart of the one who wields it." Jon gripped Longclaw tightly, his gaze resolute as iron. Moments later, the strategic meeting reconvened, the firelight illuminating every steadfast face. In the stronghold of Winterfell, Lin Yifeng spoke solemnly. "With the dragon's flame as our beacon and a wall of fire to seal off all sides, we shall lure the Night King into the city, cutting off his retreat. Jon Snow will lead the charge with the sacred sword, while Daenerys commands her dragon from above, and Bran will serve as bait." Drawing his attention from the godswood, "We do not merely defend," Jon declared, rising with Longclaw in hand, the fiery patterns glowing faintly in the flickering light. "We aim to end the long night." A hushed reverence enveloped the assembly as they rose in unison to affirm his resolve. The wind and snow continued their relentless assault. Yet the heartbeat of Winterfell pulsed like the drums of war. A decisive battle for the survival of humanity was quietly commencing. The night sky, as dark as ink, pressed heavily upon the earth, while the bitter winds of winter howled across the plains, stirring up fine flakes of snow. Winterfell loomed in the distance, its walls adorned with flickering flames that resembled fallen stars, illuminating the tense faces of the defenders and the trembling weapons they wielded. On the battlements, archers stood ready, crossbows drawn, and the lever of the trebuchet rose like the spine of a colossal beast in the darkness. All held their breath, eyes fixed upon the northern expanse, a land consumed by death and eternal night. Atop the mountain, 5 colossal dragons crouched among the rocks, their breath condensing into white mist in the frigid night. Exhaling slowly like a volcano, Lin Yifeng stood at the cliff's edge, his black cloak billowing, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing the veil of night. Daenerys rode upon Drogon, her silver hair dancing in the wind, and in her violet eyes burned an unyielding fire. Jon Snow, gripping Longclaw tightly, stood beside her, his demeanor calm, though unable to conceal the tremor within. "They are coming," he whispered. No sooner had the words left his lips than the horizon to the far north began to stir. Initially imperceptible, tiny black dots emerged, swiftly multiplying like a tide. The army of the dead advanced, an endless sea of decay surging forth from the land of eternal winter. They moved with stiffened gait, blue flames flickering in their hollow eye sockets, layered upon one another, a veritable ocean of walking graves. They halted just beyond the range of arrows, silent yet more terrifying than a stampede of 1,000 horses. Suddenly, the sky split apart, with a thunderous roar that shattered the night. A dragon soared from the depths of the undead horde, no longer of the living. Measuring 924 meters in length and boasting a wingspan of 1842 meters. Its body was a gruesome tapestry of rotting flesh, shattered bones, and eternal ice. Its wings, torn and tattered, scattered shards of ice and putrid blood with every flap. And deep within its eyes burned twin blue flames of spirit, illuminating the entire battlefield. This was the long-fallen blue dragon, Celerios, now resurrected as a wraith, serving as a steed of death. The dragon descended slowly before the countless undead, its feet striking the ground with a resonating crash, sending ice crystals flying and causing the earth to tremble. From its saddle, a figure dismounted. Arthas Menethil, clad in armor as dark as the night itself, with twisted dragon bones adorning his shoulders and a cape woven from the hair of countless dead billowing silently in the wind, he appeared as a figure of cold resolve. His face was stern, and his eyes, like the depths of an arctic abyss, seemed capable of freezing souls. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a wave of cold spread forth. Ice crystals rose from the ground, layer upon layer, as skeletal remains materialized from the void, assembling into a throne forged from the bones of the deceased and eternally frozen ice, glimmering ominously under the moonlight, slowly solidifying. Arthas sat down with an imposing presence, resting his chin on his left hand, a trace of sardonic amusement playing at the corners of his lips. He waved his hand, and immediately, a blue-skinned wight emerged from the ranks of his undead army, its eyes like ice, brandishing a spear of frost, swiftly approaching the throne, bowing deeply. Its voice as cold as a winter gale sweeping across metal. "My lord commands." Arthas chuckled lightly, his voice deep yet distinctly resonant, as if echoing within the hearts of all present. "Convey my message." The wight hesitated, a flicker of confusion crossing its icy gaze. "Inform those ants that I, Arthas Caesar, grant them one final grace." Rising to his feet, he gazed down upon the distant coalition, his laughter booming like thunder, reverberating through the night sky. "Ha! Do you not comprehend? Go, relay my intentions to those deluded creatures who believe they can withstand death." The wight uttered no further words, turning swiftly and racing like a blue shadow across the snowfield, halting 100 paces before the coalition. It raised its head high, its cold, rasping voice sweeping across the land. "Arthas Caesar commands. Ants, if any among you can assume leadership, step forth and respond. Otherwise, when the tide of the dead engulfs Winterfell, do not blame my lord for withholding his final mercy." Chapter 2:15. The dragon acknowledges the blood of kings, unyielding before the cold Jon Snow. "Would you care to accompany me for a closer look?" Upon a peak not far from Winterfell, Lin Yifeng, having heard the wight's proclamation echoing around the castle, turned to Jon Snow. Jon pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting to Daenerys, the meaning of his look unmistakable. "May I borrow your dragon?" Daenerys regarded him for a brief moment before raising her hand to point at the white dragon Viserion, perched upon the rocky platform. "You may use him, but you must ensure my child's safety. Whether he allows you to ride is beyond my concern." Jon said nothing more, simply nodding solemnly. He approached Viserion with measured steps, each footfall resonating with the rhythm of fate. He extended his hand, cautiously touching the massive, frigid head of the dragon. Its scales glimmered like intricately carved ivory, reflecting the moonlight. All held their breath in anticipation. However, a remarkable scene unfolded. Viserion did not roar, nor did he retreat, exhibiting no hostility whatsoever. Instead, he gradually lowered his head, as if yielding to the bloodline of a true king, allowing Jon's hand to caress his brow and the base of his horns. Then, he lowered his body, his broad back aligning parallel to the ground, clearly inviting Jon to mount. Daenerys' pupils contracted as she whispered, "This is impossible. Dragons do not easily recognize anyone outside the Targaryen lineage as their master." Yet Lin Yifeng understood. He regarded Jon's silhouette, silently acknowledging, for he was indeed the rightful heir of the blood of dragons, the last bastion of the Targaryen lineage, the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. Ultimately, the dragon recognizes its true king. "It is sufficient, let us depart." Jon turned back, his voice calm, yet imbued with unwavering strength. Lin Yifeng no longer hesitated. He leaped, gracefully ascending the back of the golden-scaled dragon. The dragon, known as Golden Scale, measured an impressive 70 meters in length, with a wingspan reaching 140 meters. Its golden scales, layered like molten gold forged into battle armor, shimmered magnificently under the dying rays of the sun. The wings, semi-transparent, unfurled silently in the wind like banners drenched in flames. The raised spines along its back resembled a regal crown, glinting with metallic luster as it breathed. Its head was akin to a battle axe, with sharp, bony spikes protruding from the brow and sporadic sparks emanating from its nostrils, scorching the air into ripples. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the mountain peak, as Golden Scale soared into the sky, stirring up clouds of snow and dust. Following closely, Jon Snow rode the white dragon Viserion into the air. Viserion, measuring over 43 meters in length with a nearly 86-meter wingspan, was adorned in pearlescent scales, with its crown of horns and sharp claws reflecting a subtle golden hue. The wing membranes, reminiscent of aged ivory, glowed with a warm yet piercing radiance as they caught the light. Together, man and dragon trailed after Golden Scale, slicing through the heavens towards Winterfell. As Lin Yifeng sat atop Golden Scale, he glanced back to see Jon Snow riding Viserion, breaking through the sky. A thought crossed his mind. Viserion, in the original tale, had met a grim fate, impaled by the Night King's icy spear. What fate now awaited the white dragon? Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on such matters. Moments later, Golden Scale unfurled its wings, its claws lightly touching the ground as it landed gracefully amidst a cloud of dust. Viserion followed closely, its snowy scales glistening in the muted light of the north. The two colossal dragons descended outside Winterfell, before the united front of northern and Westerosi nobles, their imposing presence rendering the soldiers breathless with awe. Before them stood a lone White Walker, its crystalline eyes reflecting cold light, exuding an aura of chilling stillness that sharply contrasted with the vibrant life of the allied forces. Here, we should have the authority, Lin Yifeng asserted. Stepping down from the dragon's back, gesturing towards himself and Jon Snow, his tone calm yet assertive. After a brief pause, he continued, "Now, enlighten us about your master's so-called doctrine. By the way, what is your master's name?" "A rather convoluted one, if I recall correctly. Yes, Arthas Menethil. That's it. You dare utter my master's name so casually and with such disdain." The White Walker's voice was like shattering ice, its coldness intensifying as frost spread swiftly across the ground. "My master is the ruler of death and frost, the true heir to the Dark Throne, His Majesty Arthas Menethil. How dare a mere mortal mock such a name?" Lin Yifeng let out a cold laugh, brushing off his sleeves, unfazed as he stepped forward. "A name may carry weight, but it ultimately depends on whether one can claim that throne. Will you speak, or shall we depart, leaving your army to be reduced to ash?" Jon Snow stood silently beside Viserion, his hand resting on the Valyrian steel sword Longclaw, his gaze fixed with steely resolve upon the White Walker, as if bracing for an impending storm. The eerie guardian of the undead, having steadied his resolve and suppressed the surging fury within, allowed a chilling smile to surface upon his pallid visage. "My master commands that if you renounce your foolish devotion to the old gods and embrace the deities of winter and death, His Majesty, Arthas Menethil, you may thrive under his reign and secure your existence. Otherwise, you shall be ensnared in eternal cold, your bones forming mountains." A resounding laughter erupted from Lin Yifeng, piercing the frigid air like the edge of a blade, causing snowflakes to tremble and fall. "Change my faith. The beliefs of others concern me not, but your so-called deity? I, Lin Yifeng, place no faith in gods, nor shall I kneel before the dead." His laughter echoed as a fierce battle spirit ignited within his eyes. A life of comfort, survival, and that so-called grace? Bah, merely a jest played by the dead upon the living before the blade descends. Beside him, Jon Snow gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles widening, his voice low yet as steadfast as the northern stones. "You do not belong in this land. It is the home of the free, not a graveyard for the dead. North of the wall belongs to the living, not to your kind of lifeless beings." The undead guardian slowly raised his skeletal arm, frost gathering around him. "Then if you demand an answer." Before he could finish, Lin Yifeng swiftly executed a sword gesture, his fingertips lightly touching the air, silencing the world around them. With a whoosh, a silvery sword aura cleaved through the snowstorm. As swift as thunder, striking true. No blood was shed, only a piercing scream echoed. The guardian's left arm was severed at the shoulder, the break as smooth as glass. The pale limbs soaring into the sky, tracing an arc in the air. In mid-flight, the severed arm still bore remnants of magic, glowing with an ethereal blue light. But within moments, it lost its enchantment and fell to the ground with a thud, shattering into countless icy shards that scattered with the wind. The guardian stood frozen, a cold mist rising from his empty shoulder socket, his lifeless blue eyes fixated on Lin Yifeng, as if he wished to etch his visage into eternal night. Lin Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind him, his robes billowing, his voice as frigid as the abyss of the north. "This is my answer. You may return now." As he observed the one-armed undead retreating in haste, a frown creased his brow. He turned to Jon Snow beside him and murmured, "We should take our leave. If we linger, the army of the dead will soon descend upon us." Before he finished speaking, he leaped forth, soaring like a streak of golden light, landing gracefully upon the back of the golden dragon, which lay coiled nearby. The dragon's eyes flickered open, its wings thrummed, and it ascended into the sky, golden rays piercing through the gloomy canopy above. Snow, undeterred, hurried to the side of the white dragon, Viserion, leaping onto its back. The white dragon roared, its frosty breath surging within, and it took to the skies, its wings beating against the icy winds. Following closely behind the golden dragon toward the peaks not far from Winterfell. Before the army of the dead, the frozen throne loomed ominously. Arthas Menethil sat upon it. Silver hair cascading like a waterfall, eyes resembling cold stars. He slowly opened his eyes, the chilling will perceiving the distant message returning from the scouting undead guardian, who had returned with a severed arm. Before the guardian could kneel to report, Arthas raised his hand gently and snapped his fingers. In an instant, at the forefront of the army of the dead, over 30 figures abruptly rose. They were the spectral guardians, their long white hair dancing wildly in the frigid wind. Clad in armor forged from glacial crystals and beast hides, mounted on undead steeds, brandishing frost spears that glimmered with an eerie blue light. The foremost guardian let out a thunderous roar that echoed like shattering ice, piercing through the clouds. The remaining guardians responded in unison, their icy power reverberating through the earth. In the next moment, the legion of corpses surged forth. Like a ravenous tide breaching a dam, the army of the dead flowed towards Winterfell, the ground trembling beneath their advance, as the shadow of death enveloped the entirety of the north. The bitter cold wind blew fiercely, heralding the arrival of spring. Yet it could not disperse the chilling stillness that lingered over Winterfell. Below the city walls, the allied forces of the north and the great houses of Westeros stood resolute, their banners snapping defiantly in the wind. Behind them lay their homes, loved ones, and their last hope. Ahead, the endless army of the dead surged forth from the farthest northern wastelands, a dark tide stretching towards the horizon, seemingly without end. The sound of bones grinding together wafted through the air, sending shivers down spines. Among the throng, some trembled, others retreated, and a few weak-willed soldiers turned to flee, vanishing into the night. Yet the vast majority held fast to their weapons, standing firm with steely resolve. They understood that in this battle, retreat was not an option. The Red Woman, Melisandre, stepped forth from the ranks, flames flickering in her eyes. She approached a northern knight, gently grasping the blade of his sword. A deep, ancient prayer flowed from her lips, mysterious and resonant, like echoes from a bygone era. In an instant, the tip of the sword ignited with a crimson flame, roaring fiercely yet non-burning, as if imbued with life, spreading along the blade. The knight was momentarily taken aback, before he straightened with newfound courage. Soon, a second sword ignited. Then a third, a fourth, like sparks igniting a prairie fire. Within moments, all the swords along the battle line were ablaze, the flames coalescing into a burning galaxy spanning the earth. This fire, though not scorching, ignited the hearts of the warriors with valor. Thousands of soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, as if they aimed to tear asunder the encroaching darkness. Upon the city walls, the commander gazed into the distance. The undead surged like a black tide, dense and relentless, traversing the frozen ground and remnants of snow, silent yet deadly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fear within, and shouted his orders. Catapults, archers, fire, boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a rain of arrows shot forth from Winterfell, a deluge slicing through the night sky. The catapults roared, launching fire stones, black powder bombs, barrels filled with oil, and specially crafted containers laced with wildfire, crashing into the army of the dead like meteors. The sounds of thunderous explosions echoed, flames soaring high, illuminating the battlefield. Yet, the undead pressed on, an unyielding wave, for every row that fell. Tenfold rose to take their place. The flames could consume their flesh, yet could not halt their momentum. The colossal legion of death continued its relentless advance, as if it were an endless torrent. At that moment, atop a distant mountain peak, a figure stood amidst the snow and wind, their black hair swirling like flames in the radiant glow. Lin Yifeng surveyed the burning front line and the ceaseless tide of corpses below, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet his eyes held no trace of disdain. He turned his head to glance at Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen beside him, chuckling softly. My friends, the stage play has commenced. It is time for us to perform. Before his words had fully dissipated, he pivoted and strode toward the colossal shadow of the golden-scaled dragon, which lay poised in the snow. This magnificent beast, its scales gleaming like molten gold, emanated a fierce brilliance. Lin Yifeng mounted its back and gently patted its neck. Golden scale, awaken. Tonight, we shall bathe this night in golden light. With a low growl, Golden Scale unfurled its mighty wings, resembling the sun rising on the horizon. Lin Yifeng then roused the slumbering scarlet dragon, Verilina, who opened her eyes, her crimson flames igniting, incinerating the frost around her. Let us go. With this command, Golden Scale soared into the sky, followed closely by Verilina. Their fiery forms slicing through the firmament as they charged toward the battlefield. Soon after, the black dragon, Drogon, let out a furious roar and took to the air. With Daenerys riding upon his back, the flames swirling in her throat. The bronze dragon, Regal, flapped his wings in pursuit, and lastly, the white dragon, Viserion, ridden by Jon Snow, ascended toward the battlefield before Winterfell. Chapter 2:17. The dawn before darkness at Winterfell, the ground trembled, and the wails of the undead surged like a black tide against the castle walls. The allied forces stood arrayed upon the ice fields, their spears forming a formidable forest. The iron armor glinting ominously. The breath of death overshadowed the frigid winds of the north, as if the entire land were being dragged into the depths of the river of the dead. Yet, mere moments before the overwhelming horde of corpses collided with the human defenses, the heavens abruptly tore asunder. The first flame burst forth from the eastern horizon. Lin Yifeng stood atop Golden Scale, the magnificent dragon, measuring 90 meters in length and boasting a wingspan of 180 meters, descended like the embodiment of the sun. Its body was enveloped in golden scales, edged with a glow reminiscent of molten gold, as if the midday sun had been forged into armor. The semi-translucent membranes of its wings shimmered with golden light, unfolding like a battle banner permeated by the setting sun, fluttering silently in the wind. The spines along its back and tail rose like those of a crocodile, glistening with a metallic sheen, while the tail ended in a spear-like bony blade that sliced through the air. With a powerful dive, the dragon's head held high. Sharp, bony spikes adorned its brow like a crown of thorns, as sparks ignited from its nostrils, distorting the very air. Then, a torrent of crimson golden dragon fire cascaded forth like a celestial river, crashing down upon the forefront of the undead horde, incinerating putrid flesh and igniting bones. As clouds of black smoke billowed, reducing the undead to mere ashes. Immediately following, the clouds to the west churned under the cloak of night. Verilina plunged down from the shadows, measuring 43 meters in length with a wingspan of 86 meters, her form of vivid crimson, as if forged from molten metal, resembling a suit of battle armor. The deep, blood-red membranes of her wings unfurled like a burning sunset, while her crown, horns, and claws gleamed with a bright copper hue, reflecting a cold metallic luster in the sunlight, akin to a crown wrought from flame. The spiny ridges along her back stood tall, creating a metallic screech as they moved. With a resounding roar, a pillar of crimson fire erupted from her throat, cleaving through the undead army like celestial fire descending upon the earth, carving a burning chasm through their ranks. Piles of the undead collapsed, flames dancing upon their decaying bodies, as the black tide was forcibly severed. Just as the fires from these two dragons had yet to extinguish, 3 new columns of flame descended from the heavens, incinerating countless, seemingly endless, hordes of the undead. The blazing flames rent the sky as if divine retribution had mercilessly struck the enemy ranks. The surging fire tore through the darkness, creating gaping rifts. The whites twisted in the inferno, their anguished howls transforming into billowing black smoke. Yet they pressed on relentlessly, stepping upon the ashes of their comrades as they advanced. The earth trembled amidst the intertwining of fire and corpses, the battle growing increasingly brutal, with life and death hanging precariously in the balance. Daenerys rode upon Drogon's back, the massive black dragon, measuring 82 meters in length and boasting a wingspan of 194 meters, descended like a sovereign of the night. Drogon's obsidian form shimmered with dark crimson light at the edges of his scales, as if embers flowed beneath his armor. His blood-red, semi-transparent wings unfurled like a battle standard pierced by the setting sun. He swooped down, unleashing a breath of fire that was black tinged with red, a flame that devoured all in its path. Where he passed, the whites were instantaneously carbonized, leaving not even ash behind. The bronze-green dragon Regal circled in, his length of 70 meters and wingspan of 140 meters adorned in deep emerald hues, with his scales edged in bronze, resembling ancient armor from afar. His amber wings glimmered with metallic sheen under the sunlight, while 2 bronze-horned crowns jutted forward from his brow, and his broad jaw was lined with teeth like obsidian daggers. He expelled an orange-yellow breath laced with emerald flames, a torrent that scorched the whites, melting them as if they were wax, while the ground cracked into spiderweb-like fissures. Finally, Jon Snow rode upon Viserion, cutting through the winds. The white dragon, 60 meters long with a wingspan of 120 meters, was cloaked in pearly scales, with horns, crowns, and claws of pale gold, and wings that shone like ivory, pure as freshly fallen snow. He released a golden-orange breath with a white core. A flame that radiated warmth, yet bore fatality. Wherever the light swept, the whites melted away like snow under the sun, their chilling essence purified. 5 breaths of dragons. 5 colossal dragons descended from the heavens, weaving a fiery net that incinerated the dead. The army of whites was utterly fragmented, the black tide splintering into isolated islands. Their assault collapsing. The flames reflected upon the city walls, and the allied soldiers gazed up, their eyes no longer filled with despair, but rather with awe and reverence. "The dragons have returned," murmured an old soldier from the north, his battle axe trembling slightly in his grip. "Not 1, but 5, cried a knight from the riverlands, his voice breaking with a cry, "By the gods above, we still have hope." Sansa Stark stood atop the battlements, her fingers gripping the cold stone bricks, tears shimmering in her eyes. She had once believed this war to be an end, an inevitability of death. Yet at this moment, the 5 spiraling giants in the sky resembled a resurgence of ancient myth, a reversal of fate's wheel. She gazed at the 5 dragons swirling amid the flames, akin to 5 reborn stars illuminating the darkest night of Westeros. She whispered softly, as if pledging to fate, "The long night has come, but the dragon's fire shall never extinguish." The night was exceptionally long, and before winter fell, dark clouds loomed ominously, the breath of war and frost intertwining in the air. 20 kilometers behind the white army stood a throne, grand and resolute, constructed of dragon bones and ancient ice. Upon the frozen throne sat a solitary figure, Azor Ahai. His silver-white hair flowed like snow, and he wore a crown helmet forged from transparent ice crystals and fearsome dragon bones, its cold light piercing, as if capable of freezing souls. Clad in armor forged from the same essence, each piece of the breastplate is inscribed with ancient runes, emanating a chilling azure breath. Behind him, a cloak fashioned from the hide of the blue dragon, Celerios, billows gently in the wind, radiating a cold and majestic sheen. Arthas Caesar sits motionless, his gaze as piercing as an icy abyss, fixed upon the distant battlefield. At that moment, the sky rends asunder, 5 colossal shadows tear through the clouds. A golden dragon roars, unleashing a torrent of radiant golden flames, while a blood-red dragon spews forth crimson fire, incinerating all in its path. A pitch-black dragon exhales a shadowy breath tinged with crimson, and a bronze-green dragon releases an orange-yellow conflagration interwoven with emerald fire, reminiscent of molten copper cascading forth. Lastly, a pure white dragon engulfs the undead army in flames of gold-orange with a white core. The conflagration intertwines with death, as the undead fall like wheat before the scythe. Chapter 218. The arrival of the Frost King. Arthas's brow furrows slightly, a flicker of disdain and vigilance crossing his icy gaze. He slowly raises his right hand, his slender fingers snapping in the air. The sharp sound cleaves through the silence. In an instant, the world shifts color. A tempest roars. An arctic storm erupts from the frozen throne, sweeping towards the battlefield like an angry tide. The blizzard churns like a dragon, vowing to quell the flames of the 5 great dragons, causing even the heavens and earth to tremble. Beside the throne, a colossal blue dragon, its body marred and revealing deep white bones, slowly opens its eyes, Celerios. His ice-blue slit pupils reflect Arthas's form, and a deep, reverent voice resonates. "Master, there is no need for concern. They are merely a few low-bred drakes, unworthy of the title of true dragons. Should you command, I shall soar forth immediately, tearing them to shreds, and their remains shall become new landmarks upon this battlefield." A faint smile graces Arthas's lips as he rises from his throne, descending step by step, his footsteps echoing silently upon the ice crystals, yet causing the very earth to tremble. "Very well," he intones, his voice deep as the resonance of the tundra. "I shall accompany you to confront them." No sooner had he spoken than he leapt, a white shadow slicing through the snowstorm, landing firmly upon Celerios' broad back. Upon the dragon's spine rests a saddle, intricately carved from ice and dragon bone, entwined with chains of ancient runes. Arthas grasps the reins firmly, his gaze sharp and unwavering, directed straight at the 5 great dragons in the midst of the battlefield. Let them witness what it truly means to be the Frost King. Celerios lets out a thunderous roar, his wings unfurling to a span of 100 meters, stirring up mountains of snow. In the next instant, the dragon ascends, plunging into the blizzard summoned by Arthas, a streak of blue lightning hurtling towards the battlefield. Amidst the storm, only the solitary frozen throne remains, patiently awaiting the king's return. Encircled by dragon bones, before the gates of ice-crowned citadel, The earth quakes beneath the dragon's flames, a bizarre battlefield where scorched earth intertwines with ice and snow. 5 distinctly different dragon breaths tore through the sky, cascading down like divine retribution. The golden-scaled dragon, commanded by Lin Yifeng, exhaled a searing golden flame, reminiscent of molten gold raining down from a shattered firmament. The blood-red dragon, Valerina, roared fiercely, its crimson breath surging forth like a river of blood, incinerating all in its path. Daenerys' black dragon, Drogon, unleashed flames that shimmered with a deep crimson hue, akin to the vengeful fire spewing from the abyss. The bronze-green giant dragon, Regal, emitted an orange-yellow breath interwoven with emerald flames, the fiery stream flowing like molten copper mingled with green fire, scorching the ground into pits. Viserion, the white dragon ridden by Jon Snow, breathed forth flames of gold and orange, with a core of white, resembling the light of perpetual day, purifying the decaying corpses. With all 5 dragons unleashed, their flames intermingled, the army of whites was utterly cleaved apart, charred bones scattered across the battlefield, and the tide of battle poised for a turnaround. Yet, in that very moment, the sky darkened abruptly, a furious wind howled, and heavy leaden clouds loomed like a monstrous beast. An unprecedented blizzard swept forth from the far north, frost slicing through the air, dimming even the dragon flames. Lin Yifeng stood atop the back of the golden-scaled dragon, his golden eyes fixed on the roiling clouds, a chill penetrating to his core. "This is not good," he exclaimed, his voice booming like thunder, resonating across the entire battlefield. The so-called Winter and the god of death, Arthas, had made his move. As his words faded, he raised his arm high, his voice ringing like a great bell. "All allied forces, retreat to Winterfell at once." The command swept through the coalition like the wind. The soldiers of the north and the noble coalition of Westeros responded with calmness, retreating swiftly and orderly. Thanks to the 5 dragons unleashing their breath to thoroughly divide the battlefield, the retreat was not as chaotic as the original tale suggested. Ultimately, Grey Worm led the Unsullied in a defensive formation, their spears poised like a forest, awaiting the tide of whites. Lin Yifeng, guiding the golden-scaled dragon, flashed in gold and quickly reached Daenerys and Drogon, urging, "We must ascend. We cannot linger in the air any longer. Quickly, fly above the clouds." He then soared to Jon and Viserion's side, repeating the warning. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the 3 immediately urged their dragons to take flight. The golden-scaled dragon surged upward first, its golden light tearing through the snowstorm as it soared alongside Valerina, breaking through the thick clouds. Following closely, Drogon paved the way, followed by Regal ascending into the heights. Lastly, Jon Snow, riding Viserion, ascended like a ghostly moon, all 3 pairs of dragons vanishing into the sea of clouds, escaping the brunt of the blizzard. Below, the coalition forces nearly all entered the city. The heavy gates of Winterfell slammed shut, leaving only Grey Worm and the Unsullied standing silently beneath the walls, their spear tips grounded, resembling stone statues. Upon the battlements, the commander gazed at the tide of whites surging forth and commanded hoarsely, "Archers, fire the flaming arrows." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of fire arrows sliced through the air. Yet the blizzard intensified, the cold wind swirling snow, extinguishing the arrows before they could even reach the ground, leaving the barricades still icy. In a moment of dire urgency, a red figure emerged slowly from the gates, the red-robed sorceress Melisandre, strikingly beautiful and unparalleled in grace, clad in crimson, her gaze piercing. She approached the barricade, extending her right hand to caress it gently, whispering softly, her voice barely audible yet resonating with the elements. Flames danced in her palm, as if awakening a spirit. Moments later, with a thunderous roar, the barricade ignited. Flames surged skyward, a wall of fire rising from the ground, fiercely burning and driving back the army of the undead by several paces. The fiery glow illuminated the walls of Winterfell, casting shadows of tense faces and resolute gazes. The wind and snow persisted, the wrath of the winter god still simmering. Yet at this moment, the blazing wall not far from the city walls temporarily thwarted the advance of the undead horde. The night was as dark as ink, heavily drenching Winterfell in its depths. Above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the sea of clouds churned like a furious tide, the silver moon shattered into fragments, vanishing within the vast layers of mist. Lin Yifeng stood atop the golden dragon's glimmering scales, the fierce wind stirring his dark robe, its fabric billowing like a battle flag. The golden scales shimmered as if forged from molten gold, casting a radiant halo above the clouds. Beside him, The blood-red dragon Valerina roared as it circled, its scales resembling burning iron. Daenerys commanded the black dragon Drogon, flames surging from deep within its throat. The bronze-green dragon Regal spiraled protectively, its scales exuding an ancient aura. Jon Snow stood upon the back of the white dragon Viserion, the cold wind rustling his gray wolf cloak, his gaze as unyielding as the icy north. All of them staring down at the tumultuous blizzard below. Chapter 219. The storm breaks the sky. Lin Yifeng's mind stirred, his consciousness spreading like an invisible net from the crown of his head, piercing through the layers of cloud. However, the instant his spirit touched the frenzied snow curtain, it struck an unseen barrier, hindered at every turn, making progress impossible. Damn it! He suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils constricting. Could this blizzard truly impede my consciousness? Minutes later, beneath the clouds, within the tempestuous blizzard, fierce winds howled, swirling with icy blades. A colossal figure burst through the storm, akin to an ancient beast, surging skyward. Arthas, his long silver hair billowing in the gale like frost, glimmered with minute ice crystals, casting a cold light. He wore a crown helmet forged from translucent ice crystals and menacing dragon bones, sharp dragon horns extending back, emanating a chilling brilliance capable of freezing souls. The aura of kingship interwoven with death wafting through the air. His armor, crafted from millennia-old ice and ancient dragon bones, bore esoteric runes etched upon each piece. A ghostly blue breath flowing through the engravings, as if sealing the wails of countless souls. Behind him, a cloak made from the skin of the blue dragon Cineas billowed in the wind, resembling waves surging in the deep sea, exuding an unsettling chill. He sat astride the back of the blue dragon Cineas, the saddle constructed from dragon bone and ice crystals, radiating a bone-chilling aura. Arthas gripped the reins tightly, his knuckles whitening from the force, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through the blizzard, directed towards the heavens. At 10,000 meters high, Lin Yifeng rode the golden dragon Jean Lin, hovering atop the rolling sea of clouds. He slightly closed his eyes, his consciousness spreading like a net, attempting to penetrate the violent snowy expanse below. Yet, as his spirit reached the edge of the blizzard beneath the clouds, it felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, blocked by layers of cold, barely able to sense a chaotic void. Just as he focused intently, a sudden chill gripped his heart. What? A colossal and frigid pressure erupted from below, tearing through the blizzard and surging towards the clouds. Lin Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes, witnessing a colossal azure figure ensconced in wind, snow, and frigid breath, surging forth from the tempest and plunging directly into the sea of clouds. Before his words could fully escape, a rift abruptly tore through the clouds below. A haunting blue trajectory burst forth, cleaving the cloud sea and carrying an icy chill that threatened to freeze all in its path, soaring skyward. Quick! Scatter! Lin Yifeng shouted with urgency, his voice resonating through the heavens. In an instant, a titanic shadow emerged from the clouds, a blue dragon, measuring 924 meters in length with a wingspan of 1842 meters. Its massive form resembled a mountain, yet it bore the scars of decay. Its flesh was rotting, and its bones protruded grotesquely. Its wings, tattered like shredded banners, still flapped with electric fervor in the biting wind. The neck and tail accounted for a substantial portion of its length, the latter ending in a spear-like bony blade. Its head was angular, adorned with 2 rows of long, sharp, bony spikes, resembling a crown, while its nostrils exhaled frosty breath with each breath. Deep within its eye sockets, 2 orbs of ethereal blue flames blazed fiercely, as if they heralded judgment from the abyss of death. Upon the dragon's back sat a figure, poised upon a saddle forged from ice crystals and dragon bones, with silver hair cascading like frost, dancing wildly in the wind. He wore a crown helmet crafted from translucent ice crystals and fearsome dragon bones, emanating a chilling radiance that seemed capable of freezing souls. Draped in a cloak made from the ancient blue dragon Cerionio's hide, it fluttered ominously. Each piece of his ice crystal armor bore ancient runes pulsating with an eerie blue chill, as though the entire icy throne had melded into his very being. This was Arthas, the Frost King, Lord of the Dead. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the skies filled with dragons, and his right hand slowly rose, fingertips slicing through the void. The blue dragon Cerionio's roared skyward, its maw agape, unleashing a breath of frigid air like a river of frost, coalescing into countless minuscule ice spears aimed directly at Jon Snow and the white dragon Viserion. Viserion's wings surged with a sudden thrust, its body tracing a perilous arc in the air, narrowly avoiding the icy projectiles that grazed its scales, causing them to shatter and chill to the bone. Mist rising in the aftermath. Jon gripped the spines along the dragon's back tightly, cold sweat beading at his brow. Arthas's expression remained steely, devoid of hesitation. As he commanded Cerioneos to pivot sharply, its wings beating against the air like a specter, turning towards Daenerys and the black dragon Drogon. Upon seeing the sudden shift in direction towards her, Daenerys felt a tightening in her chest and immediately grasped the spines along Drogon's back, letting out a low command as she urged him to leap into the air and evade. However, Arthas reacted with remarkable speed. The blue dragon Cerioneos opened its jaws, unleashing a piercing breath of icy wind that swept across Drogon's left wing. Though merely a graze, it incited a furious roar from Drogon, its eyes igniting a fiery crimson, its ferocity fully awakened. Before Daenerys could stabilize her control, Drogon surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, wings thrumming wildly. Claws tearing through the air, charging directly at Cerioneos. It collided fiercely with the opponent, fangs snapping and claws rending, completely disregarding its rider's commands. Plunging into a frenzied, close-quarters battle, Lin Yi observed from atop the golden-scaled beast with a cold gaze, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, an opportunity not to be missed. His consciousness swiftly conveyed a message to Jon Snow: overwhelm Arthas. Do not let him breathe. Jon Snow's gaze sharpened as he commanded the white dragon Viserion to ascend abruptly, its wings stirring a tempest that intertwined with the golden dragon, Drogon, and the crimson dragon, Viserion, forming a triangular formation as they lunged towards the fray. The three dragons unleashed their fiery breath simultaneously, golden flames intermingled with blood-red fire, enveloping Cerioneos and Arthas in a blazing net. Meanwhile, the bronze-green dragon, Regal, hesitated for a moment before roaring and joining the battle, its claws slashing and tail sweeping fiercely at Cerioneos' flank. In the heavens above, the five dragons engaged in a frenzied aerial assault, their roars echoing through the sky, tearing apart the clouds and stirring the winds into a raging tempest. Though Arthas was formidable, facing five adversaries proved insurmountable. Cerioneos endured successive burns from Drogon's searing golden flames on its right wing, while Viserion's icy breath froze its left claw, and the blood fire from Viserion seared a scar into its back. At last, after a brutal headbutt from Drogon struck Cerioneos' jaw, Arthas gritted his teeth and growled, yanking the reins sharply. Cerioneos' wings folded tightly as it plummeted like a meteor, plunging into the tumultuous snowstorm below, leaving only a chilling laugh echoing in the air. This debt shall be remembered. Chapter 220. Ice and flame shatter the city. The sky gradually settled into a fleeting calm as the five dragons circled above the sea of clouds. After a brief respite of several minutes, Daenerys and Jon Snow exchanged a knowing glance, understanding that they must engage in battle swiftly. The ground forces would struggle without the dragons. As they readied to dive down on their dragons, a golden figure suddenly swept ahead, Lin Yifeng, riding the dragon, Drogon, with wings spread like the blazing sun, hovering steadily in midair. Charging ahead without a plan would lead to a disadvantage. Lin Yifeng's voice was steady, his gaze sweeping across the tumultuous clouds. Wait, I shall clear the path. Before his words had fully settled, he urged Drogon to soar higher, breaking through the layers of dark clouds to reach the very heart of the blizzard. With a single hand raised, he unleashed a torrent of energy, channeling the forces of nature as his fingers danced in the air. In an instant, a fierce wind roared like an enraged dragon, sweeping in from all directions and crashing against the dense curtain of snow. The force of the wind tore apart the clouds, creating a wide passage. The ice and snow dispersed, and though the storm raged on, clarity emerged beneath the clouds as moonlight briefly pierced the gloom, illuminating the battlefield. Now, it's time. Lin Yifeng's voice resonated clearly, directly reaching the ears of the two. Daenerys' eyes sharpened, and with a fierce shout, she directed her black dragon, Drogon, to dart into the clouds like an arrow. Jon Snow followed closely, guiding the white dragon, Viserion, as its wings beat fiercely, stirring the chilling winds. The two dragons, one dark and one light, cut through the clouds like blades at dawn, heading towards the battlefield below, where flames blazed fiercely in the barricades and trenches, forming a crimson wall of fire that held the army of the dead at bay. The army composed of the deceased instinctively recoiled from the flames, lingering at the edge of the firelight, their hollow eye sockets gazing at the flickering shadows upon the city walls. Their howls pierced the air like a chilling wind, yet they dared not cross the threshold of danger. At that moment, a thick layer of clouds was violently torn asunder by an immense force. A profound shadow descended from the heavens. Arthas, the Lich King, commanding the colossal blue dragon, Sapphiron, plummeted to the battlefield like a falling star. The dragon's expansive wings obscured the moonlight, its scales glinting with a frigid metallic sheen in the fire's glow. He surveyed the standoff below, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. With a mere thought, a wave of dark will surged forth, forcibly suppressing the undead's primal fear of the flames. Advance. The silent command reverberated in the stillness. The army of the undead surged forth like a tide towards the fiery trench, unyielding and fearless. They hurled their bodies into the inferno, burning, charring, collapsing, only to have new corpses tread upon the remnants of their fallen brethren. Minutes passed, and the flames were gradually extinguished beneath the weight of countless bodies, creating a passageway paved with ash and limbs through what was once an insurmountable wall of fire. On the ramparts, Sansa Stark gripped the stone bricks tightly, her face pale, yet her gaze resolute as iron. Witnessing the undead breach the fiery barrier, she stepped forward, her voice hoarse with urgency. Archers, drag on fire arrows. Prepare the catapults, oil barrels, wildfire barrels, gunpowder bombs. Launch them all. Now. The commands thundered down. In an instant, the night sky over Winterfell was torn asunder by a rain of death. Countless dragonfire arrows fell like a torrential black rain, piercing into the horde of the undead and igniting a series of explosions. Catapults roared as they hurled flaming boulders and barrels into the enemy ranks. Barrels filled with oil and wildfire detonated amid the undead, creating sheets of searing flames. Gunpowder bombs erupted with a thunderous roar, sending waves of fire skyward and scattering the undead into fragments. Boom, 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 boom. The very earth seemed to roar, transforming the area before Winterfell into a hellish sea of fire, with the undead collapsing in droves, the stench of charred flesh pervasive. The offensive was momentarily stymied, the silent tide finally experiencing a brief lull. However, in the skies above, Arthas coldly observed the chaos. A smirk graced his lips as he murmured, "Mortal flames shall inevitably extinguish." Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, he commanded Sapphiron to dive suddenly, as if divine retribution had descended. The dragon opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of cerulean breath akin to a celestial river, crashing upon the city walls. This was no ordinary fire, but an intertwining of frost and annihilation. Wherever it passed, the air froze, stones shattered, and soldiers were instantly transformed into ice sculptures, then shattered to dust. Catapults twisted and melted in the blue flames, oil barrels erupted in succession, and a massive breach was forcibly torn through the center of the defenses. After several minutes, Arthas, atop the blue dragon Sapphiron, circled ominously above the somber skies of the north, his eyes glinting like blades. He gazed down upon the ravaged Winterfell, a cruel smile gracing his lips. This strike would utterly obliterate the last bastion of the city. Sapphiron's wings unfurled, blotting out the sun, while the cerulean breath gathered within its maw like a polar tempest, the chill freezing the air itself, as if time itself came to a standstill. The devastating energy roared within the throat, awaiting but a single command to erupt forth, transforming Winterfell into an eternal frozen tomb. Just as the dive was nearing completion, and the dragon's breath was about to be unleashed, a colossal, white figure surged forth from the clouds like thunder. Jon Snow rode the white dragon Viserion, akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens, striking fiercely at Serios from an unexpected angle. Viserion opened his massive jaws, his fangs, sharp as forged iron, clamped down on Serios' neck with tremendous force, muscles taut and unyielding. The azure dragonfire, poised to erupt, detonated within his throat, backfiring on its master. The magical energy surged upward, causing Serios to emit a pained roar, his wings trembling violently, nearly losing control and plummeting. Before there was a moment to catch a breath, the heavens tore asunder once more. Two great figures pierced the sky as Daenerys Targaryen commanded the black dragon Drogon, a harbinger of judgment from the night, unleashing a torrent of dark flames laced with crimson, igniting the very souls of the damned. Meanwhile, the bronze-green dragon Regal spiraled downwards, his breath cascading like molten copper. Orange and yellow flames intertwined with emerald threads, as if the furnace of the gods poured forth upon the earth. Chapter 221. The moment of the dragon's fall, the two dragon breaths, like falling stars, struck the scales of Serios with a resounding impact. Despite Serios' lineage of true dragon blood, and a form reshaped by death and dark magic, he could not withstand the assault. His scales shattered, charred and curling, as rotting flesh and dragon blood cascaded like a waterfall. In a fit of rage, Serios lashed out with his claws, slashing towards Viserion's abdomen. The claws tore through the air, ushering in a storm of blood, and Viserion's belly was marked with deep gashes, the dragon's blood spilling like rain. Yet, he was not one to yield easily. In pain, he roared with fury, retaliating fiercely, his claws like divine blades, tearing away great chunks of rotten flesh from Serios' shoulder, exposing the stark white bones to the biting cold. The two great dragons clashed, claws carving through the air, blood splattering, chunks of flesh and rotting meat raining down. The fallen dragon's blood tainted the advancing whites, the White Walkers, and even the living, eliciting horrendous shrieks and wails, as char and ice shards scattered in a violent explosion. All who touched the dragon's blood were obliterated. Meanwhile, Winterfell had descended into a hellscape. The city, reeling from the initial Azure Dragon fire attack unleashed by Arthas's blue dragon Serios, had been swept by shockwaves that ignited the barrels of pitch and wildfire stacked upon the walls, causing a cacophony of explosions that roared like thunder, flames reaching skyward, transforming sections of the walls into a sea of fire. The defenders fell in droves, a gaping breach torn through the heart of their line. As whites surged in like a relentless tide, thick and endless, Sansa Stark stood resolute before the breach, her silver hair dancing in the firelight, her sword stained with dark blood. Beside her, Lyanna Mormont, fierce as ever, brandished her dragonglass axe, while Jorah Mormont shielded her with his body, staunchly defending the last line. The dragonglass dagger pierced the skull of a white, emitting a piercing shriek, yet the enemy surged forth, relentless, threatening to collapse their defenses. Just as despair began to spread, two distinctly different dragon breaths tore through the clouds above. A stream of golden dragon fire erupted like the dawn's first light, radiant and fierce, incinerating the undead in its wake. Another torrent, blood-red and reminiscent of hellfire, consumed the souls of the fallen, leaving behind only twisted remnants. All gazed upward as Lin Yifeng stood atop the golden dragon, its resplendent scales shimmering like the sun. The dragon's wings unfurled like celestial orbs, exuding the ancient might of a divine creature. Meanwhile, the crimson dragon Valerina circled beside him, her eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance, akin to a blood moon gracing the world. In Winterfell, Lin Yifeng's voice boomed like thunder across the battlefield, declaring that they had not yet succumbed. The golden dragon let out a triumphant roar, its majesty reverberating through the heavens. Valerina descended with a flap of her wings, incinerating the horde of corpses. Reinforcements had arrived, turning the tide of battle. As night enveloped Winterfell, the fractured clouds churned in the tempestuous winds, while the three dragons soared overhead, their roars echoing like war drums. The blue dragon Saelis shimmered with an ethereal glow, reminiscent of flowing auroras, tracing a chilling arc beneath the moonlight. Yet amidst this fierce conflict, its rider, Caesar Arthas, was thrown from the saddle of Saelis during a violent maneuver, plummeting from the heights like a shooting star. In the very instant before impact, a faint blue magical ripple enveloped him, conjuring a hemispherical ice shield that caught him gently. As dust swirled around him, he landed gracefully, his robes untouched by filth. Simultaneously, the white dragon Vaesilion let out a pained roar, its body marred with wounds, its right wing frozen by Saelis' frost breath, losing balance and crashing to the ground. The tremendous force nearly dislodged Jon Snow from Vaesilion's back. He clung to the spine, dizzy and struggling to rise, coughing up blood. High above, the black dragon Drogon soared, its wings unfurling like a darkened sky, obscuring the stars. Daenerys rode upon Drogon's back, her silver gold hair dancing wildly in the fierce winds, her eyes aflame with fury and authority. She gazed down at the diminutive yet defiant figure of Caesar Arthas, who was slowly regaining his composure, looking up at her. His eyes were no longer mere mortal pupils but akin to the cold, deep stars of the eternal northern night, capable of freezing souls. Dragonfire, Daenerys whispered, her voice slicing through the air like a blade against iron. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of black and red dragonfire surged from Drogon's maw, cascading like a river from the depths of hell. Where the flames passed, frozen earth melted into magma, and shattered corpses were instantaneously carbonized, reduced to ash. Flames encircled Caesar Arthas, forming a ring of death that consumed all. Yet he remained steadfast, his shield unbroken, his garments unsinged. He even tilted his head slightly, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips, as if mocking the ferocity of the divine fire, or perhaps deriding the queen upon the black dragon. You are but this. Daenerys' pupils constricted, a tempest of disbelief raging within her. Throughout her dominion over Westeros and Essos, No one had ever emerged unscathed from Drogon's fire. This was impossible. She had yet to ponder deeply when, upon the ground, Arthas raised his left hand slowly. The air abruptly thickened, shrouded in frost and mist. As countless ice crystals coalesced in the void, extending into a spear of brilliant azure, its edge as sharp as a blade. The chilling aura was so potent that it felt as if the very fabric of space had frozen and torn apart. His fingers tightened around the spear, his gaze fixed upon the colossal shadow above. With a sharp utterance, the ice spear was released. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the world had come to a standstill. The spear cleaved through the heavens, emitting a piercing shriek as it aimed for the hind leg of the black dragon. Daenerys suddenly realized, gripping the spines along Drogon's back, and shouted fiercely, "Move aside." Drogon roared, wings beating furiously, narrowly maneuvering to the side. The ice spear grazed his hind leg, yet it still carved a deep wound, exposing bone. Black blood spilled forth, searing like molten lava, and when it struck the ground, it left behind scorched craters in the frozen earth. In agony, Drogon's eyes blazed crimson, almost compelled to turn and dive, to rend and consume that insignificant figure with his claws and drag on fire. Daenerys held tightly to the dragon's neck, summoning all her strength to calm him. "Stay composed. Do not descend. It is a trap." Chapter 222, The Solitary Blade of the Long Night. She compelled Drogon to ascend higher, distancing themselves from the figure that loomed like a dark deity upon the ground. The cold wind howled, tugging at her cloak. Yet her heart felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. She gazed downwards, where Arthas remained, a solitary sentinel, gazing upwards with neither anger nor fear, only an endless coldness and mockery. In the night breeze, his voice seemed to transcend time and space, resonating clearly. "Your flames cannot extinguish the throne of frost." Arthas stood upon the charred earth, watching as Daenerys guided Drogon higher, no longer concerning himself, turning instead towards Winterfell. For he had a more pressing objective, to enter Winterfell and eliminate Bran Stark. Bran was there, that three-eyed crow seated within the weirwood grove, sustaining the memories of humanity and the threads of time. As long as he lived, fear could never fully dominate the hearts of men. What Arthas sought was to sever this final light. Only by slaying Bran Stark could he plunge the world into profound terror. Meanwhile, Jon Snow had scarcely steadied himself after dismounting from the white dragon Viserion, who had just fallen from the skies, injured from the recent battle. The great beast lost its balance in agony, crashing heavily upon the scorched ground. The impact nearly dislodged Jon from Viserion's back. He clung desperately to the dragon's spine, dazed and struggling to rise, coughing up blood. With great difficulty, he lifted his head, and through his blurred vision, he beheld Arthas walking alone towards Winterfell. That silhouette was proud and indifferent, as if the cataclysmic battle with dragons had been but an inconsequential interlude. Jon's heart tightened. This was the opportunity, the only chance. If this man were to enter Winterfell, the North would know no peace. This time, there could be no hesitation. He clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that coursed through his body, and with a surge of determination, he pushed himself off the ground, drawing the long sword Longclaw from his back. The Valyrian steel blade, once stained with the flames of the Lightbringer, glimmered with a cold, haunting light in the twilight, as if it sensed its master's unwavering resolve. "For the North, for the living," Jon shouted, dragging his wounded form forward, sword in hand, charging relentlessly towards the silhouette of Arthas Menethil. The blade sliced through the air, infused with all his conviction and fury, directed at the seemingly invincible foe's back. Arthas did not pause in his stride, yet it was as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Just as Jon was about to close the distance, Arthas slowly turned, raising his right hand with an almost casual grace, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. A sharp snap echoed, shattering the battlefield's eerie silence. In an instant, the earth trembled. The countless bodies of the coalition soldiers, those valiant souls who had fought for freedom and perished for their homeland, suddenly opened their eyes. Their gazes were devoid of life's warmth, replaced instead by a cold, profound blue, akin to the ice of the eternal night in the far north. One by one, the corpses began to rise from the pools of blood and ashes, the clinking of their battered armor resonating as they gripped their shattered weapons tightly. Moving silently and stiffly towards Jon Snow, the army of the undead, reanimated from death. Arthas did not even spare Jon a direct glance. He merely cast a sidelong glance at the bloodied figure charging towards him, his expression rife with disdain, as though he were observing an insignificant insect unaware of its fate. That look unmistakably conveyed, "You? Worthy of the title hero? Worthy to speak of godslaying?" With a mere gesture, I could consign thousands to your demise. With that, he turned his back and continued his steady march towards Winterfell, as if everything were perfectly within his grasp. Jon Snow remained rooted in place, Longclaw still firmly in hand. Yet before him loomed the countless former comrades now transformed into a legion of the dead, slowly closing in. The chilling wind whipped up the ashes, stirring his blood-soaked dark hair. He was acutely aware of the fear, the despair, yet within his gray eyes burned a flame more fervent than fire. He did not retreat. He could not retreat. Even if the path ahead led to certain death, he would take another step towards Winterfell. Jon Snow gripped the Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, blessed by the Lightbringer, its blade shimmering with an ethereal blue light in the frigid night. The undead surged forth from the darkness like a relentless tide. Their decaying forms twisted and grotesque, the hollow sockets of their eyes glimmering with lifeless blue light. As he swung his sword to sever the heads of the advancing undead, he kept his gaze firmly fixed on Arthas, the king of the dead, clad in armor forged from dragon bones and ice. Draped in the hide of the great blue dragon Cilios, wielding an ice-forged sword inscribed with runes, steadily approaching the gates of Winterfell. Each step resonating like a heartbeat through the earth, freezing the blood in his veins. The undead multiplied, encroaching upon him in layers, nearly overwhelming him. Jon gasped for breath. His arms weary from the relentless swings, his pace faltering. He watched helplessly as Arthas drew within 100 paces of the city gates, a wave of despair washing over him. He understood that once that door was breached, Winterfell would plunge into endless darkness. At that moment, a dragon's roar reverberated across the heavens. A golden streak of light surged down from the night sky, akin to a falling star. The magnificent golden dragon unfurled its scaled wings, flames erupting from its maw, incinerating the undead that lined its path. In the next instant, a figure leaped from the dragon's back, landing heavily on the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. It was Lin Yifeng, draped in a flowing black robe. His gaze was sharp as a blade. The moment he landed, he formed a seal with his right hand and intoned softly, "Depart, Purgatory." In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted around him, creating a fiery ring within a 3-meter radius centered on him and Jon Snow. The flames glowed a deep crimson, interspersed with golden cracks, their heat distorting the very air. The encroaching undead were ignited in an instant, emitting silent screams as their bodies twisted and carbonized, ultimately disintegrating into ash. Jon Snow stood frozen, his sword hand trembling slightly, incredulously gazing at the man beside him who wielded such terrifying magic. Lin Yifeng glanced at him with a frigid tone. "What are you staring at? Go, slay Arthas." Chapter 223. The cold night approaches, the game of fate. Jon snapped back to reality, a renewed fervor igniting in his eyes. He let out a low growl and charged forward once more with his sword drawn. Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng remained rooted in place, his hands forming intricate seals as flames surged like a tide, advancing at his command, the searing waves devouring the chill, swiftly clearing a path for Snow. Observing this, Snow said nothing further, propelling himself toward the breach in Winterfell's defenses. In the distance, Arthas stood amidst the snowstorm, his white hair dancing wildly in the gale. Adorned with a menacing helmet forged from ice crystals and dragon bones, he draped himself in a deep blue cloak made from the tanned hide of the ancient blue dragon, Osran, that rustled ominously. His armor glimmered with an eerie light, crafted from dragon bones and ice crystals, and in his hand, he wielded an ice crystal longsword etched with ancient runes, a frosty mist swirling around its blade. Behind him stood 20 silent wights, their white hair resembling that of corpses, their pale skin taut against their bones, with ghostly blue flames flickering in their eye sockets. Armed with ice crystal longswords or long knives, clad in leather armor and lightweight armor embedded with ice crystals, they marched in unison like a procession of death. As Arthas and his retinue approached the breach in Winterfell's defenses, a knight galloped forth, his silver armor gleaming in the snowlight, sword raised high as he bellowed. For the north, for Winterfell. Behind him, a contingent of allied soldiers followed closely, each wielding dragon crystal long spears, their expressions resolute as they charged forward. Unperturbed by this desperate assault, Arthas remained expressionless, not even shifting his stance. He slowly raised his ice crystal longsword and thrust it into the ground with force. Crack, crack. In an instant, the earth froze, an icy torrent spreading like a tempest. Countless razor-sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, dense as a forest, carrying a bone-chilling cold and destructive power, piercing through the charging ranks in an instant. Thud, 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 thud. The ice spears pierced through armor. The sound of flesh being torn echoed incessantly, and the screams and wails abruptly ceased amidst the howling wind and snow. A knight, along with his steed, was impaled by numerous ice spikes, lifted high, with blood yet to touch the ground crystallizing into droplets as they fell. The entire regiment of soldiers met the same fate, transformed into lifeless bodies adorned with ice shards, standing still upon the snowy expanse, resembling a forest of death. Arthas, the Lich King, slowly drew his longsword, the ice crystals reflecting the cold indifference in his eyes. He let out a soft laugh, his voice akin to the chilling winds sweeping over desolate bones, a swarm of overreaching ants. Jon Snow's figure darted across the snowfield like a tempest, his cloak billowing behind him. Upon witnessing the knight fallen in a pool of blood alongside the slaughtered coalition soldiers, his eyes instantly filled with crimson veins, and a primal roar erupted from deep within his throat as he surged forward towards the frigid silhouette of Arthas. Sensing the impending threat from behind, Arthas did not halt his stride, commanding coldly, "You lot, stay behind and hold him off." With those words, he did not glance back, leading 14 frost-clad wights, exuding an aura of deathly silence. As they steadily advanced into the breached defenses of Winterfell, their steps unwavering and unstoppable, directing their purpose straight towards the heart of the sacred grove. In place, 6 wights stood like ice sculptures, wielding swords and long knives forged from extreme cold, their blades gleaming with the pale moonlight, chilling to the bone. They simultaneously turned their heads, 6 pairs of ice-blue eyes locking onto the rapidly advancing Jon Snow, silent yet filled with an oppressive aura of death. With his eyes aflame, Jon's claws carved silver arcs in the snowlight, charging into the enemy ranks without a moment's hesitation. Roaring in fury, the clash of blades and ice erupted, sparks and shards flying as the battle ignited instantly. In the distance, Lin Yifeng observed this scene, his heart sinking. He immediately understood that Arthas's target was not the defenses nor the soldiers, but Bran within the sacred grove. Without uttering a word, Lin Yifeng leaped into the air, soaring towards the breach in Winterfell's defenses. Moments later, he landed at the gap and scanned the area, noticing 3 wights preparing to infiltrate. Without a moment's hesitation, he formed a seal and shouted, "Thunder! Lightning!" In an instant, the heavens erupted, a mighty bolt of lightning crashing down with ferocity. The 3 wights barely had time to scream before being obliterated into icy shards. The residual force of the thunderstorm detonated, further tearing the already damaged breach, sending stones and shards of ice scattering. Jon Snow stood at the edge of the ruins, brow furrowed, turning to Lin Yifeng, his gaze clearly conveying, "You need not intervene. I can handle this. With your formidable strength, conserve your energy for Arthas. Arthas is headed for the sacred grove to kill Bran. Quickly, we must go," Lin Yifeng urged, his eyes already fixed deep within the city. Within the sacred grove, ancient trees whispered under the mottled moonlight. Bran Stark sat armored upon a chair, his eyes vacant, consciousness traversing through the mists of time. The future, the outcome is increasingly uncertain, he murmured, as if grappling with an invisible fate. Suddenly, he slightly tilted his head, casting his gaze towards a shadowy corner of the forest, his voice as soft as falling leaves. "Arya, your assassination attempt may fail this time." An hour later, within the ancient woods of Winterfell, the night was deep and somber, a cold mist swirling like gossamer among the gnarled branches of the ancient fishbone trees. The colossal white tree stood at the heart of the grove, its blood-red eye markings gleaming with an eerie luminescence under the moonlight. Its roots coiled like dragon claws upon the earth. Bran Stark, clad in dark, lightweight armor, sat quietly upon a wooden chair, his expression serene, as if he had foreseen all that was to come. Chapter 224. The darkness before dawn. Abruptly, his eyes opened, no longer mortal, but profound orbs that pierced through time and space. He slowly directed his gaze into the shadowy depths of the forest, his voice as light as a whisper, yet as clear as a vow. "Arya, you must remain hidden." The woods were silent, with no response. Only the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind echoed, akin to a sigh. In the thickest part of the shadow, a slender figure pressed against the tree trunk. Arya Stark held her breath, her Valyrian steel dagger gripped tightly in hand, her eyes alert like those of a wolf. She remained still, silent, utterly merging with the night. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy, icy footsteps shattered the stillness, each step seeming to tread upon the very hearts of men. Asmodeus entered the sacred woods, followed by 14 spectral guardians. They were cloaked in robes woven from ice, their eyes glowing with a ghostly blue light, their staffs brimming with the cold energy capable of freezing souls. Asmodeus strode at the center, wielding a transparent crystalline sword, inscribed with ancient runes. With each step, Frost spread across the ground like a web. His gaze locked onto Bran, a cold smirk curling his lips. The three-eyed raven. Tonight your vision shall be eternally closed. He slowly raised his sword. A fierce gust of wind surged, freezing the air in the woods, causing even the leaves of the fishbone tree to be coated in frost. In that moment, boom. A flurry of silver lights shot forth from the depths of the forest, swift as thunder, silent, yet bearing the sharpness to sever fate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying swords fell like stars from the heavens, piercing through the bodies of the spectral guardians with unerring precision. Their icy armor shattered. Their chilling souls silenced before they could scream. All 14 specters collapsed, their forms rapidly freezing, disintegrating into a pile of icy shards. Asmodeus abruptly turned, sweeping his ice sword, deflecting one of the flying swords, which embedded itself into a tree, humming incessantly. At last I've caught up. A clear voice rang from the treetops. Lin Yifeng leaped down from a high branch, his white robes billowing, his sword still unsheathed, his gaze sharp as lightning. Behind him, Jon Snow strode forward, longclaw in hand, his direwolf pelt billowing, his eyes fierce like the chilling winds of the north. Bran is here. No one is allowed to touch him, Jon said softly. His sword tip aimed directly at Asmodeus. Asmodeus slowly turned, his ice sword lowered, sneering. Mortal, do you dare to stand in my way? Bran sat beneath the tree, his gaze calmly directed towards the distance, as if he had already witnessed every moment to come. Arya, concealed in the shadows, slowly closed her eyes. Her fingers pressed tightly against the spine of her Valyrian dagger. Her moment had yet to arrive. Jon Snow, a man of few words yet fierce demeanor, gripped tightly the Valyrian steel longsword, Longclaw, once blessed by the Lord of Light, and with a roar, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning. The frigid wind billowed his cloak as the blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at the neck of Aziz Caesar. Just as Longclaw was poised to deliver the fatal blow, an ethereal blue barrier suddenly arose. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal reverberated through the ancient woods, sparks flying. The Valyrian steel sword struck the blue shield with tremendous force, the recoil fracturing Jon's grip, blood trickling down the hilt. Humph! Aziz Caesar scoffed, lifting a gleaming ice-forged sword, adorned with intricate runes, sweeping it back in a fluid motion, unleashing a tempest of icy fury. Jon braced himself, sword raised in defense. Clang! The force crashed down upon him like an avalanche, sending him hurtling backward to collide heavily against the pale, bone-like trunk of a weirwood tree. A muffled grunt escaping his lips as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Lin Yifeng's gaze sharpened. He raised the Valyrian steel sword high, channeling his energy into the blade. With a fierce cry, he unleashed a concentrated strike. Whoosh! A brilliant, white sword energy sliced through the air, striking the blue barrier with the force of a falling star. Crack! 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 Web-like fissures rapidly spread across the shield, which trembled violently, on the brink of collapse. Aziz Caesar's pupils contracted, and he braced himself with the ice sword across his chest to absorb the residual force of the sword energy. Clang! He slipped slightly, retreating a half-step, his gaze turning frigid as it settled on Lin Yifeng. So, you are the true opponent. Before he could finish his words, he lunged forward, ice sword tracing a deadly arc aimed at Lin Yifeng's throat. Refusing to retreat, Lin Yifeng advanced, countering with his Valyrian steel sword. Clang! 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 The clash of blades sent sparks raining down, their movements weaving a deadly dance, each strike imbued with the power to shatter stone. Lin Yifeng delivered a powerful blow, forcing Aziz back, prepared to pursue him. Suddenly, from the depths of the weirwood forest, a shadow flitted by, a figure emerging like a wraith. It was Arya Stark, clad in dark leather armor, her gaze as sharp as a blade. In her right hand, she gripped a pitch-black Valyrian steel dagger, the Oathkeeper, launching from the shadows like a striking serpent, aiming directly for Aziz Caesar's back. Die! Yet, Aziz seemed to sense her approach, spinning around with a fierce motion, his left hand shooting out like a steel claw, seizing Arya's throat and lifting her off the ground. Thud! With a swift motion, he hurled the Oathkeeper, embedding it in the weirwood's trunk, its resonance echoing through the air. He glared coldly at Arya, his voice like the chilling winds of the abyss. You are not worthy to kill me. In that instant, Jon Snow, suppressing his injuries, his eyes burning crimson, gripped Longclaw tightly and leaped forward, aiming directly for Aziz's heart from behind. Clang! The sword struck the remnants of the blue barrier once more, jolting Jon's arms and causing him to stagger. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lin Yifeng arrived like a shadow, delivering a powerful kick to Jon's back. Boom! The ethereal power surged into Jon Snow's body like a torrent, instantly permeating his meridians, cascading into his arms, and infusing his claws. In that fleeting moment, the blade of the divine weapon, blessed by the King of Light, illuminated with radiant runes, igniting a fierce crimson glow akin to roaring flames, its edge burning as hot as molten lava. Crack, crack, crack. The azure barrier could no longer withstand the force and shattered completely. Thud. The claws pierced through armor and flesh, black blood gushing forth, the blade embedding itself halfway. Arthas Caesar let out a muffled grunt, his body shuddering as his armor cracked, dark blood flowing, yet he remained unyielding. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is that all your strength? How about this then? Chapter 225. Arthas Caesar. Death. Final chapter. Lin Yifeng spoke coldly, forming seals with his hands before unleashing a powerful shout. Rise. Boom. 36 Valyrian steel flying swords soared through the air, spiraling rapidly to form a formation of the 36 celestial swords. The sword shadows revolved like wheels, the sword aura surged like tides, their brilliance intertwining into a lethal net, thoroughly enveloping Arthas Caesar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying swords descended like a torrential rain, their energies crisscrossing, their gleams like thunder, slicing wildly. Arthas screamed in agony as his corporeal form was torn asunder, leaving only a shadowy soul suspended in midair, filled with vengeful malice as it glared at Lin Yifeng. Even in death, I shall not let you have it easy, he howled, his soul beginning to chant an ancient and forbidden incantation. The sound akin to the wails of countless souls, distorting the very fabric of space. Lin Yifeng's gaze turned icy, no longer uttering a word, merely waving his hand as the sword formation rolled back like the Milky Way, weaving a net of myriad sword lights that completely shredded Arthas Caesar's remaining soul. As that final thread of darkness was extinguished, the ancient and malevolent spell was forcibly severed, and the heavens seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The sacred woods returned to silence, with only the pale leaves of the fishbone tree whispering in the morning breeze, rustling like a mournful dirge for the departed. With Arthas Caesar's demise, the army of undead he commanded instantaneously lost its power, collapsing like a sand tower, falling to the ground and turning to decayed earth. Those once embodied in ice and death, the wretched guardians, emitted heart-wrenching wails, their forms cracking inch by inch, ultimately exploding into shards of ice, dissipating with the wind. Far across the battlefield, the blue dragon Serios, locked in battle with Daenerys' horde of dragons, black dragon Drogon, bronze-green dragon Regal, white dragon Viserion, golden dragon Balerion, and blood-red dragon Valyrian, suddenly trembled, letting out a despairing roar that echoed through the skies. Its massive body plummeted from the heavens, crashing to the earth like a meteor, shattering into countless ice crystals upon impact, completely vanishing into the ether. The war between death and life had finally drawn to a close. The first ray of dawn pierced through the heavy clouds, casting a warm and solemn light upon the charred earth. The allied forces began to clear the battlefield, gathering the bodies of the fallen warriors, incinerating the remains of the undead to prevent any lingering embers. Mourning and reconstruction commenced simultaneously amidst the ashes. A month later, the city of King's Landing buzzed with life, banners fluttering in the wind. Noble lords from across Westeros gathered at the Red Keep, where Jorah Mormont, clad in heavy armor, stood solemnly by, witnessing a moment of history. Under the gaze of the multitude, Daenerys Targaryen, adorned in a robe of purple and gold, crowned regally, ascended the steps to the Iron Throne, finally taking her seat. The throne, forged from 1,000 blades, remained as uncomfortable as ever, yet her gaze was resolute, a flame that would not extinguish. She had at last claimed the Iron Throne she had long desired, becoming the sovereign of Westeros. Tyrion Lannister, having fulfilled his ambitions, was appointed Hand of the King, taking charge of the realm's affairs. Meanwhile, Cersei Lannister was imprisoned by her brother Jaime in the deepest dungeon of the Red Keep, destined to never see the light of day, paying the price for her past tyranny. No one knew whether she would perish there or ultimately decay. Yara and Theon Greyjoy returned to the Iron Islands, reclaiming authority over the Ironborn, vowing no longer to be driven by foreign wars. Jon Snow rejected all the splendors of the South, returning to the North with Ghost, resuming his duties as the guardian of the Wall, watching over his snowy homeland. Lin Yifeng, having distinguished himself in battle, was appointed by Daenerys as the Duke of Meereen, becoming the first foreign vassal lord of the Targaryen dynasty. 2 weeks later, he rode a golden dragon, accompanied by the blood-red dragon Viserion, traversing the Sea of Clouds, and descended upon the jewel city of the desert. he proclaimed, by the command of Queen Daenerys Targaryen. The gates of Meereen swung open instantly, the powerful bowed, and the common folk watched in anticipation. Lin Yifeng did not resort to force. Rather, he governed with benevolence, revitalizing trade, establishing water channels, and reorganizing the military, gradually transforming this war-torn city into a flourishing paradise. Standing atop the towers of Meereen, he gazed at the distant red sands and azure bay, finally embracing the life he had once dreamed of, not merely one of bloodshed and fate, but of guardianship and construction. The wind caressed his face, carrying the scent of freedom. The end.